Chapter 1 Awakening Ceremony. Just as the sky was getting light, the lights on the 5th floor of an old residential building came on. "Mom and Dad, I'm going to school." Wu Ming stood at the door, put on his shoes neatly, and shouted loudly into the house. A woman with hair as curly as instant noodles and a head full of colorful hairpins walked out, yawning, and the dark circles under her eyes were comparable to those of the national treasure panda. She is Wu Ming's lively mother, Wang Nana. "Ming, I heard that the school is holding an awakening ceremony today. Come on, show some respect to me." Wang Nana yawned loudly and spoke incoherently. Wu Ming rolled his eyes and looked at his mother. "Mom, you've been playing mahjong all night again, haven't you?" He. "I had pretty good luck last night. I got 2 straight hands and even a perfect hand." Wang Nana scratched her head and smiled like a cat stealing some fish. Immediately afterwards, a slightly plump middle-aged greasy man came out scratching his messy hair. This was Wu Ming's father, Wu Yi. Although he looks haggard and has dark circles under his eyes, his facial features are clearly defined and one can vaguely tell that he was a handsome man when he was young. "Son, keep going. If you can awaken your potential like your grandfather did and enter the Warcraft battlefield to contribute to our country, I'll give you soldiers for whatever gift you want. Ahem, I'll even sell everything I have to buy it for you." Wu Yi patted his chest and smiled proudly, but his hands were shaking a little, which was a typical symptom of playing online games all night. Wu Ming's mouth twitched, and he was completely unable to complain. His mom played mahjong all night long, and his dad played games all night long. It's a miracle that he could grow up safely to the age of 18. Of course, if you don't have the talent or qualifications, don't force yourself. Come back and tell us as soon as possible. Wang Nana smiled and added another blow. "Mom, please stop being such a pessimist. Your son is incredibly talented, unlike you two who have average talents." Wu Ming glared at Wang Nana with a dark face. "This mother is too unreliable. Your dad and I have both been practicing our big trumpets for a long time, and the whole family's hope is on you, the small trumpet." Wang Nana smiled so hard that her eyes narrowed into slits. Wu Ming completely lost his temper and took a deep breath. "Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, he opened the door with a clang and strode towards the school. After being reborn into this world for 18 years, I guess the mungpa soup was diluted with water, and I haven't forgotten any of my memories from my previous life. In my previous life, I was an orphan who was not loved by anyone. Although this couple of parents are unreliable in this life, the real care they provide is a warmth that I could never have imagined in my previous life. To this, Wang Nana's mother responded, "This is your first time being a son, and our first time being parents. Why should we spoil you? Really, if you add up your age in your previous life, you're older than us. What's wrong with doing more housework? It's called gaining experience. For finding a wife it counts as a bonus, understand?" These words left Wu Ming speechless, and he couldn't find any words to refute. Today's awakening ceremony is even more important than the college entrance examination in my previous life. Wu Ming said in his heart. It's just that the two lives are separated by too much time. Now it is the year 2525 on Blue Planet, and a full 330 years have passed since the spiritual energy revival that swept the world. Spiritual energy gushes out, and heaven and earth change dramatically. Thousands of species on the Blue Planet awakened and mutated, forcibly shattering the world system of the old era. This directly led to a war between humans and demons that lasted for hundreds of years. Initially, humans could still barely hold on with the help of thermal weapons, but as the recovery of spiritual energy continued to deepen and all things evolved madly, thermal weapons gradually became ineffective, and humans completely became lambs to be slaughtered. The Blue Star once turned into a hell on Earth. It was not until the first group of awakened people were finally born and slaughtered all around in the Warcraft battlefield that the human race was able to barely stabilize its position and allow human civilization to breathe. The awakened ones are divided into 10 cultivation systems: wind, thunder, light, darkness, space, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Each system has powerful power. They are the patron saints of mankind, the steel great wall to resist demons, and the heroes and beliefs in the hearts of countless people, inspiring generation after generation to fight for survival. Wu Ming's grandfather in this life was one of the awakened ones back then. It is said that he had made great military achievements for the Longhan Kingdom. Although they had never met each other, Wu Ming had secretly made up his mind since he was a child that he must become an awakened person like his grandfather in the future. The night is as dark as ink and the lights come on. At Fengling Middle School in Qinshu Province, the annual awakening ceremony has ended. The dust has settled, some are happy and some are sad, and a drama of some being happy and some being sad is quietly unfolding in this city. At this time, the class chat group of Class 112 of Senior Year 3 was in an uproar, with messages spreading rapidly. I've awakened my water element. From now on, I'll be able to control the wind and rain. What a coincidence! I'm an earth element, so my defense is maxed out. Are there any space-aware people out there? I'm looking forward to joining the army and teaming up with them to teleport to the Warcraft battlefield and slay demons. Holy crap! Our school beauty Gushuemi has actually awakened a rare thunder element. She has a bright future ahead of her. She will definitely be the female thunder god in the future. I'm so envious I'm crying. Speaking of school beauties, where's our school hunk? Where's Wu Ming? Are you talking about Wu Ming? Put. I'm going to break a shocking secret for you all. Wu Ming, who was previously praised to the skies by everyone, actually hasn't awakened yet. This is simply the best joke of the year. I usually don't laugh unless I can't help it, ha. I was acting like I was worth a fortune before, but I never thought I'd end up like this. Jiang Su, stop talking. We are all classmates. Hey, isn't this the school beauty? Are you heartbroken? So what if we're classmates? We were classmates before, but we won't be anymore. With his trashy appearance, how can he be worthy of being my classmate? Is he worthy? In the dim room, the light from the mobile phone screen shone on Wu Ming's handsome face, and a bitter smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Of course he knew that awakening determined his fate, but the fickleness of the world was a bit too realistic. In his 2 lives, this was the first time he had witnessed such blatant mockery. I never expected that the awakening day I had been looking forward to for so long would end up like this. In this era of spiritual revival, awakening at the age of 18 is a must. Once you succeed, you can enter the Academy of Supernatural Powers for further studies. In the future, if you pass the military selection, you can gallop on the battlefield and become a respected hero, defending your country and bringing honor to your family. But once they fail, they will be reduced to the bottom of society and do the most menial jobs. A life of mediocrity with no chance of success. Wu Ming, awakening failed. Is my life going to be fixed like this? It would be a lie to say that he wasn't frustrated, but besides frustration, he felt more confused. Just like now, he only had a thought, and the cards on the table floated up out of thin air, and could dance according to his thoughts. Since the awakening failed, how do you explain this? Could it be that besides the 10 major cultivation systems, there exists an 11th undiscovered mysterious power? Even Wu Ming himself found this speculation outrageous. You know, the 10 major cultivation systems have been passed down for hundreds of years. They have long been iron rules and common sense that even 3-year-old children understand. What's more, compared to the indestructible gold element, the incinerating fire element, and the thunder element's devastating power, isn't his ability too weak? You can only control a light card for 10 seconds at most. If you hold on for 1 more second, you will get a splitting headache. It felt like my brain was hollowed out, and it felt like death. Wu Ming put away his ability and let the cards fall. At this time, the messages in the class group were still flooding the screen like crazy, especially Jiang Su, who was like a chicken with blood injected, and mocked him in every sentence. I guess he's been holding back under his own aura for too long, and now he finally has a chance to vent. At first, Wu Ming was in a bad mood and didn't bother to pay attention to him, but the guy kept going too far, using foul language that was unbearable to hear, which made Wu Ming even more furious. Nima, I gave you face, didn't I? Wu Ming couldn't stand it any longer, so he grabbed his phone and prepared to go out and have a good argument with Jiang Su. But at this moment, a fat fly slowly crawled onto the screen of his mobile phone, looking fearless. After the revival of spiritual energy, insects such as flies not only increased dramatically in number, but also became frighteningly large in size. Wu Ming's family lives in a dilapidated tube-shaped building with a poor environment, bad lighting, and high humidity. There are also an outrageous number of flies, which bothers every household. It would be fine normally, but now, even bedbugs dare to bully me? Bang! Wu Ming slammed the phone on the table, and the fly that didn't know how to live or die was instantly smashed to pieces, leaving no trace. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an ordinary fly and gaining 0.001 points. System? Wu Ming was shocked, and his eyes instantly burst into ecstasy. It's here! It's finally here! Chapter 2, Intentional Power Startup. System, quick! Introduce yourself. His voice was trembling with excitement. Replying to the host, this system is an attribute optimization system. Killing creatures will earn you corresponding points, and consuming these points will increase your strength. As soon as he finished speaking, a virtual panel suddenly appeared in front of Wu Ming. Name Wu Ming. Gender male. Age 18. Stamina to be activated. Defense to be activated. Sports to be activated. Motivation 0.5. Allocation points 0. The physical strength, defense, and agility on the panel are in a waiting to be activated state, and only the intentional power item and the last allocation point have data. As a veteran online literature enthusiast, Wu Ming understood it immediately. For now, he could only add intentional motivation. Intentional motivation? It turns out that the ability to control the cards just now is called mind power. It turned out that it was not one of the 10 major cultivation systems, but a new supernatural power that had never been discovered. The word intentional power is unheard of in this parallel world, but for Wu Ming, who was reborn, it is very familiar. In movies, TV shows, and comics, isn't this what the big guys who can move mountains, fill the sea, and control everything rely on? It's ridiculously strong. But, now you can only control one card? To be honest, it's a bit weak. But I saw the power value, 0.5. That's fine. If 0.5 can control the cards, what about 5? 50? 500? Or even 5,000? This growth space is simply unimaginable. Wu Ming instantly became excited. So what if the awakening fails? He has the system, and he can still change his fate. Just do it. When it comes to killing creatures, isn't it just about fighting monsters? The question is, what should I fight? Wu Ming glanced around. With his current strength comparable to that of a weakling, it seemed that he could only start with small things like torturing flies. Okay, it's flies. Although the points are a little less, but the number is more than enough. Little by little, it adds up to a lot, and one day you will have enough points. After making a plan, Wu Ming picked up his phone again. Zhang Su was still chattering in the group like a clown. Shut up, clown. Wu Ming typed a few words and sent them, then waved his hand and kicked Zhang Su out of the group chat. After doing all this, he threw his phone aside, his eyes as sharp as an eagle, and began to search the room for his target, a dead fly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an ordinary fly and gaining plus 0.001 distribution points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an ordinary fly and gaining plus 0.001 distribution points. Bite. On the other side, Zhang Su was grinning foolishly at his phone. Although it felt great to step on Wu Ming, he always felt that something was missing. I scolded him for so long, but Wu Ming didn't even dare to fart. He's such a coward. He was still waiting for Wu Ming to jump out and confront him, so that he could pin him to the ground more comfortably. So, Zhang Su started to frantically at Wu Ming. Wu Ming, you coward, do you dare to come out? Is that all the courage you have? What a waste of that face. Your whole family are all turtles, right? You just retreat into your shell when faced with difficulties. Just then, Wu Ming's message suddenly popped up in the group, shut up, clown. When Zhang Su saw this, he was not angry, but happy instead. Oh, ants are ants. They can't help themselves after a little provocation? Just right. Zhang Su suddenly became energetic, his fingers dancing rapidly on the screen, tapping non-stop. All kinds of sarcastic, mocking, and boastful words were stuffed into the input box, as if they wanted to use a 360-degree attack without any blind spots. Not only did he finish writing, he also checked it several times, corrected typos, added rhetoric, and tried to maximize the effect. He had never been so serious even when writing an essay. Finally, he nodded with satisfaction and triumphantly pressed the send button. As a result, a striking red exclamation mark suddenly appeared on the screen, with a line of glaring small words below. You have been removed from the group chat by group owner Wu Ming. Puff. Zhang Su almost spat out a mouthful of blood on the phone screen. Damn it. He was so busy showing off that he actually forgot that Wu Ming was the owner of this group. At this moment, Wu Ming was having a great time killing these annoying flies. He just raised his hands and swatted them. Snap. With one slap, a fly died on the spot. Ding. Congratulations to the host for killing an ordinary fly, distribution points plus 0.001 inch. Instant payment, awesome. So he immediately picked up an electric fly swatter and killed 2 more of them with a click. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 2 more, distribution points plus 0.002 inch. Very good. In the past, these little creatures were rampant and could drive people crazy, but now they are treasures delivered to your door, and each one is a real distribution point. But Wu Ming felt that it was not enough to kill, and he felt itchy in his heart. He waved the fly swatter left and right, killing all the flies without mercy, young or old, male or female. After all the trouble, I was able to collect 40 of them, which was barely enough to fill the gaps in my teeth. They immediately moved to the entire floor, doing a carpet-style cleanup, and finally managed to gather 100 of them. 100, no more, no less, exactly 0.1 distribution points. Wu Ming did not hesitate and put all the points he had saved into Yiladongli. His eyes were shining and he couldn't wait to see the effect. It was still the same card. Wu Ming had an idea come. The cards flew over, and the control was much smoother than before. Before, I could only hold on for 20 seconds at most before I got a splitting headache. This time, I managed to hold on for 30 seconds and only felt a little tired. I could definitely handle it. The control range has also increased from half a meter to nearly 1 meter. This improvement is simply amazing. The feeling of his strength skyrocketing made Wu Ming's blood boil and his murderous intent even stronger. Just do it. Next floor, clear. Next building, sweep. The entire community was flattened. After getting 200 flies, the driving range soared to 40 seconds. When there are 300 of them, you can already play 2 cards at the same time, hitting both ends. 400 of them, with a control range exceeding 1 meter. 500 cards that were originally only able to float can actually fly back to the hand on their own in an instant, at an astonishing speed. Wu Ming's initial motivation was 0.5, and with this 0.5, it directly exceeded 1. I saw 5 cards spinning rapidly around him, bringing up gusts of strong wind. There was an apple on the table 1 meter away. Wu Ming's eyes fixed and an idea came to his mind. Go! Swish, swish, swish. The 5 cards shot towards the apple like arrows from a bow, and all of them were nailed to it. Although he didn't split the apple, Wu Ming was grinning from ear to ear just based on this achievement. After all, he only killed 500 flies. This potential is simply incredible. But when he looked down, he saw the scattered dead flies on the ground, which made him frown and feel a little unhappy. I always complained about the sheer number of flies in this shabby building, but now it's time to kill them. Oh, that's it? I searched the entire neighborhood and only managed to find 500. There's barely enough to kill. Chapter 3 Fly Killer. Although the flies in the community have been mostly cleared, Wu Ming is still worried, but without the flies, where will I get the distribution points? This is so embarrassing. He returned home and collapsed on the sofa, resting his feet while thinking, feeling extremely anxious. But he didn't know that it was not so easy to get rid of the flies in this community. He was only killing the flies right under his nose. There were hundreds of households densely packed in this tube-shaped building, and the flies hiding in the more than 30 buildings were so numerous that they could form a legion. Even in the places he swept, there were still some fish that slipped through the net. There was a fly hiding in the corner, seeing everything clearly. It was so scared that its soul almost flew away. Holy shit! Is this human a devil? It's so cruel. You know, their army of 100,000 is running rampant in this community, and humans have long been annoyed by it. Who wouldn't turn a blind eye? Just look at this guy today. He spent most of the day fighting with them. Either he is extremely patient, or he is so bored that he wants to die? Fortunately, the fly was clever and pretended to be dead, thus escaping the disaster. It was so scared that its legs were weak during the whole process. In the era of spiritual energy revival, some flies that have been touched by spiritual energy are not stupid. They have their own way of communication and expression. As soon as Wu Ming entered the door, it immediately got up and ran away in a panic, rushing all the way from the 4th floor to the 3rd floor and sneaking into a house. Only then it managed to save its life. As soon as he entered, he started buzzing like crazy. Holy shit! Help! Help! The other flies in the room were busy flying around, and one fly impatiently said to it, "What are you yelling about? You are bringing shame to our fly world. Kill the flies. All the brothers outside have been wiped out. That human in room 505 is a badass. Baga! How dare this ignorant human resist? Pass on my orders, gather all the brothers, and beat that guy to death. Let him know how powerful our army of flies is." Receive. The news spread like wildfire, from one person to 10, from 10 to 100, and in the blink of an eye it spread throughout the entire floor, the entire building, and even the entire community. Dare to challenge us? Brothers, charge. Fuck him. Let humans see how powerful we are. Outside, a swarm of flies swarmed towards Wu Ming's house like a dark cloud. Wu Ming was thinking about where to gain experience when he suddenly saw a fly flying in from the crack of the door, followed by 2, 3, and finally they rushed in like a tide. Oh my god. How many of them are here? They're so dense that they look like a black cloud. Wu Ming clapped his hands and killed 7 or 8 of them on the spot, feeling so good that his whole body felt numb. But he was not careless. If there were enough ants, they could kill an elephant. He blocked the doorway, killing the enemies one by one, precisely controlling the number of enemies so that he could kill them all without being surrounded. One hand was waving the bat wildly, the other hand was grabbing and pinching, even chewing with his mouth. He even swallowed a fly and didn't feel disgusted. The electric fly swatter ran out of battery soon? It doesn't matter, just plug in the power bank and keep going. Full fire, kill. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, before I knew it, it was already the early morning. Wu Ming was so excited about killing that he had lost count of how many he had killed. He was too lazy to add any points and all he had in his mind was kill, kill, kill. Previously, the dead flies in the house were scattered around, but now they have piled up into a small hill, a thick black layer that makes people's scalps numb. At first, the army of flies was very arrogant, thinking that they could flatten 505 in 10 minutes and make the human kneel down and beg for mercy. But now. Devil. This human is a devil. Could he be the legendary fly terminator? Mom, I want to go home. Retreat. Retreat quickly. If you don't run away, you will die here. The remaining flies were already frightened out of their wits, and when they heard the order to retreat, they fled out like crazy. Those who are close to the door are lucky, but those who run slowly can only wait for death. 2 flies, thinking quickly, crawled into the pile of corpses and pretended to be dead coincidentally. They were the one that had escaped before and the leader who ordered the attack. Whispering, I know you're playing dead too. Shut up. Do you want to die? They all ran away, why didn't you run away? Do you dare to try to move? I dare not. This wave came and went quickly, and Wu Ming was a little confused. I waited for a long time but there was no movement. I looked at the time and it was already early morning. Looking at the pile of corpses at home, Wu Ming smacked his lips and said, okay, let's stop here for today and clean up. After some cleaning, they filled several large bags with dead flies and threw them out. After taking a shower and lying on the bed, he finally had time to look at the results of the battle. Holy shit! 2 allocation points. 2,000 flies. Wu Ming didn't even think about it and focused all his attention on motivation. The original motivation of 1 point instantly soared to 3 points. As soon as he thought about it, dozens of cards flew into the air and surrounded him. A rough calculation shows that it can now control 10 cards at the same time, with a battery life of 90 seconds and a range of 2 meters. As for the power. As soon as Wu Ming thought of it, a card turned into a cold light and shot towards the apple on the table at lightning speed. Snap. The apple was split in half. Wu Ming grinned wildly, all the hard work in the middle of the night was worth it. Before going to bed, he did not forget to eat the apple. In the era of spiritual energy revival, materials and money are very expensive and cannot be wasted. Perhaps he was too tired, and he fell asleep as soon as his head touched the pillow. At around 2 o'clock in the morning, the sound of keys turning was heard outside the door. A woman with curly hair walked in. It was Wu Ming's mother, Wang Nana, who had just returned home from get-off work. Yesterday, Wu Ming's father Wu Yi was on a business trip. The fighting was fierce on the front line. He was a car driver for the Yingguan Transportation Company and had been urgently transferred to transport military supplies. With the revival of spiritual energy, no one can sit idle, and everyone must contribute to the country. Wang Nana works in a food factory. When the situation on the front line is tight, the rear has to work at full capacity to ensure supplies. It is common for her to work overtime until this point. The days of playing mahjong all night long are gone forever. Wu Ming had never heard that his mother had awakened her special powers. Seeing her doing such hard work, he guessed that she had not awakened. Wang Nana looked tired, but she was stunned as soon as she entered the door. Clean. So clean. The scene of flies flying all over the house in the past is gone, it's like a completely different place. She stepped out and looked at the house number. Sure enough, it was 505. Could it be Ming Ming who did it? Chapter 4 Found a Job. Wang Nana's mind was full of questions and she really couldn't figure it out, so she walked lightly into Wu Ming's room quietly. Just yesterday afternoon, my son called me and sounded dejected, saying that he had failed to awaken. As a mother, she has always been upset about this matter. On the one hand, she hoped her son would become a great hero, bringing honor to the family like his grandfather, but on the other hand, she was afraid that he would repeat his grandfather's mistakes, shouldering too heavy a burden, living too hard, sacrificing too much for the country and the people, and in the end, well, sometimes she even thought that it would be nice for her son to be an ordinary person, and that living in peace and safety was the real blessing. Until yesterday, when the dust settled, she felt relieved. This is God's will, okay. Wu Ming was sleeping soundly. Wang Nana squatted down and gently stroked Wu Ming's head. Her voice was so soft that it could squeeze water out of him. Son, let's be an ordinary person from now on. Mom will protect you. After saying that, she tiptoed out and closed the door, her movements as light as a feather falling to the ground. The next morning, Wu Ming woke up full of energy. As soon as he went out, he saw his mother had prepared breakfast. Mom! Are you awake? Go wash up and have dinner. Wang Nana smiled with her eyes curved. Okay. The mother and son sat down to eat, talking and laughing, and it was very lively. Wu Ming was originally worried that his failure to awaken would disappoint his mother, and he even wondered whether he should reveal the secret to make her happy. But then he thought again, his 11th supernatural power was unheard of and too shocking. Telling her about it might make her even more worried. Seeing his mother's condition, she seemed not to be affected at all, and he felt relieved. I'll rest at home for the next few days, but after the awakening ceremony, it's time to think about going to work. Do you have any ideas? Wang Nana spoke in a very tactful tone, fearing that she would hurt her son. She knew very well that those who had successfully awakened would enter the academy for further study, and only those who failed would have to work to make a living. Wu Ming shook his head. He had never really thought about it. Although he holds the power of mind, on the surface he is a failure in awakening. In the era of spiritual energy revival, the country does not support idle people, so you must go to work. But what kind of class can I take? I'd rather not work in a food factory and work 3 shifts like my mom. It would waste too much experience. Silly boy, take your time to think about it. Mom has gone to work. Wang Nana rubbed his head and went out with a smile. Goodbye, Mom. After seeing his mother off, Wu Ming finished his breakfast in a few bites, washed the dishes and started to act. Time is experience, and the flies are waiting for him to harvest. But after looking around the house, there was no hair at all. I searched the entire building and the entire community, but didn't even see a fly leg. This is strange. He ran a lot last night, so why did he disappear out of thin air today? Little did they know that those flies had packed up and run away last night. If you can't afford to provoke them, why not hide from them? Wu Ming went home with his head hung, feeling puzzled. The flies were gone, where would he get the experience? And there's also the work my mom mentioned. Both of these things need to be resolved quickly. It's urgent. He slapped his head and suddenly an idea came to him. Could these 2 things be combined into one? To put it simply, you can work and fight monsters at the same time. Holy shit! Isn't this a new idea? What job can meet this requirement? Wu Ming pondered for a long time, and 3 words popped into his mind. Slaughterhouse. Speaking of slaughterhouses, Uncle Li runs one. Uncle Li is an old comrade in arms and subordinate of my grandfather. He fought side by side with my grandfather and they had a life and death friendship. Later, he was seriously injured on the front line and retired to take over the slaughterhouse and switch to logistics, where he continued to shine. In fact, it's not just Uncle Li, but also Uncle Huang, Uncle Chen, Uncle Lei. Wu Ming's grandfather is both a teacher and a friend to them, and is an elder they respect. Wu Ming was wondering, who on earth was his grandfather? Although they had never met, he left behind a bunch of uncles, all of whom said that they had a lifelong friendship with his grandfather, so many that he couldn't even count them. These uncles treated him better than his own relatives. When he was a child, one uncle wanted to give him an apartment, another uncle wanted to transfer him to a key middle school in the city, and some uncles were worried that he would go hungry in school and gave him money directly. If his mother hadn't repeatedly warned him, he would have accepted it long ago. Just based on this friendship, asking Uncle Lee to arrange a job for me in a slaughterhouse would be like a piece of cake, right? Just do it. Wu Ming took out his cell phone and looked through the address book. Except for his mother, Gu Xuemi, Luo Pang, and a few classmates, the rest were all uncles. It took me a while to find Uncle Lee and I dialed his number directly. Let us go back a little in time. At the Qinchu Meat Slaughterhouse, in the factory director's office, Li Xianen was typing on his phone. The group name was Hunter Assault. Mingming failed the awakening ceremony yesterday. Everyone knows this, right? Just heard. The guard put the report on my desk yesterday, but I just saw it today. I didn't expect Wu Changlong to be so powerful. Mingming didn't even awaken. It's better that he hasn't awakened yet, so he doesn't have to follow his grandfather's old path. Everyone, come out and speak out. Wu Changlong is not here. We uncles have to protect the child well. We can't let him live a life of exhaustion like ordinary people. If anyone dares to treat him badly, I'll be the first to flip the table. With us here, even if he doesn't awaken, we'll make sure his life goes smoothly. It's necessary. Fuck. Mingming called me. Hurry up and answer it. I'm so jealous. He beats Old Lee, the duck killer, but not me, the regiment commander? Who isn't jealous? +1. +1. +1. +1. Li Xianen couldn't hold back any longer and answered the phone immediately. Hello, Mingming? Do you miss your uncle? What? You come to work for me? No, it's okay. No problem at all. Come today? Okay. Come here, Uncle is waiting for you at the door. After hanging up the phone, Li Xianen quickly returned to the group. A group of people have been waiting anxiously. Fuck. Old Lee, tell me quickly. Mingming said he wanted to come work here. Fuck. No. I absolutely disagree. Your work is dirty and tiring, it will tire Mingming out. +1. +1. How about this, let him relax at your place first, and then I'll transfer him away. Old Lee, be smart. We have a bunch of uncles watching you. By the way, Old Lee, keep your mouth shut. Nana told you not to mention Mingming's grandfather. It seems there was someone who was blind before. Lei, shut up. Do you still want to be beaten by Nana? Haha, joking aside, my life is more important. Nana is really fierce. I'm from the Special Forces, but I'm still scared when I see her. No more chatting, I'm going to clean up Mingming's office. Li Xianen said this and went to work. As for Wu Ming, he left as soon as he hung up the phone. Uncle Leah's Fongling City Meat Slaughterhouse is not far away, only half an hour's walk away. The weather is great today, the sun is so bright that I can't open my eyes. Wu Ming walked down the street. In this era of spiritual energy revival, how could there be the leisure for strolling and shopping in peacetime? The streets were filled with people hurrying around, each one walking quickly, revealing a tense and busy energy. Sudden. The shrill air raid sirens tore through the air, and the scene before my eyes suddenly darkened. The bright sunshine was swallowed up in an instant, as if it was blocked by some huge monster. Wu Ming looked up suddenly. A bird. Ridiculously large bird. It was about the size of a football field, blocking out the sky and the sun. The ferocious aura pressed down like a tsunami, almost making it hard to breathe. It's the 9th-level ferocious beast, the iron-beaked giant eagle. Hide. Hide. The streets exploded in an instant, and people rushed into the shelters like crazy. Wu Ming also rushed into the building next to him. There was no need to be taught this. From childhood to adulthood, he had experienced too many emergencies like this and it had become an instinct. Fortunately, the emergency team reacted quickly enough and after a fierce battle, they finally drove away the iron-beaked giant eagle. Although this invasion caused panic among the people, it was fortunate that no one was killed. Chapter 5. This job is satisfying. The streets soon became busy again, and Wu Ming also came out. The breath of death just now made his heart beat wildly, and a thought exploded in his mind. Must become stronger. Only by becoming stronger can you grasp your own destiny. Wu Ming's eyes flashed and his pace quickened. Not long after, they arrived at Fongling City Meat Processing Slaughterhouse. Uncle Lee was indeed waiting at the door, waving at him from a distance. Uncle Lee. Wu Ming waved and greeted from a distance, and rushed over with the wind. Stinky boy, how long has it been since you last came to see your uncle? Your uncle misses you so much. Li Xianin pretended to have a stern face, and the next second she opened her arms and gave Wu Ming a tight hug, so strong that it almost broke his bones. Here I am. Wu Ming smiled and patted him on the back. You're just so sweet. Come on, uncle has arranged everything for you. Li Xianin put her arm around his shoulders and led him to the factory. They were so affectionate that if you didn't know them, you would think they were uncle and nephew. The two of them chatted and laughed as they entered the slaughterhouse. Soon they arrived at an office with air conditioning on, computers on, and steam coming out of a water dispenser. The facilities were no worse than those of the factory director's office. Wu Ming was stunned. Uncle Li, is this the arrangement you are talking about? What? Are you not satisfied? Just tell me what you need and I will get it for you right away. Li Xianin said seriously. Wu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It's not that I'm dissatisfied, but I come to work to kill ducks on the slaughter line, not to sit in an office. Li Xianin's face turned pale as he heard these words, and his heart skipped a beat. Ming, please don't try to trick me. Your other uncles are watching you. If I dare to push you onto the slaughter line, they'll definitely tear me apart. How can that be possible? Wu Ming stiffened his neck and pretended to turn around. If you don't agree, I'll move to another place. No. Li Xianin quickly pulled him back, her face almost wrinkled like a bun. I'll do as you say. Isn't it enough to do as you say? Wu Ming grinned immediately, knowing that this trick would work. The happier he laughed, the more bitter Li Xianin felt. If those guys in the group knew about this, I would probably be skinned alive. The slaughtering line was dirty and tiring, and he could only hope that Wu Ming would suffer enough and give up. Li Xianin wanted to take him to the workshop in person, but was stopped by Wu Ming. Don't bother uncle, I can go by myself, so that people won't say I'm using a backdoor. He didn't want to be gossiped about behind his back because of his reputation as the factory director's relative. As he entered the workshop, a strong smell of blood rushed into his head, almost choking Wu Ming. This is the duck slaughtering workshop. Workers are busy working. The assembly line is full of live ducks, and the quacking sounds can be heard one after another. Wu Ming found the person in charge and explained that he was new. A kind-looking old master came over and took him to familiarize himself with the environment, constantly repeating safety precautions. This job is risky. We can only kill a little over 100,000 ducks a day. Although we have checked for potential awakening risks, there is no guarantee that some of the ducks that slip through the net will suddenly mutate. There's a world of difference between being awakened and not being awakened. We who can work here are ordinary people who failed to awaken. If you really run into an awakened duck, don't hesitate, run. The old master said it very seriously. These are experiences that he paid with his life. An unawakened person is like a dish in front of an awakened duck, and has no power to resist at all. In addition to safety precautions, the master also explained duck slaughtering techniques and work schedules. There are no fixed working hours. You can leave after completing your assigned tasks. This is your first day, so practice first. I'll give you 500 ducks. He also asked Wu Ming to join the workshop work group, and tasks and notifications were sent to the group. After explaining all this, the master went to do his own thing. Wu Ming pushed open a heavy iron door and entered his independent production line. This iron door was to prevent mutant ducks. If something really happened, it could block the monsters and reduce casualties. Although it seems cruel, it is the only solution. The screen next to the iron gate showed, task quantity 500 remaining. Wu Ming picked up the special steel knife on the workstation and weighed it. It was heavy, weighing 5 kilograms. Even if the duck hasn't awakened after its spiritual energy was revived, it is much stronger than before and cannot be dealt with by an ordinary knife. Everything was ready. He pressed the green button and the conveyor chain slowly brought the live duck over. He grabbed the first one and chopped it off with his knife. Snap! It was like cutting iron sheets, and it didn't cause any fatal injuries. Wu Ming gritted his teeth and tried again. Snap! 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 After an unknown number of blows, the duck was finally freed. At this moment, the system prompt sounded suddenly, ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an ordinary meat duck, reward distribution point 0.01. Oh shit! Wu Ming's eyes lit up instantly. One duck is worth 10 flies, and the key is that there are enough ducks here. He suddenly became very motivated and continued working with his knife. I was new to it at first and it took me almost 2 minutes to finish one. I only killed 30 in an hour and earned 0.3 distribution points, which is slower than killing flies. When I went to have lunch at noon, I heard my colleagues say that they killed 2,000 in the morning, and then I looked at my own performance. 120 of them, it's a horrible sight. But Wu Ming was not discouraged at all. They only earned wages by killing ducks, but he was earning distribution points. 1 or 2 distribution points in one morning, little by little adds up to a lot, guaranteed profit. After finishing his meal and returning to his workstation, he directly put all 1.2 distribution points into the motivation. 3 points instantly soared to 4.2. Wu Ming stared at the 5-kilogram steel knife. With a thought, the blade began to tremble slightly. He was ecstatic, although it was not yet fully under control, the progress was already incredible. At this rate, a deck of cards would be no problem at all. Suppressing his excitement, he continued to kill the duck. Practice makes perfect. I was much faster in the afternoon and could kill 45 in an hour on average. After 6 hours of work, we finished another 270. Including the 130 in the morning, there are 400 in total, 100 short of the target of 500. At this time, other workers had already completed the task of making 3,000 pieces and were preparing to go home, but he still had to work overtime. His supervisor, Master Gu, everyone called him Lao Gu, couldn't stand it any longer and called out to the others, "Xiao Wu is a newcomer, let's give him a hand and help him finish his get off work early so we can go home together." Okay, Lao Gu was right. A group of people walked towards Wu Ming's production line with smiles on their faces. When they reached the iron gate, they knocked. Wu Ming came out quickly, and Lao Gu said with a smile, "Everyone come and help you. We'll go together after you finish it." No, thank you so much. Wu Ming quickly waved his hands, "I can handle it myself." Why are you being so polite? We're all co-workers, it's only natural that we help each other. Everyone tried to persuade him. Wu Ming thanked him again and again, but refused to help. Lao Gu and the others had no choice but to give up. Li Xianen in the corner saw all this and sighed in his heart, "What a good child, what a pity." Alas! After Lao Gu and the others left, he stood there for a while, shook his head, and left. Wu Ming was the only one left in the entire workshop, but he was so excited about killing that he didn't feel tired at all. It took more than 2 hours to finish the remaining 100. Knock off. Chapter 6, Early Out and Late Return. Wu Ming did the math. 270 in the afternoon, 100 in the evening, a total of 370, accumulating 3.7 distribution points. Wu Ming suppressed the urge to order more immediately and decided to leave work first. As soon as I walked out of the workshop, I saw Li Xianen waiting at the door. He originally thought that Wu Ming would cry and shout that he would quit, but he didn't expect that the boy looked so smug. He immediately felt disappointed. It seemed that he couldn't quit this job. Li Xianen forced Wu Ming to have a good meal and sent him home before leaving. It was past 10 o'clock in the evening and my mother hadn't gotten off work yet. Wu Ming closed the door and immediately added all 3.7 distribution points, and his motivation soared to 7.9. As soon as he thought about it, a deck of cards flew around like a paper dragon coming to life. This was no longer challenging, so he tried other things and finally set his sights on the special steel knife. I must try to control it when I go to the workshop tomorrow. Just as I was about to take a shower and go to bed, I suddenly heard a creaking sound. A mouse was actually gnawing on something right in front of him, so arrogant. No wonder, after the revival of spiritual energy, the mice became extremely agile. They would disappear without a trace at the slightest movement, and ordinary people could not catch them at all. That's why they were so fearless. Previously, Wu Ming was helpless when he encountered mice. He could only watch these beasts run rampant in front of him, feeling so angry that his teeth were itching but he could do nothing. But now, he is no longer the same as before. Wu Ming suddenly had an idea in his mind, and he immediately wanted to use the willpower he had just mastered to train the mouse. He took out a box of toothpicks, and the next second, his thoughts suddenly burst out. Almost at the same moment, before the mouse could react, it was pierced all over by toothpicks like a hedgehog, with each toothpick penetrating halfway through the body with such precision that it could be called art. The mouse died on the spot, completely dead, without even a chance to struggle, killed instantly. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an ordinary rat and obtaining 0.01 distribution points. The effect is explosive. It's a bit troublesome to clean up this bloody mess yourself. The next day came in a blink of an eye. It was just daybreak when Wu Ming jumped up. Today's task was sent to the workshop group last night. The number was so frightening, 100,000 ducks must be taken. There are a total of 20 people in the slaughterhouse, including Wu Ming. If the workload is evenly distributed, each person has to slaughter 5,000 chickens. This number is so high that even an experienced master would have to put in all his effort to fight it out. It is definitely a tough battle. Seeing that Wu Ming was a newcomer, everyone decided to give him the task of producing 2,000 pieces, and the remaining 3,000 pieces would be shared by the brothers. But 2,000 is 4 times as many as the day before. They estimated that Wu Ming would not be able to complete it, so they planned to help him in the end. This is already the limit of what they can share. But how could Wu Ming be willing to be a burden? He made the decision on the spot and took on all the more than 5,000 that he was supposed to carry. Seeing that they couldn't persuade him, Lao Gu and the others didn't insist anymore. In the end, they would have to help this kid. 5,000 pieces, 10 times as many as the day before. It would be a lie to say there was no pressure, so Wu Ming rushed to the factory so early. At this time, my mother hadn't woken up yet. Wu Ming tiptoed to change his shoes. Just as he touched the door handle, there was a sudden explosion behind him. Son! Mother Wang Nana seemed to appear out of nowhere, frightening Wu Ming so much that he almost jumped up and half his soul flew away. Mom! You almost sent me away with that sudden noise. It's not even daybreak yet, where are you going? Wang Nana looked confused. Go to work. Wu Ming said confidently. Work? What kind of work? Have you found a job? Wang Nana's eyes widened. Yeah. It's at Uncle Lee's slaughterhouse. Today is the second day. Yesterday I slaughtered 500 ducks. Wu Ming said this so proudly that his chin almost reached the sky. Hearing this, Wang Nana's face changed slightly. She knew the slaughter line was dangerous, but she didn't say much. She just warned in a deep voice, then you must be careful and don't be stubborn. I know, Mom. Let's go. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he rushed out like a gust of wind. Wang Nana probably hadn't recovered from the news that her son was working at the slaughterhouse yet. After Wu Ming had disappeared, she slapped her thigh and shouted towards the corridor, Son! You haven't had breakfast yet. Mom will make it for you right away. No need. There are work meals at the factory. Wu Ming's voice came from downstairs, getting farther and farther away. Not long after, Wu Ming rushed to the slaughterhouse. He thought he had arrived early enough, but he didn't expect that his fellow workers had already started working. Looking at the screens on each production line, each one had killed hundreds or even thousands of them. It was outrageous. Wu Ming suddenly felt the burden on his shoulders become heavier, and he hurried into the workshop. Of course, he did not forget to try to control the special steel knife with his mind power. Now he can indeed lift it up, but he can't hold it for long. This thing is too heavy. Time passed rapidly in Wu Ming's kill rhythm. After about 2 hours of work, daybreak finally arrived and it was time for breakfast. After wolfing down his meal, he immediately went back to work, his hands practically leaving afterimages. It was not until noon that Wu Ming killed 500 ducks, which was just 1/10 of the task. His progress was touching. At lunchtime, everyone gathered and headed to the restaurant. The restaurant in the slaughterhouse is very large. After all, there are more than 20 butchers, and there are also workers doing deherring, decomposing, and packaging jobs, totaling 700 or 800 people. It is as lively as a vegetable market. The workers on the slaughtering line gathered at a table. At this time, Lao Gu became the focus and was surrounded by everyone. Fuck, old Gu. You've already killed 4,000? You must be cheating. You're so strong today, tell me the truth, have you been secretly taking drugs? Get lost. Old Gu cursed with a laugh and said proudly, it was all thanks to my little granddaughter. She knew I had a heavy workload and insisted on helping for 2 hours. Of the 4,000, I worked on 2,000 in the middle of the night and the whole morning, and she took care of the rest. Kill 2,000 in 2 hours. Is your granddaughter an awakened one? Yeah, the awakening ceremony was just completed 2 days ago. Holy crap. You're awesome, old Gu. Your granddaughter is so successful and filial, you must have accumulated a lot of virtue for 8 lifetimes. Old Gu, tell me quickly, which system has awakened? Thunder. Holy crap. It's a rare thunder type. Too strong. He just awakened for an hour and it takes us half a day to do it. I'm so envious that I'm crying. The difference between awakened people and ordinary people like us is huge. There's no comparison. Old Gu, let me ask you something. Are you in need of a grandson-in-law? I can do it. You're already half buried in the dirt, do you have any shame? Ha ha ha. I can't do it, but Xiao Wu can do it, right? Xiao Wu also participated in the awakening ceremony 2 days ago. Maybe he is a classmate of your granddaughter. Alright, stop making fun of Xiao Wu. Wu Ming smiled awkwardly as he heard this, but his heart skipped a beat. He awakened on the same day as himself, and it was a rare thunder-type awakening. Old Gu's granddaughter also had the surname Gu. Isn't the overlap with the school bell Gu Shuemi too high? It can't be such a coincidence, right? No matter what, killing 1,000 people in an hour is just really amazing. If it were me, I might not be able to do it even if I worked normally for a whole day. 1 hour compared to 1 day, the gap between people is even wider than the chasm. However, Wu Ming hasn't revealed his cards yet. He's wondering if there will be a surprise if he uses his mind power. Chapter 7, The Right Tool. Wu Ming thought of the scene of killing the mouse in seconds last night. He thought he could give it a try. Maybe he could come up with something special. To kill ducks with power, you have to choose the right tools. Now this special steel knife is definitely not going to work, it's too heavy. Using a toothpick is also useless, it probably won't be able to break the duckskin defense. After much thought, he felt that a smaller knife would be most suitable, as it would be more flexible and handy. Just do it. After dinner, everyone went back to the workshop to work hard. Wu Mingxian slipped away to find Uncle Li and picked out 5 small knives for cutting duck pieces. These knives were very light, which was just what he wanted. Although Li Xianen wondered what the boy was doing with the disassembling knife, he didn't ask too much and just gave it to him. It was no big deal. Wu Ming rushed back to the workshop with a knife in his pocket and joined his own production line. This is a private space, you can't see anything from outside, it's very safe. To be on the safe side, he added all the 5 extra distribution points he had accumulated in the morning, and his motivation soared to 13. Next, Wu Ming moved his mind, and 5 small knives flew into the air with a swish, hovering in the air, flashing with cold light, as if they had life. Then, whoosh, 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 the 5 knives flew out as if they were equipped with motors. Under the power control, they were fast, accurate and fierce, 10 times more efficient than hand cutting. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing 5 ordinary meat ducks and obtaining 0.05 distribution points. Wu Ming was surprised and delighted, and his hands kept moving as he continued to control the knife. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The originally ordinary knife has now become a deadly flying knife, so fast that only flashes of cold light remain, and the naked eye can hardly keep up. On the screen outside, Wu Ming's remaining task number dropped like a slide, and the numbers jumped dizzyingly. An hour later, the numbers on the screen were completely cleared. The total mission was 5,000 ducks, and 500 were killed in the morning. In other words, Wu Ming killed 4,500 ducks in 1 hour. He was even more powerful than Lao Gu's granddaughter who had awakened to the thunder element. He was directly deified. This result made Wu Ming so excited that he almost jumped up. He was so happy. Of course, 1 hour was his limit. His head began to ache slightly, a typical symptom of mental overdraft. But it's not a big problem. I directly earned 45 distribution points in this afternoon wave. After Wu Mingquan added it, his headache disappeared immediately and he felt refreshed, as if he had been injected with chicken blood. Now his willpower has soared to 58, which is ridiculously strong. At this time, Lao Gu came out of his production line leisurely. He didn't have much work left, and he finished it in the afternoon. Originally he could leave work after completing the task, but how could he abandon the newcomer? He walked towards Wu Ming with a special steel knife, intending to help out. Before he knocked on the door, he accidentally glanced at the screen next to him, 0 tasks remaining. Lao Gu was stunned on the spot, suspecting that he was dazzled. He rubbed his eyes hard and looked again, but it was still 0. Oh shit. When he went to work after lunch, he took a special look at Wu Ming's screen. There were clearly 4,500 of them at that time, but they were gone in just 1 hour? Could it be that Xiao Wu also asked for external help like himself? Old Gu was full of questions and raised his hand to knock on the door. Wu Ming came out quickly, looking relaxed. Master Gu. Wu Ming greeted with a smile. Xiao Wu, have you completed your mission? Lao Gu's voice was trembling a little, and he couldn't believe his eyes. Yeah, just finished it. You still have 4,500 after lunch. Tell the old man the truth, did you ask for help too? Old Gu kept asking, his eyes full of inquiry. Really not. Wu Ming shook his head helplessly. Then you are the awakened? As soon as he said this, Lao Gu rejected it himself. Why would an awakened person come to work in such a shabby place? Besides, the awakening ceremony was just 2 days ago. Even if he has awakened, he is just getting started. His granddaughter, a genius in thunder, could only kill 1,000 in an hour, so Wu Ming's 4,500 was simply a fantasy. After much deliberation, Lao Gu came to a conclusion: you must have found some external help. And a very powerful one at that. I really don't. Wu Ming was at a loss for words. He just couldn't believe it no matter what he said. No outside help? Then tell me, how did you make 4,500 yuan an hour? Just kill them one by one. Wu Ming said it calmly. Old Gu grinned and said teasingly, then why don't you kill another one for me? What a coincidence. I was just about to go help you guys. Wu Ming responded readily. Yesterday, everyone came to help him after finishing the work. He still remembers this favor. Now that he has done it, how can he just leave? As he said that, Lao Gu took Wu Ming to another worker's production line and knocked on the door. A sturdy man came out from inside, the one everyone called De Biao. When De Biao heard that Wu Ming had finished the work, he shook his head like a rattle. He didn't believe it at all and ran to the screen to look at it again and again. When I saw it, I was stunned on the spot. De Biao leaned over to the screen and took a look. Holy crap! It was completely cleared. His mental journey was exactly the same as Lao Gu's just now. His eyes were as big as copper bells and he was unable to come back to his senses for a long time. He had only one thought in his mind: is this something a human can do? Then, Wu Ming walked into De Biao's slaughtering line. This production line is a private space for one person, and outsiders cannot enter at all, but Lao Gu and De Biao can keep a close eye on the remaining quantity through the screen outside. Wu Ming inside has already opened fire at full capacity. With the added distribution points, he was ridiculously strong. The 5 flying knives turned into 5 afterimages, flashing cold light, so fast that it was dazzling and the trajectory could not be seen at all. The screen originally showed 2,500. Lao Gu and De Biao didn't dare to breathe and stared at it intently. Swish. 2,400. Swish. 2,300. Swish. 2,200. But in the blink of an eye, the numbers dropped like a rocket, which made people's scalps numb. Lao Gu and De Biao's eyes almost popped out of their heads and they both gasped. They looked at each other and saw 2 words in each other's eyes: shock. De Biao reacted suddenly and ran towards the production line of other workers, shouting at the top of his voice. Everyone, come out. Something big has happened. We've got a genius on our slaughter line. He's incredibly awesome. Hurry up. If you're late, you won't be able to see this miracle. He knocked on each door, and all the workers came out. What's wrong? Did you disturb the awakening duck's nest? Is he okay? Where is he? Go check. They are all gathered here at De Biao. Could it be De Biao? That's not right. De Biao is knocking on the door. Who is inside? A group of people didn't understand what was going on, but seeing the scene, they knew there was something big going on, and they all flocked to the screen like a tide. The next second, everyone was shocked to the point of being burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Is this guy even a fucking human? Even machines can't be this fast. Are you sure it's Xiao Wu in there? He's not possessed by aliens? I'm afraid Xiao Wu is some powerful awakened person who came here to experience life. At noon, I was teasing Xiao Wu about becoming Old Gu's grandson-in-law. Now look, Old Gu, why don't you hurry up and climb the high branch? Ha ha ha. With this co-worker, I can brag about it until I retire. Too late, bro, I've already started posting on WeChat moments. At this moment, the numbers on the screen were completely cleared. Crack, crack, crack. The heavy iron door slowly opened, and Wu Ming walked out with a relaxed look on his face. Wu Ming looked up. Wow. A huge group of people stared at him like he was a monkey. Xiao Wu. Sign my name. From now on, I'll also be someone who has worked with the awakened. Let me touch the hand of the awakened one and get some of their luck. Old Gu, if you don't want this grandson-in-law, I do. I have a niece at home. Is your granddaughter really an awakener? Is she an imposter? This. The scene was so exaggerated that Wu Ming was overwhelmed and couldn't handle it. He simply buried his head in his work and went to the next production line. The workers were not idle either. They shared the burden if they could kill more. Xiao Wu couldn't bear it all alone. 3 hours later, with everyone's joint efforts, today's task of 100,000 was completely completed. The workload has doubled compared to usual, but the time to get off work is actually 2 hours earlier. Everyone surrounded Wu Ming and walked out of the workshop, laughing and talking all the way, as if they were welcoming a triumphant hero. It was such a glorious sight. When the news reached Li Xin's ears, he spat out a mouthful of tea and slammed the table angrily. What the hell is this? Who the hell is so bold as to make fun of Mingming's failed awakening? Wait until I find him out, and I'll skin him alive. On the other side, in a high-end residential area in Fengling City. This community is much more luxurious than the tube-shaped building where Wu Ming lives. It is new and clean. Lao Gu lives here. His son and daughter-in-law are both awakened and busy with official duties, so usually it's just him and his granddaughter at home. At the dinner table, a tall, stunningly beautiful girl was serving food to old Gu. Grandpa, eat this to replenish your body. If Wu Ming saw this, he would definitely be shocked. Isn't this the school belle Gu Shuemi? The grandfather and grandson were having a heartwarming meal when Gu Shuemi came over and playfully shook old Gu's arm. Grandpa, you got off work so early today. It's all my credit, right? Come on, praise me. Your colleagues must still be working overtime. They'll be envious when they know you have such an amazing granddaughter. How did they praise me? Tell me quickly, I promise I'm not proud. Who would have thought that the campus beauty who was as cool as an iceberg at school would act like a little girl seeking praise at home? Chapter 8 Grandpa, you're teasing me. Old Gu was amused and scolded, isn't that what you call pride? Your tail is almost up in the sky. No way. Gu Shuemi acted coquettishly, her voice so sweet it was sickening. Grandpa, just tell me. Mimi, Grandpa isn't afraid of you becoming proud. He's afraid of discouraging you. Lao Gu kept the conversation in suspense and drank the soup slowly. Hit me? How is that possible? Gu Shuemi looked confident and puffed out her chest. Who in our workshop can compare to me? I'm a lightning awakener. Very rare. What happened to the awakened? What happened to the thunder element? Lao Gu put down his soup bowl, raised his head, and boasted, you kill 1,000 in an hour, and I, a small worker who was not awakened, kill 4,500 in an hour. The tone was as if the 4,005 was murdered by him. 4,005? The chopsticks in Gu Shuemi's hand fell to the table with a click. Her eyes widened and her jaw almost dropped in shock. But she immediately realized, impossible. Grandpa, you are kidding me. This is simply not something a human can do. Don't disbelieve it. Old Gu put aside his joke and said earnestly, kid, remember, there are always people better than you. Xiao Wu participated in the awakening ceremony on the same day as you. Regardless of whether he awakened or not, he is much better than you. Gu Shuemi was stunned. Grandpa's tone doesn't sound like he's joking. Is there really such a pervert? She was completely unconvinced and unwilling to accept it. I'll go and see tomorrow. I want to see who has such great abilities. Go ahead. Don't give up until you reach the Yellow River. Old Gu smiled and shook his head. Snort. Gu Shuemi pouted cutely, but she felt a surge of energy in her heart. Let us talk about Wu Ming. He killed a total of 15,000 ducks this afternoon and saved up 150 distribution points. Alone at home, he focused all his attention on motivation. 208 points. In an instant, Wu Ming felt a boom in his head, and his whole body seemed to be reborn. He closed his eyes, but everything around him was clearly reflected in his mind. 502 is washing clothes, 503 is eating snacks and watching TV on the sofa, and 504 that couple is. Oh my god, don't look at anything inappropriate. Not only that, the ants moving in the grass downstairs and the earthworms wriggling underground can all be seen clearly, more real than with the naked eye. A thought flashed through his mind, and the power of thought radiated out with a roar. Wu Mingren was at home, but he felt like he was standing 100 meters in the air, overlooking the lights of thousands of homes. The radiation range continued to expand until it reached 1 kilometer. This feels so novel. Rather than saying that he has undergone a qualitative change, it is better to say that his willpower has broken through the shackles and is no longer limited to controlling objects, opening up a whole new level. Yiladongli really gave him a huge surprise. Wu Ming smiled and went to take a shower. When I came out, I saw that the work group had already determined the task for the next day, which was still 100,000, and the task was heavy. The group is discussing the distribution. Let's split it evenly, 5,000 each. Don't count on Xiao Wu. Yes, no matter how capable Xiao Wu is, we can't let him be taken advantage of every day. Agree. Wu Ming quickly typed, old ma, don't agree. Don't say anything, I'll give you half, 50,000, no one can grab them. Listen, is this human language? 50,000 just said take it? Being awesome means having the confidence. I have to kneel. I want to. What the hell? Get out of here. Okay, stop being so pretentious. Xiao Wu is a reliable guy, so just do as he says. Xiao Wu, we'll treat you to a nice meal after get off work tomorrow. Actually, what I want to say is that if Xiao Wu earns 50,000 yuan on his own, he might get off work earlier than us. Shut up. You're such a jinx. In addition to the work group, the classmates group also exploded. It was a big deal. Luo Pang beat Zhang Su because Zhang Su complained about Wu Ming's failed awakening last time. Wu Ming looked at the news, his lips curled up, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. This brother hit the mark. No doubt. He called Luo Pang, but the phone was turned off. Seeing that it was getting late and he thought it was time to go to bed, he lay down and went to sleep too. The next day, Wu Ming got up very early again, but he didn't expect his mother to get up even earlier and forced him to finish breakfast before leaving. Mom, you've worked so hard. Wu Ming hugged his mother and said seriously, don't worry, your son has grown up and will definitely let you live a good life in the future. This sudden warmth made Wang Nana extremely uncomfortable. You little bastard, you have no respect for your elders. Although he cursed, his heart felt as sweet as if he had drunk honey. Soon, Wu Ming arrived at the slaughterhouse and the screen showed 50,000 chickens. Then let's get started. The numbers outside began to fall again at a speed visible to the naked eye. Not long after Wu Ming entered, Gu Xuemi walked into the slaughterhouse with a sense of arrogance. Wu Ming took on half of the task of catching 100,000 chickens, and the remaining task was shared by 19 people, which was only about 2,000 chickens. For her, a lightning awakener, it was a piece of cake, so she didn't let her grandfather follow. As soon as Gu Xuemi arrived at the place, she had no intention of doing anything else and rushed straight to the outside of Wu Ming's slaughtering line. The resentment she had been holding in last night hasn't subsided yet. But as soon as she stood still and looked at the rapidly falling numbers on the screen, her usually arrogant face was instantly shocked. The whole person froze there, as if he was stupid. An hour later, Gu Xuemi was still stuck outside Wu Ming's slaughtering line like a wooden stake. During this hour, her feelings were so complicated and mixed. When she awakened her lightning ability, she was so proud of herself that she was complacent all day long and felt that she was gifted. But after seeing this scene with her own eyes today, her pride was shattered, and even her inherent arrogance was crushed to pieces. She had never suffered such a severe setback in her life. Tears welled up in her big, watery eyes. Unable to bear it any longer, she turned around and ran home, forgetting even the work her grandfather had assigned her. At this moment, old Gu, who had a rare chance to take a break, was leisurely reading the newspaper at home when he suddenly saw his granddaughter running back crying. What's going on, Mimi? Old Gu was shocked and thought to himself, this girl was fine when she went out, why is she crying like this when she comes back? Besides, isn't it a bit too fast to come back this time? Grandpa, you're lying. Gu Xuemi cried even harder, with a feeling of grievance and blame. When did Grandpa lie to you? Old Gu looked puzzled. Didn't you say your co-worker earns a maximum of 4,500 an hour? Yeah, that's right. And you still refuse to admit it. Wow, he can clearly make 10,000 in an hour. Now it was Lao Gu's turn to be dumbfounded. 10,000? Ouch. Has Xiao Wu become more powerful again? However, no matter how shocked he was, old Gu knew that the most important thing at the moment was to comfort his granddaughter first. This poor child, it's all my fault. I just wanted to dampen her spirit, but I didn't expect to hit her so hard. Of course, he didn't expect Xiao Wu to be so powerful. After much persuasion, old Gu finally coaxed Gu Xuemi into submission. Grandpa, what is the full name of your co-worker Xiao Wu? Gu Xuemi asked. This was the first time someone had hit her so hard, and it actually aroused her competitive spirit. She had to remember this man's name and make it her goal, and one day she would surpass him. You are talking about Xiao Wu, his name is Wu Ming. Old Gu answered casually. Wu Ming? Gu Xuemi was like being struck by lightning, her eyes almost popping out of her head in shock. There is a classmate in her class named Wu Ming, and they have a pretty good relationship. We have the same name and surname, and my grandfather told me that we also participated in the awakening ceremony a few days ago, and failed. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Chapter 9, Motivation Soars. Gu Xuemi quickly took out her cell phone, opened the album, and found a photo. It was a photo of her and Wu Ming when they graduated. They were both talented and beautiful, full of youthful vigor. Grandpa, is the Wu Ming you are talking about him? Gu Xuemi handed the phone to her grandfather. Hey, Mini, you and Xiao Wu still have a photo together? It seems like you two have known each other for a long time. When old Gu saw the photo, he was also surprised. When Grandpa said this, Gu Xuemi was completely stunned. This time, it's confirmed. This kid Wu Ming. Gu Xuemi's mood at this moment was a mixture of shock, disbelief, and a little bit of happiness for her old classmate. At this moment, Lao Gu suddenly slapped his forehead and said, "You came back so quickly, girl. Have you done the work I asked you to do?" Upon hearing this, Gu Xuemi stuck out her tongue guiltily. You. Old Gu was helpless and went to work in a hurry. Time passed quickly, and after 5 hours, Wu Ming finished the work. He had originally planned to help other workers, but he had already taken up half of the 100,000 ducks, and no one would let him do it no matter what. Wu Ming had no choice but to say hello to everyone and leave work. He arrived before daybreak, and although he had been working for 5 hours, it was not yet noon. After leaving the slaughterhouse, Wu Ming walked on the way home, thinking about his morning's harvest as he walked. Kill 50,000 ducks and get 500 distribution points. Anyway, the only thing he could do now was to add more power, so Wu Ming added all of it without even thinking about it. As a result, his willpower soared to an astonishing 710. As soon as he thought about it, his mental power radiated out instantly, covering an area of 2 kilometers in the blink of an eye. This time, Wu Ming tried it a few more times and found that as long as the power of mind covered the area, he could control it to a certain extent. For example, he is now standing on the side of the road, and a small stone 2 kilometers away can be steadily suspended with the help of the power. This is the same principle as when he controlled the cards before, except that the range was only a few meters before, but now it has been expanded directly to several thousand meters. The operating space is much larger. Just when Wu Ming was about to withdraw his power, he was suddenly stunned. In the commercial district 1 kilometer away, he actually saw his good brother Luer Pang. This guy is dating his girlfriend. Wu Ming knew that Luer Pang had a girlfriend, and he also knew her. Back then, Wu Ming, Luer Pang, Gu Xuemi and Luer Pang's girlfriend Zhou Lu were classmates in junior high and high school and had a very close relationship. The couple is so loving and always shows off their affection in front of Wu Ming. They have been dating for so many years and it is obvious that they are aiming to get married. Wu Ming silently ate a mouthful of dog food and felt jealous. Wu Ming suddenly frowned. At this moment, he seemed to have a god's perspective. In addition to seeing Luer Pang and Zhou Lu, he also saw Zhang Su. At this moment, Zhang Su was rushing over with a group of people. He was just across an intersection from Luer Pang. It was obvious that they were coming for Luer Pang. Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he thought to himself that something was wrong. He immediately figured out the whole story. Yesterday, Luer Pang beat up Zhang Su to vent his anger. Zhang Su was so angry that he called people to take revenge on Luer Pang. At this time, the street was crowded with people, and Luer Pang had no idea that danger was approaching. Wu Ming was anxious. What should he do? He instinctively wanted to rush towards Luer Pang, but the two places were almost 3 miles apart. By the time he ran over, Luer Pang would probably have been beaten down. Moreover, he was beaten in front of his girlfriend. Wouldn't it be a disgrace to his brother? That's right. Intentional power. I almost forgot my greatest trick. Wu Ming's mind moved, and a brick on the side of the road suddenly floated up. Go! Wu Ming growled. With a whoosh, the brick shot out like an arrow. At this time, Zhang Su had already seen Luer Pang, but Luer Pang had not noticed him yet. Zhang Su's eyes were blazing with fire and he rushed forward with a murderous look on his face. Suddenly, with a bang, a brick came flying out of nowhere. It hit him right in the face, knocking him to the ground. It was also thanks to the fact that Jiang Su was an Earth-type awakener, and his defense was stronger than that of ordinary people, otherwise he would definitely have been beaten to a bloody pulp. Who? Which bastard dares to attack me? Jiang Su got up, covering his head and roaring angrily. His accomplices also quickly became alert. As a result, just as he finished cursing, another brick flew over and hit Jiang Su hard, making him stagger. To be honest, I don't even know where the bricks came from, let alone how to hide. Come out here if you have the guts. Jiang Su was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. His accomplices also followed suit and started shouting nonsense. Among these accomplices, there were a few that Wu Ming knew. They were classmates in class 9, and there were 2 who were slightly older, who Wu Ming also had an impression of. They were 1 grade higher than them, and it was said that they had been studying in the Academy of Supernatural Powers for more than a year. Compared with novices like Jiang Su who had just awakened, the 2 students from the Ability Academy were obviously much more professional. After systematic training, they had better control over their powers. One of them was covered in flames, with heat waves rolling, and even the air around him seemed to be on fire. The other one was carrying a huge sword, with a faint sword light emitting from the sword. It seemed that he was a gold-type awakener. After all, the gold element is indestructible and is most suitable for weapons such as swords. You think so highly of my brother that you even invited people from Gondawan? Fine, then let me meet you today. Wu Ming's eyes narrowed. The next second, the ground around Jiang Su suddenly crashed and countless bricks flew around like crazy. Immediately afterwards, the sounds of whoosh, whoosh, whoosh and bang, bang, bang were heard one after another. The speed of those bricks was ridiculous. Jiang Su and his men were hit by one in front, and then another in the back. They were hit on the chest, back, crotch. It was impossible to defend against it and I couldn't withstand it at all. After a while, I was knocked dizzy and dazed. The 2 students from the Kung Fu Academy were slightly better off and could barely protect themselves, but they couldn't take care of others. Wu Ming's mind moved again. A big tree next to Jiang Su suddenly made a crash sound, as if it was hit by something, and leaves fell all over the sky. But before the leaves fell to the ground, those ordinary leaves suddenly seemed to be injected with powerful power, and shot out like flying knives, whoosh whoosh whoosh. After the leaves flew past, Jiang Su and his companions suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies. They looked down and cursed fuck. Their clothes were all torn into strips. Fortunately, they still had their underwear on to cover their bodies. Looking at the 2 students from the Kung Fu Academy, although they were not as miserable, both of them had a shallow cut on their cheeks, and blood was flowing down quickly. There's an expert. Retreat. The 2 students from the Kung Fu Academy's faces changed. They didn't dare to fight any longer and turned around and retreated quickly. All the invited bigwigs have run away, so where can Jiang Su and his friends dare to stay? They covered their vital parts and ran away screaming. This scene attracted many passers-by to watch, and everyone pointed and talked about it. Looking at the situation, these guys might have provoked a powerful wind awakener, right? I think it might also be a space system. Space type is too rare. I think wind type is more reliable. It must be the wind element that's not escaping. Wind system? Wu Ming's heart moved. His ability is so special that he was worried that he would be caught and studied if it was exposed. Now it seems that using wind-based disguise would be a good idea if someone asks about it in the future. Chapter 10 Celebration Banquet. Let us talk about Luo Pang and his girlfriend Zhou Lu. The 2 of them also looked towards the intersection. What's going on over there? Zhou Lu asked. Who knows? Luo Pang shook his head. Why don't we go over and take a look? Zhou Lu was a little curious. What are you curious about? Let's go watch a movie. Luo Pang said with a smile. Hey, I'll listen to you, baby. Zhou Lu responded. Wu Ming quickly retracted his thoughts, thinking that these 2 people had been showing off their love to this extent. It was really enough. At around 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Li Xianin went to the slaughterhouse. She originally wanted to ask Wu Ming to have dinner together in the evening, but when she looked, she found that Wu Ming had already left work. Getting off work so early? Did he skip work? Li Xianin wanted to find someone to ask, but found that everyone in the slaughterhouse had also gone off work. Come on, forget it. Wu Ming took on half of the 100,000 pieces by himself, and the remaining 50,000 pieces were distributed among 19 people. On average, each person only had more than 2,000 pieces, which was easy for them to handle. Wu Ming finished work at around 11 a.m., and his fellow workers also finished their work early at 2 p.m. But at night, everyone got together again. At a roadside stall, all the workers from the slaughterhouse were present and had already agreed to celebrate Wu Ming's success. Wu Ming wanted to decline, but couldn't resist the enthusiasm of his fellow workers, so he could only smile and agree, "Then I'll respectfully obey your command." As soon as he arrived at the place, Wu Ming saw that Gu Shuemi was there too, sitting next to old Gu. "Hey, after all the fuss, it turns out that old Gu's granddaughter is Gu Shuemi. Why did you come so late? Everyone has been waiting for you for a while, our great hero." Gu Shuemi's eyes moved with a hint of joking. "Ha, if I had known the campus beauty was here, I would have flown here in advance." Wu Ming replied with a smile. "You're the only one with a bad mouth. Sit here." Gu Shuemi said angrily and pointed to the empty seat that had been reserved for her. This scene immediately caused the workers to start making a fuss, with whistles and jokes coming one after another. Wu Ming and Gu Shuemi couldn't stand this and their faces turned red in an instant. Soon, the food and drinks were served, and a group of rough men gathered together to drink. The atmosphere was so relaxed that it became very lively in a short while. "Xiao Wu has only been in our workshop for 3 days. He made 500 on the first day, 5,000 on the second day, and 50,000 today. Let me ask you, are you convinced?" someone shouted, holding up a glass of wine. "I surrender," everyone responded in unison. Louder. "Haven't you eaten yet?" "I give up." The roar shook even the roadside stalls. "In my opinion, our small temple is definitely not big enough to accommodate a Buddha like Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu, when are you going to resign and find a better job?" "I haven't really thought about this." Wu Ming answered honestly. "Xiao Wu, if you keep saying you haven't awakened, we won't believe you even if you kill us. Tell me, what element did you awaken to?" Wu Ming has explained this matter 800 times, but no one believes him at all. He was too lazy to waste words today. He had just been thinking about a countermeasure this morning, so he immediately said, "Wind element." "Look. I told you. You were stubborn before and said you hadn't awakened, but now you admit it as soon as I ask you. Wind is great. Who cares what it is, as long as it's awesome? Come on, let's go. Drink. Drink it up." Gu Shuemi sat aside, looking at Wu Ming, who was mingling with everyone with her beautiful eyes, muttering to herself. She participated in the awakening ceremony with Wu Ming, so she knew exactly what was going on with Wu Ming. That guy really hadn't awakened. But he is so powerful now, there must be some unknown secret. Maybe it is related to the wind system? At 9 o'clock in the evening, the workers were still drinking. Gu Shuemi said hello to her grandfather and said she wanted to take a walk around. Old Gu naturally wouldn't stop him. Gu Shuemi stood up and nudged Wu Ming with her elbow. "Walk with me?" "Okay." Wu Ming agreed readily, then stood up and apologized to his fellow workers. As a result, the group immediately started to make a noise again. Go, we understand. We understand too much." Someone else shouted from behind, "Come on, Xiao Wu." A moment later, Wu Ming and Gu Shuemi walked side by side in the park next to them. "In your situation, haven't you ever thought about a review?" Gu Shuemi spoke first. "There is no such thing as a review of the awakening ceremony, but according to the rules of Longhan Kingdom, failure in awakening does not mean there is no chance at all, right?" Wu Ming said lightly. "You mean contribution value?" Gu Shuemi frowned. "No matter if they are awakened or not, as long as their contribution value reaches 2 million, they can participate in the military selection. This is indeed a supplementary plan that the country has put in place to avoid burying talents, but it is too difficult. Without the systematic training of the Gonggao Academy, it would be almost impossible to achieve it by just blindly trying. To put it bluntly, since this rule was established, no non-awakened person has ever completed it. Also, if you want to receive contributions, you must first register, and when registering, you must fill in the name of the academy you belong to." Gu Shuemi was worried about Wu Ming. This was simply a journey that went against the will of heaven. It was destined to be as difficult as ascending to heaven, and there might not be any results in the end. Let's take it one step at a time. This is where I am now anyway. Wu Ming shrugged, looking indifferent. "You are such a big-hearted guy." Gu Shuemi hit him with her pink fist in annoyance. "By the way, which martial arts academy did you choose?" Wu Ming asked. "Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple, prepare to report tomorrow." Gu Shuemi replied. Then I wish you a safe journey and a bright future. You too, come on. The two smiled at each other, their tacit understanding evident without words. At 10 o'clock in the evening, Wu Ming returned home and remembered that he should call Luo Pang. Jiang Su was going to cause trouble for him, so he had to remind him quickly. Beep. The phone rang a few times before being picked up. Hello, Brother Ming? Luo Pang's loud voice came from the other end of the phone. Luo Pang, you've been living a very comfortable life these past 2 days. Life is pretty good. Wu Ming joked with a smile. Damn, Brother Ming, you have changed. I didn't expect you to be so gossipy now. Who told you that? Luo Pang yelled. Wu Ming wanted to laugh when he heard this. Who told me that? I saw it with my own eyes. The two best friends chatted about all sorts of things, but Wu Ming didn't forget the main point. Brother, I still remember you standing up for me a few days ago. But Jiang Su seems to want to take revenge on you, so you better be careful recently. Brother Ming, I don't like what you said. Who are we brothers? Jiang Su is a rude guy, he deserves to be beaten. Luo Pang said nonchalantly. Oh, Brother Ming, I almost forgot about Jiang Su. Just now, I heard from my classmates that Jiang Su got beaten up again today. He was just walking down the street and got beaten up for no reason. He doesn't even know who did it. Isn't that funny? That's funny. Very funny. Wu Ming responded while suppressing his laughter. The two chatted for a few more words, and Wu Ming heard Zhou Lu's voice on the other end of the phone. Alright, fatty, you're so bold. You dare to stay out all night? He. Luo Pang let out his signature silly laugh. Wu Ming joked a few times and hung up the phone. In the blink of an eye, it's a new day. The task was the same as yesterday, still 100,000, and Wu Ming still took on half of it. But he didn't go so early today. He had finished the 50,000 ducks before noon yesterday. He was so bored in the afternoon that he might as well sleep a little longer in the morning. Anyway, with his speed, he could easily finish the job. After Wu Ming had breakfast, he went out with his mother. When he arrived at the slaughterhouse, he did not go to the workshop first, but went straight to Uncle Li's office, for no other reason than to ask for knives. What do you need so many disassembled knives for, kid? Li Xianan looked puzzled and really couldn't figure it out. But since my nephew has spoken, how can I not be satisfied? He simply gave Wu Ming 10 handfuls and scolded him with a smile. Take it. Go back and ask your mother to get a few more ducks to stew for you. Hey, thank you Uncle Li. Wu Ming waved the knife in his hand and turned away. Get out of here and get back to work. Li Xianan waved her hand in a mock-annoyed manner. Chapter 11 Awakening the Ferocious Beast. Wu Ming ran to the slaughterhouse. He had 5 knives before, and with the 10 he just received, there were 15 in total. Besides, his mental power is now many times stronger than before, and controlling 15 flying knives is like a piece of cake. Wu Ming just thought about it, and the 15 flying knives all floated up in the air with a swish. Then whoosh whoosh whoosh. A hearty massacre has begun. Wu Ming's speed was several times faster than before. The numbers on the screen outside fell down whoosh, which was dizzying to watch. Time passed little by little, and in just 1 hour, Wu Ming had slaughtered 30,000 of them and obtained 300 distribution points. He worked harder and harder, and the flying knife in his hand almost turned into an afterimage. Suddenly, beep, beep. A shrill alarm suddenly sounded in the workshop. To be precise, it was the alarm on Wu Ming's slaughtering line that sounded. The eye-catching red light flashed wildly, instantly creating an urgent atmosphere of crisis. When the old employees saw this situation, their faces changed instantly. They knew very well what this meant. When the alarm sounds, it means that a duck has suddenly awakened on the slaughter line. Danger! Too dangerous! This alarm is like a death warrant. All of Lao Gu and his fellow workers rushed out, each of them extremely anxious. Which line? Which line is ringing? It's not mine. It's not mine either. Look! It's Xiao Wu's line. Fuck! Why hasn't Xiao Wu escaped yet? At this moment, Lao Gu suddenly seemed to remember something and slapped his thigh in frustration. Oh no! I only told Xiao Wu at the time that if you encounter an awakened duck, you must run away quickly, but I forgot to tell him that the alarm means that an awakened duck has appeared. Oh! Lao Gu, how could you make such a mistake? Quick, go and take a look. I'll notify the factory manager immediately. In fact, there is no need to notify Li Xianen at all. There is a special early warning system in his office. As long as there is an awakening crisis, he will know the specific number and location instantly. As soon as the alarm light flashed, Li Xianen stood up suddenly. The awakened duck was right on Mingming's slaughtering line. Li Xianen only felt a buzzing sound in his head. Almost instantly, water surged under his feet, and his whole body was swept by the water, rushing towards the slaughterhouse at the fastest speed. Mingming, please don't get hurt. Uncle Li is here. He'll be here soon. Li Xianen was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and rushed forward desperately. You know, before awakening, it may still be a meat duck that can be slaughtered at will, but once awakened, it will become a first-level ferocious beast. This suddenly awakened first-level ferocious beast has taken many lives. Wu Ming sighed. He was just enjoying the killing when he suddenly heard a shrill alarm and a conspicuous red light flashed, illuminating his slaughtering line with a blood-red color. Ha! What happened? Is the machine malfunctioning? Wu Ming muttered something in his heart, but seeing that the machine was still running normally, he thought it shouldn't be a big problem, so he didn't take it too seriously. The flying knife was still flashing, and the work in his hands did not stop at all, continuing to kill. After a short while, the alarm suddenly stopped and the flashing red light turned green. Wu Ming didn't stop his movements, thinking in his heart, see, it's really a minor malfunction. Then he continued to work hard, killing with great pleasure. At this time, Li Xianen finally arrived, and Lao Gu and the others had been waiting at the door for a long time. They knocked on the door for a long time, but the alarm inside was too loud and no one could hear it. They were so anxious that they were like ants on a hot pan. Director! You're here. Come up with something. We must save Xiao Wu. This child is a good seedling. Get out of the way. Li Xianen was so anxious that veins popped on his forehead and his fists were like water rolling on his body. With a surging momentum, he was about to force the door open. At this moment, the alarm stopped, and Wu Ming finally heard the noise outside and hurried over to open the door. As soon as the door opened, Li Xianen was so scared that she slammed on the brakes and almost lost her balance. Ming. Li Xianen was surprised and happy, his voice trembling. Xiao Wu. Are you okay? That's great. That's really great. I was so scared. Xiao Wu is so lucky. Those who survive a great disaster will surely be blessed in the future. They will surely be blessed in the future. The fellow workers surrounded Wu Ming, talking to each other, all expressing their gratitude for having survived the disaster. Wu Ming was completely bewildered by the chatter. I'm fine, what could be wrong? Why are you all gathered here? And Uncle Li, why are you here too? Oh my, you little brat. You really don't know how serious the situation is. A ferocious beast. There are awakened ducks on your slaughter line. Li Xianen stomped his feet in anxiety. What beast? Wu Ming scratched his head, looking bewildered. Didn't you see anything? Your heart is really too big. Li Xianen quickly protected Wu Ming behind him and peeked into the slaughtering line. Ha! The alarm is lifted? But the early warning system could never be wrong, so everyone immediately decided to go in and find out what was going on. As soon as he walked into Wu Ming's slaughtering line, Li Xianen immediately picked out the newly awakened beast from the pile of slaughtered ducks. It had the same fate as the other ducks, its neck was cut clean, and it was already dead. Lao Gu and the others recognized it at a glance. After all, the difference between an ordinary duck and a ferocious beast is quite obvious. Li Xianen picked up the beast, which was 3 or 4 times larger than a normal duck, and his voice trembled. Ming, did you kill this? Yes. Wu Ming nodded, looking innocent. Is there something wrong, Uncle Li? Li Xianen's mouth twitched suddenly, and Lao Gu and the others were all in a mess. How dare this kid ask what's wrong? Take a look for yourself. Li Xianen handed the ferocious beast in front of him. Wu Ming examined it carefully for a long time and said, it's just a little bigger than other ducks, nothing special. You little bastard. This is a level 1 beast that can take lives. Li Xianen was angry and shocked. Wu Ming suddenly realized, oh, this is the awakened beast you were talking about? I'm so sorry, I probably killed it easily and didn't pay much attention. Puff. Although this matter is quite serious, but after listening to Xiao Wu's words, why can't I help but want to laugh? This level of beast is too shameless. It was slaughtered like an ordinary duck. Xiao Wu is really fierce. If it were me, I would probably die here today. Who says it's not? Damn it! Li Xianen suddenly cursed, and it took a while for him to recover. Mingming could actually kill a level 1 beast? After figuring this out, Li Xianen was so excited that she almost jumped up. Chapter 12. The group chat exploded. He suddenly remembered that a few days ago someone had spread the rumor that Mingming killed 4,500 people in an hour. He was very angry at the time, thinking that someone was making fun of his nephew. Now it seems that the rumor is probably true. Li Xianen turned around and rushed out of the slaughtering line. He wanted to see the screen outside. The numbers on the screen are clear: 50,000 tasks today, 11,457 tasks remaining. Damn it! Li Xianen's heart nearly jumped out of his throat. Mingming had only been there for an hour to get the knives, and he had already made nearly 40,000 of them? This brat really gave me a huge surprise. Originally, Li Xianen had kept it a secret and didn't dare let his old buddies in the group know that Mingming was working on the slaughtering line. But now that his nephew has become so successful, he really can't hold back and has to show off. Come, Mingming, come here. Li Xianen held the unfortunate first-level ferocious beast, took out his cell phone, and took a photo with Wu Ming and the ferocious beast. Okay, you guys go ahead and do your work. Don't leave after get off work today. Li Xianen instructed Wu Ming. Wu Ming touched his nose and said, I understand, Uncle Li. After Li Xianen left, Lao Gu and the others returned to their workstations in 2s and 3s, still muttering to themselves. Don't you feel that the factory director cares deeply about Xiao Wu? Didn't you hear? Xiao Wu called the factory director Uncle Li. Although we have different surnames, they look closer than real uncles. Our factory director was a great hero on the battlefield. To be able to call such a person uncle, I think the Wu family must be quite extraordinary. Okay, stop gossiping. Hey, old Gu, are you protecting your grandson-in-law already? Ha ha ha. Amidst a burst of laughter, Wu Ming also returned to his slaughtering line. There were not many tasks left, so he continued to concentrate on killing them all. At this point, we have to talk about the other person's psychological activities. I was just an ordinary duck, but just now, Wakaka. I've awakened. I've become a powerful beast, even my intelligence has been awakened. I looked around and found that I was in the slaughterhouse and on the conveyor chain. There was a stupid human in front of me, slaughtering my compatriots. Quack, I'll show you how powerful Duck Brother is soon. Brother Duck is going to poke you to pieces with his mouth. In order not to alert the enemy, I will hold my troops still first, and wait until I get close to him before launching a duckbill attack. He. Your Duck Brother is your Duck Brother. Your first fight must be a battle that makes you famous, and everything must be planned clearly. The transmission chain kept turning, getting closer and closer to that stupid boy. My heart was so excited that it almost jumped out. Watch out, brothers, your brother Duck is about to take action. Then. Snap. I was just about to use my ultimate move when my neck suddenly felt cold, and then I felt my vitality rushing out. Holy shit. I haven't even started showing off yet and I'm already being knocked down? Brother Ya's head tilted and he was completely finished. As soon as Li Xianen returned to the office, she couldn't wait to send the photos to the group, which instantly caused an uproar in the group. Old Li, are you crazy? You actually let Mingming go to the slaughterhouse? Is this what you call a good arrangement? If anything happens to Mingming, who will take the responsibility? I think Lao Li is itching for trouble. I understand immediately. I'll rush over right now and help him loosen up his muscles. Stop. Stop being unreasonable and listen to me. What else is there to say? I'll be there in 10 minutes, so you'd better try to convince me. Old Li quickly replied, this is Mingming's own insistence. But don't worry, that's not what I want to say. You don't know how awesome Mingming is to me. Oh? Tell me quickly. The day before yesterday, Mingming killed 4,500 in an hour. Today, he did over 30,000 in an hour. Thumbs up, show off, smiley face. Holy crap, is this true? Mingming is so fierce? Don't even mention Mingming hasn't awakened. Even if he has, many people wouldn't be able to do it, right? Li Xianen continued, that's not all. Just today, a duck on Mingming's slaughter line suddenly awakened and turned into a level 1 ferocious beast. Guess what happened? Guess what? Tell me what happened to Mingming. Mingming, if you lose a hair, I will beat you until you become bald. Ha ha ha, then you probably don't have a chance. Mingming didn't even know it, and he just slaughtered that first level beast like it was an ordinary meat duck. Oh my god. Is this true? It's absolutely true. Look at the photo, that level 1 beast is Mingming's trophy. Good. Thumbs up, thumbs up. Mingming is awesome. I don't believe that Mingming hasn't awakened. I suddenly see hope again. Didn't you insist before that Mingming hadn't awakened and that being an ordinary person was fine? Why are you so excited now? That's not a help, it's just self-consolation. Of course it would be best if I could awaken. Don't say anything, I'll be there soon. Lao Li, keep Mingming here. I'm going too. Count me in. Time passed quickly, and the remaining task of Wu Ming, about 10,000 or so, would only take him 20 minutes. When he walked out of the workshop, Uncle Li, Uncle Lei and Uncle Huang were already waiting there. They said that many other uncles were on their way. You little brat, you've really made it. As expected of Wu Changlong's offspring, it's inherited from the previous generation. Let's go to my Gongdao Academy first. There's combat power equipment there. Let's test Mingming. I'll notify the others and go straight to your place to join them. The uncles quickly made up their minds. This Uncle Lei, whose name is Lei Zhangyong, is also a veteran. After retiring, he was in charge of a Taoist temple in Fengling City, Shanghai Taoist Temple, which is one of the dozens of Taoist temples in Fengling City. In the era of spiritual energy revival, the awakening ceremony is equivalent to the college entrance examination in peacetime, and the Gongdao Academy entered after awakening is like a university. Times have changed, situations are different, and rules must naturally change as well. Uncle Lei Wuming, as the dean of Gongdao Academy, is almost equivalent to a university president. The group soon arrived at Shanhai Gongdao Temple. The equipment and instruments here were much more advanced than those in a slaughterhouse. Take Wu Ming for example. He can only roughly estimate his ability based on the range of his mental power, the number of controls and the duration. As for what level of awakener he is, he has no idea. The awakened ones are classified according to their combat power. A combat power of 1000 is level 1, and above that is level 2 to level 9. Above level 9 there are the True Spirit Realm, Mysterious Spirit Realm, Heroic Spirit Realm, Heavenly Spirit Realm, Divine Spirit Realm, etc. These all have to be measured with special equipment. What Gongdao Academy can provide to the awakened ones is not only training and further studies, but also allows them to clearly understand their own combat capabilities. Not long after Wu Ming arrived at Shanhai Gongdao Temple, other uncles also arrived one after another. There were more than 10 of them in total, and this was only a small part of the many uncles. The others are either on the front lines, on missions, or in important positions and cannot leave. Otherwise, if they all rushed over, the scene would be truly spectacular. When these uncles saw Wu Ming, they hugged him one by one as if he were their own son, showing their love and care for him. Everyone discussed Wu Ming's situation for a while, and finally Uncle Lei said that they should test Wu Ming's combat power first. Afterwards, Wu Ming was brought to a huge and strange instrument. This is the guy who tests combat power. Wu Ming stepped into the instrument, and the moment he pressed the start button, a stream of light swept across his body. He only felt that his vision suddenly distorted, and when it returned to normal, he was standing in an extremely realistic virtual training ground. On the opposite side, a three-headed fire leopard was grinning, saliva dripping from its fangs, burning the ground with a sizzling sound. This was his test opponent. Although it was his first time participating in a combat power test, Wu Ming was not surprised at all. Have you ever seen a pig run even though you haven't eaten pork? The news has already made this process clear, relying on highly realistic virtual battlefields to simulate actual combat in order to measure real combat power. He sensed it quietly and found that he was exactly the same in this virtual world as in reality. But how should this battle be fought? A group of uncles outside are staring at the results. Intentional power is the biggest trump card and must never be exposed. It's not that I don't trust the uncles, it's just that this ability far exceeds the 10 major cultivation systems. Once it is exposed, I'm afraid it will be studied as a monster. Chapter 13, Test the battle against the scum. In that case, let's use the wind element to cover it up. And you have to pretend to be a weak beginner. When your strength is too weak, the control of your mind power can barely pass for the wind system. If you really want to play it well, you can't hide it. As soon as the thought came to his mind, 3 fire leopards roared and pounced on him, and the battle officially began. Wu Ming deliberately exposed a few flaws and barely held on for a few moves before he was defeated. Although Lei Zhengyong, Li Xianan, and others outside could not see the details of the virtual battlefield, they could see the combat power values jumping in real time. Until Wu Ming was automatically teleported out, the final number froze there. Combat power, 220. It's only slightly better than the weaklings. Lei Zhengyong and others could not hide their disappointment on their faces. Judging from Wu Ming's ruthlessness in slaughtering ferocious beasts and killing thousands of ducks in the slaughterhouse, he must have at least 1,000 combat power, which is enough to be on the level of an awakener, right? This result is far from the performance. More than a dozen experienced veterans were at their wits' end, and finally all agreed that the problem must be with Wu Ming. At this moment, Wu Ming flicked his fingertips and a piece of card began to float up, its posture looking as if it was being carried by the breeze. Wind. More than a dozen people said in unison, and there was finally a little more understanding in their eyes. After a heated discussion, they came to the conclusion that Wu Ming had killed a level 1 ferocious beast in the slaughterhouse, most likely out of luck. This situation should be called half-step awakening. The value is too low and the awakening ceremony cannot be found, but it is not completely hopeless. At most, you lose at the starting line, and the future road will be more difficult than others. Wu Ming couldn't help laughing when he heard this, thinking that these uncles were really creative. They could even make up the half-step awakening, but it really fits the mood. As long as there is a glimmer of hope, we can't give up. That's right. What's wrong with losing at the starting line? With us here, we have to lift Mingming up even if it takes a lot of force. What should we do next? The others are not here, so let's discuss it first. I definitely can't stay in the slaughterhouse anymore. It's too time-consuming. Come to my Shanghai Gongdao Academy. Although Mingming failed to awaken and has no student status, I can arrange for a Wind-type teacher to be his assistant. Oh, and our Wind-type teacher is quite a formidable figure. I think it's okay. Can. The conditions at the Gongdao Academy are perfect. Let Mingming adapt there first, and then we can make a long-term plan later. Just like that, without Wu Ming saying a word, his life trajectory had been arranged clearly. Wu Ming had no objection to the uncle's arrangement. Firstly, the uncles were really doing it for his own good. Secondly, he could now kill a level 1 ferocious beast, so there was really no need for him to stay in the slaughterhouse. Although one has to accumulate 2 million contributions to participate in the military selection, the awakened ones have 4 years of training in the Gongdao Academy, so the difficulty is much easier than for him, a loser. If he wanted to accumulate contributions, he had to register first, and when registering, he had to fill in the name of the temple he belonged to. The uncle's actions just helped him solve the biggest problem. As for being an assistant to the Wind teacher? Forget it, he doesn't know anything about Wind system. I'll think of a way to deal with it later. The most important thing right now is to kill monsters and earn distribution points. Time flies. It's a rare occasion for a group of uncles to get together in the evening, so naturally we have to have a good drink. Wu Ming followed suit and had a big meal. It was past 10 o'clock when he got home. Looking at the dusty floor at home, Wu Ming laughed. I instinctively wanted to find a broom, but then I thought it was unnecessary. With a slight movement of the mind, the clutter in the room seemed to have eyes, automatically returning to its place and being arranged neatly. The ground was swept by the power of the mind, and it was as clean as if it had been washed with water dozens of times, and not even a hair could be found. Finally, a cyclone of dust and garbage hovered in front of him. Throwing out the trash? It seems you don't even need to go downstairs. Wu Ming thought again, and the ball of garbage flew out of the window and landed accurately in a trash can dozens of meters away. He clapped his hands, done. The system originally told us to develop our own ways to use our mental power. Does cleaning count as such? It has to count. It's so convenient. Just when I was feeling proud of myself, a message popped up in the work group. Usually at this time, they would send out the task arrangements for the next day. Wu Ming clicked on it and took a look. There's no need to assign tasks to Xiao Wu tomorrow. The boss has informed him that he won't be coming to work starting tomorrow. I've said it before, our small temple can't accommodate a big Buddha like Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu wishes you a bright future in smooth sailing. Keep going. Thank you, everyone. Wu Ming replied. Xiao Wu, you better work hard. I'm hoping to brag about you. Ha, that's exactly what I meant. Remember to come back often when you have time. Of course, of course. Wu Ming responded with a smile. After that, his fellow workers began to assign tasks and he stopped talking. But when I saw the amount of tasks for tomorrow, I was still stunned. 150,000. The slaughterhouse is already short of staff, and if he leaves, everyone will probably be exhausted tomorrow. Okay, then I'll just take these 150,000 experience points. Wu Ming smiled easily. Just as he made up his mind, Uncle Li called and asked him to visit him before going to Gongdao Temple tomorrow. It just so happened that he was planning to go to the slaughterhouse, so he agreed immediately. The next day came in a flash. Wu Ming got up earlier than ever before. Before dawn, the slaughterhouse was empty. He collected his 15 prop knives, along with those of his co-workers, totaling 37 knives. In the past, he didn't use special steel knives because they were too heavy, but now, let alone 20 or more, he can still play with them. With 37 knives flying at the same time, the speed of killing ducks soared, and more than 70,000 ducks were slaughtered in 1 hour. The seemingly intimidating 150,000 yuan was completed by Wu Ming in just 2 hours. Not long after he left, Lao Gu and others arrived one after another, but when they looked at the screens of each slaughtering line, the numbers were all cleared and the mission was completed. Everyone was stunned at first, and then suddenly realized. It's Xiao Wu. It must be him. Only he has this ability. I thought I was going to have a tough battle today, so I woke up so early, but ended up leaving get off work the same day? This young man is really good. It's not even daybreak yet, let's go home and catch up on some sleep. Everyone went back chatting and laughing. As soon as Old Li got home and changed his shoes, his wife, who had gotten up early to cook, asked, "Old man, why are you back so soon? Didn't you say you had a lot of work to do today?" Old Li smiled wickedly. "Old woman, if you ask me that, I have to tell you about my co-worker Wu Ming." Stop. My ears are almost getting calluses from listening so much these past few days. The wife waved her hands and begged for mercy. But how could Lao Li listen? He said to himself, when we went there today, Xiao Wu had already completed the task of 150,000 ducks. As soon as these words were spoken, Lao Li's wife was stunned on the spot. Although I have heard so many stories about Wu Ming that I had become somewhat immune to them, I was still shocked this time. I'll be so lucky if my son can be half as good as Wu Ming in the future. She couldn't help but sigh. What are you thinking? If we can get even 1/10 of that, we old couple will be thankful. Get lost. Wu Ming's plan was slightly off. He had intended to kill 150,000 people and then go find Uncle Li at daybreak, but he ended up adding 20 more knives at the last minute. His speed was so fast that he arrived before daybreak. There was no other way, so he went home to take a nap, had breakfast, and then went to the slaughterhouse to find Uncle Li. Li Xianan held him aside and talked for a long time, encouraging and cheering him up. Although our starting point is not good, don't lose heart. Work hard, and God will reward those who work hard. Wu Ming responded with a smile. How could he feel discouraged? Finally, Li Xianan handed him an exquisite box. When he opened it, he found a pill inside. Chapter 14: The Kindness of the Uncles. The 10 major martial arts systems have developed to a flourishing stage, and many systems have spawned a variety of branches. For example, there is an alchemist hidden in the wood system, a weapon refiner with unique skills in the gold system, and even the space system can produce a tough guy like the formation master. It was the first time that Wu Ming saw the elixir. Li Xianan held the box and told him, "This is the wind purification pill. It's a great tonic for those who have awakened the wind element. It's a small token of my appreciation. You must accept it." Wu Ming kept shouting in his heart, "Uncle Li, this pill is of no use to me at all." He hurriedly declined and refused to take the call no matter what. He knew very well how precious elixirs were. Not only were they valuable, but they also had to be exchanged for contribution points. Even if you had money, you might not be able to buy them. It would be a waste to use such a precious thing for yourself. But how could he beat Li Xianan? Seeing that the old man's brows were getting more and more furrowed, Wu Ming was afraid that if he pushed any further he would get serious, so he had no choice but to accept it. Seeing that he took it, Li Xianan smiled and personally sent him to the door. Wu Ming waved goodbye to Uncle Li, but he was worried in his heart. After leaving the slaughterhouse, Wu Ming went straight to Shanghai Gongdao Temple, and naturally he went to look for Uncle Lei first. I had just sat down in Lei Xingyong's office and hadn't said 3 words when Lei Xingyong took out an exquisite box and opened it. Wow, he looks exactly like Feng Qingdan. Wu Ming almost cried, "What is this?" He tried to shirk his responsibility by repeating his old tricks, but Lei Zhengyong frowned and gave him a stern lecture. Mingming, it doesn't matter if we lose at the starting line, we have to work harder along the way. This is something Uncle Lei gave you specifically, it will be of great benefit to your wind element. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Wu Ming simply confessed, Uncle Lei, I already have it. Uncle Li just gave it to me. What? Lao Li gave it to you too? Lei Zhengyong glared at him, you accept his but not mine? What? Are you no longer close to your Uncle Lei? Well, I dug this hole myself. Wu Ming had no choice but to bite the bullet and put Uncle Lei's Feng Kingdom into his arms. He thought that was the end of it, but Lei Zhengyong changed the subject. Since you accepted Uncle Li's and mine, this is your Uncle Li's, this is your Uncle Qian's, and you. As he said that, he took out another stack of boxes, which made Wu Ming's scalp tingle. Once he started, he couldn't stop. He would be blamed for not accepting any of them. In the end, Wu Ming's arms were full of Fengqing pills. The heavy box was filled with the love and care of his uncles, but Wu Ming felt overwhelmed. To him, Fengqing Dan was no different from scrap metal. Finally putting the matter of the elixir behind him, Lei Zhengyong brought up the matter of arranging work. Because Wu Ming failed to awaken and could not enroll normally, Lei Zhengyong originally planned to let him be an assistant to the wind department teacher, saying that he might learn more than the students, and even decided on the candidate. Wu Ming, however, shook his head like a rattle and refused to agree. He said he was under a lot of pressure and wanted to explore slowly. Finally, he used his trump card, oh, Uncle Lei, such a good Uncle Lei. Lei Zhengyong had no choice but to compromise and told him to go and ask the Feng department teacher if he had any questions. But a new problem arises, if I don't work as a teaching assistant, I still need to be assigned a position, right? The country doesn't support idlers, especially those who have failed to awaken. Their work situation must be reported and registered. Wu Ming thought for a moment and asked for a job with more flexibility that would not delay him from killing monsters and accumulating contributions. After thinking for a while, he said, then let's clean up. Cleaning? Lei Zhengyong's eyes widened. Mingming, are you trying to trick me to death? If your other uncles knew about this, wouldn't they destroy my academy? Uncle Lei, it's just a job. You can't go wrong by listening to me. Wu Ming smiled with confidence. You little bastard. Lei Zhengyong was at a loss whether to laugh or cry, but he finally agreed to his request. However, in order to get the job done, he only allocated a small place for Wu Ming. Although it was small, it was as big as a training ground. Yes, it was an indoor training ground. While they were chatting, Lei Zhengyong's phone rang. It seemed that there was something urgent to deal with. After all, he was the head of a hospital and was very busy. Then Uncle Lei, I'll go to work first. Wu Ming stood up and was about to leave. Why are you in such a hurry? You haven't received your tools or work clothes yet. Do you know what to do? Sit here and wait for a while. I'll be back soon to take you there. Lei Zhengyong instructed. Okay then. Lei Zhengyong left in a hurry, leaving Wu Ming alone in the office. He was really bored after sitting for a long time, so he glanced around and saw a stack of materials on Uncle Lei's desk. It turned out to be the Kung Fu Academy certificate needed to register as a hunter, and there was also an official seal next to it. It looked like Uncle Lei was busy with this before he came. Wu Ming couldn't help rubbing his hands. Isn't this exactly what he needs right now? He had already planned it out and asked Uncle Lei to issue a certificate openly? Uncle Lei definitely wouldn't agree. If he registered as a hunter, he could leave Fengling City and go on adventures. But who doesn't know how dangerous the outside world is? This opportunity is like a pie in the sky. And doing this will not cause any loss to Shanhaigong Daoyuan. If you miss this village, you will miss this store. Wu Ming, always decisive, quickly found a blank certificate and stamped it with the official seal. After stamping, he could just go back and fill in the remaining documents. He quickly put away the certificate in one go. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, Lei Zhengyong came back. Are you waiting impatiently? Come on, I'll take you there. Lei Zhengyong said with a smile. Goodbye, Uncle Lei, just tell me the place. Wu Ming waved his hand. I don't want people to gossip about me behind my back, saying that the dean helped my nephew through the back door. Lei Zhengyong thought about it and nodded to save Wu Ming's face. Okay. But remember, if you are wronged at work, tell me immediately. I know. Wu Ming responded with a smile and turned to leave. In fact, there was a more important reason why he didn't allow it to be sent. His identity of failed awakening was too conspicuous when placed next to Uncle Lay, the head of the courtyard. If this becomes a topic of conversation for others, it would be fine if it doesn't bring honor to Uncle Lay, but at least it cannot embarrass him. Be sure to keep a low profile. Wu Ming reported to the place Uncle Lay told him to go and receive tools such as a broom and a mop, as well as a set of work clothes. The area he was in charge of was indeed the training ground. It goes without saying that it must have been Uncle Lay who greeted him, otherwise why would the logistics leader be so polite to a sweeper? Wu Ming slapped his forehead and thought, it was all in vain. On the first day at work, you always have to pretend. Wu Ming changed into work clothes and went to the training ground with his tools. The training ground was actually quite clean, with not much to sweep. Instead, it was the students training on the ground that attracted his attention. A student was surrounded by a thick water dragon. The dragon's body rolled and crashed into the lake with a roar like a waterfall. Suddenly, the water dragon roared and rushed towards another student. The sound of water was roaring and the power was terrifying. Wu Ming was shocked. If he was hit by it, he would be smashed to pieces. At the critical moment, the attacked student turned into rock and withstood the impact of the water dragon without a single scratch. Wow! The earth-based defense is indeed worthy of its reputation. Wu Ming praised inwardly. There is also a mutated branch of the water system, an ice system student. The student is surrounded by cold air and frost. With a little force from him, sharp ice spikes over 1 meter high emerged from the ground. If they appeared suddenly, they would definitely chill people to the bone. In addition, there were students from the fire, wood, and gold elements demonstrating their abilities on the field. Wu Ming even saw a rare light system. The student was surrounded by a holy light, as if it could purify all evil. In the awakening system, gold, wood, water, fire and earth are the most common, while light, darkness, space, wind and thunder are relatively rare, and have greater power and growth potential. Chapter 15 Retesting Combat Strength. Looking at everyone training on the field, it would be a lie to say I wasn't jealous. Although he has the motivation, he is destined to walk a lonely road and can only grope his way on his own while these people have a complete system to support them, and they are the awakened people that everyone envies, and they enjoy all the resources openly. Look at yourself again. In name, I am just a sweeper. The gap is indeed not small. But after reading these, Wu Ming also secretly warned himself, even if he has the motivation, he cannot underestimate the 10 major cultivation systems. Others have a complete inheritance, so you must not be arrogant. Hey, sweeper, get away. Is it your turn to work now? One student yelled at him with contempt, if my water dragon brushes against you even once, you'll die right there. Naturally, he was not polite at all to a sweeper. Wu Ming sneered in his heart, too lazy to bother with such a person, so he turned around and left. I originally wanted to just pretend to sweep it twice, but now it seems that there is no need. What to do next? By the way, let us go test our combat power. The combat power testing equipment of the Kung Fu Academy can be used freely. Last time, because the uncles were here, he deliberately concealed his abilities and only measured 220. Now that there is no one around, it is a good opportunity to test his true level. Wu Ming quickly arrived at the combat power test area, where there were more than 30 devices in a row. He chose an empty one. Surrounded by light, he entered the virtual world again. This time the scan was very thorough, even the 15 duck slaughtering knives he brought with him were scanned in. The difficulty of the battle can be adjusted. Wu Ming plans to start from the lowest level and take it step by step. At the beginning, it was a level 1 3-headed flame leopard. The battle started, and the 3 heads of the fire leopard were spewing flames. Wu Ming killed it with one knife. Then there were 2, 3, 4. Later, there were not only 3 fire leopards, but also first-level ferocious beasts such as the black mountain giant snake and the 6-clawed macaque. The number of species increased and the attack methods became more complicated. Unfortunately, a first-level beast poses no threat to him at all. Then there are the second-level ferocious beasts. Time passed slowly, and about 10 minutes later, Wu Ming was defeated by 2 level 3 ferocious beasts. After his consciousness exited the virtual space, Wu Ming looked at his combat power value, 5,900. The classification standard for awakeners, 1,000 combat power is level 1, 3,000 is level 2, and 5,000 is level 3. 5,900. This means he has reached the level of a third-level awakener. Wu Ming almost laughed out loud. Even if you are the chosen one in the awakening ceremony, if you want to reach the third level of awakening, you can't do it without half a year of hard work. Of course, he would not be satisfied with this. These are all earned by killing monsters. This is just the beginning. He had transferred from the slaughterhouse to the Shanghai Kung Fu Academy in order to better kill monsters and level up. Now that he had the Kung Fu Academy certificate, the next step was to register as a hunter at the Fengling City Function Hall. In Shanghai Gongdao Temple, Wu Ming is still quite free. Lei Zhengyong didn't really keep him here to sweep the floor. Soon, Wu Ming changed out of his work clothes and set off. Fengling City is one of the only 12 cities of the human race. It has a population of tens of millions and a vast area, stretching a full 200 kilometers from one end to the other. The distance from Shanghai Gongdao Temple to the function hall is quite long. There are space awakeners in the 10 major cultivation systems, and there are teleportation arrays in many places. Unfortunately, not everyone can afford to use this thing, and it requires contribution points. Wu Ming wasn't even a hunter now, so where did he get his contribution points? He could only take the subway. In the era of spiritual revival, humanity is in a difficult situation. Driven by the instinct of survival, Fengling City has a very high level of underground development, with dense air raid shelters, escape passages, and subway networks. Compared to the ground, underground is more resistant to attacks from ferocious beasts on land and in the air and is relatively safer. Of course, it's only relative. There are also underground threats, and ferocious beasts are omnipresent. If we were to encounter an invasion by ferocious beasts underground, the casualties would likely be even greater. Wu Ming took the subway several times and finally arrived at the function hall. This is a huge semicircular building, as large as more than a dozen football fields, with a total of 38 floors. It is considered a landmark building in Fengling City. It is called the function hall and it really lives up to its name, as it handles almost all businesses related to awakeners and hunters. As soon as he exited the subway, Wu Ming was shocked by the hustle and bustle in front of him. There were huge crowds of people. Most of the people who came here were awakened. If you weren't awakened, there was no point in coming here. Are you coming to the lobby square to sweep the floor? Oh, that's too narrow-minded. Even the people sweeping the floor here are awakeners. At best, they have average talent and will only reach the level of a second or third level awakener in their lifetime. Wu Ming is a special case. The first thing I noticed when I walked into the function hall was how huge it was. It was incredibly crowded. At a glance, I could see long queues in front of hundreds of windows. It was clearly peak season. Wu Ming felt that there was no need to join in the fun, and since it was his first time here, he decided to just browse around and register when there were fewer people around. I have to say that the functional hall is really comprehensive. Not only can you accept in hand-in tasks, but there is also a medicine hall, a military hall, a spell hall, and even a rare formation hall. Formations are a branch of the space system. The space system is rare, and formations are even rarer among the rarer. Therefore, things like formation talismans are shockingly expensive. Wu Ming went to many places, just for fun, and he was short of money. In the medicine hall, there was a dazzling array of various elixirs, and Wu Ming's eyes widened at the effects. He even saw the Fengqing pill, and then looked at the price. The number was followed by a string of zeros, and it was contribution points. Wu Ming was shocked. It was so expensive. The martial arts hall is densely packed with books, covering all levels of the universe, and the system is complete. Unfortunately, they are all about the 10 major cultivation systems, and there is nothing about the power of will. The weapons hall was what Wu Ming coveted the most, and he was dazzled by the various weapons. Here, he saw the flying knife. Weapons are divided into 6 grades: black gold, bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and star. The duck slaughtering knife he had used before was not even of the lowest black gold grade. Compared with these real ones, its texture and power were far inferior. Wu Ming rubbed his hands with envy. He really wanted to buy it. Register first, take on tasks, and make money. After taking a look around, Wu Ming went straight to the window to queue up. As for the formation hall, he didn't even think about it. That place was not one he could set foot in yet. The line in front of the window was still very long, and Wu Ming waited patiently. Fortunately, it wasn't too boring when I looked at the hustle and bustle around me while waiting in line. On the dome of the mission hall, there are 4 huge screens hanging, on which are scrolling the contribution value lists. The number 1 on the overall list, codenamed Purple Lightning, had his contribution points soar to 12 million, which is eye-opening. In addition to the overall ranking, there is also a free hunter ranking. Although you can participate in the military examination after accumulating 2 million contributions, even for awakened people, there are only a few who can reach the required number after studying in the Gongdao Academy for 4 years. Those who failed the military examination or were unwilling to join the army became free hunters. Then there is the soaring list, which records the people whose contributions increased the fastest within a week. The last one is the Dragon and Tiger list, which lists the rookies who have not graduated from the Martial Arts Academy. Only the top 100 are shown, and the name of the Martial Arts Academy is after each code name. Wu Ming glanced at it. The first chief, Wei Long Gong Dao Yuan. The second wind singer is still from the Weilong Gong Daoist Temple. The third one is snow-covered Golden Mountain, Hengshan Gongdao Temple. This list shows at a glance the strength ranking of the various martial arts academies in Fengling City. Chapter 16, Ability Academy. Of the 10 academies of supernatural powers, Weilong Academy was the undisputed leader, followed closely by Hengshan Academy. As for Uncle Lei's Shanghai Academy, Wu Ming searched for it for quite some time before finally spotting it. It was ranked 65th, codenamed Needle. Although the names on the list are all code names, those who can make it to the list are either famous and powerful or chosen by heaven, and their identities are no longer a secret. For example, Zi Dian, who ranks first in the overall list of hunters, is actually named Yin Xiangjie, a 43-year-old freelance hunter. Wu Ming had heard of him a long time ago. He is a legendary figure. Everyone admires the strong. Wu Ming was very excited when he saw this. Maybe one day, his name would appear on these lists. Just as I was pondering, a loud voice came. "Hello, what kind of business do you want to do?" The young lady at the window wore a typical smile, and Wu Ming quickly took out his information. "I want to register as a hunter." "Hold on." The young lady operated it skillfully, but soon her eyes widened. You are not an awakened one?" Wu Ming nodded, a little nervous. "If I'm not an awakener, I can't register?" "Oh, that's not the case." The young lady apologized quickly, but her face could not hide her surprise. It's no wonder that she was surprised, as those who came to register as hunters were basically awakened ones. Although the country stipulates that anyone can register whether they are awakened or not, and has also specially issued a supplementary plan to allow those who have not awakened to accumulate 2 million contributions to participate in the military examination, who has the courage to do so? Outside the city is the territory of ferocious beasts and is full of dangers. It may not be safe even in Fengling City, so how dare you go out and wander around? Aren't you afraid you've lived enough? The young lady has been doing this for several years, receiving thousands of people every day, and has never seen an unawakened hunter. While she was going through the formalities, she couldn't help but look at Wu Ming a few more times. After 7 or 8 minutes, the registration was completed. Wu Ming named himself Sharp Blade. The meaning is very simple. Wu Ming wants to be the fastest and sharpest knife. The young lady handed over a badge with Shanghai Gongdaoan engraved underneath. After all, he had a certificate from here. "Sir, this badge is your entry and exit certificate for Fengling City. It is also the only certificate you need to accept in hand in missions and save contribution points. Please keep it safe. Outside the city, you must wear a badge to help hunters identify each other." The badges are divided into different levels, and different levels have different missions and the number of tasks you can accept. Also, since you are not an awakened one, I suggest you form a team and leave the city. It is too dangerous to act alone. The young lady advised patiently. Wu Ming nodded and asked, "Can I take the mission now?" "Okay." The young lady tapped the screen and a long task list popped up. Wu Ming pointed at the screen. This, and this. He selected a bunch of tasks to kill level 1 to 3 ferocious beasts. Every time he left the city, he had to return with a full load. The young lady burst out laughing and quickly explained, "Sir, your badge is level 0. Because you're not an awakener, the system can't find your realm. Level 0 players can't accept hunting missions, only tasks like finding herbs and digging for ores." Wu Ming clicked his tongue, and Bai became excited. However, he also understood that this was a protection mechanism for newbies who rushed in recklessly and sought their own death. "Then I'll take on the job of looking for herbs and minerals." Wu Ming settled for the second best. The young lady quickly selected 2 tasks for him: pick 10 active grasses for 10 contribution points, dig 5 pieces of black iron ore for 5 contribution points. Level 0 restriction, only 2 can be connected at most. Seeing Wu Ming was a little disappointed, the young lady comforted him, "When you complete more tasks, your badge level will increase." When you have the ability, you will be able to hunt ferocious beasts. Okay, thanks. Wu Ming thanked him and asked, Miss, if I'm lucky enough to kill a level 1 beast while I'm out looking for herbs, will that still count as contribution points even if I don't accept the quest? I calculated it. 5 points for level 1, 10 points for level 2. It's not worth it if I don't take the mission. I understand. Thank you. Wu Ming left with the badge. His desire for contribution points was almost catching up with his obsession with distribution points. The Xianjin level flying knife he had been dreaming of required 500 contribution points, and the ultimate goal of 2 million contributions was a long way to go. But it doesn't matter, once registration is completed, it's a new beginning. In the square outside the function hall, there is a super large teleportation array that can teleport between major cities, and going to the 4 gates of east, south, west and north is a piece of cake. Wu Ming didn't even look at it, he couldn't afford it. He walked straight to the subway station, thinking to himself, I'll definitely give it a try when I get some contribution points. Definitely next time. After taking the subway for an hour, Wu Ming arrived at Zichengmen. It was bustling here. Hunters returned with their trophies, stepped into the teleportation array with great dignity and headed straight to the function hall to hand in their tasks. Many people also came out of the teleportation array, ready to go out of the city for a big fight. From time to time, I heard shouts, level 4 Gold Awakener, looking for a team. Level 3 Wood Element, please bring me. A level 5 team, lacking a lightning type player, a suitable quick join group. It's too dangerous outside the city, it's safer to stay together for warmth. But Wu Ming had no such plan. Firstly, he didn't want to. Secondly, his identity as a non-awakened person made him a burden in the eyes of others. Who would be willing to take him along? He ignored the shouting and walked out of the city alone. The city gates were heavily guarded on both sides. Seeing that he was wearing a hunting badge, they did not question him at all, and Wu Ming left the city smoothly. Not far from the city are continuous mountains, with towering trees blocking out the sun, exuding a heavy and oppressive atmosphere, like a ferocious beast with its mouth wide open. Wu Ming took a quick look and vaguely saw figures moving among the mountains and forests, and even heard sounds of fighting from some places. With the revival of spiritual energy, the world underwent great changes. Not only did the territory expand, but the landform also changed. Spiritual energy breeds countless natural treasures and precious minerals. Although there are great dangers outside the city, there are also great opportunities. It is a paradise for hunters. Wu Ming's eyes focused, his mental power radiated out, and his figure instantly merged into the forest. He moved carefully. With the 3-kilometer coverage of his mental power, finding active grass and black iron ore was a piece of cake, and it could also provide early warning of danger. After all, he does not have the life-saving ability of the awakened ones, and the long-distance output of mental power is his strong point. Soon, he found a plant of potholes 2 kilometers southwest. Surprisingly, there was a little cutie next to it. A first-level ferocious beast, the bared-toothed rat. This thing is not an ordinary squirrel. Its eyes are scarlet and bloodthirsty, and its body is as big as a buffalo. But Wu Ming has more than 5,000 combat power after all, which is more than enough to deal with this guy. The strength of a 3rd-level awakener is so great, how can we let him go if we meet him? Swish! A duck slaughtering knife flew through the air, and in just a few breaths, it accurately took the life of a rat 2 kilometers away. The rat never reacted until it died and had no idea how it became cold. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the 1st-level ferocious beast, the gnawing rat. You have obtained 1 distribution point. Wu Ming was delighted. It turned out that ferocious beasts were different. Before, it took slaughtering 100 ducks to get 1 distribution point. The efficiency is such a huge difference. He took some time to rush over, cut off the mouse ears and stuffed them into his backpack as proof. He could exchange them for 5 contribution points when he returned, and he also put the active grass into his bag. Chapter 17 I will settle the bill alone. Wu Ming continued searching in the wilderness. Time passed quietly. Wu Ming found a few more active grasses, dug up some black iron ore, and killed a 2nd-level ferocious beast, the snow leopard wolf. On the way, he even encountered a 3rd-level ferocious beast, the red fox. Unfortunately, that guy was too fast and cunning, and it disappeared as soon as he was at a disadvantage. Wu Ming had no way to deal with it for the time being. I don't know how long it took, but I finally gathered all the active grass and black iron ore. I also killed 8 level 1 ferocious beasts and 7 level 2 ferocious beasts, and my backpack was filled to the brim. Looking at the sky, the sun was about to set, so Wu Ming decided to return. It was more dangerous outside the city at night. Unless they were top experts, they would retreat to Fengling City after dark. After entering the city, I watched others step into the teleportation array and disappear in an instant, while I had to go to the subway entrance. The feeling of gap was so frustrating. While others can reach the function hall in the blink of an eye, he has to wander around for more than an hour. By the time Wu Ming arrived at the function hall, it was almost time to get off work. He rushed over to hand in the task, and it was still that young lady. 10 contribution points of active grass and 5 contribution points of black iron ore were all put into his hunter's badge. From now on, this badge would be a consumption voucher, and he could use it to take the teleportation array and buy skills and weapons. Your first mission went so smoothly. Keep up the good work, the young lady encouraged with a smile. Thank you. I still have some things to settle. Wu Ming poured out all the parts of the ferocious beast from his backpack and piled them up with a loud noise. So much? The young lady was startled, then understood. Your team must be on a mission, so they asked you to come alone to settle the bill, right? Wu Ming smiled and didn't explain. The settlement was completed quickly. 40 contribution points for 8 first-level beasts, 70 contribution points for 7 second-level beasts, and a total of 110 contribution points were allocated to the logo. 100 contribution points is exactly the threshold for upgrading from level 0 to level 1, and Wu Ming's logo jumped directly to level 1. The biggest advantage of level 1 is that you can take on ferocious beast missions, although currently you can only take level 1 missions and the maximum number of missions is still 2. For him, dealing with a first-level ferocious beast was no problem. He casually took on 2 of them and turned to leave the function hall. Arriving at the square, Wu Ming went straight to the teleportation array. Now that he had contribution points, he had to experience it. Besides, it was already late, and it would probably take until late at night to take the subway back to Shanhaigong Daoyuan, so he paid 2 contribution points directly. Swish! The next second, the person appeared at the teleportation point near Shanhai Gongdao Temple. So convenient. The country has supplementary plan of 2 million contribution points for participating in the military examination only requires cumulative achievement of the standard, which will not affect normal consumption. Wu Ming can finally spend his contribution points with confidence. He first took a walk around the training ground. No one had taken care of it all afternoon and some garbage had accumulated. Wu Ming thought about it and it was clean in an instant. After doing all this, he went home. Lei Zhangyang actually arranged a single room for him, but he didn't prepare anything on his first day. And my mother doesn't know that he is moved. She plans to go back and tell her today and move here tomorrow to avoid the trouble of running back and forth. When I got home, my mother Wang Nana hadn't finished get off work yet. She was really busy at work. Wu Ming ate something casually and began to count his harvest. Excluding the 1,500 distribution points earned from slaughtering 150,000 ducks at the slaughterhouse this morning, the harvest from leaving the city today was actually not that much. A dozen ferocious beasts only gave 70 distribution points, which was far less efficient than at the slaughterhouse. But Wu Ming looked at the long term. Killing a level 1 beast would earn 1 point, and levels 2 to 9 would earn 10, 30, 50, 70, 90, 120, 150, and 200 points respectively. The 1,500 points I earned by slaughtering 150,000 ducks can now be exchanged for 3 level 9 ferocious beasts. The journey has just begun, there is no need to rush. As for contribution points, 130 points seems far from 2 million, but a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, so at least the first step has been taken. Summarizing his experience of going out of the city for the first time, Wu Ming discovered a problem. Although he could kill ferocious beasts from a few miles away, it took too much time to run over and pick up the spoils. He suddenly slapped his forehead and was stunned. If the throwing knife can fly over, can't the loot fly back? After realizing this, Wu Ming was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. However, he also realized that no matter how strong the power of willpower is, it still has its shortcomings. At present, he has only lit up the power of willpower, and his physical strength, defense, and body skills are still blank. He needs to develop in all aspects. System, how do I open other attributes? Once the host's cumulative allocation points exceed 10,000, the second attribute can be unlocked. Wu Ming glanced at the attribute panel, plus the unallocated 1570 points, the total was 6,000 points. Almost there, keep trying. Then more than 1,500 distribution points were added. The surge in power has also brought new changes. The coverage range has been easily expanded to 8 kilometers, the control is handier, and it can even make specific targets appear slower in perception. For example, the wing vibrations of a mosquito 3 kilometers away seemed to slow down several times in his eyes when women quarreled on the roadside. He could clearly see the saliva they sprayed, slowly splashing on each other's faces. After playing with his new abilities for a while, Wu Ming packed up his things and went to sleep. The next morning, my mother prepared breakfast as usual. "Mom!" Wu Ming came out of the room and called affectionately. "Son!" Wang Nana came up to him with a smile. "What have you been busy with these past 2 days? Mom hardly sees you anymore." "I went to Uncle Lei's Kung Fu temple to clean up." "Oh, Mom, I might have to live in the temple from today on." Wu Ming didn't say much. The concepts of wind system and half-step awakening were too complicated. His mother was smart and was afraid that the more she explained, the more trouble she would cause. "I see." Wang Nana was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, "Okay, Mom supports you. But you have to promise Mom that you will come home often." In her opinion, cleaning is always safer than slaughtering in a slaughterhouse, and the Kung Fu temple is far away, so it is convenient to live there. "Yeah." Wu Ming nodded. After the mother and son finished breakfast, Wang Nana insisted on sending him home, and Wu Ming had no choice but to agree. This is his first time living alone away from home, so it's normal for his mother to be worried. When they arrived at the gate of Shanhaigando Temple, Wang Nana did not go in. She just stood there and watched her son walk away step by step, with tears in her eyes. It is said that children cannot live without their parents, but in fact, more often it is the parents who cannot live without their children. Wu Ming waved his hand for the last time and disappeared into the door. Wang Nana calmed herself down, turned around and took another bus to go to work. Wu Ming first put his luggage away, changed into his work clothes, and pretended to go to work. There are classes for new students at the training ground today. 2 or 3 days after the awakening ceremony, the new students will enter the Gongdao Academy, as Gu Xuemi mentioned before. These freshmen came from different schools. Wu Ming used his mind to scan and found several old classmates, but he was not familiar with them. Normally he would be inconspicuous in the crowd, but today he was wearing work clothes and wandering alone in the training ground, which was very eye-catching. As expected, those classmates noticed him and were pointing and talking about him. But after experiencing so much in the past few days, Wu Ming's mood has changed and he doesn't care about it at all. There was nothing to do after the inspection, so he put down his tools and went back to measuring the combat power. Last time it was 5,900, this time it soared to 9,600. With the support of more than 1,500 distribution points, the combat power improvement is indeed amazing. The corresponding combat powers of the 9 levels of Awakeners are 1, 3, 5, 7, 10, 15, 20, 30, and 50, respectively, with the unit being thousands. 9,600 is almost reaching the threshold of level 5. Now if he meets the Red Fox again, Wu Ming is confident that he can kill it easily. After testing my combat power, I returned to the training ground, but still had nothing to do. Okay, get out of here. Chapter 18. Is this cheating? Wu Ming stepped out of the Shanhai Gongdao Temple and headed straight for the nearest teleportation point. He was teleported to the West City Gate in a flash. I accepted the task early yesterday, so today there is no need to waste time, just get started. There are 2 level 1 Ferocious Beast missions, each with 10 beasts to kill, and the reward is 80 contribution points. With this calculation, it is really worthwhile to take the mission. Yesterday I only got 5 points for killing a level 1 beast alone, but I got 8 points for completing the task, which was a huge profit. He completed those 2 level 1 Ferocious Beast missions that weren't even worthy of their names in minutes. He also killed a lot of level 2 and 3 Ferocious Beasts. He didn't return until his backpack was stuffed like a mountain. This time I don't have to run around to pick up the spoils myself. I can fly back just by controlling it with my mind, and my efficiency has increased by who knows how many times. Enter the city, teleport to the function hall, all in one go. The window where the task is submitted is still the same, and the young lady is still the same. 21st level Ferocious Beasts, 20 distribution points mission completed, 160 contribution points obtained. 11 level 2 Ferocious Beasts, 110 allocation points. 10 level 3 Ferocious Beasts, 300 allocation points. Each level 2 beast outside of the mission is worth 10 contribution points, and each level 3 beast is worth 30 contribution points. This wave directly earned 430 distribution points and 470 contribution points. Combined with his previous assets, Wu Ming now has 578 contribution points in his hand, and his badge has jumped 2 levels, directly reaching level 3. Now I can take on level 3 ferocious beast missions. 10 of them will give me 300 contribution points, so I'll definitely max it out. After receiving the task, Wu Ming did not rush directly to the city gate, but turned into the weapons hall. I can finally get the black gold flying knife that I have been longing for. He spent 500 contribution points so readily. Holding the cold blade, he smiled like a child who had received candy. It is convenient to have a teleportation array. In less than an hour, he returned to the function hall to hand in the task. The young lady was stunned looking at him. With such efficiency, was he cheating? 900 contribution points are firmly credited to your account. However, the third-level beast was too big, and the spoils from the 3 missions filled up the backpack, leaving no room for more. Now I have 960 contributions, totaling 1470 points. After completing 3 tasks, he went out again. Then come back, go out, come back, go out. He went back and forth 4 times, and the last time even the young lady looked at him with something strange in her eyes. He kept wondering in his heart, how powerful is this team? How can their cooperation be so outrageous? After 4 trips, I've accumulated 3,600 contribution points. Adding the previous ones, the total is 4,570 points. The cumulative contribution has exceeded 6,040 points. The points distribution was even more exaggerated. There were 3 tasks in 4 trips, and each task involved 10 level 3 beasts. Each task gave 30 points, so 1 task gave 300 points, 1 time gave 900 points, 4 times gave 3,600 points, plus the 420 points in the morning, which directly piled up to 4,020 points, far exceeding the 1,500 at the slaughterhouse. It was outrageous. The logo also naturally jumped from level 3 to level 4. The 4th level authority is directly maxed out, and you can accept 4th level ferocious beast missions, up to 6 at a time. You can also get a 99% discount on purchases. Although it is almost the same as no discount, it is still a privilege, isn't it? It is said that the higher the badge level, the better the benefits, up to 50% off, and you can also go to the function hall to get elixirs and skills every month. It turns out that the strong are the country's beloved sons, and the support and preferential treatment given to them are in place. Wu Ming decisively accepted all 6 tasks, then turned around and headed back into the weapons hall. The black gold flying knife I bought this morning is really useful, 100 times more convenient than the duck killing knife. Unfortunately, I didn't have enough money at the time and could only buy 1. For him, as long as his willpower can hold up, the more flying knives he has, the better. 1 more flying knives means more killing power. Now I have 4,570 contribution points, and I bought 9 of them at once, making a total of 10. I can't afford to buy 1 more, as I have just spent all of them. After buying the knife, he teleported directly back to Shanghai Gongdao Temple. After eating a few mouthfuls of rice in the cafeteria, he rushed back to the room in a hurry to activate the 2nd attribute. When the number of points allocated exceeded 10,000 in the afternoon, the system prompted that I could choose the 2nd attribute. However, I was busy accepting tasks and buying throwing knives and didn't pay attention to it. After all, this thing cannot be changed once it is chosen. It is not known when the 3rd attribute will be enabled next time, so I have to think about it carefully. Ely mainly focuses on combat power, and its biggest shortcoming now is its ability to survive. Although the power of the mind can provide an 8-kilometer warning, there are too many types of ferocious beasts, and their awakened abilities are too complicated to guard against. If someone gets close to him, his mental power won't be that effective. If a lurking beast gives him a fatal blow, his body might not be able to withstand it. I'll just pass on stamina, since that thing also stacks attack, so I need to make up for that shortcoming. The remaining stats are defense and agility, both of which can save my life, so which one should I choose? After much deliberation, Wu Ming decided, just defend. Ding, congratulations to the host for opening the 2nd attribute, defense. The initial value is 0. On the system panel, both defense and willpower lit up. He knew clearly that mental power was always his biggest trump card, and that in the future he would definitely focus on it and use defense as a supplement, but for now he had to make up for his shortcomings first. All 40-50 allocation points are spent on defense. In an instant, a warm feeling swept over my whole body, and my body became visibly stronger and firmer. It was so comfortable. We still need to test what level of defense we have reached. Coming to the row of equipment, I found that this thing can not only measure combat power, but also defense, body movement, and speed. It is a high-precision simulation cabin, but other functions except combat power are not often used. I was shocked when I took the test. 4,050 points of defense are really not to be underestimated. It's like a piece of cake to withstand the bombardment of a level 4 ferocious beast. Wu Ming's heart was so excited, it was only more than 4,000 points. If he kept stacking it up, it would not be impossible to get an indestructible body. I tested my combat power and it reached 13,000. Although there was no additional power, the number of flying knives increased from 1 to 10, and the combat power increased by more than 1,500, making him a level 5 awakener. He also came up with a new idea: if he could get more weapons, his combat power would soar. I came out of the testing area in a happy mood and went to the training ground to take a look. I've been away for most of the day. If it's dirty, just clean it up. There shouldn't be anyone here after 10 p.m. Once it's clean, I can go out of town to complete tasks early tomorrow morning. As a result, as soon as he arrived at the training ground, Wu Ming's brows were twisted into knots. A group of freshmen, more than a dozen men and women, actually had a party and dinner on the training ground. This is expressly prohibited by the Gongdao Academy. The training ground is for training, not a place for them to run wild. Looking around, garbage is thrown everywhere. It is as messy as a battlefield, and several large trash cans may not be able to hold it all. When Wu Ming arrived, the group was drunk, supporting each other, fighting and making noises, and were about to slip away. "Stop right there!" Wu Ming stepped forward and shouted, "Take all the garbage away." "You want him to pay for the mess someone else made? No way. Who the hell are you?" When they were stopped, these freshmen acted as if their tails were stepped on, with their noses in the air and acting extremely arrogant. Someone recognized Wu Ming and burst into laughter. "Who was I thinking? Isn't this that stinky sweeper? You must be fed up with life, right? How dare you talk to our young Master Tang like that? Not to mention you, a garbage sweeper. Even if sophomores or juniors came here, they would have to think twice." Tang Shanglong, had a wild look in his eyes. A group of people surrounded him like stars surrounding the moon, treating him as their ancestor. This group of freshmen dared to commit crimes in defiance of the law, all thanks to Tang Shanglong's support. His uncle is the vice president of Shanghai Gongdao Academy, and he has the right to be arrogant. "Brothers, I thought the fun was over for today, but someone was so blind as to come to my door. I will add another layer of fun to you all." Tang Shanglong was surrounded by beauties, and he could call the wind and rain, which was a glorious moment. Chapter 19: No Waste. Tang Shanglong glanced at Wu Ming with a vicious look in his eyes. "You stinky sweeper, you've arrived just in time. Clean up all the garbage on the ground. And don't waste these leftovers. Eat them up." He was not joking, his tone was full of command and did not tolerate any resistance. "Eat. Eat quickly. Are you deaf? Didn't you hear what Mr. Tang said?" A group of people followed suit and started to make a fuss. In their eyes, they were noble awakened ones, and the other party was just a garbage collector, and they could bully them however they wanted. Not to mention asking him to cherish food, even if something really happens. With young Master Tang here, what is there to be afraid of? Wu Ming's eyes instantly turned as cold as a knife, and his tone was cold. "Are you sure you don't want to clean up?" he asked again, the pressure in his voice making the air seem to freeze. Tang Shanglong and his group were stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. This guy must be out of his mind. He hasn't figured out his own worth yet? Wake him up. Tang Shanglong flicked his finger, and the two followers who wanted to flatter him immediately rushed towards Wu Ming with a grin. Wu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense and just waved his hand casually. The next second, the two guys seemed to be caught in an invisible gust of wind and flew up into the sky, a full 4 or 5 meters high, and then fell heavily to the ground with a bang. They were in so much pain that they couldn't get up for a long time. He had been deliberately using the guise of wind to conceal his power, and it came in handy at this moment. You are actually an awakened one?" Tang Shanglong was sobered up by the shock, and his rage intensified. "Do you know who I am? My father is noisy." Wu Ming didn't give him the chance to show off his background. He stretched out his hand, and Tang Shanglong flew over uncontrollably as if being pulled by an invisible string, and was grabbed by Wu Ming's neck. "You can't understand what I'm saying, but you have to force me to do it?" "Pa!" A crisp slap hit Tang Shanglong's face. "I gave you face, didn't I?" Snap. 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 A series of slaps sounded like firecrackers. Tang Xiao, who was so arrogant just now, was instantly beaten with a bruised face and his front teeth were loosened. Aside from the two groaning on the ground, The rest of the people were so frightened that they dared not breathe, their legs trembling. How could this be called sweeping the floor? This was clearly a ruthless character pretending to be a pig and then eating the tiger. Don't you really like cherishing food? Wu Ming sneered and threw Tang Shanglong to the ground, stepping directly on his face. Next to him was the leftovers they had just thrown away. Now, eat it all. If you do it on the first day, I will do it on the 15th. And you all, come and enjoy it together. Wu Ming glanced at the group of followers. Everyone retreated in fear. Wu Ming's eyes darkened, and his mental power turned into an invisible gust of wind that swept across. In an instant, a group of people fell to the ground and were swept into the garbage dump. Are you kidding? He is now a level 5 awakener. Dealing with these freshmen is as easy as crushing ants. Tang Shanglong has been spoiled since childhood, how could he have suffered such humiliation? He roared like crazy, "You're dead. My uncle is the vice president of Shanghai Gongdao Academy. Just wait to be expelled. Also, you are obviously an awakened one but you pretend to be a scavenger. You must be a spy of the Zunyao cult. I will report you." Oh? Really? Wu Ming kicked him a meter away and said, "Then call your uncle quickly and see if he can do anything to me." Tang Shanglong was stunned. Is this guy even crazier than him? Well, you asked for it. He immediately took out his cell phone, dialed the number and burst into tears. "Uncle. I was beaten. Right here at the training ground. He might be a spy of the Zunyao cult, come quickly." What? You asked his name? Tang Shanglong seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw and shouted at Wu Ming arrogantly, "My uncle asked what your name is." Wu Ming. Uncle, his name is Wu Ming. Wu Ming. Tang Shanglong was afraid that the other party couldn't hear clearly, so he deliberately raised the volume. He didn't know that Wu Ming's identity was no secret among the faculty and staff, and Lei Zhengyong had specifically informed the logistics department. The vice president on the other end of the phone shuddered upon hearing the name, then flew into a rage. "You bastard! How did you offend Wu Ming? Apologize to him now. Do whatever he tells you to do, and make him forgive you, otherwise I won't have you as my nephew anymore." Uncle! What did you say? He hit me. You're the vice president, you have to make the decision for me. Tang Shanglong felt very aggrieved. I'm the vice president? Wu Ming's uncle is the president. The person on the other end said this and hung up the phone. Ah. Tang Shanglong was completely dumbfounded, his face was as pale as paper. This matter had become a big deal. The followers beside him were still waiting for him to call for help and turn the situation around. They looked at him eagerly, expecting exciting news. What are you looking at? Tang Shanglong suddenly shouted, grabbed a dusty duck leg from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth, eating it with such relish that he gave Wu Ming a flattering smile. Didn't you hear what Master Wu said? Eat it all. Don't leave any. Laughing is uglier than crying. Wu Ming said calmly, clean up this place after eating. Yes, yes. I'll do it right away. Tang Shanglong nodded and bowed, as obedient as a pug. After struggling for a while, the group finally eliminated all the leftovers and cleaned up the garbage. They stood aside, like primary school students who had made a mistake, not daring to breathe. Wu Ming turned and walked to the side, and Tang Shanglong suddenly flew over uncontrollably. He was so scared that his crotch felt hot and liquid dripped down his trouser legs. He peed on the spot. He thought Wu Ming was going to beat him up again, but Wu Ming just gave him a cold warning. If you dare to spread a word about my identity, you will bear the consequences yourself. Tang Shanglong nodded his head as if he had been pardoned. Of course, of course. I promise to keep it a secret. Wu Ming waved his hand and let them go. A group of people walked back dejectedly. One of the younger brothers couldn't help but ask, Mr. Tang, who is that sweeper? Even you. Shut up. Tang Shanglong slapped the little brother in the face, and he immediately stopped talking. Wu Ming's identity was not revealed, but the news of the sweeper beating up the freshman spread throughout the Kung Fu Academy, causing an uproar. A bunch of trash. A disgrace to the awakened. That sweeper seems to be new, he has something. Bullshit. He only bullies freshmen. If he meets a sophomore like us, would he dare to act so arrogantly? That's right. We have to earn back the awakened's reputation. I'll meet him tomorrow. Don't be too direct, or people might accuse us of bullying the weak. I understand. Tomorrow I'll throw the garbage in front of him and see what he dares to do. Great minds think alike. Such a good opportunity to show off, I must be one of them. Isn't it just picking a fight? We're very professional. Done. The freshman was beaten, but the sophomores and juniors became collectively excited and were ready to teach Wu Ming a lesson. When the news reached Lei Xingyang's ears, he just smiled and was not surprised at all. After all, it is normal for Wu Ming to have such strength since he has been fed so many Fengqing pills. Wu Ming was still awake at this time, and Yadongli had already heard all the shouting clearly. He sneered, "Want to pick a fight? Come on then." The next morning, sophomore Joey Yu got up early on purpose. Yesterday I heard that the guy sweeping the floor at the training ground beat up a freshman, and a group of people were clamoring to teach him a lesson. How could Joey Yu fall behind? He still remembered the sweeper. Last time he was training in the training ground, the silly boy looked at him with envy, but was so scared by his words get out that he ran away without even daring to say a word. That's right, he was the water awakener who had scolded Wu Ming before, a level 3 awakener. Chapter 20. That man is the sweeping monk. Only I can handle this kind of difficult task. Joey Yu thought happily, when I get that sweeper under control, won't my glorious deeds spread throughout the academy? I'll be the coolest guy in the academy. He hummed a little tune as he came to the training ground. He saw a lot of people gathered together, but the training ground was sparkling clean. Joey Yu sneered, "You all blew so loudly yesterday, and this is the end? You're a bunch of cowards. You still have to rely on me, Joey Yu." He took a deep breath and spat out a mouthful of thick phlegm, making a lot of noise on purpose. He had to let everyone see it so that he could show off enough. As expected, everyone's eyes were fixed on him, with different expressions. There was shock, admiration, and amusement and pity. Joey Yu's heart skipped a beat. Something is wrong. At this time, the crowd automatically parted, and he could see the scene inside clearly. Wu Ming was grabbing the head of a 4th level awakener and beating him like a chicken. That's a 4th level awakener. Joey Yu was so frightened that he almost instinctively squatted down and frantically wiped the thick phlegm on the ground, muttering, I didn't see it. But soon, the scene before his eyes darkened and a figure stood in front of him. Joey Yu's heart stopped and he looked up stiffly. It was Wu Ming. Wu Ming smiled at him, and that smile was more terrifying than the devil in his eyes. He wanted to smile back, but the muscles on his face were completely out of control, and his smile looked uglier than crying. There is no doubt what will happen next. That person turned out to be the sweeping monk. Joey Yu was completely subdued. When he was thrown to the ground with a bruised face, he felt relieved. It was finally over. But the next second, Wu Ming's voice pierced him like an ice pick. I know you. You told me to get out of here last time? He lifted his finger slightly, and Joey Yu floated up like a puppet. Aren't you pretty good at water? Wu Ming smiled. That's perfect. Help me clean up the training ground. How could Joey Yu dare to say no? He nodded his head like pounding garlic. Woo woo woo. I wanted to show off and be in the spotlight, but instead of showing off, I ended up getting abused. Now that so many people are watching, I'm really embarrassed. Do your best, I'll check back. Wu Ming said, if you are not satisfied at all, you will be beaten again. To him, this was just a small incident and he had a lot of important things to do. As soon as Wu Ming left, everyone on the training ground looked like eggplants hit by frost, with their heads drooping and their heads bowed. I can't afford to offend you, I really can't afford to offend you. Luckily, I reacted quickly and picked up the paper ball immediately after throwing it. This guy is too strong. He even beat a level 4 awakener into this state. Who can cure him? I'm afraid only the senior brothers in the 4th year can suppress it. Come on, senior brother is busy with his missions and rankings, so how can he care about this? Wu Ming left the Shanghai Gongdao Temple and was directly teleported to the West City Gate. As usual, he took on today's work when the task was handed in the day before, and this day was destined to be another non-stop day. At noon, Lei Zhenyang heard about what happened at the training ground in the morning. It is understandable that Wu Ming dealt with the freshman. After all, there were so many Fengqing pills piled up, but it is a bit shocking that even a 4th level awakener was defeated. This growth rate is too fast. Lei Zhenyang figured that it was probably other old friends who had given the boy the Fengqing Dan again, or Wu Ming's mother Wang Nana who was secretly helping him. But he couldn't help but worry that this kind of external support would eventually come to an end, and there were considerable hidden dangers. If he made rapid progress now, his achievements might be limited in the future. In the morning, Wu Ming just completed the 6 level 4 ferocious beast missions he had accepted yesterday. There are 10 heads in one task, so 6 heads means 60 heads. Each head gives 50 distribution points, so I earned 3,000 points in the morning alone. The mission rewards are even more generous, 500 contribution points for 1 mission, and 3,000 points for 6 missions. His efficiency was slightly lower than yesterday. After all, the level of the ferocious beasts had increased, and in order to find a level 4 ferocious beast, he had to go deeper into dangerous areas. There might be level 5 or level 6 ferocious beasts hiding around, and the risk factor soared. At noon, Wu Ming had lunch in the function hall. This place is worthy of being called the home of the awakened. Above the 8th floor are restaurants, hotels, and various recreational facilities. The higher you go, the higher the grade and the more complete the facilities. After dinner, he went straight to the weapons hall and bought 6 more throwing knives, bringing the total to 16. I tried it yesterday. As long as the willpower can withstand it, the more flying knives there are, the stronger the combat power will be. But he is still far from the upper limit now. All the 3,000 distribution points I saved in the morning were spent on defense. Living on the edge of a knife outside the city every day, he knows better than anyone the importance of saving his life. His defense had now soared to 7,020 points. While adding these points to his power would have allowed him to kill higher level beasts more quickly, Wu Ming had a clear understanding: only when alive could he produce damage, dead meant nothing. An afternoon passed, and his gains were exactly the same as the morning's: 6 level 4 missions, 3,000 distribution points, and 3,000 contribution points. Together with the previous 60-30, the cumulative contribution directly exceeded 10,000, reaching 12,030 points. The Hunter badge has also been upgraded to level 5, and you can take on level 5 ferocious beast missions, and get a 20% discount on purchases. This wave is worth it. 3,000 allocation points were used to increase defense again, and contribution points were exchanged for 6 throwing knives, bringing the total to 22. After finishing all these, it was already late. Wu Ming returned to Shanghai Gongdao Temple and went straight to the testing area. Combat power test result, 17,000. Just relying on the 12 newly added throwing knives, he has taken a big step forward. This is already the level of a 6th level awakener, and he has finally gotten rid of the rookie label. The defense test is even more terrifying. The original score was 7,130 points, but after adding 3,000 points, it directly exceeded 10,000 points, reaching 10,130 points. This defense is ridiculously strong. Anyone at the same level want to hurt him at all? Dream on. It's simply invincible. With the defense improved, Wu Ming felt more at ease. What surprised him even more was that as his willpower increased, he became more and more adept at controlling his surroundings. Take the wind element he has been pretending to be, for example. How can it be a disguise now? He can really control the wind around him. Not only the wind element, he also tried the earth element in the wild today. The rock armor that the earth element is good at, although he can't condense it by himself, he can use the power of his mind to control the surrounding earth and rocks, and instantly pile up a defensive barrier with amazing density, and the defensive power is not inferior to rock. Although it is still just a sign, it has greatly enhanced his ability to save his life. Wu Ming increasingly felt that the power of willpower was unfathomable and its potential was simply endless. The next morning, Wu Ming set off early. I didn't accept any tasks in advance yesterday, so I had to go to the function hall first today and accepted 6 level 5 tasks in one go. One mission involves 10 level 5 beasts, and the reward is 1,000 contribution points. The higher the level of the beast, the greater the reward. I heard before that someone killed a super ferocious beast and obtained a rare space-type demon core, which directly won him hundreds of thousands of contribution points, causing a sensation in the entire Foamling City. The appearance of a being of that level would definitely be a world-shaking event. As soon as Wu Ming walked out of the service hall after receiving the task, he bumped into someone. It was none other than his good brother Luo Pang. Luo Pang? Brother Ming? Both of them were stunned. Why are you here? Wu Ming asked. We have a new student assessment in our Gongdao Academy. We have to go outside the city to gain experience and kill a level 2 ferocious beast. I haven't finished it yet. Luo Pang scratched his head. Wu Ming knew that the new students at the Gongdao Academy usually went in groups for training. Are you alone? Wu Ming looked around and didn't see anyone else. Ha, that's all. Luo Pang patted his chest and pretended to be relaxed. Brother Ming, you don't know, I've made rapid progress. I'm now a level 2 awakener. I can handle a mere ferocious beast by myself. Tell the truth. Wu Ming glanced at him. The two have been friends since they were young. Luo Pang's poor lying skills are no different from writing "I'm lying" on his face. Chapter 21 Brother Ming is awesome. Under Wu Ming's questioning, Luo Pang stammered and told the truth. The freshman assessment was real, but he was severely marginalized in Hengshan Gongdao Academy, all because of Zhang Su. Zhang Su and he go to the same school. His brother is a popular figure in his junior year and is very influential in the school. The last time Zhang Su took revenge on Luo Pang on the street, he brought his brother's men with him. Because of this relationship, Zhang Su targeted Luo Pang everywhere, and others naturally isolated him. Everyone else was training in groups, and Zhang Su was led by his brother himself, and even his followers benefited from it. Only Luo Pang had to go alone. Zhang Su and the others were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. After hearing this, Wu Ming blamed himself. He had been busy completing tasks these days and had not cared about his brothers. Moreover, it was ultimately because of him that Luo Pang ended up in this situation. By the way, Brother Ming, why are you here? Luo Pang asked back. Who are you looking down on? Wu Ming tugged at the hunter logo on his clothes and said, I am a hunter now. Luo Pang's eyes widened and he asked quickly. Wu Ming brought out the half-step awakening rhetoric, and Luo Pang was so excited that his fat body was shaking. He was really happy for Wu Ming. What is your training mission? Wu Ming asked. 3 level 2 ferocious beasts, steel brown wild boars. Come on, no one wants to team up with you, let's team up, brothers. Wu Ming pulled him up and walked out, let's finish it together. Luo Pang quickly waved his hands, no, Brother Ming, I can do it myself. Don't take the risk with me. In his opinion, even he, a level 2 awakener, was struggling. Wu Ming, who is only a half-step awakener, must be at a lower level. He might even be worse than when he just awakened. How could he deal with a level 2 beast? Stop talking nonsense. Wu Ming dragged him along, more people means more strength. With you here, how can I be a drag? Luo Pang had no choice but to follow him, but he secretly made up his mind, I must protect Brother Ming. Wu Ming and Luo Pang quickly left the city. Luo Pang was moving towards the subway entrance, but Wu Ming walked straight towards the teleportation array and greeted him with a smile. Come this way, why are you standing there? Brother Ming, you've gone the wrong way. That's the teleportation array. Luo Pang quickly corrected him, his eyes wide open. I know it's the teleportation array. Let's take it. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. Ah? Luo Pang's brain froze immediately. You have contribution points? Of course you must, come quickly. Wu Ming strode forward. Brother Ming is awesome. Luo Pang shouted and followed him happily, feeling so happy. Before, I saw Zhang Su and the others were so arrogant when they relied on his brother to ride the teleportation array. Now he can also hold his head high. The moment they stepped into the teleportation array, they appeared at the West City Gate teleportation point. After leaving the city, Luo Pang was as nervous as a frightened bird, highly alert, and protected Wu Ming behind him. He had said long ago that he was at a higher level and had to protect Brother Ming. Wu Ming was quite relaxed. With the strength of a 6th level awakener, he could easily walk around in this outer area. As the power of intention spread out, it instantly locked onto a group of steel brown wild boars not far ahead. His mind moved slightly, and 3 flying knives flew out silently. After a few breaths, screams like slaughtering pigs came from the front. It's the steel brown boar. There's a fight ahead, Brother Ming, follow me closely. Luo Pang lowered his voice and assumed a fighting stance. Okay. Wu Ming pretended to be a little follower and followed happily. When they arrived at the place, Luo Pang was dumbfounded. All 18 steel brown wild boars were lying in a pool of blood, and the 3 throwing knives had quietly returned to Wu Ming's hands. Fuck. Brother Ming, our luck is so good. They are all steel brown wild boars. Fat Luo Pang was so excited that his fat was shaking. Although he is a 2nd level awakener, the steel brown wild boar is a ferocious social beast. If they really fight it out, it will be a bloody battle. Who would have thought that he would get such a big bargain? It must be some big shot who passed by and cleared it out, and we picked it up. Luo Pang analyzed to Wu Ming with an excited look on his face. Wu Ming smiled and didn't point it out. As long as his brother was happy, that was enough. The two of them quickly gathered up their spoils. Luo Peng patted his chest and said, "Brother Ming, let's split it up. A level 2 beast is worth 10 contribution points, so 18 of them is 180, so we'll each get 90. Wu Ming did not refuse. He knew that if he said no, Luo Peng would get angry with him, so accepting it readily was the only way to give face to his brother. Go back and hand in the task first. Maybe you'll be the first to complete it. Wu Ming urged. Of course I will. Those bastards are waiting to see me make a fool of myself. Let's see if their faces hurt when that happens. Luo Peng was in high spirits and repeatedly reminded Wu Ming to be careful before walking back happily. Wu Ming looked at his back and smiled. His mental power spread out instantly, and within a range of 8 kilometers, Zhang Su and his group had nowhere to hide. I didn't teach you a lesson last time, so this time I'll make you remember it for the rest of your life. Wu Ming's eyes turned cold and he walked towards his target. On the other side, Zhang Su and 6 others were wandering around. In addition to him and 3 new level 2 awakeners, there are also his brother Zhangshan level 4 awakener and 2 level 3 awakener henchmen. Seeing Wu Ming suddenly appear, Zhang Su was stunned at first, and then he grinned. He hated Wu Ming much more than he hated Luo Peng. He targeted Luo Peng only because the other party stood up for Wu Ming. Meeting Wu Ming in the wild without anyone to stop him, isn't this a godsend? Surround them! Zhang Su waved his hand, and several people instantly surrounded Wu Ming in the middle, fearing that this piece of fat meat that was in their mouths would slip away. Zhangshan stood aside with his arms folded, a defiant look on his face. He knew about his brother's grudges and it was a good opportunity for him to watch the show. As for taking action himself? A rookie doesn't deserve it. But the next second, the script went completely off track. In just a few breaths, the people in the encirclement were beaten to the ground. Zhang Su suffered the most. He was held in Wu Ming's hand and was beaten with a punch by Wu Ming, turning his head into a pig's head. Zhangshan's eyes suddenly turned cold. He turned out to be a tough guy. He went down to the field himself, and as soon as he rushed forward, he took over Zhang Su's position and was beaten even harder. Half an hour later, Zhangshan, Zhang Su and their companions were all kneeling on the ground crying and banging their heads like pounding garlic. Zhang Su was completely confused. Is this still the same Wu Ming who allowed himself to be manipulated by him? If you dare to touch my brother again, you will have to bear the consequences. Wu Ming stroked the flying knife, and the cold light shone on it. I won't dare to do that again. Never again. A group of people waved their hands repeatedly, almost scared to death. What should you do when you go back? Do you need me to teach you? Wu Ming asked again. I know. If you dare to spread a single word about my affairs. I understand. I'll definitely keep it to myself. Roll. As soon as Wu Ming finished speaking, a group of people ran like crazy as if they had lost their souls, crawling towards the city. If they stayed any longer, they would probably lose their lives here. Wu Ming turned around to do his level 5 mission, while Zhang Shen and his group wished their parents had 2 more legs and rushed to the city at all costs. When I entered the city, I happened to pass by the freshmen who were coming by subway. Hey, why do those idiots who just passed by look like senior brother Zhangshan and Zhang Su? Someone murmured. Are you blind? Senior brother Zhangshan is a level 4 awakener, and he brought 2 level 3 awakeners with him. Who could have beaten them like that? That's right, maybe I saw it wrong. Zhang Su and his group took the teleportation array and headed straight for Hengshan Gongdao Temple. The first thing they did was to wait for Luo Peng at the door. They were so anxious. After Luo Peng finished his task, he also learned how to use the teleportation array. When he returned to Gongdao Academy and just entered the dormitory, he was frightened by 7 pig heads. Who are you? 7 pig heads rushed over like crazy. Luo Peng wanted to run away on the spot, but was held down. Fat brother. I was wrong. Please forgive me. Who the hell are you? I'm Zhang Su. I'm Zhang Shen. Listening to them introducing themselves, Luo Peng burst out laughing. What was going on? This group of people suddenly came to apologize. Could it be that they had a change of heart? He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. After asking for a long time, Zhang Su and the others refused to tell him the reason. Chapter 22. Let us compete. Who was afraid of who? As for Wu Ming, he had already completed the 6 level 5 ferocious beast missions and was almost ready to return. After completing the task, he received 6,000 contribution points, and the level 60 beast gave him 4,200 distribution points. He added 3,000 willpower and 1,200 defense. Now his willpower is approaching 15,000 and his defense is 13,000. He also bought 10 throwing knives, bringing the total to 32. The growth of intentional power far exceeds the number of flying knives, and it is getting further and further away from the upper limit, and the combat power has soared to an unlimited level. The 6 level 5 tasks in the afternoon were completed even faster, and I returned to the function hall at around 4 o'clock. It was too late to leave the city at this time, so Wu Ming strolled around the lobby and then returned to Shanghai Gongdao Temple. After a day out, it's time to go back and take a look. As soon as Wu Ming returned to the Gongdao Academy, he went straight to the training ground and first took a look at the sanitation area that he was responsible for. Hey, not bad, clean and tidy, nothing wrong with it. I turned around and went back to the test area, adding all the allocated points I had just received in the afternoon. As usual, the power soared by 3,000, and the defense increased by 1,200. In the blink of an eye, the test results came out. Combat power, 25,000. This means that Wu Ming is now a genuine level 7 awakener. He reaches a new realm almost every day. This speed is outrageous. Looking at his defense, he has a solid foundation, and with the addition of buffs like controlling rocks with his mind power, Wu Ming can now withstand a level 8 beast like it's a piece of cake. If this gets out, won't the entire Gongdao Academy be in an uproar? At night, it was finally Wu Ming's turn to breathe a sigh of relief. I called my mom first. When my mother found out that he had entered the Shanghai Gongdao Temple, she immediately called Uncle Lei, and it turned out that she knew everything about the half-step awakening. But my mother is really calm. When he failed to awaken, she didn't sigh or lament now that she heard about the half-step awakening. She didn't seem overjoyed either. She just kept reminding him, take good care of yourself, don't be too stubborn, safety first. Wu Ming naturally agreed and felt warm in his heart. A few minutes after I hung up the phone with my mom, my cell phone rang. When I picked it up, it was Gu Xuemi. Hello. The other party sent the message first. Wu Ming replied, oh, what a rare guest. Gu Xuemi replied immediately, are we still good friends? I've been at Gongdaoan for several days, and you haven't even sent me a message of concern. That's too much. Wu Ming typed 2 words, forgot. The next second, 2 emoticons popped up on the screen, pig head, knock on your head. Wu Ming smiled and asked, how are you doing lately? Gu Xuemi, great. I have good news for you, I'm now a level 3 awakener. Wu Ming, sure, that's awesome. Gu Xuemi, I heard from Grandpa that you also came to Shanghai Gongdao Yuan, is that okay? Wu Ming, compared to you, maybe just a little bit behind. Gu Xuemi, you're the only one who's poor, followed by a smiley face. The two chatted for a long time. Wu Ming heard her say that their Kung Fu Academy would also be starting freshman training in the next few days, and she threatened him, let's have a good competition then. Let us compete. Who is afraid of whom? In the end, both of them burst into laughter, and before they knew it, it was late at night. They said good night to each other before going to bed. Time flies like a rocket, and 3 days have passed in a flash. These 3 days were another 3 days of non-stop work for Wu Ming. Now his combat power has soared to over 50,000. A true 9th level awakener. Contribution points have skyrocketed from over 20,000 to over 70,000. If you tell anyone about it, it will scare everyone. His Awakener badge was also successfully upgraded to level 9, and he could enjoy a 20% discount on purchases, which was so cool. During this period, Wu Ming also spent a lot of money. The previous 32 throwing knives doubled to 64. 64 flying knives swirled around him, as densely packed as iron rain, with terrifying momentum. What surprised him even more was that these flying knives could actually form a barrier. Their defensive power was ridiculously strong. In the past, I only knew how to use flying knives to chop people, but I didn't expect it to have such a wonderful use. I'm so lucky. Wu Ming's current defense strength is 10 times stronger than his attack power at the same level. It's not just the flying knife barrier that is powerful. The higher the level of the beast he killed, the more distribution points he would get. Just one level 9 beast would give him 200 attribute points. During these 3 days, Wu Ming's mental power increased by 40,000 points, which directly ushered in the second transformation. Now his mental power can condense into an invisible wall. He had tried it on purpose, and even if a ferocious beast of the same level risked its life, it would never be able to break through this layer of defense. In the past, he only relied on willpower and defense as a supplement. But now, things are different. Wu Ming's mental power has long been trained to the level of both offense and defense. Coupled with the airtight flying knife barrier and his own abnormal defense, the word defense has now become his trump card. He had tried it himself. A group of level 9 ferocious beasts pounced on him like crazy, bombarding him with all their might, but they couldn't even hurt a hair on his head. In the end, he solved them all with ease as swatting a few flies. With this confidence, Wu Ming felt so at ease and as stable as Mount Tai. In addition to the incredible defense, other abilities of Yadongli have also improved by leaps and bounds. The control accuracy, coverage, special effects that slow down the opponent's movements, and even moves that simulate the top 10 cultivation systems have all been improved by more than one level. Wu Ming has had some money these days, so he even bought a book on wind-based martial arts. Since he wants to pretend, he might as well pretend properly to avoid revealing any flaws. As for the elixir, he was too lazy to even look at it. This thing is a treasure to other awakened people, but it is useless to him. No matter how powerful the elixir is, can it be as satisfying as getting the distribution points directly from killing a ferocious beast? How fast can it come? There is also the space formation. Wu Ming also went to the formation hall to take a look. Even though he had 70,000 contribution points and was considered a wealthy man under normal circumstances, he became depressed the moment he entered the hall. Damn, so poor. Even with a 20% discount, the price is still astronomical, don't even think about it. Now Wu Ming has a combat power of 50,000 and is already a 9th level awakener. The next step is to impact the true spirit realm and leap from the awakening level to the spiritual path level. This is a radical change. The two are not in the same world at all. The 9th level awakener has a maximum combat power of 50,000. What do you think the first level of the true spirit realm is? A full 100,000. Double it. Just looking at these numbers, you can tell how outrageous the gap is. In the past, Wu Ming never dared to think about rankings. He thought it was a fantasy. But now it's different. With 70,000 contribution points in my pocket, I feel confident. The Dragon and Tiger list of Gongdao Academy only shows the top 100, and the current threshold for the 100th place is 170,000 contributions. Speaking of which, almost all of the people on the list are seniors in their 3rd and 4th years of college, and only they have the ability to make it to the top of the list. Although Wu Ming entered school a few years later, fortunately he spent most of his freshman and sophomore years in classes and laying the foundation. It was his junior and senior years that really tried his best to strive for the top spots. By this calculation, he is not much behind in time. The only disadvantage he suffered was that others had already become 9th level awakeners by their senior year and dared to kill high-level ferocious beasts right away when he first got started. He could only do odd jobs like digging herbs and looking for minerals, and his starting point was far behind. But now, Wu Ming has finally managed to reach the starting line. But don't think that 70,000 is not a small contribution. You know, a mission to deal with a level 9 beast gives 500 contributions, and a group of 10 gives 5,000. Wu Ming can complete 6 missions a day, which alone adds up to 30,000 contributions. At this rate, it won't take long to catch up to the leaderboard. Not to mention that he improves faster than anyone else. Once he reaches the first level of True Spirit Realm and kills a first-level monster, the contribution points will come like water, right? What's interesting is that the Dragon and Tiger ranking is now full of 9th level awakeners, and everyone is watching. Among this generation of geniuses, who can be the first to break the combat power of 100,000 and advance to the first level True Spirit Realm? Wu Ming's heart was also ignited with fighting spirit. Let's make a list and show them. Let's compete with these so-called geniuses. On a new day, Wu Ming took on 6 level 9 tasks and also prepared some dry food. In the past, he could complete tasks like lightning, running back and forth several times a day. But when he reached the 9th level, it was no longer possible. These 6 sets of tasks would take him a whole day to complete. Set off. The territory of the 9th level beast is even deeper, with towering ancient trees blocking out the sun. Not even much sunlight can get through, and it is gloomy everywhere. But this had no effect on Wu Mingpi. His willpower had already spread out, and no movement within a few miles could escape his perception. Roar! Suddenly a roar was heard, and a black-winged flying tiger stared at Wu Ming. It is a level 9 ferocious beast. This black-winged flying tiger was originally several miles away, but its speed was simply ridiculous. In the blink of an eye, it rushed to within a mile of Wu Ming. In the blink of an eye, he had already pounced in front of Wu Ming. Boom! In the blink of an eye, the power barrier was erected instantly, and the flying knife defense layer was deployed, and the two lines of defense were seamlessly connected. The black-winged flying tiger struck down fiercely, but Wu Ming did not move at all, and not even a scratch was made on his body. Shoo! Wu Ming shouted softly, and 64 flying knives suddenly turned into a raging torrent, carrying a sharp whistle that tore through the air and bombarded the black-winged flying tiger. The black-winged flying tiger flapped its wings fiercely, and its tiger claws condensed into substance, crushing the sky like an overwhelming force. Wherever it passed, it was unstoppable and carried with it the power to crush everything in its path. Bang bang bang! The violent collision set off a huge energy storm, and the towering ancient trees around were instantly blown to pieces by this force, leaving no residue. Wu Ming and Xian Shifei, who were each pushed back several steps. This was just their first warm-up confrontation. The next second, the battle soared to a fever pitch. Countless tiger claws and flying knives collided fiercely, causing a sharp sound of metal clashing. The speed of the black-winged flying tiger is simply beyond common sense. When it moves, its afterimage appears in all directions, so fast that it is dazzling. Speed is its killer move. Many opponents have fallen victim to its unexpected and rapid sneak attacks and died on the spot. But today, it hit a wall. Chapter 23: Killing the 9th level ferocious beast. In Wu Ming's eyes, the speed that it was so proud of was ridiculously slow. It seemed as fast as lightning, but in fact every movement seemed to be slowed down 100 times and could be seen clearly. Moreover, even if it could find an opportunity to launch a sneak attack, what would it matter? Wu Ming's abnormal defense was already waiting, and he would destroy as many as he could. In this battle, Wu Ming was sure to win from the very beginning. The collision between tiger claws and flying knives continues. Every confrontation shakes the heaven and earth, but the outcome has already been decided. Suddenly, a cold light broke through the air without warning. The black-winged flying tiger was fighting Wu Ming head-on. How could he have expected such a move? The flying knife that appeared out of nowhere made its pupils shrink suddenly, and its face turned pale in an instant. Puff! With a slight sound, the flying knife pierced through its eyebrows accurately. A trace of unwillingness flashed in the eyes of the black-winged flying tiger, and its huge body fell to the ground with a bang, completely silent. The battle ended unexpectedly. Could it be that Wu Ming hid the 65th flying knife? Oh, why bother with so much trouble? More than 60 flying knives danced wildly in the air, and taking advantage of the chaos, the number of knives quietly increased from 64 to 63. Who could notice this subtle change? This final blow had been hidden in the chaos and ready to be struck. The mission of the black-winged flying tiger is completed. The next target is the 9th level savage giant bear. Wu Ming rushed towards the area marked by the mission and happened to run into a team on the way. It is a team of free hunters, with a total of 6 people. The leader was a man in his 50s with a calm aura. He was actually a 9th level awakener. In addition, there are 2 level 9 and 3 level 8 awakeners, so the lineup is not weak. When encountering humans in the wild, as long as they are not people with bad intentions, most people will help each other. Seeing Wu Ming acting alone, the man immediately spoke to persuade him with a kind tone. "Little brother, this place is too deep. It's the territory of the 9th level beasts. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. How about retreating a little?" He paused, then asked, "Are you lost? If you don't mind, come with us first, and we'll take you out later." After all, in the eyes of these hunters, Wu Ming was risking his life by going here alone. Although these people are really doing it for his own good. But in their eyes, how could this young boy have the ability of a 9th level awakener? After all, at this age, it is really eye-catching. You know, this kid just passed the awakening ceremony this year. Which of those level 9 guys on the dragon and tiger list didn't make it to their senior year? She is 4 or 5 years older than him. Wu Ming appreciated their kindness, but had no intention of going with them. He simply thanked them and left alone. We have to complete 6 level 9 missions in one day, and time is very tight. Traveling with a large group will only restrict our movements. Soon, another fierce battle broke out. The mission of the 10 wild giant bears was accomplished. This beast is as strong as an ox, with extremely thick skin and flesh. Even so, it still took Wu Ming some effort. Then, the next task begins. Ha! Wu Ming's eyebrows suddenly raised. His mental power network covering 5 kilometers suddenly felt unusual movements. It was the group of hunters just now. They were running like stray dogs, and behind them, a group of blood-roaring demon apes were chasing and howling. They are a group of level 9. How can we be opponents with this group of people? Wu Ming's eyes focused and he moved. More than 60 flying knives instantly turned into streams of light and shot out. Nowadays, human beings are weak, and it is their duty to help each other. What's more, these people just wanted to help him. Now that they are in trouble, how can he stand idly by? At this time, the two sides were only 4 kilometers apart. Retreat! Everyone, run! You go first, I'll stay behind to cover your retreat. Captain! No way! This is an order. If you don't leave, we'll all die here. Team leader! Several team members were already crying. At this moment, the apes rushed over like a tide. The middle-aged captain had a look of determination on his face, and in an instant he was surrounded by the ferocious beasts. Although he was a 9th-level awakener, he could not hold out for more than a few rounds against a group of ferocious beasts of the same level, and was soon in danger. But as he looked at his teammates running away, a hint of relief appeared on the corner of his mouth. It was worth dying. At this moment, he was completely desperate. He stayed to buy time and had no hope of returning alive. At this critical moment, swish, 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 a torrent of flying knives poured down like a waterfall. Like the scythe of the god of death, wherever it passed, the 9th-level blood-roaring demon ape was pierced and strangled, without even having time to scream. Although Wu Ming is at level 9, the gap between level 9 and level 9 is even greater than a chasm. What's more, he is no longer the same as when he dealt with the black-winged flying tiger. Just killing 10 black-winged flying tigers earned him 2,000 distribution points, plus the 2,000 points from the wild giant bear. These 4,000 points were all spent on power, and his combat power was no longer what it used to be. Nowadays, killing some ordinary level 9 ferocious beasts is as easy as cutting vegetables. The middle-aged captain was completely stunned. He was ready to die, but he never thought that he could survive. The one who did this was definitely a top expert. A super boss. In the blink of an eye, more than 20 blood-roaring demon apes were killed, and the remaining few were scared out of their wits and fled for their lives with their tails between their legs. The ferocious beast was killed, and the flying knives were suspended in the air, shining coldly. At this time, Wu Ming was coming at an astonishing speed. This had to do with his new use of mental power, which strengthened himself and increased his speed dramatically. Wu Ming suddenly realized. No wonder only willpower was active among the 4 major attributes. With this thing, he could attack with ease, defend with confidence, and even increase his speed. Other attributes? It seems, there's really no need for them. The middle-aged captain had escaped death and was already filled with gratitude. Thank you very much for saving my life, senior. I beg you to show yourself and allow me to express my gratitude. He clasped his fists and bowed, calling out several times, but no one answered. Until Wu Ming's figure appeared in his sight, he smiled at him kindly. Little brother? The middle-aged captain's eyes almost popped out. This guy was the one who saved him? Impossible. He must have just happened to be passing by, right? But when he saw Wu Ming raise his hand and all the flying knives fell into his palm, his eyes widened and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. So it was my little brother who came to the rescue. Please accept my greeting. The grace of saving my life is heavier than Mount Tai. As he said this, he was about to kneel down and kowtow to express his gratitude. Wu Ming, however, was quick to support him. No need to do that, it's just a piece of cake. I didn't expect you to be such a master. I foolishly advised you to leave before. His weather-beaten face was full of shame. Wu Ming waved his hand and said, Brother, you mean well. I appreciate it. Don't say that. Little brother, my name is Mao Xing. You gave me this life. From now on, if I can be of any use to you, I will go through fire and water without hesitation. The middle-aged man patted his chest and made the promise, his tone as heavy as 1,000 pounds. Wu Ming smiled and pointed at the beast's corpse on the ground. You're here to complete the blood-roaring demon ape mission, right? There are over 20 of them here. I'll take a group of 10, and the rest will be yours. How about that? No. These are all your spoils, senior. We dare not take them. Mao Xing waved his hands quickly. But Wu Ming only took 10, nodded to Mao Xing, and then disappeared in a few flashes. Mao Xing looked at the corpse on the ground and felt like he was dreaming. Not only did he save his life, but he also completed the mission? This is simply pie in the sky. But the smell of blood here is too strong, and it is not advisable to stay here for long, as it might attract even more ruthless characters. He quickly gathered the blood-roaring demon ape's tail and immediately chased in the direction his teammates were fleeing. A few kilometers away, Mao Xing's 6 teammates were gathered together in shock. Thinking of the captain who stayed behind alone to cover them, everyone's eyes were red. At the last glance, the captain had been swallowed by the apes. It seemed that several people could no longer hold back and sobbed softly. The captain did this for us. I want to go back. Even if I die, I must bring back the captain's body. Are you crazy? Wouldn't it be like the captain's death wasted if we go back like this? I don't care. The team member roared with red eyes. At this moment, everyone was overwhelmed by grief and their emotions were out of control. At this moment, there was a rustle sound and the grass suddenly shook. Several people's hair stood on end and they immediately took a fighting stance, thinking that the blood-roaring demon ape was chasing them. But when the weeds parted, a familiar figure was revealed. It was actually their captain. Not only was the captain alive, he was also unharmed. Everyone was stunned. How could a 9th-level awakener survive facing a group of 9th-level ferocious beasts? This is impossible. Everyone stood there in shock, some even wondering if their eyes were bruised from crying. They rubbed their eyes hard and looked again, and the captain was really right in front of them. What's wrong? You don't even recognize me? Mao Xing scolded with a smile. Captain! Is it really you? The team members finally woke up from their dream and burst into ecstasy. Captain! Did you achieve a breakthrough in this desperate situation? Did you enter the first-grade True Spirit realm in one fell swoop? One team member's voice was trembling with excitement. Breakthrough! I can only survive thanks to the little brother I met before. He saved me. Mao Xing said angrily. That little brother? Which little brother? Everyone looked confused. That's the lone guy we encountered earlier. You'd never guess he's such a master. Killing those blood-roaring demon apes is as easy as chopping melons and vegetables. Mao Xing's face was full of emotion. When these words came out, everyone's jaw dropped in shock. We were actually worried about his safety before. What a waste of worry. This is our team's savior. Captain, did you ask the benefactor's name? We must repay such a great favor. This reminded Mao Xing, and he slapped his thigh. Oh my god. I was so excited just now that I forgot about this. He thought about it carefully and slapped his head suddenly. That's right. The little brother's hunter badge has the words Shanghai Gongdao Yuan on it. Only students of the Gongdao Academy would have this wording on their logo, which means your benefactor hasn't graduated yet. None of the masters on the current Dragon and Tiger rankings have yet to break through to the first-ranked True Spirit realm. My benefactor was able to easily kill a level 9 ferocious beast, which means he's also a level 9 awakener. Level 9 awakeners of this strength are definitely rare in the Kung Fu Academy. Let's go to the Shanghai Kung Fu Academy and look for them. We're sure to find them. That makes sense. Walk. After saying that, Mao Xing led a group of people and hurried back. Chapter 24, Combat Power Soars. Wu Ming worked hard all day and got 30,000 contributions and accumulated 12,000 distribution points. In order to deal with the 9th level beast more easily, he now adds points as soon as he has some distribution points, and now he only pays attention to power. After all, the defense has already exceeded the limit and is of no use at all. At the end of the day, I had basically spent all my allocated points, and only saved 30,000 contributions. Wu Ming was busy until after 5 in the afternoon before returning to Shanhaigong Taoist Temple. He first tested his combat power, and the result was 62,000. At this rate, he would be able to break through to the first level of the True Spirit realm in 4 days. However, the higher the combat power, the more difficult it is to improve. If one were to break through from the 9th level awakener to the first level True Spirit realm within a year or two in the 10 great cultivation systems, one would be considered a genius. But thinking of breaking through in just a few days? That was wishful thinking. What's more, his combat power is still soaring, and it is becoming easier and easier for him to kill the 9th level ferocious beasts. If he runs a few more times every day, his breakthrough speed will be even faster. Wu Ming had just returned to the dormitory from the testing point when Lei Zhengyong came to his door. Uncle Lei. Wu Ming greeted him with a smile. What have you been busy with lately, you little brat? You're nowhere to be seen every day. Lei Zhengyong cursed with a smile. What's the matter? Uncle Lei wants to talk to me about something? Wu Ming asked with a smile. Is there nothing I can do to find you? You're at the Kung Dao Temple, so as your uncle, shouldn't I invite you for dinner? It's been several days, and I haven't seen you anywhere. Lei Zhengyong said unhappily. I've been a bit busy lately. Wu Ming scratched his head with a smile. No matter how busy you are, you still have to eat. Come on, you have to follow me today no matter what. Lei Zhengyong said this and grabbed Wu Ming. Wu Ming originally wanted to joke and say pay attention to the dean's image, but seeing Lei Zhengyong's attitude, he was determined to drag him to dinner today. He simply made a joke, freeing the dean's meal. Such a good thing can't be obtained even if you beg for it. Why would I run away? You stinky boy. Lei Zhengyong smiled and patted him on the back of the head, his palm filled with the warmth that only an elder could give. The uncle and his nephew walked side by side to the cafeteria. As soon as they stepped through the door, they immediately ignited the whole place. Isn't that the guy sweeping the training ground? Why is he walking with the dean? Our dean is really humble. He's so warm and welcoming even to a sweeper. What the hell? Look at them, arm in arm, chatting and laughing. How can their relationship be normal? Damn, this cleaning guy, does he have some powerful background? A few days ago, the freshman bully Tang Shanglong offended him and was beaten like a grandson. You have to know that Tang Shanglong's uncle is the vice president. At that time, everyone thought the Chiu family wanted revenge, but in the end, the matter was simply dropped. Think about it carefully. Oh my god. Oh my god. Rumor has it, the dean is this guy's uncle. It's already spread all over the faculty group, but we were the only ones who realized it late. I'm so jealous. My life is worse than that of a floor sweeper. I want to sweep the floor too. Think about yourself first and see if you have the dean. Otherwise, you're really going to sweep the streets. Then I'll have to wear shoe covers when I go to the training ground from now on. I'll take care of the sanitation of the training grounds. I'm not trying to curry favor, I just love sweeping. I suddenly felt sorry for Tang Shanglong for a second. Your uncle is the vice president? Sorry, my uncle is the president. I'll just crush him to death. Ha ha. This is simply the worst joke of the year. Amid the hustle and bustle, Wu Ming and Lei Zhengyong had already prepared their meals and were sitting opposite each other, enjoying the meal. You've been doing pretty well lately. I heard you can even beat up a level 4 awakener. Lei Zhengyong took a bite of his rice and said seriously, but Uncle Lei has something to say to you. Don't rely too much on external forces, as this can easily lead to hidden dangers. I understand, Uncle Lei. Wu Ming nodded in agreement. You are at least a level 4 awakener now, right? All the academies are organizing field training for new students. This will be beneficial to you, you must participate. Lei Zhengyong put down his chopsticks and said, after dinner, go to my office to get the certificate. Register as a hunter tomorrow, and then I'll take you out to see some blood. In the past, he was always worried about Wu Ming's safety and never mentioned the training. But now this kid is growing too fast, and he wants Wu Ming to have the experience that normal students have. Wu Ming nodded as he ate his meal, but he was actually quite happy in his heart. I can't say, Uncle Lei, I registered a long time ago, and now I have a level 9 badge, and my contributions have reached over 100,000. After dinner, Wu Ming obediently followed Lei Zhengyong to get the certificate. Lei Zhengyong specifically reminded him, register tomorrow morning, and I'll take you out in the afternoon. Don't be late. Wu Ming nodded like a chick pecking at rice, but he was wailing in his heart, well, I have to play the role of a newbie on the road again tomorrow. The next morning, Wu Ming slipped out before dawn. Uncle Lei was going to take him to see the world in the afternoon, so the time to complete the task was tight, so he had to set off early to catch up on the progress. Time flies when you are busy, and with the surge in combat power, tasks are completed faster and faster. Another 3,000 plus contributions were received and 12,000 plus distribution points were credited to the account. By the time he rushed back to Shanhagang Daoyuan, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. You little brat, what took you so long to register a hunter logo? Lei Zhengyong was already waiting at the door, pretending to have a stern face. Wu Ming quickly apologized with a smile, the function hall is too big. This is my first time back, and I couldn't help but look around a little more. I accidentally forgot the time. He deliberately pretended to be curious, and even the inexperienced look in his eyes was played just right. A real movie star. This didn't waste any time, as Lei Zhangyong had originally planned to take him for a walk around the periphery. The uncle and nephew took the teleportation array to the function hall and symbolically accepted 2 tasks. The cost was naturally the contribution points earned by Lei Zhangyong. Wu Ming played the role of Xiaobai throughout the whole process, asking questions here and there, and his acting skills were flawless. The lady in charge of registration was the same one from before. Seeing Wu Ming coming, she was about to ask out of habit, "Are there still 6 level 9 missions?" Then Wu Ming said, "I'll give you 2 quests, finding active grass and mining ore." "Thank you." The young lady was stunned on the spot. Such a sudden change in style? After repeated confirmation, he registered Wu Ming. Looking at his and Lei Zhangyong's backs as they left, his mind was full of questions. After leaving the city, Lei Zhangyong specifically asked Wu Ming to try his hand at fighting against the 2nd and 3rd level ferocious beasts, while he stood by to support them. Wu Ming had disguised himself as a level 4 Wind Awakener throughout the fight, and fought back and forth. It looked thrilling, but in fact he was at ease. The 2 tasks were completed easily and we returned to the city before dark. Back at the Shanghai Kung Fu Academy, Lei Zhangyong patted him on the shoulder and warned him, "It's natural to be nervous during your first training, but you'll get better slowly. Remember, you're still too weak now, so don't leave the city without permission. Improve your strength first." He talked a lot. Wu Ming listened patiently and was finally free and returned to the dormitory. After a short break, he tested his combat power, and the result was 73,000. The higher the combat power, the harder it is to improve. But there was a gleam in Wu Ming's eyes: "Work harder and try to complete 2 rounds of tasks tomorrow." After a night, Wu Ming rushed to the function hall at dawn and directly accepted 6 level 9 tasks. When the registration lady saw it, she patted her chest quietly and said, "It's okay, it's normal." When Wu Ming left the city, the sun had just climbed over the mountain. Fengling City had completely awakened and was bustling with activity. At this time, outside the Shanghai Gongdao Temple, there was already a lot of noise from gongs and drums, and it was extremely lively. It was Mao Xing who had arrived with his team of hunters. Mao Xing stood at the front, holding a dazzling red banner in both hands. He had wanted to come yesterday, but he felt that the visit to express gratitude had to be ceremonial, so he specially invited a lion dance team and made banners overnight to make a grand ceremony. When Lei Zhangyong received the notification, he was stunned at first, and then hurried out to meet him. When one of their students saved someone, the other party came to express their gratitude in a big way. This is great for the reputation of Gongdao Academy. But, who could it be? When he met Mao Xing and asked him some questions, he learned that his benefactor could easily kill a group of blood-roaring demon apes. Lei Zhangyong began to wonder, there are only a handful of students in Shanghai Gongdao Academy who have this ability. Xiaoyu? Emperor Xuanzong of Song? Zhao Yiting? Xiaoyu is the face of Shanghai Kung Fu Academy, with the codename Needle on the Dragon and Tiger list. He has a combat power of 88,000 and is competing with the geniuses of other Kung Fu Academy to break through 100,000 first and advance to the first grade True Spirit realm. How many eyes in Fengling City are watching this competition? Whoever comes out on top will not only gain honor, but will also directly improve the ranking of the academy. Xiaoyu is the greatest hope of Shanghai Gongdao Academy, and Lei Zhangyong pays attention to his movements every day. As for Song Xuanzong, Zhao Yiting and others, their combat power is only more than 70,000, which can only be regarded as the second echelon. Lei Zhangyong quickly contacted these potential students. Zhao Yiting is a girl, so she is excluded first. Song Xuanzong arrived quickly. Mao Xing shook his head as soon as he saw him. Song Xuanzong also said that he had not left the city at all the day before yesterday. I asked the remaining few, but none of them were the correct one. Finally, only Xiaoyu was left. But in order to break through the rankings and reach a higher realm, Xiaoyu has not returned to Gongdao Academy for 2 days and has been deep in the wilderness. Chapter 25, Looking for a Savior. Lei Zhangyong dialed Xiaoyu's communicator. At this time, deep in the wilderness, a young man with a face as cold as a knife had just finished a fight when his communicator suddenly rang. Seeing it was the dean, he quickly answered, "Dean?" After hearing what Lei Zhangyong said, Xiaoyu was also stunned. "It's not me, Dean. My position is too deep, and I haven't seen other people for a few days." After hanging up the phone, Lei Zhangyong was even more puzzled. Who was it? He then asked Mao Xing, "Brother Mao, are you sure you are from our Shanghai Gongdaoist Academy?" "It's absolutely true. The emblem of my benefactor's hunting weapon clearly says Shanghai Gongdaoan." Mao Xing patted his chest and made the promise. Lei Zhengyang was worried. I'd asked every possible student, but there was no such person. He then asked about Mao Xing's appearance and age, but he could only give a rough estimate, which was completely useless. Although he didn't find his benefactor, Mao Xing was determined to go to Shanhaigong Daoyuan. He solemnly handed the banner to Lei Zhengyang and thanked him repeatedly. If your academy hadn't cultivated such a master, I would have died long ago. Lei Zhengyang accepted the banner, but felt uneasy in his heart. This matter needs to be investigated thoroughly. On the other side, Wu Ming was fighting a level 9 ferocious beast, the brutal man bear. This beast is 4 or 5 meters tall as a mountain, and has immense strength. It can overturn a truck with one slap of its claws. 64 flying knives were spinning at high speed in front of Wu Ming. As soon as he thought about it, the flying knives were instantly reorganized and turned into a huge rotating flywheel. The knife light flashed and the cold air was pressing. Shoo! With Wu Ming's light shout, the rotating flywheel rushed forward like a meat grinder with a sharp whistle that tore through the air. Boom! The huge body of the brutal man bear was directly pierced with a bloody hole. Its life force was gone in an instant and it fell to the ground with a bang. This is a new killer move that Wu Ming just figured out. In the past, the flying knives all fought independently, but now as his control became more and more magical, the 64 flying knives have become one, turning into an indestructible killing weapon. Wherever it passes, everything is reduced to dust. Wu Ming continued to move forward without stopping. He went out early yesterday morning and didn't finish a round of tasks until after 2 in the afternoon. Today he was determined to finish the battle before noon. In this way, the small goal of completing 2 rounds of tasks a day can be achieved. Time passed like a white horse, and it was noon in a blink of an eye. Wu Ming raised his sword and killed the last ferocious beast, then immediately turned around and returned. The results of the morning's battle were quite explosive. 12,000 allocation points were obtained, and all of them were spent on power. Although it is harder to increase combat power as it gets higher, but based on experience, it is estimated that it is at least 80,000 now. The contribution points increased by 30,000, reaching a total of 130,000, which is equivalent to having 60,000 living cash in hand, giving me full confidence. I hurriedly ate a few bites of food on the 4th floor of the function hall and rested for an hour to refresh myself. At 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Wu Ming received the new task on time. He finished half of it in the morning and finished the rest in the afternoon. He had just walked out of the hall and towards the teleportation array when someone suddenly patted his shoulder from behind. Hi! Wu Ming looked back and saw Gu Shuemi looking at him with a bright smile that was dazzling. Gu Shuemi. Wu Ming was also a little surprised. Why are you here? Look, someone's forgotten something again, hasn't they? Didn't I tell you a few days ago that you were going to participate in the freshman training? Gu Shuemi winked playfully. Wu Ming slapped his forehead and then remembered. I haven't asked you yet, what are you doing here? Gu Shuemi smiled widely, and that smile always made people feel warm. I'm here to gain experience as a freshman too. Wu Ming replied. Are you alone? Gu Shuemi glanced around and didn't see any other teammates. Wu Ming nodded. Then come with us, there's safety in numbers. Gu Shuemi pointed behind her as she spoke. There were 6 girls and 4 boys in the group. The girls were all freshmen, most of them were level 2 awakeners, the boys seemed to be seniors, and the leader was actually an 8th level awakener. Wu Ming's perception was so sharp that when the 8th level awakener saw him chatting enthusiastically with Gu Shuemi, he immediately frowned, with undisguised hostility hidden in his eyes. The other 3 boys also had unhappy expressions and their eyes were like knives. Wu Ming was very happy in his heart. Well, it's another trouble caused by a beautiful woman. Although those 6 girls were pretty, they were like fireflies compared to the bright moon compared to Gu Shuemi. With her looks, she was definitely crowned the new school beauty when she first entered Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Academy, so naturally there were flies flying around her. As expected, the 8th level awakener was named Zhu Mukue, a wood-type ability user. Upon hearing Gu Shuemi speak, he immediately put on a gentle smile. Since Sister Shuemi has spoken, of course there is no problem. One more person or one less person will not be a problem. He turned to Wu Ming, his face instantly turned 8 degrees colder, his chin raised high. Boy, you're lucky to be with us. I'll help you with your mission later, so you won't be a drag. The tone was so arrogant that it could be heard from 2 miles away. Thank you very much. Wu Ming responded with a forced smile. A group of people walked towards the teleportation array. Shumukue waved his hand and brushed the contribution points, deliberately shouting, everyone, feel free to use them. These contribution points are nothing. As if he was afraid that others didn't know he was rich. Wu Ming sneered in his heart, "Ha, you are pretending again." He just watched this guy perform quietly, as if he was watching a clown. After leaving the city, although many people were experiencing outdoor training for the first time, they were all very relaxed. After all, there were level 8 bosses to keep them in check, so it was more like an outing than an experience. Gu Xuemi was obviously closer to Wu Ming. They talked and laughed all the way, which made Zhu Mukue jealous. Seeing this, the other 3 boys could only turn their attention to other girls. They didn't even dare to think about someone of Gu Xuemi's level. Before long, the freshman's training mission was completed. Zhu Mukue deliberately shouted in front of Gu Xuemi, "Hey, kid, what's your mission? I'll do it for you." He looked like he wanted to carve the words "I'm awesome" on his face. "My mission is a little bit difficult." Wu Ming pretended to be shy. "Difficulty? That's for rookies like you. I'm a level 8 awakener, what haven't I seen? Just tell me." Zhu Mukue patted his chest and was extremely excited. "Okay, I'll take you there." Wu Ming turned around and walked deeper into the wilderness. Although most of the level 9 ferocious beasts are in the deep, they will occasionally sneak to the edge. Wu Ming's mental power had already locked onto one of them, and it came in handy at this moment. Not long after, a 5-meter-tall lion appeared before their eyes. Its face was bigger than a millstone, and its fangs flashed with cold light. "That's it, trouble." Wu Ming pointed. "Wow." Zhu Mukue, who had been so arrogant just now, instantly turned like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. His face turned pale, his legs trembled like sieves, and his lips trembled. This is a level 9 ferocious beast." I was so scared that I couldn't speak clearly. "No?" Wu Ming pretended to be confused. Zhu Mukue cursed Wu Ming 1,000 times in his heart. "What the hell? Are you trying to get us all killed?" If his legs hadn't been so weak that he couldn't move, he would have run away long ago. Not only him, but everyone else was also scared out of their wits. The girls' faces turned pale, and even Gu Xuemi was pale. "If not, get out of the way." Wu Ming pushed the frightened Zhu Mukue away and walked straight towards the giant lion. Chapter 26 Insider. Wu Ming. Gu Xuemi couldn't help but exclaim, her voice full of worry. Wu Ming turned around and grinned at her, and then several flying knives flew out from the air. Boom! But in the blink of an eye, the huge monster fell to the ground with a loud bang and was silent. Zhu Mukue was stunned, his mind went blank, as if it had crashed. The others were also stunned, their jaws almost dropping to the ground. Gu Xuemi was so shocked that her mouth opened slightly, and her beautiful eyes were full of disbelief. Wu Ming calmly went about collecting his spoils. It took a long time for everyone to recover from their shock. Several boys, including Zhu Mukue, clutched their shirts and lowered their heads, like elementary school students who had done something wrong, not daring to breathe. Especially Zhu Mukue, he wanted to find a hole in the ground to crawl into. He was pretending to be cool just now, but it turned out that I was the clown. Only Gu Xuemi remained calm. She neither looked down on him when he was ordinary nor was she afraid when he showed his strength. However, she could not hide her shock. This was the second time she felt such a strong sense of frustration. The last time was also because of Wu Ming. After she awakened, she killed 1,000 ducks in an hour and was feeling proud of herself. But Wu Ming went straight to 4,500, which devastated her to the point of tears. A few days ago, she had just been promoted to the 3rd level awakener and finally achieved 4,500 per hour. She even showed off to Wu Ming during the chat, but she never expected. Thinking of this, she felt embarrassed and angry, and her eyes instantly turned red. "Don't cry." Wu Ming teased her deliberately. "What's wrong? Are these tears of emotion?" "Roll." She could still hold it back, but after being teased by him, Gu Xuemi could no longer hold back her tears, which started to fall down. "No, actually." Wu Ming hurriedly tried to say a few words of comfort. "What is it? Is there a hidden story?" Gu Xuemi suddenly stopped crying and stared at him with watery eyes. She knew that Wu Ming's uncle was the dean of Shanghai Gongdao Academy. Maybe he had given him some trump card that could make him invincible in seconds? If that were the case, she would feel better. Wu Ming said seriously, "Actually, this isn't even close to my full potential." After saying this, I couldn't help but laugh. Gu Xuemi was stunned for 2 seconds, then she became angry and anxious. "Wu Ming, you are so mean." She chased after him, and her pink fists landed on Wu Ming with a crackling sound, but the force was so light that it felt like a tickle. Shumukue was heartbroken watching from the side. He tried to pretend to be cool but ended up being abused, and now he has to force himself to eat this dog food. This life is unbearable. Alas, it's so hard for me. The 6 girls looked at Wu Ming before without even bothering to lift their eyelids, but now, they stared at him as if he had seen a rare treasure. Their eyes were wide open and their eyeballs were almost glued to Wu Ming, unable to move away even a little. She was surrounded by several senior students who were courting her, and they were all so beautiful that she felt very proud. But looking at it again now, there is simply no comparison. If you want to find a boyfriend, you have to find a tough guy like Wu Ming. Looking at the way Gu Shuemi chased after Wu Ming and beat him, they felt so envious that they wanted to rush up for Gu Shuemi right then and there, and even felt a bit jealous. After a while, the gloom on Gu Shuemi's face disappeared and her mood became much brighter. Wu Ming casually asked Shumukue and the others to go back first. These words sounded like an ordinary explanation, but to Shumukue and others, they were more effective than an imperial edict. They nodded vigorously like chicks pecking at rice, patting their chests and assuring, "Don't worry, Brother Ming. I promise it will be done perfectly." Wu Ming was stunned for a long time by that look. Wasn't this reaction a bit too exaggerated? Gu Shuemi and his group returned to the city in a mighty procession and headed straight for Gongdawan. Along the way, Shumukue and his gang were extremely respectful to Gu Shuemi and cared about her more than their own mother. His previous courtesy and hospitality had some other intentions, but now, it was purely for Wu Ming's sake. Who dares to neglect? As soon as she returned to Gongdawan, Gu Shuemi, who had a huge secret in her heart, started to tremble with her hands and quickly called her grandfather. If she didn't tell him such an explosive thing, she would be unable to sleep. At this time, in the slaughterhouse, Lao Gu, Lao Li, and their colleagues were taking a break to smoke. Suddenly, the phone rang. Seeing that it was his precious granddaughter calling, Lao Gu quickly picked up the phone. When Gu Shuemi told him about what she had seen and heard today, old Gu exploded on the spot, saying "Oh my God" 3 times in a row. After hanging up the phone, he seemed to have lost his soul and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. "What's wrong, Lao Gu? Are you out of your mind?" A co-worker next to him pushed him. "It's Xiao Wu." Old Gu's throat felt a little tight. What happened to Xiao Wu? When they heard it was Wu Ming, the workers instantly became alert. Wu Ming had been gone for some time, and they had been thinking about him for a long time, but were embarrassed to disturb him. Now that they had heard the news, they all pricked up their ears. "What realm do you think Xiao Wu is at now?" "I guess it's a level 2 awakener." "I bet on level 3. "I think level 4 is possible." "Come on. Do you understand the market? If Xiao Wu is really that powerful, he would be so powerful, right? Xiao Wu he, Xiao Wu he." Old Gu took a deep breath and roared, "Xiao Wu is already a level 9 awakener. My granddaughter saw it with her own eyes. He killed a level 9 beast with just a wave of his hand." As soon as these words came out, the entire workshop fell silent. In an instant you could hear a pin drop. The group of gentlemen stood there frozen as if they had been cast under a spell. After a full half-minute, everyone gasped and exploded. "Is this true? How could my granddaughter lie to me? Oh my God. Oh my God. I knew Xiao Wu was special, but I didn't expect him to be this extraordinary. Xiao Wu has only been gone for a few days? 9 days at most? He's already level 9? 1 level a day? Are you kidding me? This speed is faster than riding a rocket. Even a rocket would have to pass a cigarette to Xiao Wu. Alright. I'll brag about it later. I have new material." Xiao Wu didn't disappoint me. As he was speaking, Li Xianen happened to come to the workshop for inspection. "Director. Big news. Xiao Wu is now a level 9 awakener." Everyone knew that he was Wu Ming's uncle, and they quickly shared this great news with him. "Oh. That's great." Li Xianen responded with a smile, but she didn't believe it at all. A 9th level awakener in just a few days? Is that even possible? These people don't understand the difficulties of awakening, so why are they so excited? It's terrible to be uneducated. But, as long as they are happy. Besides, Gu Shuemi, as the school belle, has a natural traffic physique, especially such a stunning beauty. News spreads faster than the wind. Soon, the news that the new campus beauty Gu Shuemi is taken to spread throughout the major academies. The story was very detailed and mixed with a lot of analysis and speculation from insiders, making the story come alive. As soon as the news broke out, Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple was in an uproar. Who is this brat? He's so quick. Screw it, my crush hasn't even started yet and I'm already heartbroken? Even though I know the school beauty has nothing to do with me, I don't even have any thoughts about her anymore. I can't live like this anymore. Who on earth is it? How dare they snatch our school beauty away? I heard he's from Shanghai Gongdaoyuan, his name is Wu Ming. Damn it! Why did the school beauty of our Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Academy let the boy from Shanghai pick the fruit? Brothers, grab your weapons. Fight them. Go. Go ahead and die, I'm a 9th level awakener. I see. Excuse me. I take back what I said just now. Just pretend I didn't say it. It's been over 2 minutes, I can't undo it, I've taken a screenshot as a souvenir. You're such a talent. I wanted to cry, but you made me laugh. In the information age, news travels faster than lightning. Before the commotion at Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple had died down, the Shanhaigong Taoist Temple was in an uproar. What? The new school beauty of Wuzhen Tiangong Daoyuan was captured by someone from our Shanghai? Which great god is so powerful? Awesome. I have to kowtow to the master. The Wuzhen Tiangong Daoyuan always outshines us, but this time we can finally hold our heads high. It's so embarrassing. This wave must last for a year. Hurry up. What's my idol's name? My name seems to be Wu Ming. Wu Ming? I've never heard of him. Is he handsome? Not from our class. Neither does our class. +1. Same question, there is no such person. That's strange. To be able to win the beauty from the opposite school, he must be a famous figure, right? How come we have never heard of him? Everyone, I'm sorry to bother you all. Actually, my nickname is Wu Ming. Get lost. Your name is Zhong Wanxiang, who do you think I know? Your nickname is pretty wild. You even changed your last name? It's not good for your health to always have fantasies. Ha ha ha. Stop pretending, I am Wu Ming. What are you snatching for? If you have the guts, go and claim your relationship with the school beauty. I'm going to the household registration department to change my name now. What a ruthless person. Just change your name and you'll be the school beauty? Are you dreaming? 250 each, identification completed. The two martial arts academies were in an uproar, but the person involved, Wu Ming, was confused and knew nothing. Chapter 27. When did you two hook up? Wu Ming worked hard to kill the ferocious beasts for the entire afternoon and finally completed the task. 12,000 distribution points and 30,000 contribution points are obtained. The cumulative contribution has now reached 160,000. Previously, the 100th place on the Dragon and Tiger list was 170,000, and now it has just risen to 180,000. At this rate, he will be able to securely appear on the Dragon and Tiger list tomorrow morning. I feel a little excited just thinking about it. In addition, Wu Ming had already saved 90,000 contributions, but had no plans to spend them. After all, his combat power is improving day by day, and taking down a 9th level ferocious beast is like playing a game. There is no need to stack the flying knives for the time being. Save them first, as they may come in handy in the future. After returning to Shanghai Gongdao Temple, Wu Ming first tested his combat power, and the result was 93,000. The higher the combat power, the harder it is to improve, but it is not far from the 100,000 mark. According to common sense, at the awakened level, even if all means are stacked up, the combat power will not reach 100,000. This is a hurdle. Once it breaks through 100,000, one will have to undergo a transformation, and the life level will directly jump to the first grade True Spirit realm, a whole new world. Tomorrow morning, one will be on the Dragon and Tiger list, and the other will break through 100,000 combat power. Wu Ming felt his blood boiling just thinking about it, he was so looking forward to it. Not long after he came out of the testing area, a student came in. Coincidentally, he was using the same device that Wu Ming had just used. As soon as I entered, I saw the string of numbers 93,000 on the screen, which made my eyes dizzy. Oh my god. Everyone knows that the highest combat power at Shanghai College is senior brother Xiaoyu, who is only 87,000. Which big guy did this 93,000? The student thought about it for a long time and felt that the most likely person was senior brother Xiaoyu. It must be that senior brother Xiaoyu had made another breakthrough. Great! I'm so lucky, I'm using the same device as senior brother Xiaoyu. Senior brother Xiaoyu is the top star at Shanghai Gongdao Academy. This is the first time he has been so close to his idol. He quickly took a selfie in front of the 93,000 value and posted it on his Moments. Guess whose record this is? Smirk. The comments section exploded. Holy crap! 93,000? That's awesome. Senior brother Xiaoyu. It must be senior brother Xiaoyu. Brother, your salary was 87,000 before, and now it's directly increased to 93,000? It's not far from 100,000. Among the same class, you are definitely the first one who has the potential to make a breakthrough. Brother Xiaoyu, go for it. Ali Gu. A group of students were extremely excited, and the news soon reached the ears of people who were familiar with Xiaoyu. They immediately called and sent messages, and some even went straight to congratulations. When the first person came to verify, Xiaoyu was still confused. When more and more people came to him, he was completely stunned. Where does this fake news come from? He has made some progress, but it only increased from 87,000 to 88,000. Where did the 93,000 come from? Noisy. The higher you go, the harder it is to improve your combat power. Do these people really not understand, or are they pretending not to understand? As for Wu Ming, on his way back to the dormitory from the testing area, he heard all kinds of discussions, all about Gu Xuemi, the school beauty of Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Academy. I heard that she is taken? Wu Ming was a little puzzled. He didn't hear Gu Xuemi mention it when he met her today. Upon further listening, I found out that the target was from Shanghai Gongdao Academy, a 9th-level awakener named Wu Ming. Could it be me? Wu Ming touched his chin. Apart from himself, who else could be a 9th-level awakener? It must have been spread by Zhu Mukue and his gang. In addition, although the scandal between him and Gu Xuemi was a rumor, his true state was exposed. Wu Ming's lips curled up into a helpless, bitter smile. It seems that this identity cannot be hidden for much longer. At this moment, in the girls' dormitory of Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Academy, Gu Xuemi was surrounded by a group of sisters, and the verbal and behavioral torture mode was started. Tell the truth. When did you and Wu Ming start hooking up? How far has it progressed? Holding hands? Or biting each other? We've already captured a great god like the 9th-level awakener. Hurry and hand over the secret manual, or I won't be polite. I also want a level 9 awakener as my boyfriend. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Gu Xuemi's face flushed with anxiety, and she waved her hands repeatedly. Oh no. You really misunderstood. He and I are just ordinary friends. You still dare to quibble? Sisters, torture me. As soon as he finished speaking, several beautiful women in cool clothes and hot bodies rushed over and tickled Gu Xuemi. How could Gu Xuemi just sit there and wait for death? She immediately fought back. For a moment, the dormitory was filled with the sweet laughter of beautiful girls. A group of beauties were making a fuss, and the air was filled with fragrance. It was late at night and the dormitory finally became quiet. Gu Xuemi lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. When I was with Wu Ming before, I just felt relaxed and comfortable, and had a lot of fun. I never thought about the relationship between men and women at all. But after her sisters made such a fuss, her heart felt like there was a little rabbit in her chest, beating wildly, and there was a strange ripple that she couldn't even explain. Oops. Gu Xuemi's cheeks suddenly turned red, like a ripe apple. She quickly pulled the quilt over her head, and even her ears were burning. The next day came in a flash. Wu Mingtian got up at dawn. This morning was very meaningful to him. As long as everything goes well, before noon, he will complete 2 breakthroughs that will shock the whole audience. One is that his combat power will break through the 100,000 mark, the other is to be strongly listed on the Dragon and Tiger list. Wu Ming went straight to the function hall, accepted 6 tasks in one breath, turned around and stepped into the teleportation array. The next second, Wu Ming's figure flashed in the wild jungle, and he had already started a crazy fighting mode. Now his combat power is only 1 step away from the 100,000 mark. In other words, among the 9-level awakeners, he is already standing at the top of the pyramid. Killing a level 9 ferocious beast? As easy as cutting vegetables. Why wait until noon? Just after 10 o'clock, Wu Ming had already completed this wave of tasks, cleanly and neatly. Although I haven't returned to the city to hand in the task, the distribution points have already been received in real time. At this moment, 12,000 allocation points were shining brightly on Wu Ming's system panel. According to common sense, if all these 12,000 points were used to focus on power, the combat power would at least increase by more than 10,000. His previous combat power was 93,000. With this wave of bonuses, breaking through the 100,000 mark? It's a sure thing. Without further ado, Wu Ming directly chose to add points. At the moment when all attribute points are infused. Buzz. It was as if thunder from the sky exploded in his mind, making his eardrums buzz. Wu Ming clearly felt that his sea of consciousness was expanding wildly, and the surging power of his will was like a river bursting its banks, and he was undergoing a complete transformation. He slowly sat down cross-legged, his consciousness seemed to sink into an endless deep ocean, everything around him disappeared, and he completely entered a mysterious state of oblivion of both himself and the world. I was careless. We're in the wild. If I had known this transformation would be so drastic, I should have retreated back to the city first. This was Wu Ming's last thought. In the wilderness full of dangers, he can only hope for the best. Time passed by minute, but Wu Ming had no idea about it. He was completely immersed in this transformation. Through the layers of leaves, mottled sunlight fell on him, stretching his shadow very long. In a blink of an eye, it was already past 4 in the afternoon, and in 2 hours, the sun would set. After sunset, the danger level in the wilderness would increase exponentially, but Wu Ming still had his eyes closed, showing no signs of waking up. During this period, there were some blind and ferocious beasts approaching. But as long as those ferocious beasts lurking in the dark dare to approach within 2 kilometers of him, the flying knife on his waist will automatically shoot out through the air, and with a flash of cold light, the crisis will be nipped in the bud. Wu Ming was completely unaware of all this. It was purely his body's unconscious instinct to protect his master. Chapter 28, Testing the Limits. An hour passed. Finally, Wu Ming suddenly opened his eyes. Those eyes became increasingly clear, yet so deep that they seemed to contain the entire starry sky. Anyone who gazed into his eyes for even a moment would feel their consciousness being pulled by an invisible force, involuntarily sinking and becoming lost. Just then, a tyrannical bear king discovered him. This tyrannical bear king is the evolved form of the tyrannical man bear. The tyrannical man bear is a level 9 ferocious beast, while the tyrannical bear king is already at the peak of level 9. This ferocious beast is only one step away from becoming a demon beast. Don't underestimate this step. There is a world of difference between taking it and not taking it. This brutal bear king was more than 10 meters tall, like a moving hill. When he saw Wu Ming, the little guy, he roared wildly and smashed his fist as big as a casserole with the power to collapse mountains and split rocks. Wherever he passed, rocks cracked and mountains collapsed. Wherever he stepped, the ground split open into spiderweb-like cracks. In the blink of an eye, the fist was about to smash Wu Ming into a pulp. However, when the fist as big as a casserole was still 100 meters away from Wu Ming, it seemed to be grasped tightly by an invisible big hand and did not move at all. The tyrannical bear king was furious and roared madly, trying to break free with all his strength, but it was in vain. At this moment, Wu Ming has already entered the first level of true spiritual realm. The benefits brought to him by this transformation are so great that the word reborn is not enough to describe it. It is no exaggeration to say that he has received a new life. Just like this move now, the power of mind has become more condensed and can be used more freely. Back then, Wu Ming's mental power could only be used to manipulate objects. Later, he could barely condense it into a barrier to enhance defense, but that was just entry-level fun. It was not until now that the power of will was completely transformed that it was able to do things so effortlessly and display such terrifying power. This is the real major breakthrough. Wu Ming was even certain that it wouldn't be long before his willpower, even without the aid of any object, would be able to unleash devastating destructive power. More powerful lethality. Wu Ming flicked his finger lightly, and the flying knife on his waist instantly turned into a golden stream of light and shot through the air. The tyrannical bear king at the peak of level 9 was twisted into a bloody mist before he could even let out a scream. Amidst the rain of blood, Wu Ming's eyes remained calm. It's the same old saying, if you cross a hurdle, and if you don't, it means 2 completely different worlds. You know, a combat power of 100,000 is the limit of what human testing equipment can display. It's not that you can't test higher, but there's no need to. After entering the true spirit realm, one has entered a more profound martial arts system. Using simple combat power to measure it is purely amateurish behavior. Therefore, if Wu Ming, after his transformation, were to measure his combat power again, the screen would definitely only show 100,000. But his 100,000 is definitely not an ordinary 100,000. If we really talk about strength, even if dozens of guys with a combat power of 99,000 come, they are still not enough for him to beat. This is the horror of the first-grade true spirit realm. A smile appeared on Wu Ming's lips. The joy of stepping into a new realm made his heart burn with joy. Next, it's time to return to the city. In the past, when he returned to the city, he either had to run or rely on his willpower to speed up, which was somewhat difficult. But now, with a thought, his figure suddenly flashed, and in the next second he appeared hundreds of meters away. Another flash, and it was hundreds of meters away. In a few flashes, his figure disappeared into the depths of the dense forest. This was another incredible change that occurred to him after he entered the first level of True Spirit Realm. Within the range of intentional power, short-distance teleportation can be performed. Was speed his weakness before? Now. Direct teleportation. This is completely different from simple speed, it's a completely dimensional attack. Wu Ming didn't use the teleportation array, he just flashed all the way and soon arrived at the city gate. As he walked into the function hall, he silently calculated in his mind. In the past, it took a lot of time to rush back to the city from the wilderness. Now, teleportation can save more than half of the time. In addition, teleportation within the city is faster than teleportation. With this combination, it actually takes about the same amount of time as before? There is no one else like him. Wu Ming walked into the function hall and took a special look at the Dragon and Tiger list. The 100th place still has 180,000 contributions. Surpassing you, isn't it easy? He walked straight to the task table and submitted the task he had just completed. The next second, his contribution value soared from 160,000 to 190,000. Dragon and Tiger list data is synchronized in real time. The original 100th place was instantly squeezed out, and a new name suddenly appeared. Sharp Blade, Shanghai Gongdao Academy. There were people coming and going in the function hall, and there were always countless pairs of eyes staring at the Dragon and Tiger list, so the changes were captured almost instantly. Look! The Dragon and Tiger list is moving. Someone is charging in. Let me take a look. Let me take a look. Sharp Blade? From the Shanghai Gongdao Yuan? This is the second ruthless person from our Shanghai Kung Fu Academy to make it onto the Dragon and Tiger list after the needle stab of Xiaoyu. Who is this Sharp Blade exactly? In our Shanghai Gongdao Academy, besides Xiaoyu, aren't there Song Xuanzong and Zhao Yating? Their code names aren't like this either. Need I say more? This must be a new dark horse from our Shanghai Gongdao Academy. Awesome! Now we have an extra spot on the Dragon and Tiger ranking. This year, our Shanghai Gongdao Academy's ranking will definitely go up. The changes in the Dragon and Tiger list are not big, but not small either. For ordinary people, it may just be a topic of conversation after dinner, but for major martial arts academies and teachers and students, this is a matter of face. The news spread like wildfire, spreading throughout the streets and alleys in an instant. Especially the Shanghai Gongdao Academy. After hearing the news, the entire Gongdao Academy was in an uproar. It's so fucking exciting. You know, in all the major Taoist academies in Fengling City, the total number of students in each class is hundreds of thousands. Hundreds of thousands of people are competing for the top 100 spots. Just imagine how difficult this is. Precisely because it is as difficult as ascending to heaven, it is valued so much by all parties. Awesome. So awesome. Dark horse. This is definitely our Shanghai Gongdao Academy's biggest dark horse this year. Sharp Blade. Who the hell is that? You're such a great honor to us. Everyone is eagerly searching for the true identity of Fengblade. To make it onto the Dragon and Tiger rankings, he's probably a junior or senior, right? Let us start from the senior year. The code names of classmates are basically public. Who doesn't know who? After checking all the senior classes, there was nothing. Holy crap! Could it be a junior? If he is a junior, then this dark horse would be ridiculously dark. Everyone immediately went to check for the third year, but still couldn't find it. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! No such person exists? Brothers, why does this situation look familiar? How could he not look familiar? We were looking for someone named Wu Ming everywhere the other day, but there was no sign of him, right? Now, there are 2 missing persons in our Shanghai Gongdao Yuan? Could it be that this sharp blade is Wu Ming? That's right. Isn't Wu Ming rumored to be a 9th level awakener? Now that I think about it, it's really possible. Then the question is, where is Wu Ming? Investigate. Even if we have to turn the Shanghai Gongdao Yuan upside down, we must dig out this great god Wu Ming. Receive. The first information team has assembled. The second information team is on standby. Third. All of a sudden, all the students of Shanghai Gongdao Academy went out to search for Wu Ming. As the dean, Lei Zhengyang naturally learned the news first. At this moment, he was pacing in the office, his face flushed with excitement and his hands trembling slightly. A dark horse. This is a fucking dark horse that popped out from under the rocks. For Lei Zhengyang, this was not a surprise at all, it was a pie in the sky, a great thing that made his family's grave smoke green smoke. He gathered people on the spot and was determined to pull out this sharp blade. This student was too low-key. He had earned so much honor for Gongdao Academy, so why was he still hiding it? Lei Zhengyang had no idea about the gossip about the school beauty's boyfriend a while ago. As a dean, he would never worry about such romantic affairs among students. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Yi Yangju, codenamed Liang, was the one who was pushed down from the 100th place on the Dragon and Tiger list. Don't underestimate the difference in name, it's a world of difference. The 100th place is the honor of being on the list, the 101st place is the shame of being off the list. Even if he was at the bottom in the past, he was still on the Dragon and Tiger list and could hold his head high wherever he went. In the self-introductions of major social media accounts, it is clearly written top 100 on the Dragon and Tiger list. No matter whether it is the first or the 100th, it is still in the top 100, which sounds awesome. Because of this status, school resources are tilted towards him, senior and junior students are very concerned about him, and his parents brag about him to everyone, making relatives and friends envious. Surrounded by beautiful women every day and listening to all kinds of flattery, Yi Yangju has long had this sense of superiority engraved in his bones. Chapter 29, Which New Bastard? This morning, Yi Yangju got up from his bed at almost 10 o'clock. He glanced at the 2 delicate beauties on his left and right sides of the bed, and a hint of pride appeared at the corners of his mouth. It was another hard night last night. This is the benefit of the Dragon and Tiger list. It was so cool. It's not that he doesn't want to make progress. In order to maintain his ranking, he will go out to complete tasks during the day, but he just doesn't work as hard as others. He knew it clearly in his heart. The Dragon and Tiger ranking had been finalized long ago. The talents and strength of the abnormalities at the front were so much greater than his, and he could not catch up. And for those behind him, surpassing him would be as difficult as ascending to heaven. Anyway, he didn't think about competing with those monsters for the title of the first to break through the true spirit realm, so why should they make things difficult for himself? There are so many girls waiting for his love. Yi Yangju picked up his phone comfortably, but was shocked as soon as he unlocked it. The news was about to explode. When he clicked on it, his face turned pale. Brother Liang, you've been kicked off the Dragon and Tiger list. Yangju, I'm so sad. I just saw the screenshot of the Dragon and Tiger rankings. You're gone. All the news were saying the same thing, and someone even sent a screenshot of the Dragon and Tiger list. The glaring sharp blade, Shanghai Gongdaoan, 190,000 was like a slap in his face. Yi Yangju panicked instantly, jumped out of bed, and rushed out with his pants on inside out. The Dragon and Tiger list is his lifeblood. Without this status, wouldn't all the preferential treatment, girls, and sense of superiority be gone? No. We must take it back. He was furious and gnashed his teeth. Who dares to touch my position? A look at the list revealed that the one who squeezed him out was not the eternal runner-up he had always been wary of, but a guy called Fengren. Sharp blade? I've never heard of it. Which new bastard is this? Yi Yangju's eyes turned red. You dare to take my position? Wait until I crush you to death. Let us look at the contribution value again. Fengren's is 190,000, and his is 180,000. Only 10,000? No big deal. I can make up for it in a minute. The news quickly reached Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple. When Gu Shuemi saw it, her heart skipped a beat. Especially when she heard that everyone in Shanghai Gongdao Academy was guessing that Fengren was Wu Ming, she believed it almost immediately. Those guys can't be found among the students even if we search hard? They deserve it. Little did they know that although Wu Ming was in Shanghai Gongdao Academy, his identity was a cleaner who failed to awaken. Wu Ming, has he become this strong? Gu Shuemi looked out the window, whispering softly, with a complex light flashing in her eyes. As for Wu Ming, after completing his task yesterday, he saw his name on the dragon and tiger list. He just smiled faintly. It was just a small goal achieved, nothing to be proud of. Being on the list is just the starting point, his ambitions go beyond that. According to the plan, there is another round of tasks today. Although he had already reached the first level of the True Spirit Realm and could theoretically accept monster missions, he still lacked official certification, so he still accepted the 9th level monster mission in the afternoon. Wu Ming set out again. Now he was a big boss in the True Spirit Realm. Dealing with the 9th level ferocious beast was like crushing an ant. He completed all the tasks in less than an hour. Next, it's time to get the certificate of True Spirit Realm. I just killed a first level monster. Just like above the human awakening realm is the True Spirit Realm, above the ferocious beasts are the even more terrifying demon beasts, which are also divided into 9 levels. Wu Ming's target this time is a 4-eyed demon leopard. This guy is as tall as 2 stories. The most eye-catching thing on his head is the 4 pupils as big as lanterns, rolling around in his eye sockets. His ferocity is like an overwhelming tidal wave, making him look invincible. In the past, if Wu Ming saw this thing, he would definitely run away without even daring to look back. But now, he just stood with his hands behind his back, looking calm. A huge monster and a tiny human being, just facing each other. The monster has become intelligent. The 4-eyed demon leopard can sense that Wu Ming is not simple. Otherwise, with its temper, it would have swallowed this little guy in one gulp. Why would it waste time confronting him? After a moment of confrontation, the 4-eyed demon leopard finally couldn't hold back anymore. It opened its bloody mouth and roared, and its 4 eyes took turns locking onto Wu Ming. Boom! A beam of light as thick as a bucket broke through the air and rushed towards Wu Ming with a destructive aura. The speed was beyond imagination. Although there is only one word difference between ferocious beasts and demon beasts, there is a world of difference between them. Demon beasts have already mastered mysterious magical powers. If it were an ordinary first-grade True Spirit Realm cultivator, he probably wouldn't even have the chance to react. But in Wu Ming's eyes, this beam of light can be summed up in one word: slow. He didn't even use teleportation, but just took a few steps to the side slowly. The beam of light brushed past the corner of his clothes and hit the distant mountain. Suddenly, the mountain collapsed and the ground cracked, dust filled the sky, and rocks flew through the air. The 4-eyed demon leopard roared continuously, its eyes wide open, and instantly shot out dozens of beams of light, densely packed, blocking all of Wu Ming's retreat routes. Wu Ming's figure flashed and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already standing firmly on the big head of the 4-eyed demon leopard. What a shame and humiliation! The 4-eyed demon leopard was completely enraged, and its huge claws slapped towards Wu Ming with a roar that tore through the air. Wu Ming flashed again, appearing hundreds of meters away, and he didn't forget to tease, "You 4-eyed demon leopard are a bit weak." Before he finished speaking, he moved. Flying knives floated up one after another, and even the strongest flying knife golden wheel was not used. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The flying knife whizzed out, its speed was more than 1 level faster than before. It used to be as fast as lightning, but now, it's like lightning itself. It was so fast that the blade could not be seen by the naked eye. All that could be seen was the golden light caused by the friction with the air due to the high speed. The 4-eyed demon leopard did not dare to be negligent and madly sprayed destructive beams of light to resist. Next, a scene appeared that made the demon leopard despair. The flying knife hit the light column, but did not explode. Instead, it condensed into a huge light shield, pushing the light column back. No sooner said than done, boom! The light shield, light column, and flying knife all smashed onto the head of the 4-eyed demon leopard. With a puff, the extremely hard head was blown to pieces. Wu Ming recalled the flying knife and found that half of it had turned into molten iron, and the rest was also incredibly hot. The front part was melted by the light column, and the back part was burned by friction with the air due to its too fast speed. It seems that this black gold flying knife is out of date. Wu Ming shook his head. It's fine against vicious beasts, but it's not enough against demonic beasts. This is only a level 1 demonic beast. I'll have to change to a more suitable weapon later. He walked to the corpse of the 4-eyed demon leopard. The 4 eyeballs were intact, which looked quite special and served as proof. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 14 demonic leopard and receiving 500 points. Wu Ming raised an eyebrow. A level 1 beast only had 1 point, a level 9 beast had 200 points, and a level 1 demon beast had 500 points? The gap between the two was indeed huge. However, although there are many points allocated, the higher the realm, the more points are required to upgrade, and there is still a long way to go. After collecting the spoils, Wu Ming arrived at the teleportation array in a few flashes. He had tried teleporting before just for the novelty, but now that the novelty has worn off, he would be stupid not to use the teleportation array. Returning to the function hall, he walked straight to the counter, where the same young lady from last time was. I'm here to hand in my proof of being a first-grade true spirit realm. When the young lady heard this, the pen in her hand fell to the table with a clack, and her eyes were as big as copper bells. What did you say? It's only been about 10 days, right? From registration to the true spirit realm? Now the whole hospital is trying to guess which of the top guys on the dragon and tiger list will be able to break through the true spirit realm first. They argue about it every day. Does that mean they are all just running for the sake of it? The real ruthless guy is here. The young lady examined the four-eyed demon leopard's eyeballs with trembling hands and found no problem. But this is only preliminary proof, and there are still procedures to go through, such as testing combat power to prove that it has reached 100,000. Wu Ming was brought to the testing equipment. As soon as he stood in, the equipment suddenly issued a shrill alarm. Change 1, alert. I changed another one, and it still sounded like an alarm. I changed several of them in a row, and they all started ringing. The young lady quickly called her supervisor, who then called a technician. When they checked the error code, everyone was stunned. The tester's brain defenses are too high, far exceeding the equipment's limits, and cannot be hacked. This. To put it bluntly, Wu Ming's soul strength is too abnormal and the equipment cannot handle it at all. This is obviously the benefit after the transformation. The soul is strong and there are many benefits, especially when dealing with those monsters that are good at soul attacks. It is a natural restraint. Although it cannot be tested, this in itself proves how terrifying Wu Ming is. 100,000 combat power, pass. The supervisor waved his hand and said, no problem. Next, it's time to let the big guys in the high-level true spirit realm come and explore his true realm. Unlike the awakened ones, they can only rely on rigid combat power, but when they reach the spiritual realm, those at a higher level can see through the details of those at a lower level at a glance. That is basic skill. Chapter 30, Bragging is not taxable. Coincidentally, the person in charge of certification is at the second level of the true spirit realm. He immediately probed Wu Ming's realm, but when he did, his brows furrowed instantly, and he couldn't see anything clearly. He concentrated again and probed carefully, but it was still blurry. This is weird. The supervisor was confused and quickly called his boss. 3rd grade true spirit realm? No way. 4th grade true spirit realm? Not yet. 5th grade true spirit realm? Still useless. It was not until the boss of the 6th level of the true spirit realm took action that he could barely see through Wu Ming's true colors. 1st grade true spirit realm. That's right. A group of staff members gasped and their eyes almost popped out of their heads. What a monster has appeared in the human race. Wu Ming obtained the certification smoothly, and the logo was transformed directly into the exclusive style of the true spirit realm, shining with golden light. Now, there are no restrictions on tasks. You can accept any task and choose any quantity you want. Do whatever you want. In the past, there were various restrictions in the awakening realm. To put it bluntly, it was to protect the newbies, for fear that they would rush into the battle and give themselves away. But when they reach the realm of true spirit, they are all ruthless people who have crawled out of mountains of swords and seas of fire. They have the final say over their own lives and don't have to worry about anything else. Moreover, after being certified as a true spirit realm, VIP benefits are fully extended. First, the contribution points for killing ferocious beasts and monsters will be credited to the account in real time. Wu Ming is too lazy to figure out the specific principle, but it is probably automatically counted like the steps counted on a mobile phone. Second, get 50% off on purchases, huge profit. Third, you can go to the medicine hall every month to get 2 second-grade pills, which are just right for the true spirit realm. Fourthly, the function hall is directly open to the 20th floor. Before, he could only eat and live on the 4th floor, but now he can freely browse the auction house, VIP room and flea market on the 20th floor. It's so cool. Wu Ming came out of the function hall with the newly certified logo in his pocket, and had no intention of making it public. Those geniuses out there were still fighting tooth and nail over who would be the first to break through the true spirit realm. What did that have to do with him? He only cares about the dragon and tiger list, or more precisely, he cares about accumulating 2 million contribution points so that he can take the military exam and become an excellent soldier like his grandfather. This is his ultimate goal. For the afternoon task, Wu Ming earned another 12,000 distribution points, plus 30,000 contribution points. Oh, by the way, there are also 500 points given by the four-eyed demon leopard, for a total of 12,500 points. Without thinking, he put all of it into Yadongli. This thing gave him so many surprises. Now his cumulative contribution value has soared to 210,000. On the other side, Yi Yangju was still desperately killing monsters in the wild. He had just completed a task and calculated that it would add just 10,000 contributions. After paying it, he could return to the top 100. But he felt uneasy and decided to try again to widen the gap. Just then, the communicator rang and a friend sent me a screenshot of the dragon and tiger list. The 100th place, Fengren, has a contribution of 210,000, and is closely following the 99th place South 220,000. Yi Yangju looked at the number and almost cried on the spot. There was no way to play this game. The gap is getting bigger and bigger, what's the point of catching up? I can't afford to offend you, I really can't afford to offend you. He quietly opened his social media account and changed his self-introduction from top 100 on the dragon and tiger list to top 100 on the dragon and tiger list. The number of words has not changed, and the words have not been changed, but the meaning is very different, from is glorious to was glorious, which is very sad. Wu Ming returned to Shanghai Gongdao Temple and habitually wanted to go to the testing area, but he stopped after taking 2 steps. Forget it, the current equipment could not test him. Why did he need that thing to prove that he was in the true spirit realm? Let's go to the training ground and take a look. Lei Xingyang's office. Although Wu Ming's certification to the true spirit realm was not made public, the director of the function hall, especially the old friend in charge of the dragon and tiger list, immediately called Lei Xingyang to report the good news. What? Someone from our Shanghai Gongdao Academy has broken through to the first level true spirit realm? Are you sure you're not drunk? Lei Xingyang's head was buzzing and he almost thought he had heard it wrong. Absolutely true. Then tell me who it is? Do you think I'm stupid? Disclosing students' privacy will result in punishment. The supervisor was an old friend of his, and he scolded with a smile. Besides, you're from your own Gongdao Academy, why do you need to ask me? After saying that, he hung up the phone. Lei Zhengyang paced around the office excitedly, and the first person he thought of was Xiaoyu. He quickly called Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu, did you make a breakthrough? Xiaoyu was confused. Dean, my combat power is only 90,000. After hearing what Lei Zhengyang said, he exploded. What? Someone broke through to the first level of the true spirit realm? And it's from our Shanghai Gongdao Academy? This news made Xiaoyu frustrated and excited. He was frustrated because he was still fighting for a breakthrough while others had already crossed the finish line. He was excited because no matter who it was, they were from Shanghai Gongdao Academy after all, which was an honor. Lei Zhengyang did not give up and asked Song Xuanzong, Zhao Yating and other good candidates, but none of them were the right ones. Never mind. Let's post the good news first. Lei Zhengyang slammed the table and said, this time it's our Shanghai Kung Fu Academy's turn to be proud. As soon as the red good news was posted, the official account of Shanhagen Daeyuan pushed it simultaneously. The students passing by just took a quick look and wanted to leave, but they suddenly turned their heads to look again as if they were cast under a spell. Oh my god! Am I not dazzled? I also think I was mistaken. So many people saw it, it can't be a collective dazzle, right? The good news is real. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Our Shanghai Gongdao Yuan got this first person. Awesome. You're the best among all. Damn, this makes my blood boil. I can't wait to go kill monsters and break through right now. Oh, that's not right. Why didn't you write your name on such a big thing? Look below, unknown student. Upon seeing this notice, please proceed to the dean's office immediately. Another missing person? I'm running out of ideas. Why are there so many mysterious bosses in our Shanghai Kung Fu Academy lately? Let me count for you. The one who couldn't find the banner he was sending, the school beauty's rumored boyfriend Wu Ming, the dark horse Fengren on the dragon and tiger list, and now the number 1 person in the true spirit realm. That's 4. I have a bold idea. I thought of that too. Could these four be the same person? Impossible? This is too outrageous. Then why don't you try to find another Wu Ming at Shanghai Kung Fu Temple? Alright, stop arguing. It's no big deal. Just ask that sweeper Wu Ming and he'll be done with it. Someone actually went there and knocked on Wu Ming's door politely. Brother, your name is Wu Ming, right? Yes. Wu Ming nodded. So you are the blade? Wu Ming was stunned. He could even find this? He didn't bother to hide it. Yes. Then, the one who defeated all the heroes and was the first to break through the first level of the true spirit realm, was also you? Yes. Did you save someone in the wild some time ago? Yes. The people who came were completely stunned. They originally came to make a joke, but they didn't expect this guy to admit everything? And you admit it so readily? You're really shameless. And you can't say anything else except yeah? Just because you're right, I believe it? You're dreaming. They edited the conversation and posted it online. The comments section burst into laughter, 5 yes throughout, concise and clear, full marks from me. I'd admit it too. Bragging doesn't pay taxes anyway. I didn't expect this guy to be even more outspoken than me. One look at it, it's fake. I've identified it. Don't bother, just treat it as me. Get lost, it's obviously me. Get out of the way. I'm going to change my name now. I want the title of number 1. This building is completely crooked. Chapter 31 Teacher's Bet. At this time, the uncle's hunter assault group also exploded, and those who were not busy came out, including Lei Zhangyong. Lao Lei, your Shanghai Kung Fu Academy has been all the rage these past few days, it's all over the news. That's great, Lao Lei. So many talented people were vying for the top spot, but in the end, you got the first place. Tell me quickly, is it Xiaoyu? I've seen this kid has potential. Lei Zhangyong made a shaking head expression. Is that Emperor Xuanzong of Song? Shake your head. Zhao Yiting? Continue shaking your head. Everyone guessed a few more names, and Lei Zhangyong shook his head from beginning to end. Who is it? Everyone was puzzled. Lei Zhangyong still shook his head. Damn, Lao Lei, are you drunk? Can't you do anything besides shaking your head? Lei Zhangyong then typed, the first shake of the head means no, and the second shake of the head means I don't know. What the hell? Your Shanghai Gong Dao Academy has produced its first true spirit realm cultivator, and you don't know who it is? I really don't know. Lei Zhangyong was extremely distressed. Who would believe this if he told others about it? Your Kung Fu Academy is so unreliable. If you don't know, then you don't know. By the way, Lao Lei, is Mingming doing well at your place? Someone changed the subject and asked. Lei Zhangyong replied, it's pretty good. This guy beat up a level 4 awakener a while ago, but it was probably the effect of the Fengqing pill. I have already warned him to rely less on external forces. Also, a few days ago I had him register for the hunter badge and took him to the wild for some training. The Fengqing pill is really powerful in the early stages, but it can't be eaten as a meal. Lao Lei, thank you for taking good care of this. The brothers are all grateful for your kindness. Get lost. Thanks for nothing. I'm his uncle, this is what I should do. The next day came in a flash. Wu Ming got up early in the morning, planning to go out of town to complete tasks as usual. However, he was dumbfounded when he opened the door. It was raining heavily outside, like the sky was falling. After the spiritual energy revived, the weather also became extreme. In such horrible weather, the city gates probably wouldn't open. Okay, then take a day off. Wu Ming planned to have breakfast first. Although he didn't have an umbrella, it was not a problem for him at all. He could just teleport to the cafeteria in a few seconds. But after teleporting twice, he suddenly stopped with a playful smile on his face. It turns out that the rain didn't even reach him. The invisible shield formed by the power of the mind wrapped him tightly, and not even the corners of his clothes got wet. There weren't many people in the cafeteria, so Wu Ming sat down and ate his food. At the same time, Tang Shanglong was playing in the class chat group in bed. As an active member of the group, Tang Shanglong would feel uncomfortable if he didn't say a few words every day, but when he entered the group today, he was stunned. The names of all group members are either Feng Rin or Wu Ming, and their avatars are even more flashy, either a crazy and cool phone character, or a screenshot of the dragon and tiger list. Everyone wants to flatter themselves. Look at the personal signature. Sharp Blade number 1, I have nothing to do, so I go to the dragon and tiger list for fun. Sharp Blade number 2, the matter of saving brother Mao Xing was finally exposed. Alas, it can't be hidden even if I'm too low-key. Sharp Blade number 3, that's right, I'm the one who surpasses all the others and breaks through the real spirit realm. Sharp Blade is here, come and fight if you don't agree. Blade number 4, having a beautiful girlfriend is so tiring, especially one like Gu Shuemi, a school beauty. Attached is a beautiful photo of Gu Shuemi. Blade number 5, the Kung Fu Academy is looking for me everywhere? I can't help it. Excellence is also a kind of trouble. Tang Xianglong was immediately furious, damn it, copy me. He clicked on his homepage, and his name was Fengren with an arrogant declaration, being on the list is just the beginning, topping the list is my ultimate goal. After eating, Wu Ming changed into work clothes and went to the training ground. He hadn't been here for several days, but fortunately the place was still clean, so he just walked around with a broom. More than an hour later, many people arrived at the training ground. They were sophomore students from the Wind Department class, and they were going to attend classes here today. Soon, a male teacher in his 30s wearing glasses walked in. Wu Ming couldn't see through his realm, and thought it should be above his own. How could he be a teacher in Gonggao Academy without some skills? Wu Ming came from a humble background and had never attended a proper class at the Kung Fu Academy. He found it quite novel and simply sat in the corner holding a broom and started listening. The wind teacher first talked about a bunch of theories, such as the wind system is known for its speed, and when it is extremely fast it will produce afterimages and trigger all kinds of mysterious reactions, and so on and so forth. Wu Ming was confused. How could he understand these high-sounding theories? He only knows how to knock people down. After explaining the theory, the teacher plans to demonstrate on the spot and needs a student's cooperation. As a result, the students retreated in unison like a cat whose tail was stepped on. They were all sophomores, so how could they fall for such a trick? The so-called cooperating with the demonstration, to put it bluntly, is to go up and act like a clown and be beaten by the teacher in various ways. Whoever is stupid will go. Zhuang Deong, come up. Seeing that no one cooperated, the teacher called out the names. Teacher, I have hemorrhoids and I can't move. Xianhua, come here. Teacher, I was seriously injured during yesterday's training. Next time. Next time for sure. Zhang Qingfen. Oh, teacher, I suddenly have a splitting headache. If I don't rest well, I'm in danger of sudden death. The teacher shook his head helplessly. It turned out that the sophomores were all experienced, and the freshmen were easier to cheat. At this moment, he caught a glimpse of Wu Ming in the corner, the one sweeping the floor, come here. He knew that the sanitation of the training ground was the responsibility of the dean's nephew, but he had never seen him in person. He heard from students that the second-generation rich man rarely came because of his connections, so he guessed that he was the top shift. Since the students are not cooperating, it will be the responsibility of the sweeper to do the hard work. Wu Ming was quite surprised. How could he be called upon just for attending a class? But he still walked over with the broom in his arms. The students immediately exploded and started whispering. Holy crap! The teacher is so awesome that he even dares to grab the dean's nephew to use as a sparring partner? He definitely doesn't know, otherwise he wouldn't dare to do it even if he had 10 times the courage. Ah, there's something interesting to watch. Let's all keep quiet. He always teases us, so let's give him a taste of his own medicine today. Hurry up and move the stools, let's start eating melons. The teacher didn't think much of it, thinking the student was just excited because he was relieved. He pointed at Wu Ming and said, stand next to me. I'm going to demonstrate the wind afterimage technique. Just cooperate. You don't have to do anything. I'll move at high speed within a 1-meter radius of you, creating an afterimage. If you can catch me, there's a reward. After he said that, he couldn't help but laugh. How could a sweeper catch him? Dream on. The reward is nothing but a blank check. Unexpectedly, Wu Ming got serious. What reward? The teacher was stuck on the spot, he didn't prepare any reward at all. The students also laughed. Isn't this guy a fool? It's as if he can really be caught. Who gave you the courage to ask this? The teacher had no choice. Seeing Wu Ming's ordinary clothes, he guessed that he was not well off, so he casually said, 200 yuan. Wu Ming just said one word, okay. For him, money doesn't matter. He just wants to try how fast this so-called afterimage is. The teacher drew a circle with a radius of 1 meter on the ground and then started moving. The speed was getting faster and faster, and in the blink of an eye, the circle was filled with afterimages, and it was impossible to distinguish between the real and the fake. Grasp. As soon as the teacher said a word, he felt his arm tighten. He was caught by Wu Ming. Ah! The teacher was confused. Could it be that a blind cat caught a dead mouse? But how could he admit defeat in front of so many students? He immediately argued, I haven't even said start yet. You're too quick. Try again. Okay. Wu Ming nodded. The teacher started up again, and the afterimages filled the sky, making people dizzy. But Wu Ming stood there motionless. The teacher was wondering, why didn't you catch this kid? Did you wait for me to say start? Damn it, he's running away. Start. As soon as he finished speaking, the teacher felt his neck tighten and was pinched by Wu Ming again. Oh my god. Who is that person? Sweeping monk. It turns out the teacher is a clown just like us. I'm just wondering, the teacher is so fast and has such a huge inertia, why didn't he take him away after he caught him? I don't understand it at all, it's outrageous. In fact, it's all about details. Wu Ming seemed not to move, but in fact, the moment he caught the teacher, he moved synchronously with the other party to offset the inertia. When the other party stopped, he also stopped steadily, smoothly, and without leaving any trace. There is only one possibility to achieve this. Wu Ming's speed is far beyond that of the teacher. Chapter 32 Top Grade Weapons. The teacher's mind was buzzing. Impossible, could it be that the wine we drank yesterday was definitely fake? 200, Wu Ming reminded warmly. If the teacher is not convinced, try again. And then, he was caught again. He was caught again. Wu Ming was still counting for him, 200, 600, 800, 1000, 1200. It will soon break 2000. The teacher was so tired that he was panting like a dead dog, but Wu Ming was calm and composed. To outsiders, it seemed that he had not moved at all. Catching him was as easy as picking up something. If I had known it was so easy to act cool, I would have done it. Brother, it's useless for you to go up. I used to doubt whether the sweeper Wu Ming was a sharp blade, but now I see, it can't be true, right? Are you stupid? Even if Feng Jian had just broken through the true spirit realm, it would be impossible for him to capture a teacher in the second rank of the wind element true spirit realm. You're still awake, but I always feel like something's wrong. Either Wu Ming has a problem, or the teacher has a problem. The teacher is almost crying now. She can't teach this class anymore. What kind of monster had I provoked? Do you want to continue? Wu Ming asked calmly, without any emotion in his tone. No, no, no. The teacher shook his head like a rattle, regretting it deeply. What the hell? If he continued playing like this, he would lose all his pants. But in front of the students, even if he admitted his weakness, he had to force himself to save face. Classmates, I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. To be honest, my old injury has relapsed recently, and my movements have been greatly affected. I have delayed everyone's class. I apologize to you. He looked sincere and his acting was realistic. Oh, so that's how it is. The students drew out their words, unable to hide the mockery in their eyes. Just tell me, either there's something wrong with Wu Ming or the teacher. The teacher told me you were injured, otherwise I would have volunteered. Teacher, when will you get injured again? I'll definitely practice with you. Teacher, can I try it? Hee, ha ha ha. A group of people laughed so hard that they fell over. Teacher, the total is 2000 yuan, let's use Wifubeo. Wu Ming smiled harmlessly, and the payment code in his hand was already displayed. At this moment, the teacher's psychological shadow area is probably enough to cover the entire training ground. But as a teacher, I couldn't refuse to pay, so I had to transfer 2000 yuan with a painful heart. Wu Ming thanked him and turned to leave. There was no need to stay any longer. At this speed, he couldn't teach him. But I unexpectedly earned 2000 yuan, which is considered a small part-time job. This was his first pot of gold that he had truly earned on his own, in addition to contribution points. I have to pass it on to Mom. Wu Ming held the phone tightly and secretly swore in his heart that he must let his mother live a good life. After leaving the training ground, the heavy rain outside showed no sign of stopping. What do we do next? Wu Ming scratched his head. He used to be very busy every day, so it was a bit difficult for him to adapt to the sudden idleness. That's right. His eyes lit up and he turned and walked towards the function hall. There was something important to do, which was to change weapons. His original 64 black gold flying knives were melted in half after he was promoted to the true spirit realm and fought against the four-eyed demon leopard. To put it bluntly, Xianjin level stuff can't withstand the intensity of the battle in the true spirit realm, and can't even withstand his current speed. It flew so fast that sparks flew when it rubbed against the air, and when it was retrieved it was so hot that you could fry an egg. This obviously won't work. Changing weapons is urgent. Just happened to solve it on this rainy day. Wu Ming had just left Shanghai Gongdao Academy, and the teachers and students in the training ground were still bustling with activity. The students stared at the teacher, grinning with ill intent, which made the teacher feel uneasy. You little bastards, why are you staring at me and laughing? Are you itching for trouble? Teacher, there is something I am not sure whether I should say or not. A student spoke with a playful smile. If you have to fart, fart now. The teacher said unhappily. Do you know who the guy you just pulled over to be your sparring partner is? Who is it? Isn't it just a sweeper? The teacher looked disdainful. That's the dean's nephew. The teacher was just acting, wasn't he deliberately losing 2,000 yuan to someone? Actor, I surrender to you. The students could no longer hold back and burst into laughter. Oh my God. The teacher was stunned on the spot, his mind buzzing. The dean's nephew? Did he just want to make a fool of himself? Did he want to quit his job? He ran after him, shouting as he ran, Young Master Wu. Wait. It's a misunderstanding, a huge misunderstanding. Of course he couldn't catch up, because Wu Ming had already arrived at the function hall. Sure enough, the city gate was not open today. But there were no fewer people in the function hall than usual, and there were even more. When the city gates were open, everyone was fighting in the wild, and now they had nowhere to go. The function hall was known as the hunter's home, and it was just right for them to gather upstairs in groups of 3 or 4 to drink and brag, which was quite pleasant. Wu Ming had a clear goal and went straight to the weapons hall. There are a wide variety of swords, axes, and hammers inside, divided into several areas according to their grades. His previous flying knife was of the black iron grade, but this time his target was of the bronze grade. Why not go directly to silver or gold? It's not that I don't want to, it's that my wallet won't allow it. When I bought the black gold flying knives, each one cost 500 contribution points, and it took several attempts to collect all 64 of them. The price of bronze level is completely different from that of black gold level, and the price of silver and gold levels is even unimaginable. Wu Ming now has only over 100,000 contribution points. Even if he gets a 50% discount, it would be good enough if he can buy a suitable bronze level weapon. He wandered around the bronze area for a long time, frowning more and more. The Awakeners were divided into 10 major systems, and the weapons were also built according to these 10 systems. None of them were suitable for him at all. Just like the previous black gold flying knife, it was actually tailor-made for dark assassins. One was enough for others, but why would he pile up so many like crazy? He does have bronze level flying knives now, but each one costs hundreds of thousands of contribution points, which can make him go bankrupt. If you only buy one, the combat effectiveness will definitely be greatly reduced. How many can be stacked? 10 of them would be over 1 million, I dare not even think about it. Wu Ming was in a dilemma. He did not belong to the 10 major systems, and there was no weapon tailored for him. After thinking about it, he decided not to buy it for now. The last time I upgraded my logo, the young lady told me there was a flea market on the 9th floor, so I decided to try my luck there. If it really doesn't work, I'll come back and grit my teeth and buy a bronze level throwing knife, although I'll feel a little unwilling. He didn't have much hope for the flea market. Wu Ming came to the elevator. The elevators in the function hall were divided according to permissions, and each had its own function. He walked to the elevator to the 9th floor, where a staff member was checking the hunter logo at the door. Wu Ming took out the badge. When the staff member saw the badge level, his eyes suddenly fixed. He hurriedly and attentively helped Wu Ming open the elevator door, and waited for him to walk in, and bowed respectfully. Bite. The elevator door opened and Wu Ming arrived on the 9th floor. The decoration here is more upscale and luxurious, and there are fewer people than on the 1st floor, but it is still noisy. There were crowds of people in front of many stalls. It was raining today, and the hunters who had nothing to do came here to set up stalls and sell some treasures they didn't need. Of course, flea markets are a mix of real and fake goods. If you want to find a bargain here, you not only need to have a keen eye, but also have to rely on luck. Wu Ming was strolling around casually and passed by a stall. The stall owner greeted him warmly, but he just waved his hand. Some of the stalls selling rare treasures looked quite intimidating, but Wu Ming knew they were fakes as soon as he took a closer look. His cheating skills are quite advanced. It's obvious that he is a veteran who makes a living from this. Sure enough, there are more pits than leaks. There is also a weapons area on the 9th floor. Wu Ming walked over and took a look. There were quite a few weapons, more than in the hall below, and each one looked quite old. The stall owners boasted about the items, saying they were either dug out from certain ruins or used by a great hero hundreds of years ago, and the prices were outrageous. Wu Ming walked around and couldn't help shaking his head. Just as he expected, he didn't gain anything. Never mind, just consider it an eye-opener. He was already planning to leave and go to the weapons hall to buy a bronze-grade throwing knife. Just then, he noticed a large crowd gathered in front of him, with occasional sighs and discussions among the crowd. I was immediately interested. I have been shopping here for so long, but I have never seen a stall so popular. He squeezed forward, and at the same time, his willpower swept forward first. It was indeed a stall, but it was a little strange. There was no stall owner and only an arrow on the stall. The arrow looked quite ordinary, and was only about half the length of an ordinary arrow. I didn't know what material it was made of. As soon as Wu Ming's mental power approached, it was blocked by an invisible force. There was a notice posted in front of the stall. Wu Ming took a look at it and was stunned. The general meaning is, try it once with 500 contribution points, whoever can pick up the arrow will get it. Not only that, the stall owner has already reported at the window in the first floor lobby that he has saved 3 million contribution points. As long as someone can pick up the arrow, these 3 million will be a small gift to the destined person. Below the notice, there was also a report certificate of 3 million contribution points. Chapter 33, Successful Attacks. Oh my god. Wu Ming couldn't help but swear in his heart. 3 million contribution, and it's called a small gift? I worked so hard to save up 210,000 yuan. This stall owner must be a big shot. This arrow is probably a trap. Everyone understands this principle, but can't resist the temptation. 500 versus 3 million, who wouldn't want to take a chance and turn a bicycle into a motorcycle? Ever since this stall opened, countless people have flocked here. Wu Ming learned from the conversation of the crowd that this arrow had been placed here for who knows how many years. Almost all the hunters who could reach the 9th floor had tried it, at least tens of millions of times, but the arrow had not been moved at all, and the mysterious stall owner had never appeared. Wu Ming was stunned. This business was really amazing. 500 at a time, tens of millions of times means 5 billion contributions? Damn, I didn't know until I calculated it, and I was shocked. How should we spend 5 billion in contributions? Can we just buy whatever we want? Although many people have tried countless times, the temptation of 3 million contributions is too great, just like a moth to a flame. Even though they know the hope is slim, everyone wants to try and see if they will be the chosen one. The city gates were not open today, and many people habitually rushed to the 9th floor and launched another attack on the short arrow. Even though I know there is little hope, I still want to try my luck. Wu Ming stood outside the crowd and couldn't squeeze in, but he used his power to see the situation inside clearly. After the previous strong man failed, another tall man walked up, swiped 500 contribution points on the screen in front of the stall, and then took a deep breath. He looked like a weightlifter trying to break the world record. Drink! The man exerted force suddenly, the muscles on his thick arms bulged like lumps of iron. If one hand was not enough, he would use 2 hands. His whole body was glowing with an ochre light, which was the power of the earth, which was famous for its heaviness among the 10 major systems. What's the result? The short arrow did not move at all. The man wiped his sweat and retreated angrily. Let me try. Another person came forward, earned contribution points, took out a small sapling from his arms, placed it under the short arrow, and quickly formed seals with his hands. The sapling grew rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and in the blink of an eye it became a towering tree. Its branches tightly wrapped around the short arrow like ropes. How terrifying is the power of plant growth! Soaked soybeans can even burst a glass bottle. But the short arrow was still as steady as a rock. Well, There was another wave of regret among the crowd. Next, the Water Awakeners manipulated the water to lash wildly, the Wind Awakeners whipped up a hurricane, and even the Space Awakeners tried to distort the surrounding space. The 10 major systems took turns to fight, one after another, but they all failed. The more Wu Ming looked at it, the more surprised he was. He had originally thought that this short arrow was not simple, but he didn't expect it to be so outrageous. Seeing others going up to challenge one by one, he couldn't help but feel itchy. 500 contribution points were not expensive, and since he was already on the 9th floor, wouldn't it be a shame not to give it a try? Just take a gamble. Wu Ming also lined up. The people in front of him were defeated one by one. He was getting closer and closer to the stall, and a long queue soon formed behind him. He had been observing for so long, and the 10 major systems didn't work, nor did brute force. The problem must be with the short arrow itself. I don't know if my willpower will work. Wu Ming muttered to himself. It was finally his turn. When Wu Ming stood in front of the short arrow, everyone around him was stunned. Isn't this kid too young? Not many senior students can go to the 9th floor. This guy looks like a freshman at most, with a gap of 3 years. Could he have sneaked up here? Someone whispered. Bullshit. How strict is the authority management in the function hall? Is there any need to sneak in? Someone immediately retorted, his eyes full of contempt. When I was his age, I had just entered the Kung Fu Academy and hadn't even completed my awakening. Comparing yourself to others is really frustrating. Although he is young, to be able to stand here, he must be at least in the true spirit realm, much stronger than we were back then. That's what I said, but this short arrow. Someone kindly advised, little brother, contribution points are not easy to earn, don't waste them, this pit is too deep, you can save it later when you have experience. That's right, this thing is like a drug addiction. Try it once every 3 to 5 days, and you won't be able to handle it. Wu Ming said nothing, swiped the logo, walked to the short arrow, and reached out to hold it. It seems that no effort is being made, but in fact, a surging force of will has been poured out. It's so heavy. This was his only feeling, and it was heavier than he could have imagined. The power of will wrapped around the short arrow like a tide, and he tried desperately to lift it up, but the short arrow seemed to be growing on the ground, not moving at all. Get up! Wu Ming gritted his teeth and shouted, veins bulging on his forehead. From the outside, the short arrow remained motionless, but Wu Ming's willpower could capture the slightest changes. It moved. Even if it was only a little bit. It is invisible to the naked eye, but it gave Wu Ming great encouragement. He unleashed all his willpower, and felt a sharp pain in his head. This was the first time he felt this limit after obtaining the system. Just when Wu Ming was trying his best, the entire 9th floor was in chaos. The weapons, water cups, and even some people on the table were floating uncontrollably. It's moving! It's moving! The short arrow is really moving! Someone suddenly exclaimed. Everyone instantly ignored the floating visions and stared at the short arrow. I saw the short arrow was lifted up 1 centimeter. Wu Ming still insisted, he wanted to raise the short arrow completely. At this moment, his face was distorted, showing extreme pain. The weight of the short arrow completely exceeded the weight of the object itself. His willpower was like supporting 100,000 mountains. It was a crushing at the soul level, and he felt like his soul was about to be torn apart. The soul defenses, which even the test equipment could not penetrate, were now caught in endless illusions, mountains of swords and seas of fire, battles between gods and demons, and battlefields littered with corpses of giants tens of meters tall. The scene changed, and a short tribe used all their strength to forge a bow and arrow, and that arrow was the short arrow in his hand. Then, an arrow broke through the air, and the brilliant light illuminated the entire world, and the battlefield ended in an instant. Finally, an ancient and vast voice sounded in my ears, as if calling, Phoenix Arrow. Wu Ming suddenly exited the illusion and felt as if his head was about to explode. The pain was excruciating. His nostrils and eyes began to bleed, and it was obvious that he had overdrawn his strength to the limit. But at some point, he had already raised the short arrow above his head. The people around were all stunned, as if they were cast under a spell and were completely petrified. As the short arrow was raised, the weapons in the entire function hall began to tremble wildly, as if they were worshipping, and could not be suppressed at all. The people on the other floors didn't know what was happening, but were startled by the unusual movement of their own weapons. Oh my God! What's going on? Brothers! We are witnessing history. Amazing! So awesome! From now on, there will be no more short arrows on the 9th floor. It's so confusing. Little brother, are you selling this arrow? Name your price. Did your head get stuck in the door? He can lift it, can you? Buy it and worship it as an ancestor? Weapon sensing. This is the sound of thousands of soldiers. The lineup. This lineup is completely full. What level is this short arrow? Gold level? Or the legendary god level? Don't ask, I don't know even if you ask, but it's definitely awesome. Strangely enough, when he was raising the arrow, the short arrow felt as heavy as a mountain, torturing him so much that his soul almost fell apart, but once it was raised above his head, it became as light as a feather, as if it was just an ordinary short arrow. If he hadn't been bleeding from his mouth and nose and his whole body looked like it had been pulled out of the water, Wu Ming would have thought it was an illusion. He was so tired that he collapsed on the ground and needed to rest. At the same time, in the depths of the vast dimensional space, on that dreaded dimensional battlefield, some powerful human beings are stationed there silently, fighting for the survival of the human race. Atop a massive, floating meteorite, an old man with disheveled hair suddenly sensed something and grinned. After so many years, someone finally took the phoenix arrow. It seems the human race has gained another interesting little creature. His deep eyes were filled with relief and hope. Wu Ming rested for a while, surrounded by people holding up their phones to take pictures. It would be a shame not to brag about such a sensational event on your moments. Wu Ming was really not used to being treated like a monkey, so when he felt better, he stood up and walked out. A large group of people holding their mobile phones followed him and surrounded him, just like a net celebrity going out. It was not until he walked into the elevator that he got rid of the group. Wu Ming went to the 4th floor and checked into a room because he was too tired. As soon as he entered the room, he fell heavily on the bed and fell asleep in seconds. The crowd on the 9th floor was still discussing. Did you take any pictures? A must. High definition and uncensored. I took a picture too, the angle is amazing. Come on, let's compare and see whose photo is more shocking. As a result, when they opened the photo, everyone was dumbfounded. Wu Ming's face in the photo was so blurry that it looked like it was blurred and could not be seen clearly at all. This little brother has something. No wonder he can pick up a short arrow, it's really not easy. The news of the 9th floor short arrow being broken spread like wildfire throughout the function hall, causing a huge sensation. Who is it? Who took that arrow? He's lucky. If he doesn't get it today, he won't have a chance tomorrow. It's better to take it away. It's been there for many years. I'm tired of seeing it. Come on, you guys, why are you all so arrogant? If you have the guts, go get it. Thanks to this great God, I finally don't have to worry about the 3 million anymore. It saved me so many contribution points. Thank you. I can save at least several thousand a month from now on. For such a big thing, there aren't any clearer photos or videos? Yes. I sent it to you, take a look for yourself. Holy crap. This mosaic is more professional than a romantic action movie. Just make do with it, this little brother has a built-in mosaic effect. Let me tell you, it's from the Shanhaigong Daoyuan. I saw his logo. Holy crap. A student who hasn't graduated yet? It's Shanhaigong Daoyuan again. Have they been cheating lately? The outside world was in chaos, but the person involved, Wu Ming, was sleeping soundly, his snoring almost blowing the roof off. Chapter 34: Killing the Four-Eyed Demonic Leopard. The next morning, Wu Ming sat up, rubbing his still swollen head. After a good sleep, he felt much better. He picked up his phone casually. Fortunately, there were no missed calls, but he saw a text message. Contribution points arrival reminder, 3 million. Oh my god. Wu Ming almost jumped out of the bed. 3 million contribution points came directly in the early morning. It was even better than winning the lottery. I had breakfast on the 4th floor and the rain outside had stopped. When Wu Ming went downstairs, he deliberately went around to the lobby on the 1st floor to take a look at the Dragon and Tiger list. He was now ranked 98th with 220,000 contribution points. The 3 million reward from yesterday was not taken into account at all. This brings us to the rules of the Dragon and Tiger list. Only contributions earned from completing tasks and killing ferocious beasts and monsters count. Any other gifts or transfers will not be recognized. Otherwise, wouldn't the 2nd generation rich from big families dominate the list? Then the list would lose its meaning. Let's go, get out of town. Wu Ming felt itchy and decided to try out the power of the short arrow. When you reach the first level of the True Spirit Realm, you don't need to accept any quests to kill monsters, you can just do it directly. The badge will be automatically recorded and the contribution points will be credited to your account in real time. He couldn't explain the specific principle, but it was probably as magical as the pedometer on a mobile phone. Wu Ming left the function hall and went directly to the West City Gate through the teleportation array, then went out of the city and headed straight for the monster's territory. Coincidentally, I encountered another first-level monster, the four-eyed leopard. When the demon leopard saw Wu Ming, its four eyes instantly shot out destructive beams of light and blasted towards him with tremendous momentum. Wu Ming's eyes focused, his mind moved, and the short arrow in the quiver behind him flew out with a whoosh and turned into a streak of light. Boom! Wherever it passed, the destructive light pillars were directly crushed, and the short arrow pierced into the body of the four-eyed demon leopard with great force. The next second, a strange scene happened. The huge body of the four-eyed demon leopard shriveled up at a speed visible to the naked eye, and turned into a mummy in the blink of an eye. The short arrow circled inside its body and flew back with a hint of blood. The arrow body also emitted a cheerful hum, as if asking for credit. It seemed like I could hear the sound of a phoenix. Wipe. Wu Ming was stunned. This short arrow was too powerful. He even heard someone whisper the words Phoenix Crying Arrow. So, let's call it Phoenix Crying Arrow. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the level 1 four-eyed demonic leopard and receiving 500 points. The system prompt sounded, and the contribution points were increased by 10,000 simultaneously. Next, Wu Ming started the crazy monster killing mode. He and the short arrow were a match made in heaven. The first level monsters were no match for him and fell one after another. The distribution points increase by 500 at a time, and the contribution points soar by 10,000 at a time. The feeling of becoming stronger just by lying down is so cool. Wu Ming enjoyed the kill so much that the short arrow seemed even more excited. It had been dormant for who knows how many years and now it could finally drink blood in big gulps. It was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, extremely happy. The fighting was in full swing here. On the Dragon and Tiger ranking in the function hall, the name of Fengren soared up like a rocket 96, 93, 90. This series of changes soon caused an uproar. Holy crap! Contribution points are changing in real time. This guy is definitely a true spirit realm expert. Look at this speed, increasing by tens of thousands at a time, the true spirit realm is confirmed. So, the title of the first to break through the true spirit realm that the geniuses are fighting so hard for has already been taken by Fengren? Brother, you just got online? It broke out a couple of days ago. The sharp blade of the Shanhai Gong Daoyuan is overwhelming. Who would have thought that the first to break through wouldn't be the chieftain, who ranked first, nor the son of wind, who ranked second? This dark horse is too dark. I want to be the dark horse too. Wake up, take a piss and look at yourself first. Every fluctuation of the Dragon and Tiger list affects the hearts of the elites of the major martial arts academies. At Shanhai Gongdao Academy, Lei Zhangyang was pacing in his office with a worried look on his face. There was another big news yesterday. The short arrow that had been placed on the 9th floor of the function hall for who knows how many years was taken away. He had tried to use that short arrow before, but it couldn't move at all. You can imagine how difficult it was. It was already a big deal that it was taken away by someone, but it turned out to be someone from Shanhai Gongdao Academy. He was bombarded with calls from various media outlets and colleagues, but he knew nothing. What's going on lately? Lei Zhangyong rubbed his temples. Good things are happening one after another, but we don't even know who the protagonist is. What kind of thing is this? He vaguely felt that the person who took the short arrow, made it onto the Dragon and Tiger list, and was the first to break through the true spirit realm might be the same person. But who is this person? He even scoured the student gossip and came across a report that the school beauty of Wuzhen Tiangong Daoyuan had been captured by a 9th-level awakener named Wu Ming from Shanhai Gong Daoyuan. He specifically checked the student roster, but there was no such person. Wu Ming. Lei Zhangyang's heart skipped a beat, because his nephew was also called Wu Ming. But he immediately shook his head and dismissed the thought, impossible. Ming had a hard time awakening, and he just registered for the Hunter badge a few days ago. How could he be a 9th-level awakener and even make it onto the Dragon and Tiger ranking? It must be a coincidence. At this moment, his assistant Xiaohe rushed in a panic, stammering, Dean Fengren, he's now ranked 71st on the Dragon and Tiger list. Oh my god. Lei Zhengyang slammed the table fiercely, his eyes lighting up. Keep an eye on it. Report any changes immediately. Yes. Xiao He ran away in a hurry. Only 3 minutes later, Xiao He ran back, panting, Dean, phone blade, is number 67. Not long after, Xiao He rushed in again, Dean. It's 63. Lei Xingyang's eyelids twitched. 63rd, this has surpassed the best record of Shanghai Gongdao Academy previously held by Xiaoyu. This sharp blade is so sharp that it can defy the heavens. He was so excited and expectant that his palms were sweating. Soon, Xiao He ran out of breath, Dean, 59. Lei Zhengyang waved his hand and said sympathetically, Xiao He, you don't have to run so often. Just report once every half an hour. Clear. Half an hour later, Xiao He reappeared, his face pale and his lips trembling, Dean, phone. Just tell me the ranking. Lei Zhengyang stamped his feet anxiously. 25. Hiss. Lei Zhengyang took a deep breath, his hands began to tremble. All right, you go down first. After Xiao He left, Lei Zhengyang trembled as he took out a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep breath. 25th place. This was a result he had never dared to imagine before. He was a little dizzy now, and really wanted to shout out the window, who else? The outside world is even more heated. Sharp Blade only made the list 3 days ago, right? And already he's number 25? Did he just rock it? Who said getting on the list is just the beginning? This is going to top the list. It's so awesome. It makes my blood boil, I can't wait to kill some monsters right now. My blood is boiling +1. I even feel immersed in the story. I feel like I'm gaining contribution points too. The one upstairs, can you please have some shame? Haha. I bet 50 cents that Feng Ren can make it into the top 10 today. I bet 1,000 contribution points that he can make it into the top 5. At Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple, all freshmen were summoned to the auditorium, where the Dragon and Tiger list was being broadcast live on the multimedia screen. Every time the ranking of the sharp blades changed, there was an exclamation in the conference hall. The school leaders were extremely satisfied with the results. This is a living inspirational teaching material, which is more effective than any amount of preaching. Only by admiring the strong can you become strong. Gu Xuemi stood in the crowd, watching the name Feng Ren on the screen soaring, her heart beating faster. The eyes of the people around her fell on her from time to time, and the whispers became louder and louder. Did you see that? That's Feng Ren's girlfriend, Gu Xuemi. Holy crap, is this true? Feng Ren is so lucky. No wonder all those suitors have been so cold lately, it turns out they're just not worth messing with. The girls were even more agitated. Sister Xuemi, I will follow you from now on. That's right, if Boss Feng Ren has any brothers, you must introduce them to us. I'm not greedy, I just want to be half as fierce as a sharp blade. How about Gu Xuemi be the boss and I be the younger one? Will she agree? I'll be your concubine. Then I can be the 4th roommate, right? Then we'll vote. If it passes with 3 votes, she'll have to agree even if she doesn't agree. This is a great idea. No matter what, Feng Ren is from the Shanghai Kung Fu Academy, and he is also the son-in-law of our Wuzhenshan Kung Fu Academy. He is also the idol of all of us. In the wild, Wu Ming has already earned 500,000 contribution points and 20,000 distribution points. Without a second thought, he put all his energy into his willpower, and his strength skyrocketed again. Although he had not yet reached the threshold of the 2nd grade True Spirit realm, he was not far away. I looked at the logo and saw the ranking on the Dragon and Tiger list, 25th. A smile appeared on Wu Ming's lips. This was just the beginning. At noon, Wu Ming found a secluded place in the wild to rest. In addition to being ranked 25th on the Dragon and Tiger list, his name also appeared on the Rising list. This list changes every month and has no realm restrictions. The gold content is frighteningly high. There may even be big guys in the Xinling realm and Yingling realm on it. They can make hundreds of thousands of contributions by beheading a monster. For Wu Ming, a little guy who just entered the True Spirit realm, to be able to squeeze in is a crushing victory in itself. As soon as the news came out, there was another uproar. On the other side, deep in the wilderness, a stern man turned off his communicator, a cold light flashing in his eyes. The communicator was flooded with news that the Dragon and Tiger ranking was about to change. A dark horse called Feng Ren was rising rapidly and was about to threaten his number 1 position. He is the top of the dragon and tiger list, the chief. For 3 years, he had overwhelmed the geniuses of his peers and was recognized as the most likely to be the first to break through the true spirit realm. He should have participated in the military examination as the top of the list and risen rapidly in the army. Sharp blade? The chief's lips curled up in a cold smile, with a biting arrogance. You stole my honor of being the first to break through the true spirit realm, and you still dare to covet my top spot? He casually waved his hand, and a level 9 ferocious beast next to him was instantly split in half. So what if you're at the first level of the true spirit realm? You want to step on my head? Dream on. I am number 1, always number 1. This era is destined to be dominated by me. Being in the same class as me is your greatest misfortune. Chapter 35. The fight between dragon and tiger begins. In the afternoon, the onlookers became even more excited. The chief's contribution points also began to rise sharply, 30,000 at a time, and it took more than an hour. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the person at the top of the list was getting anxious and was frantically accepting tasks in an attempt to keep his throne. Oh my god! The two geniuses are facing off head-on. This is amazing. The chief really regards the sharp blade as his opponent. What a shame. A level 9 awakener wants to compete with a true spirit realm cultivator in speed? That's simply courting death. The chief is still ahead by 300,000, but this advantage is being rapidly eroded by the sharp blade, which makes people sweat in their palms. At around 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the entire Fongling city held its breath. Top of the dragon and tiger list, chief, 980,000 contributions. Second place, Fongren, 970,000. Only 20,000 left and the sharp blade will reach the top. The screens in all the major Taoist temples were packed with people. Old Gu and others at the slaughterhouse were squatting with their phones to broadcast live. Even the big screens on the roadside were crowded with passers-by, and everyone was staring at the string of jumping numbers. It's going to break the record. Reaching the top with 1 million is something I never dared to think about before. At this moment, the dragon and tiger list suddenly jumped, and the sharp blade contribution points soared by 30,000, directly exceeding 1 million. Reach the top. It turned out that Wu Minggang had killed 3 first-level monsters at the same time. With a short arrow in his hand, killing these creatures was like cutting vegetables. The arrow was like a hungry wolf that could never be satisfied, and it was humming as it drank blood. Holy crap! It's a record. The whole nation is boiling. But before the cheers died down, the chief's contribution points suddenly increased by 30,000 to 1.02 million, regaining first place. Apparently, he had completed the task. Holy crap! It's a fight between gods. This wave of pulling is enough to brag about for a lifetime. But the chief's advantage only lasted 3 minutes, and Sharp Blade's contribution points soared again, leaving him behind, and the gap was getting bigger and bigger. The outcome of this battle between geniuses was determined from the very beginning. A 9th level awakener wanted to compete in speed with someone in the true spirit realm? It's totally beyond your ability. At Shanghai Gongdao Temple, Lei Zhengyong looked at the word first on the screen and his hands were shaking with excitement. His previous best result was only 65th, and now he has reached the top? Even professional institutions conducted an assessment overnight and raised the ranking of Shanghai Gongdaoan from 9th to 4th. But he still has a sweet worry: who on earth is this Sharp Blade? Wu Ming knew nothing about this. He was still hunting monsters in the wild with only one goal in his mind: to get 2 million contributions and take part in the military examination. By the time he returned to the city at nightfall, his contribution had reached 1.47 million, and he had accumulated more than 9,000 distribution points. After adding all of them to his motivation, he clearly felt that he was only a thin layer of window paper away from the second-grade true spirit realm. The higher the realm, the harder it is to improve. Wu Ming sighed, saying that in the past, he could upgrade to several levels with a few thousand allocation points, but now he has just touched the threshold. But his fighting spirit is even stronger. He plans to strive for 2 million tomorrow and get the second rank by the way. Returning to Shanghai Gongdao Academy, Wu Ming clearly felt that the atmosphere was not right. The students were gathered in groups of 3 or 5, and their faces were all flushed with excitement. He casually glanced at the information flow and almost laughed out loud. It turned out that everyone was talking about Sharp Blade, how he crushed the chief, and how he became the number 1 on the dragon and tiger list. Last time someone asked me if I was a Sharp Blade, I admitted it, but they still didn't believe it. Wu Ming touched his chin. The identity of this sweeper was really confusing. He wasn't hiding it on purpose, but was mainly afraid of trouble. If it was really exposed, this small dormitory would probably be overcrowded. But I can't hide it for long. Wu Ming looked out the window. If he could save 2 million tomorrow, he could register for the military examination. The spiritual energy is reviving and the fighting on the front is getting intense. How can I wait until I graduate from the 4-year Gongdao Academy? Now, as long as you are qualified, you can go to the battlefield at any time. After a tiring day, Wu Ming quickly fell asleep with a smile on his face. Tomorrow is destined to be another day that will go down in history. The next morning, Wu Ming woke up early and went straight to the cafeteria. Many students were chatting while eating. Although the topic this time was not Wu Ming, it was closely related to him. Last night, the chief unexpectedly broke through to the first level of the True Spirit realm, and even declared that he would take back the first place on the Dragon and Tiger list. Wu Ming listened calmly. Top of the list? If you want it, take it. He doesn't care at all. Besides, there is a high probability that he will be able to break through 2 million contributions today. Once he joins the army, he will automatically withdraw from the Dragon and Tiger list. Wouldn't the chief be the number one naturally? After breakfast, Wu Ming teleported out of the city directly. On the other side, the function hall was as bustling as a vegetable market. The chief was surrounded by a group of people, like the moon surrounded by stars, and behind him were reporters carrying cameras. Having broken through to the True Spirit realm, he appeared even more domineering, swearing to the camera, "I will personally take back all the glory that belongs to me, including that first place that was stolen from me." These words were clearly spoken to the camera, but in reality they were a declaration of war from the assault blade. He pointed at the Dragon and Tiger rankings, speaking in a madman tone, "Don't think that Feng Ren's current 1.47 million is a safe bet. I can still catch up with him with my 900,000 plus. And I'm going to take back the top spot with my true ability before he breaks 2 million. I won't settle for a ready-made spot." The students of Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple and the chief's fans were instantly shocked. "Well done, chief. Kill the sharp blade. You will always be our god. We will always support you." The chief soared into the sky in a handsome manner, causing screams from the audience. Everyone was staring at the Dragon and Tiger list, waiting to watch the exciting show of the fight between dragons and tigers. Sure enough, not long after, the chief's data on the Dragon and Tiger list soared like a rocket, even faster than the sharp blade. In a short period of time, the sharp blade stopped at 1.63 million and did not move, but the chief's price soared to 140,000. Could it be that after the chief's breakthrough, he is even more powerful than Wu Ming? In fact, it was not the case. Wu Ming encountered a small incident. He had just killed a first-level wind-type monster, and his keen sense of power detected that there was a monster core hidden in the monster's body. The probability of a level 1 monster core being found is only 1 in 100,000. It is clearly stated in the textbook that it is a great tonic for awakeners of the same type and can be exchanged for a lot of money at the flea market on the 9th floor. Wu Ming checked online and found that the price of a first-level demon core was shockingly high. He immediately laughed, "I can't use this thing myself, so I sell it for the money to give to my mom." Wouldn't she be shocked? He happily put away the demon core, thinking in his heart, the meaning of hard work, in a big sense, is to defend the country and follow in his father's footsteps, and in a small sense, isn't it just to let his family live a good life? Continuing to kill the monsters, Wu Ming added a distribution point and suddenly his whole body was shocked. A familiar feeling came over me, exactly the same as when I first awakened from the 9th level and broke through to the True Spirit realm. About to break through to the 2nd level of the True Spirit realm. The last breakthrough in the wild was too dangerous, this time we have to keep it stable no matter what. Wu Ming suppressed the urge to break through, rushed back to the city like crazy, teleported back to Shanghai Gongdao Academy, locked himself in the dormitory, and sat cross-legged. When his consciousness was engulfed by the mysterious feeling, his contribution points stopped at 1.93 million. He only needed 7 level 1 monsters to break 2 million. Unexpectedly, the realm breakthrough came before the goal. The afternoon passed quickly, and the chief dragged his tired body back to the city and went straight to the function hall to look at the Dragon and Tiger list. Sharp blade, 1.93 million. Myself, 1.65 million. Within one day, Feng Ren's salary increased by 460,000 and his salary increased by 630,000. Sure enough, I'm still better than him. The chief's mouth curled up in a sneer, but his brows were tightly locked. There were only 7 heads left for the sharp blade to reach 2 million. But he still needed 34 heads. Even if he was faster, it was impossible for him to kill 34 heads in the time it took to kill 6. He must be stopped. The chief clenched his fists, a fierce look in his eyes. I can't lose to anyone in my class. I am the strongest. A plan slowly took shape in his mind. That night, a bombshell news shook the entire Fengling city. The chief formally declared war on Fengren and said that he would go to Shanghai Gongdao Temple the next day to ask Fengren for his advice. One is a veteran overlord, the other is the darkest dark horse of the year. The previous battle between them on the dragon and tiger list was eye-catching enough, but now they are going to face off head-on? The chief is still the same chief, so arrogant. Feng Jian is not a pushover either, he's been too aggressive lately. It's a tit-for-tat battle, this battle of honor is a must-see. I'm betting on the sharp edge. He broke through before the chief, so his foundation must be deeper. Bullshit. The sharp edge rises too quickly, maybe the foundation is weak. Our chief is the one who takes steady steps. You guys are just mindless. How many records has Feng Jian broken? He's number 1 on the dragon and tiger list. What's wrong with just protecting him? We'll see tomorrow. This news immediately became a hot topic, with the number of likes and reposts going off the charts. Major TV stations made preparations overnight just to get the first-hand news. At 3 o'clock in the morning, there was already a huge commotion outside the Shanghai Gongdao Temple. Lei Xingyang's phone was bombarded with calls from reporters, all of whom came to apply for early entry to set up equipment. Lei Xingyang was so worried that his hair almost turned white. He was happy that he might know who Fengren was at dawn. But he was worried that if Fengren didn't show up, or if there was no such person in Shanghai Gongdaoan, how would such a big deal end? Obviously, there are more worries than joy. As soon as the sun rose, the Shanghai Kungfu Temple was crowded with people. Many of them had dark circles under their eyes. They were so excited that they had not slept all night, just waiting for dawn to watch the excitement. There was even more uproar online. Charge! Target Shanghai Gongdaoyuan. Don't rush, it's blocked outside. Dude, how did you get in there? I'm already in the courtyard. School started right here. I'm a student here. Hey, we caught a student from Shanghai. Forget it, it's just as fun watching the live broadcast at home. Reporters were busy running around with their cameras and cameras. Hello everyone, I'm Hu Bin, a reporter for Fengling's 7:30 p.m. channel, reporting live from the Shanghai Kungfu Temple. More and more people came. For safety reasons, only the media were allowed in, and everyone else was stopped outside the door, but this did not dampen their enthusiasm at all. Everyone said that this is the atmosphere they want, and it doesn't feel right when watching it at home. Chapter 36. The trouble is getting bigger. At 9 o'clock in the morning, the chief arrived, surrounded by a group of people, with an awesome ceremony. Also accompanying them were teachers from Worzhen Tiangong Taoist Academy, who were obviously standing up for their students. After all, Shanghai Gong Taoist Academy had been too popular recently, overshadowing their status as the number 1 martial arts academy in the city. This time we are going to show our strength. What started as a fight between 2 students escalated directly to the level of Gongdao Academy. The scene was instantly filled with thunderous applause and was completely boiling. There was even more uproar on the internet. That's what a strong person does. He does what he says without hesitation. Why do I feel that Worzhen Tiangong Daoyuan is too arrogant? It's a bit cheap. Who cares? Let's just eat melons and watch the show. The chief, accompanied by the teacher from Worzhen Taoist Temple, walked into the Shanghai Taoist Temple with his nose in the air. His arrogant demeanor seemed as if he was inspecting his own territory. When Lei Zhengyang learned that the other party's senior management had also arrived, his face instantly darkened. This matter is obviously getting bigger and bigger. Soon, both sides gathered at the training ground. Yes, it was the training ground that Wu Ming was responsible for cleaning. This was where the final battle would take place. Many TV stations had already set up their cameras and live broadcasts, and comments were flying faster than rockets in the live broadcast rooms. Catching some heat, I wish the chief a successful start. Win your sister. The sharp blade will win. Jiang Suojuan. I know you're watching. Come to my office after class. I took a day off just for this battle, it was worth it. You're too narrow-minded. I'm slacking off at work. This is what I call exciting. The one upstairs, you have a lot of free time at work, right? There is a trick, learn it. In a company restroom, the guy who had just boasted about watching live broadcasts at work was replying proudly when suddenly a colleague rushed in a panic, clutching a paper. Pull one door, it's locked, pull another, it's still locked, more than a dozen stalls are all full. The colleague was so anxious that he was sweating profusely and stamping his feet outside. Definitely full house. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes, still no one came out. Brother inside, I've been in the bathroom for more than 10 minutes. Is that enough? There were responses coming from inside. Go out? Impossible. Go to the bathroom? Who's really going to poop here like you? Everyone's just sitting here watching the live broadcast. Hey, from the pit next door, you're here too? +1. +1. Stop arguing. The sharp blade is about to appear. The colleagues outside were about to cry, no, guys, I really can't hold it any longer, please make room for me. Don't try that. You want to trick us out so you can come in and peek? No way. Please, I don't want to watch the live broadcast, I just want to log into my main account. You're kidding. Get out of here. The next second, there was an awkward chi-chi-la-la sound outside, and the world instantly became quiet. This is just a small episode, the live broadcast room barrage never stopped. Huang Zihan. You dare to watch a live broadcast during class? You're so brave. Who are you? What's your business? I'm your homeroom teacher. Angry face. Ah, hello, teacher. The top executives of both sides have already met in the live broadcast room. Lei Zhengyang said frankly, to be honest, Fengren is a very low-key student. I still don't know who he is. It's hard to say whether he can come today. After hearing this, the leader of Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Academy sneered, how could you not know that he is your top student? He is obviously scared and has found a way out in advance. How could the chief and others let them get what they wanted? The chief gave Lei Zhengyong a hypocritical bow and said, don't worry, Dean Lei. If he doesn't come out, I have plenty of ways to make him come out. As he spoke, he strode to the center of the training ground, channeling his inner strength and roaring, Chief, I have come to challenge the sharp blade. Please be generous with your guidance. The sound was like rumbling thunder, echoing in the training ground. Chief, I have come to challenge the sharp blade. Please give me your guidance. Chief, I have come to challenge the sharp blade. Please give me your guidance. It could be heard clearly within a radius of several kilometers. Although it was called teaching, the arrogant attitude was clearly displayed. But after waiting for a long time, there was not even a ghost. 10 minutes, 20 minutes. The crowd outside the Shanghai Kung Fu Academy began to stir, and rumors began to spread online. That's all the sharp blade is? Are you scared? You're not really a coward, are you? Is it because of your reputation that you are living in vain? Why don't you come out and meet people? If he doesn't show up today, not only will his reputation be ruined, but Shanghai Gong Daoyuan will also be disgraced. War was declared yesterday. What could be more important than accepting the challenge? Why? Another 10 minutes passed, and it was a full half hour. The chief's eyes turned cold, and he looked around with contempt. What? Are all the people from Shanghai Gong Daoyuan hiding like this? As soon as these words were spoken, it was a collective mockery, and everyone in the Shanghai Gongdao Academy was scolded. What did you say? The students of Shanghai Gongdao Academy were instantly furious, their eyes wide open with anger. Lei Xingyong's face was so gloomy that water seemed to drip out of it. Did I say something wrong? The chief sneered back. Boom! A figure suddenly jumped out from the crowd. It was Xiaoyu. In this martial age, how could a man of courage endure such a humiliation? There are no shameful cowards in Shanghai Gongdao Academy. Xiaoyu's eyes were determined. The sharp blade is gone. Xiaoyu, accept the challenge. Even if you know you can't win, you must stand up for the dignity of Gongdaoan. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Are you worthy? The chief sneered, his face full of disdain. Without a word, Xiaoyu launched his attack. He swung his sword, and a sword shadow dozens of meters long tore through the sky, blasting towards the chief with unparalleled sharpness. But this is not a battle of the same level at all. One is at the 9th level awakening, and the other is at the 1st level of true spirit realm. The chief waved his hand casually, and a stream of water whistled out. Xiaoyu's sword shadow shattered instantly, and he himself was blown away dozens of meters like a kite with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. You are no match. The chief didn't even raise his eyelids. The humiliation was so naked. When Xiaoyu was helped away, blood was still flowing from the corner of his mouth. "Let me learn from you." Song Xuanzong roared and rushed forward. Soon, he was also knocked back. Zhao Yiting then stood up. The promising students from Shanghai Gongdao Academy rushed forward one after another. Although they knew they could not win, none of them retreated. "Just to prove one thing, all the men in my Shanghai Gongdao Academy are upright and honest. There is nothing shameful about them." Lei Zhengyong tried to stop it several times, but was rebuffed by the top management of Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple in a neither soft nor hard manner. As he watched the students being carried down one by one, his eyes became red. These are the pride of Shanghai Gongdao Academy. The chief's arrogance and Wu Zhentian's indulgence completely ignited his anger. "Blade, Blade, where are you? Come out quickly." At this time, Wu Ming was still in seclusion in the dormitory. He has been in seclusion for 15 hours from yesterday afternoon until now. An hour ago, his consciousness finally became clear, his thoughts radiated out, and everything outside appeared clearly in his mind. The huge crowds outside the Shanghai Kungfu Daoyuan, the discussions in the streets and alleys, the chief's arrogant challenge, and the question, is the Shanghai Kungfu Daoyuan hiding like this? Humiliation. This is public humiliation. Wu Ming's eyes instantly became icy cold. Then, he saw Xiaoyu standing up resolutely, and saw Song Xuanzong, Zhao Yiting, one after another, defending the dignity of Shanghai Gongdao Academy with their flesh and blood. Although they had never met before, Wu Ming was in awe of their bravery. "Wake up! Wake up!" Wu Ming roared in his heart, and the power in his body began to stir wildly. Half an hour later, the chief had injured more than 10 people from Shanghai Gongdao Temple. He wanted to use this method to nail Shanghai Gongdaoan to the pillar of shame and force Feng Rin to show up. He wanted to see how long this coward could endure. At this moment, the crowd outside the Shanghai Kungfu Academy fell silent, and the trend of the internet also completely changed. What the chief did was too damn excessive. Just challenge me, but what's the point of humiliating the entire Shanghai Gongdao Yuan? For over 200 years, Shanghai Gongdao Yuan has cultivated countless heroes who have defended the country. Where were you when they sacrificed their lives? I used to think the chief was quite powerful, but now it seems that he is just this bad. Brothers from Shanghai Gongdao Academy, well done. Xia Yu and the others are all true warriors. Even if they lose with dignity. I used to be a chieftain fan, but now I'm a complete fan of Blade. Come out and take down this arrogant guy. Blade! 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 The barrage of comments filled the screen like a tide, all calling for the sharp blade. At this moment, Wu Ming suddenly opened his eyes, waved his hand, and the familiar work clothes were automatically put on his body. The next second, he appeared outside the training ground, climbing up the stairs step by step, his expression frighteningly calm. Chapter 37 Dignity Cannot Be Trampled Upon. At the entrance, there was a long queue of angry students with determined eyes. This is a team waiting to go on the field to defend their dignity. When one person is carried down, another one will immediately take his place, and there are even 4 or 5 people standing up at a time. This is the dignity of Shanghai Gongdao Academy, and it must not be trampled upon. Wu Ming walked past the team. "Hey! Brother, don't cut in line!" A classmate shouted. Wu Ming smiled at him and said, "I'm not cutting in line. I'm here to clean. Don't sweep today, go back quickly, it's dangerous here." Another classmate kindly advised. Most of those queuing up are juniors and seniors who have been working hard outside all year round and don't know the sweeper at all. Wu Ming smiled and continued walking inside. In the training ground, another classmate was knocked away. Just as the next classmate was about to rush forward, a hand suddenly pressed on his shoulder, steady as a rock. The student turned around and saw a sweeper in work clothes. He was stunned. "He came to see me," Wu Ming said lightly and walked straight towards the chief. "He came to see me." The student was horrified, his mouth wide open enough to fit an egg, and he pointed at Wu Ming, with only one thought in his mind: could it be, could he be? Lei Zhengyang also saw Wu Ming, stood up, and shouted urgently, "Ming! What are you doing?" "Cleaning." Wu Ming didn't even turn his head. Lei Zhengyang almost went crazy. This kid was usually quite sensible, so why was he causing trouble at this time? "Come back soon," he shouted anxiously. But Wu Ming turned a deaf ear. Lei Zhengyang was about to rush over to pull the person away when the classmate ran over like crazy and whispered a few words in his ear. Lei Zhongyang was shocked and looked at Wu Ming with eyes full of disbelief. This is a live broadcast. Everyone was stunned when they saw the sweeper who suddenly appeared, including the billions of viewers in the live broadcast room. The chief frowned, his face full of arrogance. Get out of here. You are not worthy of my attack. The one he wanted to fight was Fengren, an elite from the Shanghai Kung Fu Academy. How could he fight with a sweeper? How cheap. Wu Ming stood lazily opposite him, a hint of amusement on his lips. I heard that you were looking for me? As soon as these words were spoken, the chief's pupils suddenly shrank. The whole audience was dead silent. All the barrages in the live broadcast room disappeared instantly. Holy crap! He's a sharp blade? Fengren is actually a sweeper? Wu Ming. He's Wu Ming. I had my doubts about Gu Shuemi before, but the difference is so huge that I rejected it outright. I didn't expect it. It's exciting. This plot is even more exciting than the novel. The chief stared at Wu Ming, his eyes full of suspicion. How could the sharp blade that threatened his position be a sweeper? But no matter whether it is or not, just fight first. He waved his hands wildly, and several water dragons roared out, bombarding Wu Ming with the momentum of destroying the world. His eyes were full of cruelty. You'd better pray that you are a sharp blade, otherwise if you dare to play tricks on me, I will make sure you die without a burial place. The water dragon is coming soon. Everyone held their breath. Just when it was about to hit Wu Ming, he just lightly touched it. A strange scene happened. The violet water dragon froze in front of him, unable to move. Wu Ming waved his hand casually, and those water dragons seemed to be swept away by an invisible force, flying back at a faster speed and heading straight for the chief. The chief's eyelids twitched wildly, and he quickly practiced his martial arts skills. The shadow of a raging sea appeared behind him. But the water dragon unexpectedly smashed through the raging sea waves with overwhelming force and hit the chief hard. He barely managed to summon a water shield, but it shattered instantly like paper. Puff! The chief was knocked to the ground several times, his blood boiling. The raging sea's waters crashed down, and before he could recover, Wu Ming raised his finger, and the accumulated water on the ground rose into the air, condensing into countless water thorns, spinning and whistling out, so fast that only afterimages were left. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. The water spikes pierced the chief's body accurately, and a blood mist exploded. The chief staggered back a few steps and fell straight down. Wu Ming waved his hand casually, and the accumulated water on the ground rolled up his body. The trash can more than 10 meters away opened automatically with a click, and the next second, the chief was thrown into the trash can along with the water. Bang! The lid closes automatically. The entire scene was silent, everyone was stunned and maintained the same expression. The live broadcast room was also dead silent, and the dense barrage of comments just now disappeared without a trace in an instant. Half a minute later. Thunderous cheers and barrages of comments swept over. Oh my god! Awesome! So awesome! Is this the sharp blade? It was solved in just a few strokes? It's not even on the same level. Chief? Still alive? Is the signal good in the trash can? Look at the faces of those leaders at Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple. They look like they've eaten shit. Ha 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 ha. Chief, teacher. I can still save him. Sweeping the whole place in work clothes, this is a perfect show from me. He said he was here to sweep up the trash, and he actually swept the trash into the bin. Where did you blow the chief before? Come out and take a walk. I've been a fan for a long time. Ever since he humiliated Shanghai Gong Dao Yuan. Another strongest sweeping monk. Is this a law? I've got it. From now on, I have to be polite to the sweeper. He might be a big shot. Write it down, remember it, this is the law of survival. At the scene, the top leaders of Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple finally reacted and rushed towards the trash can like crazy. The chief was seriously injured, but Wu Ming did not kill him. It's not that we don't want to, but the national laws do not allow humans to kill each other, especially now that the situation is serious. Every bit of strength should be used on the battlefield. It's better to keep his life to kill monsters. The people from Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple hurriedly dragged the chief out of the trash can. Without even saying a word, they ran away carrying the chief in a panic. How arrogant you are when you come, how shameful you will be when you leave. The students of Shanghai Gongdao Academy instantly erupted in deafening cheers. It was so satisfying. So satisfying. The most exciting and shocking person was definitely Lei Zhengyang. Is this still the Mingming he knows? What on earth happened? He had a lot of questions to ask, and just after taking 2 steps, reporters from TV stations and media swarmed over like sharks smelling blood, surrounding Wu Ming tightly. Brother Fengrun, what element did you awaken? Are you really just a sweeper? That's unbelievable. Rumor has it that you took the short arrow from the 9th floor. Is that true? Is Gu Shuemi from Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple really your girlfriend? Everyone is so curious about your growth experience. Can you introduce it to us? Mr. Fengrun. All kinds of questions came to him, and Wu Ming was overwhelmed. Just answer it together. I'm Wu Ming. I participated in the awakening ceremony some time ago, but failed. I later worked at the Fengling City Meat Slaughterhouse for a while, and now I'm a sweeper at the Shanhai Gongdao Temple. If I have to talk about the type, it's probably the Wind type, halfway to awakening. That's all. Thank you everyone. As soon as Wu Ming finished speaking, his figure disappeared in a flash. These people could not stop him. No one chased after him, not because they didn't want to, but because they were so shocked by the answer that they couldn't recover. The netizens in the live broadcast room were even more excited. Holy crap! Awakening failed? Did I hear that right? Upstairs, you heard it right, that's what he said. I'm just asking, can anyone tell me what half-step awakening is? This is stupid. Even those who failed to awaken are so fierce? Then what are those of us who successfully awakened considered? Are we useless? It's only been 15 days at most. From the time I failed my awakening to the time I was able to take the military exam, the previous record was 3 months. This has directly cut that record to 1/6. I just shut myself off and felt like I had lived in vain. Same autism +1. Did you notice? The previous record holder was also named Wu. Holy crap! It really is true. Is the Wu family cheating? Is it too late to change my surname now? Waiting online, it's urgent. Don't ask. I just took out my household registration booklet and tried to change it, but my dad gave me a beating. Now I'm kneeling down to reflect on it. Haha, take care, brother. In addition to the live broadcast, this interview was also made into a TV news and written into articles. One of the articles had a very high click rate and a straightforward title: The Sweeping Monk Returns to the Shanhai Kungfu Temple, and the Chief's Dream Ends at the Wuzhen Tiangong Temple. The extent of the sensation this incident caused was simply outrageous. In the streets and alleys, men, women, young and old, are all talking about Sweeping Monk Wu Ming. Chapter 38 Internet Celebrity Check-in Spot. The chain reactions are one after another. At Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple, Gu Shuemi's dormitory was almost overcrowded. The girls took turns to form groups to watch, and when there were too many people, there was no place to stand. Although there were rumors before that the school beauty Gu Shuemi's boyfriend was Wu Ming from Shanhai Gongdao Academy, the man never responded. After all, he was already a 9th level awakener at that time and was in a high position. But in this interview, the reporter asked about Gu Shuemi. Although Wu Ming did not admit it directly, the sentence "I am Wu Ming" directly confirmed it. The key point is that Wu Ming is no longer a 9th level awakener, but a 1st level true spirit realm, invincible among his peers. Oh no, strictly speaking he is a freshman, considered a freshman. He is going to sweep from freshman to senior year and be invincible for 4 years. Oh, Gu Shuemi is so lucky. I want a boyfriend like her. The boys from Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple turned their attention to the school sweeper. Uncle, how many years have you been sweeping the floor here? Stop pretending, I know you're a peerless master. Auntie, tell me secretly, are you a master in the divine realm? Please accept me as your disciple. The only response they got was a roll of the eyes and a psycho. In the Shuefu Huoding residential complex, a man was staring at Wu Ming in the news, his blood boiling with excitement. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. He turned to look at his fat grandson who was eating from a bowl beside him, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The fat grandson felt a chill down his spine and guarded his rice bowl guiltily. Looking at his father's eyes, could it be that he wanted to steal my food? The professional assessment agency of Gongdao Academy organized an overnight appraisal and raised the ranking of Shanhai Gongdao Academy again, directly jumping from 4th to the top 3. Netizens were excited again. Wu Ming single-handedly brought Shanhai Gongdao Yuan into the top 3. This is the real leading role. I couldn't get into Shanghai before, and now I don't dare to take the exam for Shanghai, for fear of being bullied by the big boss who works as a sweeper. Insightful. This comment is amazing. By the way, the meat processing slaughterhouse mentioned by Wu Ming has now become a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities. Hello everyone, I'm Hu Bin, a reporter for Fongling Cities, tonight at 7:30. I'm currently at the meat processing slaughterhouse where Wu Ming once worked. The people behind me are Wu Ming's former co-workers. The camera turned, and Lao Gu and others were wearing the latest clothes they had kept in their closets. They faced the camera with their heads held high and their spirits puffed out. They had never dared to think about appearing on TV before. Factory director Li Xianan also showed his face and said to the camera, "My nephew is good in every way, but he is too low-key." Reporters and netizens deeply agree with this statement. There is also an expert who published an article on the Wu Ming phenomenon with a brilliant title, "In the Era of Spiritual Energy Revival, Is Failed Awakening the Correct Way to Take Off?" Soon, a well-known expert published a shocking paper titled On the Failure of Awakening, How to Counterattack from the Half-Awakening State. The number of clicks skyrocketed, and the comment section was even more lively than the main text. I also failed in awakening. Why do I feel like I have a chance to counterattack? Brother, you are behind the times. I have already entered the half-awakening state. Ha? How did you take off? Can you share? What, practicing dual cultivation with my wife at home? Awesome. How's the battle going? I was just admitted to the hospital. Which Kung Fu Academy? Fongling City People's Hospital. Holy crap. So you were beaten by your wife and ended up in the hospital? A pair of living treasures, identified. The comments section is more interesting. In the Hunter Assault chat group, Li Xianan and other uncles also exploded. Amazing. Mingming is such a promising kid. Chenglong has held the fastest military exam record for over a decade, and it's about to be broken by his grandson. It took Chenglong 3 months, but Mingming only half a month. He is definitely better than his teacher. Strengthen the divine power of our human race. If Chenglong knew his grandson was so successful, he would be so happy. If Chenglong comes back, I have to tell him that Mingming's success today is also due to our contribution. Feng Qingdan, do you know? Get lost. You've consumed more medicinal pills than anyone else in the 4 years at Kung Fu Dao Academy, but I've never seen you this fierce. Nice retort. Where's Lao Lei? Shanghai Gong Daoyuan has made it into the top 3. You've benefited greatly from this. You must treat us. Yes. Add Lei Zhenyang. This guy usually loves to make a fuss, but is he scared now? At. I'm here, I'm busy. The TV station is interviewing me. Friendly reminder, tonight at 7:30, tune in to Fongling TV, show off. Oh my god. My teeth are sore. Mingming has already been with Lao Li and Lao Lei. After the martial arts exam, they'll be assigned to a company. It should be my turn, right? By the way, does Nana know? Let's call and talk about it. Mingming is so outstanding, it may not be what she wants to see. Who's making this call? Let me fight. In the workshop of Fongling City No. 1 Food Factory, Wang Nana was busy when she suddenly stopped her work and said, "Sister Xia, I'm going to be out for a while. I'll be back soon. Hurry up and come back soon. The supervisor is in a bad mood today. He might start scolding me again." Sister Xia kindly reminded me. Wang Nana nodded and quickly walked to the dressing room. The phone in the closet was ringing non-stop. Seeing the caller's name, she hesitated for a moment, but still answered the phone. Wang Nana was stunned by what was said on the other end of the phone. She finally said, "Oh, I understand." After hanging up the phone, she immediately called Wu Ming. "Hello, Mom." Wu Ming's playful voice came from the phone. "Your Uncle Feng told me that the awakening failed. How come he suddenly became so powerful?" Wang Nana asked. Wu Ming slapped his thigh and said, "Uncle Feng, you're so quick to speak. I was planning to give you a surprise. You little brat, I think you're just frightened. Tell the truth now." Wang Nana scolded with a smile. Wu Ming had already thought of an excuse, putting all the credit on his uncles. "They gave me a lot of Fengqing pills, and I ate them every day, and I became like this. This certainly won't work to fool the awakened, but it should be okay to fool my mom, right?" Wang Nana was silent for a long time, perhaps because she truly believed it, or perhaps because she didn't want to expose it. Finally, she said, in that case, practice well and don't let your uncles down. Mom only has 2 requests of you. First, protect yourself. Mom, don't worry about this. Wu Ming patted his chest and assured. Second, don't join the Martial God Temple organization in the future. Wang Nana's tone suddenly became serious. Wu Ming was confused. Mom, what is the Temple of the God of War? I've never heard of it. You'll know later. Just remember what I say. Hang up. I still have to go to work. Wang Nana hung up the phone in a hurry. Wu Ming held the phone, confused. Temple of the God of War? What exactly is that? Not long after Wang Nana left the workshop, Supervisor Hu Jia arrived. Just as Sister Xia said, his face looked sour as if someone owed him 8 million. It was obvious that he was here to vent his anger. Sure enough, as soon as he entered the room, he shouted at the top of his voice, "Everyone gather." The employees did not dare to delay and quickly stood in a row. Hu Jia, hands behind his back, began to scold, spit flying, "Look at you. You're all so listless. Your work environment is dirty and messy. Your work attitude is perfunctory. Your efficiency is as slow as a snail. If you work here, you have to be aware of the situation here. If any of your parents or children had an awakened one, they wouldn't be stuck in this shabby place. The country doesn't support idlers. You have to work with all your heart. Tired? You deserve to be tired. You were born to do this kind of hard and tiring work. The awakened are heroes who defend their country. Let you go? Can you do it? You are useless. Stop making excuses like going to the bathroom or making phone calls. You think you can fool me with this little trick? From today on, if anyone dares to be sneaky again, I'll show you how I'll deal with him. Sister Xia in the crowd was so anxious that her palms were sweating. Xiao Wang had just gone out, and he must not run into this trap. Chapter 39, Face-Changing Speed. Hu Jia was cursing furiously when his cell phone kept ringing. He took it out impatiently and saw that it was a group of the food factory management. The group exploded a long time ago. Wu Ming is awesome. So awesome. I'm about to break the war god's fastest military exam record. And I'm still failing at awakening. Holy crap! The National Talent Supplementation Program has been implemented for hundreds of years, and I've never seen anything this fierce. Awakening failed, without the resources of the academy, relying entirely on my own strength. This is too outrageous. Wu Ming is definitely the best. I have some explosive news for you. Wu Ming is the child of one of our factory employees. Is it true? Which workshop is it from? She's in the workshop that Hu Jia is in charge of. Her name is Wang Nana, and she's Wu Ming's mother. So jealous. This is really giving our factory manager some face. At Hu Jia, come out and take a walk. At Hu Jia, stop pretending to be dead. Hu Jia looked at the group message, his eyes widened, his mouth opened wide enough to fit an egg, and his whole body froze. Just then, Wang Nana walked in. Sister Xia's heart skipped a beat. What she feared was coming true. Wasn't this just walking into trouble? The employees around were also whispering, and they all felt that Wang Nana would be in trouble this time. Wang Nana saw this scene as soon as she entered the room and thought to herself, it's over. But since things had come to this point, she could only bite the bullet and step forward. Supervisor, I'm sorry, I just went out to make a phone call. I know I violated the rules. Please deduct my salary. Unexpectedly, Hu Jia's expression changed instantly, and a smile brighter than a chrysanthemum appeared on his face. Hey, Sister Wang, what are you talking about? Who doesn't have urgent matters? It's normal to call. Why deduct wages? Our management has always been humane. Oh, by the way, the workshop is so noisy, can you hear me clearly on the phone? How about going to my office? Or the conference room? There's air conditioning and water, so you can sit down and talk. Also, Sister Wang, how come you were left out of the salary increase for the old employees last time? This was definitely a work error. Get some materials later, and I'll submit it personally for you. The speed at which Hu Jia changed his expression stunned everyone present. If Hu Jia hadn't smiled in a flattering manner, they would have thought he was speaking in a sarcastic manner. Thank you, Director. Wang Nana asked tentatively, can I return to the team now? Which team are you joining? Hu Jia waved his hand. Such a serious matter has happened. Shouldn't you go home and take care of it? I'm granting you a day off. Go back quickly. Wang Nana finally realized that it was because of that brat. She shook her head, there's no need to approve it. Wu Ming is at the Shanghai Gongdao Academy and doesn't need me to take care of him. Okay, please do as you please. Hu Jia quickly responded, then turned to everyone and announced in a resounding voice, I have some great news for everyone. Our workshop's sister Wang's son, Wu Ming, failed to awaken, but in just over half a month, he broke through to the first-rank True Spirit realm. He will be able to take the military exam soon. Furthermore, he broke the record for the fastest military exam, bringing glory to the country. Wow! The crowd exploded instantly with thunderous applause. Everyone looked at Wang Nana with envy, and the warmth in their eyes almost melted Wang Nana. At this time, Wu Ming had already slipped into the wild. Even the meat processing slaughterhouse where he worked has become a popular check-in spot for internet celebrities. Lao Gu and others were chased by reporters for interviews. It is conceivable that if he were in the city, he would probably be surrounded by the media. Wu Ming hates being in public the most and prefers the quietness of the wild. It just so happens that after the last breakthrough, I was still a little short of contribution points, so I'll make up for it this time. He found a few first-level monsters. Now he was in the second-level True Spirit realm. Killing these things was like crushing ants. It didn't take long to finish them off. Ding, contribution points exceeded 2 million. Looking at the number on the badge, Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He was finally qualified to join the army. But he did not slack off at all. He still had a long way to go in life and his struggle had just begun. Next, he studied the changes in the second-grade True Spirit realm. The biggest surprise of this transformation is its scope. From the initial 1 or 2 meters, to 1 kilometer and 2 kilometers later, as the power of will continued to increase, the coverage area became wider and wider, and it was nearly 100 kilometers before the breakthrough. This time, it increased tenfold, reaching nearly 1,000 kilometers. That feeling is like a frog in a well suddenly jumping out of the well, seeing the vast world, and its vision suddenly becomes clear. What is even more amazing is that wherever the power of the mind reaches, it can be controlled. Wider control range, stronger control ability. Just like now, within a radius of thousands of kilometers, the entire Fengling city is under his sight. There was a long queue in front of the dumpling shop in Dongqing district, and the staff were busy all the time. At the North City Gate, several awakened people returned from the wild in a mess, wounded and in disarray. At the Tiangong Daoist Academy in Wuzhen, Nanchang, Gu Shuemi was sweating profusely on the training ground, training extremely hard. West of the city. He himself was near the west of the city. Even my mother in the food factory workshop and Luer Pang, who was walking on the street with his girlfriend, could see it clearly. This feeling of being in control of everything is indescribable. Wu Ming plans to test the strength of the second-grade True Spirit realm. Whoosh! The short arrow shot out from the air, aiming directly at a second-level monster, the iron-armed giant ape, 300 miles away. The giant ape was more than 10 meters tall, with thick vines wrapped around its body. Its pair of dark green eyes were fierce, and it looked like someone who was not to be trifled with. In the past, Wu Ming would have had to run over, but now? There was no need at all. The short arrow turns into a stream of light and reaches the battlefield within 3 seconds. Roar! The iron-armed giant ape suddenly became alert and almost instinctively put his arms in front of his chest. Call out! The short arrow hit its arm hard. The giant ape staggered back 2 steps, completely enraged. Its huge arms smashed towards the short arrow with the power to split mountains and rocks. It looked as if it wanted to crush everything. But the short arrow was too fast and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Before the iron-armed giant ape could react, he suddenly felt a chill on the back of his head. No need to look for it, the short arrow was right there. Collapse! The giant ape slammed to its knees, its massive body instantly exploding into a pile of rubble. It's my first time using it, so I'm still a little unfamiliar with it. Wu Ming smiled faintly, next time, you won't have a chance to react. He raised his hand and the short arrow flew through the air and landed firmly in the quiver. In fact, there is a bigger change. Wu Ming's mental power is no longer what it used to be. Now, even without the help of external objects, he can still show terrifying lethality. Just like now, there is a first-level monster 80 miles away. Wu Ming's mind moved. The monster suddenly let out a shrill scream, and then an invisible force instantly crushed it into powder, leaving no residue. Simple, crude, but most effective. The strongest point of willpower is itself. Wu Ming summarized, after reaching the second level of True Spirit Realm, his strength skyrocketed, and the biggest change was the increase in the range of his willpower. This brings so many benefits. First of all, it is convenient. Just like when he killed the iron-armed giant ape just now, he didn't even have to go anywhere. The second is safety. The other party doesn't even know where he is, let alone hurt him. However, for the two monsters I just killed, I only got distribution points 500 for level 1 and 1000 for level 2, not contribution points. After all, contribution points are recorded through the Awakener logo, and the short arrow has not been bound yet. This is easy. Chapter 40 Grandpa's Secret. Wu Ming struggled in the wild for a while and earned a total of 1,500 distribution points. Seeing that it was getting dark, he returned to the city, first went to the function hall to bind the short arrow and the badge, and then returned to the Shanghai Gongdao Temple. The TV reporters had retreated long ago, but he could escape the reporters but not Lei Zhengyong. As soon as I returned to the dormitory, I was drafted by Lei Zhengyong and taken to the office. In the office, Lei Zhengyong put on an air of calling for justice and pointed at Wu Ming, "You little bastard. So it turns out that Fengren is you. You hid it from me so hard. Why didn't you tell me?" Wu Ming said with a playful smile, "Lei Bo, the key point is that you didn't ask. You're still so talkative." Lei Zhengyong cursed and laughed as he raised his hand to hit Wu Ming, who quickly begged for mercy. He suppressed his smile and asked seriously, "Since you are Fengren, then you were the one who saved Mao Xing in the wild before, right?" "Yes, I saved someone, but I didn't ask his name." Wu Ming answered honestly. "Then the 93,000 combat power displayed on the combat power device was also created by you?" "Yes." Wu Ming nodded. Lei Zhengyong couldn't help but ask, "Ming, what's going on? Didn't you fail at awakening? Then you finally reached halfway point of awakening, and finally had a glimmer of hope. How come you suddenly became so abnormal?" He really couldn't find a word to describe it, so he finally used the word perverted. "Well, that's quite perverted indeed. I can't explain it, Lei Bo. It's like the run and do meridians have been opened. Suddenly, I became enlightened. I can't stop it even if I want to." Wu Ming spread his hands with an expression that said, "I'm helpless too." The corner of Lei Zhengyong's mouth twitched suddenly. This brat, he really wants to piss me off, right? He almost raised his hand to hit the man, but finally suppressed his anger. "The contribution points have reached 2 million now?" "Just arrived." Wu Ming nodded. Lei Zhengyong's mouth twitched again, and he took a deep breath. "It's only been half a month since you registered, right? This isn't breaking the record, it's directly slashing it to 1/6. That's fucking amazing." Being praised so suddenly, Wu Ming felt a little embarrassed and scratched his head. Lei Zhengyong teased, "Do you know who held the previous record?" Wu Ming shook his head. 3 months. "The record holder is your grandfather," Lei Zhengyong said. "Ah? My grandpa?" Wu Ming was stunned. Growing up, almost no one had ever mentioned his grandfather to him. "Is my grandfather very powerful?" he asked quickly. "It's more than amazing, it's simply amazing." Lei Zhengyong sighed, "But your dad, actually your dad is a son-in-law, so he has no blood relationship with your grandfather. Your mom is your grandfather's biological daughter." "Ah? So, the grandpa I've been calling is actually my grandpa? Just call me grandpa if you ask me to." Lei Zhengyong waved his hand, "Your mother's temper is even more aggressive than her son's." "Oh, I've said too much." He changed the subject, "But judging by your momentum, you're even more powerful than your mother was back then." "Uncle Lei, I know almost nothing about my grandfather. Can you tell me about him?" Wu Ming finally seized the opportunity and begged. "Don't ask me, I dare not say anything." Lei Zhengyong was like a cat whose tail was stepped on. He waved his hands repeatedly, "Otherwise your mother will skin me alive." "Can my mother peel off your skin?" Wu Ming was stunned. "Lei Bo, you are a powerful person in the heavenly spirit realm." Lei Zhengyong covered his mouth fiercely, wishing he could slap himself twice. "Well, the more I talk, the more I say." Okay, I didn't say anything." He quickly ordered them to leave. "Go quickly, I'm busy. By the way, I've informed you about the military exam in the name of Shanghai Gongdao Academy. We'll have news in 2 or 3 days, so prepare well." "Ah here, Lei Bo, I haven't even had this tea yet." Wu Ming looked puzzled. It was you who caught me and it was you who drove me away. Tea? I'll give you the teapot and cups. They're for you. Lei Zhengyang stuffed everything on the table at Wu Ming and pushed him out the door. With a bang, the door closed. After taking 2 steps, the door opened a crack again, and Lei Zhengyang poked his head out with a serious expression. Ming, your future achievements will definitely be limitless, but Leibo has something to warn you about. A man's duty in this world is to serve his country and his people. Don't join the martial god temple organization. Remember? Wu Ming was stunned. It was the temple of martial god again. Within 1 day, both my mother and Leibo mentioned this name and told him not to join. What exactly is this temple of the god of war? He was about to ask more when the door slammed shut again. Well, there's no way to ask. Wu Ming shook his head and returned to the dormitory with a pile of tea sets. He is not a student of Shanghai Gongdao Academy, so he doesn't have many classmates and usually stays in the dormitory when he has nothing to do. But he is rarely idle. He is either killing monsters or on his way to kill monsters. For him, accumulating allocation points is the most practical thing. Sitting on the bed, Wu Ming pondered, it turns out that my grandfather is not my father's father, but my father's father-in-law. And my mother's father is not called grandpa, but grandpa? It's a bit confusing. In short, just treat my mom as dad and dad as mom. By the way, Leibo said that the application for the military exam will be processed in 2 or 3 days, and asked me to prepare well. Although 2 million contributions are enough to qualify, the assessment is the key. It would be embarrassing if he was qualified but failed the exam. How many eyes were on him now? Know yourself and your enemy, and you will never be defeated in 100 battles. Wu Ming turned on his cell phone and began to look up information about the military exam. The military examination is not held in Fengling City, but in Chujiang City, which is a big city in the center of several surrounding small cities. Moreover, the military exam not only tests your strength, but also checks your identity, tests your perseverance, potential, and mental ability. But you don't have to run around, all of it can be completed in the Shuangdong Tower. This Shuangdong Tower has a great origin. It is said to have been dug out from ancient ruins. There is only one such tower in the entire Longhan Kingdom. It has a total of 16 floors, and each floor corresponds to a different assessment. The first 3 levels are the basic line. If you pass them, you can become a soldier. If you can reach the 6th level, you can become an officer. The difference between soldiers and officers is more than just one word. One is the elite soldier route, and the other is the potential military commander. Soldiers are directly assigned to companies, while officers must first go to the officers' academy for training before they can lead soldiers. Wu Ming saw a strategy guide in which the author said that he had passed the first 3 levels and wanted to become an officer, but was eliminated as soon as he reached the 4th level. He exclaimed, "It's too difficult. There are 10 more floors on top. What are they used for?" Wu Ming continued to check curiously. I actually found something. The Shuangdong Tower, while named Seeking Merit, is actually about finding the heart. Ancient records indicate that reaching the summit offers a significant opportunity. The nation has been researching this for centuries, with a succession of elite talent coming and going, but the highest level is the 12th. Above that, no one knows. However, there is a legend that those who passed the 12th floor also gained a lot of benefits, but they could not be compared with reaching the top. Wu Ming was itching to get to the next level. Is the so-called great opportunity real? As I was researching, I didn't realize it was already midnight and my phone was almost out of battery. After plugging in the power, Wu Ming fell asleep. The next day, he didn't get up early. The military examination is coming soon, so I need to conserve my energy. Besides, if I really pass the exam, I will have to fight on the front line, and my comfortable days in Fengling City will be gone. I have to cherish them. And with my friends, Luer Pang, Zhou Lu, and Gu Shuemi, I don't know when we will meet next time. Wu Ming looked at his phone. Today was the weekend, so it was a good opportunity for them to get together. Luer Pang agreed immediately on the phone. Gu Shuemi's voice was filled with laughter when she answered the phone, and she even joked, "How dare a little girl refuse an appointment with a famous person?" Chapter 41 Brother can only help you so far. Soon, the 4 young people met up, talked and laughed for the whole morning, and then found a restaurant for lunch. At the dinner table, Luer Pang suddenly slapped his thigh and stood up. "Brother Ming. It turns out that it was you who helped me complete the task and made Zhang Su and the other guy cry and apologize to me." He was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. I thought so, how could so many good things happen to me? Didn't you think about it that way at the time? Zhou Lu joked with a smile. How could I dare to think about it? Didn't Brother Ming fail to awaken at that time? Luo Pang scratched his head and laughed. Gu Xuemi looked at Wu Ming. The military exam is coming up soon, are you nervous? It's okay, just try your best. Wu Ming said with a smile. Come on, Brother Ming. I'm holding your thighs tight. Luo Pang patted his chest and said, my goal is to join the army too. You go and scout the way first. When I join the army, you have to protect me. Gu Xuemi joked, Luo Pang, you better hurry up. With Wu Ming's speed, he spent 4 days at the slaughterhouse and half a month at Shanghai Gongdao Academy before passing the military exam. By the time you pass in 3 years, who knows where he might be? The army also includes special forces, patrol teams, city defense teams, and marines. Luo Pang immediately wilted. This was the truth. He doesn't have Ming Ge's ability. The military exam will be at least 3 years later. By then, Ming Ge will probably be at a height that he can't reach. Hey, don't praise me so much. I might not even pass the military exam. Wu Ming said helplessly. Nonsense. Gu Xuemi, Luo Pang, and Zhou Lu said in unison. Luo Pang raised his cup. Brother Ming must pass. It's best to go straight to the officer. Gu Xuemi also raised her fist. Come on. Wu Ming was amused. After dinner and a short rest, several people came out of the restaurant. Brother Ming, Xuemi, Lulu and I are going to spend some quality time together this afternoon, so we won't be bringing you 2 big lights along. You two can have fun on your own while we go and have some fun together. Luo Pang put his arm around Zhou Lu's waist and waved his hand in a nasty way. He looked so annoying that people wanted to punch him. This guy left as soon as he said he would, and even turned back and waved, showing off very much. Only Wu Ming and Gu Xuemi were left there, staring at each other. Fatty, it's not nice of you to put women before friends. Gu Xuemi stomped her feet angrily, her cheeks puffed out like buns, but she was still so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. Haha, that's it. Wu Ming echoed, he doesn't want to take us with him, and we're too lazy to be a light bulb. Right. We can just play on our own and not have to eat dog food. Maybe we'll have more fun. Gu Xuemi said angrily, pulling Wu Ming and walking in the opposite direction of Luo Pang. The security in the city is good, so Wu Ming did not release his power, otherwise he would definitely have noticed. As soon as the two turned around, 2 heads popped out from the alley on the street. They were Luo Pang and Zhou Lu. Brother Ming, I can only help you up to this point. Luo Pang pretended to sigh deeply, which made Zhou Lu laugh. They had a very enjoyable afternoon, and only when the lights came on did Wu Ming and Gu Xuemi separate. Although we have been classmates for 6 years and have always had a good relationship, this is the first time we have been alone together for such a long time like today. Wu Ming himself couldn't explain the relaxed and subtle happiness. As soon as I got home, Lei Bo called me, Ming, your application has been approved. You will leave for Chujiang City tomorrow and take the military exam the day after tomorrow. Go directly to the teleportation array in the function hall square tomorrow morning. Your Uncle Li and I will see you off. I understand, Lei Bo. Wu Ming replied. He thought he would leave the day after tomorrow, but he didn't expect it to be so soon. I was looking forward to the military exam, but also worried about my mother. My mother didn't get off work until 2 in the morning, and by the time she came back, I would have already left. I didn't even have time to say goodbye properly. Wu Ming took out his cell phone and wanted to ask his mother if he could take an early leave. Hello, son. Wang Nana's voice came from the other end of the phone. Mom, Lei Bo said I have to go to Chujiang City early tomorrow morning for the military exam the day after tomorrow. Can you leave work early? I want to make you a delicious meal. Wu Ming tried his best to keep his tone light to hide the sadness of parting. In the food factory workshop, Wang Nana was stunned for a moment, then smiled and said, what a coincidence. There's not much work today, and Mom is on her way home. I must taste my son's cooking. Okay? Wu Ming was so surprised that he almost jumped up. Mom is almost here? Hurry up and do it. I'm starving. Start working now. Wu Ming hung up the phone and rushed into the kitchen excitedly to get busy. On the other side, Wang Nana hung up the phone and went to her supervisor to ask for leave. When the supervisor heard that Wu Ming was going to take the military examination, he approved his leave on the spot and said he would send a car to take him there, but Wang Nana politely declined. After walking out of the factory, Wang Nana disappeared in a flash. When she reappeared, she was already standing at the gate of her dilapidated residential area. This action is likely to shock all the onlookers. Soon, the door opened and Wang Nana walked in. "Son, let me help you?" "No, please sit down and rest for a while, and watch me." More than 10 minutes later, 4 dishes and a soup were placed on the table. They were all home-cooked dishes, but they were full of love. "Mom, it's ready, please enjoy it." Wu Ming looked at her expectantly. Wang Nana looked at her son and her eyes gradually turned red. Her son had really grown up. She muttered to herself, "Dad, you told me to retire from the battlefield and take good care of our son, and I did. I originally wanted him to live an ordinary life, but he ended up on the same path as you. Perhaps this is fate. It's good, your grandson is so talented, maybe one day he'll reach your level and bring you back from that place." "Mom, why are you crying?" Wu Ming asked nervously. Wang Nana wiped her tears and smiled. "Mom is happy." "Mom, don't scare me." Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. "Eat quickly." The meal was spent in the laughter of mother and son. After dinner, the two sat on the sofa, and Wang Nana said earnestly, "Son, if you've chosen this path, you must walk it well. The battlefield is no joke. Only if you are strong enough can you protect yourself, your family, friends, and your country. If you can, be a good person like your grandfather." Wu Ming was stunned. This was the first time his mother took the initiative to mention his grandfather. "Mom, what kind of person is Grandpa?" Lei Bo said that he held the record for the fastest military exam. He asked quickly. Wang Nana frowned, then said, "Your grandfather was a great hero of the Longhan Kingdom. We could tell you all about his deeds for days and nights. Since you want to take the military exam, I'll tell you a story about his military exam. Do you know how many floors he reached in the Shuandong Tower?" Wu Ming shook his head and tentatively guessed, "The 6th floor." After all, being able to become an officer at level 6 is already impressive. "The 12th floor," Wang Nana said lightly. Wu Ming's jaw dropped in shock. "So fierce? Do your best." Wang Nana patted his shoulder, got up and went back to her room. Wu Ming was left standing there in shock for a long time. "I was originally thinking of going to the 6th floor and becoming an officer, but it seems I'm too narrow-minded." He clenched his fists. "The 12th floor, we must give it a try." He always wanted to be like his grandfather, but he never expected his grandfather to be so awesome. The night passed quickly. When Wu Ming got up early in the morning, he found that his mother had already prepared breakfast. The mother and son smiled at each other, and everything was said without words. After dinner, the two of them came to the square in front of the function hall through the teleportation array. Lei Zhengyang and Li Xianin were already waiting there. "Nana, Mingming." The two greeted with a smile. "Uncle Li, Uncle Lei." Wu Ming shouted. Li Xianin came up and gave him a big hug. "Smelly boy, I didn't expect the military exam to be so soon. Are you ready?" "Don't worry, Uncle Li." Lei Zhengyang looked at Wang Nana. "Nana, how do we arrange it? Do you want to take him there, or do we both want to take him there?" "No need, Brother Lei." Wang Nana shook her head. "Since he has chosen this path, he has to walk it on his own. Let him go and make his own way." Lei Zhengyang and Li Xianin were both stunned, and then they understood what she meant. This road was destined to be full of thorns. Instead of protecting him, it would be better to let him grow and develop quickly. Although this is true, this is Mingming's first time leaving Fengling City. The military exam is such a big thing that other children are accompanied by their families. Thinking that Wu Ming was going alone, both of them felt a little uncomfortable. But since Wang Nana said so, they couldn't insist any longer. If they had to say who was the most distressed, it must be her. Wang Nana had said everything she needed to say last night, but Lei Zhengyang and Li Xianin opened up, encouraging and admonishing her. They also shared their own experiences in the military examination, wishing to teach Wu Ming all the details. "What should I pay attention to on which floor? Which floor should I use this trick?" Seeing that they were more nervous than himself, Wu Ming felt warm in his heart. With so many big guys caring about him, this military exam was a sure thing. It was time to say goodbye. Lei Zhengyang patted Wu Ming on the shoulder and said, "Stinky boy, when you get over there, you must push as hard as you can. You must make it to the 6th floor at least. Li Xianen waved her hands aside. No, don't put too much pressure on the child, just perform normally. The two of them chattered back and forth without stopping. Chapter 42 Farewell to Relatives and Friends. Wu Ming was amused and deliberately asked, Uncle Li, what level did you get in the military exam back then? As soon as these words were spoken, the two people who were spitting all over the place just now were suddenly stuck. They looked at each other, and a rare look of embarrassment appeared on their faces. Actually, the number of floors is not the standard for measuring everything. Li Xianen laughed. Yeah, actual combat capability is king. Lei Zhengyong quickly agreed. Wu Ming suppressed a laugh and said, it's normal that he didn't make it to the officer. Everyone knows that reaching the 6th floor is harder than climbing to the sky. Nonsense. Who are you looking down on, you little brat? Li Xianen twisted his neck and said, we are both retired officers. Lei Zhengyong also stiffened his neck and added, that's right. Although we didn't do well on the first test and joined the army as soldiers, we made great contributions in the army and won the opportunity to take the military exam again. The second time, we successfully made it to the 6th level. Wu Ming suddenly realized that this was the same way as the soldiers in his previous life took the officer exam in the army. Li Xianen wanted to get back at Wu Ming and deliberately frightened him. You little brat, your Uncle Lei and I are just ordinary people. What's your ability compared to us? Do you have the guts to compete with your grandfather? Do you know how high he got back then? Wu Ming said casually, the 12th floor. This. Li Xianen almost choked to death on his own saliva. He originally wanted to use this to put pressure on him, but it turned out that he had already known about it and played this card badly. Lei Zhengyong had a strong desire to survive and covered Wu Ming's mouth with his hand. My little ancestor. Don't say anything in front of your mother. She will misunderstand that we leaked the secret and will definitely skin us alive. Then you have to testify for us that we didn't say anything. Li Xianen was also shocked. Yeah. Who told you this? My mother said so. Wu Ming pulled Lei Zhengyong's hand away. The two of them breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, it's Nana, then it's okay. As they were chatting and laughing, another group of people gathered in front of the teleportation array. It was early in the morning and there were not many people using the teleportation array, so it stood out particularly. Wu Ming keenly sensed an unfriendly gaze, and when he looked in the direction of the voice, it turned out to be the chief. This guy also had luggage with him and was surrounded by a group of relatives and friends who were seeing him off. It seemed that he was also going out. Lei Zhengyong explained, Zhang Shun, the chief, went crazy after you defeated him. He went out of the city and killed people for a whole day and night before returning. He only got 2 million contribution points. You two are the only ones in Fengling City for this military exam. Wu Ming raised his eyebrows slightly. What a ruthless person. He doesn't even want to sleep? As he spoke, the chief actually walked straight towards Wu Ming. After only 2 days of not seeing him, this guy has become even more violent, with gloomy eyes, revealing a cruelty that has nowhere to vent. Wu Ming looked at him calmly, without any fear. Fengren, the last time I lost to you, it was only because you broke through first and took advantage of me. I won't accept it. The chief's tone was icy. The military exam isn't just about realm, it's also about intelligence, perseverance, potential, and so much more. This time, I'll let everyone know that I'm better than you. After saying that, he turned around and left without even giving Wu Ming a chance to speak. Wu Ming couldn't help but laugh. That's it? Can you make it to the 12th floor? My buddy's goal is to reach the same height as my grandfather did back then. Lei Zhengyong warned from the side, Ming, be careful of that kid Zhang Shun. His hatred for you is almost twisted. It's okay, Leibo, don't worry. Wu Ming didn't care. After saying goodbye to his family, Zhang Shun walked into the teleportation array. Wu Ming did not delay any longer. He waved goodbye to his mother, Uncle Lei, and Uncle Li, turned around and stepped into the teleportation array. His figure disappeared in an instant. When he appeared again, Wu Ming was already standing on the land of Chujiang City. Although Fengling City is the closest big city to Chujiang City, the straight line distance is more than 6,000 kilometers. Thanks to the teleportation array created by the Space Formation Master, otherwise it would be too tiring just to travel there. Chujiang City, as the central hub of the surrounding area, is so prosperous. The square in front of the function hall alone is twice the size of Fengling City. It is bustling with people early in the morning, even more lively than the evening rush hour in Fengling City. Wu Ming had done his homework. He came out of the teleportation array, turned around and walked back in. This time it was not a long-distance teleportation. When he came out again, he had already arrived at the gate of Chujiang Military Academy. There are even more people here, all of them are parents who send their children to take the military examination. During this special period, the state machinery is moving rapidly and the fighting on the front line is tense. How can we wait until we graduate from the 4-year Gongdao Academy? Once the standard of 2 million contributions is set, no matter how old you are, you can take the exam as long as you meet the requirements. The efficiency is immediately maximized, and it also gives birth to a large number of geniuses. Just like now, some students are nominally seniors, but have actually only studied for 3 years. Some have accumulated enough contributions in 2 years, and some are even more impressive, having done it in just 1 year. The fastest record in the history of Longhan Kingdom was 1 month. Oh no, it was just refreshed to half a month by Wu Ming. Those who can take the military examination in advance are undoubtedly the best of the best and the future of Longhan Kingdom. This time, there are only 2 people from Fengling City, Wu Ming and Zhang Shun, while other big cities have 3 to 5 at most, or 1 or 2 at least. Chujiang City has a large population, and more than a dozen people came this time. There are 12 major cities across the country, and a total of 64 people came. With the addition of relatives and friends, the area outside the military academy was like a temple fair, extremely lively. Son, do your best on the test. Whether you can bring honor to our family depends on this. Don't worry, Dad. We'll guarantee the 3rd floor and aim for the 6th floor. Good boy, you have ambition. Another conversation came from the other side. Don't be nervous, daughter. You're already very good to be able to take the exam 2 years in advance. Just perform normally. I know, Mom. Similar cheering voices were heard everywhere, but Wu Ming was the only one standing alone in the crowd. The gate of the military academy had not opened yet, so he could only wait. He looked around this cradle of military talent. The entire academy was like a solid fortress, with high walls and electric fences on top. Behind the small square opposite the gate are the teaching building and the office building. Further back stands a 16-story tower, which is shining with strange light all over. It is obvious that it is not an ordinary item. It seems that it is certain that this glowing tower is the Xuangong Tower. After waiting for a while, the door finally opened and the staff began to verify the information. The other candidates quickly said goodbye to their parents and rushed to the door. Wu Ming followed behind calmly and said, "Let you go first, there aren't many people here anyway." Soon it was Wu Ming's turn. The guards came forward to check, mainly looking at the cumulative contributions and military examination application status on the hunter badge. Wu Ming took out the logo and swiped it on the screen. The message immediately popped up. Name, Wu Ming. Gender, male. Age, 18. Cumulative contribution, 230-3000. Military examination application, passed. A bunch of detailed information is attached at the end. Wu Ming finished brushing and walked in. The guards behind him were stunned. There was no problem for this person to go in, but 18 years old? Is that true? Long Hanguo only participated in the awakening ceremony when he was 18 years old. This year's awakening ceremony just ended less than a month ago, and we have already accumulated 2 million contributions and can take the military examination? He rubbed his eyes hard, but the screen still clearly showed 18 years old. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! The guard was so frightened that he almost jumped up and turned around and rushed into the communication room next door. Inside the communication room, a soldier inside was sorting documents. Seeing Huang Ming's expression, he jokingly said, "What's wrong, Huang Ming? You're yelling and shouting like a soldier." "Not at all." Huang Ming gestured exaggeratedly. "Zhou Jiawei. Something big has happened. Guess what I discovered among the students taking the military exam today? Chapter 43, worthy of being an ancient relic." Zhou Jiawei said without even looking up, "Those who can come here are the elite of the elite. You just met someone who was particularly outstanding. What's so strange about that?" Huang Ming glared and said, "I found an 18-year-old. Tell me, is this weird? Oh my god." Zhou Jiawei sat up straight with a snap. Huang Ming felt more balanced after seeing his reaction. "You said I was useless, but your reaction is not much better." Zhou Jiawei asked back, "You mean, that kid Wu Ming is here too?" Huang Ming was confused again. How do you know this 18-year-old candidate is called Wu Ming? Not only do I know his name is Wu Ming, I also know that he is from the Shanghai Gongdao Academy in Fengling City. He failed in his awakening, but in just half a month he made rapid progress, surpassing all the heroes and being the first to break through to the first-rank True Spirit realm. Zhou Jiawei knew everything about Wu Ming, and had already told him everything about his deeds. Huang Ming was stunned. How do you know so much? Zhou Jiawei laughed in anger. Brother, how many times have I told you not to focus solely on cultivation? Can you read more news when you have time? Huang Ming's old face turned red, and he scratched his head and laughed. Then he suddenly slapped his thigh and said, "Damn it! Why didn't you tell me earlier? If I had known it was him, I would have asked for his autograph and taken a photo with him." Zhou Jiawei rolled his eyes at him. You still have the nerve to blame me? I haven't blamed you yet. With such a good opportunity, why didn't you call me? The two of them kept blaming each other, and in the end they could only sigh to the air, having missed a good opportunity. Wu Ming entered the military academy and went to the reception desk to register first. Because the test is tomorrow, the college arranged temporary dormitories for us. The standards are quite good, with 2 people in a room. He was assigned to dormitory 711. When he pushed the door open, there was already someone inside. The boy looked to be about the same age as Wu Ming. He was making his bed. When he heard the noise, he instinctively looked over. Hello. Wu Ming greeted politely. But the other person's temperament was as cold as ice, or to be more precise, as arrogant as a peacock. He glanced at Wu Ming, didn't even say a word, and turned around to continue packing his things. Wu Ming's hand, which was stretched out in the air, froze, and he felt a little embarrassed. They were elites, but they didn't even have basic manners? He was too lazy to bother trying to please a cold but. You can act as you please, but I don't rely on you for my living. It's just a one-day stay anyway. Who will know each other after the exam tomorrow? Wu Ming packed up by himself, and by the time everything was ready, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning. With nowhere to go for the moment, he took out his cell phone and started browsing. This was a rare moment of leisure. When he opened WeChat, 2 messages popped up. One was a cute and soft emoticon message from Gu Shuemi, and the other was from Luer Pang, who sent a big red envelope with the message, "I wish Brother Ming a successful start." Wu Ming laughed and replied to them one by one. He was playing with his cell phone, and the cold and arrogant roommate glanced at him, with disdain almost overflowing in his eyes. This guy has been lying on the table writing and drawing, and no one knows what he is fiddling with, but he looks like he is studying hard. Wu Ming didn't bother to pay attention and let him do whatever he wanted. It was noon in a flash and time to eat. Wu Ming went to the cafeteria. He had to admit that the food here was more than one level better than that at Shanghai Gongdaoan, and he could pay with contribution points, which was very convenient. After dinner, Wu Ming walked around the college. This place covers a very large area, so he went to Shuangong Tower specifically to take a look, which was considered as a preliminary inspection of the area. I was shocked when I saw it from a distance outside the door before, and now that I am there in person, I am even more scared. The entire Sengong Tower was radiating divine light, revealing an overwhelming pressure that could crush everything. Although it only has 16 floors, it is more breathtaking than a towering mountain. The ancient and vast atmosphere hits you in the face, as if you have traveled through the long river of time. It's worthy of being a treasure dug out from ancient ruins. It's really fucking amazing. Wu Ming marveled in his heart. After strolling around for a while, other candidates finished their meals and came out one after another. Wu Ming didn't stay long and turned back to the dormitory. But as soon as he reached the dormitory door, he was stunned. A group of people gathered at the door. All of them were the geniuses who took part in the military examination this time. They looked like they had never seen the world before, and they were peeking inside by clinging to the glass on the door, not caring about their image at all. This guy inside is a tough guy. It's more than just cruel. He took the military exam in his sophomore year. In other words, he saved up 2 million in contributions in just 1 year. Is he a fucking human being? When I was a sophomore, I was still worried about breaking through to the 9th level of awakening. You want to compete with him? You're just asking for trouble. He's a rare formation master in the space department. With that status alone, he's way ahead of us. Yeah, I was drifting. To put it bluntly, we are the elite of the elite, and they are the elite of the elite of the elite, in short, monsters. Brilliant. Recently, 2 powerful individuals have emerged from Longhangua Gongdaoyuan. One is Zhu Guangjie from Northeast Base City, the one here, a space formation master. The other is Wu Ming from Fengling City. I heard he's even more incredible. He failed to awaken and still broke the record for the fastest military exam. I wonder if Wu Ming will be in the same period as us. It's uncertain, isn't it? He's only 18 years old and just completed the awakening ceremony. He probably needs some time to settle down. How can he go into battle without a solid foundation? Yeah, it's easy to collapse if you rush too much. It's a pity to say that I can't be in the same class as Wu Ming. I missed the opportunity to curry favor with him. Is the thigh inside not thick enough? He's rough, but he's too arrogant. We can't talk to him. Aren't all the big guys like this? I guess Wu Ming is the same. In their eyes, we are just losers. Speaking of which, don't we look at those who are not as good as us in the same way? If I could share a dormitory with Zhu Guangjie, maybe I could get closer to him. Who knows who will be lucky enough to share a room with him? Wu Ming understood. It turned out that this Lang Ao roommate was a formation master. No wonder he was so arrogant. The formation masters are really awesome. Take the teleportation formation for example. Without them, how could there be such convenient transportation? But no matter how awesome you are, it's annoying if you act arrogantly. It looked like the people at the door weren't going to leave for a while, so Wu Ming had no choice but to squeeze past them. Excuse me. Holy crap. Bro, you're in the same dorm with the big guy there? You're so lucky. How's it going? Did you get to talk to me? Can you give me an introduction? Brother, you must seize this opportunity. Get on good terms with the formation master, and I'll give you 2 formation talismans in the future, and that'll be enough for you to walk around with ease. Listening to the well-intentioned advice of this group of people, Wu Ming just smiled and didn't take it seriously. Brother, don't take this lightly. Don't give me this opportunity, let's change dormitories. Okay, brother, hurry up. Amidst the chatter of the group, Wu Ming pushed open the door and walked in, politely asking, "Would you like to come in and sit down?" It's just like visiting dormitories in high school, so normal. The group of people outside didn't expect him to be so generous, but they had been peeking through the door before, so when they really got the chance, they backed off. No, I won't disturb your rest. Let's do it next time, definitely next time. Brother, you are a good person. Let's get to know each other later. Since they didn't come in, Wu Ming had to close the door. There was a commotion outside the door. All right, brothers, disband. The military exam is tomorrow. I wish everyone can perform exceptionally well. Disband, go back and recharge your batteries. The next morning, we had breakfast together. Then, the candidates lined up and entered the tower. Wu Ming entered the tower and immediately spread out his mental power on all sides, but he found that even if it was spread out for thousands of kilometers, he still couldn't see the end. Just within this 1,000-mile radius, the densely packed names probably number in the hundreds of billions. If you look at them with your eyes, you will be dazzled. But Wu Ming relied on the power of his mind, and everything he saw was clearly imprinted in his mind. He also discovered many strange names, such as Taoist Lu Dong and Fairy He Lian, which were obviously the marks left by ancient ancestors. Chapter 44, Stepping into the Shuangong Tower. What's interesting is that although everyone lined up to enter, after entering, everyone was in an independent void and no one could see each other. The first layer is called Searching for the Heart. No one knows what the ancient ancestors used it for. Anyway, now the military academy uses it to detect demon spies. Under the power of seeking the heart, any disguise is like paper and cannot be hidden at all. Wu Ming stood quietly in the endless void. Not long after, as if pulled by an invisible force, he slowly sat down cross-legged and instantly entered a state of oblivion of both himself and the world. The other candidates were similar, and they all entered the same state in their own void. Outside the Shuangong Tower, after everyone entered, 64 names appeared on the first floor of the tower wall. The tall and thin instructor who spoke earlier was chatting with a chubby instructor next to him. These little bastards are qualified to enter the Shuangong Tower at such a young age. They are really enviable. Instructor Xiaofei sighed. That's right, they are all good seedlings. The tall and thin instructor nodded. However, among today's group, there are 2 who stand out. They are Zhu Guangjie from Binzhou City, and Wu Ming from Fengling City. He pointed to 2 names on the tower wall. Instructor Xiaofei agreed, one is a rare formation master, and the other is a dark horse who broke the record for the fastest military exam. Both are not simple. Who do you prefer? The tall and thin instructor smiled and raised an eyebrow. Instructor Xiaofei stroked his chin and thought for a moment. I still support Zhu Guangjie. The formation master is the uncrowned king of the 10 major systems. He is very mysterious. I think Wu Ming is more interesting. The tall and thin instructor insisted on his opinion. Hey, do you dare to take a gamble? The fat instructor became interested. Let's bet. If you lose, please have an ice soda. The two smiled at each other, just for fun. After an unknown amount of time, Wu Ming opened his eyes and found that he had reached the second floor. This floor is an infinitely large training ground, with a level 9 ferocious beast standing opposite. Wu Ming had read the strategy guide a long time ago. The second level tested one's strength, and the opponent was this 9th level beast. The dome is still covered with densely packed names, too numerous to count. He is now in the second level of the true spirit realm, so shouldn't it be easy for him to deal with a 9th level ferocious beast? He didn't even bother to use the short arrows. With a thought, the ferocious beast opposite him was directly blown into a bloody mist. The next second, Wu Ming was wrapped by an invisible force and instantly teleported to the third floor. The third floor is still an endless space. There are fewer names on the dome than on the first 2 floors, but they are still numerous. A disembodied voice sounded and began to explain the content of the assessment. The third level tests your perseverance. Wu Ming sat down cross-legged as he was told, and suddenly a force as heavy as Mount Tai pressed down on him. The corners of his mouth twitched and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead in an instant. The so-called perseverance test, to put it bluntly, is to endure this terrifying pressure for a quarter of an hour. As for the others, they all passed the first level identity assessment easily, and it didn't take much effort for them to deal with the 9th level ferocious beasts in the second level. After all, those who could come here were elites, and they had already broken through the first level of the true spirit realm. But by the third level, the relaxed expression had completely turned into a mask of pain. The candidates were all in independent spaces and didn't know each other's situation, but the 2 instructors outside the tower could see everything clearly. In the first 2 levels, everyone was almost running at the same pace, there was no gap between them, and no one was eliminated. Now everyone's name is displayed on the third floor. If we were to say who was faster, it would be the space formation master Zhu Guangjie, followed closely by Wu Ming, with the difference between the two being less than 0.05 seconds. The other elites were not far behind, with the difference within a second. A quarter of an hour passed quickly. These elites had accumulated 2 million contributions and had gone through hardships. Although it was painful, they had endured it. It would be a joke if they couldn't even get through the third level. If you can get through the third level, you will pass and be considered a quasi-soldier. But for these chosen ones, the third level is just the starting point. The tall and thin instructor smiled and said, the first 3 levels are just appetizers. From the 4th level onwards, it will be a real test. I estimate that someone will be eliminated in the 4th level, and the gap will widen. Instructor Xiaofei echoed, and both of them stared at the Sungong Tower. Wu Ming had already reached the 4th floor when the voice of nothingness sounded again. This level is an illusion and tests your mind. He just stood there, waiting to be pulled into the illusion, but after waiting for several minutes, nothing happened. Wu Ming? At this time, the voice sounded again, since the divine consciousness is too powerful, the primary illusion cannot be affected. Pass. Wu Ming was stunned. Is there such a thing? The next second, he was directly teleported to the 5th floor. Outside the tower, the tall and thin instructor was chatting with the fat instructor. The illusion on the 4th floor can widen the gap the most. Who do you think can rush through first this time? Need I say more? It must be Zhu Guangjie. The fat instructor patted his chest and said, he's really good at formations, and his magic formations are his specialty. This level is a real benefit to him. The tall and thin instructor did not refute. Indeed, playing in the illusion world has a huge advantage for the mage. But he still has more confidence in Wu Ming. Being behind temporarily is nothing, because the best is yet to come. Oh my god. Look! Instructor Xiaofei suddenly exclaimed and pointed at the Shuangong Tower. The tall and thin instructor looked over quickly and saw that all the other names were still struggling on the 4th level, but one name had already jumped to the 5th level. This person was not Zhu Guangjie, but Wu Ming. Oh my god. The fat instructor's eyes were as big as copper bells. How long has it been? Less than a minute? And you've already passed the 4th level? That's a hurdle that has stopped many geniuses. The two instructors were stunned and their brains almost crashed. Was Wu Ming treating the fourth floor as his own backyard? Wu Ming was already on the fifth floor, and there were obviously fewer names on the dome. The voice of nothingness sounded again. The fifth level still tested the realm, but this time the opponent was a first-grade demon beast in the true spirit realm. For Wu Ming, this was still not difficult. He easily killed the monster and rushed directly to the sixth floor. The two instructors finally recovered from their shock. When they saw that Wu Ming's name had risen to another level, they gasped. Others are still struggling on the fourth floor, but this guy has already reached the sixth floor? This gap is too outrageous. The number of names on the sixth level is much smaller than that on the fifth level. Previously, it was often in the hundreds of billions, but now it is estimated to be around 10 billion. This level tests wisdom. Wu Ming found himself in a huge maze. He used his mind power to scan the maze and found that it was about the size of a medium-sized county town. It was intricate and contained many tricks. According to the rules, he has to get out of the maze within 12 hours, and this is not an ordinary maze. One wrong step may trigger danger. Wu Ming had just seen a lot of stone statues, weapons and other things, which were obviously not simple. In the words of that disembodied voice, there is only one correct way to safely exit the maze, and a wrong step could be fatal. What's even worse is that there is a strong suppression here. You can't fly and can only find your way step by step. It would take a lot of effort to find such a large maze even if Wu Ming had the motivation to use a god's perspective. If it were someone else, let alone avoiding danger, it would be hard to say whether they could find an exit within 12 hours. Obviously, starting from the fourth level, the difficulty has increased several times. But as long as you pass the sixth level, you can be promoted from a soldier to an officer, and it is not easy to be an officer. Wu Ming didn't rush to move. A wrong step might trigger all kinds of problems. Even if he had the motivation to avoid risks, it would be useless if he couldn't find the right path. He simply sat down cross-legged and began to analyze and deduce the optimal route using the power of his mind. Time passed little by little. About 20 minutes later, Zhu Guangjie climbed from the fourth floor to the fifth floor, becoming the second person to break through the fourth floor. He was so happy that he thought he was the first. As for the others, they were still crying for their parents in the illusion. Another 10 minutes passed, and the first candidate was eliminated and teleported directly in front of two instructors. Then came the second, the third. Soon 9 people were eliminated. After these people returned to reality, they were still immersed in the horror illusion. Some of them were yelling, some were trembling, and it took them a long time to come back to their senses. Their faces were pale. Fuck. That illusion just now almost scared me to death. Dizzy. I feel like I'm going to die any second. My illusion was actually my girlfriend's wedding, and I wasn't the groom. I flipped the table on the spot. Don't mention it. I dreamed that I was caught in bed with an adulterer. The thought of that scene still makes my legs go weak. A group of eliminated candidates talked at once, and their stories were so vivid. The tall, thin instructor's face darkened as he scolded, "You still have the nerve to say that?" The fourth level's illusion is designed to target your inner weaknesses. Reflect on this carefully. Several candidates blushed and shut up awkwardly. But they didn't leave. Although they were eliminated at the fourth level, at least they were able to join the army. More importantly, this time, the military exam features Formation Master Zhu Guangjie, a man who's sure to create legends. Witnessing this firsthand will be something you can brag about for a year. They all looked towards the Shuandong Tower, thinking to themselves, Zhu Guangjie must be far ahead now, right? The next second. Oh my god. Fuck. Why is this happening? Everyone's eyes almost popped out. Zhu Guangjie was ahead of others by a lot, but there was actually someone who could keep up with him. Who is this? So fierce? Look at the name. Wu Ming. That Wu Ming from Fengling City? The one who broke the fastest military exam record? He's here too. No wonder he can arm wrestle with Zhu Guangjie, it makes sense if it's him. Chapter 45, Challenging Higher Levels. We've all met in the same class. Which one is Wu Ming? If I had known, I would have just flattered him. My roommate isn't. Neither does my roommate. That day outside Zhu Guangjie's dormitory, when we were getting to know each other, only 3 people were absent, Zhu Guangjie, Wu Ming, and someone named Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun is my roommate. We all know Zhu Guangjie. As for the rest, Someone suddenly slapped their thigh and said, "Holy crap. I get it. Wasn't the guy who shared a dorm with Zhu Guangjie that day Wu Ming? Fuck. Now that I think about it, that guy was so easygoing, wasn't he? He wasn't arrogant at all and even warmly invited us to his dorm room. I was so blind. The thigh was right in front of me, but I didn't recognize it. What a missed opportunity. What's even funnier is that we even persuaded him to serve tea and water to Zhu Guangjie and curry favor with him. If God gives me another chance, I will definitely. Stop. There's no chance. Get out of here. Ha ha. Now we're going to have a good show. Let's see which of these two thighs is thicker. A group of people were making a lot of noise, but the two instructors ignored them and stared at the Xuangong Tower. Another half an hour passed, during which another 25 people were eliminated, and the remaining ones finally climbed to the 6th floor. When the eliminated candidates saw the situation on the tower, their reaction was exactly the same as the previous 8. They were so shocked that they were speechless. At this time, Wu Ming had been on the 6th floor for an hour. He suddenly opened his eyes full of confidence. The correct route had been deduced. I saw him turning left and right in the maze, seemingly in a chaotic manner, but in fact every step was extremely precise. Even though he knew the route, it took him 20 minutes to run out of this maze that was as big as a county town. Clear. The voice of nothingness fell, and a familiar power enveloped him. When he appeared again, he was already standing on the 7th floor. Passing the 6th level means that he has passed the officer assessment. Wu Ming was slightly happy, but this was far from the end. His goal was to reach the 12th level. A disembodied voice from the 7th floor rang out. This floor is a potential test, it's crucial, it's like a jump. The higher the potential, the more floors you can jump. Simply put, after the test, you may jump directly to the 9th or 10th floor, and theoretically you can even reach the sky in one step. Wu Ming took a deep breath and looked at the dome. There were only about 1 million names on this level. Compared with the hundreds of millions on the 6th level, it was obvious that the maze had stopped most people. He adjusted his mindset, walked towards the crystal clear, brilliant ball of light in front of him, and gently placed his hand on it. Outside the tower, the crowd was once again in an uproar. Wu Ming is the first to reach the 7th floor. Awesome! Faster than a formation master, the dark horse of the year is confirmed. I can brag about being in the same industry as this big shot for the rest of my life. I posted it on WeChat Moments, and it got over 100 likes. Now I feel like the formation master isn't that popular anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, a huge wave of controversy ensued at the scene again. Wu Ming's name actually jumped directly from the 7th floor to the 13th floor. The tall and thin instructor and the fat instructor's eyes almost popped out of their heads. Oh my god. Am I dazzled? What's going on? Instructor. Please give us some scientific knowledge. Someone shook the two petrified instructors. After a long while, the tall and thin instructor finally explained tremblingly, the 7th floor tests your potential. It's easy to pass, but it's a stepping stone to the Merit Tower. You'll jump to different levels based on your potential. So is jumping to the 13th floor good or bad? Someone asked stupidly. What do you think? The tall and thin instructor was so angry that he laughed. Jumped 6 floors in a row. Let me put it this way, in the hundreds of years that Longhan country has had the Xuangong Tower, tens of thousands of geniuses have made it to the 7th floor, and the best result is jumping to the 12th floor, which is the war god Wu you all know. The candidates were collectively petrified. You don't know until you compare, and you'll be surprised when you do. Wu Zhanchen only jumped to the 12th floor, and Wu Ming went straight to the 13th floor? This is going to be heavenly. No wonder you reacted like that just now, instructor. Furthermore, War God Wu didn't advance any further after jumping to the 12th floor. That's the ceiling for us modern people. The tall and thin instructor's voice was shaking with excitement. Now, the record has been broken by Wu Ming. All the candidates' heads were buzzing, and they all took a deep breath. Too strong. I used to think of him as my idol, but now I realize I'm not even worthy of carrying his shoes. Growing up, I've always been someone else's kid, but today I finally met a real boss. Why is there such a huge gap between people? Does the surname Wu have a special bug? Is it too late for me to change my surname now? Be careful or your dad will hit you with the sole of his shoe. The two instructors were no longer interested in dealing with them. They hurriedly discussed, the assessments after the 7th level are tailor-made. Who knows what Wu Ming will face on the 13th level? Don't worry about it. This is a big deal, report it immediately. Yes, I almost forgot. The fat instructor took out his cell phone and made a call. He could faintly hear the other end exclaiming, "What? I'll be right there." This was a serious matter, and the news was reported up the chain of command. Soon, a large group of people rushed over, led by an old man with white hair and beard. He is Huo Wanjia, the president of the military academy. The tall and thin instructor and the fat instructor saluted quickly, and Huo Wanjia was anxious to understand the situation. 13th floor. This is a territory that Lonhan country has never set foot on. No one knows what Wu Ming is facing inside, so they can only wait. Regardless of the outcome, he has already made history. As for Wu Ming, he was also a little confused when he realized that he was on the 13th floor. His goal was to catch up with his grandfather's 12th floor, so how come he surpassed it by one level without knowing it? After a brief moment of confusion, he was filled with ecstasy. When it comes to passing levels, the higher the better. He looked around the boundless space. There were very few names on the dome. He counted them with a single thought, 1036, all of them ancient names like Taoist and immortal. Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. No one in modern history had probably ever set foot on the 13th floor, and he was the first. But before the excitement had passed, the pressure came like a mountain. The guide says that reaching the 6th level and becoming an officer is as difficult as climbing to the sky, and the difficulty of the 13th level is probably more than doubled. The voice of nothingness sounded again, explaining the 13th level test. This level tests your speed. Hundreds of iron swords will attack you. You must hold out for a quarter of an hour. Wu Ming was confused. This is clearly about withstanding the attack. How did it become a test of speed? Until an iron sword with a sharp edge stabbed at him, and he subconsciously blocked it with all his strength. Snap! His body was pierced directly, and he grimaced in pain. The iron sword flew back to the sword formation, but the wounds on his body healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and he was back to normal in a blink of an eye. I see. Wu Ming suddenly realized that this sword was impossible to block, so he could only dodge. No wonder it was called a speed test. But just as he breathed a sigh of relief, the disembodied voice added, 13th level rule, failure will not eliminate you, but you will be trapped for 50 years. Oh my god. Wu Ming almost jumped up. 50 years? That's jail time. Fortunately, the voice explained, 1 month on this level is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world. 50 years is equivalent to about 600 days in the outside world. Even with a discount, 2 years is still scary. The war situation on the front line is changing rapidly, and who knows what it will be like in 2 years. We must rush forward. Wu Ming's eyes flashed and he got ready. Call out. An iron sword came at him like lightning, so fast that Wu Ming had just seen its shadow, and before the command reached his brain, it was pierced again. Hiss. He took a breath of cold air. This speed was too outrageous. Even if you slow down your intentional power, there will be no time to react. What's even worse is that this is just one sword. What if there were 100? Wu Ming's heart sank, but the tenacity in his bones emerged. Come again. This time he learned his lesson and ran away if he couldn't T-fight. He dodged and dodged, leaping 200 meters in one bound, hopping around like a flea. As long as I dodge fast enough, the sword can't catch up with me. 200 meters was just a blink of an eye for Tai Jian, but his random dodging really made Tai Jian a little confused. But the next second, the second sword moved, attacking from both sides. Before he could last 5 breaths, Wu Ming was defeated again and collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. It's too tiring to keep dodging. He stroked his chin and pondered, if only I could dodge further. 200 meters is already the limit. How to break through? Wu Ming started to deduce the power of intention, focusing on details bit by bit, and trying hard to improve the dodge distance. 3 days later, he reached a distance of 250 meters with one leap. Although it was only 50 meters more, Wu Ming was very happy. At least there was a way. It would be great if there were some monsters here. Killing a few might help me improve my physical skills. He smacked his lips and secretly made up his mind, I have to save some of the distribution next time. It can save lives in critical moments. Chapter 46 Brainstorm. Time passed quietly on the 13th floor. 7 days, 10 days, a month. This month, only 1 day has passed in the outside world. At this time, except Wu Ming and Zhu Guangjie, everyone else was eliminated. In the 7th hour, Zhu Guangjie finally broke out of the 6th level maze and entered the 7th level. After the potential test, he jumped to the 8th floor, but was eliminated within a quarter of an hour. He came out with his chest puffed out and a look of pride on his face. 8th level. Absolutely the strongest of his time. But when he looked up, he saw a huge group of leaders standing at the foot of the Shuangdong Tower, all staring at the top of the tower, and no one paid any attention to him at all. Ha! The 8th floor is so grand? Even the leaders are here to watch? Zhu Guangjie was feeling proud, but when he turned his head to look in the direction of everyone's gaze, his whole body froze instantly. On the tower, a name was prominently hung on the 13th floor: Wu Ming. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Zhu Guangjie's head was buzzing. He was used to hearing praise in his life, and this was the first time he tasted such a sense of frustration. He felt completely depressed. The same as him is the chief. The chief had been eliminated in the 4th level a long time ago. He had been trying hard to surpass Wu Ming, but when he saw the glaring name of the 13th level, he seemed to have lost all his energy and spirit. He became listless, like a defeated rooster. As for Wu Ming, after 1.5 months on the 13th floor, his movement distance increased to 500 meters. But after trying, he still couldn't last more than 10 rounds under the attack of 2 swords. It's not enough. Wu Ming sat down cross-legged and continued to deduce, inspiration gradually coming to him. Speed? The swiftness of wind, the ferocity of lightning, the extreme speed of light, even the leap of space. Why can the Array Master's teleportation array span thousands of miles? Countless thoughts collided in his mind, setting off a mental storm. He gradually calmed down, as if he had become one with this space, and didn't even notice the iron sword coming at him again. He forgot about time and immersed himself in cultivation with full concentration. The chaos outside had nothing to do with him. 1 month? 2 months? It went by in the blink of an eye. Converted into outside time, only 2 days have passed. At this time, Lei Zhengyong and Li Xianen were as anxious as ants on a hot pan, running around in circles. Normally, the military exam should have a result in 2 days at most, but the two of them called Wu Ming's phone so many times that it almost broke down, and there was always a cold no one answered on the receiver. What's going on? Did you pass or die? Which floor have you reached? Please make a sound. The most terrible thing is, where did the person go? Did he evaporate? Li Xianen stroked his chin and pondered, could it be that Ming failed the military exam and found a corner to secretly wipe away his tears? Lei Zhengyong was even more worried when he heard this. He slapped his thigh and said, "No, I have to go to Chuzheng City and dig up the dirt to look for it. Count me in." Li Xianen immediately followed, and the two of them ran towards the teleportation array in the function hall as if their butts were on fire. Wang Nana was also very worried at the moment. She couldn't get through to Wu Ming's phone as if it was welded shut, and she was so anxious that she couldn't sit still. She quickly called Lei Zhengyong and the others, only to find out that the two had already headed towards Chuzheng City. They told her to stay calm and wait for their news. In fact, throughout Fengling City, people who miss Wu Ming can line up from the streets to the end of the alley. After all, this kid was so eye-catching before, like a little son. When he took the military exam, he would definitely be the focus of all parties. But 2 days had passed and there was still no news at all. Everyone couldn't hold it in any longer and started talking about it like a boiling pot. Various speculations were buzzing around like flies. The most mainstream and reasonable one was that Wu Ming must have failed the exam, was too embarrassed to see anyone, and had to hide away. But unlike the mess in Fengling City, over in Chuzheng City, a small-scale piece of news was spreading like wildfire. There's a ruthless person in this batch of military exams who has shattered the records of modern history and reached the 13th level. Holy crap! Is this true? Are you making up a fantasy story? You're making this up. I was a student at the same time as you and witnessed it with my own eyes. Which great god is so powerful? Tell me your name. Fengling City, Wu Ming. Oh, it's him, then I believe it. The guy upstairs, you're really smart. The military academy has repeatedly banned this information. Are you hoping to get the silver bracelet? As soon as he finished speaking, the account that spread the news was shut down. Soon, 2 expressionless guards were banging on the door of the dormitory of the candidate who had leaked the information. The noise was like a death sentence. Being able to reach the 13th floor of the Shuangdong Tower is so important that it can crush a mountain. This operation is directly targeted at the god of war. The Longhan Kingdom is about to produce another god of war. This is great news for the Longhan Kingdom, so this news must be kept secret. You know, the demons have never stopped infiltrating the human race, just like the scum among the human race, and those notorious demon spies. This group of people are very sinister. If Wu Ming is exposed to them too early, this future god of war will face great risks. As for Lei Zhenyang and Li Xianin, as soon as they landed in Chujiang City through the teleportation array, they rushed straight to the military academy as if they had been injected with chicken blood. When he caught the guard, he asked him about Wu Ming's situation, but he was just told top confidential and a friendly warning, don't ask around, or you'll get into trouble. The two were stunned on the spot. It was just a military exam, how could such secrets be revealed? This matter is about to get out of hand. But the more this happened, the more they worried about Wu Ming like a cat scratching at him. Lei Zhenyang and Li Xianin simply took out their IDs and slapped them on the table. The guards took one look and immediately stood at attention and saluted, "Hello, Chief." These two were tough guys who crawled out of the mountains of corpses and seas of blood on the battlefield. Their combat capabilities are piled up like mountains, otherwise they would not have gotten the opportunity for exceptional promotion. Although he has retreated to the rear due to injuries, his level is still there and he is very tough. Li Xianin said with a stern face, "Call your leader." He knew very well that confidentiality regulations were no joke. With a guard of that level, it was impossible for him to know anything useful, so it was useless. Yes. The guard saluted again and ran towards the liaison office. After a while, several directors of the military academy came trotting over. When they saw Lei Zhenyang and Li Xianin, they stood at attention and saluted. Lei Zhenyang and the other man returned the gift. They didn't have time to exchange pleasantries and went straight to the point asking about Wu Ming. The director opposite rolled his eyes and looked around. He didn't say anything directly, but just led the two of them into the academy. They soon arrived in front of the Xuangong Tower and pointed to the top of the tower. "I mean, see for yourself." Lei Zhenyang and Li Xianin looked up and were petrified on the spot. On the Xuangong Tower, only the 13th floor still had a name lit up, and that name was none other than Wu Ming. Later, the two of them could not remember how they walked out of the military academy. Their heads were like 10,000 bees buzzing. When they came to their senses, they were already standing in the square in front of Fengling City Function Hall. They came back in a daze. Li Xianin still felt like she was dreaming, muttering, "Mingming, this is too fierce." Lei Zhenyang also gasped, even more vigorous than Shanglong back then. As the saying goes, there's no such thing as a tiger master without a dog grandson. There's nothing wrong with that. After they recovered, the two called Wang Nana. After all, it was a confidential matter and they couldn't say much, so they just told her that Wu Ming was fine and asked her not to worry. Chapter 47 Breaking the Limit. Wu Ming sighed. The time in the outside world seemed to be fast-forwarded, and the endless space he was in was even faster than expected. One day outside is a month inside. Wu Ming, who had been in seclusion in the endless space for 2 months, opened his eyes, moved his mind, and appeared more than 700 meters away. Hard work pays off. Compared with the previous 350 meters, this progress was like riding a rocket, but Wu Ming still frowned. This was far from enough. More than 700 meters, you can barely keep your life under the pursuit of 2 iron swords. Do you want to pass? Still far from it. I need to keep practicing. Although this endless space does not have the cycle of 4 seasons, there will occasionally be a drizzle, some snow, a warm breeze, or a cool breeze. These weather conditions will cycle through 1 year. Wu Ming has been on the 13th floor for a year now. He tried it once in the first 2 months, but for the remaining 10 months, he sat cross-legged like a nail without moving, concentrating on deduction and comprehension, trying to push his speed to the limit. Fortunately, there was plenty of spiritual energy in this endless space, which automatically flowed into his body, so he would never starve. However, after this year, Wu Ming's hair became as messy as weeds, and he had stubble around his mouth. He no longer looks as handsome as before, but looks like a savage. When the 1-year deadline was up, Wu Ming stood up and tried again. With a swish, he appeared 2 kilometers away. The 3 iron swords couldn't do anything to him at all. In the end, it was the 4th sword that pierced through him with a whoosh. During this attempt, Wu Ming also discovered many problems. He frowned and pondered for a while, then sat down cross-legged as usual. Looking at the outside world, 1 year passed in the endless space, but only 12 days passed outside. During these 12 days, 3 more military examinations were held. After all, the territory of Longhan Kingdom is vast, and there are tough guys whose contribution value exceeds 2 million every day. When the number is enough, they can take part in the military examination, so they come here every few days, which is commonplace. When these batches of examinees arrived at the Shuangdong Tower, their eyes almost popped out of their heads. They were not shocked by the wonders of the Shuangdong Tower, but by the name of the 13th floor. Wu Ming. Wu Ming, or Fengren, this guy is really fierce. As expected, he is the one who broke the record for the fastest person to take the military examination. Now he has even broken the highest record for the military examination. By the way, are we considered the same generation as Wu Ming? Of course. Even though we arrived a few days later than him, he was still in the tower when we got here. Yes. Then I can brag to others later that I took the military exam at the same time as Wu Ming. Is that okay? That's absolutely right. Brothers, blow your trumpet. During this period, the tall and thin instructor and the fat instructor almost took turns to keep watch here. Occasionally, the leaders would come over for a stroll, all waiting for Wu Ming to come out. In the blink of an eye, another 24 days passed. Wu Ming had been in the endless space for 2 years, a total of 3 years. Now his image is even more exaggerated, like a savage running out of the primeval forest. In the past 2 years, Wu Ming has not moved, concentrating on comprehending and deducing. Or it could be called seclusion cultivation. Fortunately, his mental power is strong, and his deduction is as easy as cheating, but this is a road that no one has ever walked on. It is extremely difficult to use mental power to break the rules and exceed the speed limit. But now, Wu Ming finally got the hang of it. If one wants to hold out for a quarter of an hour under the siege of 100 iron swords, the teleportation distance must be terrifying, hundreds of miles, or even thousands of miles. This sounds like a fantasy, but it is not impossible. According to his idea, it should be possible to do it by using the superpowers of wind, thunder, light and space, but Wu Ming had never come across the ability of wind, thunder, and light to travel a distance of thousands of kilometers. However, he has some understanding of the space system. Because of the teleportation array, one can teleport from Fengling City to Chujiang City, and traveling tens of thousands of kilometers is like a piece of cake. Therefore, Wu Ming placed his bets on the field of space, combining mental power and space. This was the path he had set. He had been working in this direction for the past 2 years, using his mind to perceive space and even control space. It had been 2 years since Wu Ming opened his eyes for the first time. Without getting up, he just had a thought and disappeared from the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 10 kilometers away. At this moment, Wu Ming felt a little brighter. Space is the carrier of everything. Controlling space is secondary. The really awesome thing is to integrate into space, so that you can be everywhere. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Wu Ming's figure kept flashing like a ghost, 10 kilometers at a time, disappearing out of thin air and reappearing out of thin air. This time, he lasted a quarter of an hour under the siege of 26 iron swords. Although it was a huge improvement, he was still far from the ultimate goal of 100 swords. Wu Ming did not hesitate and continued to retreat. By this time in the outside world, spring had already passed and autumn had arrived, and half a year had passed. After Wu Ming, Sungong Tower received more than 30 groups of candidates. These were all top students among the younger generation of the human race. However, every time they looked up and saw the Wu Ming on the 13th floor of Sungong Tower, they were amazed. They are lucky to be able to witness the birth of a new legend, but they are also unfortunate, because the name Wu Ming is destined to become a mountain that they will never be able to overcome in their lifetime. These more than 30 military examinations were all presided over by the tall and thin instructor and the fat instructor. They were there during the military exams, and took turns guarding here when there were no exams. Staring at the Shuangdong Tower day and a days had become their daily routine for the past 6 months. On this day, the two instructors had a rare chance to relax for a while, and they gathered under the Shuangdong Tower to chat. It's been half a year, and Wu Ming is still holding it in. Do you think he's planning to break through and rush straight to the 14th floor? The fat instructor smacked his lips, with a look of disbelief and anticipation in his eyes. The tall, thin instructor's eyelids jumped. The 13th floor is already legendary, but the 14th floor? That's a forbidden zone that we dare not even think about. Back then, War God Wu was so powerful that he rushed from the 7th floor to the 12th floor, but he still died on the 12th floor. The fat instructor retorted unconvincingly, but think about it, God of War Wu only lasted 7 or 8 days on the 12th floor, and now Wu Ming has been on the 13th floor for over half a year. If he couldn't hold on, how could he have lasted this long? Well, you have a point. The tall and thin instructor was choked and speechless for a moment. Attacking the 14th floor? Just thinking about it makes me weak in the knees. The fat instructor stared at Wu Ming's name on the top of the tower, his eyes shining. I'll see, maybe there really is a chance. Back then, he had made a bet with the tall and thin instructor and was more optimistic about Zhu Guangjie. But now, he has become a die-hard fan of Wu Ming, even crazier than the tall and thin instructor who bet on Wu Ming to win from the beginning. He even dared to think about things that the tall and thin instructor dared not even think about. There's nothing we can do. These die-hard fans are just so unreasonable. Once they make up their minds, they will fight to the death. Speaking of Zhu Guangjie, that guy made it to the 8th level in the military examination, joined the army smoothly, and even got the status of an officer. He graduated from the military academy after 1 month of training and is now a company commander in a certain legion. He is doing quite well. Chapter 48, Taking a Wild Path. These 6 months have been neither long nor short. Lei Zhengyang and Li Xianan almost blew up the phone with the military academy, asking about Wu Ming's whereabouts every day. Wang Nana went to work as usual, but her heart seemed to be floating in the air, and her mind was full of Wu Ming's shadow. My good brother Luo Pang is even more outrageous. He called countless times, but the receiver always replied with a cold phone turned off. Gu Xuemi was patient and sent WeChat messages to Wu Ming every now and then. The messages piled up like a mountain, but she didn't receive a single reply. Half a year in the outside world is converted into 180 months or 15 years in the endless space. Wu Ming stood there motionless, like a statue welded to the ground, his hair and beard so long that they dragged on the ground. If it were someone else, they would have been driven crazy after staying in this hellish place with no heaven and earth for 15 years. But Wu Ming had already forgotten himself and the world, and plunged into enlightenment. 15 years passed in the blink of an eye for him. Suddenly, his messy hair and beard fell off in strands, as if invisible scissors were carefully trimming them, and even the stubble was shaved cleanly. This is the wonderful use of intention power. After 15 years of hard training, Wu Ming's control over mental power has already reached the pinnacle. In the blink of an eye, he returned to his original appearance, fresh and handsome, but his eyes were deeper and calmer than ever before, hiding the calmness of seeing through everything and the confidence of looking down on the world. In the distance, 100 iron swords were still suspended in the air, emitting a cold and murderous aura. Bring it on! Wu Ming shouted softly, and before he finished speaking, 25 iron swords came towards him like arrows. This was his previous limit. But this time, Wu Ming didn't even lift his butt, his figure disappeared in a flash, and when he appeared again, he was already 100 miles away. That relaxed look clearly shows that he hasn't put in any effort yet. It is 100 miles away. Even if the iron sword is very fast, it will take more than 10 seconds to fly. This time is enough for Wu Ming to have a cup of tea. As if angered by Wu Ming's arrogance, swish, 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 more iron swords joined the siege. 81 of them came in one breath. 81 iron swords were spread out in an instant, weaving a dragnet within a radius of hundreds of miles. No matter where Wu Ming flashed, the nearby iron swords would pounce on him like sharks smelling blood. The speed was so fast that it broke common sense, and the difficulty of the sword formation encirclement soared to the hell level. But Wu Ming was still at ease. As soon as the iron sword reached him, he was already outside the sword formation. This means that he just crossed more than 500 kilometers. The remaining 19 iron swords were not to be outdone and joined the battle in unison. There are a total of 100 iron swords, and the time limit is a quarter of an hour. The real hell test has just begun. The sword formation composed of hundreds of iron swords expanded wildly, directly covering an area of thousands of kilometers. The sword shadows intertwined, forming an impenetrable net. This time Wu Ming couldn't jump out of the circle anymore. His current limit was 800 kilometers. This is the result of his 15 years of hard work, combining the power of mind, the laws of space and the principles of teleportation arrays, and finally he achieved enlightenment. The teleportation array is convenient, but carving it can be a headache. Take the main teleportation array from Fengling City to Chujiang City as an example. Hundreds of array masters worked for a year to complete it. Compared to the formation talisman is slightly more flexible and can compress a huge formation into a small piece of paper, which directly increases the difficulty by hundreds of times. When Wu Ming saw the price in the formation hall, his eyes almost popped out. This was not buying a talisman, it was clearly buying his life. Either they are fixed in place like a dead lump, or they are extremely difficult to depict, and they look awkward no matter how you look at them. Many top formation masters have turned gray in their hair but still failed to solve these problems. But Wu Ming is different. He is not a space system expert and knows nothing about formations. But it is precisely this ignorance that makes him free from constraints. He dares to think and act, and think wildly. In fact, he accidentally finds a way out. Combine the principles of mind power, space laws, and teleportation arrays together. Theoretically speaking, this is like teleporting across the entire map without any blind spots, without having to go through the trouble of carving out formations. Relying on his extraordinary divine consciousness and 15 years of hard training, he managed to reach the realm of one thought forming a formation, completely overturning the existing formation theory. No need for a formation base, formation talisman, or formation source, just a thought and the formation is complete. According to Wu Ming's deduction, as long as the power of his mind can reach a place, he can go wherever he wants. But I haven't mastered it yet, and can only touch the edge of 800 kilometers. But this level of skill is enough to make all formation masters kneel down and call him Grandmaster. It was also thanks to Wu Ming's abnormal willpower. If it were someone else, even if they lived until death, they would not be able to reach the edge of this threshold. At this moment, a killing array composed of 100 iron swords was strangling madly. As soon as Wu Ming disappeared, the sword blade passed by his afterimage. As soon as he appeared in a new place, a cold light flashed in front of his eyes, and the iron sword was at the tip of his nose. This speed is so fast that it breaks the limit of human cognition. It can be called a life and death battle between tit for tat. At this level, eyes are completely redundant. By the time you see the sword, your brain won't have time to react before you've already been pierced. Wu Ming simply closed his eyes, and all the scenes around him skipped his vision and were directly imprinted in his mind. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, iron swords cut through the void, leaving countless afterimages, as dense as a swarm of locusts passing through. Wu Ming dodged and moved in this rain of swords. Each time was extremely dangerous, but he always managed to avoid it by a hair's breadth, living more slippery than a loach. 5 minutes, 10 minutes. At a quarter of an hour, all the iron swords suddenly stopped in mid-air, then began to fade and break, turning into specks of light and disappearing without a trace. A crack suddenly appeared above the endless void, and brilliant golden light poured down, completely covering Wu Ming. This golden light contained an indescribable magical power. Wu Ming had no distractions and sank into enlightenment again. Another half-year passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Ming opened his eyes and couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. This golden light was actually the reward for passing the 13th level. Contemplating within the golden light was more efficient than the previous 15 years of hard practice. In just half a year, his understanding of the combination of mind power, space, and teleportation arrays directly made him a god on the spot, truly achieving wherever the mind moves, it is everywhere. Wu Ming's figure flashed, and he shuttled freely within a range of 1,000 kilometers, disappearing and reappearing, as casually as going home. I've heard people say that opportunities arise from the 12th floor and above. This golden enlightenment must be my good fortune on the 13th floor. In fact, the entire 13th floor is full of opportunities. 1 month is equivalent to 1 day in the outside world, which is equivalent to 14.5 years of free money. By this calculation, I have lived like 15 years in the past 6 months. Wu Ming admired sincerely that Sun Gong Tower was worthy of being an ancient relic, it was really domineering. Suddenly, a familiar force enveloped him. He felt this way every time he entered the next level. In a flash, Wu Ming was already standing on the 14th floor. Outside, the tall and thin instructor was yawning beside the Shuangong Tower. He was almost going crazy from being on duty day after day. Suddenly, the light around him became brighter, he jumped up with a start, and instinctively looked towards the top of the tower. Wu Ming's name is slowly rising from the 13th level to the 14th level. The tall and thin instructor rubbed his eyes vigorously, looked again, rubbed again, and looked again. Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! He was so excited that he was incoherent and frantically took out his phone. After a while, a group of people rushed over and were shocked speechless when they saw the glaring words Wu Ming on the 14th floor. This kid can really make things worse. Chapter 49, It's Cold at the Top. At this time, Wu Ming was looking at the scene on the 14th floor. Unlike the endless void on the 13th floor, this is a real world with clear skies, alternating sun and moon, mountains and rivers scattered in an orderly manner, and distinct day and night, just like a complete world. Wu Ming stepped onto the platform at the top of the mountain. The mountain was so majestic that it reached the sky, but the top of the mountain seemed to be flattened by an axe from God, creating a giant square. He stood on the edge and looked down. The rolling mountains stretched to the horizon like small mounds, with clouds surging all around and fairy air floating in the air. If it weren't for that thing opposite, it would be perfect. Floating on the opposite side was another sword. The shape and pattern are exactly the same as those small broken swords on the 13th floor, but the size. Wow, a 10-meter-long sword. It hung there like a small iron tower, the heavy pressure made the air tremble, and the sharp edge was like countless small needles drilling into the bones. Wu Ming felt a chill on the back of his neck and his scalp tingling just by standing there. He cursed Sun Gong Tower 800 times in his heart. So Jian and I were love rivals in our previous life? The 13th floor was tortured to death by those sword cubs, and the 14th floor directly produced a sword ancestor? If you keep playing like this, I'm afraid I'll have to kowtow to Jian and acknowledge him as my relative. He glanced at the sky out of habit. There were only 12 names left in it: Lingba Fajuan, Sihang Jinwen, Yuding Laoxian, Dei Daozuan. All of them sounded like they were not to be messed with. They seem a little familiar. Could they be the 12 golden immortals from the previous life? By the way, this guy called Dei, could he be Neza's master? In ancient times, spiritual energy was scarce, and it was rare for them to be able to cultivate to such a level. Wu Ming immediately showed great respect to the sage and bowed to his name. Suddenly, the ethereal voice came again, announcing that the test of the 14th floor was this 10-meter giant sword, and this time the test was on defensive ability. The 13th level lets you play hide and seek, and this level will let you stand and take a beating. If you can withstand it for a quarter of an hour, you will pass. If you can't, you will stay here for 100 years and leave automatically when the deadline comes. The time ratio remains the same: 1 month inside is equivalent to 1 day outside, but the penalty for the 13th level is only 50 years, and here it is directly doubled to 100 years. It is obvious that the difficulty has soared to an extreme level. Wu Ming craned his neck to look at the giant sword. The blade was so wide that it could be used as a small table. Not to mention chopping with it, even if it came down flat on his back, it could smash him into a meat bun. He still had some self-awareness and had no intention of going up to test the waters. Why try it? It's just asking for trouble. Just as he was about to sit down cross-legged and study defense, he suddenly heard the roar of an animal in the distance. He jumped up with a start. Hey? There are still living things here? Yes, the 14th floor is a real world, with mountains, water, and naturally wild animals. Wu Ming's power spread out instantly, and the scenery within 1,000 kilometers was in sight. Hundreds of thousands of mountains stretched endlessly, and his thoughts were like being thrown into the sea. Not even a sound could be heard. But finally, he saw what he wanted most: the ferocious beasts and monsters running all over the mountain. This is a good thing, a gift for saving up for distribution. Wu Ming was so excited that he jumped 3 meters high on the spot, and his figure flashed and disappeared on the platform. The 10-meter-long giant sword got stuck in its place? Hey! It's a test. Why are you running? Hey! Do you have any professional ethics as a candidate? Sun Gong Tower would never have guessed that even after all his calculations, he had overlooked the fact that Wu Ming had a system blessing. The sun and the moon rotate, and half a year passes in the blink of an eye. Wu Ming didn't even take a step back to the platform. He was killing people in the 10,000 mountains all day long. He didn't care if it was a first-level ferocious beast, he would give 1 distribution point, or a second-level monster, he would give 1,000. He accepted all of them. The distribution points soared up like a rocket, and he increased the defense attributes on the system panel to the limit. Now the defense value is more than 3 times higher than the power. He also chopped down any monster he saw like a madman. Aren't you taking the defense exam? Then I'll pile it up until you're desperate. 1 year, 2 years. Wu Ming was killed and turned into a moving disaster in the mountains. Only 2 months have passed in the outside world, but he has been chopping here for 5 years. His defense value has soared to an outrageous level, and he still has half of his attribute points in his hands. Who knows what the next 2 levels will be like? It is wise to be prepared. That day, Wu Ming finally stopped, thinking it was almost time. He quickly returned to the platform and shouted at the giant sword, "Come on, let me see how much you weigh." With his current defense, even a 3rd-grade true spirit realm cultivator might not be able to hurt him at all. The giant sword seemed to be enraged, and it slashed down with the power to destroy the world. The dazzling sword light split the sky and smashed into Wu Ming with a bang. Result: Wu Ming didn't even blink, let alone get hurt. Even his clothes weren't wrinkled. He just took the attack with his bare body, not even bothering to activate his mental defense. The giant sword slashed hundreds of times like crazy, and did not stop for a quarter of an hour. Finally, Wu Ming yawned and stretched. Finally, it's over. I thought you didn't have enough energy to tickle me. The 10-meter-long giant sword shook, then vanished in shame and anger. A huge pool suddenly appeared underneath it. The liquid in the pool was churning with terrifying energy, and the words Dragon Transformation Pool appeared vividly. This passing reward is quite substantial. Wu Ming jumped in and let the water in the pool temper his body madly. Another half a year passed, and Wu Ming climbed out of the pool. His defense had more than tripled. You have to know that the defense base he had built up over the past 5 years was already abnormal enough, and now with such hardness, it would be like a piece of cake for him to knock over a mountain. He smacked his lips, liking the feeling of security of charging forward amidst a vast army. The next second, he appeared on the 15th floor. This is not a mountain range, but rather an ancient sect, with pavilions and towers all in antique styles. He was standing in the center of the martial arts training ground, and opposite him stood a giant man who looked like a towering iron. His muscles looked like they were welded together, and his explosive power made people's legs weak. The test is here, a test of strength. It's a pure contest of strength. Whoever knocks the giant down with his fists wins. Wu Ming was happy. Luckily he had a trick up his sleeve. All the points accumulated over 5 years were poured into his physical strength. Although his body shape didn't change, his whole body erupted with a sense of power that could tear through the air. He couldn't help but let out a long roar, feeling like he could blow up the earth with one punch. The battle begins. The giant, over 5 meters tall, rushes over, his fist as big as half of Wu Ming's body, smashing into his face. Boom! The two fists collided, and a terrifying gust of air blew away the surrounding buildings, and the ground collapsed into a 100-meter-deep pit. It looked like they were evenly matched. Wu Ming grinned and raised an eyebrow at the giant. That's it? The giant's heart skipped a beat, and he had a bad feeling. Really? After testing his strength, Wu Ming completely exploded. With one kick, he sent the giant flying into the air like a cannonball. Then he quickly chased after him, straddling the man's neck and punching him left and right. I'll teach you how to be awesome. I'll teach you how to be arrogant. I'll beat you to a pulp. The giant was hammered to pieces before he even hit the ground, and disappeared into a speck of light. The rewards for the 15th floor have also arrived. The whole body is bathed in golden light, and the strength value on the attribute panel jumps up like a rocket. In the blink of an eye, Wu Ming stood on the 16th floor. He first looked up at the sky, and there were only 2 names above it: Pango Tianzuan and Wu Ming. He was stunned for a moment and scratched his head. I ran so far without realizing it. How did I recite that poem? I want to ride the wind and go back, but I am afraid that it is too cold up there in the beautiful building. Yes, it's lonely at the top. So I'm the first one to get here? Finally, there is a decent opponent on this floor. There is a man wearing ancient robes opposite. He called himself Lingshu Realm, which, according to the voice's explanation, was equivalent to the 3rd level of Jinling Realm in martial arts. The test is to defeat him. Wu Ming was stunned. That's it? I thought the last level was much more outrageous. The 3rd grade True Spirit is very powerful. Each realm is a complete transformation. In reality, no one can challenge it by surpassing their level. But now he is so fast that he can teleport, his defense is ridiculously strong, and his strength is enough to blow up a mountain. The 3rd level of the True Spirit realm? Not good enough. The battle began, and ended. Before the Lingshu Realm cultivator could react, Wu Ming had already teleported in front of him and punched him in the face. 3 seconds and the battle is over. I'm too lazy to even use Yadongli. Wu Ming waited for the reward, but instead of golden light or a pool of water, he saw an ancient token floating over. On it was engraved 2 large seal characters, refined. The token is heavy and exudes the aura of time. It is obvious that it is not an ordinary item. But after studying it for a long time, he still had no idea how to use it. Hey! How do you use this thing? He shouted into the void. There was total silence between heaven and earth, not a single bird chirped. Then, an irresistible force began to push him outward. Wu Ming rolled his eyes and said, all right, you're kicking me out just because I've cleared the customs. You're such a snob. Chapter 50. The news has grown wings. Before that, outside the Shuangong Tower, a new round of military examinations was underway, still presided over by the tall and thin instructor and the fat instructor. The tall and thin instructor stood on the stage, spitting everywhere, while the fat instructor stood beside him as a background. Let me just say a few things. Level 3 and above are considered passed, and level 6 and above are directly promoted to officers. The Shuandong Tower is a treasure unearthed from ancient ruins. From the 12th floor upwards, there are great opportunities hidden. When you get in, you'll see that many of the names listed are our ancestors, as well as active heroes, still on the front line slaying demons and defending our country. They are the benchmarks, your role models. Do you understand? The tall and thin instructor raised his voice, waiting for the examinees to roar out a deafening response. But the scene was so quiet that you could hear mosquitoes humming. Each of the examinees seemed to be under a spell of immobilization, their eyes bigger than copper bells, staring straight at the Shuandong Tower, and 2 eggs could be stuffed into the corners of their mouths. Instructor, look behind you. One candidate was so excited that his tongue became tied and he simply danced and pointed backwards. The tall and thin instructor and the fat instructor turned around suddenly. Wow! Wu Ming's name is jumping from the 14th floor to the 15th floor. The 2 instructors were petrified on the spot, their jaws almost hitting their feet. How long has it been? The tall, thin instructor's voice was trembling. He's been grinding on the 13th floor for over 6 months. According to the rules, the higher the floor, the harder it is. Even if he can pass the 14th floor, it'll take at least a year or 2, and it's only been over 20 days. The fat instructor rubbed his eyes. Where's the difficulty progression? Is this kid using the Shuandong Tower like an elevator? As soon as he finished speaking, the scene exploded again. Wu Ming's name jumped from the 15th floor to the 16th floor. 2 floors in a row? Everyone crashed collectively. 13th floor, half a year. 14th floor, more than 20 days. 15th floor, a few minutes. Is this called increasing difficulty? Perhaps Wu Ming has opened up the Ren and Du meridians in the Sun Gong Tower. Someone secretly pinched his thigh and grimaced in pain. He was not dreaming. Taking advantage of this time, Wu Ming's name was actually nailed to the 16th floor again. For the first time, someone from Longhan Kingdom reached the top floor of Shuandong Tower. Before everyone could recover from the shock, a myriad of rays of light suddenly exploded in the sky above the Sun Gong Tower. Auspicious colors poured into the sky like they were free, and the divine light shone so brightly that it dyed half the sky golden red. The entire Chujiang city was alarmed, and the streets and alleys were full of people looking around. What's going on? Is gold falling from the sky? Look at the direction, it looks like it's towards the military academy. I have inside information. Tell me now. I dare not say. Last time someone leaked the secret, they were directly invited to drink royal coffee. Holy crap, that must be a huge deal. As for Wu Ming, just as he was about to step out of the Shuandong Tower, his mind swept over the hustle and bustle outside. The tall and thin instructor was spitting everywhere, and the new candidates were all stunned. If I go out now, I'm afraid I'll be treated like a monkey and watched by everyone. Wu Ming shuddered. He was most afraid of this kind of scene. Anyway, I have passed the level, so I might as well sneak back to the dormitory first. A thought flashed through his mind, and he disappeared from the Shuandong Tower and appeared in the dormitory where he had lived with Zhu Guangjie before. Oh my god! Wu Ming covered his nose. There was a thick layer of dust on the bed and the table. It seemed that no one had come here during the half year he had been in the tower. He took out his cell phone from his bag, which had run out of battery and turned off long ago. He plugged in the charger and turned it on. The ding-dong notification sound rang for a long time like firecrackers. There was a long queue of missed calls, from his mother, Uncle Lei, Uncle Li, Fatty Lu. The messages from Gu Shuemi in the WeChat chat were piled up like a mountain. He must be very anxious. Wu Ming first called Wang Nana. In the workshop, Wang Nana heard her cell phone ringing and rushed from the production line to the changing room like a gust of wind. Sister Miao next to her was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. Usually Wang Nana is as low-key as air, but today she was so excited that she even forgot to hide it. Seeing the caller ID clearly show Wu Ming, Wang Nana burst into tears. Her hands were shaking like sieves as she answered the call. My son. Mom, I'm out. I haven't seen you for half a year. Did you miss me? Wu Ming's playful voice came out from the receiver. I do. Of course I don't. Wang Nana sniffed. Where have you been, you little brat? Your Rear Admiral Liberty went to the military academy on purpose, and when you came back you said you were fine. You didn't say anything when I asked you. What happened? Hey, I was taking the military exam. I accidentally rushed to the 13th floor and got stuck. There was nothing I could do but keep going. I just made it through the 16th floor today. Wu Ming seemed to be taking credit for it. I'll call you as soon as I get out. Wang Nana's heart skipped a beat. 13th floor? Accidentally? Is this son speaking human language? If this happened outside, I would probably be beaten up as a Versailles person. She also grasped the key point, 16 floors. The Sun Gong Tower has a total of 16 floors. Is this a clearance? Wang Nana recalled what her father had said about how terrifying the 12th floor was. Then, looking at her son who had accidentally cleared the level, she suddenly felt that her genes were a little too incredible. After hanging up the phone with his mother, Wu Ming called Uncle Lei and Uncle Li. The two old men almost jumped up when they received the call, but after hearing Wu Ming say just past the 16th floor, the sound from the other end of the phone instantly fell silent. Uncle Li? Are you still there? Rebirth? Hello, hey. Wu Ming looked at the full signal on his cell phone and thought that the two old men might have fainted from excitement, so he had to hang up first. He replied to Gu Xuemi and Luo Pang, who were probably in class at that time. I don't expect an immediate reply after sending it, as long as they know that I'm okay. In Chujiang City, the glow of the military academy was so dazzling that it could not be suppressed. The news that someone has passed the Shuangdong Tower spread throughout the city in the blink of an eye as if it had wings. The military academy simply stopped hiding the news and officially announced the shocking news. You know, the Longhan Kingdom has been forced to retreat step by step by demons in recent years, and its living space has become smaller and smaller. Everyone is feeling resentful. The news of clearing the Shuangdong Tower at this time is like a shot in the arm, and it's an enhanced version. Simply saying clear the game may not be intuitive enough, but it becomes different when it is linked to God of War. Back then, when War God Wu broke through the 12th level, he conquered 12 major cities on his own. The God of War on the 12th level is already like this, so how big a storm can Wu Ming, who has passed the 16th level, stir up in the future? I dare not think about it, it's too daring. As soon as the news was announced, Chujiang City exploded, Fengling City exploded, and all 12 major cities in the country exploded. The streets and alleys are as lively as the new year, and the cheers can blow the roof off. Wu Ming is awesome. He's the eternal god. The most powerful dark horse of the year. He broke the fastest military exam record and the highest number of layers record. Is this something a human can do? Add to that his failed awakening start, this is simply a legendary scenario come true. The most excited place would have to be Fengling City, Wu Ming's hometown. Now they are really proud. In the classroom of Outyan Kung Fu Academy, a class was in progress, but the teacher suddenly changed the broadcast to the news, and the screen was broadcasting the news that Wu Ming had passed the level. Fatty Lu jumped up with a thud, his voice louder than a megaphone. See? Wu Ming! My buddy! An ironclad brother. The eyes of the entire class were focused on him, filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. I used to think Luo Pang was just a fool, but I didn't expect that he was holding on to such a powerful person. In the 7th slaughterhouse, Lao Zhou and a group of people were watching the news on their phones, completely confused. I had even joked with Wu Ming before, you have to do well in the exam. The rest of my life of bragging depends on you. Now, looking at the words, clear the Tower of Merit in the news, old Gu muttered, that's awesome, enough to brag about for the rest of my life, right? Chapter 51 5 Rooms, no one can compete with me. In Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple, Gu Xuemi just breathed a sigh of relief after seeing Wu Ming's message, and then turned around to hear her classmates spreading the news that Wu Ming passed the Shuangdong Tower. She was stunned on the spot. Shuangdong Tower. I was still struggling for 2 million contribution points, but Wu Ming passed it directly. Spiritual energy had been revived for hundreds of years, and countless geniuses had died at the 12th level. Yet, he actually. Although she was shocked, Gu Xuemi was really happy in her heart. Her good friend is so awesome that her face lights up. But as I walked, the voices of the girls around me drifted into my ears. I'm so envious of Gu Xuemi for having such an awesome boyfriend. In my next life, I want to meet Wu Ming sooner. Even with my 18 moves to slay a man, can I not defeat him? Sister, if you can get it, I'll be your mistress. Me, 3 rooms reserved. And me, 4 rooms in line. Be the first to grab it, room 5. No one is allowed to grab it from me. Okay, let's make it clear first. Grandma, I'm hungry. Who will treat me to lunch? I. Gu Shuemi blushed when she heard this and quickened her pace and ran away. In a certain community, there was still the fat little Luer Pang holding his rice bowl and eating, while his father next to him was staring at the news about Wu Ming on TV and marveling at it. The old man turned around and looked at his son who was busy eating, his eyes as cold as ice. Fat little Lu suddenly looked up, protecting his rice bowl, and said vigilantly, "Dad, what are you looking at? Don't try to steal my food." "Dad! This son, is he a glutton?" The old man saw his son's sneaky look, rolled his eyes, threw the remote control on the sofa, and rushed to the kitchen angrily. My lovely wife was wearing an apron and stewing delicious soup in the kitchen. The aroma was almost filling the corridor. "Mother, can I discuss something with you?" The old man rubbed his hands and smiled like a cat stealing fish. "What's wrong? Want to slack off and not wash the dishes again?" The daughter-in-law didn't even turn her head, but stirred the soup happily with the spoon in her hand. "My main account is completely useless. How about we open a small account to practice?" "Go to hell. You're such a jerk." The daughter-in-law laughed and scolded, but her ears turned red. "Hey wife, I'm telling you the truth." Okay, if you're serious, I'll just listen to you, okay?" The wife was so annoyed by him that she covered her mouth and laughed secretly. But she never expected that the next second the old man would pick her up and rush to the bedroom. Hey. The soup in the pot. It's going to get burnt." "It's okay, your husband, I do things very quickly." The world is so depressing that it makes people feel breathless, but in big cities, at least they can take a break. The worst off are the brothers on the front line. They fought face to face with the demons every day, and were almost suffocated by those beasts, losing one position after another. The kind of frustration and defeat that comes from the bottom of your heart cannot be understood by those who have not experienced it personally. Some soldiers could hardly bear it anymore, and the light in their eyes was almost extinguished. This war is so bad that there is no hope at all. If no miracle happens, the few remaining cities of Longhan Kingdom will sooner or later be eaten by demons and nothing will be left. But even if their minds were as clear as a mirror, they couldn't retreat. These guys are all tough guys. Died in battle? Accept it. Back off? No way. Behind them are the elders and fellow villagers. The longer they carry on, the more peaceful life the people can live. Besides, they are holding on because they still have hope and are waiting for a miracle. Everyone knows that miracles are harder to come by than winning the lottery jackpot, but if you really give up now, you'll be completely screwed. Every second you hold on, there is more hope. They were so hoping that a miracle would fall from the sky. Apart from anything else, even if another god of war like the one from more than 10 years ago appeared, the human race would be able to breathe a sigh of relief. Back when the god of war was around, the brothers of Longhan Kingdom were like chickens with their blood pumped up. They dared to fight against the monsters head on, and they were so proud of themselves. Thinking about those days now makes my blood boil. But ever since the god of war disappeared, the days of Longhan Kingdom have become more and more difficult over the past decade or so. It's just like Wang Xiao's new year, with each year getting worse than the last. Knowing that you can't win but still fighting to the death, this is not just sad, this is truly tragic. But just today, a piece of news suddenly broke out in a big city in the rear. Xuandong Tower, someone has cleared it. All the frontline military camps of Longhan Kingdom were in an uproar in an instant. The brothers' eyes were as big as copper bells, they were shaking with excitement, and they were a little scared, afraid that this was a good thing in a dream, and that everything would be gone when they opened their eyes. It wasn't until they saw the official news from the Chujiang Military Academy that all the soldiers started shouting on the spot, and it was like New Year's Day in the military camp. Who hasn't fought to the death with Sun Gong Tower? The difficulty is enough to drive people crazy. Besides, the god of war only reached the 12th level back then. Now someone has passed the level? Does this mean that Longhan Kingdom is going to produce another god of war? No, this is even more powerful than the god of war back then. For the precarious Longhan Kingdom and these men who have been holding back for too long, is there anything more encouraging than this? This is really a shot in the arm. The brothers on the front line were instantly rekindled, and there was light in their eyes again. We must fight to the end. We have to buy time for the future god of war. When the time comes, it will be up to him to turn the tide. The god of war has appeared. That's awesome. God will not destroy our Longhan Kingdom. This is a life-saving opportunity. We've cleared it. This is the first time in hundreds of years. It's something I never dared to think about before. I heard that there are great opportunities above the 12th floor of the Shuingong Tower. This guy is a monster himself, and with so many adventures, he must be heavenly, right? Brothers, light up. Hold on for another 4 or 5 years, and maybe things will get better. Old Captain, do you see? There is still hope for Long Han country. There is still hope. Some people choked up while speaking, and tears mixed with sweat fell down. In a certain military camp, Zhu Guangjie was in a daze in the tent. The news of Wu Ming's clearance had already reached him. The cheers of the brothers outside were about to blow the tent off, but the cell phone in his hand was still on, and the screen was full of news about Wu Ming's clearance, and it had been on for an unknown amount of time. The expression on his face was as complex as a color palette. He was stunned for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. In the past 6 months at the front line, he has experienced what hell is like. Human life? That thing is cheaper than grass here. He watched helplessly as his soldiers were torn to pieces by the monsters. The feeling of powerlessness could drive a person crazy. The blood and fire of the past 6 months have made him a lot more calm, but he has never let go of the pride in his heart. Until today. The guy who was in the same class as me and even lived in the same dormitory with me had already done something unprecedented. Clear the Shuingong Tower. Speaking of excellence, they are truly excellent, far better than me. But when have I ever been arrogant? I remember when we first met in the dormitory, it was him who took the initiative to greet me. Zhu Guangjie laughed at himself, thinking that his arrogance was simply ridiculous. Compared with Wu Ming, what is my ability? After figuring this out, the tense lines on his face suddenly softened and he felt a lot more relaxed. At this time, a soldier ran in excitedly, "Captain! Come quickly! Everyone is celebrating outside. Here I come." Zhu Guangjie grinned. This smile confused the soldier. Is this still the company commander who was as cold as an iceberg? Moreover, the company commander actually agreed? Oh my goodness, is the sun rising from the west? You know, normally the company commander has nothing to do with this kind of activities, but he actually took the initiative to go today? What are you doing? Go! Zhu Guangjie patted him with a smile. Oh? Let's go! The soldier finally reacted and wondered in his heart, why does the company commander seem like a different person today? However, it seems to be more pleasing to the eye this way. Chapter 52, Demon-Respecting Cult. In another military camp, the chief was gathering with his comrades. Zhang Shun, aren't you from Fengling too? That buddy Wu Ming is also from Fengling. Do you know him? They were discussing heatedly when a comrade suddenly patted him on the shoulder. We know each other, I guess. The chief scratched his head with a wry smile. Now everyone on the street is talking about Wu Ming, but the strange thing is that there is not even a single photo of him on the internet. The photos that were previously exposed in Fengling have also disappeared quietly. Anyone with a discerning eye could tell that this was an act of intervention from above. Wu Ming will not be exposed unless it is absolutely necessary. Blocking the photos now can be considered a form of protection. Let us talk about Wu Ming. He was currently in the dean's office of the Chujiang Military Academy. Not only was there the dean, Huo Wanjia, but also the vice dean and several directors. Simply put, all the leaders of the college are here. A group of big men surrounded Wu Ming, their eyes almost shining. They had seen many geniuses, but this was the first time they had seen such a powerful genius. They couldn't help but look him up and down as if he were a rare treasure. Being stared at by so many people, Wu Ming felt a little embarrassed and his ears turned red. In the end, it was Dean Huo Wanjia who spoke first, breaking the somewhat awkward situation. Dean Huo is a kind-hearted old man who has fought for the Longhan Kingdom all his life and has made many achievements. Even after retiring from the front line, he was not idle and continued to shine in the academy. Being able to be the dean of this military academy requires an extremely high rank. Dean Huo chatted happily with Wu Ming. He first praised him highly, and then encouraged him to keep up the good work and become successful soon, saying that Longhan Kingdom would have to rely on young people like him in the future. The vice presidents and directors nearby also interjected from time to time, and the atmosphere finally became less tense. They also talked to Wu Ming about the next arrangements. Naturally, someone as outstanding as him must be trained intensively. But then again, Wu Ming is still an officer now, and the academy specializes in training officers, so he still has to take the necessary courses, such as basic officer qualities, tactical command, training and leading troops, as well as the current situation of Longhan Kingdom. the situation of demons, etc. He cannot miss any of them. The big guys patted their chests and said that if you need anything in the future, just come to them, even if it is cultivation resources, they will definitely be given priority. No one else can even dream of this kind of treatment. Everyone in the room was chatting enthusiastically, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Wu Ming, there is something you need to pay special attention to. Dean was suddenly became serious. Stay at the academy for the time being. Don't go out. If you really have to go out for something important, tell us and we'll send someone to protect you. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere in the room instantly became solemn. Wu Ming was also stunned for a moment. Looking at the dean's expression, he felt that the matter was not simple. But, sending someone to protect him? Isn't that a bit too much? The deputy dean next to him quickly explained, "You're too famous now. The people from the Zunyao cult must be targeting you. The dean is doing this for your safety." The demon-respecting cult? It was the first time Wu Ming heard of this name. These bastards are traitors to the human race. They've joined the demons and are only doing things that help the evil. They're a cancer lurking within our race. The vice president gnashed his teeth in hatred. They are so cruel and ruthless that they only target our human race, targeting some of the elite geniuses who haven't grown up yet. The losses they have caused us over the years are too great. Then can't we completely eradicate this cancer? Wu Ming frowned. The demons alone are enough to give the Longhan Kingdom a headache. If there are also internal traitors, and they are attacked from both inside and outside, then life will be even more unbearable. As the old saying goes, before you can resist foreign aggression, you must first stabilize the country. Dean Hua sighed, how could it be that easy? They're also human, blending in with the common people. Each one of them is as cunning as a monkey, extremely cautious, and has a strong ability to infiltrate. Furthermore, they all have legitimate identities outside, so it's extremely difficult to find them. Maybe one of them is among your neighbors, friends, or even among those sitting here. Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Although the dean was just using an analogy, it gave him a rough idea of how terrifying this evil cult organization was. Anyone could be a traitor. The infiltration capability was simply incredible. It's like their SA time bomb buried in the belly of Longhan Kingdom? In fact, the assessment on the first level of the Shuangdong Tower is to screen out the undercover agents of the Zunyao cult. A director added. This evil cult is like a dogskin plaster. It cannot be completely eliminated and it will take more than 1 or 2 days. You have passed the Shuangdong Tower. You will definitely be a great threat to the demons in the future. The Zunyao evil cult will definitely not let you go. Dean Hua soothed him, but don't worry too much. As long as they are in the academy, they wouldn't dare to break in even if they had the guts. The situation is indeed serious, but we can't scare the child. After all, no matter how talented he is still a half-grown child. I understand, Dean. Wu Ming nodded. But being afraid? These two words no longer exist in Wu Ming's dictionary. Wu Ming was really weak before awakening, but now? The first person to clear Sengong Tower in modern times. Wu Ming stood straight. Coward? What the hell is that? To put it bluntly, having strength means being able to do whatever you want. In terms of speed, he can go anywhere he wants within 1,000 kilometers, just like he has activated a teleportation sheet. In terms of defense, the 10-meter-long giant sword in the Shuangdong Tower was like a tickle, unable to hurt even a hair on his head. In terms of strength, a giant like an iron tower is like paper under his punch, and one punch can kill a kid. In terms of actual combat, a third-grade Jinwu? Isn't that just a delivery boy? So Wu Ming didn't take the dean and others' earnest advice about the assassination by the Zunyao cult to heart at all. Besides, he had just heard of this person and only knew that they were a group of human scum. He had not witnessed with his own eyes how cruel they were. Anyway, I know it's the enemy, but I haven't had a head-on confrontation with him yet. I advise those cult members not to look for trouble. If you really piss him off, just wipe out their lair. Wu Ming is like this. If you respect me an inch, I will respect you a yard. If you dare to touch me, I can tear the roof off your house. Moreover, he is now a serious soldier, and he will encounter this evil cult sooner or later. Next, the dean explained to him about the classes. This college is not divided into classes. You can choose from a variety of large classes every day and take whatever you want. Once you have completed all the courses and passed the theoretical exam, you can graduate. At that time, you can either choose your own military camp or wait for assignment and go directly to the front line to fight. This is similar to the fact that as long as you accumulate 2 million merits, you can take the military examination. Both are efficient models developed in special times. Wu Ming remembered it deeply in his heart. After everything that needed to be said was said, the dean finally let him go. Wu Ming saluted the leaders with a standard military salute and turned to leave the office. As soon as he left, Hua Wanjia, the vice presidents, and the directors couldn't help but nod in praise. Good stuff. What a good stuff. He's determined and sincere. He's achieved so much without getting carried away. It's rare. Wu Ming is definitely the best graduate of our academy. Come to think of it, the last student who made us this excited was 30 years ago. You mean Changlong? Hey, they both have the last name Wu. They both have the surname Wu and are both so fierce, could they be related? Is it really such a coincidence? Chapter 53, Top Secret Espionage Documents. Hua Wanjia glanced at everyone and suddenly said, speaking of Wu Ming, I remember something. Do you remember? About 40 years ago, when the Longhan Kingdom was still battered and humiliated, one of our heroes infiltrated the demon camp and stole a top-secret document. That's a list of names, a list of humans that the demons are targeting for assassination. I remember the number one was neither the invincible god of war nor some peerless genius, but a stranger named Wu Ming. Everyone else was stunned. Dean, now that you mention it, I remember it too. No wonder the name Wu Ming sounds so familiar. The demon assassination list is our hero list, isn't it? But for so many years, Wu Ming, who topped the list, has always been a mystery. So, could the Wu Ming at the top of the list be the current Wu Ming? Stop it. Wu Ming just awakened this year and is only 18 years old. He wasn't even born 30 or 40 years ago. Oh, look at my brain. Hua Wanjia continued, the demons have been trying to assassinate us non-stop. That list has always been there, and it's almost half public now. Not long ago, our intelligence department got the latest information. Who do you think is at the top of the list? Isn't it still Wu Ming? The top spot on the list is still Wu Ming, and he's specifically noted as assassinated at all costs. So, the top guy has been alive and well for all these years, and he's still a major concern for them. That's good news. But our military has not found this top superhero until now. I suddenly had an idea. Demons have a wide variety of talents and magical powers. Maybe some of them can predict the future. So, Wu Ming, who's at the top of the list, might have come from decades in the future. When these words were spoken, everyone was stunned. So, is it really possible that the current Wu Ming is the same Wu Ming? Hua Wenjia sighed and said, just wait, the truth will eventually come out. Everyone else nodded, thinking it made sense. Wu Ming came out of the dean's office and saw that it was getting late and it would soon be lunchtime. He went straight to the cafeteria. There are quite a few students in the military academy because the frequency of military examinations is ridiculously high, with dozens or even hundreds of people coming at a time. There are 7 or 8 examinations a month, which means hundreds of people. But not everyone can finish the exam and graduate within a month. Normally, if you can finish it in 2 months, it is considered excellent, and some people may have to endure it for 3 months. Therefore, the college usually maintains a size of 1,500 to 2,000 people. However, these people had only heard of Wu Ming's name and had never met him in person, so the meal was quite quiet. After lunch, Wu Ming prepared to go to class in the afternoon. He had to complete enough classes first. There are 6 courses in total, which are roughly about the duties of officers, how to manage soldiers, the ancient book 36 strategies, tactics and strategies, and demon encyclopedias. He picked a class at random. He had to learn them all, so the order didn't matter. This was an extra large tiered classroom. When Wu Ming arrived, there were already quite a few people sitting inside. He chose a seat in the last row. This class is about tactics and strategy. In this kind of class, the students are not fixed. As class was about to start, more and more people came, even the last row, where no one usually liked to sit, now had a few people sitting there. A young man with a buzz cut and looking very energetic sat next to Wu Ming. Hello. The other party greeted proactively. Those who can take classes here are all officers who have passed the 6th level of the Xuangong Tower. They are all elites, but not all of them are as aloof as Zhu Guangjie and the chief. There are also many who are easy to get along with. The one in front of you is quite sunny. Hello. Wu Ming responded with a smile. The guy with a buzz cut was very talkative. After saying hello, he came over and said, "Brother, I haven't seen you in class before. Did you just finish the military exam today?" "Yeah." Wu Ming nodded. "Hey, hello, Junior. I came here 2 terms earlier than you and have been here for almost 2 months. I'm familiar with this place. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. My name is Dong Fangju." The young man with the crew cut was very enthusiastic. "Hello, Senior." Wu Ming responded quickly. Dong Fangju was quite satisfied to see that this junior was so sensible. If we calculate based on time, Dong Fangju's statement that he was a few periods earlier is true, but Wu Ming took the military examination more than half a year ago, and his classmate Zhu Guangjie is leading troops on the front line. Strictly speaking, Wu Ming is his senior. But Wu Ming didn't care about these, it was just a name. Being sweet-talking does have its advantages. Before class, Dong Fangju told him everything about the college, such as who not to offend, which teacher is the strictest, and even shared her own compilation of the top 10 beauties in the college with Wu Ming, saying that each of them is stunning. It's a pity that none of the top 10 beauties came to this class, otherwise I could point them out to him. Wu Ming laughed out loud when he heard this. "Oh, Junior, which level have you reached in the Xuangong Tower?" Dong Fangju asked. Almost everyone in the college has been asked this question. When we just meet, we have to discuss it. It is not just out of curiosity, but also a bit of competition. Wu Ming was a little hesitant. He couldn't just say he'd cleared the level, right? Wouldn't that make everyone furious? He still wanted a few days of peace and quiet. But if you don't answer when someone asks you, it would seem impolite. After pondering for a while, Wu Ming gave an ambiguous answer. "Senior, it should be about the same as yours." He. Dong Fangju laughed so hard he slapped his thigh. "Brother, do you know what level I've reached? You dare say I'm almost there? I'm at level 9. First in the school year." He raised his chin proudly. Wu Ming was really surprised. He didn't expect this guy to be so powerful. He scratched his head and said, "I'm sorry to have embarrassed you, Senior. I didn't know you were so powerful. There haven't been many people who have reached the 9th floor in the past 100 years. It seems so." Dong Fangju was even more proud and gave a thumbs up. "I'm not bragging, except for Wu Ming who appeared in that issue half a year ago, I am the best." He added, "Speaking of Wu Ming, you must have heard of him, right? I know him. After all, we're both top masters, and heroes appreciate heroes. Oh, and he's already out of the Xuangong Tower. If you follow me, I'll introduce you to each other later." "I see." Wu Ming played dumb. "You know Wu Ming? The Wu Ming who made it to the super high level. He must know me. He just got out and called me." What Dong Fangju said sounded like the truth. There's no way around it. Wu Ming is so famous that it's an honor to be associated with him. In fact, he didn't know him at all. But it should be okay to pretend in front of the new junior, right? What does this junior know? He is just fooling around. Besides, a big shot like Wu Ming wouldn't care about such trivial matters. So just blow it as much as you can and that's it. Look at the surprised expression on my little brother's face, how exciting. By the way, junior brother, we've been chatting for so long, but I still don't know your name? Dong Fangju suddenly remembered this. Oh, I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Wu Ming, and I'm from Fengling City. Wu Ming slapped his forehead and said it casually. It was actually a purely instinctive reaction. G.A. Dong Fangju stood there frozen as if struck by lightning, his eyes wider than bells. Wu Ming? Or, from Fengling City? No way. How could such a coincidence happen in this world? Chapter 54, Hit the Gunpoint. Dong Fangju stared at Wu Ming intently, his mind was in a frenzy, and a layer of cold sweat instantly appeared on his forehead. I just wanted to use Wu Ming's name to show off, but I didn't expect to run into the real person's trap. At this moment, he suddenly remembered what was said in the news. Wu Ming broke the record for the fastest military exam. He went to the battlefield just after awakening this year. He was only 18 years old. Looking at the boy in front of me, he is indeed younger than everyone else in the classroom. Holy crap! Dong Fangju's calves began to cramp. Wu Ming just gave his name instinctively, but only realized belatedly that something was wrong. He was too honest and sold out his identity with just one sentence. Look how scared he is it really that serious? I'm not a man-eating monster. Senior, are you okay? Wu Ming waved his hand in front of him, trying to wake this guy from his petrified state. Dong Fangzhu finally came back to his senses with a start. He jumped up and gave Wu Ming a standard military salute that could be used as a textbook. Don't call me senior. You are the real senior. I was just showing off just now. Please don't take it to heart. What's the big deal? It's just a name. Wu Ming was so embarrassed that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He pointed at the seat and said, "Hurry up and sit down. Class is about to start." Dong Fangzhu sat down quickly as if he had received an imperial edict, his butt only daring to touch half of the edge of the stool, his head buried so low that it almost touched the table, his hands tightly clutching the corners of his clothes, looking like a little brat who had gotten into trouble. Wu Ming patted his shoulder helplessly, intending to ease the atmosphere, but this guy became even more tense, like a piece of iron. Relax, come on, smile, like me. Wu Ming even grinned to demonstrate. Dong Fangzhu tried hard to force a smile. Well, it's uglier than crying. He really wanted to find a hole to crawl into now. It was not because he was afraid of Wu Ming's revenge, but from the few words he had just exchanged, he could feel that this big man was really easygoing and had no airs at all. But the person next to me is Wu Ming. He was a tough guy who had cleared the Xuangong Tower. His brilliance was so bright that it could blind people. Sitting next to him, the pressure was so great that it was hard to breathe. It's not that he's timid. If anyone else in the classroom came, they would probably be more trembling than him. Wu Ming saw that he had no idea what to do in this situation. The more he tried to persuade him, the more nervous he became. So he just gave up and let him be. Soon the teacher entered the classroom on time and began to lecture. Wu Mingren sat upright, his mind already far away. Ever since the system came into being, he was either fighting monsters or on his way to fight monsters, killing and killing along the way to madly increase his strength. This was his daily routine. Now I am suddenly forced to sit in the classroom and listen to a lecture. I feel uncomfortable all over and I can't wait to apply for the graduation exam. But Dong Fangzhu had said before that if you want to take the exam, you have to complete enough courses first. According to the progress, it will take at least another half a month. He was not afraid of the 6 theoretical courses for graduation. After all, he was a college student in his previous life. He was very familiar with cramming before the exam. Maybe he could learn more thoroughly than in class. But these half-month classes are really exhausting. You know, in this half-month, he can at least reach 2 more levels, from the 2nd level of Zhenwu to the 4th level. Isn't that great? Wu Ming was not willing to waste his time here, and even thought of asking the dean for leave, but he suppressed the idea as soon as it came to his mind. The dean had specifically instructed him not to leave the academy, saying that the evil Zunyao cult was targeting him. If he asked for leave to go out at this time, he would probably be restrained and reprimanded on the spot. What should I do? The teacher on the podium was talking with saliva flying everywhere. Wu Ming was distracted with his cheek in his hand. He released his willpower and wanted to look at the scenery outside to relieve his boredom. Unexpectedly, once the power was released, it flew straight out of the city. He saw many hunters fighting with ferocious beasts, and some were carrying bulging packages and rushing back. It seemed that they had completed their mission. Wu Ming felt itchy inside, thinking about how he had been through the same thing before, but unfortunately he was now trapped in the academy. Etc. He suddenly came to his senses and realized something was wrong. My own power can actually reach outside the city? He had never thought about it before. After all, Xujiang City was several times larger than Fengling City. His 1,000-kilometer power range could easily cover the outside of Fengling City, but it would be difficult to do so in Xujiang. But no one expected that the military academy was located further north in Xujiang, only about 600 kilometers away from the North Gate. In other words, his mental power can directly extend to 400 kilometers outside the city. Wu Ming almost couldn't help laughing out loud. He doesn't have to be present at the scene in person to kill people with his willpower. Just like now, with just a thought, a blood mist suddenly exploded outside the city. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 1 ferocious beast and obtaining 10 distribution points. Congratulations to the host for killing a level 7 beast and obtaining 70 distribution points. Congratulations to the host for killing the 9th level beast and obtaining 200 distribution points. Congratulations to the host for killing the third-level beast. A series of prompt sounds exploded in his mind, and Wu Ming couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth wildly. Although there are only ferocious beasts and no demonic beasts within a radius of 400 kilometers outside the city, a mosquito, no matter how small, is still meat. With his current strength, killing ferocious beasts is as easy as cutting vegetables, with ridiculously high efficiency. The benefits may not be worse than killing monsters. Wu Ming, who found a solution, immediately got into the state. On the surface, he was sitting upright and listening to the class, but secretly he was killing like crazy outside the city. The area within 400 kilometers became his hunting ground. At the same time, ferocious beasts were everywhere suffering. Some were torn into pieces, while others were directly turned into powder. The distribution points are soaring like a rocket. Level 4 beasts, 40 points, level 5 beasts, 50 points, level 1 beasts, 10 points, level 9 beasts, 200 points. Wu Ming accepts everyone who comes, 200 is not too many, 1 is not too few. As long as they are within his power range, he will catch them all in one fell swoop, which can be called a carpet-style clearance. In his eyes, those were not ferocious beasts at all, they were clearly all distribution points that could run away. The number of kills is rising. In one afternoon, he cleared out all the ferocious beasts within 400 kilometers outside the city, and obtained a total of 135,400 distribution points, all of which he added to his mental power. As the data skyrocketed, Wu Ming clearly felt that he was only one step away from the threshold of the third grade Jinwu. The only drawback is that there are no merit points for killing ferocious beasts in this way, only distribution points. But Wu Ming didn't care. Merit points were only for the military exam and buying things. He had passed the military exam a long time ago and still had millions of merit points in his hands that he hadn't spent, so he didn't need any of them. Can I only earn merit points by killing with a short arrow bound to the hunter logo? But there is no need to use that thing to deal with these low-level beasts. The afternoon was quite fulfilling and it was time to go home from school in the blink of an eye. Wu Ming had just stood up when Dong Fangzhu suddenly called out to him with a red face, Senior, can I treat you to a meal?" That look was both nervous and expectant. After an afternoon of this, he finally calmed down a bit and mustered up the courage to speak. It was a great honor to have dinner at the same table with Wu Ming, and he also wanted to apologize for his pretense in the morning. Wu Ming looked at him and didn't refuse. "Okay, I'll treat you next time." Dong Fangzhu was completely stunned. Damn it! Being able to have dinner with Wu Ming has been enough to brag about for half a year, and he actually wants to treat me back? Wu Ming treated me to a meal. I can brag about this for the rest of my life. Senior, please come this way. There are some amazing dishes in the cafeteria that you must try today. Dong Fangzhu's voice trembled with excitement as he led the way diligently. Okay. Chapter 55, Wilderness Teleportation. The cafeteria is very crowded at this moment. Dong Fangzhu quickly found an empty seat for Wu Ming to sit down, and ran to get food. After more than 10 minutes, he came back with 2 full plates. Sorry for keeping you waiting. Eat quickly, if it's not enough I'll go get more. Thanks. The two sat opposite each other, eating and chatting, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. As the top scorer of this semester, Dong Fangzhu is also a well-known figure in the military academy, and many people know him. Just now, he was busy asking Wu Ming to sit down, and then he ran to get food. The students next to him saw it clearly. Am I seeing right? The sun is rising from the west? Dong Fangzhu is a notorious stingy person, yet he actually offered to treat us to a meal today? And did you notice that his attitude was overly polite, as enthusiastic as a waiter? He's the top student in the school. Who on earth could make him lower himself like this? I don't know him. He looks very unfamiliar. He looks like a newcomer, which makes it even more confusing. After dinner, Wu Ming and Dong Fangzhu separated. It was free time in the evening, so he went back to the dormitory first. 1 second ago, he was standing at the door of the dormitory, and the next second, Wu Ming appeared in the fields outside the city. In special times, every minute and every second must be used to increase our strength. By this time it was already dark, and most of the hunters who had been fighting outside during the day had returned to the city. After all, the ferocious beasts and monsters are particularly active at night, and the danger factor soars. In addition, the visibility is poor, which makes them very unfriendly to humans. But this has no effect on Wu Ming. He can teleport anywhere within a 1,000-kilometer range of his mind. This life-saving ability alone is impressive enough, not to mention his incredible strength and outrageous defense. As for sight? He relies on the power of his mind, and it is the same day and night, very clear. Wu Ming calmed himself down in the wild, identified the direction, and then flashed deeper into the area. He had cleared out all the ferocious beasts within the last 400 kilometers. Although some of them appeared sporadically now, he would keep them for now and deal with them during the day. At this time, he once again deeply realized that the radiation range of his mental power was still not enough. If the distance is only 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers, why would we need to be so frugal? Soon, Wu Ming found the territory of the second and third grade monsters and started killing them. For a monster of this level, you can't just use your mental power as roughly as you would against a ferocious beast. You have to use short arrows. The short arrow flew out with a whoosh, accurately piercing a second-level monster and sucking it into a dried corpse in a short while. The short arrow spun excitedly in the air. Obviously, even though it had only been holding it in for a day, it could no longer hold back. The smell of blood filled the air, and each man shot an arrow like a tiger out of a cage, and the next word was kill. While Wu Ming was controlling the short arrows to kill people in all directions, he was also not idle. He rushed towards a level 3 monster with his bare hands. A second-grade Jinwu fought against a third-grade demon beast. At first glance, the difference in strength seemed outrageous. What's the result? A minute later, the third-level monster howled and turned to flee. Want to run? Wu Ming teleported to its huge head, punched it twice, and with a bang, he exploded its skull. Well, the disparity is indeed huge, but it's the other way around. Wu Ming now has incredible strength and invincible defense, and is a real human killer. The level 3 monster that was smashed to pieces probably wondered until its death, "I'm the monster." Hey! You're such a ferocious human, are you even reasonable? My head really hurts. Wu Ming was multitasking as both sides were killing each other fiercely, and the system prompt sound never stopped. And the benefits are really impressive. Killing a level 9 beast only gives 200 points, killing a level 1 beast directly gives 500 points, and killing a level 2 beast soars to 1000 points. The distribution points on the system shot up almost vertically as if they were riding a rocket. The camera cuts back to Chujiang City. The city is so brightly lit at this moment, and the lights from thousands of houses are like stars scattered on the ground, so bright that it is dazzling. The hunters who had been fighting ferocious beasts outside during the day could finally breathe a sigh of relief at night. This is the rare time they have to relax in a day. Normally, they would have called friends over to drink and eat barbecue. But today is different. A piece of explosive news spread like wildfire in the hunter circle like it had wings. Have you heard? Many people saw strange things in the wild today. What's going on? Could it be that the ferocious beasts are collectively doing a square dance? What the hell? The beast exploded right there. It was like fireworks, bang bang bang, it was so scary. As soon as this news came out, it caused a small storm in the hunter circle. The online discussion forums are about to explode, and the news is spreading faster than a ferocious beast pouncing on people. Is there any big shot out there who can tell us what's the new trick with this beast exploding on the spot? It doesn't look like a new trick to me. Maybe the beast is practicing a new tactic. Brothers, be vigilant and don't get tricked. The person above, I give you 0 points for this analysis. I seriously suspect that what's on your neck isn't a head, but a toilet seat with a lid. Otherwise, how could you come up with such an outrageous idea? Ha ha ha. That toilet metaphor is perfect. The water I just drank sprayed all over the screen. Stop talking nonsense. The beast isn't stupid, why would it blow itself up for no reason? In my opinion, it must be a human leader who took action, otherwise there wouldn't be such a scene. Second, apart from the ruthless people of our human race, who can make the ferocious beasts explode into fireworks? +1. No doubt about it, this is definitely the work of a big boss. Just talking about it makes me shudder. I was right there, watching the beasts explode one after another, and my legs went weak. What are you afraid of? Isn't it a good thing if the beast explodes? I'm afraid I'll end up like them and explode while walking. Ha ha ha. It's a shame you don't use your brain to tell crosstalk, you're so talented. But then again, why are the human leaders competing with the ferocious beasts? Logically, the leaders should be dealing with the demons and monster kings. Small characters like ferocious beasts should be left to us hunters. Wow, that person above hit me right in the gut. I accepted a mission at the function hall today, ran 200 kilometers from the North City Gate, and didn't even see a single fur of a ferocious beast. I can't even complete the mission, it's too difficult. Master, please withdraw your magical powers. If you keep going like this, we'll all be left with nothing. Ha, here's a friendly reminder for you guys. The South City Gate is normal. There are a lot of ferocious beasts. Come quickly if you want to complete the quest. I'm at the West City Gate today. Everything is normal here. I just killed 3 ferocious beasts. Reporting to the East City Gate. Everything is normal, plenty of ferocious beasts. I see. Okay, I won't go to the North City Gate tomorrow no matter what. I can't afford to suffer this loss again. I've learned something. I've figured out how to handle this information gap. Chapter 56, I got distracted again in class. As time passed, the excitement on the internet gradually died down. After all, it was late at night, and no matter how much we wanted to chat, we couldn't resist the sleepiness. But some people are different. Wu Ming is still killing like crazy in the wild. At this moment, he has saved up another 3 million distribution points, and without blinking an eye, he focuses all on motivation. His strength was increasing rapidly, but unfortunately he was still a step away from breaking through to the 3rd level of True Spirit. It's really frustrating to think about it. I have spent more than 6 million distribution points in the last 2 times, but I still haven't been able to break into the door of the 3rd grade True Spirit. As expected, the higher the realm, the harder it is to upgrade. Just like climbing a mountain, the steps get steeper the higher you go. Wu Ming was not discouraged and continued to kill. Before we knew it, the eastern sky was turning pale, and the sun was rising up as if with all its might. A new day had arrived. That night, Wu Ming killed people in the wild and saved up another 2 million distribution points. This time it's different. The feeling of breakthrough is getting stronger and stronger. It's just one step away. I estimate that if I add a few 100,000 more allocation points, I will be able to break through steadily. But when he looked at the time, Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, the military academy was about to start class. If he continued killing, he would definitely be late. There is no choice but to retreat first. Wu Ming waved his hand, and the short arrow floating outside flew back into his hand. With a thought, he disappeared from the wilderness. After a few teleportations, he landed steadily in the dormitory. Time was running out, so Wu Ming quickly took a shower, changed into clean clothes, and ran towards the classroom. His speed was so fast that he could catch up with the sprint of a ferocious beast. He chose the Art of War class today and thought to himself, I have to take it anyway, so I might as well finish one course first to avoid the trouble of switching back and forth. Fortunately, Wu Ming entered the classroom just as the bell rang. As soon as he entered, he saw Dong Fangzhu waving at him vigorously. When they were having dinner together yesterday, Dong Fangzhu asked him, "What classes are you going to take tomorrow?" Wu Ming casually said same old thing at the time, but he didn't expect Dong Fangzhu to also choose the military strategy class. Not only did he sit back in his original seat, he also specially left an empty seat for him. How thoughtful. Wu Ming walked over and sat down, and the two greeted each other with a smile. After yesterday's meal, the two of them had become much closer. Dong Fangzhu was no longer as reserved as before and asked, "Have you had breakfast?" Wu Ming was stunned, then he remembered that he was in a hurry and didn't even have breakfast. As soon as I thought about this, my stomach started growling. After all, I've been out killing people all night, and I've consumed so much energy. It would be strange if I'm not hungry. Dong Fangzhu smiled mysteriously, took out a few steaming hot buns from her school bag, and handed them to Wu Ming. "Here, I brought these for you because I knew you might not have eaten them." "Thank you." Wu Ming was not polite either. He took it and started to bite into it. He ate a big bun in 2 bites and it was so delicious. Dong Fangzhu couldn't help laughing when she saw him wolfing down the food. Wu Ming also laughed, and the atmosphere became very harmonious. After eating and drinking, Wu Ming started to wander off again. Don't get me wrong, he's not really distracted, he's using his mind to kill monsters outside. Although he stayed up all night, he was at the 2nd level of the True Spirit realm, and his physical fitness was better than many cultivators at the 4th and 5th levels of the True Spirit realm. Staying up all night was like a piece of cake for him, and he was still full of energy and spirit. At this moment, his willpower had extended to the wild. After a look, Wu Ming was quite surprised that there was no one outside the North City Gate. Yesterday there were people coming and going here, it was as lively as a vegetable market. Why is it so deserted today? But he didn't think much about it. It was just right that there was no one around, so that no one would disturb him while he was brushing the distribution points. He first glanced at the surroundings. Yesterday he had cleared out all the ferocious beasts within 300 miles outside the North City Gate, and wanted to see how many new ones would appear after a night. I have to say, there are so many ferocious beasts in the wild, just like flies in a tube building, it's impossible to get rid of them all. After just one night, the place was already crowded with ferocious beasts again. Wu Ming didn't bother to be polite with them and just started fighting. Time passed quickly. Wu Ming was listening to the class while killing monsters with his mind power. He even had time to chat with Dong Fangzhu. He was doing 3 things at once and was having a great time. 1 hour later, the allocation points increased by 30,000. 2 hours later, it increased by another 30,000. At this moment, Wu Ming was suddenly stunned. The long-lost feeling of breakthrough finally came. The power in his body seemed to be boiling, rushing upwards, and was about to break through to the 3rd level of true spirit. But this is in the classroom, I can't make a breakthrough in front of the teacher and classmates, right? Report. Wu Ming stood up with a loud voice. The professor at the podium was a gray-haired old professor, deeply absorbed in his lecture. He paused upon hearing the noise and asked kindly, "Student, what can I do for you?" "Teacher, I want to ask for leave. I'm about to make a breakthrough," Wu Ming said straightforwardly. When the old professor heard this, his eyes lit up and he grinned so hard that the corners of his mouth almost reached his ears. Okay. Go quickly. Don't delay the breakthrough. You know, once you reach the true spirit realm, every breakthrough is as difficult as ascending to heaven. This student looks unfamiliar and should be a new student. He has made breakthroughs right after entering the school. He is definitely a good seedling. All the students in the classroom looked at Wu Ming, their eyes full of envy. Most of those who took the military exam were at the 1st level of the true spirit realm, but this one has broken through to the 2nd level. He's simply too outstanding. In the past 6 months, the most outstanding students at our military academy have been Wu Ming and Zhu Guangjie, and now we have to add him to the list. Hey! Who is he? He looks unfamiliar. I don't know, I've never seen him. Could he be a hidden boss? The most shocked person was Dong Fangzhu. She stared at Wu Ming's back, her mind full of questions. That's not right. Doesn't one have to meditate and absorb spiritual energy to improve their strength? Wu Ming has been sitting here without moving this whole morning. How come he is suddenly about to have a breakthrough? Wow! The world of geniuses is indeed beyond the comprehension of a mortal like me. Wu Ming left the classroom and went straight to the dormitory. This time he did not intend to use power transmission. The monitoring system of the military academy is not for show. It is better to be safe than sorry. If people find out that he can form a formation with a single thought and is more powerful than professional formation masters, wouldn't they be shocked? After returning to the single dormitory, Wu Ming closed the door and stopped suppressing the power in his body and began to retreat. The convenience of a single dormitory is that you don't have to worry about being disturbed. Time flies and 2 days have passed. When he first broke through from a 9th level awakener to a 1st grade true spirit, he only spent most of the day in seclusion. It took him more than a day to break through from the 1st grade to the 2nd grade. This time, he was in seclusion for 2 days and 2 nights to break through from the 2nd grade to the 3rd grade. When he opened his eyes again, Wu Ming's aura had completely changed. He successfully broke through to the 3rd level of true spirit realm. Chapter 57 Breakthrough Highlights. At the true spirit realm and above, every breakthrough is a complete transformation. Wu Ming felt the earth-shaking changes in his body, and his mind was as clear as a mirror. The first is the range of mental power, which is the most basic improvement for every breakthrough. Starting from the true spirit realm, the range will expand with each transformation. It was only a few kilometers before, it increased to 1,000 kilometers when it broke through to the 2nd level, and now it has doubled after breaking through to the 3rd level, reaching 2,000 kilometers. 2,000 kilometers. Yesterday he felt that his mental power was not enough, but now, even if he is sitting in the classroom, his mental power can easily cover the range of monsters' activities, making it more convenient to kill monsters. Moreover, as the range of the power of mind expands, the transmission distance also increases. As long as he is within the power coverage area, he can go wherever he wants, truly everywhere. In addition to these basic changes, there is another highlight in this breakthrough. New ability, Mind Power Blast. Wu Ming's mind moved, and his figure flashed, and he appeared directly in the wilderness 2,000 kilometers away. There happened to be 2 level 3 monsters in front of him. When they saw a human suddenly appear, they immediately showed their ferocious side and rushed towards Wu Ming with a roar, wanting to tear him into pieces. Wu Ming was not in a hurry. As soon as he thought about it, the surging and vast power of his will rushed straight into the sea of consciousness of the two monsters like a tsunami. The two level 3 monsters, which were originally ferocious, froze in place in an instant. The murderous light in their eyes disappeared without a trace, leaving only dullness and confusion. I was completely stunned by the power of will. You know, Wu Ming only used 50% of his power this time. If they were to attack with all their strength, the sea of consciousness of these two monsters would be blown up on the spot. Although they looked intact on the outside, their intelligence inside would have been wiped out long ago, making them deader than dead. In addition to rushing fools and wiping out, this power shock has a third use. Wu Ming moved his mind, and two level 2 monsters from dozens of miles away flew over with a whoosh. Their legs went weak when they landed on the ground, and they were shaking with fear. The one who could capture them out of thin air must be a top master of the human race. But the next second, they were no longer afraid. Instead, they stood respectfully in front of Wu Ming, with their heads lowered, as if they were meeting their master. Why? Because Wu Ming only looked at them with his mind, and just like hypnosis, he directly controlled their intelligence. Now they would do whatever Wu Ming told them to do, even without hesitation, even if he asked them to commit suicide on the spot. What is more convenient is that Wu Ming can also read the images in their minds through telekinesis, which is like having a built-in mind-reading ability. The thoughts of wild monsters are really varied. Some were thinking about how to devour human cultivators, some were mating in public, and some were just detained by Wu Ming out of thin air. These images are all memories read out from the monster's mind. It is the most gentle of the three uses, consuming the least energy but allowing for the greatest potential. In contrast, the other two types are so simple and crude, either making people stupid or wiping them out, which is purely a dimensionality reduction attack. Wu Ming pondered for a moment, then flashed and teleported directly to a deeper wilderness. The vegetation here blocks out the sun, and the sunlight cannot penetrate at all. The air is filled with an oppressive smell of blood, and any monster caught nearby is a level 4 monster. When he was in the 2nd grade True Spirit realm, Wu Ming could kill monsters above his level, but now that he had broken through to the 3rd grade, he began to wonder, the higher the realm, the more outrageous the gap became. I could kill a 3rd grade monster before, but I might not be able to handle a 4th grade monster now, right? Just give it a try. As a result, as soon as he started, Wu Ming was shocked. Holy shit! Before 2 minutes had even passed, that ferocious 4th level monster was already trying to run away with its tail between its legs. There's nothing we can do. Who made Wu Ming so abnormal? The power is like an exploding cannonball, the defense is strong enough to withstand the bite of monsters, and the speed is so fast that monsters can't even catch their shadow, and this is without using the power of mind. Don't run! As soon as Wu Ming had an idea, the 4th level monster that was running wildly suddenly seemed to be nailed to the ground and could not move at all. Wu Ming circled around it and said with a smile, as the saying goes, one thing is better than another. Since I beat you with my physical body, I'll try my mental shockwave on you too. Level 4 monsters are quite intelligent. Although they cannot speak, they can understand human language. Upon hearing this, he panicked immediately, his eyes looking as if he was about to cry. Please. Just go and fight with another monster. Don't just keep picking on me. I can't live like this. Aren't they saying that the monsters are suppressing the humans now? How come I ran into one that's even more ruthless than the monsters? Before it could finish crying, Wu Ming's mental power shock wave directly hit it. At the elementary level, the monsters can be manipulated like puppets, and are easily controlled. The intermediate level destroyed the sea of consciousness, and the trembling 4th level monster instantly lost its sight and went crazy. The advanced soul was wiped out, and with a bang, the 4th level monster fell straight to the ground, finally freed. It seems that the 4th level monster is just a weakling. Wu Ming's confidence increased greatly, and he turned around to find a level 5 monster to challenge. As a result, the next second, before 3 minutes had passed, Wu Ming ran away in a panic. The 5th level monster is too powerful. Fortunately, he slipped away quickly. Just now, he used the power of his mind to make the opponent stunned for only 2 breaths, and then the level 5 monster broke free from control. In a rage, it chased Wu Ming to the point where he had no way to escape. The roar almost shattered his eardrums. Wu Ming didn't dare to use his own defense to test the claws of the 5th level monster. He directly teleported away and escaped back to the dormitory in a few steps. But overall, Wu Ming was quite satisfied with this breakthrough to the 3rd level of True Spirit. The coverage of the power of intention has increased dramatically. In the future, when attending classes, the efficiency of killing monsters will be maximized, and it will be more convenient to contact Xinxian. Speaking of Dong Fangzhu, during the 2 days that Wu Ming was in seclusion, he went to the classroom every day without fail and reserved a seat for Wu Ming in his old seat. It would normally take 1 day for a first-grade person to advance to the second grade, but it has been 2 days and 2 nights and there is still no movement from Wu Ming. Dong Fangzhu was wondering in his heart, are all geniuses' breakthroughs so different? It was not until the afternoon class that Dong Fangzhu finally saw Wu Ming and waved excitedly from a distance. Wu Ming sat back in his old seat. He immediately came over and asked impatiently, "Senior, did you succeed in your breakthrough? Are you a second-grade true spirit now?" Wu Ming was stunned. Second rank? This is too contemptuous. He rarely showed off. He held up 3 fingers to Dong Fangzhu, raised an eyebrow and said, taste it carefully." Dong Fangzhu was stunned at first, then his eyes widened and he stuttered, Three, a third-grade true spirit?" Wu Ming nodded calmly. Dong Fangzhu felt his head buzzing. Oh my god. This breakthrough speed is faster than riding a rocket. I really don't understand the world of geniuses. Woo, I'm still struggling at the first level, while others are already at the third level. Chapter 58 Monster Core. Not long after, the white-haired old professor came. The teacher of this course was like a magic needle that stabilized the sea. No matter how many students came and went, he would come to class every day without fail. The afternoon class passed quickly. Wu Ming seemed to be listening attentively, but his mind was actually full of monsters in the wild. Although his mental power has become stronger, it is not yet enough to crush monsters. He can only control short arrows to kill monsters outside. More than 1,000 kilometers away, short arrows flew like lightning. After an afternoon, I earned a lot of attribute points. But he had just broken through to the 3rd level and was still far from the 4th level. After all, the higher the realm, the more outrageous the distribution points needed, so he could only accumulate them slowly. In the following days, Wu Ming directly turned on the monster killing machine mode. He only sleeps 4 hours a day, and spends the remaining 20 hours slaying demons and monsters. He kills during the day, kills at night, kills during class, and kills while eating. He is a master at multitasking. It's because he has strong motivation and can perform multiple tasks without interfering with each other. It only took him 1 day to finish the officer quality course and then he moved on to the next one. Level 1 monster has 500 points, level 2 has 1000 points, level 3 has 2000 points, and level 4 has 3000 points. Wu Ming's attribute points are rising like a snowball, but the threshold for realm improvement is also getting higher and higher, so he can only accumulate patiently. 2 days later, Wu Ming finished another course and moved to a new large classroom. I could take classes with Dong Fangzhu before, but now that Dong Fangzhu has completed the course, we can only take classes separately, but we still often eat together. Wu Ming is a man of his word. He had promised to treat Dong Fangzhu to a meal and he kept his word. Dong Fangzhu was very excited about the meal, but he knew how the military academy would protect Wu Ming, so he didn't take any photos or post them on WeChat moments. Compared to showing off, Wu Ming's safety was more important. Wu Ming stayed at the military academy for 5 or 6 days, and students came and went every day. The person everyone was talking about the most was Wu Ming, who had cleared the Sun Gong Tower a few days ago, but no one recognized that the person next to him was the real person. Even Dong Fangzhu only found out about Wu Ming's identity when Wu Ming accidentally let it slip. Moreover, he was very tight-lipped and never revealed Wu Ming's identity to anyone else. Something big happened these 2 days. The evil Zunyao cult organization has been causing trouble in 12 major cities across the country, assassinating human geniuses in succession, and 14 people have died. As soon as the news came out, the whole country was outraged. This group of human traitors not only refused to join everyone in fighting against the demons, but were also willing to be the lackeys of the demons and wreak havoc within the territory of Longhan. They are simply insane. Now the whole country is united in hatred of the enemy and calling for the eradication of the cult, but this group of people is too cunning. They are human beings themselves. If they don't expose themselves voluntarily, there will be no clues at all. No wonder this cancer has not been eradicated for hundreds of years. Wu Ming kills monsters every day and has no time to go online. He only heard about this from Dong Fangzhu while having dinner with him. After hearing this, Wu Ming clenched his fists in anger. Now all over the country, whether they are awakened or ordinary people, they are working hard to resist the demons. Ordinary people are working diligently at their posts, and the awakened are fighting on the front lines. But this group of cultists only target their own people. It's really hateful. Dong Fangju couldn't help but remind him, Senior, the Zunyao cult is no joke. You are in the limelight right now, so don't go out casually, otherwise you will definitely be their primary assassination target. This was similar to what Dean Huowenjia had said before. Wu Ming nodded, but he felt even more aggrieved in his heart. He felt that he was too weak. Although third-grade true spirits are considered outstanding among the younger generation, in the entire society, third-grade true spirits are plentiful. The true spirit realm is only the first stage after awakening, and there are a lot of realms above it, such as the mysterious spirit, heroic spirit, heavenly spirit, and divine spirit. If I were strong enough, how could I be threatened by a cult? They are lucky that their lair is not destroyed. Of course, with Wu Ming's current strength, it is not impossible for him to go out. At the level of the third-grade true spirit, he has speed, strength and defense far beyond those at the same level. But he knew clearly in his mind that the most important thing now was to stay alive and develop. If there was no urgency, he should save up enough distribution points first. In a blink of an eye, it was Wu Ming's 10th day at the military academy. He was still the same as usual, sleeping 4 hours a day and spending the rest of the time killing monsters. There are so many distribution points every day that it's frightening, and the strength is changing day by day. If this speed of progress is told to others, it will surely shock a lot of people. You know, even for a genius of the human race, it would take at least 2 or 3 years to advance from the third-grade true spirit to the fourth-grade true spirit. But Wu Ming was different. It only took him 5 days to go from the third level to the point of breaking through. At this rate, it would only take another day or two to advance to the fourth rank. How can this be called cultivation? It's like riding a rocket. But on the other hand, the assassinations of the Zunyao cult have never stopped, and new tragic news breaks every day. Every time he had dinner with Dong Fangju, he would tell Wu Ming the latest news. The Longhan Kingdom's Special Forces team killed several cultists in City A. Oh no! Another genius from City B has been targeted by a cult. Before Dean Huowenjia reminded him, Wu Ming had no idea about this cult, but after hearing so many of their evil deeds, he was left with only immense anger. Not only do these traitors stand against the country and the people, but they themselves were also victims of the evil deeds of the cult. With all the new and old grudges added together, how can he not be angry? A new day came. Wu Ming continued to be distracted in class, his mind still on killing monsters more than 1,000 kilometers away. Suddenly I was stunned. I had just killed a level 4 thunder beast, and this guy actually had a demon core hidden in his body. Although this was the second time he saw the demon core, Wu Ming was still very surprised. You know, the probability of a monster producing a monster core is ridiculously low, 1 in 100,000 for a level 1 monster, and a level 4 monster can be a little higher, but not much higher. Not to mention that the demon race is not divided into 10 major systems. If a demon core of the corresponding system happens to be exploded, it is simply luck within luck, and the price can be multiplied several times. But now Wu Ming is not so sensitive about money anymore. The 100,000 yuan he earned from selling monster cores last time was all given to his mother to improve her life. Now he is a quasi-officer. Once he officially joins the camp, the country will have a lot of preferential policies for military families, so he won't have to worry about family matters at all. When Wu Ming saw the Thunder Demon Core, his first reaction was Gu Xuemi. She is an awakened thunder element, so this demon core is a great tonic for her. Wu Ming pondered, I don't lack anything now. Although I haven't reached the stage of helping the world with my wealth, it's still no problem for me to help my old classmates. He separated a wisp of divine consciousness, wrapped the demon core and flew to the military academy, first put it back to the dormitory. He couldn't let the demon core appear out of thin air in the classroom, and then continued to control the short arrow to kill monsters as if nothing had happened. Chapter 59, Advancement. At night, Wu Ming was lying on his bed in the dormitory, using a short arrow to kill monsters. Suddenly, he sat up and disappeared in a flash. When he appeared again, he was already in the wilderness. The short arrow was floating in front of him, with a dazzling red light all over it, and a powerful aura was rising wildly. What the hell? Is the short arrow going to break through? Wu Ming was shocked. Weapons can be upgraded? I used to think that short arrows were not simple, but I didn't expect them to be so outrageous. But if you think about it carefully, every time I kill a monster with a short arrow, it sucks all its blood and energy away. With so much energy stored up, it would be strange if I don't advance. Fearing that something unexpected might happen during the short arrow's advancement, Wu Ming didn't dare to return to the academy and just stayed by the side. A night passed, and at dawn, the advancement of short arrows was finally completed. Wu Ming waved his hand, and the short arrow fell into his palm. There was no big change in appearance, except that it became a darker black, and there were 3 more ancient characters on the arrow, Feng Ming arrow. So your name is Feng Mingjian. Wu Ming touched the arrow body and suddenly felt a closer connection with the short arrow. Not only could he sense emotions, but he could also capture intermittent information. The Feng Ming arrow had fallen in grade from high grade to gold grade, and now it has been upgraded to diamond grade. Only then did Wu Ming have a clear understanding of short arrows. When I visited the weapons hall before, the highest level was only gold, and diamond level weapons were simply legendary. He left the Feng Ming arrow in the wild to continue killing monsters, and rushed back to class. After all, the class was not finished yet. It was another ordinary day. During the afternoon class, Wu Ming suddenly felt the signs of a breakthrough. Just like last time, he stood up and shouted report. The lecturer this time was not the white-haired professor. After hearing that Wu Ming wanted to ask for leave to make a breakthrough, the teacher readily approved it, but the students in the audience were furious. Another breakthrough? What a joke! Who in the true spirit realm breaks through every few days? Last time I envied him, but now it seems like this is just an excuse to skip classes. This guy is so clueless. He should at least make up a plausible excuse. Ha ha ha, he might think he's Wu Ming, right? Only Wu Ming could be this powerful. Dong Fangzhu was in the same class as Wu Ming. When he heard this, he was shocked and anxious. Others didn't believe it, but he believed it 100%. Especially when he heard someone say that Wu Ming imagined himself to be Wu Ming, he almost couldn't help but stand up and shout, he is Wu Ming himself. 4 days passed in a flash. Wu Ming had been in seclusion for a full 4 days and successfully broke through to the 4th level of the true spirit realm. Before going into seclusion, he specifically recalled the Feng Ming arrow so that he wouldn't miss it during the breakthrough. After breaking through the 4th level, Wu Ming's power range directly increased to 3,000 kilometers, which could cover the entire Chujiang city. The biggest change is perception. Wherever the power of the mind reaches, it seems to merge with the heaven and earth. Flowers, plants, trees, and all living things are under control. That mysterious sense of control is solid and powerful. He walked to the dormitory window, looked at the potted plant and tried it out. When he thought about letting it wither, the potted plant wilted at a speed visible to the naked eye. When he thought about letting it recover, it immediately became green again. You know, Wu Ming is not a wood-type awakener, which means that his willpower can already be extended to other systems. He then tried the wind, gold, earth, and thunder elements. You can feel the invisible wind, the sharpness of gold, the thickness of earth, and the violence of thunder. The current Wu Ming is no longer within the 10 major cultivation systems. Instead, he has surpassed the 10 major systems. He possesses the abilities of 10 systems by himself. It's terrifying to think about it. When he went to the wild to test his strength, Wu Ming found that he could kill level 5 monsters with his willpower alone, and his previous shortcomings were completely made up thanks to the opportunity of the Xuangong Tower. He unleashed his power of consciousness, and all the monsters within 3,000 kilometers were visible. This time he wanted to find the monster core, and he was looking for it with a specific purpose. It's you! Wu Ming teleported and landed in front of a level 4 monster. When he scanned it just now, he noticed that there was an earth-type monster core in the monster's body. The Thunder Demon core from last time was to be given to Gu Xuemi, so how could his good brother Luo Pang leave it behind? He killed the monster in no time and took out the earth-type monster core. Wu Ming pondered again, if Luo Pang is pregnant, his girlfriend Zhou Lu must also be pregnant. They are old classmates, so we can't favor one over the other. He used a large-scale scan again and quickly found a wind-type demon core. 3 demon cores, 1 for each person, just right. After collecting the demon core, Wu Ming also took the Feng Ming arrow away. Next, he planned to go back to Fengling City and deliver the demon core to his old classmates. In the past, Wu Ming would have been a little worried if he dared to leave the military academy alone, but now that he has broken through to the 4th level of true spirit, there are only 2 words in his mind: it's stable. In his 3,000-kilometer little world of mental power, let alone someone daring to kill him, even if they were hundreds of miles away, he could instantly detect even the slightest bit of hostility in the other person's heart. Let us not talk about whether he can win or not. Just based on his perception, it's hard to say whether the opponent can even get close to him. Wu Ming returned to the academy, packed up briefly, stuffed the 3 demon cores into his bag, and disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already in an empty corner of the Chujiang City Function Hall. He did not report to the college, nor did he hire a bodyguard as Dean Huwenjia asked. Firstly, this was a purely personal grudge, and secondly, there was really no need. When it comes to saving his life, he now dares to say he is second to none. As for whether the Zunyao cult organization has set its sights on him, today is a good day to verify it. As soon as he walked out of the function hall, Wu Ming stopped. 6 auras surrounded him from different directions, and the murderous intent in his eyes could not be hidden. Well, no need to guess, it must be someone from the Zunyao cult. These guys have been keeping an eye on Wu Ming for several days, waiting for him to leave the academy. You know, in order to kill him, the evil cult spent a huge amount of money. Hundreds of people were deployed to guard the military academy in key locations in Chujiang, and all of them were in the 4th grade True Spirit realm. In their eyes, Wu Ming was at most a 2nd grade True Spirit Academy student. If 6 4th grade True Spirits surrounded and killed him, wouldn't that be an easy task and a sure win? But they had no idea that Wu Ming's willpower had already surpassed the heavens. In his little world, the 4th grade True Spirit was like wearing no clothes, and nothing could be hidden. 6 4th grade ones? To be honest, Wu Ming can kill them in various ways, and you want to escape? No way. Seeing the 6 people getting closer and closer, 100 meters, 50 meters, the people around them had not noticed anything was wrong, and Wu Ming's mouth curled up into a sneer. The next second, with a thought. Thump! The first cultist was walking when suddenly, as if his bones had been pulled out, he fell straight to the ground and was motionless. Then, plop! 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 The remaining 5 fell to the ground one after another like dominoes, without even a groan. Their souls were all wiped out by Wu Ming, and they died completely. Everyone in the square was stunned and gathered around, asking, "What's going on? Did he get a heat stroke? It doesn't look like it, call an ambulance." Some people took out their cell phones to dial. After all, these people looked no different from ordinary citizens. Just then, someone screamed, "Look at his hands!" Everyone looked over there. The hand of the man on the ground slowly turned into an animal claw with sharp claws, shining with cold light, which was creepy to look at. They are from the Zunyao cult. Someone shouted, and the crowd instantly exploded. Call the police. Notify the patrol team. Looking at the other 5 who fell to the ground, they could no longer hide their true forms after death. Some of them had grown several times in size, some had pointed animal ears, and some had skin that turned blue-black. These were all the after effects of practicing magic. Chapter 60,000 Miles Teleportation. Wu Ming glanced around, confirmed that no one had escaped, turned around and stepped into the teleportation array. The mess here will naturally be cleaned up by the patrol team. But there was a hint of coldness in his eyes. If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will kill him. If the evil cult dares to target him, they will soon find out that I am not so easy to settle the score with. After delivering the demon core, I will come back and deal with these bastards. Some people may say that cults are hidden so deeply that they are impossible to find. How can you deal with them? Wu Ming could only sneer. In the face of his willpower, any disguise is futile. Even if the other party does not reveal murderous intentions, the traces of demonization in the body cannot be hidden from him. Soon, Wu Ming walked out of the teleportation array in Fengling City and spread out his mental power to sweep over dozens of miles. No cultists were found. The cult probably thought he was still at the military academy in Chujiang, so they didn't set up surveillance here. Originally, he planned to go to Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple to find Gu Shuemi first, and then go to Hangshan Taoist Temple to find Luer Pang, but after experiencing the assassination, he suddenly changed his mind. If the cult can't deal with him, they might attack the people around him. This is what he is most worried about. After thinking about it, he decided that it would be better not to show up for the time being. But it doesn't matter. Fengling City is only 1,000 kilometers in radius, and his mental power can cover 3,000 kilometers. Even if they don't meet, the demon core can still be delivered. Wu Ming's mind moved, and the thunder demon core in the bag whooshed into his hand. Even if the backpack is zipped up, it can't be blocked. This is a new ability unlocked after breaking through the 4th level. Not only can you teleport within the range of your mind power, but you can also transport items from a backpack to your palm, just with a thought. He quickly locked onto Gu Shuemi's location. In the classroom of Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Academy, there was no class at the moment, and Gu Shuemi was sitting in her seat reading a book. Wu Ming couldn't help laughing, took out his cell phone and called her. In the classroom, when Gu Shuemi saw the caller ID was Wu Ming, her eyes lit up instantly and she almost jumped up with excitement. She then took a deep breath and pretended to be calm. But Wu Ming saw everything about her little appearance. "Hello, Gu Xuemi." Wu Ming's voice was filled with smile. "Wu Ming." Gu Xuemi's voice was full of surprise. Even though they hadn't seen each other for a long time, they didn't feel awkward at all when chatting, and were still so friendly. One was in the classroom, the other in the teleportation array square, and the two of them started chatting back and forth, as if they had endless things to say. Gu Xuemi kept pestering him to tell her about the military academy, especially her experience of clearing the Mara Tower, which made her heart surge with emotion. She also excitedly told Wu Ming that she had broken through to the 7th level of awakening. Wu Ming had already seen through his telekinesis, but he still pretended to be surprised. "So fast? The last time I saw you, you were still level 3. Your talent is amazing." "That's right, the thunder element is rare. He can rush from level 3 to level 7 in just 1 year. At this rate, he will be able to take the military exam in at most 1 year. By then, he will be a genius of the human race and can compete with the elites of the military academy." Wu Ming smiled. "Gu Xuemi, sit still, I have something good for you, it will be here soon." Gu Xuemi was stunned. "How do you know I'm sitting? Are you in school? Stop hiding, come out." She looked around and even ran out of the classroom to look for him, but she didn't see Wu Ming. She felt lost and confused. "I didn't go to school. I had some trouble recently and it was inconvenient for me to show up." Wu Ming was afraid that she would worry, so he brushed it off lightly. "Hurry back to your seat, the food is almost here." "What's the trouble? Do you need help?" Gu Xuemi was anxious, her tone full of worry, and she walked towards her seat while speaking. "Don't worry, it's a small matter, I can handle it." Wu Ming comforted. Gu Xuemi wanted to ask more, but then she heard Wu Ming say, "Okay, the things are here. Take a look at the table." Gu Xuemi was confused. How did it get there? Could it be that the courier delivered it through the wall? But the next second, her eyes were fixed on the Thunder Demon Core on the corner of the table, and she was so shocked that her eyes almost popped out. "The table was empty when I sat down just now. How did this thing appear like magic? And this is actually a Thunder Demon Core. You know, demon cores are precious, and the ones that correspond to your own awakening system are even harder to come by. Thunder Awakeners are rare, and Thunder Monsters are even rarer. Only monsters at the monster level or above can produce monster cores. This thing is harder to come by than the first prize in the lottery. This is what I dropped when I killed a level 4 Thunder monster. It's just right for you, so I brought it to you." Wu Ming's voice came from the phone, "But the level of this demon core is a bit high for you. It's best to ask your teacher how to use it. Don't waste it by trying to figure it out." Gu Xuemi stared at the demon core, her mind was almost confused. She even forgot how the demon core appeared out of thin air and was just too excited. "Don't just stand there, keep working hard. I still have to deliver something to Luo Pang and Zhou Lu, so I'm hanging up now." Wu Ming hung up the phone after he finished speaking. It was not until the busy tone sounded that Gu Xuemi came back to her senses. She ran to find the teacher with the demon core in her pocket. She didn't dare to mess with such a valuable thing by herself. Wu Ming's reminder was so timely. Soon, the playground of Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple was in an uproar because of the legend of Wu Ming giving away the demon core. "Please ask Boss Wu Ming to give me a wood-type demon core as well. It doesn't have to be too good, just about the same as Gu Xuemi's. I want a gold-type one. Pray that I can explode the core tomorrow." People have all kinds of wishes, and the legends of the playground are becoming more and more magical. Some people kneel down to pray, and some people place fruit offerings, turning the playground into a wishing holy land. The situation didn't calm down until the Dean of Studies came with a sullen face to clear the area. Earlier, the square in front of the Chuzheng City Function Hall. When the 6 bodies of the cult members were first discovered, the people around them immediately called the police. The special service team rushed to the scene as quickly as possible. The team leader was Tao Chun, who had been fighting against the cult for more than 10 years. As soon as Tao Chun arrived, he ordered the scene to be cordoned off. He squatted beside the corpse and observed with a frown. Usually, finding a cultist is like looking for a needle in a haystack, but today 6 of them suddenly appeared, and they are all in the 4th grade True Spirit realm. This case is not a small one. What is even more bizarre is that all 6 cultists died, and their causes of death were exactly the same, obviously killed by the same person. Looking at their positions, it's a standard encirclement formation, which is a common method used by cults to lock onto their targets. Tao Chen was experienced and quickly grasped the key point. The target must have been inside the encirclement at the time. Check the surveillance. Screen everyone who was nearby at the time of the incident. But not long after, the team member who went to check the surveillance came back, looking helpless. Captain, we checked. At the time of the incident, all the cameras around the function hall were malfunctioning, and the screen was full of snow. Tao Chan's brow furrowed even more tightly. These cultists are becoming increasingly cautious. They even deliberately hacked into the surveillance cameras. What a shame. After all our foresight, they ran into a ruthless character from our human race. It's a good thing they died. How could he know that the person being secretly monitored was not a cult, but Wu Ming? At that time, he was afraid of exposing his strength, so he disabled all the cameras with just a thought. He was more skillful than a hacker. Chapter 61. Which boss is so powerful? After the Special Forces team returned, they quickly reported the case through official media, and Chuzhou City was instantly in an uproar. Recently, the evil cult has been assassinating human geniuses everywhere. The Special Forces have launched many encirclement and suppression operations but have not gained any benefits, which has caused panic among the people. Everyone has been holding back their anger for a long time. Now he killed 6 fourth-grade cultists in one go, and instantly killed them. This is really a proud thing. Well done. We finally gave these bastards a hard time. Who is this big shot that's so powerful? Please expose him. I want to be his fan. There was a cheer on the internet, and everyone was guessing who this mysterious powerful man was. No one would have thought that the big boss they were talking about was currently in Fengling City, thinking about his mother. After delivering the 3 demon cores, Wu Ming did not rush back to Chujiang. What he was most worried about was his mother Wang Nana. But he didn't dare to see his mother, for fear that his whereabouts would be exposed and bring disaster to his mother. This group of cultists has made me afraid to even see my family. Wu Ming clenched his fists, unable to hide the anger in his eyes. In the past, when he heard about the evil deeds of cults, he was just angry, but now, the cult has really affected his life and threatened his mother's safety. The hatred is 10 times stronger than before. He stood in the square of Fengling City, looking at his mother at home with his mind full of worry. Gu Xuemi and Luo Pang are at least protected by the Taoist temple. My mother is just an ordinary person. If the cult can't deal with me, they will definitely attack my mother. After much thought, Wu Ming thought of Uncle Li and Uncle Lei. These two were big guys in the realm of heroes. With their protection, his mother would definitely be safe. He immediately used his mind to scan over and saw Leibo Lei Zhenyang from Shanghai Gongdaoyuan and Li Bo Li Xianan from the meat processing plant both playing with their phones in the office and chatting in the same group called Hunter Assault. The topic in the group was the cult case in Chuzhou Square. It's so satisfying. It's so satisfying. The cult has finally been defeated. I don't know who did it, but I heard 6 people fell down inexplicably. That's an incredible method. Our Mingming is a key target now. Is he safe at the military academy? How about I send a guard team over there? No need. The military academy is under the watchful eye of Dean Hua. Even the evil cult wouldn't dare to break in. Mingming is very safe. That's a must. Mingming is the future hope of Longhan Nation, the next god of war. Nothing can happen to him. The group chat was in full swing when Lei Zhenyang suddenly sent a message. Ouch, who cares? Mingming called me. I'm leaving now. The group exploded instantly. Fuck, Lao Lei, you're killing me. Why didn't Mingming call me? I'll ask Lao Lei later if Mingming has forgotten us uncles. Lao Lei, don't run after you answer the phone. Tell me what Mingming wants to talk to you about. Lei Zhenyang answered the phone with a smile. Just as he was about to make a joke, he heard Wu Ming speak directly. Uncle Lei, I beg you for a favor. Please help me protect my mother, Wang Nana. Lei Zhenyang was stunned. What? Protect Nana? Does she need protection? There was silence on the other end of the phone for 2 seconds. Wu Ming thought he was hesitating, so he quickly softened his tone and said, Hello, Uncle Lei. Today, the cult surrounded me and killed them. But I'm afraid they will attack my mother. Please help me. What? A cult surrounded you? And you killed them? Lei Zhenyang's voice instantly rose an octave, and he nearly threw his phone away. They dared to break into the military academy and assassinate you? Outrageous. I'll have Lao Ma send the guards right away. No, no. Wu Ming quickly explained, I left the academy today. They started it in the square of the Chujiang function hall. Oh! Lei Zhengyang screamed in shock again, and Wu Ming was so scared that he held his phone tightly. Why was Lei Bo so jumpy today? How could he know that Lei Zhengyang's heart was in turmoil at this moment? The group had just talked about the mysterious strong man in Chujiang Square, and now after hearing what Wu Ming said, didn't the case get solved? The one who killed 6 4th-grade cultists was actually Mingming? Lei Zhengyang swallowed, his voice trembling. Mingming, are you talking about the 6 4th-grade True Spirit Realm cultists in front of the Chujiang Function Hall? Yes, Uncle Lei, you are well informed. Wu Ming teased with a smile. After receiving the affirmative answer, Lei Zhengyang felt his head buzzing. He forgot how he hung up the phone. He only remembered that he agreed to Wu Ming's request and said that there was no need to call Uncle Li, as he would help convey the message. After hanging up the phone, Wu Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief, turned around and stepped into the teleportation array, heading straight for Chujiang City. With 2 powerful heroes in the heroic realm protecting his mother, he can finally go back to kill monsters and accumulate attributes with peace of mind. In that Hunter Assault WeChat group, a group of people have been waiting anxiously for a long time, and the screen is full of SS messages. Lao Lei, are you done with your call? Come out now. I'm so anxious. What on earth does Mingming want to see you for? If you keep on dawdling, I'll call you and tell you off. Finally, Lei Zhengyang suppressed the shock in his heart and sent a message, brothers, the case is solved. A string of question marks instantly popped up in the group. What case did you solve? When did we have a case? Old Lei, have you become stupid after talking to Mingming? Speak human language. I guess he's trying to make up a story to trick us. That's all old Lei can do. Lei Zhengyang didn't hold back and dropped the bombshell. Those 6 cultists in front of the Chujiang City Function Hall were killed by Mingming. Today, Mingming left the academy and was surrounded by 6 cultists in the 4th-grade True Spirit realm. In the end, he killed them all. As soon as these words were spoken, the group instantly became so quiet that one could hear breathing. The next second, the whole group went into a frenzy. Old Lei, stop messing around. 6 4th-grade True Spirits? Mingming has only been in the military academy for a few days. You're joking too much. It would be a shame if you didn't write a novel. I bet you 50 cents that you must have been fooled by Mingming. Do you really believe it? Upon seeing this, Lei Zhengyang immediately sent a voice message, his tone serious enough to make ice chips fall off. It's true. Mingming told me himself. Now the cult has set its sights on him, and he's afraid something might happen to his mother, so he asked me and Laoli to help protect Nana. Hearing Lei Zhengyang's tone, which didn't sound like a joke, the people in the group were completely stunned. Holy crap! Is Lao Lei serious this time? 6 4th-grade True Spirit Realm ones. Is Mingming so powerful now? Am I dreaming? It's only been a short time, and he can already beat a 4th-grade cultivator? Just as everyone was arguing, a man named Lao Ma appeared and said, have you forgotten? Mingming is the ruthless man who cleared the Xuangong Tower. For him, what is impossible? This immediately woke everyone up. That's right. What's ever normal about Mingming? He failed in his awakening but made rapid progress, broke the military exam record, and cleared the Xuangong Tower. He is not a normal person. All the levels above the 12th floor of the Sungong Tower are opportunities. It's possible for Mingming to break through to the 4th or even 5th level. Our nephew is absolutely amazing. Suddenly someone changed the subject. Wait. Lao Lei, you said Mingming asked you to protect Nana? Ha 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 ha. This is the funniest joke I've heard this year. I almost laughed my ass off. This kid Mingming, I'm afraid he doesn't know how powerful his mother is, right? Nana is quite secretive, actually. To give Mingming a peaceful life, she's been silent for so many years. Thinking back to those days, I still remember the fear of being dominated by Nana. If the cult dares to touch her, they will be wasting their lives. But let's give Nana a heads up so she can be prepared. Go ahead and hit me. I don't dare. I don't dare either. Old Ma, you go first. Lao Ma, what a bunch of cowards. I'll do it if I can. Chapter 62, Fishing Enforcement. On the other side, Wu Ming had already come out of the Chujiang City teleportation array. He spread out his mind and scanned the area, but found no cultists. Little did he know that the cult members were very cunning. If they failed to strike once, they would never strike again that day. They were hiding in the dark and plotting a new plan. Wu Ming waited in the square for a while longer, hoping to use fishing enforcement to catch a few cult members, but he didn't see a single one. He could only find an empty corner and quickly returned to the dormitory. The higher-ups at the military academy thought he was in seclusion to break through, and had no idea that he had gone out for a while and even killed 6 fourth-grade cultists. In the blink of an eye, it was noon. Wu Ming went to the cafeteria to eat. He looked around the entire cafeteria but didn't see Dong Fangzhu. He even looked around the entire military academy but still couldn't find him. Where did this kid go? Wu Ming muttered that Dong Fangzhu was his only good friend in the academy. For the afternoon class, Wu Ming came to the classroom. Usually, Dong Fangzhu would reserve a seat in advance, but today it was empty. He poked the student in front of him and asked quietly, "Classmate, do you know where Dong Fangzhu went?" The classmate looked back, and although he didn't know Wu Ming's name, he looked familiar because he saw him every day. "Oh, it's you. Last time you disappeared for 4 days using the excuse of a breakthrough, Dong Fangzhu had already completed all the courses, passed the final exam, and went to the front line. He couldn't find you, so he asked me to leave you a note." Wu Ming took the note, which had only one line of words on it. "Senior, you are in seclusion, I can't disturb you, I'm leaving first, see you on the battlefield." "See you on the battlefield." Wu Ming muttered to himself and carefully put the note away. In this class, he did not control the Fengming arrow to kill the demon as usual. His mind was full of worries. The evil cult dared to kill him. He felt like a thorn in his throat if this matter was not resolved. "Zuniao cult, you were the ones who started the trouble first, so don't blame me for being rude." There was a sharp glint in Wu Ming's eyes. He was not a reckless person and had already started to plan in his mind how to deal with this group of bastards. At this moment, in a secret room in Chujiang City, it was pitch black, and several sinister voices echoed inside. "I didn't expect Wu Ming to grow to this point so quickly. We lost 6 fourth-grade true spirits in vain. I originally thought 6 fourth-grade warriors would be enough to kill him, but they were wiped out. This kid is terrifying. We must kill him as soon as possible, otherwise he will become a serious threat sooner or later. But now we've alerted him. He's definitely hiding in the military academy and won't come out. It'll be hard to kill him. We have to kill him no matter how difficult it is. Execute Plan B. Capture his family. His mother is Wang Nana, she works at the Fengling City Food Factory, and she's still unawakened. All right. Even if they are unawakened, we will send someone from the true spirit realm to ensure everything goes well." Suddenly, a strange androgynous voice rang out, "Wu Ming. This name sounds so familiar. Decades ago, the top of the Demon Clan's assassination list was also named Wu Ming. Yeah. That Wu Ming is even more awesome. He's been trying to kill the Demon Clan for decades but still hasn't been able to kill him, and he's still at the top of the list. Do you think these two Wu Mings are the same person? Are you crazy? Wu Ming wasn't even born decades ago. Alright, stop talking nonsense and quickly send someone to arrest Wang Nana." As the last voice fell, the secret room became completely quiet, as if the person just now had never appeared. As night falls, the lights in Fengling City come on. Wang Nana got off work from the food factory, and the factory had already transferred her to a lighter position. Although Wu Ming had not yet officially joined the army and the preferential treatment documents for military families had not been issued, the factory knew that she was Wu Ming's mother and had already taken care of her in advance. Wang Nana was walking on the street when she suddenly frowned. She did not stop and continued walking forward until she turned into a secluded path. Swish! 7 or 8 people suddenly appeared from the front. As soon as Wang Nana turned around, a group of people surrounded her from behind. The leader laughed sinisterly and said, "Wang Nana? Your son Wu Ming is really capable. Come with us." Wang Nana glanced at them calmly and said something shocking, "Are there just a few of you? How dare you, bitch, be so arrogant? Catch her." The leader shouted angrily, and his men immediately rushed forward. But the next second, Wang Nana's temperament suddenly changed, a hint of coldness flashed in her beautiful eyes, and her palm gently pressed on the ground. Countless branches and vines whizzed out from her, so fast that even those in the true spirit realm couldn't react. Puff! Puff! The cultist who was so arrogant just now was instantly pierced through the body by the vines. Until his death, he never understood how this seemingly ordinary woman could be so terrifying. Wang Nana took care of more than a dozen people without even blinking. Compared with the time when she killed demons on the battlefield, this scene was child's play. She clapped her hands, turned around and walked back to the main road. As for the corpses, the Special Forces team would naturally come to clean them up, so she didn't bother to care. At the same time, the lights in the archives department of the military academy were still on, and a group of staff were working overtime. Although the students had passed the first level of the Shuandong Tower when they took the military examination and had been cleared of suspicion of being undercover agents, the political review before joining the military was an old tradition and had to be completed before graduation. One of the staff members was processing Wu Ming's file. He opened a special program, entered the 2 words Wu Ming, and waited to retrieve his family information. But the next second, he was stunned. In the column for my father, there was a scarlet exclamation mark, followed by the words restricted access, SSS level encryption. He rubbed his eyes, thinking he had seen it wrong, and looked at the column for his mother again. Another scarlet exclamation mark, access restricted, SS level encryption. The staff member was so frightened that his hands were shaking. SSS level encryption is only available to those who have made tremendous contributions to the country. Even the college's dean's file is only S-level encrypted. Isn't Wu Ming's family background too outrageous? This situation had long been beyond his authority, so the staff quickly reported it, and it was passed down from one level to another, and finally directly to the hands of Dean Huowenjia. Huowenjia came over and glanced at the screen. Without saying anything, he picked up a pen and quickly signed his name with just 2 words, political review passed. Are you kidding? To have this level of encryption, he must be a loyal and honest person. Is there any need to check? A director nearby couldn't help but mutter, SS level encryption is rare, and one parent is SSS and the other is SS. This is too much. Wu Ming is only 18 years old, and his parents are only in their 30s or 40s at most. The scope is suddenly very small. Why did I suddenly think of the God of War's family? Another person continued, yeah. The God of War also has the last name Wu. Oh my god, no way? As soon as these words came out, everyone in the room exploded. I've never heard that the God of War has a child. And after the God of War went to that place, there was no news from his family. Shut up. Stop guessing. Huowenjia's face darkened as he scolded, go back and copy the confidentiality agreement 10 times. Anyone who spreads it will be punished by military law. Yes. Everyone immediately fell silent, not daring to say another word. Chapter 63 exploded on the spot. On the other side, Wang Nana had already returned home and took out her mobile phone as soon as she changed her shoes. Wu Ming was worried about her, but she was even more worried about her son. As soon as the call was connected, she repeatedly reminded him, Mingming, you must not leave the military academy. Stay inside and be obedient. Wu Ming felt something was wrong when he heard this, and his heart instantly jumped. Mom. Did the people from the Zun Yao cult come looking for you? Did they do anything to you? Hey son, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'll hold up half the sky for you even if it falls. Wang Nana's words were like jumping beans, afraid that her son would hear something wrong. Mom, please don't try to be tough with me. If you have anything to say, just speak frankly. Your son is not a weakling who can't handle anything. Wu Ming had very sharp ears. He could tell with his toes that there was something fishy going on when his mother tried to cover up something. Wang Nana realized she couldn't hide it anymore, so she let it go. But she changed her tone as the words came to her lips. Actually, it was just a lucky coincidence that Lei Zhangyong and Han Shouwen came. Otherwise, Mom would be in real trouble. She didn't dare to tell her son about her abilities, for fear that she would cause her son to worry about her. As soon as Wu Ming heard this, he exploded on the spot. It really exploded. When those bastards from the Bai Tian Zun Yao cult surrounded and killed him, he didn't even frown, but now these bastards dared to touch his mother? Good, very good. Wu Ming lowered his voice and said to his mother, Mom, I have something urgent to deal with here, I'm hanging up now. As soon as he hung up the phone, he jumped up from the bed with a look so cold that ice chips could fall off. A demon-respecting cult organization? You think your life is too long and are sending yourself to hell. These words were squeezed out from between Wu Ming's teeth, with a ferocity that could freeze through bones. The next second, his mental power roared out like a raging sea, directly enveloping the entire Fengling city tightly. The lights of thousands of households and the movements in the streets and alleys were all clearly visible under his nose. Want to hide? No way. Under his mental power scan, even if the bastards of the Zun Yao cult hide in cracks in the ground, he will pull them out. At the same time, in a high-end restaurant in Foamling City, a group of men and women were having a lively party. Come on, fill up. No one can leave unless you lie down and drink tonight. Drink! You must drink. You just hid the wine, did you think I was blind? Hurry up and drink it. The wine glasses clinked and the laughter almost blew the roof off. But at this moment, the man who was holding a glass of wine and urging people to drink collapsed to the ground with a thud, as if all his bones had been pulled out. Zhang Huan? What's wrong with you? Are you pretending to be dead? What the hell, why did he suddenly collapse? Did he get drunk? Hurry up and check. Touch your nose to see if there's still air. A group of people gathered around him in panic. Someone put his hand to the tip of his nose and was so frightened that his hand shook. No breath. At this moment, the lively atmosphere in the room suddenly died down, everyone was panicked, and some people took out their cell phones to call 120. But before he could dial the number, Zhang Huan, who was lying on the ground, suddenly moved. A dense layer of fish scales appeared on his face, emitting a strange light. Well. Everyone in the room gasped and turned pale. He is from the Zun Yao cult? The little friendship I had for Zhang Huan had now disappeared into thin air. Damn it! There's something like this hidden among us. I get cold sweats just thinking about it. This bastard is hiding too well. He was just calling us brothers. Bah! What the hell? Call the special forces immediately and don't let this bastard's accomplice get away. Just as the chaos started here, something happened in another community. A family of 4 was huddled in the living room watching TV. The couple were chatting and laughing, but the next second, the wife suddenly fell straight onto the sofa. The body changed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and a furry tail emerged from the lower back, swaying gently. Why? Tell me why. Isn't it good enough to be a human being? Why do you have to be that evil thing? The husband's howls were filled with despair, hatred and pain, tears streaming down his face. In just one night, the same scene was played out everywhere in Foamling City. Someone suddenly fell to the ground and died, and then revealed the characteristics of the evil cult of the demon respect. These scum are hidden in all walks of life, doctors, teachers, office workers, they are everywhere. The Special Forces team's phone was about to explode with calls. All the members were mobilized and ran their legs off, but everyone had a look of energy on their faces. Catching so many bastards from the Zun Yao cult in one night is more satisfying than winning a great battle. But despite the excitement, no one dared to be careless. This group of people were hiding too deeply in the big city. Maybe your best brother, your lover, or even your boss are all part of this group of evil creatures. They are like time bombs that you can't guard against. Captain Tao Chen became more and more frightened the more he thought about it, and he also discovered a key thing: the way these bastards died was exactly the same as the 6 who died in the function hall square during the day. He knew clearly in his heart that it must be the Bai Tianzuan demon cult that assassinated Wu Ming, which angered this gentleman and caused such a cruel revenge. Goodness, this guy is a tough cookie. The Zun Yao cult has hit a wall this time. Tao Chen was surprised and happy, and he was making some plans in his mind. They tried their best to catch a bastard, but this guy could catch one with ease. If we can cooperate with this person, wouldn't there be hope of eradicating the cancer of the Zun Yao cult? But on second thought, he sighed again. He didn't even know who the other person was, so it was pointless to think about cooperating with him. The news spread faster than the wind, and within one night, the entire Foamling City knew about it. The common people were in an uproar at first, and then were swept up in great excitement. The Zun Yao cult was a group of bastards who had committed all kinds of evil, and everyone was helpless before. Now a godman has stepped in and wiped out all these bastards. Who wouldn't applaud? But the situation within the Zun Yao cult had already become a mess. In an encrypted chat room, a group of scum were frantically spamming the screen, and the whole screen was filled with panic. Number 404 is out of contact. We can't get in touch with them. There's no news from number 007 either. And there's no news from numbers 506, 338, 162, 011, 564, 019, 761. There's no news from any of these numbers. Just shut up. Are you trying to scare me to death by reporting so many numbers? Who's going after us? Even the bigwigs can't see through our disguise, so how come this guy always catches us? Nonsense. We are the evil cult that respects demons. Everyone in the world is against us. It's over, it's over. The human race has produced a ruthless character. Life will be unbearable from now on. Later? I'm afraid I won't survive tonight. What are you afraid of? I heard that person didn't feel any pain when he did it. It was like sleeping. Sleep like a big-headed ghost. Shut up, shut up. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll throw you out to feed the dogs. I can't stay in Phongling City anymore. I'm packing up and moving to another city. You're too slow, I'm on my way. You upstairs, you can't do that either. I've already arrived at the function hall square, and all I see are people carrying their luggage in a panic. I know without a doubt that they're one of our own. Fuck. Are you crazy? It's so conspicuous. Are the special forces a vegetarian? It's too late. We're surrounded. I won't say any more. I'll just put my head in my hands. Brothers, don't panic. I counted, and those killed this time were all below the 4th grade true spirit. Many of us are still safe. I'm not panicking. I'm just a 2nd grade true spirit. Forget what I said. This isn't a solution. Is it too late to clear my name and leave the organization? You dare to retreat? Die at the hands of the organization first. I suddenly envy the brother who was captured just now, at least he managed to keep his life. Shit. That just woke me up. We can just turn ourselves in. The safest place right now is the SWAT team's cell. That's right. A word of warning. Act now. I'll pack my bags right now. What the hell is there to pack? The cell provides food and shelter, so why would I need to bring luggage? Chapter 64. Catch me first, catch me first. A bunch of bastards rushed to the Secret Service, but all the Secret Service personnel had gone out, leaving only 2 on duty. Seeing a huge group of people rushing over, each of them shouting, "I am from the Zunyao cult, catch me quickly," the 2 on duty were stunned on the spot. Is the sun rising from the west? These bastards actually came to my door on their own initiative? Well, no matter how confused I was, I still had to do my job. Everyone line up. Come one by one. Don't push. While they were busy collecting the surrendering criminals, Wu Ming was also not idle. In one night, he killed more than 3,000 bastards of the Zunyao cult, all of whom were below the 4th level of true spirit. It's not that he can't find those above the 4th level, but these guys can't be killed by mind power alone, he has to do it himself. And more than 3,000? That's only 1/3. Phongling City is a big city with a population of over 100 million, so there are a lot of scumbags. It was just dawn. Tao Chen and his team were exhausted. When they returned to the Secret Service Bureau, they saw a group of people gathered at the door. He was still wondering, what happened again? As a result, when this group of people saw them, they rushed over as if they had seen their savior. Officer. Why did you just come back? I'd been waiting for you for ages. Arrest me. I'm from the Zunyao cult. Catch me first. I'm getting impatient. Don't fight. No one should compete with me. Brothers, please be kind. There are limited places in the prison. Please leave one for me. Tao Chen and his team members were dumbfounded on the spot. The bastards who couldn't be found even after digging 3 feet underground were now rushing to surrender? It goes without saying that he must have been scared by that ruthless guy last night. Well, it makes no sense not to accept something that's been delivered to your door. Take them all away. Lock them up first, and we'll deal with them later. Everything was very busy here, so Wu Ming stretched and stretched his muscles. The rubbish below the 4th rank has been almost dealt with. Next, it's time to teach those 4th rank and 5th rank true spirits a lesson. Do they really think they can rest easy just by hiding in the dark? Wu Ming's figure flashed and he disappeared from the dormitory. When he reappeared, he was already in a moving car. The driver was a man in a suit. Suddenly someone appeared and scared him so much that his hands started shaking and he almost crashed into a tree. He looked up and his face turned pale instantly. Isn't this Wu Ming, the one they were focusing on? But he still wanted to play dumb, and asked calmly, Who are you? Why did you suddenly break into my car? He knew very well that Wu Ming had killed 6 4th grade true spirits during the day. He himself was also 4th grade, and alone, he was no match for them. Now we can only stabilize Wu Ming and find a chance to escape. You're acting pretty well. Since you're so into the role, I'll kindly tell you that it's me you want to kill, and it's me who's going to take your life. Wu Ming's tone was full of teasing. The man knew what was going on and knew that continuing to waste time would only lead to his death. At that moment, the spiritual energy in his body exploded, and his body shot out of the car like a rocket. Without people driving, cars rushed towards roadside buildings like mad bulls. But as soon as the man's feet touched the ground, he looked up and saw that Wu Ming was like he was welded in front of him, without even changing his posture. It's over. This thought struck the man's mind like lightning, and he instantly felt cold from head to toe. He was so desperate that he almost wet his pants on the spot. He really guessed it. He is really going to give up his life here today. Wu Ming was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He exerted force with his hand as if twisting a bottle cap. With a click, the man's head moved directly and blood spurted out like a fountain. After solving this, Wu Ming's eyes turned cold. Who's next? After a while, the encrypted chat room of the Zunyao cult, which usually pretended to be quite mysterious, exploded. Fuck your grandma. Which grandson was there yesterday who patted his chest and said that a 4th grade true spirit was as steady as an old dog? If you have the guts, stand up to me. I'll beat the shit out of you. This is such a fucking tragic death. It's even worse than when third brother was killed instantly with a single blow. At least he died quickly. It's too hard. I can't live like this. Just receive the letter. Number 97, who was in the 5th grade true spirit realm, has just passed away. The bodies haven't even been collected yet. Are all the leaders of our Zunyao cult dead? Come out and get to work. We can't just sit there and watch this evil spirit wipe us all out. No one knows how those guys died last night, they just die for no apparent reason. But the higher-ups have already sent strong men to surround and kill them. I think this situation will be over soon, so don't panic. Ha! Fortunately, a big guy finally took action. I was scared to death. What a bullshit. What do you mean, brother? Are you trying to throw cold water on me? No, the one upstairs, let me tell you, Wu Ming from the military academy, he's standing right in front of me. Apparently, the cultist didn't even finish typing before his hands completely ran out of strength. Halfway through sending the message, his codename suddenly went dark, and he completely vanished from the chat room without even a splash left. But this guy's death was not in vain. At least the fatal name Wu Ming was exposed in the cult chat room. At this moment, the entire encrypted chat room fell into deathly silence, and then the explosion became even more violent. Wu. No. It's Wu Ming. It's actually him? We sent people to surround and kill him yesterday. Didn't we just stir up a hornet's nest? Oh my god. How many cards does Wu Ming have hidden? I used to think he was just a student with some talent, but now it seems he's just playing the pig to eat the tiger. As time passed, the smell of blood in Fengling City became stronger and stronger. Wu Ming seemed to have been given a cheat, specifically targeting the 4th and 5th level True Spirit Realm members of the Zunyao cult, and killing them so quickly and efficiently that they didn't even have time to breathe. The cult sent powerful men to surround and kill him? Wu Ming knew it a long time ago. After all, any movement in the entire Fengling City could escape his perception, as if he was walking around his own home. This time the evil cult invested heavily, and the strongest men they sent were at least at the 6th level of the True Spirit Realm, and even the big guys at the Xian Spirit Realm, which were above the True Spirit Realm, were dispatched. Wu Ming really can't afford to offend someone of this level right now. Want to get close to Wu Ming? That depends on whether Wu Ming agrees. You guys are stuck in traffic in the north? I'll instantly teleport to the south to drink milk tea. You guys are chasing the south side of the city? I'll turn around and go to the north side of the city to enjoy the scenery. You're surrounding the east side of the city? I'll just go for a stroll to the west. There's no way. Who told Wu Ming to do this on purpose? A distance of 2,000 or 3,000 kilometers is just a blink of an eye for him, just like using a teleportation sheet. But for the big bosses of the cult, they had to run around like headless flies, exhausted and out of breath, and they couldn't even catch a glimpse of Wu Ming's shadow. Soon, these masters learned their lesson and started to look for people separately? Ha, Wu Ming almost laughed out loud. These people were still too naive and had no idea how outrageous his speed was. He could easily kill a small minion of the 4th grade True Spirit Realm right under the noses of these big guys. By the time the big guys heard the news and rushed over, he had already disappeared without leaving even a trace. This operation is like a cat teasing a mouse, making the cult master run around in circles. Chapter 65, Thumbs Up for the Guards. In just one morning, Wu Ming swiftly cut down hundreds of the cult's 4th and 5th grade True Spirit Realm cultivators, and even made the cult's big bosses question their lives. Now the 4th and 5th level True Spirit Realm cultivators in the cult are almost scared out of their wits, hiding in corners and not daring to show their heads. The big guys above the 6th level are not that scared, but they are furious. It's so frustrating to be fooled by Wu Ming. I can't bear it. Under this death pressure, many cultists at the 4th and 5th level of the True Spirit Realm completely collapsed. They decided to slip away and quickly find a teleportation array to escape Foamling City. As long as there is life, there will be no shortage of firewood. Having learned from the lesson of last night, they brought nothing this time and just wore ordinary clothes, intending to blend in with the crowd and pass through. I was thinking to myself, there are so many people coming and going in big cities every day, I can't arrest everyone, right? Besides, they are disguised so well, who can tell? A group of cultists sneaked towards the square in front of the function hall, hoping to slip away by blending into the crowd. But when they got there, they were surprised to see that the square was already packed with people. It turned out that all the teleportation arrays in Foamling City were closed, and even the 4 city gates were welded shut, and no one was allowed to go out. The onlookers had no idea what was going on. They were so anxious that they jumped up and down, and complained one after another. Why shut down the teleportation array? I have urgent matters to attend to. Who will be held responsible if things get delayed? That's right. If we're not allowed to leave the city, how can we complete the mission we've accepted? Isn't this just cheating us? You must give an explanation. Otherwise we won't agree. A group of ordinary people who did not know the truth surrounded the guards and protested loudly. The eyes of the cultists mixed in the crowd lit up. Here comes the opportunity. They immediately raised their voices, fanning the flames in the crowd. Brothers, this is restricting our personal freedom. We absolutely cannot tolerate this. Tell them to open the city gates and the teleportation array immediately. Otherwise, we will charge in. Yes. Open it immediately. Why are we trapped here? Some of the cultists were even more ruthless. They deliberately rushed forward and reached out to push the guards, hoping to make a big deal out of it and take the opportunity to escape. But the guards were as steady as a rock, remaining restrained throughout. They patiently explained, "Don't get excited, everyone. This is to encircle and suppress the Zunyao cult. Please understand and cooperate. It will be over soon." When the common people heard this, they instantly fell silent. What? To suppress the Zunyao cult? Hey! Why didn't you tell me earlier? So this is what you're going to do? Support! We must support. These cultists should have been dealt with long ago. Whoever dares not support me will be the first to get angry. Dealing with the cultists is a good thing, we have to cooperate. Right. Eradicating the Zunyao cult is everyone's responsibility. Let's not add to the chaos. The people who were furious just now suddenly changed their attitude 180 degrees, which confused the cultists who were still pretending to rush forward. The scene was very embarrassing for a while. These cultists quickly retreated back into the crowd, shouting, "Support! We must support! Down with the Zunyao cult! Kill, kill, kill!" But just as they finished shouting, an ordinary person pointed at them and asked in confusion, "Why were you guys so excited just now? You rushed forward faster than anyone else. Are you members of a cult?" These cultists were so frightened that their souls flew out of their bodies. They quickly waved their hands, their faces pale. "It's not me. I didn't do that. Don't talk nonsense. We are just ordinary people. We were just too excited just now." After a while, the crowd dispersed, and everyone took the initiative to help the guards spread the word. Someone who was about to leave the city was immediately stopped. "Brother, don't go to the city gate. The teleportation array and the city gate are closed. We are not trying to stop you, we are encircling and suppressing the Zunyao cult. We have to support this." Someone else took out their phone and posted on their moments, captioning, "Foamling City is awesome. The entire city is suppressing the Zunyao cult. Kudos to the guards." Attached below was a photo of Zhang Weibing guarding the teleportation array, which soon received a lot of likes and comments, all of which were voices of support. Those 4th and 5th grade cultists who wanted to take advantage of the chaos to escape could only retreat in disgrace, secretly thanking their luck in their hearts. Fortunately, they were not investigated further just now, otherwise they would have been arrested by now. It's so hard. Life is unbearable. That evil spirit Wu Ming only kills those of us who are of the 4th and 5th ranks. Now he can't escape. Isn't this just waiting for death? I think, why don't we turn ourselves in? Maybe we can get a lighter sentence. It's better than being killed by Wu Ming. Right. A good death is worse than a miserable life. Turning yourself in might give you a chance to survive, but wasting time will lead to your own death. Go, go, go. Turn yourself in to the Secret Service now. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly appeared in front of them. The man was wrapped in swirling black fog, and not even a finger could be seen. The eerie breath was enough to freeze people to death. As soon as he appeared, the first cultist who proposed to surrender didn't even have time to scream. He turned into a white skeleton in an instant, without even a piece of flesh left. Another cultist who echoed the words was severely injured by the black shadow and instantly turned into a minotaur. Its big tongue could no longer allow it to speak human language and it could only howl. This will be the fate of anyone who dares to shake the morale of the army again. The shadow's voice sounded like it had crawled out of hell, cold and bitter. Now, do you still want to surrender? The remaining cultists were so frightened that they wet their pants on the spot. They all fell to their knees with a plop, banging their heads against the ground like pounding garlic. Master, please spare us. Master, please spare us. We will never dare to do this again. We will never mention surrendering again. They knew too well how harsh the punishment of the Zunyao cult was. It was not just death, it was a life worse than death. Anyone who joins this organization will have their genes specially modified. Although their appearance remains unchanged, they are more likely to awaken superpowers than ordinary people. Moreover, because of their physique similar to that of monsters, they can improve their realm faster and their lifespan is correspondingly extended. This is the main reason that attracts a large number of ordinary people to join the organization. However, once seriously injured or killed, the genetically mutated physique will be immediately exposed and it will transform into the corresponding appearance of a monster. Once a person turns into an animal, there is no going back. He was so frightened at this moment that his forehead was covered in blood and he even forgot the pain. They kept doing this for quite a while, and then one of the braver cultists secretly looked up, but the black shadow had already disappeared. The few people were as if pardoned, and collapsed on the ground, unable to move. It was not until then that they realized that the clothes on their backs had been soaked with cold sweat and were sticking to their bodies, making them feel cold. Now let's talk about the Secret Service. Good job. The number of cultists who surrendered recently was like a crowd at a temple fair, one wave after another. The Secret Service was so busy that they didn't even have time to drink a sip of water. The cells were packed to the brim and could hardly hold any more. However, this wave of surrenders also provided the Secret Service with a piece of extremely valuable information. They finally had a clue about the mysterious man who had turned the Zunyao cult upside down. Chapter 66. These two are the same person. The Special Forces team had been trying to find this mysterious man, but couldn't even find his shadow. Now they finally have a breakthrough. As a result, it was discovered during the interrogation that all the cultists who surrendered insisted that the mysterious man was Wu Ming. Judging from the situation, this has long been no secret within the cult. Wu Ming? Which Wu Ming? Tao Chun frowned, his mind full of question marks. His first reaction was, could it be Wu Ming, the one who has dominated the top of the demon assassination list for 30 or 40 years? That's the legendary boss. He is very mysterious, like a dragon that can't be found. In all these years in Long Han Kingdom, not even a photo of him has been found. But it makes sense when you think about it. To be the #1 assassination target of the demons, he must be a ruthless character that the demons are afraid of to the core. He has been fighting against the demons for years, so it makes sense that he is now taking action to deal with the Zunyao cult. In addition to this big boss Wu Ming, Tao Chen also knows another Wu Ming. He was the rising star in the military academy, clearing the Tower of Merit, breaking all kinds of records, and his talent was terrifyingly high. But Tao Chen ruled out Wu Ming without even thinking about it. Joke. No matter how talented this kid is, he hasn't really grown up yet. How could he be so capable as to cause such chaos to the Zunyao cult? As for the idea that these two Wu Mings are the same person, Tao Chen didn't even think about it for a second. That was simply impossible. One became a thorn in the demon's side 30 or 40 years ago, and the other wasn't even born 30 or 40 years ago. How could they be the same person? But no matter what, Tao Chen was still very excited to get the information that the mysterious man is Wu Ming. The superhero on the assassination list is too low-key. He has been at the top of the demon assassination list for many years, but apart from the name Wu Ming, no one knows anything about him. The only thing that is certain is that this guy must have made great contributions to the human race, otherwise he would not be hated so much by the demons. This time, it was the first time that this superhero surfaced and had a clear trajectory of action. He was dealing with the cancer of the Zunyao cult. Check. It must be checked. Maybe through this incident, we can unveil the mystery of this superhero and let everyone know who this big man who silently protects the human race is. Tao Chen personally took charge of the interrogation of several cult prisoners who were relatively loose-lipped, but when the interrogation results came out, he was dumbfounded. The pen in my hand fell onto the table with a click and I was stunned for a long time. Wu Ming, number 1 on the demon assassination list? Are you kidding me? He's a legendary boss. The mere Zunyao evil cult isn't even worthy of him looking straight in the eye. How could he possibly take action personally? It's not that big boss Wu Ming. It's this Wu Ming. I mean this one. The prisoner was so anxious that he danced with joy, fearing that he couldn't explain clearly. Which one? There are so many people named Wu Ming in Fengling City, so please tell me clearly. Tao Chen's brows were furrowed so tightly that they could kill a mosquito. Why were the prisoner's words becoming more and more outrageous? That's the guy who cleared the Merit Tower. The Wu Ming who broke all the records at the military academy. Now you understand, right? The prisoner was so anxious that cold sweat broke out on his forehead, but he didn't forget to add, "Sir, I've told you such important information. Does this count as meritorious service? Can you give me a lighter sentence?" Tao Chen was like being struck by lightning on the spot. His eyes were wide open, his mouth was open enough for an egg to fit in, and his whole body was frozen. He scratched his ears, wondering if he had misheard during the interrogation because it had been going on for too long. How could this be possible? Could a student from a military academy turn the evil Zunyao cult upside down? Say it again? Say exactly what you just said, word for word. Tao Chen's voice was trembling a little, and he stared at the prisoner, afraid of missing a word. We must confirm it again. If this is true, it will be a bigger deal than exposing the entire world. That's Wu Ming. He's from Fengling City and currently studying at the military academy. Didn't he just clear the Xuangong Tower a while ago? The prisoner had a sad face, afraid that Tao Chen wouldn't believe him. Sir, I've explained it so clearly. Please don't ask any more questions. Can I be lenient with you for my meritorious service? Tao Chen's head buzzed like a thunderclap. The prisoner's words about meritorious service and lenient sentence fell on deaf ears. The words Wu Ming from the military academy echoed in his mind, and his heart was beating so wildly that it was about to jump out. After a long time, Tao Chen was able to suppress his turbulent emotions and his mind could work a little better. Take him away first, keep an eye on him, and don't let him run around. Tao Chen took a deep breath, his voice a little tense. Then he gave instructions to the person outside the door, saying that he needed some quiet time alone to digest this extremely outrageous news. Yes. The team members' responses came immediately from outside the door. Soon, a special forces member walked into the interrogation room and carried the prisoner out like a chicken. During the whole process, the prisoner kept muttering, "I have done a meritorious service and I must be given a lighter sentence." Tao Chen was the only one left in the interrogation room. He slumped in his chair, his hands shaking a little. This news was so subversive that he had to think it through carefully. Suddenly, Tao Chen slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. Why don't we just check with the military academy and find out?" He immediately took out his cell phone, his finger pressed on the screen, and then stopped suddenly. No. This matter is too big to explain clearly over the phone. It will be troublesome if the wrong message is conveyed. It is better to go there in person. Tao Chen didn't even bother to organize the interrogation records. He grabbed his coat and rushed out of the interrogation room, his steps so fast that they could have caused sparks. It didn't take long for Tao Chen to reach the gate of the military academy. Without even taking a breath, he rushed in. After all, it was a major matter concerning the Zunyao cult. When the guard saw that it was someone from the special service team and was running so fast, he didn't dare to stop him and let him pass. This time, Tao Chen didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the office of the old dean Huowenjia. Only the old dean can make the final decision on matters of this level. In the dean's office, 2 chairs were placed facing each other, and Tao Chen and Huowenjia sat opposite each other. Speaking of which, Tao Chen is also an old alumnus of the military academy. He has always been respectful to Huo Wenjia. At this moment, he sat very straight, not even daring to breathe. The two of them didn't chat, and after a few simple greetings, Tao Chen made up his mind and directly dropped the bombshell news. He told Huo Wenjia all the information he had pried out from the prisoner, emphasizing the word Wu Ming in particular. What did you say? It was Wu Ming who disrupted the Zunyao cult? The teacup in Huo Wenjia's hand hit the table with a clang, and the tea spilled out. His eyes widened instantly, and his face was full of disbelief. That's what the intelligence we have so far says. Tao Chen said with a bitter face, I also think this is too outrageous, so I rushed over here and wanted to ask you to confirm it, Dean. Huo Wenjia frowned, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as he pondered, I'm afraid this information isn't very credible. I specifically told Wu Ming to stay in the academy and not go out. Besides, he's only at the second level of the true spirit realm right now. How could he possibly be able to fight against so many cult masters? I think they might have confused the names. They should be referring to the boss Wu Ming on the assassination list. Huo Wenjia analyzed it very clearly and felt that this was the only reasonable explanation. That's what I thought at first. Tao Chen sighed, but all the prisoners insisted that it was Wu Ming from our academy, without any ambiguity. Old Dean, why don't you call Wu Ming over so we can question him in person? Tao Chen still didn't give up, thinking that only by asking in person could he solve the mystery. Chapter 67 Did I hear it right? What's wrong with that? Wu Ming is already in the academy. I'll ask someone to call him over. Huo Wenjia waved his hand and made the decision immediately. Soon, Huo Wenjia called a director and asked him to invite Wu Ming to the office. As a result, within a few minutes, the director came back in a panic with a changed face. He reported breathlessly, Dean, Captain Tao, we didn't find Wu Ming in the classroom, and his dormitory is empty. I asked his classmates, and they all said they hadn't seen him all morning. Wu Ming, he might not be in the academy. Huo Wenjia jumped up from his chair, his face instantly darkening. What? Not in the academy? Quick! Call Wu Ming. Huo Wenjia was so anxious that his voice changed. He had no time to confirm his identity. What if Wu Ming went out without permission and encountered danger? The old dean was extremely anxious at the moment, and his heart was full of worry about Wu Ming's safety. The director did not dare to delay. He hurriedly took out his mobile phone, dialed Wu Ming's number, and then quickly handed the phone to Huo Wenjia. On the other side, Wu Ming had just split a 5th-grade True Spirit Realm cultivator from the Zunyao evil cult into 2 halves and was wiping the blood off his hands when the cell phone in his pocket suddenly rang. He took it out and saw that the caller ID was Military Academy. His heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his secret outing had been exposed? Wu Ming didn't dare to delay and quickly pressed the answer button. Hey, Wu Ming! Where are you now? Hurry back to the academy. There are people from the Zunyao cult outside. It's too dangerous. As soon as the call was connected, Huo Wenjia's anxious and fearful voice came over, with a slight tremor. Wu Ming scratched his head and touched his nose a little embarrassedly. Well, it was discovered. He remembered that the old dean had specifically told him not to go out without permission. Now that the old dean was so worried, he felt a little guilty. It could be heard that the old dean was really worried that something might happen to him, which made Wu Ming feel warm in his heart, but also made him feel more guilty. Okay, Dean, don't worry, I'll be back soon. Wu Ming agreed straightforwardly without any nonsense. Obeying orders is his duty. At this moment, Tao Chen snatched the phone from Huo Wenjia's hand and said excitedly, Hello, Wu Ming. I'm Tao Chen, the captain of the Fengling City Special Service Team. I have something I want to verify with you. From last night until now, have you been hunting down the members of the Zunyao cult? Wu Ming was stunned for a moment. They found me so quickly? The special forces are really efficient. Moreover, the captain of the special forces team was actually with the old dean. Did he go directly to the academy? Wu Ming thought, this matter is not something shameful. I didn't say it on my own initiative, but I didn't hide it either. Now that they asked, I should just admit it openly. So when faced with Tao Chen's question, Wu Ming replied with 2 simple words, yes, it's me. As soon as these words were spoken, the office suddenly became so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Huo Wenjia, Tao Chen and the director next to them all stood there in amazement, as if they were under a spell, unable to react for a long time. The 2 men looked like idiots, their eyes were bigger than copper bells, their mouths were open enough to fit fists in, and their faces were full of shock as if to say, did I hear it right? Just these two simple words exploded in the office like a thunderclap. This means that a student of the second level of the True Spirit realm has truly crushed the Zunyao cult. After the shock, Huo Wenjia and Tao Chen's blood began to boil, and their hands began to tremble with excitement. Wu Ming! Are you still hunting down the people from the Zunyao cult? Huo Wenjia grabbed the phone, his voice trembling and his face flushed with excitement. Wu Ming was still straightforward. Yes, Dean, I just finished dealing with a 5th grade one. Good. That's great. Huo Wenjia slammed the table, nearly standing up in excitement. You don't have to come back. I'll immediately send people from the Xianling realm to protect you. Now, in the name of the Dean of the Military Academy, I'm giving you the next mission. Kill them to death. Kill all these evil cult bastards. The old dean's face was flushed red at this moment, his voice was so excited that it rose an octave, and he was gesticulating, completely losing his usual composure. He is really excited. The Zunyao cult has done so many evil things over the years that it has harmed countless talented students in the military academy. The hatred in his heart is deeper than anyone else's. You have to know that the military academy is full of geniuses and elites, and they are the main targets of the Zunyao cult. Countless students have been harmed over the years. No one could understand the pain in Huo Wenjia's heart as he watched innocent children lose their lives one after another. However, the evil Zunyao cult was like an indestructible cockroach and could not be eradicated. It's okay now. Wu Ming suddenly appeared and was able to pin the Zunyao cult to the ground and beat them. This was a good opportunity to severely damage the cult. How could Huo Wenjia not be excited? In a corner of Fengling City, Wu Ming heard the order and stood at attention, giving a standard military salute to his phone. Yes. I guarantee to complete the mission. I will not let a single cultist go. And me. Wu Ming, that's great. It's so satisfying. Tao Chen leaned over to the phone, speaking incoherently with excitement. How can our special forces team help? Just ask. I really have something to trouble you with. Wu Ming smiled and said, I'll give you a few addresses. Take note of them. They are all hidden cult members. Tao Chen's eyes lit up and he nodded quickly. Okay. You tell me. I'll remember it right away. He immediately became excited and took out a pen and paper from his pocket. He even breathed lightly for fear of missing a word. Then Wu Ming began to report the information. His speech was not fast, but every word was clear. At the intersection of Donghua Road, there is a retail store. The owner is a fat man with a bald head. He is at the 7th level of the True Spirit realm. There's an auntie selling fruit on the side of Weixia Road. She's in her 40s and has a limp on her left leg. She's actually at the 9th level of the True Spirit realm. Wu Ming reported one by one, including the address, physical features, and cultivation level. He described it in more detail than checking the household registration, and he didn't even miss the mole on the other person's face. After reporting more than a dozen in one breath, Wu Ming stopped and added, These are things I don't have time to deal with right now. You guys go and deal with them first. Tao Chen held the list in his hands shaking with excitement, as if he was holding a treasure. In the past, they had to work very hard to catch one cultist, but now Wu Ming found more than a dozen of them at once, and even provided detailed coordinates. Wu Ming also specifically explained, These are the ones I can't handle at the moment, so I'll leave them to you first. There are also some higher realms that I dare not tell you about, for fear that you won't be able to handle them either. As soon as he finished speaking, Huo Wenjia, Tao Chen and the director next to him burst into laughter on the spot, laughing so hard that tears were almost coming out. Tao Chen smiled and waved his hands. Wu Ming, you underestimate us. Although our Special Forces team cannot compare with the Special Forces on the battlefield, we are more than enough to deal with a few True Spirit realm. Not to mention the 9th rank, even if it is the mysterious Spirit realm, just say it. Wu Ming was stunned on the spot, scratched his head, and muttered to himself, So? I'm the loser? Chapter 68, It's Hard to Fly. After Tao Chen got the list, he didn't dare to delay any longer. He said hello to Huo Wenjia and rushed out with his team members, eager to catch all these cultists immediately. Everyone hates the Zunyao cult to the core. Every minute these bastards live is an insult to the human race. Huo Wenjia was not idle either. He immediately dispatched 2 Xianling realm warriors to protect Wu Ming, fearing that something might happen to Wu Ming. But who would have known that these 2 Xianling realm powerhouses would return dejectedly within half an hour of going out, like eggplants hit by frost? Huo Wenjia's heart skipped a beat when he saw this. He quickly asked, "What's going on? Did something happen to Wu Ming?" One of the experts sighed with a bitter face, "Old Dean, forget it. We can't keep up with Wu Ming's speed. He's sometimes in the east of the city, sometimes in the west. We can't even catch his shadow even if we run after him." Another expert also nodded and said helplessly, "Don't worry. It's harder than climbing to the sky for the Zunyao cult to hurt Wu Ming. That guy's speed is faster than those of us in the Xianling realm. There's no chance of a sneak attack." Huo Wenjiao was stunned. Although he didn't understand how Wu Ming could run so fast, after hearing what the two said, his heart finally settled down, as if he had taken a reassurance pill. The military academy has a very deep foundation. If they really want to help, they can ask Wu Ming to provide a list and send students to join the operation to kill the cult. But Huo Wenjia did not do so. For him and the entire country, the safety of the military academy is more important than anything else. You know, there are nearly 2,000 elite geniuses in the academy, all of whom will become military officers in the future. They are the hope of the country and the backbone of the country in a few decades. No mistakes can be made. Let us talk about Tao Chun. He and his team rushed to Donghua Road. 100 meters away, they saw the retail store that Wu Ming mentioned. The owner was indeed a bald fat man, exactly as described. Tao Chen sneered in his heart, with such little skill, he dares to pretend to be a boss. He is really courting death. However, Tao Chen was not careless. The cultists were always good at escaping. He first asked his team members to surround the convenience store to ensure that the other party could not escape. Then he clenched his fists and walked in step by step. After entering, Tao Chen didn't waste any time and just went up and threw a thunderous punch with fierce true energy, hitting the opponent's chest directly. The fat boss didn't even have a chance to react before he was knocked to the ground by a punch. He grimaced in pain and couldn't even move. Tao Chen took a step forward and released a powerful inner energy to oppress the fat boss. The fat boss's face suddenly changed, veins popped out on his forehead, and then a pair of black bull horns emerged from his head. He is undoubtedly a cultist. Tao Chen was delighted. The list Wu Ming had given him was indeed accurate. His efforts were not in vain. He didn't waste any words with the other party. He just concentrated his true energy and punched the other party on the head. With a crack, the fat boss died on the spot. After solving this problem, Tao Chen waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Next one. Don't let these bastards live even one more second." The efficiency of the Special Forces team was extremely high. According to the list given by Wu Ming, they raided one after another. It didn't take long before more than a dozen hidden cult leaders were killed. Wu Ming was not idle either. He killed the cultists as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, and his efficiency was no less than that of the special service team. The two men had a clear division of labor. Wu Ming specifically targeted cult masters below the 5th rank, while the special forces team was responsible for those above the 5th rank. The combination of high and low rank frantically disintegrated the power of the Zunyao cult and dug out this cancer bit by bit. On this side, Wu Ming condensed a phoenix arrow and shot it out with a swoosh, directly piercing the heart of a 5th-grade True Spirit Realm cultist. The opponent fell to the ground and died without even a scream. Just as Wu Ming was about to teleport to the next target location, his whole body suddenly stiffened, and a biting chill rushed from the soles of his feet to the top of his head. A strong sense of crisis surged like a tide. Wu Ming's hair stood on end, and he became instinctively alert. He suddenly raised his head, his eyes as sharp as a knife, and looked into the distance. Danger comes from the east. Wu Ming scanned with his spiritual sense and his heart skipped a beat. This dangerous aura was still 700 kilometers away from him, but it had already made him uneasy. He knew clearly in his heart, above the awakened is the true spirit realm, above the true spirit realm is the mysterious spirit realm, and above the mysterious spirit realm are the heroic spirit realm, heavenly spirit realm, and divine spirit realm. He can see through all the cultivation below the mysterious spirit realm, but he can't see through this aura at all. This means that the other party is at least a strong person above the Xianling realm. And the strength is far beyond that of ordinary Xianling realm. What shocked Wu Ming even more was that this aura was clearly directed towards him, otherwise the divine sense warning would not have been so strong. Withdraw. Wu Ming is not a fool. He can't afford to offend an opponent of this level. To confront him head-on is to seek death. He acted decisively, his figure flashed, and he disappeared from the spot the next second, teleporting directly back to the military academy. The old dean and many powerful people are in charge there. It is the safest place in Fengling City. Wu Ming had just returned to the military academy, and before he had time to catch his breath, a figure wrapped in black flames flew over to where he had been before. It was so fast that it left a trail of afterimages. Wherever the black flames passed, even the air was burned and distorted. A dark figure hovered in mid-air, looking down like a demon. Its gaze swept across the entire area, and its brows raised. This is strange. The intel we just received clearly said that Wu Ming was right here. Where is he? Did he vanish? He searched the surroundings thoroughly again, but couldn't find a single ghost. He couldn't help but curse, damn. This bastard is really lucky. He got away with it. The next second, the figure wrapped in black flames turned into a stream of light and shot up into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared at the end of the sky, leaving only a wisp of lingering black smoke. Wu Ming knew clearly that the more ruthless members of the Zhu Niao cult were plotting against him. It seems that I can't go out and have fun recently. I have to hide myself for a while. But even though he was confined to the military academy, Wu Ming was not idle and was ready to do something big. He took out a pen and paper, intending to write down all the hideouts of the Zhu Niao cult that he knew about. This was crucial information that would be enough to give the cultists a hard time. The key point is, you can get 10 pens at once. It also comes with 10 sheets of paper. What's even more outrageous is that Wu Ming didn't even hold the pen, but the 10 pens seemed to have become spirits, writing on the paper at a very fast speed, even faster than students rushing to finish their homework. Moreover, the content written by each pen is different, which is simply the sealing operation of doing 10 things at once. Can Yililai be played like this? I have to say that Wu Ming is a really smart guy, and he always comes up with some cool things that others can't even think of. Just a few hours later, Tao Chen rushed into the military academy again, with a smile on his face almost reaching his ears. It was obvious from his smug look that he had made a fortune this time. As soon as he saw the old dean, he started showing off his achievements, and his words were full of excitement. It turned out that all the cult dens on the list given by Wu Ming were wiped out by them, without even a trace left. This was the most beautiful and explosive battle the special forces had fought against the Zhu Niao cult in so many times. It is no exaggeration to call it an epic victory. Chapter 69 Pressing to the ground and rubbing. As soon as Tao Chen walked in, Wu Ming knew that even the entire Fengling city was within his perception range. Isn't a small military academy like his own backyard? So, while Tao Chen was still bragging to the old dean about how great he was, Wu Ming handed him dozens of pieces of paper, each of which was densely written with new work goals. The subtext is just one: keep killing, don't stop. When Tao Chen saw it, he was stunned on the spot. It's not that I find it troublesome, I'm just so happy. He immediately became excited as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and even forgot to say polite words. He rushed out with the paper in his hand, and his speed was even faster than when he came. Later, Wu Ming heard that Tao Chen and his special forces team started working overtime all night, chasing after the members of the Zhu Niao cult and killing countless evil cultists. As time went by, Fengling City intensified its crackdown on the Zhu Niao cult and achieved unprecedented victories, firmly crushing the cult organization. Of course, the hunt has not stopped yet. As long as there is still a cultist who has not been caught, the battle will not be over. This news spread like wildfire to the other 11 major cities in Longhan Kingdom, and instantly caused an uproar. The people were so happy that cheers could be heard everywhere. It was even more lively than the Chinese New Year. You know, the people of Longhan country have been cheated by the evil cult organization Zhu Niao for many years. This cancer is like a maggot attached to the bone, and it can't be completely removed no matter what. Everyone has been frustrated for a long time. Now that we finally see hope of completely eradicating the cult, who wouldn't he be excited? Insiders in the know broke it off again. It's Wu Ming. It's Wu Ming again. This guy must have been sent by God to save us. Speaking of Wu Ming, I suddenly remembered the demon assassination list that was circulated in the past. Wasn't the boss at the top of the list also called Wu Ming? If the time wasn't wrong, I would have thought that the current Wu Ming was the assassination leader back then. That's right. The time difference is too big. Wu Ming is only 18 years old now. He wasn't even born 30 or 40 years ago. He couldn't have traveled through time, could he? Brothers, do you think there's a possibility that those demons can predict the future and already knew that there would be a Wu Ming in the future who would take care of them, so they made an assassination list in advance? Fuck. Your imagination is too wild. It would be a shame if you didn't write a novel. But you know what, that Wu Ming guy who was on the assassination list back then, hasn't been heard from since he was on the list. I haven't heard anything about him before or since. He's really a bit mysterious. Don't think too much. I'm just looking forward to seeing Boss Wu Ming come visit our big city in northeast China and help us clean up the cult. That's right. The Zunyao cult in our big city in the northwest is also waiting for Boss Wu Ming to come and take care of it. Ha ha ha. That's right. Come and save the child. This is not just a casual remark. The Zunyao cult organization is not a small problem in a big city, but a big trouble for the entire Longhan Kingdom. It is like psoriasis, causing trouble wherever it goes. Now that they know that Wu Ming has the ability to uncover the cult's lairs one by one, Long Hangua will definitely not let go of this opportunity, and there will definitely be big moves in the future. Therefore, the Zunyao cultists in major cities are now in a panic, like ants on a hot pan, fearing that they will be the next to be caught. There were even many people who packed up their things and ran away overnight before their cities were locked down, running faster than rabbits. This escape also caused a lot of weird things that made people laugh and cry. For example, someone finally caught up with the goddess yesterday, but when he opened his eyes today, she was gone, without even a note. Later he found out that it was a cult member who ran away. There are also families where one of the 3 members is suddenly missing. After asking all the relatives and friends, no one knows where the person went. It is easy to guess what happened. What's worse, people in many positions suddenly didn't come to work, and no one answered the phone. The boss was almost mad. No need to ask, it was most likely that the cult members had run away. Everyone has a clear understanding of these things, and no one is stupid. What else could it be? They must be members of the Zunyao cult. They were scared to death by Wu Ming and ran away. At this time, the Hunter Assault chat group was very lively. Lei Zhengyang was chatting enthusiastically with a group of brothers, and messages were coming faster than a waterfall. Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Look at the way those cultists are running, they're like stray dogs. +1. Laugh together. So satisfying. Back in the day, Uncle Changlong gave the Zunyao cult a hard time. Now, more than 10 years have passed, and his grandson Mingming is here to deal with them again. The Wu family is naturally resistant to cults. Mingming is truly amazing. This time he's even more thorough than his master. I guess even the most notorious veterans in the cult can't sit still anymore. I just don't know what Mingming's abilities are. We used to be completely helpless against the hidden disguises of the cult, but he's so good, he catches them every time, it's like he's opened his eyes. I think Mingming must have a big secret. This ability is too incredible. By the way, is Mingming's secret exposed now? Will he be targeted by those researchers and used as a guinea pig? What the hell? I want to see who dares to touch Mingming. These words were said by Lao Ma, and his tone was as hard as steel. Everyone could hear the protectiveness in his voice. Old Ma is really kind. We feel relieved after hearing your words. That's right. With Mingming's Uncle Ma here, who dares to have any evil ideas? But then again, it's not just Fengling City. The other 11 major cities have also seen a chain reaction. Many cult members are fleeing. Those cult leaders must be madly hating Mingming. We have to be on guard against this. Right. Now that Fengling City is sealed off and the special forces are hunting them down with all their might, those cultists will definitely become desperate. Their only chance now is to kill Mingming. Without Mingming, the special forces will be like a fly without eyes, unable to find their target. You're absolutely right. There's nothing wrong with this logic. So, our nephew is in danger now? Damn it. What are we waiting for? Take action quickly. Gangguan was so anxious that his impatience could be felt through the screen. Gongguan, could you please stop being so impatient? I think you should stop being so impatient. Some people couldn't help but complain, Fengling City is Lao Ma's defense zone. With him here, what are you worried about? Besides, Fengling City is now under lockdown, so you can't get in even if you want to. Then, someone in the group at, hey, Lao Ma. Are you still alive? Come out and show yourself. Old Ma quickly replied, his tone still a little tired, get lost. In order to cooperate with the operation to encircle and suppress the cult, I secretly led my troops back to Fengling City to set up defenses. I've been busy all the time. That's all right. We're relieved to have you here, Lao Ma. Old Ma, you have to protect Mingming well. He is our precious baby. Do I need you to tell me? Lao Ma's tone was particularly firm. If Mingming gets hurt in the slightest, I'll come to you with my head. Old Ma is really nice. Chapter 70, Secret Room Action Plan. At the same time, on the other side, there was still the pitch-black secret room where one could not see one's hand in front of one's face. Even if you can't see anything, you can still feel the suffocating frenzy in the air, just like before a storm. A sinister and terrifying voice echoed in the darkness, making one's scalp tingle. Our losses today are even greater than yesterday. Yesterday, only low-level cannon fodder perished, but today, the special forces have directly started killing our masters above the 5th rank. If this continues, we'll be left with no one to use. Another cold voice followed, filled with anxiety. We must find a solution quickly, otherwise our strength will be eroded bit by bit, and sooner or later we will be wiped out. The androgynous voice suddenly became shrill, like the howling of ghosts and wolves, making people's hair stand on end. Damn it! Damn it! It's all that Wu Ming's fault. If it weren't for him, how could we be so miserable? Another voice spoke, its tone filled with despair. Now that Fengling City is sealed off, we're no different from a turtle trapped in a jar. We can only give it a try. But if we try to take on the entire Fengling City, it will be like an egg hitting a rock. The only way to break through is with Wu Ming. He is the eyes of the Special Forces team. If we kill him, the Special Forces team will be like a headless fly, unable to find us. That's right. To be honest, I went to hunt down Wu Ming today. Unfortunately, that guy was lucky and hid back in the military academy in advance. Otherwise, he would have become my dead soul by now, said a vicious voice. Wu Ming is hiding in the military academy now and dares not come out. It will be difficult for us to kill him. The defense there is not weak. Didn't I just say that? We should give it a try. The cold voice from before paused and didn't finish its words, but the meaning was already very clear. Someone gasped, their voice trembling. You don't want to attack the military academy? When the others heard this, they were also stunned. Even their aura became disordered, causing ripples in the darkness. This idea was too crazy. You know, although the Zunyao cult organization was rampant in the past, it did not dare to attack the military academy. That place is the military restricted area of Longhan Kingdom. Attacking it is no different from directly declaring war. Do we have any other choice besides this? The cold voice asked back, its tone full of determination to burn its boats. As soon as these words were spoken, the secret room instantly became quiet, and even the sound of breathing could be heard clearly. Yes, they have been forced into a desperate situation now, with no way to retreat. If Wu Ming is not killed, the Special Forces team will keep hunting them down and killing all their people one by one, and sooner or later they will be completely wiped out. Since that is the case, why not give it a try? Maybe there is still a glimmer of hope. So, they now have only one goal, to kill Wu Ming. I agree. I agree too. I have no objection. A voice suddenly became excited. You have to be crazy to survive. If this operation goes well, maybe we can even wipe out the military academy. If we can do that, the blow to Longhan Kingdom will be absolutely devastating. Just thinking about it makes me feel relieved. Okay, stop thinking about it and quickly discuss a specific action plan. Time is running out. First of all, the other side has several powerful beings that cannot be avoided. Someone must contain them, otherwise we can't get close to Wu Ming. Leave Huo Wenjia to me, I will hold him back, said a confident voice. Then Tao Chen belongs to me. I promise he won't have time to worry about Wu Ming. I'll take care of the city lord's mansion. Even if it takes time, I'll hold them back. My people are responsible for creating chaos in Fengling City, drawing the attention of the special forces and forcing them to focus on the main issue and not the main one. We only have 4 groups of troops left now. Use them all to kill Wu Ming. Remember, don't fight to the bitter end. Once Wu Ming is killed, we will retreat immediately. Don't fight them head on. At this time, someone suddenly spoke up, I have an opinion. Using 4 forces to kill Wu Ming, isn't that too much of an honor for him? However, the 749th Legion of the human race is only a few thousand kilometers away from Fengling City. If they come to support us, it will be troublesome. We have to be on guard against this. Should we keep one force to keep an eye on the 749th Legion? The 749th Legion probably won't be able to come. I will ask the Demon Lord to send people to attack the 749th Legion's camp to cooperate with our operation. A voice said, but it's better to be prepared. We should leave a team of people to be on guard to avoid any accidents. All right. Then everyone, go back and quickly gather your men. We'll take action tonight and catch them off guard. Soon, silence returned to the dark secret room, as if those people had never been there. In the blink of an eye, it was night. Wu Ming had already finished dinner and was lying on the bed resting, ready to get enough energy to deal with what was coming next. But for some reason, he always felt uneasy, as if there was a stone pressing on him, and he couldn't sit still. It's like something big is about to happen, and it's bad. This feeling is hard to explain and there is no reason for it, but Wu Ming believes it 100% that this is a warning from his divine will and it cannot be wrong. Something big must be happening. But what could it be? Wu Ming immediately activated his mental power, which instantly covered the entire Fengling city. The lights, streets, and alleys in the city were all clearly reflected in his mind, just like watching a movie. He saw someone coming home from get off work and having a lively dinner with his family. I also saw some people walking on the street with their family and friends after dinner, enjoying the rare peace and quiet. We even saw Tao Chen and the Special Forces team chasing after a few cultists who had escaped, with no intention of taking a break. The entire Fengling city, with a population of over 100 million, looks no different than usual, and is still a prosperous and bustling scene. But Wu Ming's uneasiness not only did not disappear, but became more and more intense. Could it be that the danger comes from somewhere else in Fengling city? The first person that came to Wu Ming's mind was his mother. After all, his mother's safety was more important than anything else. He quickly called his mother. His mother's voice on the other end of the phone was cheerful. He knew everything was fine, and Wu Ming felt relieved. Then he called Li Bo, Lu Erpang by the way, Erpang's real name is Lu Yulo, and Gu Shuemi one by one. After a round of calls, he finally breathed a sigh of relief when he found out that the people he cared about most were safe and sound. Wu Ming sat on the bed, his brows furrowed so tightly that they could kill a mosquito. The uneasiness in his heart not only did not subside, but became stronger and stronger. I had just confirmed that everyone was safe, but the feeling of divine warning was like a motor was installed, rising sharply. The warning target might be yourself. Chapter 71, Cult Masters Gather. Time rushed forward as if the accelerator had been stepped on, and in the blink of an eye it was night. It was already past 10 o'clock, and the previously noisy Fengling city gradually became quiet. Even the street lights seemed a little dimmer than usual. Wu Ming tossed and turned in bed like a pancake, unable to fall asleep. The panic in his heart never stopped. His willpower enveloped the entire Fengling city from beginning to end, leaving no corner untouched. Only in this way could he feel a little more at ease. Suddenly, Wu Ming's mind was shaken, and he caught an unusual movement. A man sneaked out of the house, his steps as light as a cat, walking on the empty streets. It was obvious that he was up to no good. This figure instantly caught Wu Ming's attention. This guy was none other than the remnant of the Zunyao cult that the Special Forces had not yet targeted. Then, an even more frightening scene occurred. Almost at the same time, in Fengling City, which covers an area of 3,000 kilometers, the same scene was being played out in many places. Black shadows emerged from their hiding places like rats. Gradually, two dark shadows met at the street corner. They didn't say anything, just exchanged glances, and as if they had made an appointment in advance, turned around and headed in the same direction very quickly. After a while, a team of several hundred people gathered and stood there in a large crowd, which was creepy to look at. None of these hundreds of people are good people. They are all remnants of the evil Zunyao cult, and there is a hint of murderous intent in their hands. And 7 or 8 teams like this suddenly appeared throughout Fengling City, distributed in different corners, like casting a net. Many of these cultists are masters at the 7th level of the true spirit realm and above, and their aura is so strong that it can suffocate people. There are even quite a few people whose realm is so high that even Wu Ming cannot see through it. These people are definitely the toughest among the tough. With so many cult masters gathered together, and they are all ruthless characters, no one would believe that they didn't have bad intentions. Wu Ming suddenly realized that it was no wonder that he had been so restless. It turned out that this group of people were up to something big. Judging from the intensity of the warning just now, this is definitely not a small matter, it may be a major disaster. It's not just a disaster for Fengling City, it could be a disaster for himself. No. We must never sit idly by and wait for them to come and cause trouble. As soon as Wu Ming finished his thought, his figure disappeared in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already standing outside the old dean's dormitory. Who's outside? The old dean's level of cultivation had reached the point where he could detect the slightest movement. As soon as Wu Ming appeared, he shouted with caution. "Dean, it's me, Wu Ming." Wu Ming didn't dare to delay and quickly introduced himself. Without waiting for the old dean to open the door and respond, Wu Ming said anxiously, "The Zunyao cult is gathering on a large scale. They are definitely going to cause trouble tonight. Our military academy must take precautions quickly, otherwise we will be passive." When the old dean heard this, he was shocked on the spot. This was no trivial matter. He quickly put on his shoes and opened the door, but when he rushed out, Wu Ming had already disappeared, leaving behind only a gust of wind. But the voice just now was definitely Wu Ming's. The old dean did not dare to be careless at all. He turned around and summoned the defense forces of the military academy, and his actions were very fast. At this time, Tao Chen was leading a special forces team, chasing the remnants of the cult on the street, but for some reason, they ran away several times in a row. He went to the address Wu Ming gave him, but he came up empty-handed every time. He didn't even see the shadow of the cultists. Tao Chen was so angry that he almost cursed. Just when Tao Chen was wondering what went wrong, Wu Ming suddenly appeared in front of him out of thin air. The situation was urgent and Wu Ming had no time to hide it. Tao Chen was shocked on the spot, his eyes widening. "Holy crap! What kind of magical trick is this?" It appears as soon as it's said. "Captain Tao, don't just stand there. The Zunyao cult has gathered on a large scale, with 8 teams in total. There will definitely be big moves tonight. You must take precautions quickly and don't be caught off guard by them," Wu Ming said quickly. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ming disappeared in front of Tao Chen without even leaving a trace. Tao Chen's heart skipped a beat, and Wu Ming's words just now rang in his mind like a thunderclap. A large-scale cult gathering? They're planning a head-on confrontation with Fengling City. This matter is too big. If it is not handled properly, the consequences will be unimaginable. Everyone listen. Return to the base immediately and stop chasing. Tao Chen shouted at the top of his voice, his tone full of urgency. The members of the Special Forces team also knew that the matter was not simple, so they immediately withdrew and rushed back without any delay. At the same time, Tao Chen quickly spread the news, and the defense forces of the entire Fengling city started to operate instantly like a wound-up machine, with alert figures everywhere. Sure enough, not long after, the Zunyao cult launched an attack in the south of the city. For a moment, the sounds of explosions and screams mixed together, creating a chaotic mess, and the casualties were extremely tragic. As soon as the Special Forces team received the alarm, they rushed to the south of the city without even taking a breath. This is their duty, and they cannot retreat no matter how dangerous it is. At this moment, Wu Ming has returned to the military academy. His willpower is closely watching the movements of all the cultists in Fengling City, as if he has turned on real-time surveillance. He saw clearly that a large cult army was wreaking havoc in the south of the city, causing unrest among the people. Another group was hiding near the West City Gate, as if they were lying in ambush, and no one knew what they were waiting for. Outside the West City Gate, the human army had already set up camp, with rows of tents looking neatly arranged. It seemed that the human race had been prepared and had deployed troops in advance. However, in order not to alert the enemy, the army did not enter the city at first, but stayed outside the city waiting for an opportunity. Of course, both sides of this game are well aware of it. The Zunyao cult has also been on guard for a long time and specially sent a team of people to stop the human reinforcements, for fear that they would come to help. Looking at the other teams of cultists, they were all scattered around the military academy, forming a siege. Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately understood that the real purpose of this group of people was not to go south of the city, nor to stop the reinforcements. The military academy is in the north of the city. They deliberately created chaos in the south of the city to lure away the Special Forces team, and then sent another team to intercept the reinforcements. After going around in such a big circle, their real target turned out to be the military academy and the people in the academy themselves. They actually dared to attack the military academy? Wu Ming couldn't believe his eyes. Are these people crazy? At the same time, he also knew in his heart that they were most likely coming for him, and the military academy was just their bait. Wu Ming did not dare to delay and quickly told the old dean the news, his tone full of urgency. When the old dean heard this, his face instantly became solemn, his brows furrowed so tightly that water could be squeezed out of them. Without saying a word, he called the mayor of Fengling City and asked the city guards to rush here quickly. This is a military academy. There are more than 2,000 human elite geniuses inside, each of them is the hope of the future, and there must not be any mistakes. Just as the old dean was making the call, the Zunyao cult's general attack suddenly came, and a mass of dark figures rushed towards the military academy with murderous intent. But it will take time for the city guards to arrive, so now the academy can only rely on itself. Chapter 72. A mess. Tao Chen soon learned the news that the military academy was surrounded. He was extremely anxious and rushed back with the special forces team to provide support. But he had not run far when he was stopped by a figure. The figure was floating in the air with a sinister look in his eyes. "Your opponent is me. Want to leave? It's not that easy." The voice was neither male nor female, and it sounded eerie. It was exactly one of the demons in the dark secret room before. He dared to take the initiative to find Tao Chen. He must have been confident that he could tie up Tao Chen and prevent him from going to support. As soon as the words fell, the two men started fighting. Their fists and palms were wrapped in violent energy, and they collided in the air like thunder. There were crazy collisions again and again, and the violent energy spread out like a raging sea. The surrounding houses were like paper-made ones, and were blown away with a crash, and the fragments were scattered everywhere. Mixed in with the cries of the common people, it made people feel nervous. This devil doesn't care about innocent people at all. Tao Chen's eyes turned red as he watched this scene. He gnashed his teeth and roared, "You devil, you deserve to die." He knew in his heart that the demon might be weaker than himself, but he was worried about hurting the common people, so he didn't dare to fight freely. But the other party didn't care at all, and deliberately attacked in crowded places, just to restrain him. Looking at the military academy, the situation is equally urgent. "Hua Wenjia, long time no see. I didn't expect you were still guarding this shabby academy." A sinister voice was heard, and a figure wrapped in black mist came walking in the air. It was none other than the ruthless phantom in the cult. "Hurry up and take the students to hide and protect them." The old dean shouted to the vice dean and director beside him, his tone leaving no room for questioning. He had to stop Phantom, otherwise if this devil rushed into the crowd of students, the consequences would be disastrous. After saying that, the old dean also took off into the air and rushed towards the Phantom. The two of them fought each other in an instant. The black mist and white light intertwined in the air, which was thrilling to watch. Outside the city, Ma Jinzhou, the leader of the human army, also received information that the military academy was surrounded, and he was extremely anxious. He waved his hand and shouted in a deep voice, "Everyone, listen. Set out immediately to support the military academy. We must not let the cultists harm the students." As soon as he finished speaking, all the human soldiers took off into the air and flew towards Fengling City with a clear target. But just as he flew over the city wall, he was stopped by a group of cultists, and the two sides started fighting on the spot. The human soldiers were quite strong and there were not many casualties, but this group of cultists were particularly difficult to deal with. They stuck to them like taffy, wasting time and preventing them from providing support. The mayor of Fengling City was also very anxious. He was a master of the wind element heavenly spirit realm, and his speed was as fast as the wind. He was trying his best to fly to the military academy, wanting to go there and help quickly. But before he flew far, he was stopped by a figure covered in black flames. The other party had been lying in ambush here, waiting for him to fall into the trap. In this game, the Zunyao cult came prepared, calculated every step accurately, and clearly had the upper hand, blocking all the reinforcements of the human race. At this time, the military academy was in chaos, with sounds of fighting everywhere. The vice president and a group of directors rushed to the front. Each of them had to deal with several cultists. They were sweating all over, but they didn't dare to retreat at all. Behind them are students, and if they withdraw, the students will be in danger. There are more than 2,000 students in the military academy, and all of them have reached the true spirit realm. Under normal circumstances, they are a considerable force. But the problem is that their realm is too low. Most of them are at the first or second level of the true spirit realm, which is far inferior to the cultists. On the side of the Zunyao cult, the lowest level is the 4th grade true spirit realm. Any one of them can beat up the students. If they really meet, it will be a one-sided massacre. In the entire academy, only Wu Ming could barely fight and kill the evil cultists of the 4th and 5th level of the true spirit realm. But the Zunyao cult went to such great lengths and made so many moves simply to target Wu Ming. Why would they only send 4th and 5th rank minions to deal with him? The 7th and 8th rank masters rushed towards Wu Ming in large numbers, their eyes full of murderous intent, wishing to tear him to pieces on the spot. Wu Ming felt his scalp tingling as he watched this scene. The gap in strength was too huge. To resist head-on would be to seek death. In the blink of an eye, dozens of attacks wrapped in the aura of destruction blasted towards Wu Ming, and the energy fluctuations were so strong that it could make people breathless. Wu Ming did not dare to be careless. He disappeared from the spot in a flash. When he reappeared, he was already several hundred meters away and barely avoided the attack. Those cult masters were stunned for a moment. How come this guy was so fast? But time waits for no one, they must fight quickly and decisively. Without having time to think, they attacked Wu Ming again, and their attack was even more fierce than before. Wu Ming had no other choice but to hide, and seek with the opponent, and he managed to avoid the attack at the critical moment every time. In fact, with Wu Ming's ability, as long as he wants to leave, he can teleport 3,000 kilometers away at any time and leave the battlefield directly. But he can't leave. He knew clearly in his heart that the other party was coming for him. If he ran away, these cultists would definitely vent their anger on the students. Among the more than 2,000 elite geniuses, not a single one would survive. This would be a huge loss for the entire Longhan Kingdom, and he absolutely could not watch this happen. So he had to stay and deal with these cultists slowly, drawing all the firepower to himself and buying time for the students. Sure enough, as Wu Ming kept dodging, more and more cultists gathered around him, all wanting to kill him for credit. On the other hand, the other 2,000 students were not watched by many people, so they were temporarily safer. A mass of cultists surrounded Wu Ming, and all kinds of fancy attacks came down like rain. It looked so powerful and overwhelming that those who didn't know the situation thought Wu Ming was dead this time. But no one expected that Wu Ming could escape danger time and time again, and even seemed to be at ease, as if he was taking a walk in his own back garden. To describe it with a word from my previous life, it's called Lingbo Weibu. This scene was actually similar to his previous fight against 100 iron swords in Sun Gong Tower. At that time, those 100 iron swords were fast and powerful, and he could get through them. Now, although these cultists were numerous, their speed was much slower than the iron swords. Wu Ming really had some free time. While dodging the attacks, he also observed the entire battle situation and had a clear understanding of the situation everywhere. He saw the old dean was locked in a fierce battle with the Black Fog, with both sides fighting back and forth, neither side gaining an advantage. I also saw a figure who was as powerful as the old dean, also fighting with the cult master. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the mayor of Fengling City. I didn't expect him to rush over. In addition, Tao Chun was still being harassed by that androgynous demon, fighting fiercely and unable to escape at all. The Special Forces team was also blocked by other cultists and was unable to come to support. The human army in the west of the city was still fighting with the cultists who blocked the road. Wu Ming also unexpectedly discovered that the leader of the army was actually his uncle Ma. No wonder his aura was so strong. It seems that except for the city guards who are still on their way, all other forces that can come to support have been stopped by the cultists. Fengling City is so big, it will take a long time for the city guards to arrive. Now we can only rely on ourselves. Wu Ming sighed in his heart and felt a little tired. It seems I have to play hide and seek with these cult old turtles for a while longer. Chapter 73, Get Past Me First. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Wu Ming disappeared out of thin air, and when he reappeared, he was already on a rooftop several hundred meters away. Those cultists rushed forward like headless flies, but they found nothing. Just as they came to their senses, they saw Wu Ming waving at them from the other side. They rushed over in a huge crowd, but again, they missed. Once, twice, 3 times. It went on like this over and over again, like a clown being fooled around. The cultists were so angry that they kept howling, but they couldn't even touch the corner of Wu Ming's clothes. The other students stared with their eyes wide open, as if the pause button had been pressed, and were completely confused. No, this is a life or death situation. Why do I feel like laughing when I see this? They're not just sieging him, they're clearly playing eagle catches chicken with Wu Ming. Who on earth is this person? How could he make the Zunyao evil cult so crazy, staring at him like a wolf seeing meat? I remember now. He's the big boss Dong Fangzhu invited to dinner before. Dong Fangzhu even boasted about him to us back then. I remember that too. The first time he asked for leave, he said he wanted to make a breakthrough, but a few days later he used the same excuse again. We laughed at him for not coming up with a new excuse. Laugh? You dare to laugh? Who gave you the courage? Do you know who he is? Do you think you can casually talk about a ruthless person of this level? The senior student became anxious on the spot, his tone full of scolding. Senior, from what you said, you know his identity? Tell me quickly. The other students gathered around immediately, their eyes full of curiosity. I wasn't sure at first, but after seeing his actions today, I have a rough idea. The senior kept the question in suspense and paused deliberately. Wenjia stared down from high above, still muttering in his heart, I hope there won't be too many casualties. But when he saw the scene below clearly, he was stunned. This was completely different from what he had imagined. The cultists surrounded Wu Ming and tried to kill him, but Wu Ming was like a slippery fish. He was able to slip out from the gap every time without getting hurt at all. Wu Ming was in the east, and the cultists rushed towards the east in large numbers. Just as he rushed over, Wu Ming dodged to the west again, and the cultists rushed west again like headless flies. The more Wenjia looked at it, the more he felt something was wrong. This wasn't a cult besieging Wu Ming, it was clearly Wu Ming who was fooling these cult members around. Looking at the other 2,000 students, no one paid any attention to them. They just stood by, like spectators watching a big show, and felt very safe. Wenjia couldn't help but burst into laughter, his voice so loud that it spread throughout half of the academy. Good. Good. Well done. After saying this, he let out a long roar of joy, and the stone in his heart fell to the ground. The phantom on the other side was stunned. What was this old man laughing at all? Was he having a seizure? He subconsciously glanced down, and when he saw it, he exploded on the spot. The veins on his forehead bulged like earthworms, and his teeth were clenching with a crunching sound, almost breaking them. Useless. You're all a bunch of useless. Everyone, surround and kill Wu Ming with all your strength. This must be a quick and decisive battle. If we can't kill him, we'll all die here today. The phantom roared, his voice full of hysterical madness. As he was about to rush down to help, but just as he moved, he was stopped by the old dean. Want to go down? You have to get past me first. When the cultists below heard this, they were all like being poured with cold water, and they woke up instantly. Yes, if they couldn't kill Wu Ming, none of them would be able to escape. This is no longer a life and death struggle. If Wu Ming is not killed, they will all die. Kill. Fight him. Someone shouted, and all the cultists became red-eyed and rushed towards Wu Ming like desperate criminals. Wind blades, lightning, ground spikes, sword beams, ice. All kinds of attacks came down densely, like a rainstorm, almost blocking the surrounding space. Wu Ming felt the pressure doubled in an instant, and the previous feeling of ease was completely gone. One cultist was even willing to lose an arm in order to attack Wu Ming. His fighting style was completely crazy, and he wanted to hurt the enemy 1,000 times and hurt himself 800 times. And this is not an isolated case. All the cult members are like crazy, so crazy that it makes your scalp tingle. Wu Ming had no choice but to expand the teleportation range and barely avoid those fatal attacks. The relaxed look on his face disappeared, replaced by an unprecedented seriousness. If he continued to play like this, he would be in trouble sooner or later. Before, I could just dodge, but now the opponent is attacking like crazy, and it's too passive to just dodge. Since you dare to fight to the death, then I have nothing to worry about. Kill. Wu Ming's eyes also flashed with madness, and his hand holding the foaming arrow tightened. A 4th grade True Spirit Realm warrior actually dared to launch a counterattack against a group of 7th and 8th grade True Spirit Realm warriors. This scene made people's hearts almost jump out. The foaming arrow whizzed through the crowd of cultists. Although it did not cause fatal injuries, it disrupted their rhythm. In terms of realm alone, Wu Ming is now a 4th grade True Spirit, and can kill 5th grade ones at most. He can't pose much threat to 7th grade and 8th grade ones. At most, it can be considered harassment, buying himself some breathing time. But apart from the power of will and the Phoenix Arrow, does Wu Ming have no other means of attack? Of course. That is power, the terrifying power strengthened by the Dragon Pool. As mentioned before, Wu Ming's speed, strength, and defense have long surpassed his current level. Compared with those of the same level, it is a dimensionality reduction attack. Now his willpower is his shortcoming. As for the limits of strength and defense, Wu Ming himself has not tried it. The group of melon-eating people next to them kept talking. Senior, what do you mean by this? Why don't we understand? One student scratched his head, looking confused. That's right, Senior, stop keeping me in suspense and just say what you want to say. Others followed suit, becoming extremely anxious. The senior rolled his eyes helplessly. Can't you use your brains? Who among the students at the military academy do you think has the ability to fool these cultists? Who has the best ability to do this? The students looked at each other and began to ponder. Suddenly, a student screamed in surprise, his eyes widened, and it seemed that he finally got it. He. Brother, please speak up. Don't stutter at this critical moment. I'm so anxious. Alas, brains are a good thing, but unfortunately I don't have one. I really can't think of anything. The student took a deep breath and finally finished his words, though he still stuttered a little. He is Wu Ming. Oh shit. What did you say? Everyone was stunned by this statement, and for a moment no one could speak normally, as if stuttering was contagious. This is really a wake-up call. Yes. He is Wu Ming. It would take Wu Ming at least half a month to study after he came out of the Sun Gong Tower. Calculating the time, it was exactly the right time now, so it would fit perfectly. Holy crap! He's Wu Ming? And he's been attending classes with us all this time? How come I didn't realize it? I'm completely stunned. Back then, he had 2 breakthroughs in the space of a few days, and we were laughing at his lame excuses for skipping classes. Now it seems he might have actually achieved a breakthrough. Although it's absurd that someone in the true spirit realm could break through 2 realms in just a few days, and it can't be viewed normally, he's Wu Ming, so it seems to make sense. Dong Fangzhu is such a cunning guy. He actually secretly clung to Wu Ming's thigh. No wonder he was so cocky before. I cried. If I had known he was Wu Ming, I would have covered for him, not only by helping him protect me, but also by paying for his 3 meals a day. A group of students gathered around and chattered, regretting their decision to the core. Chapter 74, 4 pairs of soldiers surround and attack. Meanwhile, Wu Ming was still playing hide-and-seek with the crowd of cultists, and he was almost bored to death. These people were too weak. They couldn't even touch the corner of his clothes. There was no challenge at all and they didn't arouse any interest at all. But I can't run far, so I can only patiently play with them. He glanced at the entire battle situation. No one, whether on the human side or the cult side, could break through, and reinforcements were nowhere to be found. How long would this tug of war last? In mid-air, the old Dean Huowenjiao was fighting with the Phantom. The energy of the two collided with a loud rumbling sound, like a thunderclap, destroying everything in its path, and even the surrounding void seemed to be annihilated. Fortunately, the attack happened in mid-air. If it happened on the ground, the area within 10 kilometers of the military academy would probably become a forbidden zone for life in an instant, and not a single living thing would be left. Although the two were evenly matched, Huowenjiao was extremely anxious. Judging from the situation, they couldn't afford to waste time. The longer it drags on, the more dangerous the situation at the military academy will become, and the greater the casualties may be. The Phantom on the opposite side was also well aware of this, and did not fight Huowenjiao to the death. He just wanted to tie you up and fought timidly. According to his plan, there are 4 teams below that are surrounding and killing Wu Ming. As long as they can entangle their respective targets and succeed, the victory will be theirs. Huowenjiao became more and more anxious as he fought, his eyes turned red. He exerted force suddenly and forced the Phantom back dozens of meters. He took advantage of this opportunity to look down quickly. He was really afraid of seeing the scene of students lying dead all over the ground. The price of this risky distraction might be his own life, but he had no choice. But now, Wu Ming decided not to hide anymore. It's time to test his limits. Whoosh! Wu Ming once again teleported away from the overwhelming attack. In the past, he would have definitely teleported out of the encirclement, but this time was different. He actually appeared directly in front of a cultist of the 7th level of the true spirit realm, so close that he could clearly see the pores on the other person's face. Everyone was stunned. Was Wu Ming crazy? Actually delivered to my door? The 7th grade true spirit realm was also startled and was stunned for half a second before reacting. But before he could make a move, Wu Ming punched him so fast that he had no time to dodge. After this punch, the eyes of the 7th grade true spirit realm cultivator instantly widened, and he flew out like a cannonball, knocking down several of his companions and causing everyone to fall to the ground. He didn't die immediately, but he couldn't get up. He lay on the ground twitching all over, as if his limbs were about to explode. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream. A 7th grade true spirit realm cultivator was seriously injured with just one punch. Everyone gasped at this scene. The battle continued, the foaming arrows were still flying through the crowd, harassing them, and Wu Ming's fists were frequently hitting the target, but his situation was still not optimistic. Just now, a cultist at the 8th level of the True Spirit Realm took a punch from Wu Ming and at the same time hit Wu Ming with the attack, and both of them retreated at the same time. A trace of blood oozed from the corner of the mouth of the 8th grade True Spirit Realm, and it was obvious that he was seriously injured. Wu Ming was also beaten so hard that his blood boiled and his chest felt stuffy. But even so, it's outrageous enough. You know, under normal circumstances, no matter how many 4th grade True Spirit Realm cultivators there are, they are not enough to be killed by a single punch from an 8th grade True Spirit Realm cultivator. Wu Ming, a 4th grade True Spirit Realm cultivator, withstood the 8th grade attack head-on, yet his blood and energy only surged. This was simply unbelievable. The 8th grade True Spirit Realm cultivator stared at Wu Ming with disbelief in his eyes. Is this kid still human? Why is the body so hard? But this attack also gave other cultists hope. As long as they could trade injuries with him, they would be able to wear Wu Ming down with their numbers. Everyone became even crazier and pounced on Wu Ming like hungry wolves, completely unconcerned about whether they would get hurt or not. The more than 2,000 students below were so nervous that their mouths opened into O shapes in shock. Oh my god! Wu Ming actually dared to fight back against a group of 7th and 8th rank warriors. That punch just now was too powerful. He crippled a 7th rank True Spirit Realm cultivator with just one punch. Although Wu Ming withstood the 8th grade attack, the cultists are determined to fight him to the death and wear him down. No! We can't just stand there and watch. We have to go help Wu Ming. Even if we can't be of much help, any contribution we can make is valuable. That's right. I'd rather die in battle than live here. Wu Ming has been protecting us for so long, it's time for us to take action. Brothers, take care. Even if you die here today, it will be worth it. Take care of yourself. After saying that, more than 2,000 students, armed with weapons, rushed towards the cultists without hesitation. They wanted to use their lives to share some of the pressure for Wu Ming, even if it was just a little bit. At this moment, the entire battlefield was filled with a tragic atmosphere, which made people's eyes hot. Wu Ming was almost unable to hold on. Although he had amazing defense, the opponent's repeated desperate attacks of the 7th and 8th levels had consumed a huge amount of his physical strength, and his chest was becoming more and more stuffy. Especially when he saw the students rushing towards him, he became even more anxious. The reason why he stayed and did not run away was to protect these students and avoid casualties. But now, these students knew they were no match for him, but they still rushed forward without hesitation to save him. He was both moved and crazy, and wanted to rush up and pull them back. Don't come over here! Don't come over here! Wu Ming screamed wildly in his heart, but his voice could not be heard at all. At this moment, a feeling of extreme danger suddenly surged into Wu Ming's heart, stronger than any time before. A powerful cult figure rushed towards Wu Ming at lightning speed, so fast that he broke the sound barrier, leaving behind an afterimage. Too fast. Too fast indeed. Even though Wu Ming was trying to sense the power and had slowed down time, he still didn't react and his brain went blank in an instant. He didn't even have time to resist. In a thousandth of a second, the opponent's attack had already hit him. Moreover, the intensity of this attack was more than one level stronger than the 8th grade True Spirit Realm attack just now. It was packed with the aura of destroying the world, making it hard to breathe. This is the 9th level of the True Spirit Realm. Wu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was filled with horror. He was in big trouble. At this moment, time seemed to be paused, and even the dust in the air stopped in mid-air. Wu Ming watched the devastating attack coming towards him, his heart almost jumping out of his throat, but his body seemed to be nailed down and he couldn't even move. Not to mention using the power of intention to strengthen his defense, he didn't even have time to think about mobilizing energy. 1,000th of a moment. Even if he wanted to teleport away, the attack was all ready before he could even form the thought. There is no other way, he can only rely on his body to withstand it, this is his only choice now. But Wu Ming was unsure, could he really hold on? Just now, an 8th grade True Spirit Realm cultivator had almost pushed him to his limit. This is an attack from the 9th level of the True Spirit Realm. Maybe I will be blown into pieces without even a bone left. Chapter 75 Breath of Death. That thousandth of a second seemed as long as a century in Wu Ming's perception. The breath of death wrapped in cold fear strangled his throat. Am I really going to die here today? No sooner said than done, there was a loud boom that shook the entire military academy. The devastating attack landed squarely on Wu Ming's location, instantly creating a huge deep pit on the spot, with rubble and smoke rising into the sky. Wu Ming! The vice president's eyes were bloodshot and his roar was full of despair. This was the hope for the future of Longhan Kingdom. The other directors also saw this scene. They felt heartbroken and clenched their fists so tightly that their nails dug into their flesh. The surrounding Zunyaoxia followers cheered as if they had won a battle, each with a hideous grin on their face. We won. We won. We have won this life and death battle. We can retreat now. However, to be on the safe side, the 9th grade True Spirit Realm Master still jumped into the deep pit. He wanted to confirm Wu Ming's body to avoid any more trouble. But after jumping into the deep pit, he was stunned. There was no Wu Ming's body in the pit, nor any bloody remains. At the bottom of the deep pit, there is only a huge sphere made of vines. It is green and looks particularly strange. He could clearly feel Wu Ming's breath coming from the sphere. This kid was still alive. It was this vine ball that saved him at the critical moment. Who is it? Who is meddling in other people's business? The 9th grade True Spirit Realm was furious, and his roar echoed in the deep pit. It's me. A cold female voice sounded behind him, calm and without a ripple, yet with a biting chill. Just as he finished speaking, a thick vine suddenly shot out from behind him and pierced through his body with a puff, and green juice mixed with blood spurted out. The face of the 9th rank True Spirit Realm cultivator instantly became stiff, his eyes widened. Before he died, he turned his head with difficulty, only to see a woman with a cold temperament standing by the pit, her eyes full of murderous intent. The woman only said one sentence, her voice was not loud, but every word was heartbreaking: if you dare to hurt my son, you will all die. The person who came was none other than Wu Ming's mother Wang Nana. Before he finished speaking, countless vines, centered around Wang Nana, rushed towards the surrounding cultists like angry pythons, and blood and flesh flew everywhere they passed. Wang Nana is simply ridiculously strong. In her hands, the 9th grade True Spirit Realm was like slaughtering chickens and dogs, not to mention those 7th grade and 8th grade minions. A single vine could whip a cultist so hard that his body exploded, leaving him no time to even let out a cry. In just a few breaths, the cult army that had surrounded Wu Ming and tried to kill him were lying on the ground in a mess. They were all dead, and not even a single one was left alive. Look at the more than 2,000 students who had just rushed forward with the determination to die, but ended up standing there dumbfounded. They charged forward vigorously, but the cultists didn't even look at them. They only had Wu Ming as their target in their eyes. So they just rushed there for nothing? It's like you yell at someone, "Come and hit me," but they don't even raise their eyelids. This is simply the saddest support in history, so embarrassing that it can be used to buy a 3-bedroom apartment. But thanks to the cultists who ignored them, none of the more than 2,000 people were injured and they were standing there intact. More importantly, they witnessed with their own eyes the scene of Wang Nana killing the cult army in seconds. They were so shocked that they could fit eggs in their mouths and their brains completely shut down. Oh my god! This is too powerful. It's like a god. Who is this? Is he the hidden boss of the special forces? I don't know. But she just said Wu Ming is her son. Could it be that Wu Ming is the descendant of the boss? A group of people were talking and speculating, their voices full of shock. At this moment, Wu Ming was still in the vine ball. His mental power could sense everything outside, and his heart was already in turmoil. Just now he thought he was going to die, but his mother suddenly came out of nowhere and saved him. What is even more outrageous is that my mother is actually an awakened one. He is still a super strong man who can kill people in the 9th level of the True Spirit Realm. My mom is so cool. Why didn't I see it before? Wu Ming, who escaped death, had an idea and teleported out of the vine ball directly. He tried to break the ball just now, but the vines were tougher than steel and he couldn't break it open at all. He could only rely on teleportation. Mom! Wu Ming ran towards Wang Nana, his voice full of excitement. Wang Nana turned around and saw her son. Her eyes reddened slightly, and she came up and slapped him. "You little brat. If I hadn't arrived in time, you would have died right here." Wu Ming scratched his head and chuckled, "This proves I'm not destined to die. Thank you, Mom, for saving my life. But Mom, you're so good at hiding things, aren't you? You're so strong, yet you go to work at the food factory every day like an ordinary person. I didn't even notice." Wang Nana smiled and patted his head, jokingly saying, "I didn't say I'm strong, but I didn't say I'm not strong either. But you have more secrets than me, don't you? Just now, you suddenly teleported out of my vine ball. Come, explain it to Mom." "It's just teleportation," Wu Ming said lightly. Wang Nana's eyes widened, and she asked in surprise, "Are you a space awakener?" "No." Wu Ming chuckled but said nothing more. This was one of his trump cards. "You little bastard, you're still acting mysterious with Mom." Wang Nana laughed and scolded him, but didn't ask any further questions. She knew in her heart that her child was grown up and should have his own secrets. There was no need to ask about everything. It would be better to give each other some space. Just like when Wu Ming was able to accurately find the cult's lair, the old dean never asked the reason. This is a tolerant and wise approach. Wang Nana looked up at the sky, where the old dean was still fighting the phantom. She said quickly, "Okay, Mom won't talk to you anymore. This battle isn't over yet. I'll come back to you after we clean up the mess. Mom, be careful." Wu Ming warned, his eyes full of worry. Wang Nana smiled confidently, "They are the ones we should be careful of." As soon as she finished speaking, she leaped up and rushed into the sky like an arrow, so fast that only a shadow was left behind. High in the sky, Huo Wanjia and Mei Ying had a fierce fight. The violent energy made both of them retreat repeatedly, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Phantom took a moment to catch his breath and looked down. He was stunned. All his men were dead? It's only been a short while. How come the whole army was wiped out? Just as he was stunned, he suddenly felt a biting chill from behind, as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He quickly turned his head and saw Wang Nana standing behind him, staring at him with cold eyes, which scared him so much that his eyelids were twitching rapidly. The phantom recognized her, his voice trembling. It's you. Haven't you disappeared for many years? How come you suddenly appear?" Wang Nana sneered, her tone filled with murderous intent. "If you hadn't set your sights on my son, I might have been able to disappear for a few more years." Your son?" Phantom's pupils suddenly shrank as he suddenly realized, "Wu Ming. You all have the surname Wu. Could it be that Wu Ming is that man's grandson?" When these words came out, Phantom was so scared that he almost peed his pants, and his voice trembled even more violently. No wonder Wu Ming was so amazing. It turned out that he was the descendant of that big boss. He was completely desperate and didn't even think about running away. He knew that he could never outrun Wang Nana. In the end, Phantom died miserably. Countless vines entangled his limbs and neck, and with a few cracks, he was torn into 5 pieces without even a wailing sound. This is what happened to him for hurting Wu Ming. He deserved it. Chapter 76. The battle is not over yet. After dealing with the phantom, Wang Nana flew in front of Huo Wenjia, stood at attention with a dashing posture, and saluted with a standard military salute. "Old Captain, we meet again." That's right, it's old group leader, not old dean. Tao Chen is a graduate of the military academy, so he calls Huo Wenjia old dean, but Wang Nana is different. She was once an officer under Huo Wenjia, a sharp knife against demons. Huo Wenjia looked at Wang Nana with a look of relief on his face, and said with emotion, "You finally showed up. I thought you were going to hide forever." A hint of sadness flashed across Wang Nana's eyes. More than 10 years have passed in the blink of an eye. You, old captain, have aged a lot. Huo Wenjia smiled and waved his hand. "I'm old and useless. The country will have to rely on young people like you in the future. After Chenglong's accident, you were heartbroken and asked to leave the team. I agreed. Now it seems that this decision was the right one." He paused, looked at Wang Nana, and said with satisfaction, "In just over a decade, you have cultivated such a good seedling like Wu Ming for the country. This is a huge contribution." In fact, Huo Wenjia had confirmed Wu Ming's identity a few days ago. During the political review, the identities of Wu Ming's family members were double SSS level encrypted, which was extremely rare in Longhan country. Combined with Wu Ming's age and calculating the ages of his parents and grandparents, the answer is almost clear. At that time, the old dean, the vice dean and a group of directors all knew the truth, but the old dean was afraid that Wu Ming would feel pressured, so he stopped everyone and asked everyone to copy the confidentiality regulations many times, just to protect Wu Ming. Wang Nana smiled with relief when she heard this. It's all thanks to the child's own efforts. I didn't help much. Huo Wenjia changed the subject and spoke in a serious tone. Are you leaving again after coming back this time? The situation is becoming increasingly tense, and the country needs strong men like you. Wang Nana's eyes were firm as she answered decisively, I'm not leaving. I will stay in Fengling City and protect this place in Wuming. Okay. 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 Huo Wenjia was so excited that he said good 3 times in a row, his eyes full of excitement. With Wang Nana here, Fengling City will have an indestructible barrier. Wu Ming below was looking up at the sky, his heart filled with surprise. It turned out that his mother was an officer under the old dean? No wonder they knew each other. It seems that my mother has a lot of secrets. But now is not the time to gossip. Wu Ming's willpower has been covering Fengling City. He knows clearly that there are still many places fighting and the battle is not over yet. He shouted to the sky, "Dean! Mom! Over at the City Lord's mansion, the City Lord is still fighting a powerful cult member. To the south of the city, Captain Tao and the Special Forces team are also entangled. Over at the West Gate, Uncle Ma is still fighting the cult members." "Okay. We got it." Huo Wenjia and Wang Nana in the sky responded at the same time, and their voices came down clearly. The next second, Huo Wenjia flew towards the south of the city, while Wang Nana headed straight for the West Gate. As for the City Lord's mansion, they have confidence in the City Lord's strength and do not need support for the time being. Soon, on the battlefield in the south of the city, Tao Chen was still fighting with a cult leader. The two of them were fighting back and forth, and it was difficult to tell who would win. For the cult, this is enough. Their goal is not to kill Tao Chen, but to delay him and prevent him from supporting the military academy. As long as everyone completes the task, the balance of victory will tilt towards them. But Tao Chen was extremely anxious, his heart was burning with worry, and he was still concerned about the safety of the military academy. At this moment, a powerful aura flew over from afar at an astonishing speed. Tao Chen looked up and saw that it was Huo Wenjia. Instead of joy, his face became even more anxious. "Old Dean. Why are you here? The military academy is still waiting for support. How did you come over there?" His heart skipped a beat, and a terrible thought came to his mind. Could it be that the military academy was razed to the ground? When Tao Chen thought of this, his heart sank and his face turned pale. Huo Wenjia couldn't help but laugh and scold him when he saw his expression. "What are you thinking, you little brat? The military academy is fine. The battle over there ended long ago. I just freed up my hands to help you." Tao Chen was stunned. The military academy is fine? And the battle is over so soon? Although he found it hard to believe, he knew Huo Wenjia would not lie to him. His heart was instantly at ease, and even his breathing became smoother. Next, Huo Wenjia directly joined the battle and joined forces with Tao Chen to besiege the cult leader. Before, Tao Chen could tie with the opponent alone, but now with the addition of the stronger Huo Wenjia, the result can be imagined. After a few rounds, the cult leader was beaten back step by step by the two men. Finally, with a bang, his heart was shattered by a punch and he fell to the ground and died. Once the leader died, the cult followers who were fighting with the Special Forces team became scattered and were all wiped out in a short time. The battle in the south of the city ended quickly. Huo Wenjia and Tao Chen did not dare to delay and immediately flew towards the next battlefield. They must end this chaos as soon as possible and restore peace to Fengling City. The battle was in full swing at the West City Gate. Ma Jinzhou led his army to fight the bastards of the Zunyao cult. Amidst the flashing swords and sabers, he did not let the other side advance a single step. With his sharp eyes, he suddenly caught a glimpse of a graceful figure breaking through the air. Was that Wang Nana? His heart skipped a beat, but then he was happy. Well, the battle is over. Sure enough, after a short while, the battle was completely over. "Nana!" Ma Jinzhou immediately put away the knife, the solemnity on his face faded into a smile, and his voice became 8 octaves louder. Wang Nana stopped mid-air, and nodded with a smile on her pretty face. "Brother Xiaoma, it's been a while since I last saw you. You're still as powerful as ever." You know, Grandpa Wu Ming used to call Ma Jinzhou Little Ma, and Wang Nana followed suit and kept calling him Brother Xiaoma, which sounded particularly cordial. As soon as the greetings were over, Ma Jinzhou asked anxiously, "Where is Mingming now?" Others wanted to interrupt and ask, "Are you okay?" but he just waved his hands. Isn't that nonsense? With a great goddess like Wang Nana protecting him, it would be strange if anything happened to that kid. "Mingming is at the military academy," Wang Nana replied with a smile. "Okay. I'll go check on this guy first." Ma Jinzhou laughed heartily, waved his hand, and rushed towards the military academy with his brothers. His steps hurried. Wang Nana also flashed and rushed back. It wasn't long before we arrived at the military academy. As soon as Ma Jinzhou saw Wu Ming, he gave him a bear hug, patted him on the back and scolded him with a smile. "You little bastard, you've really made it now." The relief in that tone was clearly heard by everyone around. "Uncle Ma." Wu Ming also called out to people with a smile, feeling warm in his heart. These uncles have always been sincere to him. Even if they don't meet often, they are still as close to each other as before when they meet. This kind of affection is more important than anything else. Wang Nana was standing not far away. She didn't come to disturb the uncle and nephew, but watched them chatting quietly. Chapter 77: A Great Victory. After a few words, Ma Jinzhou suddenly became serious and said, patting his chest, "You've been to Uncle Lee and Uncle Lei's place, right? When you graduate from the military academy, you must come to my place. Otherwise, Uncle will be angry with you, do you hear me?" After a pause, he raised his chin proudly and said mysteriously, "Let me tell you, my 9th Independent Corps is no ordinary unit. It's the same corps where your grandfather fought bloody battles." He was so proud, like a child showing off his treasure. Wu Ming was stunned on the spot. The legion that his grandfather had fought in? He has taken his grandfather as his role model since he was young and dreamed of following in his grandfather's footsteps. As soon as Uncle Ma said this, his interest was immediately piqued. Looking at Ma Bo's attitude of "I will never let you go if you don't come," how could he dare to say no? Okay, I'll listen to Uncle Ma. Okay. It's a deal now. Ma Jinzhou raised his little finger and said seriously, "Come on, pinky promise." Such a high-ranking official actually played the childish pinky trick. Wu Ming didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but he still cooperated by hooking his finger. Seeing that the deal was made, Ma Jinzhou was satisfied, as if he had taken a reassurance pill. Not long after, the old dean, Tao Chen, and the city lord all arrived. Speaking of which, the human race was indeed passive at the beginning of this battle. Those bastards of the Zun Yao cult calculated everything, but they overlooked Wang Nana. But as long as a breakthrough is made, the whole game will come alive in an instant. The human race turned from passive to active and killed all the evil bastards of the Zun Yao cult in Chuzhang City. They caught them all in one fell swoop and won a great victory. At this moment, everyone gathered together, and everyone was grinning from ear to ear. This was an unprecedented victory for the human race since the fight against the evil Zun Yao cult. It is said that when two brave men meet in a narrow road, the brave one wins. The Zun Yao cult was so bold that it dared to attack the military academy directly and sent out all its troops. In the end, they were completely wiped out. They totally deserved it. Moreover, the evil Zun Yao cult organization in Chuzhang City has been cleared out, so how far will other cities be? As they were chatting and laughing, a soldier came running over to report. Ma Jinzhou was furious when he heard it. What? His voice suddenly rose several decibels, and he said to everyone, I have to go first. As soon as he finished speaking, he hurriedly ordered the troops to assemble. Everyone could see from his panic that the situation was urgent. Jinzhou, what happened? The old dean asked quickly. Old captain, this time it's the demons and the Zun Yao cult teaming up. While they're wreaking havoc in Chuzhang City, the demons on the front lines are also attacking us. I only brought 2 companies out this time. The situation on the front lines is tight right now, so I have to go back immediately. Ma Jinzhou was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. At this time, Tao Chen immediately said, now that we are all here, the evil cult of the Demon King in Chuzhang City has been cleared out. Without any worries, why not go back with you and catch those demons off guard? Good idea. The city lord immediately applauded. I agree. Wang Nana also nodded in agreement. Everyone looked at Ma Jinzhou, and he blushed with excitement. Why are you all looking at me? This is absolutely fantastic. I couldn't ask for more. Then let's go. Then everyone rushed to the square in front of the Chuzhang City Function Hall and wanted to use the teleportation array, which was the fastest way. The teleportation array was closed before because we were afraid of something going wrong. Now that the war is over, wouldn't it be a matter of minutes to open the teleportation array? What's more, the city lord is here, it's just a matter of a word, why bother? A group of super strong men rushed to the front line to provide support. Wu Ming wanted to join in the fun, but they all refused in unison, you stay. Well, he couldn't do anything about it, so he had to stay in the military academy. But it didn't take long, just over half an hour, before Wang Nana and the others came back. It turned out that the demons on the front line and the Zun Yao cult had wanted to join forces to trick the human race, but unexpectedly the Zun Yao cult was defeated first and was caught by the human race who rushed to support them. With the help of several super strong men like Wang Nana, the situation on the battlefield was reversed in seconds. The demons were completely defeated and could not even escape. After returning, the city lord was busy dealing with a bunch of follow-up matters and left without staying long. Tao Chen was the captain of the special service team and had a lot of follow-up work to do, so he also left in a hurry. Not to mention the old dean, he has to guard the military academy and can't go anywhere. Only Wang Nana didn't leave. On the playground, mother and son sat side by side on the steps, chatting. They chatted for the entire afternoon. No one knew what they talked about specifically. All they saw was that Wu Ming's face was full of reluctance, but his eyes were more determined than before, and he had obviously grown a lot. Finally, Wu Ming leaned his head gently on Wang Nana's shoulder. The setting sun stretched the shadows of the mother and son very long, warming people's hearts. On the other hand, the news that the evil cult organization of Zhu Niao in Chujiang City was completely wiped out spread throughout the country like wings, and there was an uproar everywhere. The 12 cities were in an uproar, with netizens commenting faster than a rocket. At Yangzhou City official Weibo, come out and copy my homework. Chujiang City has already won. I never dared to imagine that in my lifetime, I would actually see the Zhu Niao cult being beaten on the head. Wu Ming is awesome. He is the hope of the human race. Haji City Online calls out to Wu Ming, come be our guest. Plenty of steamed bear paws with honey, and make sure everything is arranged. At Wu Ming, the Zhu Niao cult in Yangzhou is still rampant. Please go and take care of them. 100,000 blood letters begging Wu Ming to conduct a nationwide tour. Save the children. Agree. Support. +1. At this rate, the eradication of the Zhu Niao cult is just around the corner. With so much outcry from netizens, the official WeChat accounts of major cities have also responded one after another, each one more creative than the other. Yangzhou's official Weibo account, this homework must be copied. We're already contacting the leadership of the military academy and will not fall behind. Haji City's official Weibo account, don't worry, everyone. Although this place may be cold, we are sincere enough. If we can't invite Wu Ming, I will go to apologize directly. Chongling City's official Weibo account stated, our personnel have already rushed to Chujiang City immediately. We are going to pick up Wu Ming, not to rob him. Shanghai Port City's official Weibo account, Chongling City, you're too cunning. I thought I was the only one trying to stealthily snatch someone away, but I didn't expect you to be even quicker than me. Wuxia City official Weibo, sorry everyone, we are already at the entrance of Chujiang Military Academy, picture. Fengling City official Weibo, Wu Ming, it's time to go home. Your girlfriend is still waiting for you here. In fact, many demon-worshipping cults in major cities had been scared away, but some who considered themselves brave hid in the dark and watched. They thought that the top management would definitely not let Wu Ming run wild and would definitely kill him. As long as Wu Ming dies, the Special Forces team will become like a headless fly, and they can continue to survive. They really guessed it right. The evil demon cult organization in Chujiang City really made a big move and joined forces with all parties to attack the military academy directly. When the group of idiots who were watching learned about this, they were all extremely excited. It was a deliberate plan, but it was unintentional. This wave is a sure thing. At the beginning, the human race was indeed a bit passive. Later, 4 teams of masters above the 7th level of true spirit surrounded Wu Ming and were about to succeed. What was the result? Wu Ming was as slippery as a loach, and the 4 teams of masters couldn't catch him. Damn it! Damn it! Before they finished cursing, Wang Nana appeared. That woman was so terrifying and unreasonable that she turned the situation around in an instant, and the Zhu Niao cult was wiped out. Grass mud ma. The group of bastards who were watching burst into tears on the spot and ran away while crying. Chapter 78 All eyes are on me. Seeing netizens at the official Weibo of their own city, and the official Weibo still busy trying to grab Wu Ming, the members of the Zhu Niao cult organizations in various cities were even more scared. If they didn't run away, they would lose their lives. For a time, there were many more missing persons in major cities, more than last time, all of whom were members of the evil Zhu Niao cult who had escaped. Officials from various major cities were still trying to fight for Wu Ming at the military academy when they suddenly received a call from their own city. They were all stunned. What? Wu Ming hasn't even gone yet, and the Zhu Niao cult is almost gone? This is still a polite way of putting it. In fact, they all ran away. After all, with the previous experience of Chujiang City, who would dare to joke with their life? This situation confused the officials. What should we do now? It seemed that there was no need to trouble Wu Ming to make a trip. But since they were here, they couldn't come for nothing. They all found opportunities to meet Wu Ming and get close to him. After all, it's always good to make more friends. However, they also knew that although the Zunyao cult had run away, people were coming and going at the city gates every day, and the teleportation array was constantly operating. There was no guarantee that these bastards would appear again one day. To deal with this situation, a long-term inspection mechanism must be established. So they all mentioned this matter to Wu Ming, and Wu Ming agreed to everything as long as he could do it. After all, this was a good thing that benefited the country and the people, and it was his responsibility. And being needed by so many people, that sense of value also made him feel warm in his heart. In the end, everyone was naturally happy, and officials from major cities returned to report with satisfaction. After returning, their official Weibo accounts all posted a message. First, I would like to thank Wu Ming very much. Without Wu Ming, how could we have such a bright and peaceful world today? Secondly, the long-term patrol mechanism was specifically mentioned, which is clearly a message to the Zunyao cult: if you run away, don't come back. If you dare to come back, we will arrest you without negotiation. The next morning, just as the sky was getting light, Wu Ming accompanied his mother Wang Nana to the square in front of the Chuzheng City Function Hall. The mother and daughter talked it all out yesterday afternoon, and Wang Nana was leaving. But this time they were not going back to Fengling City, but to a place far away, and Wang Nana's father Wu Yu was also going with her. She finally stopped hiding it, and this time she took action, clearly announcing her official return. Those things that were not completed before should now be concluded. In front of the teleportation array, Wang Nana gently rubbed Wu Ming's cheek with her fingertips. A smile played on her lips, but her eyes were secretly red. Son, the road ahead really depends on you. Keep up the good work. Mom hopes that when we meet again next time, you can become a great hero like your grandfather. Wu Ming was reluctant in his heart, but he still nodded vigorously to suppress the sour feeling. Wang Nana hugged him, said nothing more, turned around and walked resolutely towards the teleportation array. Mom! Wu Ming's voice was filled with tears as he chased after her, shouting, "You must take care of yourself." Same to you, son. Wang Nana turned around and smiled, then stepped into the teleportation array and disappeared in an instant. In the following days, Wu Ming seemed to be following the routine, attending classes, practicing his mental power, and going out to kill monsters. It seemed that everything was back on track. But his identity has been exposed. How can it be so easy to get back on track? Now he is the focus wherever he goes. In class, the whole class's eyes are on him. When he goes to the cafeteria to eat, people at the neighboring tables secretly look at him. There is always a group of people surrounding him, chattering non-stop. To put it bluntly, the boys looked at him with such fanatical eyes that they wished they could carve "I want to live like Wu Ming" on their foreheads. Girls are even more direct. They can't take their eyes off him and are shouting in their hearts, "Can Wu Ming be my man?" Moreover, the girls are much more unrestrained than the boys. They are all dressed up in bright colors, and the military academy is almost becoming a beauty pageant. If for no other reason than to let Wu Ming look at her more, even just one glance, she would faint with happiness. One day, Wu Ming was in class. Although he was in class, his mind had already drifted to the practice of all-out massacre. Not far from the seat, several girls were secretly glancing at him, whispering, "Sisters, what do you think of my performance today?" One girl deliberately thrust out her chest and shook it proudly. "I guess Wu Ming must like plump breasts. To make it look natural, I worked on it until late last night." "Come on, you're exaggerating. There should be at least 5 gaskets. Won't it be shaky when you walk?" another girl complained. "You're all messing around." The third girl crossed her legs, looking smug. "A pretty face and a figure are all empty talk. You need skills to hook a man. I've been practicing this 16 ways to flirt lately, and I've mastered them. In a few days, Wu Ming will be at my feet." 16 moves? Yours is just the entry level. I have the upgraded version, 64 moves to steal a husband, which is the ultimate skill. It's much more powerful than yours. You bunch of slutty cats, are you trying to steal my man? Who stole you? It was obviously me who fell in love with Wu Ming first. As soon as the topic of Wu Ming's ownership came up, the girls immediately became hostile and almost started a quarrel. "Stop making noise." One girl quickly tried to smooth things over. "I saw online that Wu Ming seems to have a girlfriend." "What's wrong with having a girlfriend?" Someone immediately retorted, "With a good hoe, there's no corner you can't dig down." That's right. Long-distance relationships can't stand up to it. We see Wu Ming every day, so we have a huge advantage. Alas, just to see Wu Ming more often, I've almost retaken this course twice. Me too. But for Ming Ming, it's worth it. Don't call my man Ming Ming. At this moment, the teacher on the podium suddenly said, Wu Ming, someone is looking for you outside. Wu Ming, who was concentrating on fighting monsters and practicing, was stunned and quickly looked towards the door. When he saw it, he was immediately surprised. It was Gu Shuemi. As soon as Wu Ming stood up, Gu Shuemi at the door saw him and immediately smiled with her eyes curved, revealing her 2 dimples. She also waved at him playfully, looking so sweet that it could melt anyone. Wu Ming hurried out, and the classroom instantly exploded. The boys were all stunned. Is this the person they said on the internet, Wu Ming's girlfriend Gu Shuemi? Oh my god. This is what it means to be a winner in life, right? You're awesome, your mom is a big shot, and even your girlfriend is so beautiful I can't describe it. My teeth are about to fall out. Woo woo woo, I want a girlfriend like this too. Maybe in the next life, brother. There's no chance in this life. Not to mention the girls, especially those jealous ones just now. Isn't this too extreme? Compared to her, I feel like a rough guy. That face, that figure, that temperament, that smile just now, even a woman like me was moved. Meiwan, I seriously suspect that there's something wrong with your sexual orientation. Just now I was stubbornly saying that face and figure are not important, but now I know that I was wrong. Sisters, it's over. We're heartbroken. +1. The moment I saw Gu Shuemi, I knew I was completely defeated. Outside the door, Wu Ming couldn't contain his surprise. Gu Shuemi, why are you here suddenly? Come to thank you. Gu Shuemi smiled, her eyes sparkling. The 2 of them walked out while chatting and soon arrived at the playground. Chapter 79, Eyes Full of Heartache. It turned out that Gu Shuemi really came to express her gratitude and bring good news to Wu Ming. She broke through. He was a level 7 awakener before, but now he has jumped directly to level 9. The 4th grade demon core that Wu Ming gave her was of great help. Of course, more importantly, it was Gu Shuemi's own extraordinary talent. A 9th level awakener. Wu Ming was happy for her after hearing this. She had only been in school for more than half a year, and she had already reached the 9th level. This speed was too terrifying. At this rate, Gu Shuemi will be able to take the military exam in about a year, which will make her better than many prospective officers in the military academy. So Wu Ming, thank you very much. Gu Shuemi raised her head, her eyes were sincere and a little serious. Wu Ming teased her deliberately, if you keep being so distant with me, I'll give you a thunder demon core next time I see one. I'll make sure you think of me every time you see one. Let's see if you can get used to it. Gu Shuemi burst out laughing, and all the seriousness she had just shown disappeared, leaving only a cute look. The 2 walked around the playground side by side, laughing all the way, and talked about a lot of things, such as Wu Ming's upcoming trip to the front line, Luo Pang and Zhou Lu, and the major event of Wu Ming's suppression of the Zunyao cult a few days ago. When you gave me the demon core last time, you said it was inconvenient for you to show up. I was worried that something might happen to you. I didn't expect you were doing it to protect me. Gu Shuemi sighed, her eyes full of heartache. If you have anything to say in the future, just message me directly and don't meet me again, okay? Wu Ming kept nagging, now the Zunyao cult in the city has been cleared out, but I have to go out and earn contribution points, and I'm worried they'll keep an eye on you. I'm not afraid. Gu Shuemi interrupted him directly, her lips pouting so much that a bottle of oil could be hung on them, and her eyes were a little stubborn. Obviously she didn't want to hear this. You're not afraid because you've never experienced danger. Once you truly feel the breath of death, you'll know how to be afraid. Wu Ming smiled and reached out to rub her head. Then I'm not afraid either. Gu Shuemi became even angrier and turned her head to the side. Wu Ming was a little confused. In his impression, Gu Shuemi had always been a generous and decent girl, and he had never seen her like this. Could it be that I underestimated her by saying that she should be afraid? Well, women's hearts are as unpredictable as the sea. They can get angry over such a small thing. He quickly coaxed her, I was wrong. I'm just dumb. If you ask me, I'm the timid one. You, Gu Shuemi, are braver than anyone else. What I said just now was just nonsense. It would have been fine if he hadn't said this, but once he did, Gu Shuemi rolled her eyes and called him wooden lump. In the end, Wu Ming still relied on his silver tongue to persuade the man with a combination of coaxing and teasing. Happy times always pass quickly. Before we knew it, it was dark and it was time for Gu Shuemi to go back. Wu Ming walked her to the square in front of the function hall. Before leaving, Gu Shuemi suddenly said seriously, "Wu Ming, I will do my best to catch up with you." "Okay, then I'll sit here and wait for you." Wu Ming teased her with a playful smile. Roll. Gu Shuemi couldn't help laughing. She reached out and kicked him lightly, then extended her jade hand. "Come on." This was a high five to cheer him up. "Come on." Wu Ming quickly reached out his hand, and their hands touched, feeling soft and warm. Gu Shuemi looked at him, and he looked at Gu Shuemi, and they both couldn't help but laugh. Not far away, a passing hunter and photography enthusiast quickly took out his mobile phone and captured the scene with a click. In the past, Wu Ming's photos were all mosaicked, but now that his identity has been exposed and he is safe in the city, he no longer hides deliberately and doesn't even notice that anyone is taking pictures of him. This photography enthusiast usually posts photos of beautiful scenery on Weibo, but they never make any waves and people just browse through them by themselves, purely for their own entertainment. But this time, as soon as the photo was posted on the WeChat, my phone started to buzz like crazy, ding dong non-stop. He took it out and took a look. Wow, the number of likes exceeded 10,000, there were thousands of comments, and the number of reposts was increasing like a rocket. He was confused. Is this still my microgrid? Click on the comments, and netizens are acting like detectives, making various analyses. Although I've never met Wu Ming in person, we know Gu Shuemi. The one who's so close to Gu Shuemi must be Wu Ming. It's confirmed. I've been looking at the tree and the square tiles in the photo for a long time. This is definitely the square in front of the Chuzhou City Function Hall. In other words, it was Gu Shuemi who took the initiative to find Wu Ming. Fuck, the observation skills of the guy upstairs are amazing. It's my turn. Judging from the length of the shadow, it should be around 4 or 5 in the afternoon. Is the person above blind? Isn't there a timestamp in the bottom right corner of the photo? What's the use of calculating it? Ah, this is embarrassing. The man is talented and the woman is beautiful. What a perfect match. There's light in their eyes when they look at each other. It's so sweet. Why am I browsing the micro website right now? I'm being fed another mouthful of dog food. The data of this microgrid continued to rise rapidly, and it quickly became popular. Then it went straight out of the circle, and all major media and TV stations rushed to quote it, and it became completely popular. In the past, everyone had only heard of the legendary figure Wu Ming, as if he were a legend in the martial arts world, but no one had ever seen what he looked like, and everyone had been extremely curious about him for a long time. As a result, when this photo appeared, Wu Ming's true face was exposed clearly, and the whole internet was in an uproar. With such popularity, it's hard not to be popular. Within a few hours, netizens pushed it to the top of the hot search list. After reading the comments section, the amateur photographer's eyes widened into big eyes and he almost dropped the camera in his hand. This is too magical. I just casually took a picture with my camera, it was completely unintentional. But who could have imagined that this shot would actually capture the legendary Wu Ming in the frame? With this kind of luck, wouldn't he win the lottery jackpot? After a while, the sky darkened as if a curtain had been drawn across it. Gu Shuemi had already packed up and took the teleportation array back to Fengling City. As night falls, the lights all over the city become dazzlingly bright. The atmosphere in a certain household in the city is so warm. A mother, whose mind is full of thoughts about finding a partner for her son, is curled up on the sofa watching TV, occasionally glancing at her son who was playing with his mobile phone next to her. Just at this moment, a photo of Wu Ming and Gu Shuemi looking at each other and smiling at each other popped up on the TV. The picture was a perfect match. The old mother's eyes lit up instantly, and she even forgot to eat the melon seeds in her hand. She was so amazed that she nodded on the spot. This guy is handsome and the girl is pretty, they are a match made in heaven. What a perfect match. The old mother became more and more satisfied as she looked at it, and couldn't help but nudge her single dog son next to her with her elbow. The old mother pointed at Gu Shuemi on TV and said earnestly, "Son, did you see that? When you look for a girlfriend in the future, you have to follow this standard. Only then will mom feel at ease." The son was originally looking down at his phone, but he looked up after his mother scolded him and glanced at the TV casually. As a result, after taking a look at it, he jumped up from the sofa as if the electric switch was stepped on, and almost threw his phone out. The son had a bitter face and wailed to his mother, "Mom, I advise you to find another son first. I will never be able to meet this standard in my lifetime." Chapter 80 Graduation Ceremony. The camera cuts back to Wu Ming. After today, he will have completed all the class hours for all subjects, and it should be time for the final examination. Others can directly register for the final exam after completing the required course hours, and then get their certificate and leave smoothly. But Wu Ming is different, his situation is very special. Although people were sitting in the classroom, their minds had already drifted to the wild fighting with ferocious beasts, and they didn't study the knowledge points in class seriously at all. So, he has to hurry up and study hard, otherwise he will definitely fail the exam. Just now, there are 6 thick textbooks neatly placed on the table in front of Wu Ming, like a small mountain. The next second, something magical happened. The 6 books suddenly flipped their pages by themselves, as fast as the wind. Don't get me wrong, Wu Ming didn't flip it with his hands, he didn't even move a finger. Not only did Wu Ming not move, he didn't even open his eyes. He just sat cross-legged on the chair and meditated. Well, those who understand will understand, this isn't showing off online again. His willpower is almost exhausted, and he is using his superpowers as a daily routine. Control 6 books at the same time, turn the pages with the power of intention, and do 6 things at the same time. Who wouldn't be confused after seeing this operation? Just so willful. While others are so worried about cramming for review that their hair falls out, he just uses his superpowers. The key is that the effect is surprisingly good. The lines of words scanned by Yadongli are directly engraved into Wu Ming's mind like a money printing machine, and he can't forget them even if he wants to. Coupled with the powerful deductive ability of Yadongli, Wu Ming not only remembered the knowledge points, but was also able to integrate them on the spot and apply them to other situations. He was better than the top students who had studied for several years. He couldn't help but complain in his heart, if I had this skill when I was in college in my previous life, would I still have to study late into the night every day and stay up like a panda? I've already received so many scholarships. It only took Wu Ming half an hour to finish reading all the 18 textbooks for 6 courses, and his efficiency was maximized. After reading the book, Wu Ming felt more confident and submitted his application for the final examination with full confidence. After a short while, the application was approved, which was very efficient. So the next day, Wu Ming went to take the final exam. The 6 courses combined gave him a total of 3 hours of exam time. Wu Ming only took 20 minutes to hand in the paper, which left the invigilator stunned. He thought that this kid was there to cause trouble. The final exams were graded on the spot. The teachers held Wu Ming's paper and became more and more confused as they graded it. The expressions on their faces were as if they had seen a ghost. Strategy and tactics, the full score is 100, and Wu Ming scored exactly 60 points, just above the passing line. Elite troops drill, 60 points. Application of ancient and modern military strategies, 60 points. No matter which course I took afterwards, I got 60 points in all of them, not a single point more or less. It was ridiculously accurate. The teachers were all screaming in their hearts, Wu Ming, you're definitely playing tricks on us. This 60-point mark is way too deliberate. According to the rules, you can leave the military academy after taking the final exam in the morning before going to the front line. Everyone has 1 day to go home and rest, and wait for the transfer order from their superiors. Of course, this transfer order will also take personal wishes into consideration and will not be a forced arrangement. But after Wu Ming finished his exam in the morning, the old dean did not let him leave immediately, saying that he had something to arrange in the afternoon and asked him to stay. When Wu Ming heard this, he immediately stood at attention and said, I obey orders. He was not in a hurry. It didn't matter whether he left early or late. Soon it was afternoon and Wu Ming received a notice asking him to gather at the playground. When he arrived at the playground, he was shocked to see more than 2,000 students standing neatly in several square formations. Even the teachers formed a square formation. The aura was overwhelming. Looking at the rostrum again, the old president Huanjia, the vice president, and several directors were all sitting upright, and it was obvious that they had important things to do. This scene is so grand, even more lively than the college's opening ceremony. As soon as Wu Ming appeared, thunderous applause broke out in the playground. Even the old dean and others on the rostrum stood up and nodded at him with a smile. This treatment was unparalleled. Wu Ming stood there, his mind a bit bewildered. What was going on? I was just taking a test, why was there such a commotion? Before he could figure it out, someone called him to the podium. As soon as he went up, the old dean not only handed him the diploma personally, but also solemnly awarded him that outstanding graduate certificate. This certificate is very rare in the history of military academies, and only the top graduates can get it. You know, whoever gets this certificate will have his name engraved in the Military Academy's Hall of Fame, which is a lifetime honor. In addition to the Certificate of Outstanding Graduate, the old dean also awarded Wu Ming a first-class Medal of Honor on behalf of the country, specifically commending his great contribution in eradicating the evil cult organization of Zunyao in Longhan country. Wu Ming took the certificate and medal with both hands, stood at attention and saluted with a standard military salute to the leaders on the rostrum and the teachers and students below the stage, his eyes firm. From beginning to end, the applause on the playground never stopped, one after another. These honors were all earned by Wu Ming through his own strength, and he deserves them. This honor is so heavy that it is the greatest recognition from the country and the college. As soon as the ceremony was over, Wu Ming said goodbye to the old dean and others, went back to the dormitory, picked up his backpack, and appeared at the door of the function hall of Chujiang City in the next second. Motivation is the key to travel fast. The next second, he went directly back to Fengling City through the teleportation array. Getting home is faster than taking a rocket. Wu Ming returned to the dilapidated tube-shaped building where he used to live. Although it was a bit old, it was full of memories. They say home is where your mother is, but now my mother is gone. He asked for a long time that afternoon but couldn't find out what his mother was going to do. His mother probably didn't tell him on purpose because she was afraid that he would worry. Wu Ming sat on the sofa, looking at the familiar tables and chairs, the walls, and the wilted green plant on the windowsill. My heart feels like a mixture of all 5 flavors, sour, sweet, bitter, all kinds of feelings. But he quickly adjusted himself and decided to cherish the present, as there was no point in thinking too much. This time I left home to go to the front line. I don't know when I will come back next time. Maybe I won't even see this old house. Thinking of this, Wu Ming got up, found a towel and a mop, and started cleaning the house. He wanted to make the house cleaner and cleaner. In the past, he used the power of his mind to clean, which was so easy and could be done in minutes. But this time, he didn't use any magic. Instead, he wiped and mopped the house bit by bit with his own hands, wanting to feel the warmth of the next home. At the same time, in the wilderness of Fengling City, Luo Pang was taking a few classmates to complete a mission. They were lucky today and completed the mission early. Not only did they complete the mission, they also unexpectedly discovered the red dragon fruit. This is a legendary treasure from heaven and earth, which is of great benefit to the awakened ones in improving their strength. Who wouldn't be envious when seeing it? But as the old saying goes, there must be powerful and ferocious beasts guarding the treasures of heaven and earth. After all, good things are not only liked by humans, but also by demons. Sure enough, next to the red dragon fruit, there was a level 9 ferocious beast squatting, like a small mountain, with a very scary aura. A 9th level ferocious beast. For Luo Pang and his men, this is not a question of whether it is difficult to fight at all, but it is impossible to fight at all, which is simply giving away their heads. Although Luo Pang had also eaten demon cores and improved his strength a little, he was not a genius like Gu Shuemi, so how could he challenge a level 9 ferocious beast? Now Luo Pang is only a level 6 awakener, and his companions are also at this level. Compared with the level 9 ferocious beast, the difference is not even a little bit. This made them very anxious and they all scratched their heads. If I give up, I can't bear to do it. If I don't give up, I can't win. Natural treasures are hard to come by. If you finally come across them and then give them up, you will definitely feel unwilling to do so. But what can I do if I am unwilling? They really have no choice now and can only worry. Chapter 81. I accepted this bet. The sun was about to set, and the beasts became even more ferocious after dark, so Luo Pang and his friends didn't have much time left. One classmate stamped his feet anxiously. We definitely can't handle this level 9 beast. What should we do? We can't just sit here and wait to die, right? Another classmate sighed and said, there's no point in wasting time. It's getting dark soon, and our lives are at stake. Or, should we just give up? As soon as he finished speaking, someone retorted, give up? Are you willing to do that? If you miss this red dragon fruit, who knows how many years you'll have to wait for the next one? Someone else suggested, how about looking for help? Let's think about it. Do you know any powerful seniors? Let them come and help us deal with the beast. As soon as he said this, someone poured cold water on him. It's difficult. The most powerful senior students nowadays are only level 9 awakeners. Fighting against this level 9 beast is also a tough battle. They may not be willing to come. Just when everyone was arguing to the point of losing their minds, Luo Pang suddenly patted his chest and said, stop arguing. Let me do it. I'll ask Brother Ming for help. He will definitely have a solution. As soon as he finished speaking, the students next to him were stunned, and then burst into laughter. A classmate jokingly said, "Fat brother, you're at it again? It's already this late, can you please stop bragging to us that Wu Ming is your good buddy?" Another classmate laughed and said, "When you first said that, we actually believed you. But later we found out that saying Wu Ming is your buddy is worth at least 800, if not 1,000. Your boasting is so unoriginal." Some people even laughed while holding their stomachs. "Fat brother, please spare us. Even if you want to blow it, you can find someone else to blow it. We are tired of hearing Wu Ming blowing it alone all the time." The originally tense atmosphere suddenly became much more relaxed after Luo Pang's annoyance, and everyone was laughing so hard that they were rolling on the floor. Fatty Lu blushed and waved his hands at everyone. "Get lost. When have you ever seen me brag? Just wait and see. Today I'll show you just how close my relationship with Brother Ming is." A classmate teased him deliberately. "Alright. Fatty, we won't fight with you. As long as you can invite Wu Ming over, I'll take care of all your stinky socks from now on and wash them for you every day." Another classmate joined in the fun. "I'll cover your meals for a month. Every meal will have meat, and you'll be full." Others also joined in the fun, making bets one after another, which made Luo Pang very happy. You will know soon. The total temptation of these bets is quite great, but Luo Pang didn't take it to heart at all. He didn't look for Wu Ming for these. Luo Pang slapped his thigh and said, "Okay. I accept this bet." After saying that, he took out his cell phone and called Wu Ming. At this time, Wu Ming was still wiping the table in his hometown. He had just finished wiping it with the rag when his cell phone rang. He picked up his phone and saw the words Luo Pang on the screen. He couldn't help but smile knowingly. This kid must be in trouble again. Wu Ming pressed the answer button and said with a smile, "Luo Pang, what's the matter? Why are you calling me so urgently?" On the other end of the phone, Luo Pang didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point, telling about his encounter with the 9th-level ferocious beast and the discovery of the red dragon fruit. There was no need to be polite with his own people. This is what strong relationships are like. If you have something to say, just say it directly without hiding anything. After listening to this, Wu Ming's tone remained relaxed. "Okay, I understand. Give me 3 seconds." After saying that, he didn't hang up the phone. He just held the phone and closed his eyes. The next second, his mental power radiated out directly, sweeping across the wilderness of Fengling City like a radar. In 1 second, the power of thought accurately locked onto the positions of Luo Pang and the others, as well as the 9th-level ferocious beast. Then, exactly at the 3rd second, Wu Ming said into the phone, "Okay, it's done." When Luo Pang heard this, he was immediately happy. Without asking any more questions, he said directly, "Okay. Brother Ming is awesome." After that, he hung up the phone with satisfaction. The students next to them were confused. They looked at each other with puzzlement on their faces. Are these two people playing a guessing game? They were all wondering, what's going on? Fat brother asked for help, and they said they had 3 seconds. What can he do in those 3 seconds? Not even enough to blink. Could it be that the other party was busy at that time and asked Fatty to wait for 3 seconds? That should be the case. They don't dare to think that things can be done in 3 seconds, that is too outrageous, unless the other party is a god. At this time, Luo Pang had already started walking towards the red dragon fruit, without any panic on his face. The other students were so frightened when they saw him that they quickly grabbed him. One of them shouted anxiously, "Hey, hey, hey! Fatty, where are you going? There's a level 9 ferocious beast in front of us. Get down quickly. If it finds us, we'll all be dead." Another classmate was at a loss for words. "Fat brother, you're really trying too hard to brag. You're even ignoring your own life?" Others quickly advised, "Fat brother, we believe it. Isn't it enough that we believe Wu Ming is your buddy? Don't go any further, it's too dangerous." A group of people hurriedly pulled Luo Pang, fearing that he would rush forward and lose his life. But Luo Pang didn't care at all. He pushed their hands away and said, "You guys know nothing about my brother Ming's methods. Since he said it, it must be done. What are you afraid of? Come on, follow me over to take a look. I promise everything will be fine." As he spoke, he turned around and pulled a group of people forward, showing great strength. This group of friends were so scared that their faces turned pale and their calves were trembling. If they really encountered a ferocious beast, their strength would not even be enough to fill the gaps in their teeth. But when the two sides started to fight, it was obvious that Luo Pang was better. After all, he was an Earth-type awakener who controlled the power of the Earth and was much stronger than ordinary people. The group of people wanted to break free, but they couldn't. They wanted to shout for help, but they were afraid of alerting the ferocious beast, so they could only hold their breath and dared not make a sound. They were dragged forward by Luo Pang in this way. They were filled with despair. It was all over. This time, they were really killed by Brother Pang. They were so scared that they closed their eyes tightly, not daring to breathe, and cursed Luo Pang 800 times in their hearts. After a while, they arrived next to the red dragon fruit. Normally, the ferocious beast should have pounced on them by now. Their hearts skipped a beat. It's over, disaster is really coming. However, 1 minute passed, 2 minutes passed, and the expected attack did not come at all. The surroundings were so quiet that one could hear the sound of the wind blowing the grass. The few people who had their eyes closed suddenly felt something was wrong. Why didn't this 9th level ferocious beast attack yet? Is it because we are too ugly and not to its taste? They plucked up their courage, peeped through their fingers, and looked around cautiously to see what was happening. Luo Pang was seen with his arms folded across his chest, looking leisurely at his teammates who had their eyes closed and were shivering, as if they were looking at fools. Look at him again, wow! The 9th level beast that was as big as a hill before was now lying straight on the ground, not even breathing. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that this guy has already died and even the king of hell can't save him. One of the teammates opened his eyes first, and after seeing the situation clearly, he immediately cursed, "Fuck." Immediately afterwards, a series of WTFs rang out. WTF, is this true? Someone rubbed his eyes vigorously and muttered in disbelief, "Am I seeing things? A level 9 beast is gone just like that?" The person next to him swallowed hard and said tremblingly, "No, you're not dazzled." "No, are we dreaming? Kick me and see if it hurts." The next second, a scream of ouch resounded through the woods. The man who was kicked squatted on the ground, holding his crotch with his hands, his face twisted. "Damn it. I told you to kick your legs, not this fatal place." The one who kicked the man scratched his head, looking innocent. Sorry, I was so busy looking at the beast that I didn't see the right spot." Someone finally reacted, their voice trembling. It only took 3 seconds to say okay, and it actually got done. "This is too outrageous." Another person stared at the beast's corpse and swallowed his saliva. "This is a level 9 beast." Looking across Fongling City, the number of people who can kill it in seconds can be counted on one hand. Everyone gathered around Luo Pang, their eyes full of fanaticism. "Fat brother. Who the hell are you? You're so awesome." Chapter 82, don't waste a second, please give a good rating. A group of people surrounded Luo Pang, their tone was shocked and trembling, as if they had met their idol. Fatty Lu puffed out his chest, his chin almost raised to the sky, and he was so proud. "I told you all. This is my brother Ming, Wu Ming. He is not some random cat or dog." One teammate broke down immediately, slapping his thigh and shouting, "I'm impressed. This is a real thigh." The other person nodded repeatedly, his tone extremely pious. "Whether you believe it or not, I completely believe it. Fatty is not lying to me." Everyone instantly turned into little fans, surrounding Luo Pang and cheering, "Brother Pang is awesome. You'll be our boss from now on." Someone suddenly remembered what happened before and came over to ask, "By the way, Fatty, that Earth Element Demon Core you got last time, wasn't it also given by Boss Wu Ming?" Fatty Lu rolled his eyes and grumbled, "That's right. I told you guys back then that Brother Ming gave it to me, but you all just said I was lucky to have picked it up. I'm so drunk." A group of people immediately clasped their hands together, their faces filled with guilt. "Fat brother. We were wrong. We didn't recognize the great man." Someone covered their face and wailed, "So we're the clowns. We were laughing at Fatty's bragging before, but now I really want to find a hole in the ground to crawl into." A clever guy suddenly came up and said flatteringly, "Fat brother, from now on we are brothers. You and Boss Wu Ming are brothers, and you and I are brothers. So, aren't Boss Wu Ming and I brothers too?" Another person quickly chimed in, "Your brain is really quick. Nothing wrong, nothing wrong. Count me in, I want to take advantage of the boss too." Fatty Lu was so amused by these clowns that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He waved his hands and urged them, "All right, stop joking. Hurry up and pick the red dragon fruits. If anything unexpected happens later, it will be troublesome." Here, Luo Pang and his group were busy picking fruits. Wu Ming had already cleaned his home and cooked dinner for himself. They are all homely dishes like scrambled eggs with tomatoes and shredded pork with green peppers, but they have a homely feel. He was eating with his bowl in hand when his cell phone suddenly rang again, breaking the silence in the room. Wu Ming picked it up and saw that the screen showed an unfamiliar number with no remarks. He wiped his mouth and answered the phone casually. But as soon as he opened his mouth, Wu Ming was stunned by the serious and formal tone of the other party. It turned out to be a call from the military. As mentioned before, personal wishes will be given priority in the assignment of officers. This call is to inquire which front Wu Ming wants to join. Wu Ming didn't hesitate at all and directly reported, Longhan's Second Army. This was not something he said casually, but something he had promised Uncle Ma a long time ago. Uncle Ma's Independent Ninth Corps was affiliated with the Longhan Second Army Group. First, the organization will be assigned to the Longhan Second Army Group. As for which corps it will be assigned to, the military region will make the arrangements later. In addition, the military also finalized a clear timetable with Wu Ming, giving him a day of rest tomorrow and reporting to the Longhan Second Army the day after tomorrow. But the word rest is no different from decoration to Wu Ming. He is alone now and doesn't even have anyone to say goodbye to. What's the point of resting? After dinner, Wu Ming's figure flashed, as if he had teleported, and he instantly appeared in the wilderness outside Fengling City. He knew clearly in his mind, time is money, and money cannot buy time. Every minute and every second now cannot be wasted. After experiencing the decisive battle with the Zuniao cult in Chujiang City, Wu Ming deeply realized that he was still too weak. Even though he is now in the true spirit realm and is considered top-notch among the younger generation, the enemy will not show mercy on the battlefield just because he is young. You know, above the true spirit realm there are the mysterious spirit realm, the heroic spirit realm, the heavenly spirit realm, and even the legendary divine spirit realm. There are countless people who are stronger than him. In fact, Wu Ming's improvement speed is already incredible. The main reason is that he has been exposed to the path of awakening for too short a time and his foundation is a bit weak. That's why he decided to seize every opportunity to kill monsters and level up, and not waste even a second. After Wu Ming arrived outside the city, his feet were like the wind, and he flew towards the deeper part of the wilderness. His speed was so fast that only a shadow was left. But he was not idle either. Wherever he passed by, as long as a ferocious beast showed up, it would fall down in large numbers in the next second, without even having time to scream. He had done this kind of clearing the area while rushing operation when he was taking courses at the military academy, and he was already familiar with it. At the same time, the attribute allocation points on his system panel were climbing like a rocket, making people jealous. After a while, Wu Ming broke into the territory of the monsters. The monsters here were stronger and more valuable than the ferocious beasts. He immediately opened fire at full force, using his mind to control the phoenix arrows to sweep across the 4 directions, killing the monsters instantly with every arrow. While transforming himself into a fighting maniac, he appeared in front of a level 3 monster in a flash, and without saying a word, he punched it. With a loud bang, the 3rd level monster was blown into pieces, leaving no bones behind. Faced with this terrifying destructive power, Wu Ming remained calm and didn't even raise his eyelids. This is no longer a big deal to him. You know, the last time they fought against the Zuniao cult, Wu Ming, who was forced into a corner, knocked down the opponent's 7th grade true spirit realm expert with just one punch. What's this little scene? The coordination between the man and the arrow was perfect. They harvested the monsters crazily and killed them with great satisfaction. The corpses of the monsters piled up like a mountain. As they killed, the night passed quickly and the sky turned pale. Wu Ming didn't know how many ferocious beasts and demonic beasts he had killed, but when he opened the attribute panel, he saw that he had accumulated a total of 7 million allocation points. Without any hesitation, he waved his hand and added all the 7 million distribution points to Yadongli. After all, Yadongli was his core trump card. You know, for ordinary people, the higher the realm, the more difficult it is to break through. Applied to Wu Ming, the higher the realm, the more terrifying the distribution points required for breakthrough. Wu Ming is currently at the 4th level of the true spirit realm. If he wants to break through from the 4th level to the 5th level, the number of distribution points he needs is simply astronomical. He added 7 million at once, but the attribute panel seemed to be stuck with a bug, and it didn't make much of a splash, and he didn't even touch the edge of a breakthrough. But Wu Ming was not discouraged, but very calm. He had expected this result. It would be strange if he could break through with only 7 million. After dawn, Wu Ming, who had been fighting all night, returned to the city in a flash, found a breakfast shop, and had a leisurely breakfast. After eating and drinking, he returned to the wild through the teleportation array. For others, a distance of thousands of kilometers would take several days to travel in the open air, but for Wu Ming, the teleportation array could be completed in 1 second, so it was no problem at all. During the following day, Wu Ming still entered the kill mode, controlling the bow and arrow with his mind power while personally engaging in hand-to-hand combat. He was able to do two things at once and his efficiency was maximized. His crazy monster killing operation was directly reflected in the national merit list, especially the soaring list. Wu Ming's ranking soared like a rocket. You should know that there are 3 types of merit lists. The overall list and the soaring list are applicable nationwide, only the dragon and tiger list is divided by city. With Wu Ming's current achievements, he is not yet at the threshold of the overall ranking, but it is different for the rising ranking. After the crazy harvest last night and today, his ranking has been rising rapidly. Chapter 83 Longhan Second Army. At this time, in the function halls of 12 major cities across the country, many people gathered around the soaring list, their eyes wide open, staring at Wu Ming's name. Every time Wu Ming's ranking jumped up a lot, the scene would explode with uproar and exclamations. In the end, Wu Ming made it straight into the top 50 of the soaring list, which was an unprecedented feat. You know, this is the first time that an awakened person in the true spirit realm has made it into the top 50 of the national soaring list. You know, there are many hidden dragons and crouching tigers on the rising list. There are a lot of masters in the Xinling realm and Tianling realm, and there are even a few big guys in the Xinling realm. It is simply shocking that Wu Ming, who is in the Xinling realm, can rush in. Someone stared at the list and couldn't help but sigh, too strong. As expected of Wu Ming, the sharp blade. His strength is simply outrageous. Another person jokingly said, "Sharp blade? I think he has a grudge against some ferocious beast or demon beast. Otherwise, how could he kill so ruthlessly?" As soon as he finished speaking, someone retorted, "Don't say that. We humans and the demon race are sworn enemies. Don't you have any grudge against the demon race? If I didn't know that the Zunyao cult would have run away long ago, just based on what you said, I would suspect you were an undercover cult agent." The man shuddered with fear and quickly waved his hands. No. Don't scare me, I'm timid and can't stand being scared." The people nearby laughed and tried to smooth things over, saying, All right, stop teasing him. I guess this is just Boss Wu Ming's quirk, he just loves killing monsters." Someone's eyes widened in shock. Holy crap! If this is really a fetish, then it's too awesome. Not everyone can learn it. In the function hall of Fengling City, a young lady in front of the window was staring at Wu Ming's name on the rising list with a dazed look in her eyes. This young lady was the staff member who had been responsible for receiving Wu Ming before, and she was deeply impressed by him. She sighed in her heart, time flies so fast, 9 months have passed in the blink of an eye. I still remember that it was she who personally handled the registration procedures for Wu Ming as an awakener. At that time, Wu Ming looked quite ordinary. But who could have imagined that in just 9 months, he had already become an unattainable legend in the eyes of others, and even made it onto the national charts. At the same time, Wu Ming was still fighting frantically in the wild. The combination of one man and one arrow was still invincible, and their efficiency was frighteningly high. As the killing went on, the day passed quickly and another night came. It was not until the next day, when the sky was getting light and a faint light appeared in the horizon, that Wu Ming stopped killing. With a thought, he activated the teleportation and returned to his hometown in an instant. Today is the day he reports to the Longhan Second Army, and he cannot be late. Wu Ming first went to the bathroom to take a shower to wash away his fatigue. Then he changed into clean clothes. In fact, this was his habit. After all, he had to look decent when going out. You know, Wu Ming's clothes are actually not dirty at all. Even if the blood of monsters splashes over during the fight, it will be blocked by the barrier formed by his intentional power, and not even the corners of his clothes will be stained. After packing up everything, Wu Ming stood at the door and looked back at the familiar little house. This time he left, he didn't know when he would be able to come back, or even whether he could come back. It was all unknown. He gently locked the door, and the next second, his figure disappeared outside the door and headed towards the teleportation array. Wu Ming soon arrived at the teleportation array in the center of the city. As an important base for humans to fight against demons, the military district naturally also has an exclusive teleportation array to facilitate personnel transfers. In other words, Wu Ming can use this teleportation array to directly reach the headquarters of the Longhan Second Army without having to take a long detour. Before leaving, Wu Ming made a special phone call to Uncle Li, Uncle Lei, and Huo Wenjia. Thanks to the care of these uncles, he was able to have such a smooth journey during this period. On the phone, Li Xianan and Lei Zhengyong gave him all kinds of instructions, sometimes asking him to be careful, sometimes asking him to eat on time, and they were more nervous than Wu Ming himself. However, when they heard Wu Ming say that he was going to the Longhan Second Army where Ma Bo was, they all felt a little relieved. At least with Uncle Ma around, he can take better care of Wu Ming, and they can feel more at ease. Wu Ming patiently listened to the advice of several elders, hung up the phone, and without hesitation, strode into the teleportation array. A flash of light passed by, and when Wu Ming regained his footing, he was already at the headquarters of the Longhan Second Army. The front line and the rear area are simply two different worlds. As soon as I landed, a solemn and cruel atmosphere hit me in the face, making it difficult to breathe. Even the sky was gloomy, without a trace of sunshine, and there was a depressing atmosphere. Without any hesitation, Wu Ming spread out his mental power, instantly covering an area of 3,000 kilometers around him. The next second, all the scenes within 3,000 kilometers were clearly reflected in his mind, without any omission. He saw huge animal bones lying across the vast land like small hills. He also saw graves piled up in many places, with the names on the tombstones still new, all silently telling of the cruelty of the front line. In a relatively flat area, the land has been dyed reddish-brown. It is obviously a battlefield where frontline soldiers and demons often clash, and it is unknown how much blood has been shed. Wu Ming also saw many soldiers, some of whom were training in the military region, some were sorting equipment in subordinate corps, and some were performing tasks in the field. Everyone looked tense and busy. Within a radius of 3,000 kilometers, the atmosphere is filled with urgency, depression, heaviness, and solemnity, like a taut spring that may break at any time. This is the real front line, a battlefield built with blood and lives. Wu Ming knew clearly in his heart, from today on, this atmosphere would become a part of his life and might even accompany him until his death. He took a quick look around and got a general understanding of the situation on the front line. Then he turned and walked towards the reporting office to prepare to go through the entry procedures. At this time, a group of regimental commanders of the Longhan Second Army were blocking the door of the chief's office, rubbing their hands, like hungry wolves, waiting to snatch people. In this special era where demons are rampant, the organization of the army has undergone significant changes compared to Wu Ming's previous life. The division of troops in previous lives was very complicated, with multiple levels such as army, division, brigade, regiment, and battalion, and the procedures were very cumbersome. Now, in order to facilitate command and improve combat efficiency, the organization has been simplified a lot. Directly under the military region is the regiment, which is the basic combat unit. Under the regiment is the company, with a clear hierarchy and easy mobilization. There are a total of 12 corps under the Longhan Second Army Group. 11 regimental commanders have arrived outside the chief's office. The only one missing is Ma Bo from the independent 9th Corps. It was still early and Wu Ming probably hadn't arrived yet, so the group leaders gathered together to chat, but the topic always revolved around Wu Ming. Chapter 84, The Battle for Talent. A round-faced regimental commander rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement. Yesterday, I received news that Wu Ming was coming to our Longhan Second Army. I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night. All I could think about was his battle record. A team leader with dark circles under his eyes immediately chimed in, "You're talking like someone's asleep. Look at my dark circles, they're much darker than yours. I was just thinking about how to snatch people last night." A burly captain suddenly stepped forward, hands on his hips, and exuded a domineering tone, "He. Everyone, let me put this out there first. I'm determined to get Wu Ming. Don't try to compete with me, or I'll get angry with you." Another tall and thin regimental commander immediately retorted, "Get lost. Wu Ming is clearly from our 6th Regiment. What does he have to do with you?" Another bespectacled regimental commander said slowly, "Nonsense. I had a dream last night. I dreamed that Wu Ming was wearing the uniform of our 3rd Regiment. This means that it is destined by heaven that he is a member of our 3rd Regiment." A bearded leader began to practice a battle to snatch people. He pretended to look at Ma Bo and the crowd. Ma Bo hadn't arrived yet. This was just a hypothetical conversation between the regiment leaders, and said with a smile, "Old Ma, I saved your life on the battlefield before. Now it's time for you to repay me. If in the end, only our 2 regiments are left to fight for Wu Ming, you know what to do, right?" Imagined response from Ma Bo. Ma Bo rolled his eyes and said bluntly, "I don't know shit." Repaying a favor is easy to discuss, but the matter of Wu Ming is non-negotiable. Wu Ming is our independent 9th Regiment's decision, no one else can stop him. Seeing this, a chubby team leader quickly tried to smooth things over. "Brothers, stop arguing. A precious gem like Wu Ming is something everyone wants, and arguing won't lead to anything. How about we draw lots and leave it to fate? A short captain immediately shook his head. No. Drawing lots is too troublesome. When Wu Ming comes later, I will just grab it and run away. Whoever is quicker gets it. The other tall captain's eyes lit up. Hey! So you and I have the same idea. Great minds think alike. The short captain grinned and said, then we'll all rely on our own abilities. Those who are quick get what they want, and when the time comes, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. Suddenly, a regimental commander looked around and asked in confusion, hey? Why isn't Lao Ma from the 9th Independent Regiment here? Isn't he the one who wants to snatch Wu Ming the most? A group leader laughed heartily and jokingly said, ha! I think Lao Ma is self-aware. He knows he can't win against us, so he simply doesn't come and embarrass himself. Another group leader chimed in, that's right. That's what we call open-minded. If it were you, you should learn from Lao Ma and stop arguing here, or you'll be disappointed later. The burly leader immediately retorted, you all go and learn. Wu Ming is mine anyway, no one can take him away. Everyone immediately burst into laughter and pushed him, go away. You're only capable of that. When Wu Ming comes, we'll see if you can beat us. The group of people were noisy, but the atmosphere was extremely warm, and everyone's eyes showed their expectation for Wu Ming. Not long after, Wu Ming completed all the reporting procedures and changed into the exclusive combat uniform of the Longhan Second Army. The straight military uniform on him made him look even more handsome, and he exuded the iron-blooded temperament of a soldier. The Longhan Second Army is a top-tier combat force composed of 12 ace legions. The 3 important towns under his command, Fengling, Chujiang and Shanghai Port, were all defended by these 12 powerful troops. There is a legion stationed in each of the 4 corners of the city, protecting the territory so that not even a ferocious beast can fly in. Ma Jinzhou's independent 9th Corps guards the key defense line west of Chujiang City, which is definitely a vital throat point. As for Wu Ming, he had just finished taking care of the things in his hands, turned around and stepped onto the teleportation array, heading straight for the independent 9th Legion. Huang Zhongqing, the immediate superior of the Longhan Second Army, is a big shot whose stomping of his feet can shake the entire area. The military has been bustling with activity recently, with regiments scrambling for talent like they were fighting over treasures. Higher up, the armies are also busy, fighting fiercely for talent. Army Commander Huang Zhongqing also had only one idea in mind, which was to recruit the great Wu Ming to his own army. In order to seize Wu Ming, each army used all kinds of tricks, some promised high positions, some gave generous salaries, and so on. At the beginning, Huang Zhongqing was still hesitant, thinking that he might not be able to win over others. But who knew that there would be a sudden turn of events, and Wu Ming directly revealed his card, choose the Longhan Second Army. Huang Zhongqing was so surprised at that time that he almost couldn't help jumping up. It felt like a pie in the sky falling and hitting him on the forehead accurately. It was so cool. But just as he finished having fun, the people in the army below could no longer sit still. Early in the morning, they were waiting outside his office like they were blocking the door, waiting to snatch Wu Ming away. Huang Zhongqing did not get involved and simply gave up the power and let Wu Ming choose for himself. After all, he was a great god and had to be given enough respect. He was also curious about which legion Wu Ming would choose in the end. Just after he had thought about it for a while, he received a call from the registration office. Wu Ming went to Ma Jinzhou's independent 9th Corps. Huang Zhongqing was stunned for a moment and was quite surprised. It seemed that Ma Jinzhou was not among the group of people blocking the door just now. Well, Ma Jinzhou is definitely a guy who was hit by a pie falling from the sky. Earlier, while the other 11 regimental commanders were crowding in the military headquarters, waiting to snatch Wu Ming as if he were New Year's goods, Ma Jinzhou was leisurely eating breakfast in the cafeteria, looking so calm. This made his political commissar Suyu very anxious. Suyu is in his 40s and has reached the 8th level of Xianling realm. He is not the best in the army, but when it comes to managing the legion, he is definitely Ma Jinzhou's right-hand man. Suyu rushed into the cafeteria in a hurry, snatched the chopsticks from Ma Jinzhou's hand, and slammed them on the table. Old Ma. It's already so late, and you still have the mind to eat here? Wu Ming chose our Longhan Second Army group. Didn't I tell you about this yesterday? Ma Jinzhou chewed the food in his mouth and asked with a smile, I said it, what's the matter? What's wrong? Suyu stamped his feet anxiously, that's Wu Ming. A genius. Don't you have any ideas? Let me tell you, the other 11 regimental commanders are blocking the military headquarters, just waiting to snatch him away. If our independent 9th Regiment doesn't go, we'll definitely have no chance. It's all your fault. Our regiment is going to miss out on another great talent. Ma Jinjo put down his bowl and smiled with a relaxed expression. Old Su, don't get angry. Not fighting? Who said I won't fight? If I don't fight for such an outstanding young man, wouldn't I be a fool? Suyu was so angry that he laughed. Then why don't you go to the military headquarters? You say you want to fight, but you're just sitting here doing nothing? Ma Jinjo confidently waved his hand. Wu Ming is a living man, he has his own ideas. Those people going to the military headquarters and making a fuss may not be able to take him away. I'll wait here, maybe Wu Ming will take the initiative to come to our independent 9th Corps. Lao Su, just wait and see. Suyu rolled his eyes, and his expression clearly said, I don't believe you at all. Come, sit down and eat together. Ma Jinjo called him. I don't want to eat it. Suyu said angrily. Even if Wu Ming doesn't come, we still have to eat. Ma Jinjo was amused by him. I won't starve to death from one meal. Let alone one meal, I can go without food for 3 days as long as Wu Ming can come. Suyu said with his neck stiff. Ma Jinjo laughed heartily. Lao Su, you said this, don't go back on your word. I, Suyu, can say anything I say, and once it's spoken, it can be put back on the table. Okay, then I'll take you somewhere after I finish this meal. By the way, notify all the company commanders of the independent 9th Corps to gather at the teleportation array square. Ma Jinjo ordered. Suyu was confused and wondered in his heart, what is this old Ma planning now? But he didn't ask any more questions. He just followed the captain's orders and was done with it. Chapter 85, Independent 9th Corps. The efficiency of the 16 companies under the independent 9th Corps was so high that in a short while, the 16 company commanders lined up in the teleportation array square. At this time, Ma Jinjo, who had eaten and drunk his fill, walked over leisurely. Suyu, who followed behind him, still had a stern face, as if someone owed him money. A company commander couldn't help but ask, Commander, why did you call us here? What's the big deal? Ma Jinjo put his hands behind his back and smiled mysteriously. It's nothing serious. I'll introduce you to a new friend later. Suyu's eyelids twitched with anger when he heard this. New friend? Could he be talking about Wu Ming? Old Ma, who gave you the courage to brag like that? Now Wu Ming is definitely being snatched away by another legion. Let's see how you're going to smooth things over later. A group of people waited in the square, and it didn't take too long, just over 10 minutes. Suddenly, the teleportation array lit up with a dazzling light, and then a figure walked out from it. Look, people are coming. Ma Jinjo laughed out loud. Everyone looked over at once, and when they saw it, they were shocked. Everyone gasped, especially Suyu, whose eyes nearly popped out of his head and whose voice trembled. Am I seeing things? This is Wu Ming? Lao Su, you're not mistaken. Ma Jinjo deliberately joked, don't forget what you said, don't eat for 3 days, ha. The other dozen or so company commanders couldn't hold it in any longer, their voices rising 8 octaves in excitement. Oh my god. It's really Wu Ming. He's here in our independent 9th Regiment. We're comrades in arms with Wu Ming from now on? That's incredible. The name Wu Ming has become quite famous recently. He's a true legend. Finally, I can worship the great god up close. Wu Ming came out of the teleportation array and saw Ma Jinjo and others at a glance. He walked straight over and called out with a smile, Uncle Ma. Just hearing the call of Uncle Ma completely stunned Suyu. Did he get fooled? Good job, old Ma, you hit it so well. But even though he was fooled, Suyu couldn't hold it anymore, and the wrinkles on his face were all revealed by laughter. He thought to himself, let alone fooling me once, as long as Wu Ming can come, I will be happy to fool me 10 times. Ma Jinjo looked at Wu Ming in combat uniform and patted him on the shoulder. Not bad, little brat. Then he led Wu Ming and introduced them one by one. This is our regiment's political commissar, Suyu. Wu Ming immediately stood at attention and saluted. Hello, political commissar. Suyu quickly returned the greeting, his voice a little shaky with excitement. Hello. On behalf of the 9th Independent Army Corps, I warmly welcome you. This is the company commander of the 1st Company, Kai Guoqiang. This is the 2nd Company Commander Zhang Jiang. This is the 3rd Company Commander Deng Molong. No matter which company commander was introduced, the other party was extremely enthusiastic and was reluctant to let go of Wu Ming's hand. The warmth was like meeting a relative. Finally, Ma Jinzhou cleared his throat and said proudly, although most of you already know him, I still have to introduce him. This is my nephew, Wu Ming. As soon as he finished speaking, thunderous applause broke out at the scene. Immediately afterwards, the company commanders surrounded Wu Ming, vying for a photo. Even Ma Jinzhou came over and pulled Wu Ming to take a photo of the Zhang uncle and nephew. Okay, we all know each other. Go about your own business. Next is my time with my nephew. Ma Jinzhou smiled and dismissed the crowd. After a while, more than a dozen company commanders dispersed, and even Suyu left tactfully. As the two walked side by side, Ma Jinzhou asked, Stinky boy, this is your first time on the front line. Are you adapting well? Wu Ming nodded. The front line is indeed different from the rear area. There is a sense of urgency everywhere. You'll gradually get used to it, and later you'll truly understand how brutal the front lines are. Ma Jinzhou sighed and changed the subject. You graduated from the military academy. When you arrive at the military district, your position is company commander. Our independent 9th Regiment has a total of 16 combat companies, plus a recruit company. Since you just arrived, you should take charge of the recruit company first. You and the new recruits need to adapt to the pace of the front line. Wu Ming immediately stood at attention. I will obey all the instructions. Ma Jinzhou nodded with satisfaction and patted his arm. Come on, I'll take you to the recruit company. Yeah. Wu Ming replied with a smile. At the same time, the news that Wu Ming was going to the independent 9th Corps spread quickly throughout the entire army group like wings. The regimental commanders who had blocked the military headquarters early in the morning to snatch people away were completely discouraged after hearing this. They sighed and said, Ma Jinzhou, you are such a cunning scoundrel. Without a word, without even a single person showing up, they just intercepted Wu Ming. Envy, jealousy, and hatred. I was so excited I couldn't sleep all night last night, but it was all for nothing because of this incident. Later, Huang Zhongqing came out and spoke briefly to them. His words completely blew away the group's temper. Wu Ming is Lao Ma's nephew. Fuck. It turns out to be that person's grandson. No wonder he's so calm. There's no way we can snatch him away. Well, Lao Ma wins this round. When the news reached the 9th Independent Corps, it was an uproar. The entire regiment was filled with jubilation and cheers. I won! I won! The famous Wu Ming has joined our group. I'm incredibly proud to be in the same group with such a legend. What do you mean by extremely proud? You just want to brag about it forever. Be honest. Ha, you saw through this too. You're just a country bumpkin who wants to show off. However, where some are happy, others are sad. Although one has to pass the military examination to join the army, the first stage is to examine one's conscience in the pagoda of merit. No one from any evil cult organization that respects demons can pass this test. In theory, the army should be a pure land. But what is the reality? Some people were clean when they joined the army, but after staying there for a long time, they could not resist the temptation of demons and fell quietly. These people lurk in the army as traitors, secretly conveying military movements to the demons, exposing all our human deployments right under the enemy's noses. These people are more harmful than direct enemies. Now these traitors are panicking. Wu Ming is here, he is the nemesis of the Zunyao cult. Woo, I thought the army was safe, but it turns out the safest place is the most dangerous place. What are you still standing there for? Run! In just one day, the 9th Independent Corps had more than 30 missing persons, and the entire Longhan Second Army was missing a total of more than 100 people. This is Wu Ming's deterrent power. Even before he moves, his fame reaches him, and the traitors flee upon hearing the news. Speaking of Wu Ming, Ma Jinzhou was leading him towards the recruit company. The 120 new recruits arrived more than half a month earlier than Wu Ming and had already gotten a clear idea of the rhythm on the front line. But when Ma Jinzhou said, Wu Ming is the company commander of your recruit company, the whole company exploded, and the cheers almost overturned the camp. Oh my god! Wu Ming is actually our company commander? This dream is too real. I'll pinch myself and try it out. I was confused when I was assigned here, but now I see it's a huge profit. Wu Ming! I'm your fan. No, Captain Wu Ming, you're my idol. Oops, I messed up. Don't yell, call the company commander. Yes, hello, Captain. 120 people shouted in unison, their voices shaking the heavens, their eyes full of stars. Chapter 86 The assessment begins. Wu Ming smiled and waved his hand. Hello everyone, I am Wu Ming, and I will be your company commander from now on. I hope you will cooperate with me. Cooperate. You must cooperate. Captain, we hear your legendary stories of fighting demons every day. You are so handsome. Captain, you can arrange the training however you want. I won't argue. I just have a small request. Could you take a picture with me? Wu Ming raised his eyebrows. Okay. The soldier immediately came forward, his eyes sparkling. I want to take a picture with you. Fuck. That spoke volumes. To be honest, Captain, I even took my phone out secretly. Captain, please satisfy us and take a photo together. More than 100 people surrounded Wu Ming, excited and expectant. The scene was like chasing a star. Wu Ming had no choice but to nod. I'll give you 3 minutes. Yeah. The entire company cheered and rushed forward, surrounding Wu Ming like they were running a 100-meter sprint. The sound of shutter clicks came one after another. Some people made scissors hands gestures, some saluted, and some secretly moved closer to Wu Ming, just to occupy more shots. Wu Ming felt a little amused and helpless when he saw himself reduced to a human background board. The feeling of being forced to work was really fresh. As for the soldiers who took photos with them, they didn't waste a moment and took out their mobile phones to start showing off. The post on WeChat Moments was captioned, "My company commander, my company," and in the accompanying picture, Wu Ming smiled gently. Those who posted in the family group were immediately surrounded by relatives asking questions. The one who posted in the classmates group immediately became the most handsome guy in the group. Even the usually cool goddess took the initiative to chat with him, making others so envious that they were jealous. The likes and comments on the moments kept pouring in. Wu Ming is your company commander? I'm jealous, this is too good of a luck. The family group chat was even more lively. Xiaoyong, you are really promising. Follow Wu Ming and work hard, and strive to become a hero. Cousin, can you give me your company commander's WeChat ID? I'm not after Wu Ming, I just want to make friends. Not to mention the classmates group, a group photo was posted and instantly killed all the topics. Who wouldn't be jealous? When the 3 minutes were up, Wu Ming shouted, "Assemble." Everyone put away their phones instantly, stood in formation, and even breathed lightly. Wu Ming stood in front of the team, his eyes instantly sharp. This was his first speech as company commander, and there was no nonsense. The military camp is sacred, not a place to be idle. If anyone wants to slack off, don't come here as soon as possible. Training hasn't even started yet. If you want to quit, tell me now. I'll approve it on the spot. He paused for a moment. The ranks were completely silent. No one stood up. Everyone stood straight, their eyes filled with fighting spirit. Wu Ming glanced at the ranks and pointed at a nearby soldier. Tell me, why did you join the army? Report to the company commander. Defend our country, the soldier answered loudly. Louder. Haven't you eaten? Wu Ming asked. Defend our country. The soldier's roar was so deafening that even the trees outside the camp shook. What about you? Wu Ming turned to all the soldiers. Defend our country. Defend our country. Defend our country. The roar of the 120 people was like thunder, reaching the sky, and even the birds in the distance were startled and fled in all directions. Very good. Wu Ming nodded, but his tone became more serious. What do we rely on to defend our country? We rely on strength. Only when we are strong enough can we protect our country. The training in the future will not be based on the standards of ordinary recruits. It will be very hard, very tiring, and even dangerous. Are you afraid? Don't be afraid. Everyone shouted at the top of their lungs, their voices filled with a determination to not give up. Remember what you said today. Wu Ming has the memories of his previous life. There are too many film and television works about special forces in his previous life. He knows how to lead troops better than the old officers. Wu Ming's voice was low but powerful at this moment. I'm strict with you, almost cruel, but I'm not trying to torture you. Sooner or later, we'll all have to go to the battlefield. The more sweat you shed now, the better your chances of coming back alive in the future. Clear. All the soldiers responded in unison, their voices thick with determination. From now on, I will conduct round-the-clock assessments. Those who fail to meet the standards will be eliminated directly, and I will apply for your transfer. Now, the assessment has begun. Disband. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he turned and left, leaving behind a group of soldiers who were still thinking about the lecture. Other company commanders can give speeches for ages, but ours is just like that. He's really ruthless and doesn't talk much. The key is elimination. This is too cruel. I just sent the photo to my dad, and he praised me for my potential. If I'm eliminated, my dad will break my legs. The company commander is so awesome, his standards must be high. I have to train like crazy. Me too. I can't live without being crazy, and I have to give the company commander some face. Go ahead, brothers, try not to get eliminated. Wu Ming's words put a tight ring around everyone's neck. Pressure turned into motivation, and everyone immediately rushed into the training ground, wanting to give their all. As for how long this momentum can last, we will have to wait and see what happens next. As for Ma Jinjiu, after making arrangements with Wu Ming, he returned to his own tent. Don't get me wrong, there are no tall buildings on the front line, only tents. After all, there are constant battles with demons here, and even the strongest houses cannot withstand it. It is better to make tents, which can be destroyed and rebuilt, and are flexible. As soon as Ma Jinjiu sat down, he took out his mobile phone and couldn't wait to send the photo with Wu Ming to the group of old brothers. He was very happy. It's finally my turn to be Versailles. The group immediately exploded. Fuck you, old Ma. That's enough. You're just trying to make us jealous, aren't you? My teeth are sore. I want to take a photo with Wu Ming too. You're talking like no one has it. Picture. Li Xianan directly sent a photo. The background was the slaughterhouse in Fengling. He and Wu Ming were standing together, smiling proudly. I have one too. Picture. Lei Zhengyang posted a photo of them at the gate of Shanghai Gongdao Temple. The two of them were standing side by side, looking close. You're forcing me to use my ultimate move. Picture. Another uncle took out a photo that he had kept in the bottom of his box. In the photo, Wu Ming was only 7 or 8 years old. He was happily eating snacks. His uncle also helped him carry a big bag of delicious food. It was a real feeling of elders doting on their children. That's too much. I'll just take one with my backhand. Picture. This one is even more amazing. In the photo, Wu Ming is still a baby, with just 2 teeth growing. He is chubby and so adorable while being held in arms. Now I feel embarrassed to talk in the group if I don't have a couple of photos with Wu Ming. You can brag as much as you want. Ming is yours now, and he will definitely be mine in the future. Special Forces, do you know about this? The group was noisy and full of joy. On the other side, the soldiers of the recruit company were still concentrating on training. They did not have Wu Ming's extra points cheat, so if they wanted to improve, they could only rely on their own practical training. Wu Ming scanned the area with his mind and was quite satisfied seeing how motivated everyone was. However, he was also wondering, how long can this momentum last? After all, relying on others to motivate you won't last long. You have to make them want to become stronger and be willing to fight from the bottom of their hearts. Just like students in previous lives, their parents urged and forced their children to study, which eventually led to the parents' collapse and the children as suffering. On the contrary, those who wanted to study found it easy and achieved good results. Wu Ming is the company commander now, but he is not a nanny. He doesn't have time to coax or urge his children every day. He has a lot of things to do. Chapter 87: Killing the Level 7 Monster. As soon as Wu Ming took office, he used his mind to figure out the situation within 3,000 kilometers around the independent Ninth Corps. The Legion was stationed in a flat area. To the west were low hills, which were covered with skeletons of giant beasts, left over from previous battlefields. Demons are not as loyal as humans. They will not bring their dead comrades back for burial. They just leave them where they die. Over time, the battlefield becomes a cemetery of skeletons. Further west of the hills are the 10,000 mountains. That is the territory of monsters and beasts, and it is very dangerous. If the wilderness outside the city is compared to a shallow sea, the military camp is an island on the sea, and the 100,000 mountains are the deep sea. The danger level is more than one level higher than outside the city. Wu Ming scanned the area with his mind and found that he had not seen any ferocious beasts in the 100,000 mountains. At the very least, they were all demonic beasts, and there were even some monsters that could rival the human race's Xianling realm. After seeing this, Wu Ming felt that he was not strong enough and he had to become stronger quickly. With a flash of thought, he teleported directly to the edge of the 10,000 mountains, ready to continue killing monsters to increase his strength. However, you can't be as reckless here as you are outside the city. Monsters are rampant here, and demons can be seen everywhere. Moreover, the intelligence of demons is almost as good as that of humans, and they are much more difficult to deal with than monsters outside the city. They will not only move around in a fixed range, but will also set up ambushes and attack human armies that enter the mountains. Wu Ming did not dare to be careless. His thoughts always covered the area within hundreds of miles around him, so he could detect any movement. Boom! With a loud bang, Wu Ming knocked down a scaly bull crocodile with one punch. This big guy is 5 or 6 meters tall and more than 10 meters long. It is covered with natural iron armor. It has amazing defense and terrifying impact force. On the battlefield, they often act as vanguards, and a brutal charge can break through the human defensive formation, causing huge casualties. But now, this battlefield killer didn't even have a chance to fight back. It was knocked down by Wu Ming with one punch and died without even struggling. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 7 monster and obtaining 4,000 distribution points. When the system prompt sounded, Wu Ming felt relieved. Although the higher the realm, the more distribution points are needed to upgrade, the points given for killing high-level monsters are also considerable: 200 points at level 1, 500 points at level 2, 1,000 points at level 3, 1,500 points at level 4, 2,000 points at level 5, 3,000 points at level 6, and directly 4,000 points at level 7. At this rate, you'll become stronger very quickly. Wu Ming knocked down the armored bull crocodile with one punch and was about to look for his next target when he looked down and saw, hey, a pleasant surprise. This big guy actually exploded a demon core. You know, the defense and strength of the scaled bull crocodile are a perfect match with the Earth system among the 10 major systems. How could Wu Ming let go of a treasure that was delivered to his door? He put the demon core into his pocket on the spot. But to be honest, it took him a lot of effort to break the bull crocodile's armor just now. Now that he thinks about it, it was really worth getting this demon core. After putting away the demon core, Wu Ming continued to kill like crazy in the vast mountains and rivers. He killed from noon to afternoon without stopping the knife in his hand. Unlike outside the city, the monsters here are more powerful than each other. Wu Ming doesn't dare to try a two-pronged approach and can only proceed steadily and step by step. Although the efficiency is a bit slow, the distribution points given by the high-level monsters are really a lot. At the end of the day, the harvest is full. When it was getting dark, Wu Ming did some calculations. Wow, 4 million allocation points are in hand. He didn't hesitate and put all his energy into his mental power, which immediately increased his mental power by a lot, and even touched the threshold of the 5th level. This progress directly excited Wu Ming Zhang. He had been planning to return to the military camp, but now how could he move? Roll up your sleeves and keep killing. Moreover, at the end of the day, Wu Ming's eye couldn't even count the number of monsters he had. In addition to the initial scaly bull crocodile monster core, he also got 14 more monster cores. They were of various varieties and compatible with many systems. This made him very happy. Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in my mind, and I did it without any hesitation. Let's look at the new recruits of the 9th Independent Regiment. After being stimulated by Wu Ming's morning lecture, these young men were like chicken blood, burying themselves in training for the entire morning. Even they were moved by their own effort. I worked so hard this morning, I'm exhausted. Isn't it too much to rest a little in the afternoon? As a result, when the afternoon came, everyone's enthusiasm was obviously wilted. More importantly, Company Commander Wu Ming has disappeared since his speech in the morning. He was not there in the morning, not seen at lunch, and still not shown up in the afternoon. Are they being treated as free-range children? Just when everyone was filled with confusion, a new recruit came running back, panting, and yelled at the top of his lungs, "Quick! Check the rising star chart. Something big has happened. What's going on? Is the person on the list gone or something? Don't ask. You'll know when you get there." A group of people rushed out of the barracks and headed straight for the military camp's honors list. This honor list is the top list within the military. It does not only list the top 100 or 1,000, but includes all the millions of troops on the front line. It can also accurately locate military regions and corps, and the detailed list is clear at a glance. As a result, when the people in the recruit company clicked on the list of Longhan's 2nd Army and Independent 9th Corps, they were stunned on the spot. When Wu Ming first came, his military merit was still 0, and he was definitely at the bottom of the list. But in less than a day, he had directly jumped up 300 places, and was still rising. His momentum was frightening. Oh my goodness, the company commander is already working so hard right after arriving. He deserves to be so awesome. I thought I was working so hard this morning, but compared to the company commander, my effort isn't even enough to fill a gap in my teeth. I used to be unconvinced and said I wasn't a salted fish, but now I see, yes, I am. The scariest thing is not that others are better than you, but that those who are better than you work harder than you. At this rate, if we don't redouble our efforts, we won't even be able to keep up with the company commander's shadow. Double it? I think it's almost tripled. Stop talking nonsense. As long as you don't die from practicing, practice until you die. Yes. Just do it. Wu Ming didn't say a word, but gave the new recruits a practical lesson with just a soaring list. The effect was 10 times stronger than the morning's lecture. Everyone instantly revived on the spot and rushed back to the training ground howling, wishing they could squeeze themselves dry. Time flew by and it was late at night. New recruit Chui Longkai dragged his legs, feeling exhausted, towards the dormitory. His eyelids were almost glued shut from exhaustion, but he felt elated inside. I finally gave it my all today. It feels so good to break through myself. Besides, I've been training so late, my comrades must have gone to bed long ago. Tomorrow I'll stay up even later. Over time, I'll be the coolest guy in the recruit company. As a result, when he lifted the dormitory curtain, he was dumbfounded. The dormitory was empty, not even a single person was there. Good boy. Are you all more crazy than me? Chui Longkai was stunned for a moment. His previous sense of superiority was shattered, leaving only a feeling of self-blame. He raised his hand and slapped himself twice. Sleep. I'm just a useless piece of shit. After cursing, he turned around and rushed back to the training ground to continue training to death. On the other side, Wu Ming fought until late at night and earned another 3 million distribution points, which he put into motivation. Now he is closer to the threshold of the 5th grade True Spirit realm. He just needs one last breath and he estimates that he can break through after practicing for another day or two. What is even better is that he has accumulated 120 demon cores. When he first found the scaled bull crocodile demon core, he had no idea what to do. But as he killed more and more demon cores, he figured, that's right, 120 of them. I'll give them to the new recruits as a welcome gift. Perfect. Chapter 88 Emergency Training. Wu Ming looked at the time. It was 2 o'clock in the morning. It was time to return to the barracks. Then he flashed back to the 9th Independent Corps. He originally wanted to go to the dormitory of the recruit company, but when he scanned with his mind, he found that the dormitory was empty. Looking more closely, wow, everyone was still practicing in the training ground. Wu Ming was shocked. I just said a few words this morning, and it had such a strong effect? But he didn't express much emotion. He took out his whistle and blew it. The sound, powered by the power of the whistle, exploded directly in everyone's ears, shaking even their souls. Emergency assembly. The recruits were instantly awakened and rushed out in a panic. Oh my god. Emergency assembly. Is a war about to start? Hurry up. Don't dawdle. After a while, everyone gathered. Wu Ming looked at his watch. 30 seconds, not bad. He tossed over a map and pointed to a mountain marked in red. Today's assault training. Our target is the summit of Wanlai Mountain. We must reach it before noon. Let's go. The new recruits were dumbfounded when they saw the map. The destination was a full 1,000 kilometers away from here, deep in the mountains and rivers. You have to know that most of them are only at the first level of True Spirit Realm and haven't even finished the recruit period. In the vast mountains and rivers, there are level 7 or 8 monsters everywhere, and even demons may appear. How can this be called a training? This is simply a hell-level challenge. But no one dared to complain, and they all shouted in unison, yes. He turned around and rushed towards the vast mountains and rivers. These first-grade True Spirit Realm recruits went off for training? They were just like little lambs walking into a tiger's mouth. Wu Ming is not a madman, so how could he mess around with the lives of his own soldiers? This training destination was carefully selected by him without any carelessness. He even knew every nook and cranny on the road. At most, there were level 8 ferocious beasts, and the higher level monsters had long been cleared out. He watched these guys like a spy the entire time, without blinking an eye. If the sky really did fall, he would definitely jump out and clean up the mess. Wu Ming firmly believes in that old saying. The delicate flowers grown in the greenhouse will fall down when the wind blows and wilt when it rains. But these guys are warriors, not delicate flowers. He is a tough guy who has to go to the battlefield to kill monsters and risk his life to complete the mission. How can he be so delicate? In this line of work, talent alone is useless. Courage, bravery, brains, and teamwork are all essential. Wu Ming was deliberately making things difficult for them so that they would suffer more. Suffering a little more is 100 times more effective than him talking about big principles until his mouth is hoarse. After all, practice makes perfect, and talking without practice is just empty talk. Moreover, only by overcoming more difficulties and encountering more setbacks can they force out their determination to become stronger. This is the difference between I force you to learn and I want to learn. The effects are hugely different. When the new recruits set out, Wu Ming didn't even follow them. He even yawned loudly in front of them. He looked like he was going back to his tent to catch up on some sleep, ignoring these guys. The recruit didn't even stop walking, but he was already in a state of panic, and his calves were almost cramping. When they went to Wanlaheshan for training, they thought that the company commander would lead them together, but it turned out that they were completely wrong. After all this time, these rookies are left to fight alone? Playing. Wow, does the company commander have a grudge against me? He wants to beat me to death as soon as I report. To be honest, my palms are sweating all over right now. I'm so panicked. Who wouldn't be panicking? That's a vast expanse of mountains and rivers. It's a den of monsters. Don't worry, brothers. It's just a training exercise. It may seem dangerous, but it's actually not safe at all. Damn, it's still not safe. How about, can we retreat now? Just say we have a stomachache. All right. You'll be eliminated and kicked out, don't you dare? Then I'd better endure it. My life is more important. Brothers, don't be a coward. Just charge ahead, you won't die. A group of people, with their heads hung down, like eggplants hit by frost, moved slowly towards the vast mountains and rivers. The sky gradually brightened, and the sky in the east was turning pale. In the vast mountains and rivers, the trees are so thick that several people cannot hug them, and the wild grass grows taller than people, exuding a creepy aura. The new recruits did not dare to be careless. They formed a triangular formation and moved slowly, not daring to breathe. The periphery of the triangular formation is filled with Earth-type awakeners, guarding it like an iron wall. After all, among the 10 awakening systems, the Earth system's defense is the best, no one can compare to it. The soldiers in the formation were also on high alert, with their hands on their weapons, fearing that a monster would suddenly jump out. Of course, it would be best if nothing happened. If anything happened, this group of people would definitely be wiped out. Not to mention the 8th level monster, even if a 2nd level monster pops out, it can pin them to the ground. But a 2nd level monster in this mountain is not even qualified to carry shoes, it is just low level cannon fodder. So they could only walk around it, like thieves, and avoid touching the monsters if possible. At this moment, the soldier walking in front suddenly clenched his fists, and the people behind him immediately pressed the pause button and stood still. The soldier made a few more gestures. The people behind nodded quickly and understood the sign language in seconds. Then a few people slipped out from both sides of the team and went to investigate the situation like cats. After a long while, the scout came back and made a few more gestures. During the entire process, no one spoke, and even their breathing was light, for fear of disturbing anything. A new recruit of the wood element, with his finger stuck in his nostrils, gestured in sign language. There is the presence of a monster ahead, go and see what's going on, be careful. Earth-type recruit scouting ahead, got it. I'll go check it out. After a while, the new Earth-type recruit came back, pinching his nose with one hand and gesturing behind his but with the other hand. Sign language, verification completed, it's just a pile of monster feces, no big deal. The leader waved his hands forward, sign language, danger averted, continue walking. In this way, they moved forward cautiously like a snail. But they didn't know that Wu Ming was just pretending to yawn and sleep just now, so how could they be really relieved? He had been hiding 300 kilometers away from the recruit company, killing monsters to gain experience while keeping a close eye on the group of guys with his mind, not daring to be distracted. In a blink of an eye, it was already 9 o'clock in the morning and the sun was almost directly overhead. The bright sunshine shines through the gaps between the leaves, scattering golden like spots on the ground. After enduring until 10 or 11 o'clock, the new recruits finally reached the foot of the mountain that Wu Ming had marked with ease with their tenacity. Now all that's left is to climb the mountain. Once we reach the top, the mission will be completed. Hey, these guys didn't even let me help out? Wu Ming was a little surprised and couldn't help raising his eyebrows. This kind of emergency drill operation may seem dangerous, but it is actually not safe at all. But to be honest, he was quite satisfied with the performance of the recruit company, and it was not in vain. Indeed, an 8th level monster broke into the marching route. At this time, Wu Ming launched a mental attack on the 8th level monster, and the monster was stunned on the spot and stood there in a daze. Taking advantage of this opportunity, a short arrow flew over and directly pierced the monster's head. The huge monster didn't even make a sound, but fell to the ground with a loud bang, raising dust 3 feet high. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 8 monster and receiving 5,000 distribution points. The system prompt sounded on time. In fact, Wu Ming chopped monsters in the first half of the night until 2 in the morning. In the middle, he went back to arrange the new recruits, and then came back to continue chopping monsters without a break. In the first half of the night, he felt that he was getting closer and closer to the threshold of the 5th grade True Spirit realm, and he was just about to cross it. From 2 o'clock in the morning until now, he has accumulated more than 2 million distribution points, and the number is almost overflowing. But Wu Ming didn't dare to add any more, because he knew in his heart that if he did, he would definitely break through to the 5th level. But now we still have to keep an eye on the recruit company. If there is a real breakthrough, something might go wrong. This is not the right time. However, the recruits are all at the 1st level of True Spirit realm, so climbing a mountain is a piece of cake for them. After a while, the soldiers in front were about to reach the top of the mountain. Chapter 89, It's a Reward for You. In the last second, Wu Ming was still hundreds of kilometers away, and in the next second, he appeared on the top of the mountain as if by teleportation, as if he had been waiting for a long time. At this time, the soldier in the front just climbed up, looked up, and saw Wu Ming. His eyes lit up. Company commander? He was so surprised that he stuttered a little and his voice changed. The soldiers behind also climbed up one after another, and as soon as they saw Wu Ming, they immediately surrounded him. Captain! Why are you here? Captain, have you been following us? Wu Ming frowned and pretended to be impatient. I've been waiting here for you for a long time, you're so slow. In fact, he was already very happy in his heart and was very satisfied with the performance of these boys, but he knew that he must not praise them at this time. If you praise them, these guys will definitely get cocky and we won't be able to control them next time. But the rewards are also necessary. Anyway, you have completed the training. There are things on the ground, pick them up, 1 per person, don't take more than you can give, just enough to share. Wu Ming pointed to his feet with a very casual tone. No one noticed the ground before, but now when they looked in the direction Wu Ming pointed, they were stunned on the spot. An egg could fit in his mouth. Oh my god. It's actually a demon core. A pile of demon cores were piled there, like a small hill, flashing with light and making people's eyes hurt. Normally, I would be secretly happy when I saw a demon core, but now there are so many, the impact is so overwhelming that my mind is blown. Company commander, is this really for us? A soldier rubbed his eyes, unable to believe his ears. Wu Ming nodded calmly. Well, this is your reward, take it. As soon as these words were spoken, the recruit company exploded on the spot, and the cheers were so loud that they could shake off the leaves. Long live the company commander. Captain, you are so kind. Then I won't be polite. I'll pick the big one first. Get out of the way, don't fight with me, I'm a fire element and I need fire attributes. A group of people were as excited as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and they were picking out the demon core with great enthusiasm. On the way back, Wu Ming led them personally, knowing in his mind, training also has to have a limit. Today's intensity is enough, and it will be over after some more training. When we arrived, the new recruits crawled from 2 in the morning to 11 in the morning, a total of 9 hours, and were exhausted like dogs. On the way back, Wu Ming took them all the way back like a gust of wind, and it didn't even take an hour. When they returned to the military camp, these guys still felt dizzy and dreamlike. Isn't the company commander too bold? You're just flying around in the vast mountains and rivers, aren't you afraid of running into a group of monsters? In fact, they didn't know that as long as Wu Ming didn't want to be touched, even if the monster came close, no one could see his shadow. As soon as he returned to the military camp, Wu Ming closed the door and went into seclusion without wasting a second. As he expected, the addition of more than 2 million distribution points immediately triggered a breakthrough, and he secured the 5th grade True Spirit realm. When the soldiers of the new recruit company got the demon core, they rushed to find a place to absorb it as if it were a treasure, fearing that they would be a step late. After this wave, their strength will at least increase a lot, like riding a rocket. Soon, the news that the new recruits were training deep in the mountains and rivers spread throughout the military camp, and everyone knew about it. Damn it! Captain Wu is too cruel. He's training the new recruits to death. This batch of new recruits is so miserable. They have to endure this torture right after they get here. It's too hard. Could this be the legendary devil instructor? Too scary. Before, I envied them for being able to follow Captain Wu, but now I feel a little sympathetic towards them. It turns out this is just the beginning. Sympathy? Forget it. Did you know? After the new recruits arrived at their destination, each of them received a demon core as a reward. Oh my god. Oh my god. Is this true? So arrogant? A demon core. Normally, I wouldn't even dare to think about it. There are 120 new recruits in the company, and if each of them gets one, that's 120. Where did Captain Wu get so many demon cores? Wow, 120. Normally, we have to rely on luck to see even one. Captain Wu's luck is too good, isn't it? Brother, you're too narrow-minded. When luck is this good, it's not just luck, it's strength. Do you understand? On that day, the third company was conducting routine training and there was no trouble at all. The company commander of the third company, Gong Yi, walked over slowly with his hands behind his back, like an old leader. As soon as the soldiers of the third company saw Gong Yi, they immediately surrounded him like bees around a flower, their eyes lighting up. Captain! Have you heard about the new recruits? They each took a demon core. A group of people stared at Gong eagerly, rubbing their hands constantly, and the meaning was obvious: we want it too. Gong Yi pushed them away, cursing and laughing. Get lost. I don't have Wu Ming's ability. If you want the demon core, chop it off yourself. Time passes day by day without a break. Wu Ming spent even longer in seclusion this time than last time, and 6 days passed in a flash. In just these 6 days, he directly rushed from the 4th level of the True Spirit Realm to the 5th level of the True Spirit Realm, and also underwent a transformation, and his strength skyrocketed. To say how great this transformation is. As soon as Wu Ming woke up, his body spread out his thoughts as if by instinct, covering a large area. The next second, countless images exploded in his mind like a movie. A large number of monsters are attacking the camp of the independent 9th Legion. The camp was in complete chaos. There were so many monsters that they were like ants, covering the entire sky and earth. It was almost like a small beast tide. The number of people in the 9th Independent Corps is simply not enough to hold on, and they are about to collapse. In fact, Wu Ming didn't know that this was the 6th time the military camp had been attacked by monsters since he went into seclusion. He had barely withstood the previous 5 times. Without saying a word, Wu Ming stood up and opened the door, wanting to go out and help. But the door opened, but he didn't go out. Instead, he bumped into a layer of light curtain, like hitting a wall. The light curtain was glittering, and it looked unusual, exuding a strong aura. Wu Ming recognized it at a glance. This was an extremely precious defensive array talisman. It turned out that not long after he went into seclusion, Ma Jinjiu learned the news. In addition, the attacks of the demon tribe have become more and more frequent recently, which made him feel uneasy. In order to ensure Wu Ming's safety, Ma Jinjiu directly took out the defensive formation talisman that was kept in the bottom of the box and covered Wu Ming's tent. This talisman cannot be seen normally, but when something really happens, it can even withstand the attack of a first-level demon. It's so powerful. However, this talisman kept the powerful enemy out, but it also trapped Wu Ming inside in disguise, which was a bit laughable. But how could this little trouble stump Wu Ming? His body flashed, and like a gust of wind, he rushed out directly through the light curtain without any effort. The independent 9th Legion has only more than 2,000 people, but the number of the demon clan is 10 times theirs, more than 20,000, and densely packed. The area within a radius of several kilometers was the entire battlefield, with shouts of killing and roars of monsters mixed together, creating a chaotic mess. The soldiers of the 9th Independent Corps were struggling to hold on, and they were all injured and on the verge of collapse. Now they can only hope that reinforcements will arrive soon, otherwise they will be completely wiped out. On the battlefield, soldiers fell to the ground one after another, and some were still struggling to get up, which was heartbreaking to watch. Chapter 90: Unlocking New Combat Power. Wu Ming's eyes turned red and he was so angry that he launched a mental attack on the spot without any hesitation. Plop! 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 A series of muffled sounds were heard, and the monsters of level 3 and below fell to the ground on the spot, without a breath, just like wheat being cut. The number of demons suddenly dwindled by half, leaving a large area of the battlefield empty. There are more than 2,000 people in the independent 9th Legion and more than 20,000 monsters, of which low-level monsters account for more than half, which is an astonishing number. Wu Ming's mental impact directly killed more than 10,000 low-level monsters. The scene was so horrifying that everyone was stunned. The system notification sound of ding-dong. 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 In Wu Ming's ears kept ringing like popping beans, and it lasted for a long time before stopping. With just this one move, he directly earned more than 3 million distribution points. The number was about to explode. This is the new skill that Wu Ming unlocked after his transformation. The range and power of his mental impact have increased several times. Previously, Wu Ming's large-scale mental impact could only be used against ferocious beasts, and was completely useless against demonic beasts. Now, I can kill a level 3 monster in seconds, and my strength has directly reached a new level. On the battlefield of several kilometers, monsters fell down one after another without any warning, as if their souls had been sucked away. Whether it was the soldiers of the independent 9th Legion or the monsters that were not killed, they all stood there in a daze, their minds blank. What is going on? A soldier at the 3rd level of the True Spirit Realm was being forced to retreat step by 2 first-level monsters. He could barely hold the weapon in his hand, and his forehead was covered in cold sweat. It was difficult for him to hold on for another second. He even closed his eyes, waiting for the excruciating pain of being bitten by the monster. At this desperate moment, the 2 first-level monsters in front of him suddenly fell straight to the ground as if their tendons were pulled out, without a breath left. The soldier stood there in a daze, his eyes wide open, and the knife in his hand almost fell to the ground. What's going on? Did a pie fall from the sky and kill the monster? Strange things like this were happening everywhere on the battlefield, and many soldiers were stunned as if they had seen a ghost. The recruit company was no exception. They were being chased by monsters just now, but in the blink of an eye, all the besieging monsters fell. What the hell? What's going on? Are all the monsters dead? Some recruits couldn't help but shout out, their voices shaking. Ma Jinzhou was being surrounded by densely packed monsters, and his arms were all scratched. Suddenly he felt the pressure relieved. Most of the monsters besieging him had decreased, and the remaining few were still spinning in place. And Wu Ming, the instigator of all this, never went to the battlefield to join in the fun. He was suspended in mid-air, his clothes fluttering in the wind, like an immortal, overlooking the entire battlefield. His mental power had already spread out, covering every corner of the battlefield tightly, and he knew exactly who was moving. The company commander of the first company, Kaiguaqiang, was fighting 1 against 3, with 3 level 7 monsters. Sparks were flying, and there were several cuts on his chest. He was almost out of breath due to the pressure. As soon as Wu Ming had a thought, 3 invisible forces of thought directly hit the 3 monsters. The next second, they were like being hit by a club, their heads were buzzing, their eyes were fixed, and they stood still. Although the 7th level monsters have thick skin and flesh, and cannot directly destroy their intelligence like the lower-level monsters, it is still a piece of cake for Wu Ming to make them stunned for a moment. Kaiguaqiang is a veteran who has experienced many battles. How could he miss this opportunity? No matter why the monster doesn't move, just chop it down first. He swung his sword, and with a flash of cold light, the 3 level 7 monsters that were still dazed were beheaded on the spot, and blood splattered all over the ground. On the other side, the second company commander Zhang Jian was in an even worse situation. He was attacked from both sides by 2 monsters. He had no way to retreat and no room to dodge. He could see the monster's claws were about to hit his chest. At this critical moment, Zhang Jiang suddenly disappeared without a trace left. The monster's claws missed and made 2 big holes on the ground, and it was stunned. Where's the person? He was here just now. Looking at Zhang Jiang again, he had already appeared in an open space several hundred meters away, still in a dodging posture, looking completely dumbfounded. He touched his chest blankly, then looked at the monster in the distance. Wasn't it about to die? Why was it here all of a sudden? Who saved me? This method is too mysterious. Teleportation in the void. This is a divine operation comparable to a teleportation array. Who in the entire Legion has this ability? Who else? Of course it's Wu Ming who just broke through to the 5th level. With this breakthrough and transformation, Wu Ming's ability has increased a lot. The coverage range of his mental power has soared from 3,000 kilometers to 4,000 kilometers. The large-scale mental power impact has also been upgraded from only being able to deal with ferocious beasts to being able to kill third-level monsters in seconds. Even the speed of releasing mental power and the sensitivity of perception have been improved, making it easier to use. But these are just basic upgrades and nothing new. The real breakthrough was the character teleportation operation just now. In the past, Wu Ming could only teleport himself within the range of his own willpower. He could go wherever he wanted, as if he had a cheat. That is the initial combination of willpower and space, which can only torment yourself. But now it was different. He could teleport anyone he wanted. No matter if it was a person or an object, as long as it was within the range of his will, he could teleport it wherever he wanted. In fact, there were signs of this ability a long time ago. When he gave the demon core to Gu Shuemi before, the demon core was able to jump directly from the backpack into his hand, which was the prototype of this ability. But it was not yet formed at that time, and it could not even be considered a primary application. It was purely accidental. It was not until this breakthrough to the 5th level that this ability was completely unlocked and could be used freely. Don't think that it's just a difference between spreading it yourself and spreading it to others. There are a lot of tricks involved and the ways to play it are endless. Just like now, although Wu Ming has cleared out the monsters of level 3 and below, there are still more high-level monsters on the battlefield than strong humans, and the situation is still a bit precarious. What should I do then? It's simple, just send them away. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. A series of sounds of breaking through the air were heard, and the high-level monsters on the battlefield disappeared one after another as if they had evaporated out of thin air. Wu Ming directly teleported them to the deep mountains 4,000 kilometers away. It is hard to say whether they can come back in the next few days. As the number of high-level monsters decreased sharply, the situation on the battlefield was reversed in an instant, as fast as turning the pages of a book. Just now there were 2 or 3 monsters beating up a human soldier, but now it's 2 humans beating up a monster, making the monster howl in pain. The soldiers of the 9th Independent Corps were delighted on the spot, brandishing their weapons more and more fiercely, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. But the demon clan is in a terrible situation. What happened to their agreement to attack the human clan together? Why are all my teammates missing? How do we fight this battle? What's even more frustrating is that not only does it have to be beaten by 2 humans, but it also depends on Wu Ming's mood. He would release a mental attack from time to time to confuse the monster and turn it into a sitting duck, without even a chance to resist. The situation on the battlefield changed so quickly. Just now, the 9th Independent Legion was still struggling and was about to collapse. However, in just 2 or 3 minutes, the human race turned the tide and the battle was almost over. All in all, the entire battle, from the beginning till now, has only lasted 5 minutes. Chapter 91. The monsters were all stunned. The reinforcements of Longhan's second army reacted quickly, and the teleportation array lit up with a buzz and radiated light. A group of reinforcements rushed out with weapons in hand, shouting and killing loudly, ready to fight the demon clan to the death. As a result, they just rushed out and stood there stupidly. The soldiers of the independent 9th Legion have now begun cleaning up the battlefield. The ground is covered with the corpses of monsters, and there is not even a living monster left. Old Ma! What's going on? Didn't they say tens of thousands of demons were attacking you? How come it's over in just a few minutes? A regiment commander scratched his head and asked Ma Jinzhou with a confused look on his face. Don't tell us that you lied about military intelligence. This is no small matter, you have to take responsibility. Another regimental commander echoed, his tone full of suspicion. That's right. We rushed here in such a hurry, but in the end, we worried for nothing and didn't even get to see the monster's fur. The other group leaders also complained and surrounded Ma Jinzhou to ask questions. Ma Jinzhou was also confused. How could he know what was going on? He was clearly about to collapse just now, but he won in the blink of an eye. He feels like he is dreaming now. And looking at the situation, he can't clear himself even if he jumps into the Yellow River. It feels like he is lying about military intelligence. Just when Ma Jinzhou was scratching his head in anxiety, several company commanders including Kai Guoqiang, Zheng Jiang and Gong Yi rushed over to help Ma Jinzhou. Commanders, please don't wrongly accuse Commander Ma. He didn't lie about military intelligence. What happened just now is true. I'm just telling you that you may not believe it. Just now, for a moment, all the low-level monsters on the battlefield died, as if they were struck by lightning. Kai Guoqiang quickly spoke up and told his story. he added, and me. I was just surrounded by 3 level 7 monsters and was about to collapse. Suddenly, they stood there like idiots, motionless. I took advantage of the situation and chopped them all down with my sword. Gongi quickly chimed in, yes, yes, yes. I saw it too. Many high-level monsters vanished without even a trace left. It's bizarre. Zhang Jiang was so excited that his hands were shaking. I'm even more incredible than you all. I was about to be killed by the monster just now, but it suddenly disappeared from the spot and reappeared hundreds of meters away. This is simply a magical operation. The leaders of other groups looked at each other, as if they were listening to a foreign language. Is this a war? Why is it like a novel, with things disappearing out of thin air and monsters all stunned? At this moment, Ma Jinzhou suddenly had an idea and slapped his thigh. Disappear out of thin air? And appear out of thin air? He seemed to have grasped some key clue in his mind. Why did this operation seem so familiar? The next second, he suddenly reacted. When Wu Ming was in the military academy, he used a similar teleportation method to play tricks on the Zunyao cult. It must be that brat Ming Ming. He must have gotten out. Ma Jinzhou immediately said to the group leaders, just wait. I'll find evidence for you right away, and I guarantee you'll be convinced. As he said that, he ran towards Wu Ming's retreat tent, shouting as he ran, Ming Ming. You little bastard, stop hiding and come out now. Hey, 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 Uncle Ma, I'm here. Wu Ming's voice came from mid-air with a hint of smile. Ma Jinzhou looked up and found that Wu Ming was floating in the air, with his clothes fluttering in the wind, as if nothing had happened. Wu Ming was also smart and knew what Ma Jinzhou was going to do, so he quickly descended from the sky and landed in front of Ma Jinzhou. Ma Jinzhou immediately grabbed Wu Ming's arm and asked, did you do what happened on the battlefield just now? Those monsters disappeared, and the soldiers teleported. Were they all your doing? Wu Ming touched the tip of his nose and couldn't help laughing. He didn't hide it. Hey, it was me who did it. I didn't expect you to find out so quickly. Ma Jinzhou burst out laughing on the spot, patting Wu Ming on the shoulder, grinning from ear to ear, good boy. You're really amazing. But you almost got your uncle into trouble. I was almost mistaken for someone who lied about military intelligence. After receiving Wu Ming's affirmative answer, Ma Jinzhou's heart was completely relieved. He was so excited. His nephew's ability was really an honor to him. He immediately pulled Wu Ming aside and said to the other captains, come on, Ming Ming, show these captains your skills and open their eyes, so they don't think we're making things up. Wu Ming nodded without any hesitation. Since everything was exposed, he might as well make it clear. All the team leaders stared at Wu Ming in unison, not daring to blink, for fear of missing any exciting scene. Wu Ming glanced at Kai Guoqiang and Zhang Jiang beside him and said with a smile, 2 company commanders, can you borrow it for a moment? As a prop? How could Kai Guoqiang and Zhang Jiang be unwilling? Wu Ming had just saved them, and now they could witness his extraordinary skills. They nodded on the spot, no problem. Captain Wu, come on. The next second, Wu Ming had an idea, and Kai Guoqiang and Zhang Jiang disappeared in an instant, leaving only a faint shadow in their place. Before the group leaders could react, Kai Guoqiang suddenly appeared in an open space 300 meters away, waving his hands and shouting, I'm here. Several group leaders opened their eyes wide on the spot, their eyeballs almost popped out, and their mouths were big enough to fit an egg. What kind of magical trick is this? Can he actually teleport? A team leader couldn't help but mutter, teleport? Doesn't this require a teleportation array? And teleportation arrays can only teleport point to point. There's no teleportation array between here and 300 meters away. The other team leader also nodded. Yes. This is too surprising. I've only heard of this method in legends before, but I didn't expect to see it in person today. Ma Jinzhou also nodded repeatedly after watching, but he quickly realized, where is Zhang Jiang? Why did Kai Guoqiang come out? He quickly asked Wu Ming, Ming Ming, the company commander of the first company has come out, but where is the company commander of the second company, Zhang Jiang? Where did you send him? Wu Ming explained with a smile, don't worry, it didn't spread far. I sent the second company commander to the first regiment commander's tent. I think he'll be back soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhang Jiang appeared in front of everyone, holding a purple clay teapot in his hand and looking excited. It turned out that when Zhang Jiang was summoned to the tent of the regiment commander just now, he was also confused for a moment, but he quickly realized that if he went back empty-handed, the commanders would definitely not believe him, so he had to provide some evidence. He immediately saw the regiment commander's favorite purple clay teapot in the tent, so he simply picked up the teapot and used it as evidence. When Zhang Jiang handed the purple clay teapot to the commander of the regiment, he was stunned on the spot, his head buzzing. Isn't this the purple clay teapot he placed in the tent? How did it end up in Zhang Jiang's hands? The other group leaders also recognized this purple clay teapot. They knew that the group leader treated it as a treasure and couldn't let it go. He even didn't allow others to touch it. Now it was actually brought over by Zhang Jiang. A regimental commander couldn't help but shout out, "The Longhan 2nd Army's defense line is stretched out in a row. The 1st and 7th regiments are over 3,000 kilometers apart. It's only been a short while, and the 2nd Company commander has already come from here to the 1st Regiment's tent and even brought back the purple clay teapot from my tent." Another captain also sighed, "The key is the useless teleportation array. This ability is too incredible. If it were used on the battlefield, it would be extremely useful." Chapter 92. Our Legion leader is amazing. The regimental commanders chattered away, each one growing increasingly excited. Just thinking about it makes it seem incredible. During a surprise attack, we can send a team over and catch the enemy off guard. If someone gets trapped, we can send them back for rescue. During reconnaissance, we can send someone to the enemy camp and get all sorts of intelligence. A regimental commander patted Ma Jinzhou on the shoulder and said with envy, "Old Ma, you've really found a treasure. Wu Ming's ability is unmatched in the entire group army." Another team leader echoed, "That's right. I'm so jealous. If our team had a talent like Wu Ming, we wouldn't have to worry about defeating the demon tribe." The team leader even came up to Wu Ming and said with a smile, "Wu Ming, if our team encounters any trouble in the future, we will definitely need your help. You must be generous and don't refuse." "Yes, yes, yes. Wu Ming, let's add each other as friends so we can keep in touch later." And me. I'll add one too. I'll ask you for advice more often in the future." Ma Jinzhou stood aside, watching the group leaders surrounding Wu Ming and vying to add him as a friend, with a smile on his face all the time. This nephew really brings honor to our independent 9th Army Corps commander. Now that the team leaders have spoken, how can Wu Ming not give them face? He took out his phone and added everyone as his friend one by one, saying with a smile, "If you need anything from now on, as long as I can help, I will definitely not refuse." After adding friends, the group leaders left with satisfaction. When they left, they did not forget to say to Ma Jinzhou, "Old Ma, you must bring Wu Ming to visit our group more often in the future." Ma Jinzhou patted Wu Ming's shoulder heavily and said with a smile, "Good boy, keep working hard, you will definitely become a great man in the future." He looked at the soldiers cleaning up the battlefield in the distance and said, "A battle has just ended, and there's still a lot of cleanup work to do. I'll go get busy now. You should rest for a while." After saying that, he turned around and went back to work. As soon as Ma Jinzhou left, Kai Guoqiang, Zhang Jiang, Gong Yi and other company commanders immediately surrounded him, each of them with a face full of gratitude. Kai Guoqiang spoke first, "Brother Wu, thank you so much this time. If it weren't for you, our 9th Independent Corps would have suffered heavy losses this time, and I wouldn't even be able to save my life." Zhang Jiang also nodded, "Yes, brother, thank you for your kindness. If you have any instructions in the future, just tell us, we will never say no." The other company commanders also echoed, "That's right. Wu Ming, this time it's really thanks to you, otherwise we would all have died on the battlefield." They were right. If it weren't for Wu Ming, the 9th Independent Corps would have suffered heavy casualties in this battle, and might even have been completely wiped out. Soon, the soldiers of the 9th Independent Corps began to clean up the battlefield in an orderly manner and counted the casualties. Fortunately, the battle was short and Wu Ming acted in time, so most of the soldiers were only slightly injured and no one was sacrificed. This was a blessing in disguise. As for why the demon tribe has been targeting the independent 9th Legion in recent days and why the scale of their attacks has been getting bigger and bigger, the military is still investigating and has not found any clues yet. What's even more strange is that the other legions have been safe and sound these days, but the demons seem to have set their sights on the independent 9th Legion and specifically targeted them, which is very abnormal and strange. Wu Ming was not idle either. He called together his company of new recruits to check on their situation. After all, they were all new recruits who had just joined the army, so he was still a little worried. There were a total of 120 recruits in the company, and more than half of them were injured. Some had scratches on their arms, and some had bites on their legs. It was the company with the most serious injuries in the entire regiment. But this is normal. After all, they are new recruits with little practical experience. They can barely deal with level 1 monsters, but if they encounter level 2 monsters, they are no match at all and will be killed. Unlike other companies, many veterans are at the 4th or 5th level of the true spirit realm, and can easily deal with 2nd or 3rd level monsters. But for Wu Ming, this is already very good. As long as no one is sacrificed, injuries can be treated and experience can be accumulated slowly. The only thing to be afraid of is that there is not even a chance to accumulate experience. He looked at the injured recruits and said with a smile, "Don't worry, everyone. There are Wood Awakeners in the Legion. They have strong healing abilities. It won't be long before you all recover as before and you can be brave men again." At this time, an injured recruit couldn't help but say, "Captain, this is actually the 6th time the demons have attacked our legion in the past few days. Every time they only attack us and not other legions. It's so strange." After hearing this, Wu Ming frowned slightly. For 6 consecutive times, only the independent 9th Legion was attacked, but the other legions were fine. There must be something wrong. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. After understanding the situation, Wu Ming didn't stay for long. He smiled at the recruits and then disappeared out of thin air. Anyway, this skill has been exposed, so there is no need to hide it anymore. Seeing Wu Ming disappear, the new recruits were immediately excited, their eyes full of admiration. "Wow! The company commander is so handsome. This teleportation ability is so cool. Yeah. I want to be as good as the company commander and learn how to teleport." Wu Ming had no intention of listening to the exclamations of the new recruits. The military would definitely investigate the recent abnormal behavior of the demon tribe. However, it is not only difficult but also time-consuming for the military to investigate. By the time they find out the results, the demons may have launched another attack. But this is no big deal for Wu Ming. He is the best at finding clues. He teleported directly to the depths of the Wanli Mountains and rivers. His goal was clear, to find the 6th level monster that he had teleported here before. His spiritual thoughts had already been spread out, and everything that was swept by his power of will was as if saved. No matter which monster he wanted to find, he could find it accurately without any effort at all. As soon as Wu Ming had a thought, his mental power, like an invisible sharp knife, penetrated directly into the brain of this level 6 monster. If you want to get information out of it, you have to use some special means. There are 3 ways to play Wu Ming's power invasion, and all of them are effective. Either you directly erase the other party's intelligence, turning it into a brainless living target, or you control its actions and make it your puppet, or you directly read its memory and dig out everything it knows. Since this level 6 monster dared to go to the battlefield, it must know a lot of secrets of the monster clan, which can be used as an intelligence library. After reading all the memories, Wu Ming was stunned for a moment. Wow, this matter actually has something to do with him. It turned out that I was growing too fast. Not only were the Zunyao cult members targeting me, but even their old boss the demon clan was alarmed. They must have regarded me as a thorn in their side. Especially last time, after he destroyed the hideout of the Zunyao cult in Chujiang City, the demon clan regarded him as a serious threat and would not be happy until he was eliminated. It has to be said that the demon clan's information network is really well informed. They even know everything about the independent 9th Corps of the Longhan Second Army, so they are targeting the independent 9th Corps like crazy. On the surface, they are fighting the Legion, but in fact, their real intention is not to fight, their real goal is to eliminate themselves. In addition, Wu Ming also dug out a more crucial piece of information. After the demon tribe failed in their 6 consecutive attacks on the independent 9th Legion, they actually planned to put themselves on the bounty wall. It is said that their names have already been reported. This bounty wall is not a good place. It is a black platform where the demon clan posts hunting missions. Once you are posted there, you will be hunted endlessly. When will the hunt end? There will be no peace unless the mission is accomplished and the target's head is removed. Of course, demons who complete their missions can also receive generous rewards, otherwise who would be willing to risk their lives? Chapter 93, I really can't handle the current state. However, one thing must be reminded, anyone who can accept the bounty wall mission must be at the demon level. Demon. He is a tough guy who is on par with the Xinling realm of the human race. He is much stronger than the Xinling realm. Wu Ming's brows furrowed instantly, and for the first time, he felt a heavy pressure in his heart. This was no joke. Demons were no match for monsters. He has just broken through to the 5th level of the true spirit realm. Being able to kill a 9th level demon beast is already incredible, but compared with the demons, he is still a long way off. You know, from monsters to demons, that is a huge chasm. It is thousands of times more difficult than transforming from a ferocious beast to a demon beast, or from an awakened being to a true spirit. That was not a simple realm improvement at all, but a life leap that was a complete transformation, and the strength increased dramatically. Wu Ming is able to challenge higher levels. He can fight against a 9th grade true spirit from a 5th grade true spirit without any weakness. He has crossed 4 realms. Isn't that powerful enough? But even so, when he really reaches the 9th level of the true spirit realm, he probably won't be able to clash with the monsters in the 1st level of the mysterious spirit realm. The advantages of the 4 realms are simply not enough in front of the chasm of demon beasts turning into demons. From this we can see how terrifying the demons are. They are simply at the level of dimensionality reduction attack. Even a 9th grade true spirit realm might not be able to withstand the demon, not to mention that he is only a 5th grade true spirit realm now. The gap is no different from an egg hitting a stone. Not to mention the demons, even when the Zunyao cult attacked Chujiang City, the 9th grade true spirit realm cultivator in that group almost killed him. He still feels scared when he thinks about it now. Now that he is being chased by demons endlessly, Wu Ming knows very well that he must fight harder. If he doesn't get stronger quickly, he will be defeated sooner or later. As soon as the thought came to his mind, Wu Ming's figure flashed and disappeared like a gust of wind, without even leaving a trace. The next second, he appeared in the mountains and forests hundreds of kilometers away, and raised his hand to launch a powerful mental force attack. An 8th level monster was blown into pieces before it could even let out a scream. Immediately afterwards, the system prompt sounded, ding. Congratulations to the host for killing the 8th level monster and obtaining triple X points. Wu Ming didn't stop and continued to kill like crazy in the mountains and forests. Kill. 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 Although he had just broken through to the 5th level of the true spirit realm and should have taken a break, he dared not slack off in the current situation. The more he saved and distributed, the more capital he would have to become stronger. At the same time, 3,000 kilometers away, the scene was strangely eerie. The sky was tightly covered by thick black clouds, which gathered together but did not disperse, like a huge black vortex hanging in the sky. From time to time, a few ferocious lightning flashed in the vortex, and the drizzle never stopped falling. Although there are also vast rivers and mountains below, it is completely different from the side close to the human race. There are bare cliffs everywhere, without even a blade of grass. The air is filled with the smell of decay and withering, just like a dark wasteland in the end times, which makes people feel terrified at the sight. This is the territory of Chujiang City, and also an important stronghold of the demon clan, called Mandrill Cave. There is a pitch-black cave entrance on the cliff. From time to time, demons of various shapes come in and out, each of them exuding a suffocating pressure. You know, only after a monster beast has undergone a second life transformation can it evolve into a demon. This step can be called rebirth. The demons now have intelligence that is no less than that of humans. They are no longer wild beasts that act solely on instinct. They have even begun to shed their animal bodies and can maintain a half-human, half-beast appearance. To be more specific, it is a human body with an animal head. For example, it has a human body but a wolf or tiger head, which looks both weird and fierce. More importantly, the demons can now speak human language and communicate normally with humans, which is something that monsters cannot compare to. From this point alone, we can see how exaggerated the transformation of monsters into demons is. It is simply an evolution from beasts to intelligent creatures. Walking along the entrance, you will find a huge cave hidden inside. The entire majestic mountain is actually empty. In the center of the cave, there is an open space about the size of a dozen football fields. There is nothing else on the open space except a huge pool, which is filled not with water but with boiling magma. It was bubbling and releasing scorching heat, making the entire cave warm. In the center of the magma pool stands a huge stone tablet, pitch black and exuding an ancient atmosphere. The rock walls of the cave are densely packed with caves, and each cave is home to a powerful demon. Any one of them can defeat a human in the true spirit realm. At this moment, many demons were gathering in front of the stone tablet in the center of the magma pool. They were standing on tiptoe, staring at the things on the stone tablet, like picking vegetables in a market. Glowing characters flashed on the stone tablet, clearly showing various tasks. This is the bounty wall of the demon clan, where all hunting missions are posted. The demons gathered here just to pick out tasks that caught their eye and earn some extra money. A wolf-headed demon stared at the top of the stone tablet, curled his lips, and complained, killing a 6th grade Shinling realm human and getting 3,000 demon pills? Pa! Do I need those 3,000 demon pills? The main thing is that I can't beat a 6th grade Shinling realm. A nearby bull-headed demon also sighed, this bounty wall is too unfriendly to low-level demons like us. Either the tasks are too difficult or the rewards are too low. It's impossible to survive. Another pig-headed demon pointed to the bottom of the stone tablet and said, it's not that there aren't simple ones. Don't just look up, there are tasks suitable for us below. The wolf-headed demon looked down, his disgust growing even stronger. What kind of crappy missions are those down there? Killing a company commander of the human army, and he's only at the 2nd grade Shinling realm, and they give him 500 demon pills? It's barely enough to fill a gap in my teeth. The bull-headed demon patted it on the shoulder and advised, don't be so picky. Even a mosquito leg is still meat. Just take it. It's better than having no mission at all. The pig-headed demon echoed, exactly. Such a simple task with good rewards is hard to find, so it's good to have one. Just as they were complaining to each other, the bounty wall suddenly refreshed. A new task was added at the bottom of the stone tablet, and the glowing font was particularly eye-catching. The mission is simple, kill the human race Wu Ming and you will be rewarded with 5,000 demon pills. When the demons surrounding the stone tablet saw this line of words, they exploded on the spot. Their eyes widened and they could hardly believe their eyes. A few demons even rubbed their eyes, then moved closer to take a closer look. They were not mistaken, it was the 2 words Wu Ming. A pig-headed demon cried out, Wu Ming? Is that the ruthless Wu Ming who's been on the assassination list for 30 or 40 years? Is this mission labeled wrong? That's a mission on the assassination list, how can it appear on the bounty wall? The other bull-headed demon also nodded, his tone filled with awe. That's right. The assassination list is 100 times more valuable than the bounty wall. The targets of their missions are either the invincible gods of war or the most brilliant and talented geniuses. Our bounty wall is just a small fight at best, not even on the same level. Another horse-faced demon added, and look at the reward, only 5,000 demon pills? Isn't this a scam? I've seen the assassination rankings before, and that Wu Ming is number 1. His reward is a full 100 million demon pills, and he also has a blessed land as a cave dwelling, and even the blessing of the demon god. Besides, the demon nearby quickly interrupted it, all right, stop talking. That reward is so huge that it would take a long time to describe it. Compared to these 5,000 demon pills, the difference is simply heaven and earth. Chapter 94. A good mission was snatched away. A rabbit-headed demon's face turned pale, his voice trembling a little. Brothers, let's not worry about the reward for now. I'm a little panicked now. The peerless ruthless person on the assassination list hasn't appeared since he was on the list. He may have reached the top of the assassination list. His strength must be terrifying. Now that he has suddenly reappeared, it is simply a disaster for our demon clan. The pig-headed demon also nodded and swallowed his saliva. Now that you mention it, I'm panicking too. That's Wu Ming. Just hearing his name is scary. The turtle-headed demon shrank his neck even more. Wu Ming, number 1 on the assassination list, this name is the shadow of all of us demons, just thinking about it makes me tremble. For a moment, all the demons at the scene fell silent, their faces solemn, as if a huge rock was pressing on their hearts, and even their breathing became cautious. Just because of the 2 words Wu Ming, a group of demons were frightened like this. However, some brave demons raised doubts. A demon with a bare head said in a muffled voice, how could that powerful Wu Ming appear on the bounty wall? And the reward is so low? There must be something wrong. It plucked up its courage, stretched out its hand as big as a palm leaf fan, and tapped the stone tablet. The mission introduction popped up instantly, and the glowing font was clearly visible. Wu Ming, a human from Fengling City, is currently the company commander of the new recruit company of the 9th Independent Corps of the 2nd Lonhan Army. His cultivation level is 8th grade True Spirit Realm. After reading the introduction, all the demons breathed a sigh of relief, and the fear on their faces disappeared without a trace in an instant. The pig-headed demon patted his chest and laughed heartily, so it's a duplicate name. I thought it was that ruthless guy who's number 1 on the assassination list. What a surprise! The wolf-headed demon also laughed, you scared me to death. I was wondering, how could Wu Ming, who was at the top of the list, only be at the 8th level of the true spirit realm and be worth only 5,000 demon pills? The bull-headed demon curled his lips in disdain. Nima. Who gave this human brat the courage to use the name Wu Ming? Isn't this courting death? The bare-headed demon rubbed his chin, his eyes gleaming with greed. Wu Ming on the assassination list is a long-standing problem, but this Wu Ming is simply giving away benefits. He's only at the 8th level of the true spirit realm, and he's giving away 5,000 demon pills. This mission is simply giving away money. It immediately raised its hand, fearing that someone else would snatch it away. I accept this mission. No one else can snatch it from me, this Wu Ming belongs to me. The donkey-headed demon nearby also grew anxious, shouting, "Get out of the way. Leave this human brat to me. I'm going to make him realize that there's a price to pay for casually using someone else's name. Be careful when naming someone in your next life. Me. I can take it too. I'm at the 8th level of the true spirit realm, I can crush him to death with one hand." The other demons also started to make a fuss, each vying to take on this task. They were so frightened just now that they were silent, but now they are rushing forward. Isn't this the simple and well-paid task they have always dreamed of? It's like pie in the sky. More importantly, it would be prestigious to tell others about this mission. When bragging to other monsters, just saying "do you know? I killed Wu Ming" makes you feel so impressive. Wouldn't the monsters around you look at you with shock, admiration, and worship? Well, although this Wu Ming is not the Wu Ming who was number 1 on the assassination list, his name is indeed Wu Ming, so he still has the capital to show off. The reason for this misunderstanding is that the intelligence from the demon clan is wrong. They only knew that Wu Ming could kill 8th level monsters, so they naturally labeled his realm as the 8th grade true spirit realm, which was actually not accurate at all. Wu Ming's current real realm is the 5th grade true spirit realm. He just broke through not long ago, but in terms of strength, he has reached the level of the 9th grade true spirit realm, which is much stronger than the demon clan thought. But this doesn't matter to the demons at all. They are all demons at the lowest level of the Xinling realm. Even if Wu Ming is at the 9th level of the Xinling realm, he is no different from an ant in their eyes and can be crushed to death with ease. Let us talk about the rules of the bounty wall. Although the mission is good, in order to avoid fighting among the demons over the mission, there is a clear rule: only one demon can accept a mission, and it's first come, first served. Otherwise, if they encounter a free money mission like today, the demons will have to fight, which will only lead to internal consumption. In the end, it was the bare-headed demon that won because it reacted the fastest and was the first to click accept the task, thus gaining the upper hand. The bare-headed demon laughed triumphantly and bowed to the other demons. "Ha! Excuse me, everyone. Thank you for letting me go. I'll take Wu Ming away first." The other demons could only sigh in disappointment, beating their chests and stamping their feet, regretting that they were slow to react and missed the opportunity to pick up the demon pill for free. For the bare-headed demon, killing a human kid in the 8th grade true spirit realm does not require any preparation, not even weapons, one hand is enough. Moreover, the demon race has its own unique information network. When Wu Ming killed demon beasts in the wild, the noise was quite loud, and soon a demon beast transmitted his location to him, accurately indicating the exact coordinates. After confirming Wu Ming's location, the bare-headed demon didn't waste any time and strode directly towards Wu Ming's direction, shouting arrogantly, "Brothers, wait. Watch me suppress this human cub named Wu Ming with one hand, and bring you good news." Watching its retreating figure, a demon who hadn't snatched up the mission curled his lips and said unconvincingly, "TSK. What's so great about just one hand? I didn't get it. If I had, I could have crushed him with just one finger." Another demon followed suit and boasted, "I can blow him to death with just one breath. This mission isn't challenging at all." There were also demons sighing, "Oh, don't say anything, there's no chance anymore, I can only watch that bare-headed guy take advantage." At this time, Wu Ming was still fighting with monsters in the wild, and had no idea that danger was approaching quietly. One monster after another fell at his hands, some were blown up by his willpower, some were pierced through the skull by short arrows. System prompts sounded one after another, and his distribution points rose rapidly, soon breaking through the 1 million mark. Suddenly, Wu Ming's eyelids twitched, and a strong sense of crisis instantly surged into his heart, and his hair stood on end. This is his mental power warning, which will only be triggered when encountering fatal danger. Combined with the information he had read from the 6th level monster's mind, Wu Ming instantly realized, "Oh no! The demon is coming." He knew that after he was put on the wanted wall, the demons would definitely come to hunt him down, but he didn't expect it to happen so soon, without even giving him time to save up the allocated points. He had originally thought of taking advantage of this period of time to save more points and distribute them to improve his strength. Once he was stronger, he might be able to fight against the demons, but the demons came so suddenly. In the blink of an eye, Wu Ming suddenly felt a darkness in front of his eyes. The whole world seemed to be covered by a black cloth, and even the sunlight could not be seen. It's not that it's dark, it's that something is blocking the sun. Wu Ming's heart sank and he quickly looked up at the distant sky. This sight almost made his heart stop. I saw a huge hand appear in the distant sky. It was so big that it was beyond imagination, covering the sky and the sun. It was like a mountain falling from the sky, bringing with it a heavy and majestic power. Wherever it passed, the void collapsed and the earth roared. The oppressive feeling was suffocating. Wu Ming was so frightened that his heart was trembling and his hands and feet were a little cold. He had never seen such a terrifying attack in his life. Just watching it, he felt as small as an ant. Is this the devil's method? This is too scary. He didn't hesitate at all, his body's instinct made him turn around and run away. This level of existence was not something he could fight against at his current level. Fighting head-on would be suicide, and running away was the only way to survive. Chapter 95, Means of Resisting Demons. Wu Ming's figure was so fast that only an afterimage was left. He teleported continuously with shwa, shwa, shwa. He didn't know how many times he had dodged in one breath, even he couldn't count them. But what made his scalp tingle was that no matter how he dodged, the giant palm that covered the sky and the sun seemed to have eyes, following him like a shadow, and he couldn't get rid of it at all. The giant palm came down at an extremely fast speed with the momentum of destroying the world. The air around it was compressed and solidified. The feeling of oppression became more and more terrifying, almost crushing people. The towering ancient trees around Wu Ming could not withstand this pressure at all, and they all exploded into sawdust with bang bang bang. Before the giant palm touched the ground beneath its feet began to collapse and crack, leaving behind the outline of a huge palm, like a target drawn in advance. Wu Ming felt as if he was carrying the entire vast land on his shoulders. His shoulders were almost crushed, and his chest felt stuffy with every breath. If it weren't for his physique being far superior to that of an ordinary person, an ordinary true spirit realm cultivator would have been crushed into a bloody mist by this pressure, without even a bone left. But the giant palm was still pressing down, the pressure was getting stronger and stronger, and Wu Ming's face was getting paler and paler. He didn't even know how many seconds he could hold on, and felt that he would be beaten into a meat patty in the next second. If you can't escape, then don't escape. Wu Ming's eyes became fierce, and he simply stopped teleporting and clenched his fists. Since he couldn't avoid it, he would fight it. He raised his head and stared at the approaching giant palm, mentally preparing himself to fight with all his might. At this moment, the giant palm was so close that he could even see the palm lines clearly. Each palm line was like mountains and rivers, crisscrossing and revealing a despairing strength. At this critical moment of life and death, a dark token suddenly flew out of Wu Ming's pocket, hanging in front of him, emitting a faint halo. This is the token he got after passing the Shuangdong Tower. He had never figured out its use before, but he didn't expect it to fly out by itself today. The word refined on the token suddenly burst into dazzling light, and an ancient and vast aura instantly spread out, like a pressure coming from ancient times, which temporarily resisted the momentum of the giant palm. Wu Ming was stunned. He had kept this token in his pocket for quite some time and studied it over and over again, but he didn't get any special reaction. He thought it was just an ordinary souvenir. He didn't expect that it would take the initiative to protect its owner at the critical moment. Before he could react, the foaming arrow on his waist flew out and circled around the token twice. The tip of the arrow flashed with a cold light, as if it was competing for favor. The foaming arrow had long since recognized Wu Ming as its master. The two of them had telepathic connection. It sensed that the token had stolen the limelight and immediately became unhappy. Why are you rushing to protect the master? I can do it too. The next second, a piece of information came directly into Wu Ming's mind, telling him clearly what to do, without even giving him time to hesitate. The situation is critical now and there is no time to think. Wu Ming immediately mobilized all his energy, and with a boom it rushed forward, condensing and compressing frantically. In the blink of an eye, a huge longbow made of pure power took shape, the bowstring was taut, exuding a sharp aura. Wu Ming grabbed the foaming arrow and put it on the bowstring with a snap. He took a deep breath, exerted force with both arms, and stretched the bow into a full moon shape. His eyes were as sharp as a knife. Break it for me. With a low shout, the foaming arrow shot out with a whoosh, turning into a red rainbow light. It was so fast that even the air was torn open. Moreover, it was still accelerating, its speed getting faster and faster, and its aura was rising wildly, from a small rainbow light to a flame more than 10 meters long, and finally directly exploded into a red and refined light of several hundred meters, like a burning fire dragon, rushing straight towards the giant palm. Boom! A loud bang shook the heaven and earth, and the foaming arrow hit the giant palm accurately and penetrated the palm. The mountains and rivers on the giant palm collapsed in an instant, like broken glass, turning into specks of light and dissipating between heaven and earth. The giant palm that was so terrifying just now disappeared in the blink of an eye, and everything around it returned to calm. Only a shallow handprint of 5 meters in size was left on the ground. Compared with the momentum that covered the sky and the sun just now, it was completely different, like an illusion. Wu Ming stared at the handprint, his mind full of confusion. Normally, he could run out in a few steps at this distance, but no matter how he teleported, he couldn't escape. The methods of this demon were really beyond his current understanding. Soon, the foaming arrow flew back and circled around Wu Ming twice, as if asking for credit. The token that had shone brightly before also turned dark again and hung quietly on the side. Foaming arrow was not satisfied yet. It deliberately moved close to the token and touched it with a ding sound, as if in protest. However, the token was like an obedient child. It did not react at all and was completely silent. Wu Ming then breathed a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. The clothes on my back had long been soaked with cold sweat, and they felt cold against my body. A near miss. Another life saved. This experience made him more eager to become stronger. Only when he was strong enough could he avoid being suppressed and beaten. But on second thought, it was exciting that I could actually hurt the demon with the help of the foaming arrow. At least it was not completely powerless to fight back. And that ancient token, it must be extraordinary that it took the initiative to protect its master in times of crisis. After all, it is a product of the Sun Gong Tower. Maybe it is even more powerful than the foaming arrow, but I haven't figured out how to use it yet. After this experience, was Wu Ming scared? Are you planning to go back to the military area and hide? That's not the case. It may not be safe to go back to the military area. Before I was put on the bounty wall, the demons had attacked the military area 6 times in 6 days. Now that I have been put on the bounty wall, even if I hide in the military area, I can't escape the endless pursuit of the demons. More importantly, staying in the military district would only bring harm to his comrades and bring danger to those around him, which was not what he wanted to see. He paused, then quickly came up with a solution. What is your greatest advantage when facing demons? It's speed. It's the ability to teleport anywhere within 4,000 kilometers. He was caught off guard by the opponent and fell into a passive position just now, but if he kept teleporting and dodged fast enough, the opponent would not be able to lock on him at all, so how could he fight? Yes. That's it. If you can't beat them, can't you just walk away? As soon as the thought came to his mind, Wu Ming disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of a level 7 monster hundreds of kilometers away in the next second. Before the monster could react, Wu Ming raised his hand and launched a mental attack. Bang! The monster was killed on the spot without even having time to scream. After killing, he will teleport immediately, which only takes a few seconds, and he will never fight to the end. Kill one and move to another place, whoosh, 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 as fast as a gust of wind, leaving no trace at all. Back at the mandrill cave, the bare-headed demon came back with a pale face, dragging his injured body. Its bare paw, which was as big as a palm fan, was blown off. The wound was bloody and bleeding, and it looked horrible. When the other demons saw the scene, they were immediately in an uproar and started talking about it, but no one came forward to help. Holy crap! This bear is actually injured? It's too weak. To kill a human cub in the 8th level of the True Spirit realm, it has to sacrifice a bear paw? A wolf-headed demon covered his mouth and laughed, his tone full of sarcasm. The bull-headed demon also joined in the commotion. That's right. If I had known it was so useless, I should have let me go. At least I wouldn't have been hurt like this. The bull-headed demon rubbed his belly, his eyes greedy. What a pity for that bear paw. To be honest, I've been wanting it for a long time. I wanted to snatch it and try it, but now it's all ruined. A nearby snake-headed demon was even more outrageous. He approached the bare-headed demon and said in a sly tone, "Hey, buddy, I heard tiger penises are good for enhancing male virility, but your bear paws shouldn't be bad either. I wonder if you could spare them so I can study them?" Roll. The bare-headed demon was already feeling aggrieved, and after being teased like this, he roared angrily on the spot, his eyes fierce, but he had no strength to attack. The pain from the wound almost made it unable to bear it. Chapter 96. The Six-Eyed Demon appears. Demons do not have human emotions and are cruel and ruthless by nature. When they see their companions injured, they not only do not sympathize, but also make fun of them and even want to take advantage of the situation to rob them. The wolf-headed demon shook his head with a look of disdain. It was originally a good deal, giving away 5,000 demon pills for free, but now I'm losing a bare paw. What a loss. If it were me, I would have smashed myself into a piece of tofu long ago. The donkey-headed demon suddenly remembered something and pointed at the bear-headed demon's back, shouting, "Hey, hey, hey! Old bear, why are you heading towards the cave? If you haven't completed the mission yet, shouldn't you report to the bounty wall first?" The bear-headed demon's face darkened, and his voice was hoarse, "Report your ass. If you didn't kill the person, what's the point of reporting it? Oh my god. Oh my god, oh my god." Hearing this, the demons were even more shocked, their eyes widened. With just one bare paw, they couldn't even kill a single person? This is too outrageous. What's going on? Tell me quickly. Does Wu Ming have any hidden tricks up his sleeve? The pig-headed demon was the most curious and came forward to ask questions, and the other demons also gathered around. The bear-headed demon was filled with grievances and could only complain bitterly. "I determined Wu Ming's exact location and wanted to flatten the area with a single strike from mid-air to save myself the trouble. But I didn't expect, a powerful human suddenly appeared and injured me with a bow and arrow. In fact, it didn't see Wu Ming at all. It just slapped him from hundreds of miles away, trying to flatten the area where Wu Ming was, so these were all its guesses. It would never think of Wu Ming. The power of that arrow was definitely at the level of Xianling realm. How could Wu Ming, an 8th grade Xianling realm, have such strength? There must be help. So that's how it is. I thought you were injured by Wu Ming." The wolf-headed demon suddenly realized something, and the sarcasm in his tone became even stronger. "You're still a rookie after all. You can't even deal with a human helper." The tiger-headed demon also echoed, "That's right. They're all excuses. They couldn't even seize such a good opportunity. If it were me, I would have killed Wu Ming and his helpers long ago." The bear-headed demon is now seriously injured and obviously can no longer complete the task. Not long after, the task of kill Wu Ming reappeared on the bounty wall and became a hot commodity again. A demon with 3 rows of 6 eyes was quick-eyed and quick-handed. While the other demons were still hesitating, he directly clicked accept the task and got ahead of everyone else. This is the Six-Eyed Demon. After accepting the task, the Six-Eyed Demon did not dare to delay and set off immediately. Like the bear-headed demon, it also had to first pass through the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts to determine Wu Ming's location. It took out a palm-sized green stone from its arms. The surface of the stone was glowing with a strange red light, and it looked unusual. This is a communication tool unique to the demon race. Its function is somewhat similar to that of a human mobile phone, but it is more convenient than a mobile phone. However, this green stone was formed naturally, not man-made. The demon race has advantages over humans in terms of physical fitness, innate magical powers, and soul power, and is easier to use. As long as they probe their soul power into the green stone, they can receive information and pictures from other monsters, which is more accurate than human communication tools. The demon race has always been a race where the strong prey on the weak, and their hierarchy is strict. Lu Yen is a demon, several levels higher than ordinary demon beasts and ferocious beasts. He can directly command them, and no one dares to resist. It injected soul power into the green stone and issued the order to find Wu Ming's location in an unquestionable tone. The ferocious beasts and demon beasts who received the order immediately took action and spread out their legs to search in the mountains and forests, fearing that they would be punished by the Six-Eyed Demon if they were slow. Not long after, the green stone began to vibrate and began to receive information. Report to the Lord. Wu Ming is here with me. Location, XXX. A message came first, with the coordinates attached. Then, the second message came, nonsense. Wu Ming is clearly here with me. Location, YYY. Don't talk nonsense. What are you guys doing? Wu Ming is right here with me. I have pictures as proof. Another message came, with a clear picture attached. In the picture, Wu Ming is fighting with an 8th level monster with fierce movements. You talk like no one has. The other demon beast was not convinced and directly sent 2 pictures, look. This is Wu Ming, right in front of me. He just killed a level 7 demon beast. Next, the green stones became completely lively. Information poured in like crazy, and soon hundreds of Wu Ming's locations were reported, along with pictures. In each picture, Wu Ming was in a different place, killing different monsters. The monsters that sent the message were still arguing in the green stone. Each of them insisted that Wu Ming was with them and none of them would give in. The six-eyed demon was so overwhelmed by what he heard that he couldn't help but roar at the green stone, "Stop arguing! Where the hell is Wu Ming? Here I am. It's really here. I have all the pictures. It's with me, sir. I didn't lie to you." The six-eyed demon was completely speechless. How could it know that these monsters were not lying? The mistake was that Wu Ming was too fast. He was killing monsters in the east 1 second and teleporting to the west the next, moving to another place after killing one, and it was impossible to catch him at all. "As long as I dodge fast enough, you won't be able to catch up with me." Wu Ming had already figured out this routine and teleported more frequently, not even stopping for a second. Moreover, the area within a radius of 4,000 kilometers is within the range of his mental monitoring, and he can see every little movement of the monsters clearly. Recently, at least hundreds of monsters have been holding green stones and buzzing with each other, obviously looking for his location. Wu Ming actually recognized this green stone. When I was in the military academy, there was a class specifically about the demon race, and it mentioned this kind of communication tool, called the Demon Communication Stone, which is the standard equipment of the demon race. It seems that a new demon is about to take action. Wu Ming's eyes narrowed and he had a plan in mind. The next second, he suddenly appeared in front of a monster that was sending a message with a monster message stone. The monster was still excitedly taking pictures of Wu Ming and was completely unaware of the danger. Before the monster could react, Wu Ming's mental power surged over and directly invaded its brain. The monster froze in place, its eyes dull, like a lamb to be slaughtered. Wu Ming easily read the information in its mind. Only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you win every battle. He first needs to figure out which demon is coming this time. Six-eyed demon. Wu Ming quickly found the answer and secretly memorized the name. At the same time, based on the memory of this monster, Wu Ming quickly locked onto the target within the 4,000-kilometer range covered by his mental power. A demon with 3 rows of 6 eyes was floating high in the sky, looking around. Normal creatures only have 2 eyes, but this demon has 1 row of eyes on the forehead and 2 rows on the cheeks, for a total of 6 eyes. It looks both weird and creepy. It is always observing the movements in all directions, and from time to time it looks down at the demon's signal stone in its hand. All of this was seen clearly by Wu Ming's willpower. There is no way he can defeat the demon in Xianling realm. He is no match for it now. Is there nothing we can do but sit and wait for death? Waiting to be found and beaten to death by the other party? This is not Wu Ming's style. He never likes to be passive and always has to find a way to fight back. Chapter 97. I don't kill demons, I'm just their porter. Is there any way to deal with this six-eyed demon? Wu Ming kept changing positions while thinking quickly. My biggest advantage is teleportation. Can I do something about it? Suddenly, a bold idea popped up in his mind, and the more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Let us go all out and give it a try. I can't win anyway, so even if I fail, the worst that can happen is I'll just keep running. At this time, the six-eyed demon was still holding the demon communication stone, waiting impatiently for the exact location, completely unaware that danger was quietly approaching. Suddenly, its eyes blurred and the surrounding scenery changed instantly. I was just looking at the forest from high above, but in the blink of an eye I was in a dark cave, the air full of a foul smell. The six-eyed demon was stunned and blinked all 6 eyes vigorously, thinking that he was seeing things. What's going on? Why am I here? Before it could react, another blur appeared before its eyes. The scene changed suddenly again, and this time it arrived at a turbulent river. The river was flowing, gurgling and splashing water all over it. The six-eyed demon was completely panicked, with fear in its 6 eyes. It had no idea what was happening, and its body was not hurt at all, but its position kept changing, and it was completely out of its control. It wanted to resist, but didn't know where to put its strength. It wanted to teleport away, but found that its body seemed to be fixed and it couldn't move at all, and could only allow itself to be teleported here and there. Immediately afterwards, the scene in front of it began to change. Swish, swish, swish. Sometimes it goes to the snow-capped mountains, sometimes to the grasslands, sometimes to the desert, sometimes to the edge of the deep sea. It changed almost every second, so fast that it made it dizzy and couldn't even tell the direction. During the first dozen or so teleportations, Lu Yan didn't feel anything was wrong and thought it was just a small scale position change. But the further it went, the more it felt something was wrong. The temperature around it was getting lower and lower, and it could see white frost when it breathed. In the end, a biting cold penetrated into the bones, and its teeth began to chatter. You know, it is a demon. He is a tough guy who is equivalent to the Xianling realm. Normally, he is not afraid of the cold. Even if he jumps into an ice hole, he will be fine. Now he is frozen like this. After being forcibly teleported more than 10 times, the damn transmission finally stopped. When Lu Yan opened his eyes, he was stunned. All he saw was a vast expanse of white. Snowflakes were floating down like goose feathers, and he couldn't even see the road clearly. It's ridiculously cold here. The icy wind cuts into my face like a knife, causing excruciating pain. Lu Yan was shivering with cold, and all the pores on his body closed instinctively. If he had been a second later, even his internal organs would have been frozen into ice. It looked around tremblingly. Everything here seemed strange, even the smell in the air was completely different from that in the vast rivers and mountains. Until it looked up and saw the gorgeous aurora on the horizon and colorful light bands floating in the sky, Lu Yan was completely stunned and his mind went blank. At this moment, the demon message stone in its hand suddenly started buzzing and flashing, and messages popped up one after another. Lord Six Eyes, are you still there? Why haven't you been there for so long? Sir, I lost track of Wu Ming. He suddenly disappeared. I lost him too. I just saw him killing a monster, and the next second he disappeared. There has been no news for several minutes. Could Wu Ming have run away? Yeah, it's the same here, it's like he just disappeared out of thin air. Hello, Master Six Eyes, can you read me? Please say something. Lu Yan looked at the message and became more and more frightened. He quickly shouted at the demon message stone, you may not believe me, but I could be in the North Pole right now. The North Pole? Don't be ridiculous, sir. The area has expanded since the spiritual energy revived, but from the vast mountains and rivers to the North Pole, it's at least 1,000,000 kilometers. Are you kidding me? That's right. The adults must be teasing us, I'll laugh first. Laugh at you. Lu Yan was so angry that he almost crushed the demon message stone. After a roar, he used the demon message stone to take a picture of the snow scene around him and sent it out. Holy crap! It really is the North Pole. The snow is almost up to my knees. Congratulations, sir. Congratulations, sir. This speed of movement is incredible. It can actually reach the North Pole directly. Lu Yan was nearly mad with rage, roaring at the demon message stone, get lost. Stop making trouble. This might be Wu Ming's doing. You must be careful of Wu. Before he could finish his words, his voice suddenly stopped. Its eyes blurred again, and the surrounding scenery changed instantly. This time it appeared in an iceberg cave, with 10 huge polar bears lying beside it. The polar bears just glanced at Lu coldly, and a terrifying and heart-shaking pressure instantly enveloped them. Liu Yan's liver and gallbladder were torn to pieces, and blood was flowing from all his orifices. He didn't even let out a scream and fell to the ground, dead. Roar! A polar bear discovered that someone had entered its territory and roared on the spot. The sound shook the entire iceberg cave. The sound waves swept towards Wu Ming with overwhelming power. Wu Ming was so frightened that his soul almost flew away. This pressure was too fucking terrifying. Even 3,000 kilometers away, he felt a tightness in his chest and almost suffocated. Fortunately, after he teleported Lu Yan to the polar bear cave, he did not dare to stop. He teleported away madly all the way without delaying for even a moment. It was not until he had escaped hundreds of thousands of miles that the mental warning in his mind completely disappeared. Only then did Wu Ming stop, gasping for breath, with lingering fear. The Arctic is a place that you only need to visit once in your lifetime. You would never want to come here a second time even if you kill yourself. After recovering, Wu Ming continued to teleport, 4,000 kilometers at a time. He didn't know how many times he teleported, but he finally returned to the vast land. He went back and forth for more than 20 minutes. Because he was fast enough, when he returned to Wanli River and Mountain, there was still a layer of frost on his body that had not had time to melt. As soon as he returned to the familiar territory, Wu Ming immediately joined the team to kill monsters. Bang bang bang, monsters kept falling down, and the distribution points rose wildly. The attempt to teleport Six Eyes to the North Pole just now was undoubtedly a huge success, which also gave Wu Ming more confidence. Facing the monster, he was finally not completely powerless to fight back. Even if we can't send them to the North Pole like we did with the Six Eyes, teleporting them to other places can at least save their lives and buy time. Of course, he also knew that these were only stopgap measures. The most fundamental thing was to improve his strength. Only when he was strong enough could he truly not be afraid of demons. Wu Ming was so bloodthirsty that the thought of kill kept circling in his mind. He killed from day till night, and before he knew it, he had accumulated 5 million distribution points. Without hesitation, he added all 5 million allocation points to his mental power, which increased his strength again. Then he flashed back to the barracks. He came back not to end a day's battle, but simply to go back to the barracks to eat a hot meal. Only after he was full would he have the strength to continue killing monsters. The current opponent has been upgraded from a demon beast to a monster. The gap is too big. Even if he reaches the 9th level of the true spirit realm, he may not be able to defeat the monster, not to mention that he is only at the 5th level now. The task of improving his strength is imminent. Moreover, night is the most active time for demons, so he must seize every minute and every second to become stronger. Chapter 98: The Demonic Cocktail Party. At this time, in the Mandrill Cave, thousands of demons gathered together, making a lot of noise, and it was more lively than a vegetable market. The demon tribe leaves soul lamps in their base camp. Once a soul lamp goes out, it means the corresponding demon is dead. As soon as Liu Yan's soul lamp went out, the news spread throughout the entire Mandrill Cave. In the densely packed caves on the surrounding mountain walls, almost every cave was discussing this matter. In one of the caves, more than a dozen demons were sitting around a stone table, drinking wine and eating meat, discussing it heatedly. Another loser is dead. That Six Eyes guy is a loser, so what? He even lied and said he was in the North Pole. If you have wings, can you fly that far? Who are you kidding? A demon with a fox head curled his lips with a look of disdain on his face. Ha ha ha. Whether you believe it or not, I don't believe it. The North Pole? Why didn't he say he went to the moon? Another wolf-headed demon joined in the fun, laughing so hard that he fell backwards. It even said that Wu Ming did it. How is that possible? How could a human cub who hasn't even reached the Xinling realm have such great abilities? I'm afraid he was slapped to death by the polar bear, and he wanted to take someone else with him. The tiger-headed demon shook his head and didn't believe what Liu Yan said at all. A demon, clad in black and with an indistinct face, suddenly spoke up, his tone filled with pride. It's a good thing Six Eyes died. If it hadn't died, I wouldn't have gotten this quest. The fox-headed demon immediately asked, did you snatch the mission this time? Black barrier, that's fine. He Zhan hummed complacently and raised his head even higher. A bull-headed demon nearby warned, congratulations, but don't be too careless. There's a saying among the human race, it's better to believe something than not to believe it. It's better to be careful with Wu Ming and don't fall into the same trap as Liu Yan. The wolf-headed demon immediately retorted, don't worry. Don't you know the Black Barrier's talent? It's best at concealing its presence and assassinating people. Not to mention an 8th grade true spirit realm human, it's even killed quite a few 10th grade mysterious spirit realm people. Right. He Zhan has taken the word assassination to its extreme, specializing in surprise attacks and fatal blows, without any need for a fight. Wu Ming is definitely dead this time. The tiger-headed demon also echoed and was full of confidence in the Black Barrier. The demons around were talking one after another, all praising He Zhan. He Zhan was overjoyed and his vanity was greatly satisfied. He raised his head even higher and his tail almost reached the sky. It picked up the wine bowl, drank it all in one gulp, and said proudly, now everyone just drink and eat meat with big mouthfuls. When it's late at night, I will go kill Wu Ming and bring back his head as a snack for everyone. You all wait here, don't leave. All right. We wish Master Hezhua great success. Come, have another bowl. Let's cheer for Lord Hezhu. The demons raised their glasses one after another, and the atmosphere was extremely lively. Hezhu is a professional assassin and is very particular about choosing the time. Late at night is when humans are the most sleepy and it is also the easiest time to succeed. Soon it was late at night, and the demons in the cave had not yet dispersed, and they were all drunk with red faces. Hezhu stood up, dusted himself off, and said confidently, everyone, drink first. I'm going to kill Wu Ming and bring back his head. You all wait here and don't run around. Okay. We'll wait for your good news. The other demons cheered, their eyes full of anticipation. Heijian turned around and left, not knowing that his every move was under Wu Ming's mental monitoring. Wu Ming could even sense his fart. Black barrier demon? Wu Ming stroked his chin, a wicked smile on his lips. Another one came seeking death, he had to think of a fun way to deal with it. As soon as Heiju stepped out of the cave, the aura on his body disappeared without a trace, and even his figure blended with the surrounding environment, as if he was invisible. Even if someone walked past it, they might not be able to notice it. Wu Ming's perception was so sharp that if he hadn't been staring at it specifically, he would have almost ignored its existence. It has to be said that the demon race does have a unique advantage over the human race. For example, the human race can never learn the ability to sneak and hide. The talents of the demon race are varied, and this is just the most common one. It gives me a headache just thinking about it. Heizhuang felt that Wu Ming must be sleeping in the military camp in the middle of the night. So it didn't confirm Wu Ming's location at all, but directly found the location of Wu Ming's tent from the intelligence of the demon clan, intending to sneak into the military camp and assassinate him. Although there were soldiers on guard in the military camp at night and searchlights sweeping back and forth, this was like a joke to the darkness and posed no threat at all. When the searchlight beam swept past it, it dodged it like a ghost and easily sneaked into the military camp without alarming a single soldier. Soon, it found Wu Ming's tent. Its eyes became fierce, and it took out a sharp boning knife from its arms and quietly lifted the curtain of the tent. It sneered in its heart, and the next step was to rush in and launch a fatal attack. It had gone through the process thousands of times and was very familiar with it. Wu Ming would soon become a cold corpse. Thinking of this, Heiju's mouth curled up into a cruel arc, and he was ready for a surprise attack. The next second, it suddenly jumped up and rushed into the tent like a black shadow, stabbing the boning knife in its hand towards the bed. A flash before my eyes. Hey, Heiju, what are you doing? What are you doing with that boning knife? A familiar voice suddenly sounded in its ears. It was the fox-headed demon that was drinking with it. Heiju was stunned and looked up. The wine and food on the stone table were still there, and the demons who had drunk with it were also there, looking at it with puzzled expressions, exactly the same as they were in the cave. It was completely stunned, and the boning knife in its hand stopped in mid-air. Why are you here? The fox-headed demon rolled his eyes. Where else are we if not here? Didn't you ask us to wait for you here? Didn't you go to the human camp to kill Wu Ming? Why are you back again? The wolf-headed demon also complained dissatisfiedly. That's right. You suddenly rushed in, waving a knife around, and scared me. I thought you were beaten stupid by Wu Ming. Heijian finally woke up from his dream and looked around quickly. Good God! This isn't Wu Ming's tent at all, but his own cave. It was drinking here just now. It clearly rushed into Wu Ming's tent, so why did it suddenly return to the mandrill cave? Heiju shook his head vigorously, feeling as if he had drunk too much and his head was dizzy. But the boast had already been made, so it couldn't possibly admit that it hadn't killed the monster and was lost, could it? It had no choice but to bite the bullet and keep the lie. Oh, I was just joking with you guys. I forgot to take my things. Okay, you guys drink first, I'll be right back. Heijian smiled awkwardly, turned around and left, fearing that his flaw would be discovered. It sneaked into the military camp again, found Wu Ming's tent with ease, lifted the curtain and rushed in. As a result, his eyes blurred and he was back in the cave. Heiju, have you finished killing Wu Ming? Did you bring his head? The other demons immediately surrounded it, looking at it eagerly, their eyes full of anticipation. No, not yet. Look at my memory, I forgot to take something again. Heijian was so embarrassed that he turned around and ran away, faster than a rabbit. Then the third time, the fourth time. Every time it rushes into the tent, it returns to the cave the next second. Even it itself can hardly distinguish between reality and illusion. Not only was Heijian confused, even the demons who were drinking with him felt something was wrong. What's wrong with this guy today? He's like he's possessed, running back and forth like he's playing a game. It wasn't until the fifth time he rushed in and returned to the cave that Heijian completely collapsed. He sat on the ground and said in despair, "Brothers, I'm sorry. I might have drunk some fake wine today, so my brain isn't working so well." 3,000 kilometers away, Wu Ming saw the scene through telekinesis and couldn't help laughing like a pig. Chapter 99. I promise to satisfy you. Of course, this level of torture will not cause any actual harm to Black Barrier, at most it will cause it to have a mental breakdown. But is that the end? Of course not. Wu Ming has always been you do the first day, I do the 15th, and the other party is about to kill him. How could he let Heijun have an easy time? Wu Ming flashed back to the military camp and walked straight to Ma Jinzhou's tent. Standing outside the tent, he called out softly, "Uncle Ma." The front-line military camp was different from the rear, and no one dared to sleep too deeply. As soon as Wu Ming's voice fell, Ma Jinzhou woke up, quickly lifted the curtain and walked out. As soon as he saw it was Wu Ming, he smiled and asked, "Ming, what's wrong? You're looking for me in the middle of the night. What happened?" He paused, then asked curiously, "By the way, I haven't seen you all day today. Where did you go to kill monsters?" Wu Ming chuckled and didn't answer Ma Jinzhou's question. He said directly, "Uncle Ma, I'll take you out for a while. I have a favor to ask you for." "Okay." Ma Jinzhou agreed without even thinking, and didn't even ask what the favor was. He had absolute trust in Wu Ming and knew that Wu Ming would not harm him. Seeing this, Wu Ming immediately enveloped Ma Jinzhou with his power of mind. The two of them disappeared from the spot in an instant and appeared in the depths of the vast mountains and rivers the next second. Ma Jinzhou is at the 4th level of the heroic spirit realm. When Wu Ming was teleporting him, he obviously felt some difficulty. It seems that his teleportation ability is still limited to the target's realm. The higher the realm, the more difficult it is to teleport. Ma Jinzhou looked around and quickly recognized that this was Wanli River and Mountain. He couldn't help but ask, "Ming, what do you want me to do next?" "Ha, you'll know in a minute. I guarantee it'll be exciting." Wu Ming couldn't help laughing, his eyes full of evil. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ming had an idea. Swish! Heijun suddenly appeared in front of the two of them out of nowhere, still in a stealth posture, with a confused look on his face. Ma Jinzhou reacted extremely quickly. Although he didn't know what happened, out of instinct, he threw a punch directly, carrying the pressure of a 4th-grade heroic spirit, and blasted towards the black barrier. He was a 4th-grade heroic spirit, and dealing with a 1st-grade demon was as easy as crushing a duck. Heijun didn't even have time to react before he was hit by a punch, flew backwards on the spot, and fell to the ground, dead. "Thank you, Uncle Ma." Wu Ming patted Ma Jinzhou's shoulder and felt very happy. "If you dare to kill him, you must be prepared to be killed in return." Ma Jinzhou, still in shock, pointed at Heijun's corpse and asked, "Did you bring this demon here? How did you do it?" Wu Ming explained with a smile, "Simply put, I used my teleportation ability to send it directly to us." Ma Jinzhou slapped his head, his eyes instantly lighting up, "Right. Why didn't I think of this way of using it? Ming, do you have any more? Give me a few more. Let me have fun." The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. His nephew's ability was too buggy. If more demons were sent over, he would kill them all. How many casualties would the independent 9th Legion suffer on the battlefield in the future? Wu Ming nodded decisively, "Yes. Wait, I'll go grab a few." At this time in the Mandrill Cave, a group of demons were surrounding the collapsed black barrier and trying to comfort him. However, halfway through the comfort, black barrier suddenly disappeared out of thin air. The next second, a demon exclaimed, "Oh no! Heijun's soul lamp is extinguished." A group of demons were horrified and looked at each other in confusion. It was just here, how come it suddenly disappeared? Still dead? Before they could figure it out, another demon disappeared with a swish, and the soul lamp went out immediately, then the second, the third. In the end, all the demons at this table died neatly without even a chance to resist. After taking care of this table, Wu Ming directly recruited people from other caves. At first, they passed the ball one by one, but later they found it troublesome, so they just passed it 2 by 2, 3 by 3, which immediately increased their efficiency. To Ma Jinzhou, who was at the 4th level of the heroic spirit realm, these low-level demons were like food on delivery. He killed them one by one with one punch. It was not even a warm-up. The killing was so satisfying. The soul lamps in the Mandrill Cave went out one after another, just like lighting lanterns during the new year, which soon alarmed the Demon King in the cave. The Demon King is a fierce character corresponding to the human race's heroic realm, and his strength is more than one level stronger than that of ordinary demons. There are more than 10 Demon Kings in the Mandrill Cave, the most powerful of which is the 9th level Demon King. The entire Mandrill Cave is its territory. It is so ferocious and powerful that no one dares to provoke it. As soon as the 9th level Demon King appeared, Ma Jinzhou's face became solemn. He can deal with low-level Demon Kings, but the 9th level Demon King is no joke. He quickly pulled Wu Ming and said, "Let's go. Go back to the barracks first, don't fight head on." The two of them immediately teleported back to the military camp and counted the results of the battle. They had killed a total of 28 demons. This harvest has far exceeded expectations. After returning to the military camp, Ma Jinzhou was so excited that he couldn't sleep. He pulled Wu Ming into the tent to drink tea and chat, and they became more and more excited as they talked. Just drinking tea always feels a little lacking. Ma Jinzhou smacked his lips, wishing he could have a couple of sips of wine at this time. He usually likes to have a couple of drinks, but there are regulations on the front line prohibiting drinking, so he can only endure it. Ma Jinzhou was a veteran after all, and he saw at a glance that Wu Ming was looking for his help today mainly to deal with He Zhan. He didn't beat around the bush and asked directly, "Ming, do you have any grudge against He Zhan?" Wu Ming didn't hide anything and told the whole story of how the demon had put him on the wanted wall and how He Zhan was trying to assassinate him. "It wants to kill me, I can't just sit there and wait to die, can I?" After hearing this, Ma Jinzhou's face darkened. "I was wondering why the demon tribe had been attacking our army so frantically recently. Turns out they're targeting you. These guys are really haunting us." He patted Wu Ming on the shoulder and warned him, "Ming, you have to be careful in the future. The demons have many different methods and it's hard to guard against them." Wu Ming nodded, "Don't worry, Uncle Ma, I know what I'm doing and I won't let anything happen to me." Ma Jinzhou laughed again, his tone full of pride. "But then again, you're so young and already on the demon's wanted wall, that's pretty impressive. As far as I know, no one in the true spirit realm has ever been on the wanted wall. You're the first." He opened up the conversation and continued, "Above the demon tribe's bounty wall, there's also an assassination list. It's much more famous than the bounty wall. You should have heard of it, right?" Wu Ming nodded. Ever since the human race intercepted intelligence from the demon race for the first time, the assassination list has been exposed. The demon race did not hide it and directly stated that they wanted to assassinate the people on the list. They were so rampant. Ma Jinzhou changed the subject and joked with a smile, "Come to think of it, you have a connection with the assassination list. Before you were born, there was a man named Wu Ming on the list, who dominated the top spot for decades." Wu Ming blushed and said shyly, "Uncle Ma, please don't make fun of my name. I can't compare to him." Of course he knew that the number one on the assassination list was Wu Ming. Because of the same name, he was often teased by his classmates. Thinking back to the days when he failed to awaken, he felt even more emotional. They both have the same name, Wu Ming, but he is a superhero on the assassination list, while I am a nobody who failed to awaken. They really have the same name but different fates. However, he still admired the superhero in his heart. The assassination list of the demon race is, in turn, the contribution list of the human race. Being able to stay on the list for decades is definitely a great contributor to protecting the human race. Chapter 100 Safety is the most important. Ma Jinzhou patted him on the shoulder and said seriously, "Ming, don't underestimate yourself. You will definitely be on the assassination list in the future, and maybe even surpass that Wu Ming." Wu Ming was so frightened that he quickly waved his hands, "Uncle Ma, I don't have that habit. The thought of being targeted and assassinated by demons every day is terrifying." "Ha ha ha. That's right, it was Uncle who was wrong." Ma Jinzhou was amused, then changed the subject and became serious, "But you've only just reached the true spirit realm and you're already on the wanted list. This should serve as a reminder to us. Try to keep a low profile in the future." He counted on his fingers. "You've broken all sorts of records before, cleared the Merit Tower, investigated the Zunyao cult. You've been so impressive. It's too dangerous for you to attract the attention of the demons too early." Wu Ming nodded. He also knew that when he first started at the martial arts gym, he used the name Fengren and was quite low-key, but after participating in the Chief's challenge, he could no longer hide and step to the front step by step. But he is not afraid. Only when there is pressure can there be motivation. Now he is more eager than ever to become stronger. Only when he is strong enough can he truly control his own destiny. Wu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up, and he came to Ma Jinzhou and said, "Uncle Ma, you saw it just now. I can now teleport people in the heroic spirit realm. If they were in the demon clan, they would be demon kings. How about we make a big move and kill 1 or 2 demon kings?" After hearing this, Ma Jinzhou was really tempted. If he could kill the demon king, he would definitely teach the demon clan a severe lesson. But he quickly shook his head and said seriously, "Compared to this little benefit right now, your safety is more important. You're a once-in-a-century genius, and your future achievements are limitless. Once you grow up safely, even if you take on 8 or 10 Demon Kings, let alone 1 or 2, what will that mean? He added, as I said earlier, keep a low profile. If you kill the Demon King now, the Demon Tribe will definitely go crazy and investigate thoroughly. Your situation will be even more dangerous, and the loss will outweigh the gain. Wu Ming nodded in agreement. You are right, I was too impatient. Ma Jinzhou looked at him and softened his tone. From now on, focus all your energy on cultivation. As for your safety, I'm here in the barracks, so no one can hurt you. But seeing as you're always running out, I don't think you can stay in the barracks. I'll find a way to save your life. Wu Ming quickly waved his hand. No need, Uncle Ma, I have my own way to save my life, don't worry. Ma Jinzhou's face darkened as he lectured. How can we treat matters involving our lives lightly? It can't be a matter of there is a way, it has to be absolutely safe, absolutely foolproof. Listen to me on this matter, don't argue with me. Wu Ming nodded obediently. He knew that Ma Jinzhou was truly doing this for his own good and didn't want to make him worry, so he had no choice but to obey. It was already very late, and the uncle and nephew chatted for a while. When Wu Ming left Ma Jinzhou's tent, it was already 3 or 4 in the morning. After returning to his tent, Wu Ming lost his sleep. He was chased by several groups yesterday, especially the last one, Black Barrier, whose hiding ability was too abnormal. If he hadn't had the telekinetic warning, he might have been caught. Moreover, demons have a wide variety of talents, who knows how many strange methods they have. As long as his name was on the bounty wall, he would not be able to sleep well, and he would not even dare to sleep deeply, for fear that he would see the demon's knife as soon as he opened his eyes. At this time, he thought of Wu Ming on the assassination list. He felt so uncomfortable just after being put on the wanted list. How did that superhero who had dominated the list for 30 or 40 years survive? I feel admiration just thinking about it. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, Wu Ming simply flashed to Wanli River and Mountain. Since he couldn't sleep, he might as well kill monsters to earn distribution points. If you can break through to the Xianling realm sooner, the current troubles will be easily solved. Before he knew it, it was daybreak and the sky in the east was turning pale. Wu Ming was still killing in the mountains and forests, and his distribution points were accumulating more and more. After dawn, Ma Jinzhou hurriedly left the military camp through the teleportation array, and no one knew where he went. About half an hour later, he hurried back with a hint of excitement on his face. As soon as Ma Jinzhou returned to the tent, he ordered the guards, go and call Wu Ming, the company commander of the new recruit company, over here. I have something urgent to discuss with him. Yes. The guard did not dare to delay and went to find Wu Ming immediately. But not long after, the guard came back and said awkwardly, report to the regiment commander, it seems that Captain Wu was not in the camp. He was not found. Ma Jinzhou didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and shook his head helplessly. This brat must have run out to kill monsters again. Since he couldn't find anyone, he was no longer in a hurry and sat in the tent waiting. Wu Ming would come back sooner or later anyway. Wu Ming fought until noon before returning to the military camp. In the morning, he saved up another 6 million distribution points. After returning, he added them all to the power without hesitation. But after adding 6 million distribution points, it was like a stone sinking into the ocean, not even a ripple was created. The higher the realm, the more distribution points needed. From the true spirit realm to the mysterious spirit realm, there is simply an insurmountable chasm. However, Wu Ming was not idle this morning. He killed monsters while constantly changing his position. His mental power covered an area of 4,000 kilometers, and even the Mandrill Cave was under surveillance. To his surprise, no demons came out to hunt him today. Later he learned that more than 30 demons had died mysteriously the previous night, and the demon tribe was frantically investigating the matter and had no time to care about him. Wu Ming just seized this gap and fought like crazy, trying to save and distribute as much as he could. The sooner he could break through, the sooner he could feel at ease. He had returned to the barracks to fill his stomach and then continue killing monsters. However, upon his return, his soldiers told him, Company Commander, the regiment commander has been looking for you several times this morning. It seems like there's something urgent. Since Uncle Ma was looking for him, it must be something important. Wu Ming didn't even bother to eat and quickly ran towards Ma Jinzhou's tent. When he arrived, Ma Jinzhou was having lunch. Seeing him coming, he smiled and waved, You've come just in time. Haven't eaten yet? Come and eat with me. I just happen to have something to tell you. Wu Ming and Ma Jinzhou were very close and didn't say anything polite. He just sat down, picked up his chopsticks and started eating, as casually as if he were at home. However, during the entire meal, Ma Jinjo did not mention what he wanted to see him about. He just occasionally asked him how many monsters he had killed in the morning and how much distribution points he had saved. It was not until after the meal that Ma Jinjo took out a palm-sized jade talisman from his arms and handed it to Wu Ming. The jade talisman was crystal white in color and engraved with complex patterns. It was obvious that it was not an ordinary object. Wu Ming recognized it at a glance. It was a formation talisman. Ordinary array talismans can be made with special paper, and only extremely advanced array talismans will use jade as the array base because jade can better carry energy. Just by looking at the material, Wu Ming knew that this jade talisman was absolutely priceless. He had seen formation talismans in the function hall before. The cheapest paper talismans were so expensive that people were discouraged, let alone jade talismans. Wu Ming was shocked. The jade talisman in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. He quickly asked, "Uncle Ma, are you giving this to me? This is too valuable." He recalled the scene in the talisman hall. Even though he later obtained 3 million contribution points because of the Fengming arrow, it was only enough to buy the lowest level paper talisman. This jade talisman would probably be difficult to buy even with 30 million contribution points. Ma Jinjo directly stuffed the jade talisman into his hand and said in an unquestionable tone, "This is a life-saving talisman, specially given to you, you must take it." Wu Ming quickly pushed it back. "Uncle Ma, I can't take this. It's too expensive, I can't afford it." Ma Jinjo interrupted him directly and said with a smile, "I didn't give it to you, the country gave it to you. You are so outstanding that even the demons regard you as a thorn in their side. How could the country sit idly by and watch? The country has special treatment for geniuses like you. This jade talisman is a means of preserving your life. It can save you at a critical moment. You must carry it with you." Wu Ming scratched his head, somewhat puzzled. Special treatment? Why haven't I heard of this? Didn't they always reward contribution points before? No one has ever said that the government would directly give out jade talismans. Ma Jinjo scolded him and pushed him. "You don't know because you're so ignorant. Hurry up and take the jade talisman and get out of here. Don't bother me here. I have a lot of things to deal with." Wu Ming was coaxed and pushed out of the tent by him, still holding the jade talisman in his hand, and felt warm in his heart. He muttered as he walked, "Is there really such a special treatment? Why have I never heard of it?" But despite his mutterings, he still carefully kept the jade talisman close to his body, and then flashed and appeared again in the vast land. Now nothing can stop his determination to become stronger. Only if he is strong enough can he live up to Ma Bo's expectations and the country's attention. Chapter 101 My Hope continues. Just a few minutes after Wu Ming left the military camp, more than a dozen company commanders including Kai Guoqiang, Zhang Jiang, and Gong Yi rushed into Ma Jinjo's tent in a hurry, with anxiety written all over their faces. Kai Guoqiang spoke first, his voice trembling, "Captain, the military just called and said you spent 12 million contribution points to buy a life-saving talisman. The commander asked you to call back quickly and explain the situation." Zhang Jiang also said anxiously, "Captain, what's going on? 12 million contribution points, that's all the money you've saved over the past few decades. Didn't you say before that if you saved more, you would buy a realm-breaking pill and break through from the 4th grade heroic spirit realm to the 5th grade? Gong Yi was so anxious that he stamped his feet. "Captain, you've cut off your own path. Without the realm-breaking pill, you might be stuck at the 4th level for the rest of your life." More than a dozen company commanders were talking to each other, all of them were extremely anxious. They followed Ma Jinjo through life and death. Ma Jinjo was not only the leader of the group, but also their big brother, who truly cared about them. Ma Jinjo, however, remained calm and waved his hand, "Get lost. Stop acting like the sky is falling. I'm afraid of death, so why not buy a life-saving talisman to protect myself?" Kai Guoqiang retorted on the spot, "Captain, we don't believe it. Don't we know who you are? You are not afraid of death at all. There must be something wrong here." Zhang Jiang also added, "Yes, Captain. You said before that you are almost at your limit now. The breakthrough pill is your last hope to break through the 5th rank heroic spirit realm. How can you just give up like that?" Gong Yi gritted his teeth and stated directly, "No matter what you buy the life-saving talisman for, you must have the realm-breaking pill. If you don't have any contribution points, we can gather them together. Even if we can't gather enough, we will borrow them and buy the realm-breaking pill for you." "Yes. Let's get together. The other company commanders also echoed with firm eyes. What they said was sincere and they cared more about it than buying things themselves. Ma Jinzhou's face darkened, and he shouted fiercely, "How dare you! Contribution points are cultivation resources. You all need to take care of yourselves and improve your strength. I'm already old, and this is all I can do for my life. Whether I'm a 4th grade heroic spirit realm or a 5th grade heroic spirit realm, there's only so much I can do for the country." He sighed and finally told the truth, "I won't hide it from you. This life-saving talisman was not bought for me, but for Mingming. That child is too outstanding. He was put on the demon's wanted wall at the true spirit realm. Recently, the demon tribe has been frantically attacking our legion because they want to kill him." Ma Jinzhou's tone softened, his eyes filled with relief. "Although my path is now blocked, I am proud. Because my hope lives on in Mingming." He became more and more excited as he spoke. Mingming has a bright future. When he grows up, let alone the 5th grade heroic spirit realm, he may even become the next god of war. This is 10,000 times more important than my own breakthrough. As soon as these words were spoken, the eyes of Kai Guoqiang, Zheng Zhang, and others instantly became moist. This was not just buying a life-saving talisman, Ma Jinzhou was betting his entire future on Wu Ming. They choked with sobs and shouted, "Captain." Thousands of words finally turned into these 2 words. Ma Jinzhou quickly waved his hands and warned, all right, stop being sentimental. I told Mingming that this is the military's special treatment for geniuses. Don't let it slip to me, or the kid will overthink it." More than a dozen company commanders looked at each other with bitterness on their faces, but they still saluted Ma Jinzhou in unison. This military salute was more solemn than any other time and was full of respect for Ma Jinzhou. Ma Jinzhou looked at them, smiled with relief, and started to chase them away again. All right, get out. I still have to call the commander back." After a group of company commanders were driven out of the tent, Ma Jinzhou immediately called Cui Jikai and told him the whole story. After listening to this, Cui Jikai just sighed a few times. "You are really willing to give everything for that child," and didn't say much. He respected Ma Jinzhou's decision and understood his heart of protecting talent. At this time, Wu Ming was still frantically killing monsters in Wanli River and Mountain. His attention was completely focused on preventing assassinations by monsters, and he didn't cover the direction of the military camp at all. Therefore, he knew nothing about Ma Jinzhou's efforts. Wu Ming's eyes were red with killing intent, and he had only one thought in his mind: kill. Hurry up and accumulate enough distribution points to break through to the heroic spirit realm. Only by becoming stronger can he survive. He knew very well that going from the true spirit realm to the heroic spirit realm was a huge hurdle and it was impossible to achieve it overnight. It would be a long process, but he had no way out. At the same time, that Hunter Assault Micro Network group exploded, with messages everywhere at Lao Ma, come out here. Stop pretending to be dead. Hey, calling Jojo. If you don't come out, we will all go to your barracks and block the door. Someone who didn't know the situation asked, "Why are you looking for Lao Ma? What happened? Don't you know? Old Ma has emptied out all his family fortune. It seems we're all here for the same thing. Lao Ma really spent a lot of money this time. Lao Ma, come out quickly. Stop hiding." After a few minutes, Ma Jinzhou finally spoke up, "Here I come." "What are you doing? You're all asking for my life." "I thought something big had happened." Someone immediately joked, "What's wrong? Old Ma, are you broke now? Spending over 10 million contribution points on a life-saving charm for Mingming, how cruel." "That's right. Over 10 million. That's all you've saved for over a decade, just to buy a talisman for that kid?" Ma Jinzhou made a helpless expression. "You guys are so well informed, aren't you? It's only been a short time and you already know everything?" "Hey, Cui Jikai from the Longhan Second Army just reported this to me." "I'm from the General Information Department. How could I not be well informed? I have a clear record of your purchase of the life-saving talisman." "I'm from the General Logistics Department." "Forget it, I won't compete with you for the title of general. I'm in charge of the functional halls at all levels of cities and prefectures, as well as the military contribution exchange offices." "Do you think I wouldn't know?" Ma Jinzhou rolled his eyes and said, "How careless. You're all important figures, we can't afford to offend you." Someone said seriously, "Lao Ma, I fully agree with what you're doing, but why didn't you discuss it with us? It's just over 10 million yuan, we can get it by pooling our resources." There's no need for you to ruin your own future. Another person echoed, that's right. You've been stuck in the 4th rank heroic spirit realm for over a decade, just waiting to buy a realm breakthrough pill to break through. Now, look what you've thrown away all your hopes for Mingming. Mingming doesn't have much in anything, but he has a lot in Uncle. More than 10 million contribution points, it's enough for the dozen of us to pool our resources. Why should we let you carry it all by yourself? I don't care. I'll give you my share first. Consider it my advance gift to Mingming. Ma Jinjiu quickly refused, no. This is all I can do in my life. Being able to exchange a life-saving talisman for Mingming is the greatest pride of me as an uncle. You don't need to contribute. Then you have to make us proud. You have to turn. Suddenly someone said, all right, it's no big deal. It's just over 10 million contribution points, right? I'll take care of it. Have you forgotten what I do? How can the special forces be short of this little money? Someone immediately responded, oh my god. What a thigh. Please hug me. Lei Zhengyong from Shanghai Gongdawan made an aggrieved expression. We little beggars are trembling with fear and can only offer spiritual support to old Ma. Li Xianan from the meat processing slaughterhouse joked, Lao Lei, let's shake together, and added a smirking emoticon at the end. Ma Jinjiu sent a voice message directly, his tone serious and earnest, that's enough. I'm putting this out there. Everything I did for Mingming was done willingly, and it's the proudest thing in my life. Don't transfer contribution points to me, or I'll get angry with you. As soon as the voice message was sent, the group fell into silence and no one spoke anymore. Everyone understood Ma Jinjiu's thoughts. This was his intention and could not be snatched away. Lei Zhengyong looked at his phone and sighed softly. Li Xianan also put away his joking expression, his face full of complexity. They felt sorry for Ma Jinjiu, but they could only help him. The other uncles were also silent, with mixed feelings. They all wanted to help Ma Jinjiu, but they could only respect his decision. Chapter 102, All Little KS. At this time, Wu Ming was still enjoying the killing spree in Wanli River and Mountain. He had unknowingly saved up another 6 million distribution points. Without hesitation, he added them all to the power of intention. After adding it, he vaguely felt that the accumulation from the 5th level of the true spirit realm to the 6th level had been completed by 70% to 80%. This gave him a glimmer of hope, and the day of breakthrough was getting closer. However, in the afternoon, Wu Ming was not as relaxed as in the morning. 3 waves of pursuit came one after another. Each wave corresponded to a demon, and each method was more bizarre than the other. The demons have all kinds of talents. Some can become invisible, some can release poison, and some can control the environment, making them difficult to guard against. But Wu Ming is not a pushover. He can teleport anywhere within 4,000 kilometers as if he is cheated. The demons can't lock onto his position at all. In the end, let alone killing Wu Ming, these demons didn't even see Wu Ming as shadow, and were led around by Wu Ming, howling in anger. But Wu Ming is not someone who will suffer losses. You've come to kill me, how can I let you off easily? Even if Ma Bo asked him to keep a low profile, he couldn't let anyone ride on his head and shit on him. Thus, a bold plan took shape in his mind. At around 3 p.m., Ma Jinjiu was meeting with 16 company commanders in the tent to discuss the next defense deployment. The atmosphere was very serious. Suddenly, with a swish, a demon appeared out of thin air in the center of the tent, still in an attacking posture, with its claws flashing coldly. Kai Guoqiang and other company commanders were shocked on the spot and took out their weapons and prepared to fight. The demon was even more confused. Who am I? Where am I? Wasn't I going to kill Wu Ming? Why am I here? Only Ma Jinjiu looked calm, as if he was used to it. He raised his hand and slapped the demon, and a cold air instantly enveloped the demon. With a crack, the demon was frozen into an ice sculpture. Then the ice sculpture exploded, and the demon broke into countless pieces without even a scream. Kai Guoqiang and the others were still in shock and stammered, Captain. Captain. How could this demon suddenly appear in the barracks? Is it here to assassinate us? Just one? This looks too much like a gift. Ma Jinjiu smiled and waved his hands, little KS, don't make a fuss, let's continue the meeting. As a result, just over 10 minutes later, another demon appeared in the tent. This time, Ma Jinjiu was familiar with the situation and used another palm to directly smash the demon into pieces. He remained calm, little KS, let's continue the meeting. The company commanders all looked at each other in confusion. Captain, there's something wrong with you. There's absolutely something wrong with you. This is no small matter, this is the devil coming to deliver food to your door. They vaguely thought of something, their eyes were full of understanding, and the corners of their mouths began to secretly rise. More than 10 minutes later, the third demon arrived as promised. This time, without waiting for Majinjo to take action, the 16 company commanders in the Shenling realm rushed forward as if they had been injected with chicken blood, and killed the demon in no time. Kaiguachang imitated Majinjo's tone and said with a smile, little KS, let's continue the meeting. Majinjo looked at them and couldn't help asking, did you all guess it? I guessed it. The company commanders nodded and smiled from ear to ear. I didn't expect that Wu Ming could actually use his teleportation ability like this. How shameless. That's right. Sending the demon directly to us is a piece of cake. Wu Ming is such a clever kid. Ha ha ha. If another demon comes to kill Wu Ming, we'll just be waiting to collect his head. Majinjo couldn't help laughing, you guys are actually stealing my work. Why do I feel like my happiness is not so sweet anymore? The tent suddenly erupted in laughter, and the serious atmosphere was swept away, leaving only full of joy. And Wu Ming in Wanli River and Mountain had already thought of the follow-up. If he only told the story about the 3 demons who were chasing him, it would be too obvious and would easily arouse suspicion from the demon clan. So in order to confuse people, he sent in a dozen other demons and mixed in the 3 targets so that no one could see the flaw. Majinjo's meeting with the company commanders had ended long ago, but no one left and just sat in the tent waiting. Since I'm free anyway, I might as well wait for the demons to come to me so that I can practice. The result was just as they wished. As soon as the demon appeared, they would definitely not survive for more than 3 seconds, without even time to react. There was constant laughter and joy in the tent, and the 2 guards outside were confused. Why were the regiment commander and company commanders so happy today? Did we win a great victory? Majinjo and the company commanders did not leave the tent until all the demons were eliminated. When the guards went in to clean, they were stunned. There were 18 corpses of demons lying all over the ground, and the smell of blood was almost overflowing. At night, Wu Ming finally had enough killing and returned to the barracks to prepare for dinner. As soon as he picked up the chopsticks, he heard the conversation between Kaiguachang and others through the power of his mind, and heard everything about Majinjo buying the life-saving talisman. The life-saving talisman was actually bought by Ma Bo with his own contribution points? For this talisman, he also gave up his hope of breaking through to the 5th grade heroic spirit realm? The chopsticks in Wu Ming's hand fell to the table with a click, and his heart trembled suddenly. He had no doubt that Uncle Ma was such a person, and any of his uncles would be willing to pay so much for him. Wu Ming was both moved and anxious, his eyes were red. Ma Bo is so stupid. Why does he want to destroy his own hope? He suddenly remembered his contribution points. The military exam reward was 2 million, the Phoenix Arrow reward was 3 million, plus the money earned from killing monsters during this period, he now had more than 9 million. If he saved for a while, he would be able to get enough money to buy the Realm Breakthrough Pill. But he also knew that he couldn't go look for Ma Bo now. Uncle Ma didn't want him to know because he didn't want him to worry. If he asked, Uncle Ma would definitely be sad. No. I must find a way to make it up to Ma Bo. His hope of advancing to the 5th grade heroic realm must not be cut off. The first thing Wu Ming thought of was the Realm Breaking Pill. As long as he could buy the Realm Breaking Pill, Ma Bo would be able to break through. But he soon became helpless. The price of the Realm Breaking Pill was almost the same as that of the life-saving talisman, both costing more than 10 million contribution points. He was still a little short of that and could not afford it. I can only treat the breakthrough pill as a backup option for now. Once I have accumulated enough contribution points, I will buy it immediately and give Uncle Ma a surprise. What can I do to make it up to Uncle Ma right now? Wu Ming frowned and pondered, and suddenly the scene of vast rivers and mountains flashed through his mind. Yes. There are countless treasures hidden in that place. The vast land is incredibly rich in resources, with countless natural treasures. Wu Ming has been teleporting like crazy these past few days, and with the addition of his mental radiation, he has covered an area of at least hundreds of thousands of kilometers. During this period, he discovered many good things, but unfortunately, those treasures were either surrounded by powerful monsters or guarded by entire monster tribes, which was very dangerous. Before, he was still being hunted by demons, and his mind was completely focused on improving his strength, so he didn't dare to cause any trouble, but now, for Ma Bo, he decided to go crazy. Chapter 103: The Territory of Duobao Demonic Ape. Before he finished his meal, Wu Ming disappeared without a trace. This time he didn't hesitate, and teleported 5 times in a row, 4,000 kilometers each time, directly crossing 20,000 kilometers. He had been teleported randomly when he was killing a monster before and had accidentally come here. This was the territory of the Duobao Demon Ape, a group of monsters who had hoarding treasures engraved in their DNA. The Duobao Demon Apes are social creatures, all living on a towering ancient tree. The tree is so old that no one knows its age. The trunk is more than 100 meters in diameter, and its branches are intertwined, making it look like a kingdom in the sky. There are now more than 300 Duobao Demon Apes living in the tree. Wu Ming is 300 kilometers away and can see everything clearly with his mind power. He even knows which ape is scratching itself. Among this group of Duobao Demon Apes, half are monsters and half are demons. There is also a leading ape king who is at the 4th level of Demon King and is about to break through to the 5th level. He is stronger than Ma Jinjiu. Wu Ming couldn't even deal with a single demon, and now he was breaking into a place where demons gathered and wanted to steal things. This was like dancing on the edge of a knife, too risky. However, the human race and the demon race were originally incompatible, so Wu Ming had no psychological burden at all in stealing things from the demon race. This behavior is indeed crazy. He took a deep breath and said to himself, "The brave will die of overeating, and the timid will die of starvation." The next second, Wu Ming's mental power swept out with a boom and directly locked onto the towering ancient tree. On the tree, the Ape King was comfortably enjoying a back massage from 2 female apes. Suddenly, his vision went blank and his 2 beloved concubines disappeared. Immediately afterwards, the monsters under the tree also disappeared one after another as if evaporating. The remaining Duobao Demon Apes in the demon realm had not yet reacted and disappeared in 2s and 3s without even having time to scream. Roar! The Ape King finally reacted and roared. The airwave spread out like a tsunami, shaking the leaves off the trees, but there was no one around. Before it could finish venting its anger, it disappeared in a flash. From the moment the first female ape disappeared to the moment the Ape King was teleported away, the entire process took only a few breaths. More than 200 Duobao Demon Apes were teleported 4,000 kilometers away. Wu Ming was so tired that his forehead was sweating and his hands were shaking a little. This wave of operations is too energy-consuming. He knew in his heart that for the demons, especially the Ape King, it would take at most 5 minutes to get back from 4,000 kilometers. Now it was a race against time and he had to be quick. Wu Ming appeared on the towering ancient tree with a swish, his eyes fixed directly on the huge tree hole in the middle of the trunk. The tree hole is big enough to be a small pond, there must be good things in it. When you look closer, you will see that the tree hole is filled with crystal clear liquid. Pure energy fluctuations overflow and condense into a thin layer of white mist around it, which makes people feel refreshed just by smelling it. Xiong liquor. Wu Ming's eyes lit up. This was a famous treasure, more precious than many natural treasures, and it was incredibly helpful for cultivation. He couldn't help but scoop it up with his hands and drink it. In an instant, a warm current flowed from the throat to the stomach, all the pores on the body opened up, the soul seemed to cheer, and the fatigue just transmitted was swept away. It's really good stuff. Wu Ming couldn't help but praise, and quickly took out the bucket from the storage space and started filling it. Time is precious, the more water he can bring, the better. As he was sipping, he did not forget to hold the wine in his hands and drink it. The wine melted in his mouth, and with every sip he felt his cultivation level was slightly increasing. It was simply a mobile cultivation resource. Soon, the first bucket was full. Wu Ming didn't dare to delay and immediately changed to the second bucket, glancing at the timer on his wrist from time to time. He set a 5-minute countdown, and the numbers were decreasing rapidly. At the same time, his mental power covered an area of 4,000 kilometers, and he clearly saw that the Duobao Demon Apes were rushing back like crazy, especially the Ape King and those apes in the demon realm, who were moving at a terrifying speed. They know the importance of their nest better than anyone else. It contains their most precious nectar. If it is lost, it will be more painful than killing them. In just 2 minutes, the Ape King had already covered half the distance, even faster than Wu Ming had expected. He was so anxious that his hands moved even faster. Hurry, hurry, hurry. Faster. Finally, just as the third bucket was filled, an accident happened. The dark and ancient token in Wu Ming's pocket flew out by itself, rolled a few times, and fell directly into the tree hole. Before Wu Ming could react, the palm-sized token suddenly turned into a bottomless pit. With a swish, the liquid wine in the tree hole decreased at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was sucked up in 2 seconds, leaving only a 3-meter deep empty pool. Wu Ming was shocked on the spot. This token was too pretentious. But there was no time to study it now. He waved his hand, and the token flew back to his hand. He picked up the 3 barrels of nectar wine and teleported away in a flash. Wu Ming had just left for 4 or 5 minutes when the Monkey King rushed back to his nest. When he saw the empty tree hole, his eyes turned red and he roared to the sky. The sound shook the entire forest, and even the birds were startled and fled in all directions. At this time, Wu Ming had returned to his tent and was studying the token over and over again. He brought back 3 barrels of Qiangye wine, but the token absorbed more than the 3 barrels combined. What is this thing made of? He tried knocking the token, shaking it, and even testing it with his mind power, but the token didn't react at all. The nectar seemed to have sunk into the sea without even a bubble appearing. The energy contained in the Qiangye wine is so pure, and the token was able to swallow so much at once without any problem. Wu Ming felt more and more that this token was not simple and was definitely a great treasure. But now was not the time to study the token, so he picked up a bucket of nectar and walked out. Ma Bo is still waiting. Soon, he arrived outside Ma Jinzhou's tent. He heard the rustling sound of writing from inside. Uncle Ma must be reviewing documents again. Report! Wu Ming shouted outside the tent, with a hint of excitement in his voice. Come in. Ma Jinzhou's voice sounded a little tired. Wu Ming pushed the door open with a playful smile and walked in. Uncle Ma, what are you busy with? Ma Jinzhou looked up and saw it was him. He was a little surprised. Hey, Ming, how come you have time to come here today? It's usually harder to see you than to see the god of war. He put down his pen and asked with a smile, what do you want to talk to Uncle Ma about? Are you short of money to buy resources again? Wu Ming shook the large white bucket in his hand and said with a smile, can't I come to see you if I have nothing to do? I've brought you something good. What good stuff? Ma Jinzhou came over curiously and looked at the 10-liter white bucket, a little confused. Wu Ming patted the barrel and deliberately kept it a secret. I know you like to drink, so I made this much for you. It's enough for you to drink for a while. Upon hearing this, Ma Jinzhou quickly waved his hands and said, No. There are rules in the military camp, no drinking. Uncle Ma, you are weak-willed. There must be no alcohol in the tent. You are tempting me to make a mistake. Wu Ming suppressed his laughter and deliberately asked, Uncle Ma, are you sure you don't want this? I worked so hard to get this, if you miss it, it will be gone. No. Take it away quickly and don't show it in front of me. Ma Jinzhou turned his head away and pretended to look at a document, but in fact he had been itching to drink for a long time. He really hadn't drunk for a long time. Wu Ming laughed and deliberately opened the lid of the barrel. That's such a pity, such good wine. As soon as the lid of the barrel was opened, a strong energy wave surged out, mixed with an intoxicating fruity aroma. Ma Jinzhou twitched his nose and was stunned on the spot, and the pen in his hand fell on the table. Chapter 104 Ma Bo's Teachings. This is. Ma Jinzhou suddenly looked up, his eyes wide open, and rushed over in 2 steps, staring at the liquid in the bucket, his breathing quickening. Wu Ming sighed deliberately, it's just Qiangye wine. I got it today in Wanleheshan. I wanted to give it to you as a gift, but I didn't expect you to be so principled. I'll take it away and not bother you anymore. As he spoke, he picked up the bucket and was about to leave. Ma Jinzhou quickly snatched it away and glared at him. You little bastard, you are deliberately teasing your uncle, right? Wu Ming smiled and said, how dare I? Didn't you say that we can't drink alcohol in the barracks? Ma Jinzhou held the bucket and argued, can this be called wine? This is called a treasure from heaven and earth. What do you know? He said excitedly, do you know how valuable this thing is? Not only does it contain pure energy, which is very helpful for cultivation, but it can also transform you and break your own limits. Someone sold it at the flea market before, and a mineral water bottle sold for 20 million contribution points, which is more expensive than a realm-breaking pill. He added, and the price is already very reasonable. In terms of effect, it's much better than the realm-breaking pill. Normally, it's out of stock and you can't buy it even if you have money. When Wu Ming heard this, he was overjoyed. Isn't this tailor-made for Uncle Ma? He smiled and said, I'm glad it's useful. I was worried you wouldn't be able to use it. Ma Jinzhou carefully placed the bucket on the table, found a cup, poured a small cup of water, then quickly covered the bucket and sealed it carefully, for fear that the energy would escape. As he sealed it, he said, "This time, I'm really taking advantage of my nephew. I'll leave this much for you to try. Hurry and keep the rest. It will be even more helpful for your cultivation." Wu Ming was stunned. He thought that Ma Bo would take a bite first, but he didn't expect that he would only leave so little. He quickly said, "Uncle Ma, this is all for you. I still have 2 buckets, and I've also prepared some for Uncle Li, Uncle Lei, Uncle Gong, and the others. Don't worry about drinking." Ma Jinjiu was immediately horrified. "How much did you get?" "This is Qiangye wine. Not plain water." Wu Ming scratched his head and took out the token. "There are only 3 buckets, but there was a small accident in the middle. I wanted to get all the Qiangye wine from the Duobao demon ape, but this token suddenly appeared and sucked up all the remaining wine in a few seconds." Ma Jinjiu took the token and looked at it over and over again. The more he looked at it, the more solemn his expression became. His hands were shaking a little. "Mingming, who else knows that you have this token?" Wu Ming answered honestly, "No one knows. This token didn't do anything before, so I just carried it with me. Last time, when we were being chased by demons, it suddenly came to my rescue, and that's when I noticed it. And today, it inhaled the Chion liquor, so I wanted you to take a look." Ma Jinjiu returned the token to Wu Ming and said seriously, "From now on, you must never show this to anyone else. Even to us uncles, it's best not to let them know. The fewer people who know, the safer you will be." He warned again, "You don't need to know what it is right now. Knowing too much can be dangerous. Just keep it close to you and don't lose it." He paused, his tone becoming more serious. "This is especially important. You must not let anyone in the Martial God Hall know about this. Remember?" Wu Ming was stunned. Martial God Temple. This was the 3rd time he had heard this word. His mother had previously solemnly reminded him of 2 things, one was to protect himself, and the other was to never join the temple of Martial God. Lei Bo also said the same thing, asking him to stay away from the temple of Martial God. He couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Ma, what exactly is the temple of the God of War? Why is everyone telling me to stay away from it?" Ma Jinjiu sighed and said simply, "It's a transcendental existence, but it's also a long-standing problem for the country, and the waters are very deep." This was the first time Wu Ming had a concrete understanding of the temple of the God of War. It turned out that it was not a good place. Ma Jinjiu patted him on the shoulder and said earnestly, "Mingming, remember one thing. Living in troubled times, it is our duty to defend our country. But no matter what, don't join the Martial God Temple, or you will regret it sooner or later." It's that sentence again, "Don't join the temple of Martial God." Wu Ming nodded heavily and kept Ma Jinjiu's teachings firmly in mind. With so many close relatives saying this, it must not be groundless. The temple of the God of War is definitely not a good place. Ma Jinjiu looked at the Qiangye wine in his hand and said quickly, "I'll keep this bucket. Don't give it to other uncles. We can't even use up this bucket. Keep the rest for your own cultivation. It will be more helpful to you." Wu Ming waved his hand, "I don't need that much. I'm usually too busy killing monsters, so how can I have time to drink it slowly? I'll send you another bucket, you can make your own arrangements." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and another 10-liter white bucket flew over from his tent and landed steadily in front of Ma Jinjiu with a muffled bang sound. Ma Jinjiu was stunned on the spot. Such precious Qiangye wine, in Wu Ming's mouth, became an ordinary thing that could be arranged as you see fit. "Do you think this is mineral water? This is too arrogant." But he didn't hesitate and responded with a smile, "Then Uncle Ma thanks you on behalf of everyone. I'll let the brothers remember your kindness." "Ah, Uncle Ma, don't say that, we are all family." Wu Ming laughed and chatted with Ma Jinjiu for a few more words. Seeing that it was getting late, he said goodbye and left. After returning to his tent, Wu Ming thought of the magic of Qiangye wine and couldn't help but open the lid of the barrel. He directly scooped a bottle with a mineral water bottle and drank it down with a gulp. It tastes sweet when you drink it, and a warm current instantly spreads throughout your body, making you feel refreshed and comfortable in every pore. But apart from this, there doesn't seem to be any other feeling. Wu Ming scratched his head. "That's not right. A bottle of mineral water is worth 20 million contribution points. Is that all? Just for show? Didn't Uncle Ma say it's stronger than a realm-breaking pill?" He didn't believe it, so he scooped 2 more bottles and drank them down with one gulp. 20 million, 40 million, 60 million contribution points just went into my stomach like that. Wu Ming stared at the empty bottle, wondering, such a precious thing, couldn't it be useless to me? If it really is useless, then I've just been wasting it, like a cow chewing a peony. He quickly opened the system panel. The distribution points have been reset to 0 after adding them before, and now the panel clearly shows distribution points, 60 million. Wu Ming was instantly relieved, his eyes lighting up. Great! 60 million points for just 3 bottles. I couldn't earn 10 million even if I killed monsters day and night. The reputation of Qiangye liquor is well deserved. Without hesitation, he added 20 million allocation points. With a loud boom, a roar came from his mind, and the threshold of the 6th grade true spirit realm was directly broken through, and a mysterious sense of transformation surged up. Wu Ming's heart tightened. It would take many days to transform and retreat, and now the demons were still chasing him. The front line was too dangerous. He flashed and headed straight for the military camp teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, he was teleported back to Fengling City. With another teleportation, he returned to his home in the dilapidated tube building. As soon as he entered the door, he could no longer suppress the urge to transform, so he sat down cross-legged in the living room, closed his eyes and began to meditate. Home is the safest place to stay. Chapter 105 Good Brothers Drinking and Talking. Ma Jinjiu at this time. Looking at the 2 large barrels of liquor, I felt that I had never been so rich in my life. He took out his phone, took a picture, and sent it to the Hunter Assault Group. As soon as the message was sent out, the group exploded instantly. Lao Ma, what's in that bucket? Alcohol? How dare you drink in the barracks and even post it in the group? Ha ha ha. Where are the guys from the General Disciplinary Inspection Office? Come on over and blow the bang bang and do the breathalyzer test. Lao Ma is blatantly violating the rules. Why check the water meter? Lao Ma has some wine. Let's bring some food and drink together. That's right. Bring whatever dishes you want, let Lao Ma prepare them, and we'll get together. Ma Jinjiu replied with a smile, the food is fine. It's just that guy from the General Disciplinary Inspection Office, don't come. The person who had previously shouted blow bang bang immediately gave in, Brother Ma, I was wrong. I won't pretend anymore. We're all brothers, don't be so petty. Ma Jinjiu sent out a few smug emojis, and then said seriously, let me tell you something serious, this is not ordinary wine, it is Qiangye wine. The group was boiling with excitement. Holy crap! Qian liquor? Is this true? So much? This thing is so expensive. Old Ma, you're amazing. How did you get it? Ma Jinjiu quickly explained, it wasn't me who got it. It was our nephew Wu Ming who got it. He asked me to distribute it to everyone. We agreed that 1 barrel would be for us, and the other would be for our Longhan Second Army. 1 bucket is enough. If we divide it among us, each of us can improve our realm. I told you. Mingming must know about Lao Ma's situation. This kid is really thoughtful. It's worth loving him. Not only is he so thoughtful, but he can also get Qiangye wine. He's more powerful than us old guys. I'm from the Special Forces, and I'm ashamed of myself. Old Ma, when will you send it to us? Ma Jinjiu laughed and scolded, send it over? You don't want it anymore. Come and get it yourself. Just as he finished speaking, the tent door was pushed open with a bang, and a strong man rushed in, Lao Ma, here I come. Ma Jinjiu was shocked, damn. You are too fast, aren't you? When the other people in the group saw this, they also became anxious. I'm leaving too. If I'm late, it will be gone. Wait for me. I'll be there soon. Someone even joked, it's a rare occasion for us to get together. Lao Ma, you should prepare the food, don't let us come empty-handed. Ma Jinjiu smiled and replied, no problem. I promise to make sure you guys eat and drink well. That night, the 9th Independent Corps was in complete chaos. One after another, important figures walked out of the teleportation array. Each one had a stronger aura than the last, and each one had more frightening epaulets than the last. There were more than 40 of them in total. There are still many people who are on missions and cannot come, otherwise there would be more people. The soldiers were all stunned and whispered, oh my God! Are these high-ranking officials here to inspect our work? What kind of inspection? Look at them arm in arm with the captain, they're clearly old friends. Oh my God! The regimental commander actually patted the leader on the shoulder as a joke and even gave him a kick. Look at that shoulder badge, it's General. General what? It's so scary. I'm completely stunned. Our leader's background is too strong. Kaiguaqian, Zheng Jiang, and more than a dozen other company commanders also hid in the corner to watch. Each of them was as frightened as a wooden chicken. It turns out that our leader has so many important friends. When the uncles arrived, the first thing they did was to look for Wu Ming, but they couldn't find him after searching everywhere. Ma Jinzhou explained with a smile, "Don't look for him anymore. That guy ran out to kill monsters again. I would find it strange if he stayed in the camp." When the group of people heard this, they all burst into laughter. They have long understood Wu Ming's personality. It's a rare gathering, a group of old brothers sit together, drinking and chatting, it's so lively. As for the rule of not drinking in the army? It's okay, the people from the military discipline department are here too. Everyone will submit a self-criticism after the event, so it'll save you a lot of trouble. Time flies, and 10 days have passed in a flash. The 9th Independent Corps has completely changed. Ma Jinzhou distributed the remaining barrel of Qiangye wine and was very careful in his work. The soldier just broke through with one small wine cup. The company commander was in the Xianling realm, and he broke through with 3 small wine cups. He himself is even more amazing. With another barrel of Qiangye wine, he not only broke through to the 5th grade heroic spirit realm, but also broke his own limit. Before, he felt that he had reached the end of his rope in the 4th grade heroic spirit realm, but now after the breakthrough, he can continue to improve. The entire independent 9th Legion has seen each person improve by 1 level, and the overall strength has directly taken a big step forward. There was still some liquor left, almost the amount of 6 mineral water bottles, so nothing was wasted. The collective breakthrough of the independent 9th Corps caused a huge sensation in the Longhan 2nd Army. The people in other regiments were almost jealous to death, especially the commander of the 2nd Regiment, who shamelessly came to the door to complain. He is at the 5th level of the heroic spirit realm and has been stuck at the breakthrough threshold for more than 2 years. Unlike Ma Jinzhou, he has great potential and dares not use the realm breakthrough pill for fear that he will stop there after using it. However, the Qiangye wine has good effects and no drawbacks, and he has been envious of it for a long time. But the Qiangye wine was too expensive, so he was embarrassed to speak. He hesitated in Ma Jinzhou's tent, rubbing his hands for a long time without saying a word, his face flushed. Seeing him like this, Ma Jinzhou almost laughed out loud. "Stop wasting time. I've been waiting for you for a long time, isn't it just because you want the Qiangye wine? There's a portion for you." The 2nd Regiment's leader exclaimed in surprise, "Really? Thank you so much, Lao Ma. How many contribution points? You name the price, and I won't bargain." He thought it was good enough to buy it, but Ma Jinzhou only gave him one word: "Get lost." The commander of the 2nd Regiment was stunned, his eyes instantly turned red. This was not get out, this was treating him as one of his own. At the same time, the leaders of the 1st and 3rd groups were gathered together to complain. "Second brother, this is outrageous. How dare you ask for Qiong liquor? You're so shameless." "Exactly. Doesn't this put Lao Ma in a difficult position? If it were me, I would definitely be too embarrassed to speak up. No one is stupid. Who wouldn't keep such a valuable thing tightly closed? Old Ma definitely won't give it to me." At this moment, the commander of the 2nd Regiment came back humming a little tune. A group of people surrounded him and asked him about it. But when they heard that Lao Ma really gave it to him, and for free, they were furious on the spot. "Holy crap! Are you really giving it to me? And for free?" One of the group leaders reacted the fastest and disappeared in a flash. "I'm going to look for Lao Ma too. If I'm too late, he'll be gone." The others also reacted and rushed towards the independent 9th Corps, fearing that they would be a step late. As for Wu Ming, today is the 10th day of his retreat. In fact, he woke up on the 9th day. Looking at the remaining 40 million allocation points, he simply added them all in one go and made another breakthrough. And those demons who accepted the mission of killing Wu Ming have been going crazy these days. Wu Ming had been on the bounty wall for so long, but he disappeared after he went into seclusion. He could not be found in the vast mountains and rivers, nor in the military camp. I thought I had picked up a good guy, but in the end I couldn't even see the person. I was cursing in my heart. This task was a lonely one. Chapter 106. We are getting married soon. The 10-day retreat passed quickly. Wu Ming finally opened his eyes again. Last time he rushed from the 5th level of the true spirit realm to the 6th level, this time he directly broke through to the 7th level of the True Spirit realm. The 60 million allocation points that he had added before were also completely used up. After the breakthrough, Wu Ming's mental power, teleportation speed, and physical strength all increased dramatically, and his strength went up a big step. He glanced at the cask of nectar next to him and saw that only 1/5 of it was gone. This thing is awesome. It's much faster than killing monsters day and night to accumulate distribution points. It's simply a practice accelerator. But when Wu Ming thought about how the token had absorbed hundreds of times more than his own amount of Qiangya wine and still hadn't made any movement, he felt a pang of pain. I couldn't help but complain in my heart, why don't you spit some out? You're taking in so much and not digesting it, it's a waste. When he woke up this time, Wu Ming was not in a hurry to continue his breakthrough. Calculating the time, he has been away from the military camp for 20 days. If he doesn't go back, Ma Bo will be worried. As soon as he thought about it, he appeared directly in front of the Fengling City teleportation array. In the blink of an eye, he passed through the teleportation array and returned to the independent 9th Legion. When they found Ma Jinzhou, the old commander's tense face relaxed instantly when he saw him, and he was obviously relieved. During this period, Ma Jinzhou was very worried about him. Ma Jinzhou took Wu Ming aside and told him about what had happened in the past 20 days. The entire independent 9th Legion broke through a realm, and he himself reached the 5th grade heroic realm, and even other uncles broke through one after another. After hearing this, Wu Ming burst into laughter like a child. In the past, it was the uncles who took care of him, but now he can finally do something for everyone. This sense of accomplishment makes him happier than making breakthroughs on his own. However, he did not stay in the military camp for long. He asked for leave from Ma Jinzhou and left again. He was still thinking about sending Qiangya wine to his good friends. After returning to Fengling City, Wu Ming first divided the Qiangya wine into small bottles, and his first target was Hungshan Gongdao Temple. Luo Pang and Zhou Lu are still there. Combat uniforms were rarely seen in the rear areas, so Wu Ming stood out particularly when he walked around the Gongdao Temple in his military uniform. During free time, he saw Luo Pang and Zhou Lu hanging out on the playground, so he sneaked around behind them and patted Luo Pang on the shoulder. Luo Pang turned his head and exclaimed on the spot, "Oh my god! Brother Ming? Why are you back?" The look of surprise was beyond words, and he almost jumped for joy. Zhou Lu also greeted him with a smile, "Brother Ming, long time no see." Wu Ming jokingly said, "You two have been so attached to each other for so many years, isn't that enough? You stick together every day, aren't you afraid of people getting jealous?" Fatty Lu grinned from ear to ear, holding Zhou Lu's hand and showing off, "How could that be enough? Oh, by the way, Brother Ming, I have good news for you. Our parents have met and both agree to our marriage. I'll tell you next time, it's our wedding date." Wu Ming was also happy for them and teased him deliberately, "That I have to go pick up the scraps quickly, otherwise I won't even be able to raise the money for the contribution." How embarrassing. Luo Pang and Zhou Lu both laughed and scolded, "Go away. Brother Ming, stop insulting us." Luo Pang wanted to drag Wu Ming to find a place to get together and asked him to call Gu Shuemi to come together, but Wu Ming waved his hand, "No, I just came to see you, I have things to do. When I'm done, I'll treat you guys to a meal." As he spoke, he took out 2 small bottles and handed them to the two of them. "This is Qiangya wine. The effect is very strong. Drink it slowly and don't drink too much at once." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Ming disappeared, leaving Luo Pang and Zhou Lu holding the bottle in a daze. Qiangya wine. Is it the legendary Qiangya wine that can transform one's body? Luo Pang's voice was shaking, and the bottle in his hand seemed to weigh 1,000 pounds. Zhou Lu's eyes widened, "This is too expensive. Brother Ming is so generous." Luo Pang shouted to the sky, "Thank you, Brother Ming," but Wu Ming was long gone. After leaving Hangshan Taoist Temple, Wu Ming went straight to Wuzhenshan Taoist Temple. It was time to deliver the Qiangya wine to Gu Shuemi. If you want to find Luo Pang, you can just show up, but you can't find Gu Shuemi. She is in the girls' dormitory, and it would be too inappropriate to just barge in. Wu Ming took out his cell phone and called Gu Shuemi. "Hello, Wu Ming?" Gu Shuemi's surprised voice came from the phone, with a hint of excitement. Wu Ming smiled and said, "Come down, I'm downstairs in your dormitory." "Ah? Really? I'll be right down." Gu Shuemi hung up the phone in a hurry, covering her red face with her hands, and nervously asked her roommate, "Xiao Man, do you think it's okay for me to be like this now? Is it too casual?" Xiao Man joked, "Don't worry. You're naturally beautiful, you look good no matter how you look at it. Gu Shuemi pulled the clothes again and asked, what about my clothes? Do you want to change? Xiaoman finally couldn't help asking, Mimi, what's wrong with you? Why are you so nervous? Gu Shuemi whispered, Wu Ming came to see me. As soon as these words came out, the dormitory exploded instantly. The roommates were like crazy. What? My man is here? Nonsense. He's my man. Mimi, hurry up and pack up. I'll go down and take a seat first. A group of people rushed downstairs at a speed that broke their limit. Just as they were about to get close to Wu Ming, their eyes blurred and they were instantly back in the dormitory, all of them stunned. What's going on? Teleport? When Gu Shuemi got dressed and came down, she saw her roommate sitting in the dormitory. She was puzzled, but she didn't ask much and quickly ran downstairs. People were coming and going downstairs. Gu Shuemi was already pretty, and with a little makeup on, she looked even more dazzling. Many passers-by cast envious glances at her, and soon a crowd of people surrounded her. When Wu Ming saw this scene, he quickly said to Gu Shuemi, Don't be afraid, I'll take you to another place. Before Gu Shuemi could react, the two of them vanished in a flash, leaving passers-by dumbfounded. Holy crap! What kind of magical trick is this? Teleportation? The two appeared in the deserted playground. Gu Shuemi looked at Wu Ming with sparkling eyes, You are so amazing now. You can actually teleport. Wu Ming smiled. This had already become a basic operation for him now. The two sat on the edge of the playground and chatted. The atmosphere was relaxed and friendly. Gu Shuemi said that it had been some time since she broke through to the 9th level Awakener, and she was now striving to break into the Dragon and Tiger list, striving to enter the True Spirit realm as soon as possible. She also said with a smile, Now all the students in Gongdao Academy know that you are the company commander of the independent 9th Corps. Everyone is frantically saving contribution points and saying that they want to join your recruit company after taking the military exam. Wu Ming heard this and quickly waved his hands, No. I'm an incompetent company commander. I'm nowhere to be seen all day. Don't delay them. Gu Shuemi couldn't help but laugh, You're still not competent? Everyone knows that not long after you took over the recruit company, you gave everyone a demon core, and this time you helped the entire company break through a realm. Which company commander can do this? Wu Ming deliberately kept the secret. Then do you know why I came to see you today? Gu Shuemi pouted and whispered, If you came to see me for no reason, I might be happier. The voice is soft and very cute. Wu Ming didn't hear the emotion in her words. He took out a small bottle and handed it to her, dang. This is for you. Gu Shuemi took it with a smile and jokingly said, It's in a mineral water bottle? Can it be a little more shabby? Wu Ming said seriously, There is Qiangya wine in here, which is enough for you to break through the true spirit realm. Come on. Gu Shuemi was stunned on the spot, and the bottle in her hand suddenly became heavy. She never imagined that such a shabby bottle actually contained the legendary Qiangya wine. Before she could react, Wu Ming disappeared in a flash. He was afraid that Gu Shuemi would refuse, so he simply didn't give her a chance to refuse. Gu Shuemi stood there blankly for a long time, and finally muttered to herself, This idiot. The corners of her mouth couldn't help but rise, and her eyes were full of sweetness. Chapter 107, Do Good Things Without Leaving a Name. After leaving Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple, Wu Ming did not forget Li Xianen, and he had to go to the meat processing slaughterhouse. He teleported directly to the slaughterhouse and saw Li Xianen at a glance. After drinking a glass of wine, the old man's spirit and energy were visibly much better than before. The hidden illnesses left over from years of war were obviously cured a lot by the wine. Li Xianen was overjoyed to see Wu Ming. He took his hand and sighed, I still remember Lao Lei and I sending you off to join the army. It seems like just yesterday. I didn't expect it's been almost 2 months. You've grown so much. The uncle and nephew chatted for a long time. Li Xianen wanted to keep him for dinner, but Wu Ming told him that he had to go see a friend. Li Xianen also understood, improve your strength and defeat those monsters when the time comes. Before leaving, Wu Ming glanced at the slaughterhouse with his mind. Lao Gu and the others were still working hard, and today's workload was not small. The front line needs supplies, and people in the rear are also busy and working just as hard. As soon as he thought of it, hundreds of thousands of chickens waiting to be processed in the workshop were processed cleanly in an instant. When Lao Gu and his fellow workers came out to see what was happening, they were stunned. What's going on? Who did this? Wu Ming smiled, took a look, turned around and teleported away. Doing good deeds without leaving a name was his style. Thinking of his friends, Wu Ming suddenly remembered Dong Fangzhu from the military academy. He hadn't been in touch with him for a long time and wondered how he was doing now. But he didn't even know which military region Dong Fangzhu was in, so he could only call Ma Jinzhou. Ma Jinzhou checked and soon got the news that Dong Fangzhu was in the 7th Company of the 3rd Corps of the Longhan 10th Army in the Chongling City Defense Zone. Chongling City is hundreds of thousands of kilometers away from Fengling City, but it is very convenient because of the teleportation array. Wu Ming stepped into the teleportation array and arrived in Chongling City in the blink of an eye. He then passed through the military district teleportation array and headed straight for the 3rd Corps of the 10th Army. At this time, Dong Fangzhu was leading his troops in training. The life and death test on the front line made him shed the immaturity of the military academy, become mature and steady, and his eyes showed a bit more vicissitudes. A guard came running over. "Captain Dong, someone's looking for you." "Okay, I'll be right there." Dong Fangzhu responded, put down the training manual, and walked towards the door. As soon as he reached the door, he saw Wu Ming not far away. He was stunned on the spot, and then shouted in surprise, "Senior!" Ran over quickly. His soldiers were immediately in an uproar, whispering to each other, "Am I seeing this right? Is that Wu Ming? The Wu Ming who cleared the Sun Gong Tower?" "You're not mistaken. It's really him. Our company commander actually knows Wu Ming. How amazing! Oh my god! If I had known the company commander was so capable, I should have worked harder." Suddenly, Wu Ming's figure flashed and disappeared without a trace, leaving Dong Fangzhu with only a bottle of wine and a message, "Xiangya wine, for you." Dong Fangzhu's head buzzed, his heart beat so wildly that it almost jumped out of his throat, and turbulent waves were rolling in his heart. Holy crap! This is the legendary Chom liquor? He rushed back to the tent in a hurry and hid the wine like a treasure. After making sure that it was safe, he slipped back to the playground excitedly. As soon as they saw Dong Fangzhu coming back, the brothers in the recruit company were instantly excited. They clapped their hands louder than the sound of cannons and cheered spontaneously. "Company commander, you're amazing. You actually know the great Wu Ming? You're really hiding your abilities." "That's right. Why didn't you tell us the lowdown before? We could brag about this for half a year." "Captain, tell me. How did you two know each other?" "We're all ears." Yes. I want to hear it. Let's give the company commander another show of respect. Let's applaud." An entire company of people surrounded Dong Fangzhu and started making a commotion. The noise was even more lively than a market. Dong Fangzhu was so embarrassed that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The corners of her mouth twitched, and she was at a loss. He had kept the matter a secret and didn't tell anyone because he was afraid that Wu Ming's identity would be exposed and in danger. But things are different now. Wu Ming's affairs are no longer a secret. Hiding them any further would only make things awkward. Plus, these guys were so enthusiastic that if he refused again, he would seem hypocritical. "Okay. Since you guys want to hear it so much, I'll tell you. Everyone, sit down and listen." The soldiers cheered on the spot, their shouts almost overturned the playground, and they sat down in unison, their backs straighter than javelins. Dong Fangzhu also found a stone to sit on, cleared his throat and began to speak. He started from the first time he met Wu Ming at the military academy, and even imitated Wu Ming's calm response when they were discussing how many floors are there in the Shuangong Tower. He even brought up how he had used Wu Ming's name to boast and was almost exposed on the spot. The soldiers' eyes widened as they listened, and they became nervous at one moment, and then laughed so hard that their stomachs almost hurt. "Oh my god! This plot is so interesting. It's like reading a novel. Ha ha ha. It was a massive show-off. Weren't you panicking at that time, Captain?" "I'm sorry, I just couldn't help it. I'll be laughing about this until next year. Let us talk about Wu Ming." He had already sneaked back to Fengling City from the northwestern city and teleported all the way home without even taking a breath. There was still a lot of Qiangye wine left at home, so Wu Ming couldn't let it go. He just picked up the jar and poured it into his mouth. Gulp! Gulp! After a few sips, the jar of wine was empty. He casually opened the system panel and his eyes lit up. The available attribute allocation points soared to 220 million. Wu Ming is now in the 7th level of True Spirit Realm. It had only taken him 40 million attribute points to break through from the 6th grade True Spirit to the 7th grade. Now this number was enough for him to make 2 more breakthroughs. However, the higher the realm, the more attribute allocation points are needed. Whether these 220 million can reach the 9th level of the true spirit realm, we have to try to find out. Wu Ming didn't waste any time. He said to himself, let's give it a try, and started adding some directly. It's still the same old rule, all the allocated points are used to fill up the intentional power without any waste. He first invested 40 million, but the result was like a drop in the ocean, and he didn't even break the threshold of the 8th grade true spirit realm. It seems that this amount is really not enough. Wu Ming was not panicked and invested another 40 million. Boom! A mysterious warmth instantly swept through his body, and comfort permeated his bones. Wu Ming was overjoyed, it's done. I'm about to break through. Time flies, and 12 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Wu Ming successfully broke through, his aura surged, and he directly advanced to the 8th level of the true spirit realm. His whole body exuded a strong aura. He did not rest, but kept shouting in his heart, pursue the victory and continue to charge. There are still 140 million distribution points left, which is just enough to reach the 9th level of true spirit realm. Wu Ming directly invested all the points. From the 8th grade to the 9th grade, it took a full 120 million allocation points to finally reach the threshold of breakthrough. Chapter 108 Breakthrough and Breakthrough. Boom! Another familiar force surged up, stronger than before. Wu Ming quickly closed his eyes and entered a state of seclusion again. This retreat lasted a full 17 days. When Wu Ming opened his eyes again, the whole room seemed brighter. His eyes became extremely deep, as if they contained the entire vast starry sky, bright and charming. Anyone who looked into his eyes would be immediately attracted by them and unable to look away. All in all, it took only 49 days to rush from the 6th level of the true spirit realm to the 9th level of the true spirit realm. That's ridiculously fast. During these 49 days, Wu Ming's transformation can be described as completely transformed. Compared with before, he is completely different and is on a completely different level. Every breakthrough is a transformation, and every transformation can unlock new abilities. Even Wu Ming himself can't count how many new abilities he has gained. Just now Wu Ming's thought moved, and the aura on his body disappeared instantly, and the whole person went directly into invisible mode, without even his shadow. No matter what detection methods were used, no trace of him could be found. There was clearly someone in the house, but it was like an empty house, and even the air gave off the illusion of no one. But Wu Ming was actually sitting on the sofa, changing channels with the remote control. For example, before, Wu Ming could only teleport people and objects, but now, he can even directly move away other people's attacks. It's outrageous. The biggest change is the transformation of the Sea of Consciousness. The Sea of Consciousness is the source of mental power. When it becomes stronger, other abilities will soar accordingly. Wu Ming's mental power first surged wildly, and finally quantitative change led to qualitative change, which in turn transformed his Sea of Consciousness, making it larger and more stable. Now Wu Ming's brain is 100 times faster than before, and his deductive ability is even more incredible. To call him a super brain that is 1,000,000 times more powerful than a supercomputer is considered modest. The qualitative change of his mental power also gave him stronger control. Wu Ming tried it when he was free, and thought to himself, it's going to rain. The originally sunny sky outside was suddenly covered with dark clouds, lightning and thunder, and heavy rain began to fall. Everyone in Fengling City was stunned. Just as they took out their umbrellas to avoid the rain, Wu Ming had another idea. The dark clouds dispersed, the sun came out again, and the rain stopped immediately. Everyone on the street was stunned. Is this weather playing a joke on us? Wu Ming looked at the chaos outside the window and couldn't help laughing. Hee, this ability is quite interesting. This time he made a fortune from the Qiangye wine, but the wine was finished and it was time to end his retreat. He couldn't stay at home forever. Whoosh! Wu Ming's figure flashed and disappeared on the spot. When he reappeared, he was already 10,000 kilometers away. To cover this distance, he used to rely on a teleportation array, but now he can just teleport. In the past, to travel from Fengling City to Chujiang City, a distance of 10,000 kilometers, one had to use the main teleportation array in the function hall, otherwise one would have to run around. But now it's different. Wu Ming's mental power can directly cover 10,000 kilometers. As long as it is within this range, he can go wherever he wants, just like his own backyard, everywhere. After a while, Wu Ming returned to the 9th Independent Corps, still wondering, I have been away for 49 days, what happened to those guys in the recruit company? I hope nothing happens. He couldn't help but complain about himself. Alas, I am such an incompetent company commander. I have left my soldiers behind for so long. As a result, as soon as Wu Ming appeared in the recruit company camp, the entire company was shocked. The soldiers surrounded him like crazy, as if they had seen their relatives. Captain! You're back! Captain! We miss you so much! They shouted until their voices were hoarse, their eyes full of surprise and excitement, and they almost surrounded Wu Ming and overwhelmed him. Wu Ming smiled and patted the shoulder of a soldier next to him, and asked, "Did you all do okay while I was away? Did anything go wrong?" After not seeing them for just over 40 days, these soldiers have clearly matured a lot. There is a bit more determination in their eyes, but also a bit of fatigue. Wu Ming knew at a glance that they must have experienced many tough battles during this period. This is how the frontline battlefield is. After seeing so much blood and death, people will either collapse or grow up quickly, and their hearts will slowly become numb. There is nothing that can be done about it. Captain, we are all fine, don't worry. Yes. It's fine, nothing serious happened. The soldiers forced a smile to answer, but Wu Ming could see the reluctance in their tone. Wu Ming immediately released his mental power to scan around, and his heart skipped a beat. He felt very disappointed. The company of recruits that originally had 120 people now had only 93 people left. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Alas, 27 brothers are gone. But on the front line, being able to survive so many is perhaps a blessing in disguise. For these soldiers, being alive may actually be considered pretty good. Wu Ming did not mention this matter, fearing to spoil everyone's fun, and asked about the situation in the Legion during this period. The soldiers started talking one after another, their voices filled with solemnity. During these 40 days, they fought a total of 22 battles, fighting demons almost every day without even a chance to catch their breath. Moreover, demons sneaked into the camp every day, either trying to assassinate Wu Ming or to find out information about him, making everyone nervous. In addition, there was another incident that caused quite a stir in the Legion, and the soldiers lowered their voices when talking about it. During the more than 40 days that Wu Ming was away, the names of 12 human elites were crossed out on the demon's bounty wall and 6 human geniuses were eliminated from the assassination list, all of them top talents. This is a huge loss for the human race, and it is so heartbreaking that it makes people breathless. The demons have never stopped assassinating the geniuses and elites of the human race, like leeches on the tarsal bone, lingering around. The demon's bounty wall is filled with tasks, and Wu Ming is not the only one to be killed. In the past, there have often been news of the sacrifice of geniuses and elites. But so many people died in just over 40 days. This is the first time I have seen this. It shows how rampant the demons are now. They don't take the human race seriously at all. You must know that every genius and elite is the hope of the human race and the main force in the future fight against demons. The assassinations carried out by demons are simply cutting off the fuel from under the cauldron and trying to cut off the roots of the human race. The losses may not seem obvious now, but in a dozen or even dozens of years, when these people should be taking the lead, the gap will be visible, and the situation of the war may be completely reversed. However, humans are not pushovers and cannot sit idly by and watch the demons become so arrogant. Naturally, they have countermeasures. The special forces of the Legion are specifically responsible for targeted elimination of potential threats among the demon tribe. If you kill my people, I will destroy your nest, and no one can take advantage of you. This is part of the war, a life and death game between humans and demons. Either you win or you die, there is no third way. Wu Ming looked at the 93 soldiers before him, his eyes becoming extremely serious, and his voice becoming deeper. As your company commander, I haven't been able to fight alongside you on the battlefield during this period. I've watched helplessly as 27 of my comrades perished. This is my fault. From now on, I will do my utmost to protect you and will never let your sacrifice be in vain again. Captain, how can you be blamed for this? Please don't say that. That's right, Captain. We are soldiers fighting on the front lines to defend our country, not burdens that need your protection. Even if we encounter danger, we can handle it ourselves. Yes. We are not afraid of death, but we are afraid of not being able to contribute to our country. The soldiers quickly waved their hands and tried to persuade Wu Ming, fearing that he would really blame himself. Although he said that, Wu Ming still felt uncomfortable and full of self-blame. If he had been there at that time, maybe he could have saved a few of his brothers. Those were all living lives. Captain, please don't blame yourself. You've already helped us so much. An old soldier stepped forward and said, "You gave each of us a demon core before, and you also got the Chon liquor for the Legion. Because of these two things, everyone in our Legion has advanced by an average of 1 realm." That's right. With each realm advancement, one's ability to save one's life becomes stronger. Otherwise, not only our new recruit company, but the entire 9th Independent Corps, who knows how many more people would have died. Yes. Captain, you are our lucky star. If it weren't for you, we might have died long ago. The soldiers spoke one after another, and every word they said was from the heart. Wu Ming felt a little warmer when he heard it. This was his only comfort during this period of time. Chapter 109: Deducing Water Element Techniques. Wu Ming suppressed his emotions and said to everyone with a smile, "Now you are all in the 2nd grade True Spirit realm. That's great, but it's not enough. Let's set a small goal and rush to the 9th grade True Spirit realm first, how about that?" Just as he finished speaking, a resounding voice rang out, "Captain. If I hadn't encountered a bottleneck while practicing the ice condensing palm technique, I might have reached the 3rd rank True Spirit realm by now." The person who spoke was Chui Longkai. He was now the top student in the recruit company, with the highest realm. He had already touched the ceiling of the 2nd grade True Spirit realm and was only one step away from being promoted to the 3rd grade. Unfortunately, he was stuck on the technique. Wu Ming looked at him, raised an eyebrow, and asked, "Ice condensation palm technique? What part of your comprehension is it that's stuck?" Chui Longkai nodded quickly, his face full of helplessness. He also wanted to break through quickly, but martial arts skills could not be achieved in a hurry. Unlike Wu Ming, if a normal person practices the 10 major systems and wants to break through the realm, he must rely on comprehending the skills and polishing himself, and no step can be missed. But comprehending the skills is even harder than climbing to the sky. The skills are divided into 4 levels: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. Each level is divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. The higher the level, the more difficult it is to comprehend. It is considered a skill if you can learn it. The ice condensation palm technique he practiced was a lower grade Xian level technique. It shouldn't be too difficult, but he was stuck at the critical point. Wu Ming didn't beat around the bush and directly reached out his hand. "Take out the skills, I'll help you take a look, maybe I can help." Chui Longkai was stunned on the spot, his eyes wide open. "Company commander, are you also a water type practitioner?" The ice system is a variant branch of the water system. Among the 10 major systems, it is classified as the water system. If you are not a water system cultivator, you will not be able to comprehend the ice system skills at all. Wu Ming waved his hand and said with a smile, "I'm not a water element, but it should be no problem for me to help you with this technique." When these words were spoken, not only Chui Longkai was confused, but even the soldiers next to him began to murmur. Everyone knows that every field has its own barriers. It is difficult to comprehend the skills in itself, and asking for help from other systems, isn't this like reading a book from heaven? The company commander is probably joking, right? But these words were said by Wu Ming, so even though Chui Longkai had doubts in his heart, he still obediently handed over the jade slip of the Ningding palm technique. "No matter what, let the company commander try it first." Wu Ming took the jade slip, and as soon as his fingertips touched it, the contents of the jade slip flooded into his mind like a tide, and the lines of text about the exercises were extremely clear. He immediately activated his mental power, and his powerful deductive ability was instantly activated. The originally obscure and difficult martial arts technique was as simple as 1 + 1 is equal to 2 in his eyes, without any difficulty at all. What's even more outrageous is that with the help of powerful willpower, the text of the martial arts technique seemed to come alive, and he practiced the moves of the ice condensation palm in his mind, and every detail was clear to him. Wu Ming did not waste any time and started to deduce the follow-up of ice condensation palm technique. This technique has 9 levels in total. He started from the first level and pushed up layer by layer at an astonishing speed. After a while, he easily broke through the limitations of the first level, but he did not stop. During the deduction, he also found many loopholes in the ice condensation palm technique, such as the lack of smooth connection between moves and loss of power circulation, and he corrected them. Originally it was just a low-grade Xian level ice condensing palm technique, but after he modified it, it was directly upgraded to a high-grade Xian level technique, and its power more than doubled. You have to know that any martial arts method is the result of countless predecessors exhausting their efforts to polish it, and it has long reached the limit of human wisdom. It is extremely difficult to change a single word, let alone directly improve the grade. But Wu Ming did it so casually. If this were to be made public, it would cause an uproar in the entire cultivation world. This is too incredible. I guess some people will grumble that the simplicity of the first level is nothing, as the subsequent levels will definitely become increasingly difficult. Let us see if he can continue to break through. As it turned out, it was just the opposite. Wu Ming's breakthrough in the first level was just a warm-up, equivalent to getting started. After that, it was as if he had cheated, and it went incredibly smoothly. After learning the art, Wu Ming began to practice the ice condensation palm technique with great success, soaring all the way to the second level, the third level, the fourth level, and directly reaching the ninth level. From getting the jade slip to completing the 9-level technique, Wu Ming only spent 1 hour, which was astonishingly fast. Now, he has practiced the ice condensation palm technique to the pinnacle. He can mobilize the power of ice and frost by just raising his hand. He is more proficient in it than the original author of the technique. During this hour, none of the brothers in the recruit company left. They all surrounded Wu Ming to watch the fun, their eyes full of curiosity. Someone couldn't help but murmur, "Do you think the company commander can really understand this ice-based technique? Isn't he just pretending?" Another person immediately responded, "Impossible. The idea of the 10 major systems practicing across different disciplines is unheard of from ancient times to the present. The company commander is not just pretending, is he?" The people nearby quickly pulled him back and said, "Shoo. Keep your voice down. If the company commander hears you, he'll make you run 50 laps." At this moment, Wu Ming closed the jade slip with a click sound, raised his eyes and looked at Cui Longkai with a very calm tone. "Are you stuck on the 9th floor?" Cui Longkai was shocked when he heard this and quickly waved his hands. "Oh, Captain, you are too kind to me. I practiced the ice condensation palm technique for 7 years and barely reached the 4th level. The 9th level is something I never even dreamed of." After hearing this, Wu Ming subconsciously frowned. It took 7 years to reach the 4th level? Is this technique really that difficult? I have already completed it in just a short while. Cui Longkai was at a loss for words. "Company commander, please stop joking. This is not a joke." Another soldier stifled a laugh. "Ha! Company commander, you look so serious even when you're joking." A group of people were laughing happily when Wu Ming suddenly raised his hand. The temperature around them suddenly dropped sharply and a chill penetrated into their bones. The next second, an ice sword condensed out of thin air, whistling through the air. A vast and majestic aura exploded instantly, making people's scalps numb. The soldiers who were originally noisy suddenly fell silent, even their breathing became lighter, and their eyes became bigger than copper bells. Cui Longkai stared at the ice sword, his teeth chattering with shock, his words stammering. This is the 9th level of ice to sword. It really is the 9th level." Everyone was dumbfounded, standing there motionless, with only one thought in their minds: it's over. Compared to the company commander, we are just mortals, complete mortals. The company commander is not a normal person at all. How can we judge him by the eyes of ordinary people? After a while, someone reacted first and shouted excitedly, "Company commander, this is awesome. This is outrageous." Others rubbed their eyes and said, "My worldview has been completely shattered today. A cross-disciplinary cultivation technique that's this powerful is unmatched. I will never question the company commander again. Whatever the company commander says is absolutely correct. That's right. Just trust the captain without thinking and everything will be fine. Follow the captain, you won't go wrong." Cui Longkai's face flushed with excitement, and he quickly squeezed in front of Wu Ming. "Company commander. I've been stuck on the 4th floor for a long time. I'd like to ask you for some advice." As he spoke, he blurted out all the bottleneck problems that he had been thinking about for half a year but still couldn't figure out. Wu Ming listened attentively and explained in great detail, even explaining the points of force for each move clearly. After finishing his speech, Wu Ming looked at Cui Longkai and asked, "Do you understand?" Cui Longkai frowned, looking confused, and scratched his head as if he understood something. Chapter 110 confirmed by eye contact. Wu Ming had tried to keep it simple, but Cui Longkai was just an ordinary soldier after all. He had never attended an officer academy, so his mind wasn't that quick, and he still hadn't fully grasped the situation. Cui Longkai felt a little stupid and smiled awkwardly. "Company commander, I've written it all down. I'll think about it slowly when I get back. I'm sure I'll figure it out." Wu Ming shook his head, his tone very calm. "No, just look at me." Cui Longkai was stunned, his face full of confusion, not knowing what the company commander was going to do. But he still raised his head obediently and looked into Wu Ming's eyes. Those eyes were as deep as the starry sky, stretching as far as the eye could see. The next second, Chui Longkai was completely lost, his mind was blank and he knew nothing. When he woke up again, he was awakened by his comrades who took turns slapping him on the face. Wu Ming was long gone. A group of comrades were still surrounding him, their eyes full of anxiety. A comrade breathed a sigh of relief when he saw he was awake. Lao Chui. You're finally awake. You almost scared us to death. Chui Longkai rubbed his dazed head. What's wrong with me? How long have I been unconscious? The comrade gestured, 3 whole hours. You didn't move a muscle, you looked like an idiot. We thought the company commander had spied on you. Chui Longkai was startled and quickly got up. Hey, has it really been that long? As soon as he stood up, he suddenly felt that there was something extra in his brain, as if someone had forced it in. He quickly closed his eyes to ponder, and was stunned on the spot. His mind was filled with his understanding of the ice condensation palm technique, as clear as if it were engraved on it. Those knowledge points and force-generating techniques were more thorough than what he had figured out after 7 years of practice, as if he had been studying this technique for decades. What's even more outrageous is that not only does this contain the method to break through the 4th level that he's been stuck on for a long time, but also the tricks to the 5th, 6th, all the way to the 9th level are all in his mind. Chui Longkai's pupils suddenly shrank, and he screamed in his heart, "Oh my God! My enlightenment, has it reached the 9th level directly?" He was completely shocked, with only one thought in his mind, it was the company commander. Could this be the legendary enlightenment? Boom! Before he could think about it, a breath of breakthrough suddenly exploded from him. Previously, he was stuck at the 4th level of the ice condensation palm technique and had not been able to advance to the 3rd grade true spirit realm. Now that the bottleneck is gone, the signs of a breakthrough are frighteningly strong. Chui Longkai didn't bother to explain to his comrades and ran towards his tent, fearing that he would miss the opportunity to break through. His comrades were all confused. Huh? What happened? Why did Lao Chui suddenly run away? Someone with sharp eyes immediately shouted out, "Didn't you see? Lao Wang is about to break through. His aura is different." Another person's eyes widened. What? Just because the company commander glanced at him? This is too incredible. Everyone was excited, shouting, "Wow! This is incredible! Can one person break through with just one look?" Someone rushed directly to find Wu Ming, shouting as he ran, "Company commander! Please look at me too. I want to break through too. The captain's eyes are amazing. Could it be that it is the gazing of the technique?" For a moment, the soldiers rushed to find Wu Ming, wishing that the company commander would look at them for confirmation. At this time, Wu Ming was in Ma Jinzhou's tent. He had been gone for 49 days and had to report to his old boss when he came back. As soon as Ma Jinzhou saw Wu Ming, he was shocked on the spot, his eyes widened, and he almost dropped the teacup in his hand. In the past, Wu Ming was at the 5th level of the true spirit realm, and Ma Jinzhou was at the 5th level of the heroic spirit realm, 2 realms higher than him, and could easily see through Wu Ming's background. But when they met again this time, Ma Jinzhou found that he could not see through Wu Ming, and could not even sense the slightest aura from him. But Wu Ming was clearly standing in front of him, a living person. This contrast almost made Ma Jinzhou doubt his life. Ma Jinzhou's voice trembled with excitement as he quickly asked, "Great! Great! Wu Ming, what realm are you in now? Tell me." Wu Ming smiled and replied, "9th grade true spirit realm, Uncle Ma." When Ma Jinzhou heard this, the corners of his mouth twitched and the teacup in his hand hit the table with a clang. This is too outrageous. In just over 40 days, he rushed from the 5th grade true spirit realm to the 9th grade true spirit realm. Who would believe this speed? It was simply shocking. Ma Jinzhou kept muttering in his heart, "Zhang Yawine is really strong, and Wu Ming is not an ordinary person either." The combination of these 2 strong men created such a monster. Wu Ming couldn't help laughing when he saw Ma Jinzhou's shocked expression. No matter what, the 9th level of the true spirit realm gave him a lot more confidence. Now, although he doesn't know if he can fight against the monsters head-on, after all, the 9th level of the true spirit realm corresponds to the 9th level of the monster beasts of the demon race, which is still 1 level lower than the monsters, but at least it is much easier to deal with than before, and he doesn't have to fight hard like before. You know, when Wu Ming was only at the 4th level of the true spirit realm, he was able to attack opponents at the 8th level of the true spirit realm. His strength was outrageous. But there is a huge gap between the true spirit realm and the mysterious spirit realm, and he is not sure whether he can defeat a 1st level demon now that he is in the 9th level true spirit realm. The first level demon corresponds to the first level Xianling realm of the human race. However, the more uncertain he was, the more itchy Wu Ming felt. He wanted to find a demon to try his hand immediately and was eager to give it a try. After coming out of Ma Jinzhou's tent, Wu Ming originally planned to go to Wanlaheshan to investigate the situation, but he was surrounded by his own soldiers as soon as he went out. A group of people surrounded him, pleading with each other, "Company commander, please look at me too. Captain, I've just reached the first level of the true spirit realm, and I've also hit a bottleneck. I've been stuck at the second level for a long time, and I want to break through. Just a quick look will be enough. It won't take up too much of the captain's time. Eye contact, for confirmation. Captain, I need your gaze." When Wu Ming saw this scene, he immediately understood that the news of Cui Longkai's breakthrough must have spread. This enlightenment ability was unlocked when he broke through from the 4th level of the true spirit realm to the 5th level. He can use the power of his mind to directly instill his understanding of the skills into others. "I just tried it on Cui Longkai and it worked pretty well. I didn't expect that I would be targeted by these guys so soon." Wu Ming was so frustrated that he waved his hands helplessly. All right, stop crowding around. Hand over all the techniques you've practiced. I'll go back and study them. I'll look at you once I've thoroughly studied them." When the soldiers heard this, they were immediately happy and stuffed their martial arts jade slips into Wu Ming's hands, fearing that he would be a step slower. There are now more than 90 people in the recruit company, including wind, thunder, light, darkness, gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Except for the space system, all the other 10 major systems are complete, with all kinds of attributes. Fortunately, soldiers with the same attributes practiced many of the same skills, which saved Wu Ming a lot of effort as he didn't have to study each book from scratch. Back in his tent, Wu Ming spread out more than 30 manuals on the table. Most of them were made of jade slips, bamboo slips, or parchment, and many were treasures dug out from ancient ruins. He had an idea at a glance. The next second, the jade slips, bamboo slips, and parchment began to turn the pages by themselves, without Wu Ming having to do anything. Wu Ming sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. The powerful power of his mind spread out instantly, and he frantically deduced these exercises at an astonishing speed. He is like a supercomputer, using quantum algorithms to unlock secret messages. When Wu Ming taught Cui Longkai about the ice condensation palm technique during the day, that was just a trial run. Now is the time when he is at his peak. Gold, wood, water, fire, earth. He deduced the skills of the 9 major systems one by one and soon grasped the essence. Overnight, Wu Ming mastered all 36 techniques of the 9 systems to the 9th level, and knew every one of them by heart. After this series of deductions, Wu Ming himself also benefited a lot. His understanding of the major systems was further deepened, and he felt that his motivation had stabilized a lot. Mastering a large number of other exercises will also help you gain insights. Chapter 111: The Bloodthirsty Bull That Came to the Door. Early the next morning, the recruit company gathered on time. Except for Cui Longkai, who was still in seclusion for a breakthrough, everyone else was present and full of energy. Wu Ming stood in front of the team and said in a loud voice, "Everyone, stand at attention and sit down." The soldiers sat down in unison, their backs straight, their eyes full of anticipation, waiting for the company commander's enlightenment. Wu Ming didn't waste any time. He raised his hand and pointed at everyone. Invisible thoughts flew out and accurately penetrated into everyone's mind. The soldiers instantly entered the state, each of them closing their eyes with an expression of enlightenment on their faces, exactly the same as Cui Longkai before, completely oblivious to everything else. After everyone had understood the technique, Wu Ming moved his mind and a gentle force wrapped around them, sending them back to their tents one by one. After dealing with the matter of the recruit company, Wu Ming turned around and rushed to Wanli River and Mountain. He was still thinking about finding a demon to try his hand at. Once these veteran soldiers have broken through, the entire recruit company's martial arts realm will definitely leap to N levels, and their strength will be no less than that of the veteran company. As soon as we arrived at Wanlaheshan, we saw a bloodthirsty bull chasing and killing a human company. The people in that company were being chased back step by step and were about to be wiped out. Wu Ming's eyes turned cold, he raised his hand and sent a thought, and the people in the company disappeared and were sent back to the barracks, leaving only Wu Ming there. Wu Ming looked at the bloodthirsty bull in front of him and thought, "I came just in time." This creature is a first-level demon, 5 or 6 meters tall, with a human body and a bull's head. A pair of huge wings behind it flaps with a buzzing sound, and its speed and strength are very fierce. The bloodthirsty bull was stunned for a moment, not reacting to why the prey suddenly disappeared. It only stopped when it saw Wu Ming. It stared at Wu Ming and grinned fiercely, its voice hoarse and husky. You are Wu Ming? I have been searching for you for so long. I didn't expect you to show up on your own. It's like searching for something without any effort. This bloodthirsty bull just happened to accept the task of killing Wu Ming on the demon wall. He was worried that he couldn't find the person, but he didn't expect to have such good luck. Wu Ming's heart was calm. His mental power could cover 10,000 kilometers, even covering the 9th Independent Legion and the Demon's Mandrill Cave. He knew yesterday that this guy was going to cause trouble. So it was not a coincidence that he came to Wan Laheshan today. He came here specifically to wait for this bloodthirsty bull. The bloodthirsty bull didn't waste any words with Wu Ming. He raised the big spear in his hand and stabbed it towards Wu Ming fiercely with a whistling sound, trying to give him a chill to the heart. Wu Ming just raised his hand slightly, and the surrounding vegetation suddenly grew wildly. Vines and branches wrapped around it densely, and instantly wrapped the bloodthirsty bull with hundreds of layers, like a big dumpling. But the bloodthirsty bull was not a pushover. It roared angrily and burst out with powerful strength all over its body, trying to break free from the vines. Before it could break free, Wu Ming attacked again. A chill instantly enveloped the bloodthirsty bull, and with a crack, it was frozen into an ice sculpture. Immediately afterwards, the surrounding rocks began to move, rolling over with a rumbling sound, wrapping the ice sculpture in another layer, wrapping it tightly. Don't think that these plants, rocks, and hills are ordinary things. With the power of Wu Ming's will, they are harder than fine iron. It's not so easy to break free. The bloodthirsty bull in the ice sculpture became mad with rage and struggled frantically, and a crack soon appeared on the surface of the ice sculpture. The cracks became more and more numerous, spreading like a spider web. With a crisp crack, the ice sculptures, rocks and vines all exploded. The bloodthirsty bull rushed out in a panic, with broken ice and branches hanging on its body, its eyes full of anger. Obviously it was irritated. It flapped its wings, and its body was as fast as an arrow. Holding a huge spear, it rushed towards Wu Ming again, even faster than before. Wu Ming curled his lips and lightly stroked his finger. The ground under the bloodthirsty bull's feet suddenly cracked, and a bottomless abyss appeared in an instant, standing between the two of them like a chasm, so deep that no one could see the bottom. The bloodthirsty bull was so frightened that he flapped his wings and flew upwards, barely avoiding falling. His heart was about to jump out of his chest. Before it could steady itself, the sky suddenly darkened, and countless bolts of lightning rolled in the clouds. The crackling sound shook the mountains and forests. Wu Ming's mental power has been combined with various skills to change the environment of a small world. The next second, thousands of thunderbolts fell from the sky and hit the bloodthirsty bull accurately, making it scream and fly away again and again. The bloodthirsty bull became anxious, and swung his big spear violently. A huge shield of light covered his whole body. He resisted the bombardment of thunder with all his might, trying to hold on until the thunder ended. But Wu Ming would never give it a chance. Before the thunder stopped, two dragon roars suddenly resounded through the mountains and forests, shaking the leaves to the ground. A blazing fire dragon and a frost ice dragon emerged from the clouds, circled in the air, and swooped down towards the bloodthirsty bull with tremendous rage. Boom! The fire dragon spewed fire, the ice dragon sprayed ice, and the two extreme forces collided with the bloodthirsty bull's light shield. The sky collapsed and the earth cracked, even the void was shaking. The light shield shattered with a crack, and the bloodthirsty bull was smashed away like a broken sack, and the long spear in his hand broke into two pieces and fell to the ground with a clang. Before it could get up, a dazzling beam of light suddenly fell from the sky. It was as holy as the light in the sky, carrying the power to purify all evil, illuminating the entire forest. The bloodthirsty bull couldn't open its eyes because of the beam of light. Its skin felt as if it was burned by fire. Blood kept flowing from the corners of its mouth. It screamed in pain and struggled to get away. At this moment, the sound of a phoenix was heard. A phoenix arrow gleaming with golden light flashed like a meteor and accurately pierced the heart of the bloodthirsty bull. The bloodthirsty bull's body froze, and its life was completely frozen at this moment. Before it died, it stared at Wu Ming in horror, its eyes full of disbelief. It could never understand until its death how a human being could use so many means at the same time, including wood, ice, earth, thunder, fire, light, and archery, and almost use up all 10 major systems. This is not a human at all, it's a monster. In its final moments, it had only one thought in its mind: Wu Ming will become a grave threat to our demon race. If we don't get rid of him, we will suffer great disaster in the future. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the level 1 demon, the bloodthirsty bull, and obtaining 15,000 distribution points. As soon as the system notification sounded, Wu Ming raised an eyebrow. Wow. 15,000 for a level 1 demon? I only got 5,000 for killing a level 8 demon beast before, and now it's tripled. Are they really going to go that far? Although he was surprised, he was quite satisfied with the result. Before, I was wondering whether my 9th grade strength could beat up the monsters of higher levels, but now I see that the bloodthirsty bull that chased me around in a panic before is just like this. To be honest, he didn't even use his full strength. Alright, now you can build a bounty wall wherever you want. Whoever dares to take on the task of killing me in the future, I'll send him straight to hell. Wu Ming curled his lips, and the counterattack mode was officially activated. Chapter 112, Something is Wrong. As soon as the soul lamp of the bloodthirsty bull went out, the task it had accepted was immediately reviewed and the list of assassination of Wu Ming on the bounty wall appeared again. The demons in the mandrill cave surrounded the bounty wall and started to explode. Holy crap! Why is that bloodthirsty bull gone? Was he killed by someone? Who did it? So violently? Who knows? But the mission is back, brothers, hurry up and grab it. It's too late. Wait. Haven't you noticed? The mission to kill Wu Ming has been accepted again and again, and it seems that no one who took the job before has a good ending. Fuck. Now that you put it that way, it's true. The first black bear to take on the challenge had one of its paws broken. That black bear was lucky, the others are all dead. Hiss, it's terrifying when you think about it. This is probably just a coincidence, right? Coincidence is bullshit. Something must be wrong when things are out of the ordinary. Better be careful. There's a monster? Aren't we brothers monsters? Oh yeah, that should be when things are out of the ordinary, there must be someone responsible? Is there a demon? You've lost your mind. Are you talking nonsense? Stop nagging me. We're not afraid anyway. We'll take this mission. This time, a 3-person team took on the job. With 3 level 1 demons gathered together, they thought they had it figured out. 3 against 1, how can he get away? A guaranteed win. Amidst the cheers of a group of demons, the 3 of them went to find Wu Ming with their noses in the air and in a very arrogant manner. Wu Ming had deliberately released a trace of aura to wait for them, and soon he was surrounded by 3 demons. Wu Ming! Your life is over. One crocodile-headed demon unleashed its strongest attack, while the other 2 slowly sealed off the surrounding area, thinking to themselves, there's only one Wu Ming, so there's no need for 3 of us to attack him all at once. One to take action and the other to watch is more than enough. Wu Ming glanced at the attack and commented in his mind, well, it's about 10% to 20% stronger than the bloodthirsty bull before, not bad. Just as the devastating attack was about to hit him, Wu Ming suddenly made a great move in 1/1000th of a second. The terrifying attack was directly removed and accurately hit the duck-billed demon who was watching the show nearby. The duck-billed demon was blasted to the point of barely catching his breath. He pointed at his companion, trembling and speechless with anger, you dare to trick me. As soon as he finished speaking, he died with 2 crackling sounds. Second brother. What are you doing? The other 2-headed snake demon was confused. He didn't see the whole process and thought that the second brother had deliberately killed the eldest brother. Third brother. Listen to my explanation. It wasn't me. The second brother was about to cry, and he was also confused. Don't explain. Kill Wu Ming first. This time you keep an eye on him and don't let him run away. I'll do it. The third brother waved his hands impatiently. Okay. The second brother quickly agreed. Then the third brother gathered all his strength and delivered the strongest attack of his life. As a result, the next second, the second one was directly blown to a crisp on the outside and tender on the inside, with black smoke coming out of his body, and he was only hanging on with one breath. The second brother stared at the third brother in disbelief, yelling heartbreakingly, "Third brother! Why, are you messing with me? Did I affect your output?" After yelling, he died immediately without even giving the third brother a chance to explain. At this time, the third brother finally reacted and stared at Wu Ming with a look as if he had seen a ghost. It's you. It must be you who did it. It was so scared that it turned around and wanted to escape, but how could Wu Ming let it run away? The power of consciousness roared out directly, and the third brother's eyes were dull on the spot. The next second, he exploded with a bang. Ding! 45,000 allocation points have arrived. Although the eldest and second in command were not killed by Wu Ming himself, the system was very observant and directly put the blame on him. Cool. On the other side, in the Mandrill Cave, the soul lamps of the three demon groups went out one after another. The demons who had previously insisted that it was a coincidence were frightened silly on the spot. There's something wrong with this mission. There's something even more wrong with Wu Ming. At the same time, in the camp of Longhan's Second Army, Army Commander Huang Zhongqing was yelling into the phone, "I'll say it again. My soldiers are not to be used as guinea pigs. I will never approve this document. You'd better give up this idea." After hanging up the phone, Huang Zhongqing felt so angry that his chest felt tight. This matter was related to Wu Ming. In the previous battle, Wu Ming exposed his ability to teleport out of thin air. Once the news reached the Spacetime Administration, they went crazy, coming to ask for him every day, and even issued a transfer order, requiring Wu Ming to cooperate with the research unconditionally, and also using the slogan of benefiting the country and the people. But Huang Zhongqing rejected them all. The Spacetime Administration Bureau is the ace department of the human race. There are many Space Awakeners in the Bureau, and the formation talismans all come from there. It has a very high status. But Huang Zhongqing didn't dare let Wu Ming go. There was a scandal in the Spacetime Administration before. A gifted child was transferred there for research. Half a year later, he developed a hidden illness and became mentally confused. He was sent directly to a sanatorium. Such a promising talent was ruined. Afterwards, the Spacetime Administration issued a notice saying that research involves risks, expressed a few words of regret, and gave some compensation, and that was it. Wu Ming is so talented and has a bright future. Huang Zhongqing has to protect him both publicly and privately. But the Spacetime Administration is too powerful. Recently, not only have they joined forces with various parties to put pressure on the transfer of personnel, but even his immediate superior has come to urge him to do so, which has made Huang Zhongqing very worried. Well, Huang Zhongqing sighed, walked out of the tent, went to the independent 9th Legion through the teleportation array, and directly broke into Ma Jinzhou's tent. When Ma Jinzhou saw it was him, he immediately put down his work, stood at attention, and saluted, "Hey. Hello, Chief. What brings you here? Stop all this nonsense and get some wine out. I'm really upset today, have a couple of drinks with me." Huang Zhongqing sat down directly, his tone refusing to be refused. Ma Jinzhou said with a bitter face, "Commander, you can't drink alcohol in the barracks. Where can I find any alcohol here? Don't act like that. The 5-star sweet potato cake is in the cabinet in the corner of the office. You want me to get it myself, right?" Huang Zhongqing directly exposed him. Ma Jinzhou's old face flushed, and he chuckled, "Great. You're still very perceptive, Chief. This little trick can't be hidden from you. Just wait, I'll accompany you for a good drink today." As he said this, he quickly ordered the kitchen staff to prepare some food and wine, and soon the food and wine were on the table. Huang Zhongqing felt very upset and didn't eat any food. He just picked up the wine glass and drank it down. "Commander, what's bothering you? Talking it out will make you feel better." Seeing him like this, Ma Jinzhou couldn't help but ask. Alas, what else could it be? "It's about Wu Ming." Huang Zhongqing sighed whenever he mentioned it. "Wu Ming?" Ma Jinzhou immediately sat up straight. "Commander, what's wrong with Ming? What happened?" The Spacetime Administration wants to bring Wu Ming over to study his teleportation abilities. They've been asking for him every day. I've refused for several days, but they won't give up. You know how powerful the Spacetime Administration is. Now even my superiors are pressuring me to approve it. Huang Zhongqing frowned, feeling very worried. Spacetime Administration? Research? Ma Jinzhou exploded on the spot, slamming the table and standing up. They dare to move. Sit down. I know Wu Ming is your nephew. I will take care of this matter. Don't worry, I will definitely not let him go. Huang Zhongqing held him down. Chief, you have come this far, even your superiors are putting pressure on you, please don't hold on. Don't worry about this matter. Ma Jinzhou was anxious. If I don't care, who will? You? Huang Zhongqing cursed with a wry smile. I can't control it, but someone can. Ma Jinzhou's eyes lit up. You know Mingming's grandfather, right? Just based on Mingming's grandfather's achievements, who would dare to touch him? Even if Chenglong is not here now, Mingming still has many uncles around. My uncle is not capable, but his uncles are very capable. Chapter 113. The chief went to the arsenal. As he spoke, Ma Jinjiu took out his phone in front of Huang Zhongqing, opened a group called Hunter Assault, and sent a voice message directly. Is there anyone else in the group who is still breathing? Anyone wants to touch our nephew Wu Ming? As soon as the voice message was sent out, the group exploded. Fuck! Who is so bold? How dare they touch our nephew? Old Ma! Explain clearly. What happened? Is Mingming safe now? Is Mingming okay? Be sure to protect him. I'll be there right away. I'll be there soon. Whoever dares to touch him will be punished. Normally, people chat in the group by typing, but now they all use voice messages, and their speech speed is so fast that it can spit fire. Ma Jinjiu listened in front of Huang Zhongqing, who pricked up his ears and almost dropped his jaw in shock. Many of the voices here sound familiar, and they are all only heard on TV. These big guys are actually Wu Ming's uncles? Ma Jinjiu then replied in the group, Mingming is fine now, you don't need to come over, use this time to solve the problem first. It's the Space-Time Administration, they want to capture Mingming for research. As soon as these words came out, the group exploded even more, and the anger level was immediately maxed out. Damn! I was worried about this before. The Space-Time Administration is getting bolder, right? Is this bastard used to being spoiled? How dare he set his sights on our nephew? If I go to that police station, I'll definitely go insane. Stop arguing, old friends. I'll take care of this. What are you going to do? Can you calm me down? This time, we're all on our own, and I have to get involved. I agree. I won't tolerate anyone bullying my nephew. Isn't the Space-Time Administration awesome? Let's see who's more awesome, them or Mingming's uncle's army. Bang, bang, bang. Beat them. Old Zhang, don't be so irritable. Don't really tear down the Space-Time Administration. Hello? Lao Zhang? Speak. Hello, commanders. I'm Shaoli, Commander Zhang's guard. The commander just went to the armory to sharpen his sword. The group instantly fell silent, followed by a chorus of. Ma Jinjiu looked at his phone and smiled with a look of contentment. Huang Zhongqing next to him was completely stunned. Wu Ming's background was too scary. The Space-Time Administration is usually very arrogant, but this time they hit a wall and can only hope for the best. Commander, come on, let's continue drinking. Drink. You must drink. The two smiled at each other, and Huang Zhongqing finally put his worries aside and picked up his chopsticks to eat the food in big mouthfuls. Yuanan City, the top core city of Longhan Kingdom, has a higher strategic position than Chujiang City. The Space-Time Administration is located in the most prosperous area here. The entrance is heavily guarded and ordinary people are not even qualified to get close. After all, it is the country's ace department. At this moment, a man with a resolute figure and a domineering aura walked over. The guards at the door didn't even dare to stop him. They just stood at attention and saluted without even breathing. On the top floor of the Space-Time Administration, Xiao Konghai was staring at the computer in front of his desk. The screen played the images of Wu Ming teleporting out of thin air in a loop. His eyes were wide open, and his face was obsessed. Holy crap! This is amazing! This kid is not a space-based person, but he can actually break the shackles of traditional formations. Incredible! He smacked his lips as he watched, having already made up his mind, I must get this Wu Ming. I'll study him carefully. The knowledge of formations depends on him for a breakthrough. Xiao Konghai is very famous in Longhan country. He drew all the 4th-level teleportation main arrays in major cities. He is the head of the Space-Time Administration Bureau and the country's only 4th-level array master. He has so many titles that they can be wrapped around his neck 3 times. But at this moment, he was staring at the screen and cursing, damn Huang Zhongqing. He goes against me every day and delays my research progress. Just wait, from now on, the Longhan Second Army will never get a formation talisman from me. In his opinion, Huang Zhongqing was a fool. Wu Ming is amazing, but if he wasn't amazing, I wouldn't even care. I'm researching something that will benefit future generations. Using Wu Ming for such a great achievement is a huge win. If you can't even figure this out, how can you be the head of an army? Just as he was muttering, his disciple rushed in anxiously, Teacher. Something terrible has happened. The chief of the military is here. As soon as he finished speaking, the resolute man at the door pushed the door open and came in. Xiao Konghai's heart skipped a beat and he quickly put on a smile to greet the man. However, he was scolded the next second. He was like a quail the whole time and didn't even dare to raise his head. Even after the man left, Xiao Konghai was still terrified. Oh my god. Wu Ming's backing is too strong, isn't it? Even the military headquarters came out to protect him. Before he could recover, another disciple came running in. Teacher, the chief disciplinary officer is here. Xiao Konghai's heart trembled. Don't. Are you here for Wu Ming too? What you fear will come true. He was scolded again. Xiao Konghai was completely stunned. We just want to study Wu Ming, why is there such a big fuss? Just as this wave ended, the disciple rushed in for the third time. Teacher, always. Stop. Don't say this word to me. My legs go weak just hearing it now. Xiao Konghai quickly reached out to interrupt. If anyone else comes, just let them come in and scold me. I can handle it. Yes. The disciple responded obediently and opened the door directly. As a result, the scolding never stopped. The people who came seemed to have made an appointment, coming one after another, and they were all from different departments. No matter how domineering Xiao Konghai was, he knew that the space-time administration was under the control of the state, and everyone who came was a big shot who could control him. He could only take the scolding obediently and didn't even dare to fart. In the end, he was almost numb to the scolding. When the disciple ran in for the fourth time, Xiao Konghai asked weakly, "What's the general message this time?" "Teacher, this time it's not always dot." The disciple's voice trembled. Xiao Konghai breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to complain about his disciple making a fuss, he heard the disciple add, It starts with dot. As soon as the word special came out, Xiao Konghai was so scared that he slid off the chair. The next second, a man with a big knife on his back and the gait of a dragon and a tiger walked in. As the terrifying aura from his body dissipated, Xiao Konghai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him and he couldn't breathe. The man grabbed him by the collar, his eyes murderous. "Just like you want to study my nephew? Who gave you the guts to do that?" Xiao Konghai was so frightened that he peed himself on the spot and begged for mercy repeatedly. "Big commander. I was wrong. I really know I was wrong. I won't dare to do it again. If you dare to touch my nephew, you should know the consequences. If you are wrong, you must apologize. You must apologize to my nephew in person." The man with the big knife said in an unquestionable tone. "Understood. I'll be there right away. I'll definitely apologize." Xiao Konghai nodded his head like pounding garlic. After much persuasion, Xiao Konghai did not dare to delay for a moment and asked his disciples to prepare valuable gifts and rush to the Longhan's second army. At this moment, Huang Zhongqing had just finished drinking and was humming a little tune as he returned to the tent. Before he could even sit down, he heard someone outside howling, "Oh, Brother Huang! My good brother! I'm here to apologize to you." Xiao Konghai rushed in shouting. Normally, when the head of the space-time administration and the country's only fourth-level formation master came to visit, Huang Zhongqing would definitely give him a grand welcome. But now, his face was stern and he asked unhappily, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Konghai quickly stepped forward and admitted his mistake with a bitter face. "Brother Huang, I was wrong. I was confused before and shouldn't have set my sights on Wu Ming. I'm here to apologize to you." Huang Zhongqing glanced at him and deliberately made things difficult. "You are not sincere." "Yes. Must have." Xiao Konghai quickly took out a storage bag and said, "Brother Huang, look. 1,000 first-level defense array talismans, 1,000 first-level teleportation array talismans. Is this sincerity enough?" Huang Zhongqing remained calm on the surface, but he was already beaming with joy in his heart. "Wow! Each major army group only has a limited monthly quota of formation talismans. Getting an extra one is harder than climbing to the sky, and they're incredibly expensive. Yet, Xiao Konghai actually came up with 2,000 at once. He's really splashed out the cash." He calmly collected the formation talisman, and his expression softened a little. "Old Xiao, I'm not saying anything bad about you, but don't do such stupid things next time. You've hit a wall this time, haven't you?" Xiao Konghai said with a sad face, "Brother Huang, you have caused me so much trouble. If you had told me earlier that Wu Ming has a strong backer, I wouldn't have to endure so much criticism." "That's not true." Huang Zhongqing waved his hand. "First, I kept rejecting you because I wanted to help you avoid going astray. Second, I only realized later how powerful Wu Ming's uncle army was. How do you know? Xiao Konghai asked curiously. Hey, Wu Ming has an uncle who works in our Longhan Second Army. Huang Zhongqing downplayed it. Chapter 114. The Spacetime Administration has arrived. As soon as he heard Wu Ming's uncle, Xiao Konghai felt scared and the shadow area was immediately filled up. Coincidentally, Ma Jinzhou heard that someone from the Spacetime Administration was coming, so he came over to take a look. When Xiao Konghai heard that he was Wu Ming's uncle, he panicked on the spot, hurried forward to shake hands and apologize, and forced a third-level defense array talisman on Ma Jinzhou. Definitely good stuff. The third-level formation talisman was priced at 2 million contribution points in the exhibition hall, and ordinary people couldn't get it at all. In terms of rank, Xiao Konghai is several levels higher than Ma Jinzhou, but now his attitude is very respectful, and he apologizes and gives gifts. Ma Jinzhou originally wanted to complain a few words, but he was too embarrassed to speak. Then, Xiao Konghai asked again, "Is Wu Xiaoyu here? I have to apologize to him in person." Huang Zhongqing and Ma Jinzhou looked at each other and were happy in their hearts. No matter whether they were there or not, they had to call the people over. They had already taken the benefits, so how could the parties involved be left out? I'm going to call Mingming. Ma Jinzhou went out after he finished speaking and made a direct call. Stinky boy, hurry back to the military headquarters. There's something good going on. After saying that, he hung up without giving Wu Ming a chance to refuse. Wu Ming is currently killing monsters in Wanli Mountains and rivers. Without Xiangya wine, he can only earn distribution points by killing monsters, but the points given by the monsters are too few, and he is feeling depressed. After receiving the call, he smiled bitterly and said, "Uncle Ma has already asked me to reply. How can I not reply?" Fortunately, his mental power could now cover 10,000 kilometers, and he returned to the military headquarters with just a thought. Report! Wu Ming shouted outside the tent. Come in. Huang Zhongqing's voice came. Wu Ming pushed the door open and went in. In fact, he had already scanned the tent with his spiritual sense. In the tent were Huang Zhongqing, Ma Bo, and an old man with gray hair and beard who looked unfamiliar. Wu Ming, let me introduce you. Huang Zhongqing pointed at the old man and said, "This is Xiao Konghai from the Spacetime Administration. He is the only fourth-level array master in Longhan country. He created the main teleportation arrays in all major cities." Xiao Konghai felt grateful. Huang Zhongqing was really good at dealing with things. He praised me first so that the apology would go more smoothly later. The teleportation array is the lifeline of the country, and the fourth-level teleportation array is the key to connecting major cities. Wu Ming immediately stood in awe, looking at Xiao Konghai's Lieutenant General's epaulets, and saluted directly, "Hello, Chief." "Don't be so polite, my friend Wu." Xiao Konghai quickly waved his hands, looking guilty. "Actually, I'm here to apologize. I saw you could teleport, and I was obsessed with researching it. Later, I was taught a lesson by everyone, and I realized my mistake. Fortunately, I didn't make a big mistake." As soon as the word research came out, Wu Ming's brows frowned instantly, and his impression of Xiao Konghai dropped by 50%. Xiao Konghai noticed something was wrong and quickly corrected himself. No. I said it wrong. It's not research. It's communication. Oh no, it's asking for advice. My dear Wu, please don't take it to heart. This is a little gift from me, please accept it. As he spoke, he presented a jade array talisman with both hands. Huang Zhongqing and Ma Jinzhou's eyelids twitched. It was a jade talisman. The life-saving jade talisman that Ma Jinzhou bought for Wu Ming before was worth 12 million contribution points. This jade talisman must be more expensive. Xiao Konghai quickly explained, "This is a fourth-level defensive array talisman, capable of withstanding attacks from third-level demons. I truly acknowledge my mistake, and beg for your forgiveness, Mr. Wu. You know, the fourth-level defense array talisman is simply a top-level life-saving artifact for the true spirit realm." Wu Ming's eyes suddenly lit up. This apology was sincere and genuine. Before, he wanted to treat himself as a research subject, but now his attitude is so serious all of a sudden. Wu Ming knew it with his toes, he must have pissed off the uncles. However, Xiao Konghai was a senior who had made great contributions to the country. Even if Wu Ming was a little angry, he couldn't go too far. In addition, Uncle Ma next to him kept winking at him, which clearly meant, "Quit while you're ahead." All right. Take the formation talisman and let this matter be over. Suddenly, there was harmony in the tent and everyone was happy. This was Wu Ming's first time meeting a formation master, and he found it quite novel, so he asked a few more questions. Senior Xiao, formation masters are so powerful, and teleportation arrays, defense arrays, and life-saving talismans are so valuable, why don't you lower the price and promote them? If the soldiers on the front lines were equipped with them, wouldn't casualties be reduced by half? The current prices are simply prohibitive. No matter how powerful the trump card is, it's useless if you can't use it. He paused, then added, also, the legions are fighting in the heart of the demonic land. It's like defending an isolated island, subject to daily raids. Since there's a defensive formation, why not give each legion a large one? The same goes for cities. Surrounding them with a defensive formation would be much safer. Xiao Konghai's face flushed, and he sighed as he explained, Friend Wu, it's not that we don't want to promote it, it's just that we're too short-staffed in the space department. Formations are so mysterious and complex, and training a formation master is slower than boiling old soup. I'm 69 years old this year, and I've been studying formations for over 50 years, and I've only just reached the 4th level. The large-scale defensive formation you mentioned, protecting the army and the city, is also our long-cherished wish, but this problem has not been solved yet. Level 4 is already the ceiling of the current formation. Plus, a defensive array is much more difficult to build than a teleportation array. A level 4 teleportation array can travel 10,000 kilometers, while a level 4 defensive array can only cover 10 kilometers at most. It can't even cover a military district, let alone withstand the attack of a level 1 demon king. The front lines are swarming with level 1 demon kings, so setting up this defensive array is like making a mess of paper. It's pointless. Wu Ming was stunned. So difficult? Huang Zhongqing nodded in agreement. That's right. Not only is it difficult, but there are very few space awakeners. Every formation master is a treasure of the country. Ma Jinjiu added harshly, let me tell you something more direct. You know there's an assassination list on the demon bounty wall, right? Senior Xiao is listed right there. Wu Ming's eyelids twitched. Wow. Being on the demon assassination list, on the other hand, is also on the human race's merit list. The previous unpleasantness disappeared in an instant, and the look he gave Xiao Konghai was full of admiration. So what did you want to learn from me before? Feel free to tell me. If I can be of help, I will definitely help. Wu Ming took the initiative to speak. Xiao Konghai was frightened on the spot, thinking that he was going to bring up old scores, and quickly waved his hands. No. Not research. Exchange. Oh, no, ask for advice. We have reconciled. It's okay, you can speak boldly. Promoting the formation can save our brothers from bleeding. This is a good thing. Wu Ming said seriously. Xiao Konghai was stunned for a moment, then his voice trembled with excitement. On behalf of the Space-Time Administration and the country, thank you. Actually, I just want to ask, how did you achieve that teleportation? According to the theory of formations, there must be at least 3 parts, the formation base, the formation symbol, and the formation source. Your teleportation seems to have completely overturned the existing system. I'm not a formation master and don't understand the theory, but I can demonstrate it to you. As for how much you can understand, it depends on your ability. Wu Ming said. Xiao Konghai slapped his thigh excitedly. Great. Let me open my eyes. However, Wu Ming knew clearly that his teleportation was a combination of mental power and space, which was different from the formation, so it would probably be useless to demonstrate it. There happened to be a level 1 defensive array talisman on Huang Zhongqing's desk. He stretched out his hand and hooked it, and the array talisman floated into his hand. Let me demonstrate with this. Please wait a moment while I study it first. As he spoke, he gestured with his fingers to form the symbols of the formation, and his movements were quite clumsy. Xiao Konghai, Huang Zhongqing, and Ma Jinjiu looked at each other. Formation talismans are mysterious and complicated. It took Xiao Konghai 3 years to master the first-level defense formation talisman. Wu Ming actually wants to study it on the spot? Is this because a newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger, or is it because he is too confident? All 3 of them were prepared for a protracted battle. Huang Zhongqing asked Xiao Konghai to sit down and have tea. Ma Jinjiu was more casual and just found a stool to sit on. Only Wu Ming stood in the middle, holding the formation talisman and pondering it carefully. The array symbol is engraved with dense symbols. It looks messy but hides the laws of time and space. There are hundreds of millions of tiny symbols in an area the size of a palm. Each point contains the laws of nature and even hides the mysteries of the universe. It makes people dizzy just looking at it. Wu Ming used his mind power to wrap the array symbol, and an extremely complex image was directly printed in his sea of consciousness and infinitely magnified. Every detail could be seen clearly. Starting from a symbol, he quickly deduced it. Chapter 115 Void Formation. Time passed minute by minute, and in the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. Previously, when Wu Ming was studying other martial arts, he could finish 20 or 30 books in an hour, but this time he was studying the first-level defense formation and spent a whole hour concentrating on it. Xiao Konghai and his friends drank several pots of tea and went to the toilet 3 times before they finally heard some movement. Wu Ming pointed his finger into the air, and the first formation symbol appeared out of thin air. Then came the second, the third, and like building blocks, the densely packed symbols spread madly, soon covering 1 meter, 10 meters, 100 meters, 500 meters, 1,000 meters. Although he was a little awkward at the beginning, Wu Ming's speed became faster and faster. His whole body was suspended in the air, and the area of 1,000 meters became his canvas. He added a few strokes from time to time. It seemed that there was no method, but in fact he had his own skills. Until the last breath, the 1 kilometer-long symbol canvas suddenly lit up with brilliance, radiated outward violently, and directly covered the entire military area. After a while, the light gradually disappeared, but the aura of the formation remained. Xiao Konghai stared with his eyes wide open, muttering to himself, "Unbelievable. This is simply amazing." Huang Zhongqing and Ma Jinjiu were also dumbfounded and could not believe what they saw. Wu Ming landed and said casually, "It's okay. I have fulfilled my mission." "Mingming, it's the same first-level defense formation, but others can only cover 3 meters, how come yours covers the entire military district?" Ma Jinjiu couldn't help asking. Xiao Konghai was so excited that he almost jumped up, rushing to explain, "Don't ask if you don't understand." Although Wu Xiaoyu is studying with a first-level array talisman, he carved out a 4th-level defense array. And it's a void array. A void array. This is a skill that even I haven't even touched the threshold of. Ma Jinjiu was immediately shocked and said in his heart, "Wow. Learning level 4 by following level 1, this brat is too good." "Uncle Ma, reduce your strength to that of a first-grade heroic spirit and give it a try," Wu Ming suggested. "Good." Ma Jinjiu responded, pressed forward on the spot, and punched the formation. The originally hidden formation suddenly appeared, like a layer of sky, and ripples appeared in the places where it was hit, but it was not broken at all. Xiao Konghai took a deep breath and shouted excitedly, "Use the 2nd grade. Quickly use the power of the 2nd grade heroic spirit." Ma Jinjiu improved his strength as instructed, and after 1 punch, the formation remained intact. 3rd rank, 4th rank, 5th rank. Ma Jinjiu can only reach the 5th rank at most. The formation in the void only vibrated slightly. Huang Zhongqing took over and increased the output 1 by 1 until he reached the 9th level of the heroic spirit realm. Then cracks appeared in the defense formation and it finally turned into fragments and dissipated into the air. Xiao Konghai, Huang Zhongqing, and Ma Jinjiu were completely stunned. Only Wu Ming frowned and shook his head. "The defensive effect is okay, but it's too slow. In this short time, the enemy can kill me thousands of times. I'm not very satisfied. I'll have to make some changes later." As soon as these words came out, Xiao Konghai almost vomited blood. "Are you still not satisfied? How are we formation masters supposed to survive? Did you gain anything?" Wu Ming looked at Xiao Konghai. Xiao Konghai nodded his head like crazy, his words barely comprehensible due to his excitement. "Yes. Absolutely. You've opened the door to a new world for me." As he said this, he suddenly wanted to bow and salute. "Teacher, please accept my greeting." Lao Xiao, this won't do. It's not appropriate." Huang Zhongqing quickly stopped him. "Why not? There is no age limit in learning, the one who is more accomplished is the teacher. Mr. Wu's attainments in formation are already ahead of the times. Although I am known as the most powerful formation master in Longhan country, I am just a younger brother compared to him. He is definitely worthy of the title of teacher," Xiao Konghai said with his neck stiff. Then he looked at Wu Ming eagerly, rubbing his hands and asking, "Teacher, I'm a little slow-witted. I want to stay with you and study for a few more days. Is that okay with you?" Being stared at with such expectation by a white-haired old man, Wu Ming didn't know how to refuse and could only helplessly say, "Please call me by my name. Calling me teacher is too awkward. You can come whenever you want, but let me be frank. Your name is on the assassination list, and I can't guarantee your safety. Besides, I spend most of my time killing monsters in the wild, so I don't have much time to communicate with you in the camp. Okay. That's enough. Thank you so much, Mr. Wu. Xiao Konghai was grateful and turned around and ran away. Huang Zhongqing called out to him, "Where are you going? Pack your bags. Move in today." Xiao Konghai's voice came from outside the door. He was definitely impatient. Later, Ma Jinzhou and Wu Ming did not stay in the military headquarters for long and returned to the independent Ninth Corps. The 4th-level defense array talisman that Xiao Konghai had given to Wu Ming was originally useful, but now that he could carve a more powerful defense array himself, this talisman was a bit redundant. Wu Ming wanted to give the formation talisman to Ma Bo, but Ma Jinzhou refused to accept it no matter what. As a result, Wu Ming said, "Then I will demonstrate to you a more powerful defensive formation again." Ma Jinzhou immediately gave in and had to accept it. After delivering the formation talisman, Wu Ming turned around and went to the wild to kill monsters and earn distribution points, leaving Ma Jinzhou looking at the formation talisman with joy. Looking at Wu Ming's back as he left, Ma Jinzhou felt mixed emotions. He had given him a life-saving talisman, but what Wu Ming gave him in return was 1,000 times more than what he had received. After separating from Ma Jinzhou, Wu Ming did not go to Wanlaheshan. He was thinking about one thing in his mind, the defensive formation. Being able to withstand the attacks of 9th-grade heroic spirits, this level of defense is indeed very useful to him now, but the speed of its application is too slow. It would be perfect if it could be as instant as teleportation. So in Wu Ming's eyes, this defensive formation still has major problems and needs to be further studied. How could he know that, under normal circumstances, a formation master would have to work non-stop for a month to carve a 4th-level defense array covering 10 kilometers? As a result, he only took 10 minutes to carve it and still thought it was too slow. No wonder Xiao Konghai almost vomited blood before. Speaking of Xiao Konghai, the old man returned to the space-time administration in a hurry and immediately called everyone to a meeting. He arranged the affairs of the bureau clearly and said that he had found many shortcomings and had to go for further study. Subsequent matters could be handled by the executive deputy director, leaving behind a room full of confused subordinates. Our Space-Time Administration Bureau is already the ceiling of the Longhan Kingdom's formation world. Where else can you go for further training? As soon as Xiao Konghai left, a team of 10 people composed entirely of heroic spirit realm warriors automatically followed. These are the elite guards of the Space-Time Administration. After all, formation masters are national treasures, and the 4th-level formation master Xiao Konghai is the top priority. Their personal safety must not be ambiguous. As a result, Xiao Konghai arrived at the Longhan 2nd Army Group, headed straight for the independent 9th Corps, and was finally stationed in the recruit company. The 10 elite guards who followed him were all dumbfounded. Why was such a great master of formations coming to join in the fun in the new recruit company? My dear comrades, my name is Xiao Konghai. I'm new here. Please give me your guidance. As soon as Xiao Konghai entered the recruit company, he completely put down his airs. It seemed that he planned to stay there for a long time, and he wanted to integrate into the group right away. The recruits were stunned. Are there any new recruits arriving at this time? It's true that our Lian is a popular figure, but isn't this guy too old? He could be a grandfather. I'm afraid it wasn't squeezed in through connections? Are we planning to improve the food and hire a chef? Don't guess blindly. Grandpa, since you are here, we are brothers. Come and sit down. Chui Longkai was straightforward and took the lead in greeting. Good boy. Just for what you said, I'll give you this formation talisman. Xiao Konghai waved his hand and handed over a formation talisman directly. Chui Longkai was stunned on the spot, and the whole company was also confused. Just giving away the formation talisman when there was a disagreement? This might be a hidden boss. Chapter 116, they are all professional pretenders. You know, the people in the recruit company can't even see the gatekeepers, let alone come into contact with the top leaders of the Space-Time Administration. Moreover, the formation masters are usually absorbed in research and rarely show up in public. It is normal that they don't know Xiao Konghai. After realizing what was happening, the recruit company was in an uproar. Old Shui, you've made a killing. Come on, Lao Xiao, right? Sit here with me. I have some sunflower seeds here, try some. Warmly welcome new comrades. Applause. Everyone is great. One formation talisman per person. Xiao Konghai is full of heroic spirit. After a brief silence, the entire company was completely blown away. Awesome! I recognize this old brother. He's so generous, he's a true brother. Brother Lao Xiao, can we call you that from now on? Of course. Chui Longkai put his arm around Xiao Konghai's shoulders and asked enthusiastically, Old Xiao, what did you do before? Why did you join the army at such an old age? I used to work in the space-time administration. Xiao Konghai answered truthfully. Holy crap! You're so good, Lao Xiao. You worked in the space-time administration. What did you do there? Cook or sweep the floor? I didn't expect the space-time administration to treat employees so well that even low-level employees can get so many array talismans. Chui Longkai was amazed. Xiao Konghai said calmly, I am the director. Director? Director? As soon as these words were spoken, the entire company fell into silence. Chui Longkai's hand around Xiao Konghai's shoulder froze, his voice trembled, and his face turned green with fear. He actually put his arm around the director of the Space-Time Administration Bureau's shoulder? Seeing this, Xiao Konghai smiled and patted his hands. Don't be afraid, little brother. I came to the recruit company to be a comrade with you. This time I am here to learn things from Wu Xiaoyu. Strictly speaking, I am also a newcomer. Is this really possible? Chui Longkai still couldn't recover. Of course. Xiao Konghai laughed. Phew, I'm so scared. So should I call Director Xiao? Just call me Lao Xiao. Old Xiao, is this also okay? Chui Longkai was broad-minded and let go in a flash. The other recruits looked very upset. He is a big boss, and you really treat him like a newcomer? But then they found that Xiao Konghai was really humble. After a while, everyone relaxed completely and surrounded him to ask questions. Mr. Xiao, thank you for the formation talisman. Mr. Xiao, you are a national hero. Can I take a photo with you? No problem. Xiao Konghai accepted everyone who came to him, and with the help of the formation talisman offensive, he became one with the new recruits in minutes. The new recruits took group photos and immediately started showing off in fancy ways. Family groups, classmates groups, moments, Weibo, all possible platforms must be used to post. The members of the awesome company are all professionals in showing off. At first, the reactions of relatives and friends were similar. Who is this old man in the photo? How come you are so old? Is the front line so short of manpower? Are they going to mobilize the reserve veterans? Son, your grandfather just looked at your company's photo and quietly went back to training? The new recruits replied proudly, this is our new company member. His status is just so-so. Does the Space-Time Administration know him? He's the director. Stop bragging, you little brat. The director of the Space-Time Administration? He's so noble, how could he go to the recruit company and hang out with you? I don't believe you. Until someone checked online and was shocked, holy crap. It's really Xiao Konghai. Mr. Xiao from the Space-Time Administration. If you don't believe me, compare it with photos from all angles online. It's absolutely authentic. I'm so dumbfounded. That's the elusive and elusive figure of Longhan country. Son, you're awesome. I'll print this photo right away and put it in the most conspicuous place in the house. It'll be so impressive. If I become friends with Mr. Xiao, can I get a discount on the array talisman? Bye. Don't make a fuss. We'll give one to everyone as soon as they come. Woo woo woo. Are you guys still recruiting for that new recruit company? The recruits put away their phones with great pride. It was not the first time for them to show off, but this was the first time they showed off so fully and with such a sense of accomplishment. At this moment, a light curtain suddenly spread out, from 10 meters to 100 meters and then to 1,000 meters, quickly covering the entire company of recruits, and it was still expanding. If you magnify the light curtain 10,000 times, you can see that it is covered with densely packed and orderly arranged array symbols. The recruits didn't know what was going on, but Xiao Konghai instantly became alert. He grabbed a notebook and pen and rushed out. He stared at the formation and took notes excitedly, afraid of missing a single detail. Wu Ming studied it in the tent for a long time and did some simple tests. This time the speed was a bit faster, and it could be controlled within 7.5 minutes, but he was still not satisfied. He wanted it to be instant. The battlefield changes rapidly, and even instantaneous firing may not be absolutely safe. Even a second of delay may cause an accident. For the next 2 days, Wu Ming stayed in the recruit company, setting up the defensive formation over and over again, while Xiao Konghai followed beside him, fascinated by the study. The more Xiao Konghai studied, the more shocked he was. Wu Ming's defensive formation starting point was completely different from the existing formation theory. It was simply unique and ingenious. What kind of wisdom does it take to come up with so many wonderful ideas? Wu Ming was completely immersed in his research and worked tirelessly. What Xiao Konghai gained in the past 2 days was more than what he had comprehended in the past 20 years. This was completely different level, a whole new world of formations. 2 days later, Wu Ming was finally satisfied. Now, with just a thought, the 4th level defense array could cover an area of 10 kilometers around it. Moreover, the defense strength far exceeded that of an ordinary 4th level array and could withstand the full force attack of a 9th grade heroic spirit. This life-saving method has been upgraded to several levels, and he is more confident. Coming out of the tent, Wu Ming saw Xiao Konghai running towards him excitedly, holding a stack of books. My dear Wu, you are truly a rare genius in formations. Your future achievements in the field of formations will be limitless. Take these books and read them when you have time. Wu Ming took a look at it and found it was full of practical information on formations, complete analysis of formation diagrams, essentials of defensive formations, 36 examples of teleportation formations, detailed explanation of runes. He had long known that formations were a gold mine and was just about to dig deeper. These books arrived at the perfect time. Thank you, Mr. Xiao. I will return it to you as soon as I finish reading it. Wu Ming said. His willpower was constantly covering the surroundings. He had observed all of Xiao Konghai's research over the past 2 days, even deliberately slowing down several times to help him record it. He then casually asked, "How have you been progressing these past 2 days?" Xiao Konghai rubbed his hands excitedly. What a harvest! Although I can't reach your level of astonishment, I have already mastered the void array carving. My speed has increased a lot. Now I have no problem carving the 1st level array talisman. That's good, keep up the good work. Wu Ming smiled. Xiao Konghai also grinned, but the next second, Wu Ming disappeared out of thin air. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at Wanli River and Mountain. He was not worried about Xiao Konghai's safety because he had already discovered the heroic spirit Realm Guard team. As soon as he arrived at Wanlaheshan, he teleported a 1st level demon from the Mandrill Cave. This is another unlucky guy who accepted the task of killing Wu Ming. Although no one who accepted the mission before had a good ending, there are always idiots, and the one in front of us is one of them. For Wu Ming, these demons who accepted the mission would have only one fate: whoever came would die. This demon covered in scales had just been teleported from the Mandrill Cave to an unfamiliar place. He was a little panicked at first, but when he saw Wu Ming, he immediately stopped worrying. Isn't this a perfect ally? God is really helping me. It immediately launched a terrifying attack, sending rocks flying through the air and filling the sky with dust. It gloated inwardly, that Wu Ming brat must be dead. They said he was so powerful before, but I think it was all just bullshit. Once I kill him and come back, I'm sure he'll be boasting about it for half a year. As a result, when the smoke and dust cleared, Wu Ming was standing there intact, not even a strand of his hair was messed up. The defensive formation blocked all attacks. The demon panicked on the spot. He was able to neutralize my fatal attack so calmly. My mind frantically shouted run, but how could I escape? He was knocked down by Wu Ming in a few seconds. Inside the Mandrill Cave, another soul lamp went out. Chapter 117: The Evil Mission Curse. Wu Ming's mission is now completely under the radar on the bounty wall, mainly because it's so outrageous. No one who accepts it has a good ending. When this scaly armored demon took the job today, a bunch of demons watched the show, wanting to see if the rumors were true, but ended up watching its soul lamp go out. The Mandrill Cave instantly exploded. I told you. This rumor is true. Wu Ming is too weird, don't do anything stupid next time. Anyone named Wu Ming is not to be trifled with. I feel like crying. We strongly suggest that Wu Ming be moved to the assassination list. Stop causing us trouble by putting a bounty on the wall. Agree. It's a must. +1. This task, which was once a popular one, has completely turned into a hot potato, and the demons are scared at the sight of it. But this is not the end. In the end it turned into whoever proposes this task will be killed. It has left a psychological shadow on the demons. Not only the 1st level demons, but even the 2nd level demons cannot escape this curse. Why? Because Wu Ming wants to upgrade. Killing monsters will give you more points. You can just kill them anyway, and you can also deal with the ones who gave you the task at the same time, killing two birds with one stone. Wu Ming himself didn't know how much psychological pressure his actions caused to the demons. But he didn't eat all the monsters by himself. He killed the first level monsters himself and gave the second level monsters to Ma Bo for practice. Now the people in the Mandrill Cave are very taboo about the word Wu Ming, but there are still some young people who are ignorant. One day, several demons were drinking. One of them got drunk and started talking nonsense about Wu Ming. His companions were so frightened that they quickly covered his mouth and asked, "Don't you want to live anymore?" "What the hell am I afraid of?" "I told you. If you have the guts, Wu Ming, come and kill me." "Come on." The demon was so drunk that he boasted loudly and didn't take the taboo seriously at all. "Brother, you're done. While you're still alive, hurry up and find yourself a good place with good feng shui. Don't drink in your next life. Have a safe journey." As a result, that night, the demon's soul lamp went out, adding fuel to the fire to prove the evil mission curse. Now the demon king of the Mandrill Cave could no longer sit still. No matter how important the mission was, Wu Ming had to be eliminated. It first sent out a third-level demon, but the soul lamp went out. We sent another level 4 officer, but the lights were still off. The demons panicked even more. Who is Wu Ming? How many come and kill them all? He can't be the Wu Ming who has dominated the assassination list for 30 or 40 years? Just when everyone was waiting for the Demon King to send out more advanced demons, the Demon King stopped moving. He only sent a message: the demon tribe has made a big move recently. This is the key point. Don't lose too much for Wu Ming. When the big thing is done, he. "My lord, what's going on?" a demon asked curiously. "This is top secret. Don't ask too many questions, just be prepared for battle," the Demon King scolded. At this time, it stood on the top of the Mandrill Cave, first looking towards Chujiang City, then turned its big head and finally looked towards Fengling City. Obviously this big move is not simple. Time flies, and 3 days have passed in a flash. During these 3 days, Wu Ming spent most of his time killing monsters in Wanli River and Mountain, beheading countless monsters, including hundreds of demons. There are countless monsters in the monster tribe, so they don't feel bad about losing one. However, the monsters are equivalent to the strong men in the Xianling realm of the human race. The loss of more than 100 of them should be painful for the Mandrill Cave, but the Monster King has been enduring it. In its eyes, that big move was much more important than more than 100 demons in Wu Ming. The situation on the front line has also changed in these 3 days. Before, the two armies were facing each other and the situation was tense, but now the demon tribe has suddenly become quiet, not only in the Mandrill Cave, but also in other defense areas. The calm came too suddenly, and the soldiers on the front line did not feel relaxed, but became more nervous. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. The demon clan must be plotting a bigger conspiracy. The army immediately took full preparations and sent a large number of elite troops to conduct reconnaissance deep into the demon tribe's heartland. On this day, Wu Ming returned from Wanli River and Mountain, having killed only over 100 demons, which was the daily quota. But he came back because he was panicking. His sixth sense told him something was wrong, so he hurried back to the camp to report to Ma Bo. As a result, Ma Bo said that the situation was more serious than he thought. Not only our independent 9th Legion, but the demon tribes in other defense zones have also gone quiet. This is the prelude to a major action. The tense atmosphere on the front line quickly spread to the rear. All major cities were shrouded in shadows, and people were walking in a hurry, full of depression before the storm. Ming, this is a special period. The next battle will definitely be brutal. Mr. Xiao is no longer suitable to stay on the front line. I have advised him many times, but he just won't listen. I can only rely on you for this matter. Ma Jinjiu said. Don't worry, Uncle Ma, I'll find a way to get him transferred. Wu Ming agreed. The situation was tense, so he didn't delay any longer and quickly returned to the recruit company. Xiao Konghai was still in the tent, studying what he had learned from Wu Ming. The 10 heroic spirit realm guards outside also had serious expressions. Wu Ming walked over and saluted, and the guards returned the salute and led him into the tent. Wu Xiaoyu. You're here. Xiao Konghai was excited when he saw him and quickly asked him to sit down. Mr. Xiao, the situation on the front line is urgent. You are an important formation master of the country. It is too dangerous to stay here. You must leave immediately. Wu Ming went straight to the point. I'm no longer the strongest formation master, you are. Your Uncle Ma has come to me several times, but I won't leave. I've gained more in the past few days than I have in 20 years of hard training. Listening to your words is truly worth 10 years of reading. Xiao Konghai waved his hands anxiously. If you want to research, you can go back to the Space-Time Administration and do the same. Wu Ming did not give Xiao Konghai a chance to refute. He stared at him with his eyes and engraved the idea of the enhanced defense formation into his mind. Xiao Konghai was stunned on the spot. The huge amount of information made him immersed in it. Please send Mr. Xiao back to the Space-Time Administration. Wu Ming said to the guards outside. Thank you, Mr. Wu. The guards had long felt that something was wrong, and their attempts to persuade Xiao Konghai were useless. Now they could finally send him away. After seeing Xiao Konghai off, Wu Ming also set off. The military sent elite reconnaissance, but he felt that he was better at this. Hiding his presence, becoming invisible, and reading memories are all his advantages. As soon as he arrived at Wanlaheshan, news of a demon from the Mandrill Cave came over. Wu Ming directly released his mental power and charged forward without reservation. Boom! The demon's eyes instantly blurred and his consciousness was shattered. After reading the memory, Wu Ming did not waste it and killed it, earning 15,000 distribution points. He knew from his memory that the demon tribe was indeed making a big move, but the demon king of the Mandrill Cave did not reveal the details, only saying that it was highly confidential. He captured a few more demons and got the same information. It seems that only the Demon King knows the inside story, but it takes a lot of effort for him to defeat a first-level demon, let alone the Demon King, who he cannot defeat at all. Wu Ming changed the location again and went to the defense zone of the 6th Legion to capture 2 first-level monsters, but still had no new gains. He only knew that he was always preparing for war. He did not give up and ran to Fengling City, Yuanan City and other places, but still did not get the key intelligence. Finally, he had to return to the independent 9th Corps and tell Ma Bo about the situation. It looks like a war is coming, possibly an unprecedented war. Ma Jinjiu sighed solemnly. 3 more days passed. Wu Ming did not go out during these 3 days. The entire Longhan Kingdom had entered a level 1 combat readiness state. Tens of millions of troops were stationed on the front line, and the logistics in the rear were also operating at full capacity. But the demon plan remains silent, without any overt action. The more this happens, the more dangerous it feels. Huang Zhongqing distributed the 2,000 formation talismans he had obtained from Xiao Konghai. Although they were not enough to cover the entire army group, any coverage was helpful. Chapter 118: The Demon Tribe's Conspiracy. One day, Wu Ming suddenly met a strange man in a gray robe in the wild. Do you know why I'm looking for you now? If you don't come, you might die in this disaster. The gray-robed man said slowly. Wu Ming's heart tightened, and he asked hurriedly, Can you explain clearly? What exactly is the demon race's conspiracy? Since you are a human, if the human race is facing a catastrophe, are you and the forces behind you going to stand by and watch? Ha ha ha. The gray-robed man smiled faintly and said, I'll tell you again, all living things are ants. Do you think we care about the life and death of ants? The Longhan people will definitely not be able to withstand this disaster. Wu Ming, I just want to ask you one question, will you follow me? If you go, you can live. If you stay, you will die. The gray-robed man spoke in a majestic tone, with unquestionable arrogance. Wu Ming refused without a second thought, Thank you for your kindness, but I'm not choosing to stay, I have no intention of going with you at all. Madness. The gray-robed man scolded him harshly, Then you're on your own. If you can survive the disaster, you might have a chance to join us. Haven't you always wanted to know who I am and who we are? Let me tell you, we are the temple of the god of war. As soon as he finished speaking, the gray-robed man disappeared in an instant, leaving only the 3 words Martial God Temple echoing in the mountains and forests. Wu Ming was stunned on the spot. It turned out that this was the temple of martial god that his mother, Uncle Li, Uncle Lei and Uncle Ma had mentioned. Before, Ma Bo said that the temple of martial god was a selfish organization. After seeing it today, he was absolutely right. No matter how much they praise themselves, black can never be turned into white, especially the sentence all living beings are ants. Wu Ming feels sick when he hears it and he will never agree with it. But then again, any one of them in the temple of martial god is an old monster who has lived for more than 200 years. In terms of strength alone, they are indeed strong enough. But Wu Ming was not envious at all. People with different ideas cannot work together. More importantly, he got some crucial information from the gray-robed man and had to report it to Ma Bo immediately. After a while, Wu Ming returned to the independent Ninth Corps. Ma Jinjiu was studying the tactical defense line with a group of company commanders. Uncle Ma. Wu Ming appeared in the tent out of nowhere. Ming Ming is here? Come over and listen together. Ma Jinjiu greeted him hurriedly. Uncle Ma, you all know about the demon clan's full retreat, right? Wu Ming didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. I know. I'm thinking about it. Ma Jinjiu nodded. This is a big chess game played by the demon clan, hiding a huge conspiracy. I don't know what it is specifically, but we must prepare for the worst. Wu Ming said anxiously. Ma Jinjiu's face suddenly changed. Ming Ming, where did you hear that? Someone from the Temple of Martial God is looking for me. Wu Ming answered truthfully. Ma Jinjiu's heart skipped a beat, and the other company commanders all looked at Wu Ming, their eyes full of nervousness. You didn't agree to them, right? Ma Jinjiu's voice trembled a little. Wu Ming couldn't help but laugh. Uncle Ma, what are you thinking? My mom teaches me every day, and you, Uncle Li, and Uncle Lei have also given me many instructions. How could I possibly agree to this? That's good. That's good. Ma Jinjiu breathed a sigh of relief and quickly looked Wu Ming up and down. They didn't hurt you, did they? Wu Ming was stunned. Will I get hurt if I refuse them? It's hard to say. What they're doing is illogical. Ma Jinjiu explained, those people in the Martial God Hall are all about being free and easy. In their eyes, we're no different from ants. They can kill us whenever they want. But luckily, you're okay. Wu Ming nodded and added a key piece of information. According to the person from the Martial God Temple, this time the demon tribe is coming for the entire Longhan Kingdom. The 12 major cities may not be able to be defended. It will be a disaster. I asked for details, but he didn't say anything. That's all I know. Ma Jinjiu sighed, forget it, no matter how bad the situation is, Longhan Kingdom has made the most thorough preparations. The final outcome depends on God's will. He looked into the distance, his eyes heavy. The other company commanders also nodded, their faces all looking unhappy. Uncle Ma, I think we can't just sit there and wait for death. Simply defending is too passive. No matter what the demons are plotting, if we don't make any move, won't that just play into their hands? I suggest we take the initiative and destroy the Mandrill Cave first. Wu Ming put forward a bold idea. Ma Jinjiu's eyelids jumped suddenly. This idea was too crazy. Generally speaking, the front line is mainly defensive, with few active attacks, let alone directly attacking the demon clan's strongholds and nests. This has never been done. Is this feasible? A company commander hesitated and said, now the demon tribe has retreated to the Mandrill Cave. There is a demon king in charge, thousands of demons, and countless ferocious beasts. Their strength is hundreds of times stronger than our 7th Regiment. Taking the initiative to attack is no different from hitting a rock with an egg. This is the situation. The other company commanders also echoed. But given the current situation, the egg and the stone will eventually collide. Wu Ming retorted, the difference lies in who hits whom. If we wait until the Mandrill Cave is fully prepared and attacks us, we won't be able to withstand it, but if we take the initiative and attack, we might still have a chance of survival. A group of company commanders were stunned. It seems, there is some truth to this? Ma Jinjiu pondered for a moment and made a final decision. Ming Ming is right. Under normal circumstances, we would definitely defend, but now that we've reached this point, if we don't go all out, we might not have a chance. Company commanders, what are your opinions? The main enemy our army is defending is the Mandrill Cave. If we can annihilate them in one fell swoop, it will be like having an extra mobile army unit in the entire army. I agree. Let's do it. No problem, just charge and it's over. What's there to be afraid of? I can just fight them. The company commanders instantly ignited their fighting spirit and were determined to fight to the death. After reaching a consensus, everyone started to discuss the battle plan together. Everyone talked at once and became more and more excited. In the end, they found that there was actually a chance of winning. Everyone was overjoyed, and the key to victory lay in the absolute suppression of the surprise attack, in which Wu Ming played a crucial role. Soon it was evening, and Ma Jinjiu called a meeting of all the company commanders, pretending to discuss tactics, but in fact it was a deception. As soon as Wu Ming entered the tent, he disappeared and headed straight for the tent of the commander of the 3rd Legion. The 3rd captain was busy when he suddenly saw Wu Ming appear. He was instinctively startled and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was him. Just as he was about to say hello, Wu Ming made a silence gesture to him. Wu Ming leaned close to his ear and whispered the plan to him. After hearing this, the 3rd commander was shocked at first, then his eyes lit up and he said excitedly in a low voice, "Fuck. You must take me with you." As planned, the 3rd Regiment commander also called a meeting of company commanders. Heated discussions soon emanated from the tent, making it look like a real meeting. But in fact, Wu Ming had already teleported to Ma Jinzhou's tent with the 3rd Regiment commander. The company commander's meeting was just a cover. After all, the demons were always monitoring the movements of the human race. Only by building a plank road in the open and secretly attacking Shinsong could the effectiveness of the surprise attack be guaranteed. Next, Wu Ming followed the same method and invited 7 other group leaders. Ma Jinzhou was at the 5th level of the heroic spirit realm, the same level as the Mandrill Demon King, and can barely tie in a one-on-one fight. The other commanders of the group army are also masters of the 1st to 4th level of the heroic spirit realm. Now that the entire army group has gathered together with 9 commanders, that means absolute suppression. Chapter 119, Mandrill Cave Demon King. As long as the Demon King is killed, the remaining demons and beasts will be killed indiscriminately and the Mandrill Cave will be completely destroyed. This was unthinkable before, but now with Wu Ming, everything has become possible. Elsewhere, in the 9th Independent Regiment's camp, the company commanders were still acting out. "Commander, I think what we should do next." They kept calling him captain as if Ma Jinzhou was still alive. But in fact, Wu Ming had already arrived in Wanlaheshan with 9 group leaders and a small group of people. Before, when Wu Ming was at the 4th level of the true spirit realm, even teleporting Ma Bo, who was at the 4th level of the heroic spirit realm, was exhausting. But now that he was at the 9th level of the true spirit realm, his mental power had increased countless times, and he could teleport 9 heroic spirit realm people at the same time without even taking a breath. "Ming, it's up to you now," Ma Jinzhou said in a deep voice. Wu Ming nodded, and the 19 leaders also prepared for battle, rubbing their hands, their eyes full of anticipation and excitement. Wu Ming's motivation suddenly exploded. Whoosh! The Demon King of the Mandrill Cave appeared out of nowhere in front of everyone. The Demon King was stunned on the spot. He was just enjoying the service of his beloved concubine in his lair. How come he was here in the blink of an eye? Before it could react, 9 terrifying attacks had surrounded it. 9 against 1, and one of the team leaders is at the same level as it, absolutely suppressing it. This baboon Demon King had fought against humans for decades, and probably never thought until his death that he would die so easily and so miserably. Wu Ming suddenly remembered that many demons had invaded before, and it was the Mandrill Demon King who told them to be prepared for war at all times. It was obvious that the Demon King knew the Demon Clan's big conspiracy. He took advantage of the fact that the Demon King had just died and his brain had not completely stopped beating and tried to invade his memory, but unfortunately he failed. The Demon King, who was equivalent to the heroic spirit realm, was still too advanced for him now. But even so, Ma Jinzhou and the others were overjoyed. "This is the Demon King. We actually killed him. Next, divide the work." Wu Ming shouted, "The demons in the Mandrill Cave belong to you, and the ferocious beasts outside belong to me." "Okay. You have to be careful, there are too many ferocious beasts and monsters outside," Ma Jinzhou warned. Wu Ming smiled confidently, "Don't worry. Let's go." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people instantly appeared in the Mandrill Cave. The cave was full of monsters, and suddenly a few humans broke in, turning the place into chaos. 9 powerful masters of the heroic spirit realm directly activated the wolf among sheep mode and started a killing spree. These demons never dreamed that the human race, who had been suppressed by them before, would actually dare to attack them, and attack so suddenly. "Quickly notify the Demon King." One demon panicked, and just as he finished shouting, something was thrown at him with a bang. It is the head of the Mandrill Demon King. All the demons were frightened to death, with only one thought in their minds: escape. Whether they can escape or not is not up to them. Wu Ming left Ma Bo and the others in the cave and slipped out of the Mandrill Cave. Outside the cave, there are a large number of ferocious beasts and monsters stationed for hundreds of kilometers. It is difficult to gather them together normally. Now that they are at the door, Wu Ming will not be polite. The power of will centered around him, forming a terrifying shock wave that erupted with a bang. Bang bang bang. One after another, the ferocious beasts and demonic beasts were directly exploded into blood mist and disappeared in large numbers. Broken limbs were everywhere and blood flowed like a river. The system notification sounds in Wu Ming's ears were as dense as popping beans, ding 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 sounding non-stop, and the available attribute allocation points on the system panel skyrocketed, 20,000, 100,000, 1 million. Although the rewards given by a single ferocious beast are not as many as those given by a demon, the quantity is still large. One shockwave will distribute millions of points, and another one will distribute millions more. It's much faster than killing demons. There was slaughter inside the cave and there was slaughter outside the cave. The battle lasted for more than 2 hours. Most of the monsters in the mandrill cave were cleared out, and Wu Ming also killed 50% of the monsters outside. It's not that he can't do it, it's just that there are too many of them. They are all over an area of hundreds of kilometers. Clearing 50% of them in 2 hours is already terrifying enough. It's not that Wu Ming and the others don't want to continue killing, but the demon kings in other caves have reacted, and if they don't leave now, there will be trouble. Wu Ming immediately used his power to cover everyone, and disappeared from the spot in a flash. Not long after they retreated, 7 or 8 demon kings with terrifying auras arrived. Looking at the empty mandrill cave, they stamped their feet in anger. On the other side, Wu Ming and his group appeared in the tent of Ma Jinjiu of the 9th Independent Corps. Kai Guoqiang and his group were still performing enthusiastically there, discussing tactics by calling him captain all the time. Seeing Ma Jinjiu and the others return, they immediately surrounded him and asked, "Captain, how's it going? Did it work?" Ma Jinjiu and the other team leaders exchanged a hearty laugh. "It's done. The entire mandrill cave is almost leveled." Kai Guoqiang and others cheered on the spot. "I will send all the captains back to the camp first. The demon tribe has suffered such a great loss, they will definitely retaliate, so you have to pay more attention," Wu Ming said. The team leaders nodded one after another. After all, they had just destroyed the enemy's lair, and it was necessary to prevent sneak attacks. Wu Ming sent them back to their respective tents one by one, and planned to go into seclusion after returning. The time for a breakthrough has come. Wu Ming had previously estimated that it would take about 300 million allocation points to break through from the 9th level of the True Spirit Realm to the 1st level of the Mysterious Spirit Realm. Before his retreat, he had saved 14 million, but was still short of 286 million. As a result, in just half an hour tonight, 304 million distribution points came out, which is definitely enough. This time he did not return to Fengling City for retreat. Firstly, the mandrill cave was almost destroyed. Secondly, he had a 9th level defense formation that even 9th grade heroes could not break. It was safe for him to retreat in the military camp. After entering his tent, Wu Ming immediately entered a state of enlightenment. The higher the realm, the longer it takes to break through. It took more than 10 days to go from the 8th level of True Spirit to the 9th level. This time, it will take longer to cross a higher realm, but the gains will definitely be greater. The only thing that worries people is that the war is imminent and they don't know whether they can make it in time. 20 days passed in a flash. These 20 days seemed calm on the surface, but in fact, there were undercurrents. Whether on the front line or in the rear, the atmosphere became more and more tense, making people feel breathless. It was another night, and Fengling City was ablaze with lights. In a kitchen, a housewife was cooking while complaining, "Honey, do we have any more insecticide? There are so many bugs lately. It's so annoying." "Here it comes." The man came over with the insecticide. Strangely enough, this insecticide has no effect on these bugs. Our family is still relatively well off. The last time I went to my sister's house, the number of bugs there was outrageous. "Oh, this situation has been going on for almost 20 days. The wife sighed. "That's right. I hope it will be over soon. Things have been getting increasingly unstable lately." The man also frowned. At the same time, in Fengling City Meat Slaughterhouse, Lao Zhou and his colleagues were still busy, but the slaughterhouse was very noisy. About 10 days ago, these ducks started chirping non-stop, making such a noise that it hurts people's brains. In Wuzhen Tiangong Taoist Temple, Gu Xuemi was lying on the bed reading a book, while her roommate Xiaoman was swatting insects with slippers. Even the clean girls' dormitory could not escape the invasion of insects. "Xiaoman, stop taking pictures. You've cleared it so many times, but it still happens every day," Gu Xuemi advised. "This isn't just a problem in our dormitory. The entire dormitory building, the entire Gongdao Academy, and even the entire Fongling city is like this. No. It's disgusting just looking at it. Xiaoman was still swatting every bug persistently. The online discussion about Fongling City has already exploded. Why is this happening only in Fongling City? All other cities are fine. I've heard from the elderly that animals behave abnormally before a major disaster. Is this really going to happen? Who do you think you are? I saw a group of rats as big as yellow dogs today. They weren't afraid of people at all and were running around on the road without any hesitation. There are so many cockroaches in my neighborhood that I can't even step foot. I remove them every day, and there are still new ones. I also saw a strange bug. It was about the size of a mosquito, but it had horns and large wings. It looked a bit like the bloodthirsty bull in the books. Stop talking nonsense. The bloodthirsty bull is a demon, 10 stories tall. Yours is just a mutant bug at best. Whatever, is he dead? Must be killed. Chapter 120: The Tragic Future. At this moment, Wu Ming in the military camp finally ended his retreat and slowly opened his eyes. He successfully broke through from the 9th level of the true spirit realm to the 1st level of the mysterious spirit realm in one fell swoop. This breakthrough is on a completely different level from the previous one. The previous one was called crossing the threshold, but this time it is called crossing the chasm. Wu Ming experienced an unprecedented qualitative change. Even his eyes changed. They used to be vast and deep, but now they have returned to their original state, calm and indifferent. The most obvious change is the telekinetic ability. The coverage range was 10,000 kilometers before, but now it has skyrocketed to 30,000 kilometers. The scenes of the 3 surrounding cities instantly flooded into his mind. The bustling streets, the students practicing diligently, the hunters fighting outside, all the images were extremely clear. Such a huge and complex amount of information would have burst the consciousness of an ordinary person long ago, but for Wu Ming, the level of development of his consciousness was far beyond that of an ordinary person. This amount of information was like a drop of water falling into a lake, not worth mentioning. Not only can it receive, but it can also process, analyze, and archive. Even if you want to retrieve it decades later, it can be presented immediately. The capacity of the sea of consciousness is simply outrageous. Of course, these are just basic changes. Every transformation will bring new abilities, and this time is no exception. Wu Ming actually unlocked the ability to foresee the future with a certain probability. He had never dared to imagine such a miraculous ability before. However, a certain probability means that he cannot fully control it yet. It either triggers randomly or depends on luck for directional foresight. Subsequent breakthroughs may strengthen it, but it is strong enough now. Who wouldn't want to see the future? Even if it's random. Wu Ming couldn't wait to try it out, so he immediately put aside all distractions and started with random foresight, mobilizing his willpower to activate his abilities. Soon, a picture appeared in his mind. It was his good brothers Luer Pang and Zhou Lu. The location was in a magnificent hotel lobby. Luer Pang was wearing a suit and tie, looking extremely handsome, while Zhou Lu was wearing a white wedding dress. This is a wedding. Wu Ming himself was sitting in the audience, laughing very happily. At this time, the master of ceremonies walked onto the stage, holding the microphone and said, "Today is September 19th. Let us wish the groom, Mr. Lu Yulo, and the bride, Ms. Zhou Lu." At this moment, Wu Ming felt both immersed in the scene and like a third-party bystander, somewhere between virtual and reality, which was particularly wonderful. September 19th? Wu Ming muttered to himself, "It's already the beginning of September. Isn't this too hasty?" The picture suddenly stopped and Wu Ming came back to his senses. The first time he foresaw the future, he saw his best friend getting married. He was so happy. These two guys have been showing off their love to me every day, and now they finally got married. It's great. But he was also a little puzzled. Luer Pang, that brat, the wedding date has been set, why didn't he tell me in advance? Oh, yes, I was in seclusion for 20 days, maybe he contacted me, but I didn't see the news. He quickly opened his phone and looked through the call logs and messages. There was no sign of Luer Pang at all. Okay, Luer Pang, you still want to keep it a secret from me, right? Wu Ming smiled and dialed Luer Pang's number. Hello, Brother Ming. Luer Pang's signature silly laugh came from the other end of the phone. Luer Pang, sure, you have some good news that you're hiding from me? Wu Ming joked. No, Brother Ming. Don't you know what my personality is like? I will definitely be the first to tell you if there is good news. Lu or Pang quickly complained. Really? Really not. Okay, let me give you a heads up. Have you and Zhou Lu decided to get married? No. Lu or Pang was stunned. Lulu and I haven't discussed this yet. Here's another tip: September 19th, Fortune Hotel, your wedding. Fuck. Brother Ming, stop messing around. Fatty Lu laughed heartily. Lulu and I don't know about this. How did you know? Did you make it up? Wu Ming was stunned. Looking at Lu or Pang's reaction, it didn't seem like he was pretending. He really didn't know. But my ability to foresee was actually gained after the breakthrough, so it must be correct. If you're not preparing now, why are you suddenly getting married in 10 days? Wu Ming pondered, could it be a pregnancy marriage? Thinking of this, he couldn't help laughing out loud, and chatted with Lu or Pang for a few more words before hanging up the phone. On the other side, Lu or Pang hung up Wu Ming's phone and immediately dialed Zhou Lu's number. What, Brother Ming is looking for you? Zhou Lu's voice was sweet. It's him. Lulu, Brother Ming is being really weird today. He said we're getting married at the Fortune Hotel on September 19th, but the earliest we can plan is 6 months from now. Lu or Pang scratched his head, looking confused. You're stupid. Zhou Lu said with a smile, Brother Ming is deliberately tricking you. He wants to tease you. Ah? Yes, that's right. That must be it. Lu or Pang suddenly understood and started laughing. Wu Ming hung up the phone and walked out of the tent. Hello, Captain. Company Commander. You're out. When the new recruits saw him, they all greeted him with a smile. Wu Ming responded one by one and then went straight to Ma Jinzhou's tent. Ma Jinzhou smiled brightly upon seeing him. Ming. Have you come out of retreat? What realm have you reached? First grade Shenling realm. Wu Ming replied with a smile. Good. That's great. Ma Jinzhou patted his shoulder excitedly, grinning from ear to ear. My dear nephew, you are really becoming more and more promising. Uncle Ma, how is the front line doing recently? Have you obtained any useful information? Wu Ming asked. Ma Jinzhou shook his head, his face filled with confusion. I don't know what the demon tribe is up to right now. They haven't made any noise during the days you've been in seclusion. Only Fengling City is acting a bit strangely. There's a ton of pests, and all sorts of animals are getting restless. Experts have gone to investigate, but after all these days, there's still no solid news. Oh? Wu Ming frowned, instinctively feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell why. Uncle Ma, I'm going out for a while. After Wu Ming finished speaking, he turned and left. Now the human race knows nothing about the conspiracy of the demon race, and there was no gain from reading the demon's memory before. Fortunately, he now has the ability to foresee the future. Although it is probabilistic, it is better than blind guessing. This time he plans to try targeted foresight. If it doesn't work once, he'll try it twice. If it doesn't work twice, he'll try it 3 times. It's better than being kept in the dark. Returning to his tent, Wu Ming sat cross-legged, concentrating on thinking about the demon clan's conspiracy and trying to foresee the future. Soon, he entered the state between reality and virtuality again, but after 1 or 2 minutes, his mind was still blank. The first time failed. Wu Ming was not discouraged. After all, he was mentally prepared. He tried a second time, a third time, and a fourth time. It wasn't until the 9th time that the picture finally appeared in my mind. The picture shows Fengling City, but the scene in front of him makes Wu Ming's heart stop. The once prosperous Fengling City has turned into a ruin, with corpses everywhere and blood flowing like a river. The whole city is dead silent, without even a trace of life. Even though he was half there and half watching from the sidelines, Wu Ming was enveloped by the sad and desperate atmosphere and couldn't help but roar to the sky. Uncle Ma, Uncle Li, Gu Xuemi, Lu Er Pang, Zhou Lu, Lao Gu. How are they? He was panicked. He had never been so desperate and at a loss before. He quickly came to the Shanghai Gongdao Temple. All the teachers and students here were dead. When Wu Ming found Lei Bo, he was cut in half, his eyes wide open with fear and unwillingness, and he died with his eyes open. Labor. Wu Ming held Lei Bo's body in his arms, tears streaming down his face. Then he went to the Fengling City Neat Slaughterhouse, which was also in ruins. Wu Ming used his mind power to move the rubble and found Uncle Li, Lao Gu, De Biao, and others. Uncle Li died heroically, perishing together with a demon Luo Pang and Zhou Lu snuggled up to each other tightly, determined to die together even if they died. Finally he arrived at Wuzhenshan Monastery, and saw corpses everywhere. Wu Ming used his mind power to sweep and found Gu Xuemi's body. He hugged her and cried silently. The scenes from the past came flooding back to my mind. Stay away from me from now on. The Zunyao cult is hunting me down. Be careful not to get yourself into trouble. I'm not afraid. Don't be so arrogant. If you have anything to say, call me and don't meet more often. I'm not afraid. You piece of wood. Gu Xuemi, come down, I'm downstairs in your dormitory. Guess what I want to talk to you about? Can't you come to me if you're fine? I'd be happier if you came to me if you were fine. Wu Ming was so heartbroken that he couldn't even cry. He is not a fool. He knows Gu Xuemi's feelings and likes her, but he is afraid of getting her into trouble, so he deliberately distances himself from her. He thought that once he was strong enough, he would be able to protect her, but now, he didn't even have the chance to confess his feelings. I was wrong, very wrong. Wu Ming finally roared out loud, his heart aching. But the next second he suddenly realized that this was foreseeing the future. He still has a chance. He still has a chance to turn the tragedy around. Chapter 121 Disaster Eruption. The scene faded, and Wu Ming woke up, only to find that he had already cried so hard that his clothes were soaked. He had no time to indulge in sadness. Ma Bo said that there was an abnormality in pests in Fengling City, but other cities were fine. However, it was Fengling City that had the accident in the foreseen picture. It can be seen that the real target of the demon clan must be Fengling City. Wu Ming quickly integrated all the information, deduced it over and over again in his sea of consciousness, and finally locked the breakthrough point on the insect tide in Fengling City. He didn't need to move, a thought was enough to make his mental power cover the entire Fengling City: ants on the streets, cockroaches in the residential areas, big rats in the sewers, frantic broiler chickens in the slaughterhouse, too many to count. With a sweep of his mind, Wu Ming was shocked. There were tens of billions of these insects in total. How come the number suddenly became so large? He immediately constructed a three-dimensional model of Fengling City in his sea of consciousness, not even sparing the sky, the ground, and deep underground. Upon checking, his scalp tingled. These insect swarms were coming from underground in all directions, gathering towards Fengling City like a torrent. What on earth is there in Fengling City that could make them so crazy? Wu Ming was puzzled and could only go back to study the insect itself. He locked onto an ant, magnified it hundreds of times in his sea of consciousness, and checked it inside and out. It was just an ordinary ant, nothing special about it. He checked for cockroaches and ladybugs, but still found nothing, until his mind accidentally scanned a bug 1/10 the size of a sesame seed. After magnification, Wu Ming's pupils suddenly shrank. The appearance of this insect was exactly the same as that of the tyrannical bear king. You know, the tyrannical bear king is a behemoth that is more than 10 meters tall. The insect in front of you is not even as big as a single hair of it. It is hundreds of times smaller. Thinking back to the previous large-scale retreat of the demon tribe, Wu Ming instantly broke out in a cold sweat on his back and his hair stood up. If his guess is correct, Fengling City will face a devastating disaster. He quickly focused on investigating other animals, and indeed found more miniature monsters. Some were bloodthirsty bulls, some were winged tigers, and some were qiangqi. The real and the fake were mixed together, obviously deliberately concealing the truth. I originally wanted to activate the killing intent immediately to eliminate a batch of them first, but the number was too large and it would not be eliminated in a short time. Moreover, once the demon clan plan was alerted, the plan would be implemented ahead of schedule. Wu Ming's heart was filled with turmoil. He quickly rushed into Ma Jinzhou's tent and said, "Uncle Ma. This is bad." "What's wrong, Ming Ming?" Ma Jinzhou quickly stood up. "The demon tribe's real target is Fengling City. Many demon beasts have shrunk hundreds of times and have already lurked in." Wu Ming was so anxious that his voice trembled. Ma Jinzhou's heart trembled upon hearing this. He immediately thought of the strange scene in Fengling City and his face suddenly changed. "This information is too crucial. I will report it to the commander immediately." His teeth were chattering as he spoke. The situation was 1,000 times more serious than he had imagined. If he was not careful, Fengling City would be gone. When Huang Zhongqing received the call, he took a deep breath and reported the information immediately. The top leaders of Longhan State were shocked and immediately ordered all fronts should dispatch their elite troops to provide urgent support to Fengling City. At the same time, Fengling City sounded the air defense alarm and mobilized all forces to eliminate abnormal species. Although they didn't know how the demons made them smaller, it was a good time to eliminate them now while these little guys were as weak as mosquitoes and flies. Batches of elite troops rushed to Fengling City, and even the special forces were dispatched. But at this moment, a deafening roar suddenly sounded in Fengling City, and a bug smaller than a sesame seed rapidly expanded and turned into a bloodthirsty bull more than 10 meters tall. As the huge wings flapped, a strong wind swept through, and many people were directly twisted into nothingness. This roar was like a signal, and then roars were heard everywhere in Fengling City, and the little bugs turned back into huge monsters. In just a few minutes, tens of millions of demons, vicious beasts, and monsters flooded the city. Fengling City was in chaos in an instant, with wailing and wailing everywhere. The special forces and the elite troops who arrived immediately joined the battle. The local forces of Fengling City also fought hard, but facing the overwhelming number of demons, this amount of force was not enough and they could not even save them. A demonic beast killed an unawakened being, and several other ferocious beasts surrounded the corpse to share the food. Buildings collapsed one after another and people fled in panic, but they were unarmed and had no power to resist the ferocious beasts. The disaster broke out completely. The army groups in various war zones were rapidly dispatching troops to support Fengling City, but they were dumbfounded as soon as they arrived at the teleportation array. The teleportation array is no longer usable. Only a small group of elite troops entered Fengling City in advance. That's right. The Demon Clan had planned this long ago, sending demons to blow up the teleportation array first. Without the teleportation array, the distance between major cities is often tens of thousands of kilometers, which is equivalent to directly cutting off the human race's support route. Fengling City, this time they are determined to win. At the same time, the demon tribes in the major war zones suddenly launched a fierce attack, and the flames of war instantly spread throughout the entire Longhan Kingdom. All this happened in just a few minutes, so fast that people couldn't react. The moment the war broke out, Wu Ming appeared directly in Fengling City. His mental power instantly covered the entire city. Then a shock wave was blasted out, and all the ferocious beasts within 1,000 kilometers were blown into a bloody mist on the spot. This is already Wu Ming's limit. The power of intention is limited. The larger the coverage area, the smaller the power. He is now in the first level of Xianling realm. If he attacks a single point, he can blow up a first-level demon on the spot. The coverage area is 1,000 kilometers, so he can only deal with ferocious beasts. A man was protecting a child desperately when a ferocious beast pounced on him with its fangs bared. The man closed his eyes in despair, and the child was so scared that he forgot to cry. As a result, the next second, the ferocious beast exploded into a bloody mist, splashing all over the father and son. Such scenes are happening everywhere in Fengling City. Although the ferocious beasts are weak, they are numerous and can cause great harm. While killing, Wu Ming kept his eyes on several places, including Wuzhenchen Monastery, Rolian Slaughterhouse, Shanhai Monastery, etc. There were people he cared about there, and as long as anything happened to them, he would rush over it the first time. After dealing with the ferocious beasts, it's time to deal with the demon beasts. The monsters are not so easy to deal with. Each one is 10 meters or even dozens of meters tall. Buildings are like toys in their eyes. They can be crushed into ruins with 1 foot, and the aftermath of the battle can hurt people. While killing monsters, Wu Ming also had to save people. Someone jumped from more than 10 floors, preferring to die than be eaten by a monster. When he was about to hit the ground, Wu Ming quickly used his mind power to support him. A large crowd of people were fleeing on the street, and a monster was waving its huge claws to kill hundreds of people. Wu Ming immediately set up a defensive formation. Even a 9th grade heroic spirit couldn't break his defensive formation, and a mere demon beast couldn't shake it at all. Then he pointed his finger and blew a group of monsters into pieces. The survivors saw this scene and were filled with excitement. It was Wu Ming. Wu Ming saved us. In a residential building, a little boy who used to like to eat with a bowl was curled up under the table crying. Outside, there was a monster that ate children. Its eyes were as big as windows, staring at the house. The little boy's parents were not at home, and he cried out in fear. Suddenly, the howling of a monster was heard outside, and Wu Ming appeared outside the window. "Don't be afraid, little brother, your brother is here to save you." He waved his hand and the little boy floated to his side. The little boy stared at Wu Ming and felt that the face looked familiar. Every time Dad watches TV, as soon as this big brother appears, Dad looks at him strangely. He thought Dad was going to snatch his food. Now he finally understands. This big brother is so handsome and strong. Wu Ming sent the little boy to Ma Bo without thinking. Fengling City is a severely affected area, and other fronts are not easy either. Only the independent Ninth Corps is under less pressure. They have previously destroyed the Mandrill Cave in the defense zone, and now the demon tribe has no time to care about this side at all. This gave Wu Ming an inspiration to send the common people away first. As a result, people in Fengling City began to disappear out of thin air and appeared in the independent 9th Army Corps in batches. Chapter 122, Military Blood. Wu Ming was able to do many things at the same time. While sending people away, he never stopped killing monsters and would never let go of any demon he encountered. Now he is in the first level of Xianling realm, and can even kill the second level demon directly. But even if humans try their best, casualties are inevitable. The ground of Fengling City was littered with corpses of humans and demons, and blood flowed like a river. Wu Ming was killing people in a frenzy when he suddenly felt nervous. In the meat slaughterhouse, Uncle Li was going to die together with a demon. Whoosh! Wu Ming flashed in an instant, and the Fengming arrow directly pierced through the second-level demon. Ming Ming! Uncle Li was at the end of his strength, otherwise he would not have risked his life to die together with his fellow soldiers. Uncle Li, I'll take you away. Wu Ming said. Nonsense! Uncle Li pushed him away and said, Fengling City is a battlefield now. How can I leave? Don't worry about me, go and save people. Wu Ming did not force him to leave. He understood the blood of soldiers. If he sent Uncle Li away at this time, he would feel like a deserter and would neither forgive himself nor Wu Ming. He took out his life-saving amulet and stuffed it into Uncle Li's hand. Uncle Li, take this. After saying that, he flashed and rushed back to the battlefield. After fighting for a while, Wu Ming saw a super powerful team joining the killing battlefield. They killed monsters as easily as cutting melons and vegetables. Their armbands were also very special. It was not the shield background of a normal army, but a cross symbol of a knife and a sword. He had been in a military camp and knew that this was the Special Forces' exclusive armband, and it was the sharp knife used by the human race to stab the demon race. The battle gradually became more intense. Because the teleportation array was destroyed, the human race had no reinforcements, but the monster tribe's beasts continued to pour into Fengling City. Wu Ming killed frantically, but the monsters kept coming in waves. The streets were filled with monsters again in the blink of an eye. Others can't see it, but he can see it clearly. Fengling City is now the vortex of the beast tide. The monsters from tens of thousands of kilometers in radius are rushing here, forming a black mass that covers the sky and the earth. This made Wu Ming a little desperate. There was no end to the killing, so saving people was the most important thing. He roared, under tremendous mental pressure, and in a few moments teleported millions of citizens to the independent 9th Legion. Although he has strong willpower, transmitting 1 million at a time still feels a bit strenuous for him. Then he sent another 1 million. His brain was almost drained, but he gritted his teeth and sent the third 1 million. Tick! A stream of blood flowed down the tip of his nose. This was his limit. Fengling City has a population of over 100 million. Infecting 1 million people at a time may seem like a lot, but it is actually a drop in the bucket. Wu Ming's power output almost exhausted his physical strength. Without physical support, he himself was in danger. He quickly opened the system panel, on which lay more than 2 billion available allocation points, all of which were just gained. He hesitated for a second and did not add the allocated points to physical strength, but directly added 700 million to mental power. The limit of the first-grade Xianling realm is 800 million. He cannot fill it up directly, otherwise he will have to go into seclusion to break through. He does not have the time now, so adding 700 million is the best option. As soon as the distribution points are added, the depleted physical strength is instantly restored due to the full power points, and it is even stronger than before. Wu Ming continued to rescue people, 1 million at a time. This time he lasted 5 times and his strength was exhausted again. He did not hesitate and added another 700 million. Now the attributes of his first-grade Xianling realm have reached 1.7 billion, far exceeding the normal limit. The reason why there is no breakthrough is that every time I use up my physical strength to exhaustion and then pay attention to the distribution of energy. After the physical strength is automatically restored, the realm will definitely be broken through continuously. As soon as he recovered to his peak condition, Wu Ming realized that Luo Pang and Zhou Lu were in danger, and he quickly went to Hengshan Monastery. Luo Pang and Zhou Lu were forced into a corner by a monster. They had no power to resist and had to retreat repeatedly. Fat brother. Joe Lu. The two looked at each other desperately, held each other's hands tightly, and started crying while laughing. The luckiest thing in my life is meeting you. Joe Lu said, crying. Me too. I just regret that I couldn't marry you and grow old with you. Maybe in the next life, we will still be together in the next life. The two hugged each other tightly, waiting for death to come. I say, enough is enough, you two. A voice suddenly rang out, you're really going to die. I came here out of kindness to save you, but I have to eat a mouthful of dog food? Luo Pang and Zhou Lu were stunned. Isn't this brother Ming's voice? When they looked up, they saw Wu Ming standing not far away. The monster had been blown into pieces. Brother Ming. They were both surprised and happy. I'll send you away first. Wu Ming didn't say much and sent them to the independent Ninth Corps with just a thought. Just after I delivered it, my cell phone rang. It was Uncle Ma. Wu Ming quickly answered the call, and Ma Jinzhou's anxious voice came from the phone, Ming. Listen to me. Lonhan Kingdom has assembled 1 million troops, all waiting to rush to Fengling City, but the teleportation array has been blown up by demons. I know you understand the formation, and the special forces have recaptured the teleportation array. You go there immediately and make sure to repair it as soon as possible. It's urgent. Although the demon tribe launched an all-out attack, the Lonhan Kingdom still had its foundation and was able to gather 1 million-strong army in a short period of time. However, without the teleportation array, the 1 million-strong army could only stare blankly in place. Repairing the teleportation array has become the most critical thing at the moment. People across the country are going crazy. The top leaders were in a huge headache during the meeting. In the entire Lonhan Kingdom, only Shao Konghai could repair the 4th-level teleportation array, but Shao Konghai was far away in Yuanan City. Even if he had wings, he couldn't make it in time. At the critical moment, Shao Konghai mentioned to the top management, there is another person who can do it, Wu Ming. The order was passed down layer by layer, which led to the scene where Ma Jinzhou called Wu Ming. Understood. I will ensure that the task is completed. Wu Ming agreed immediately. He could teleport millions of ordinary people, but he couldn't teleport millions of troops, and the troops were scattered all over the country. The most reliable way was to repair the teleportation array. Now the beast tide is endless to kill and people are endless to rescue, because the human power in Fengling City is too weak, even the special forces are unable to cope with it. At this time, 1 million troops can come to support, which is simply a life-saving straw. Whoosh! Wu Ming flashed directly to the front of Fengling City Function Hall. The fighting here was more fierce than anywhere else. 6 members of the Special Forces team are guarding here, but the teleportation array is related to the success or failure of the battle. The Demon Clan is rushing up like crazy, and the dark masses of Demon Kings are coming one after another, including true spirits, mysterious spirits, heroic spirits, and even super demons in the heavenly spirit realm. Fortunately, the Special Forces team are composed of top-level warriors in the Tianling realm. They are like reefs in the sea, withstanding wave after wave of attacks. Wu Ming flashed to their side and said urgently, I am Wu Ming, and I have been ordered to repair the teleportation array. Just focus on your cultivation. We'll protect you the entire time. A Special Forces member shouted in a deep voice. Wu Ming didn't waste any words. With just a thought, he set up a 9th-level defense formation that just covered the entire square. The Demon Kings in the formation were quickly eliminated, and the Demon Kings outside the formation could not get in no matter how hard they attacked. Even the 9th-grade heroic spirits could not break this defensive formation, so ordinary Demon Kings were not a match for it. Go and save people quickly. Leave this to me. Wu Ming said. The 6 Special Forces members were all shocked. They didn't expect Wu Ming to have such a method. The team leader immediately made a decision, leave 2 people to protect them, and the remaining 4 to rescue them. The teleportation array is important, and saving people cannot be delayed. Chapter 123, Tiger Master has no dog grandson. Wu Ming didn't say anything more. He stared at the broken teleportation array and began to study it. The broken formation diagram was directly imprinted into his mind, and his powerful deductive ability was instantly maximized. The broken formation diagram quickly extended, repaired, and completed in his mind. In fact, he got the hang of the teleportation array faster than the defense array. After all, he had spent more than 10 years studying mind power and space in the Shuandong Tower, so the foundation had already been laid. It used to take an hour to deduce the advanced defense array, and only half an hour to deduce the advanced teleportation array. Now, if I build a level 4 array, it can be done in 10 minutes at most. Wu Ming raced against time and quickly cleared out the Demon Kings in the formation. The Demon Kings outside the formation were still bombarding randomly. The two Special Forces members who stayed behind became idle and stared at Wu Mingzhang and whispered, "You know what? This is our boss's nephew." "Nonsense. I'm not stupid. A Tiger Master has no dog grandson. Look at his ability, he is exactly the same as Captain Wu when he was young. Captain Wu would be so happy if he knew how awesome his grandson is." Of course not. At this moment, people in major cities and war zones across the country were almost frantic with anxiety. Elite troops were all waiting in front of the teleportation array. The leading general paced back and forth, rubbing his hands in anxiety. Fengling City is almost unable to hold on, and we are just standing here watching helplessly. Why hasn't this teleportation array been repaired yet? The distance is tens of thousands of kilometers. Even if we rush to get there, Fengling City will have been completely destroyed. We can only hope that the teleportation array will be repaired soon. About 7 minutes later, Wu Ming opened his eyes and found a complete 4th-level teleportation array diagram in his sea of consciousness. As soon as he thought of it, the broken formation in the square was instantly repaired, and a brilliant light shot straight into the sky. The teleportation array is open. The whole country is paying attention to the situation in Fengling City. As soon as the teleportation array was repaired, it was immediately detected. It's connected. The teleportation array is connected. All soldiers, follow us into the battle formation and kill the monster. Kill, kill, kill. The iron-blooded roar shook the sky. One army after another entered the teleportation array in an orderly manner and appeared in the square in front of Fengling City Function Hall in the blink of an eye. Looking at the reinforcements coming out continuously, Wu Ming smiled. He had accomplished his mission. As soon as the reinforcements arrived, they immediately dispersed to various parts of Fengling City and joined the battle. Wu Ming saluted the two Special Forces members and said, "I'll leave the teleportation array to you. Rest assured." The two Special Forces soldiers returned the greeting. Just as Wu Ming was about to leave, his expression suddenly changed. Lei Bo from Shanhai Monastery and Gu Xuemi from Wuzhenqian Monastery were in danger at the same time. Lei Bo was fighting with a 3rd-level Demon King. He was beaten back repeatedly, with blood all over the corners of his mouth. He would die in the next blow. On the other side, Gu Xuemi encountered a 9th-level monster. Although she drank the Qiangye wine and broke through to the 1st-grade True Spirit realm, a 1st-grade True Spirit was not even qualified to fight back against a 9th-level monster. The monster's devastating attack had already forced its way to her. Wu Ming's eyes were bloodshot. On one side is Lei Bo, and on the other side is Gu Xuemi, both of whom are people he can't bear to leave behind, and the dangers have come together. Without a second thought, he instinctively activated the advanced defense formation, covering Lei Bo while using his mind to stop the attack of the Demon King from the mountain and sea monastery. In the blink of an eye, the Demon King's terrifying attack finally hit Lei Bo. Lei Bo closed his eyes and waited for death, but he didn't feel any pain for a long time. When he opened his eyes, he saw that he was wrapped in a layer of light. The fatal attack just now didn't even create a ripple. Lei Bo was stunned. Is this a defensive formation? But even a level 4 defensive formation couldn't withstand the attack of a level 3 Demon King. How can this formation be so strong? And it can even stick to my body like armor? He couldn't figure it out, and the Demon King on the opposite side couldn't figure it out even more. He roared and attacked madly, but in the end he couldn't even touch the corner of Lei Bo's clothes. Lei Bo instantly cheered up and laughed. "Since you can't hurt me, it's my turn." As he said this, he counterattacked the Demon King and beat him back step by step. Looking at Wuzhenqian Monastery again, Gu Xuemi looked at the approaching monster attack, her beautiful eyes filled with despair. Her parents and grandfather flashed through her mind, and finally stopped on Wu Ming's smiling face. Tears streamed down her face. "Goodbye, Wu Ming. I couldn't tell you that I love you. In my next life, I must be braver." She slowly closed her eyes, waiting for death to come, but after waiting for a long time, there was no movement. When he opened his eyes, he saw that the 9th-level monster was frozen in place, unable to move, as if it had been cast under a spell. At this moment, the monster was about to cry in his heart, "Kill me or cut me up, just do it. You're leaving me here to watch you guys reminisce and kill me, what's the point?" Wu Ming looked at this scene and felt relieved. The tragedy he foresaw in the future was finally reversed by him. Uncle Li, Uncle Lei, Luer Pang, Zhou Lu, and Gu Xuemi are all fine. Gu Xuemi turned around and saw Wu Ming. She couldn't hold back any longer and threw herself into his arms, crying with joy. After crying for a long time, she finally reacted. Her face turned red instantly and she wanted to push Wu Ming away as if she had been electrocuted. Have you cried enough? Cry a little longer. Why are you being so polite to me? Wu Ming hugged her tightly. Gu Xuemi opened her mouth in surprise and then laughed. This blockhead finally got it. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of sweetness. They didn't need to say anything, they understood each other's feelings. Boom! The monster next to it couldn't stand this wave of dog food, or maybe it was afraid that it would get worse if it waited any longer, so it actually blew itself up. The tremendous energy exploded, but was blocked by an invisible force, and did not even touch the corners of Wu Ming and Gu Xuemi's clothes. If they were not on the battlefield, they really wanted to hug each other like this for the rest of their lives. But now the beast tide is still rushing into Fengling City, and the battle is becoming more and more brutal. Wu Ming looked at Gu Xuemi tenderly. I will send you to the independent 9th Army Corps first. It's safe there. Good. Gu Xuemi reluctantly let go of him and warned him, be careful. Rest assured. As soon as Wu Ming thought about it, Gu Xuemi was transported away. At this time, in the Shanhai Monastery, Lei Bo was still playing with the 3rd-level Demon King. Because of the defensive formation, he pressed down the Demon King but could not kill him. Wu Ming appeared in a flash. Uncle Lei. Ming Ming? Hide behind me quickly. This is a level 3 Demon King, I don't want to hurt you. Lei Bo hurried to protect him. Wu Ming smiled, and with just a thought, he teleported the 3rd-level Demon King away, directly to the teleportation array in front of the Fengling City Function Hall. The place is heavily guarded now, and there are 2 Special Forces members watching, so there is absolutely no way anything can go wrong. As soon as the Demon King appeared in front of the teleportation array, the 2 Special Forces members were stunned. Level 3 Demon King? Who gave you the courage to act so wild here? The 2 of them did not hesitate at all and joined forces to dismember the Demon King. The Demon King felt wronged until his death. You may not believe me, but I was forcibly transported here to give you the demon head. In the Shanhai Monastery, Lei Bo looked at the Demon King who had suddenly disappeared, completely stunned. Where is the Demon King? Why is he gone? There have been too many strange things today. Uncle Lei, don't look for him anymore. I sent the Demon King to the teleportation array. He's dead now. Wu Ming asked, how are you? Can you still fight? If not, I'll send you to Uncle Ma. Gone? And dead? Lei Bo was stunned for a moment, then suddenly excitedly lifted up his clothes and pointed at the defensive formation on his body. It can fight. Of course it can fight. Look at my defensive formation, it's more powerful than the strongest level 4 defensive formation. I know, I added this for you. Wu Ming couldn't help laughing. Lei Bo was petrified on the spot, staring at Wu Ming, speechless for a long time. So this incredible defensive formation was created by you? Chapter 1 24,000 Miles Blood Sacrifice. It's been less than a year since my nephew left Shanhai Monastery, and he's already this strong? Just as Lei Bo was shocked, Wu Ming suddenly frowned. A strange chanting sound came to my ears. The language was obscure and difficult to understand, but it exuded an ancient and evil aura that made my scalp tingle. Uncle Lei, did you hear that? Wu Ming asked. I heard it. What's that sound? It's so weird. Lei Zhengyong also looked confused. As time went on, the chanting became louder and more passionate, as if some ancient sacrifice was being performed. Wu Ming immediately deployed his telekinetic power, instantly covering the entire city. The demons in the city were fighting and chanting at the same time, and it was even more exaggerated outside the city. In the countryside outside the city, a black mass of demons spread out from all directions, stretching for thousands of kilometers. They all sat cross-legged, dancing and chanting along, forming a strange formation. When Wu Mingsheng reached a high altitude and looked down, his heart suddenly stopped. Those monsters had formed a huge skull pattern. The skeleton map stretches for thousands of kilometers, and the entire Fengling city just falls into the skeleton's open bloody mouth. This is a blood sacrifice. Wu Ming reacted instantly. They attacked Fengling City and massacred the people. It wasn't to occupy the land. They wanted to sacrifice hundreds of millions of lives in order to summon something. As soon as he finished speaking, the sky above Foamling City was suddenly covered with dark clouds, the wind was howling, and an evil aura that struck the soul enveloped it. Wu Ming knew that he couldn't just sit there and wait for death. Kill! He flashed out of the city and the power shock wave exploded. Large groups of ferocious beasts and monsters were blown into nothingness on the spot. Looking from the sky, a hole was directly blasted out on the huge skull pattern. But this little damage was nothing to the entire sacrifice. The chanting continued, the beast tide quickly filled the gap, and the ceremony was not affected at all. Wu Ming was completely bloodthirsty. He used shock waves to strangle the monsters and teleported the surviving people away. One shock wave could kill millions of monsters, and one teleport could save millions of people. But there were too many monsters. Waves kept coming after they were killed, and the sacrificial ceremony was carried out without being interrupted. What's worse is that a group of high-level demons have set their sights on him and are chasing him madly. Wu Ming's situation became increasingly dangerous. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky suddenly rolled up and condensed into a huge skull outline exactly the same as the one on the ground. The skeleton was bigger than the entire Foamling City, and its evil aura surged even more fiercely, as if the gates of hell were opened. It was staring at Foamling City with its head down, as if it was going to swallow the city into its mouth at any time. If you look closely, you can find that there are gaps in the black cloud skull in the sky from time to time. That is when Wu Ming was killing the monsters on the ground, and the gaps were reflected in the sky at the same time. But even so, the sacrifice is still going on. Wu Ming was so anxious that sweat broke out on his forehead. The demons were chasing him too closely and he had fewer and fewer opportunities to take action. He had to seek support. He quickly called Ma Bo and briefly explained the situation of the demon tribe's blood sacrifice and summoning of monsters. After hearing this, Ma Jinzhou took a deep breath and immediately reported it to his superiors. After a while, Ma Bo called back, his voice trembling with anxiety, Mingming. Get out of the city. Now. Good. Wu Ming didn't dare to delay and rushed back into the city. As soon as he landed, a vast and overwhelming pressure swept across the entire Foamling City. Four golden palm prints suddenly fell from the sky from the four directions of east, south, west and north, with an absolutely invincible momentum, and slammed heavily towards the demon tribe holding a sacrifice outside the city. The black cloud skeleton that covered the sky in the void let out a heart-wrenching roar of unwillingness, like a wild dog whose tail was stepped on. The dark clouds in the sky seemed to have been wiped away by an eraser, and no trace of them was left. As the dark clouds dispersed, golden sunlight covered the earth, and even the smell of blood in the air became much lighter. Wu Ming was stunned on the spot. It must be some super boss among the human race who took action, otherwise who could have such a devastating display? This is too fierce. With one slap, millions of monsters will be killed. This is the real pillar of support for the human race. But this super boss was extremely low-key. He didn't even show his shadow from beginning to end. He left after interrupting the demon tribe's sacrifice and didn't even take a second look at the brutal battlefield in Foamling City. A ruthless person of this level would definitely be the kind of person who would have to rush back to his post to calm the situation. How could he waste time here? After figuring this out, Wu Ming instantly understood that the demon tribe was not just going to raze Foamling City to the ground, but was going to use sacrifices to summon some evil creatures and then wipe out all the cities of Longhan Kingdom in one fell swoop. Fortunately, the demons' wishes were not fulfilled, and the human race directly cut off the source of their conspiracy. Without their backing, the demon tribe became like a deflated ball. How could they still have the energy to fight? They all ran away, as fast as the tide receding. How could the human soldiers miss such a good opportunity? He immediately activated the beat the dog when it's down mode, chasing the demons all the way and killing them, driving them thousands of miles out of the city. The battle that was originally raging with chaos and darkness came to an end in such a hurry that people had no time to react. Wu Ming was not vague either. He flashed in front of Lei Bo and then teleported to pull Li Bo over. Looking at the two brothers again, they were covered in dust and tattered clothes, as if they had just crawled out of a coal pile. When they saw each other, they couldn't help but smile bitterly. This battle was so painful. Although Foamling City survived this disaster, the price was heartbreaking, and there was ruin everywhere. Wu Ming used his spiritual sense to scan the entire city, and his heart suddenly sank. Many buildings were reduced to ruins, corpses were lying all over the streets, blood was flowing into small rivers, and the remains of demons and humans were mixed together, which made people's eyes sore. But on second thought, this situation was much better than the future he had foreseen. At least it had not reached the point of complete collapse, which was a blessing in disguise. As soon as the battle ended, the survivors took to the streets one after another. Some people wept bitterly at the sight of their devastated homes, some leaned on broken crutches to search for their loved ones in the rubble, and some survivors hugged each other and cried bitterly. This is the cruelty of war, which does not allow any chance of luck. The battle in Foamling City had just ended, and the fighting in the other 11 cities also stopped. Generally speaking, the demons attacked those 11 cities at the same time to cover up Foamling City's conspiracy. Now that the main plan has failed, they naturally lost their fighting spirit. At this time, the war that spread across the country finally came to an end, and the whole country was immersed in the joy of surviving the disaster. The millions of people who were previously sent to the independent 9th Legion by Wu Ming have now returned to Foamling City in an orderly manner through the teleportation array. The most important thing for them next is to rebuild their homes. Gu Xuemi, Luo Pang, and Zhou Lu also came back, and Wu Ming immediately rushed to meet them. As soon as they met, Gu Xuemi threw herself into Wu Ming's arms like a young swallow returning to its nest, giving him a tight hug that made Wu Ming blush a little. Luo Pang and Zhou Lu standing next to them had their eyes wide open, standing there like two wooden stakes. However, they were stunned for only a second, and then they covered their mouths and laughed. These two guys, I have feelings for you, but they have to keep dragging it out until now. What were they doing before? Fatty Lu was the first to break the awkward silence, scratching his head and chuckling. Brother Ming, after this incident, I've finally figured it out. Nothing is more important than the people around you. Zhou Lu and I already agreed at the 9th Independent Corps that we're getting married, and the date is set for September 19th. Wu Ming smiled brightly upon hearing this. Congratulations. This is great news. But I was wondering, September 19th? It was exactly the same as the future I had envisioned. I didn't expect that Luo Pang and Zhou Lu would have to endure such a hardship before getting married. It was really not easy. Gu Xuemi was still holding Wu Ming's hand, and continued with a smile, Wu Ming and I will definitely go when the time comes. No one can be missing, but we will. Luo Pang laughed even more happily, and did not forget to joke, then you must come. You two should hurry up and don't make us wait too long. Gu Xuemi's cheeks flushed red when she heard that. She glanced at Wu Ming secretly with her beautiful eyes and quickly lowered her head like a shy little wife, which made people feel sweet inside. The four of them got together and chatted for quite a while, talking about everything from all sorts of things to daily life. It was quite lively. Finally, Luo Pang and Zhou Lu were about to leave, and they were anxious to tell their family the good news of their marriage. Before leaving, Fatty Lu approached Wu Ming and said, Brother Ming, give us a ride. You have a teleportation sheet now, and I'm too lazy to move my legs. Wu Ming smiled helplessly, okay. As soon as he finished speaking, a thought sent the two of them back home. If you don't use the cheat, it will become invalid after it expires. Our Pang knows this very well. Looking at the city wall again, Wu Ming and Gu Xuemi were sitting side by side. Gu Xuemi gently leaned her head on his shoulder, and the two of them watched the sunset and chatted casually. The scene was so warm that it could make water flow out of them. Chapter 125. He has too many secrets. Time goes back to before the demons launched the war. In a place with beautiful mountains and rivers, pavilions and towers are scattered around in an orderly manner. The spiritual energy is so dense that it condenses into mist. One breath of it makes you feel comfortable all over. It is obviously a good place for cultivation. In a pavilion, two people were drinking tea leisurely with teacups in their hands, just like two idle people who were watching the fun and didn't mind getting involved. One of them was the gray-robed man who had looked for Wu Ming before. The gray-robed man took a sip of tea, a calculating smile on his face. The entire Longhan nation is still in the dark. Who would have thought that the demon tribe would target Foamling City this time, harboring such a huge conspiracy? Another purple-robed man beside him sneered, full of disdain, survival of the fittest is natural selection. A world with revived spiritual energy is a jungle where the strong prey on the weak. The Longhan kingdom is pathetically weak and should have been eliminated by the times long ago. Yet, a bunch of fools insist on defending their country, throwing themselves at the stake and dying one after another. They are truly hopelessly stupid. The gray-robed man also laughed, his tone smug. The Longhan kingdom is definitely doomed this time. The demon tribe is cunning enough to come up with such a sinister trick. But without our help, it's not that easy for them to sneak into Foamling City. They have to act according to our wishes. The robed man laughed heartily. Making the demon smaller and hidden is a piece of cake for us. But our efforts weren't in vain. The rewards they offered were quite tempting. Once we summon the demons and take down Chujian City, the Xuangong Tower will also be ours. This is a huge profit. The gray-robed man's eyes instantly burned, and he lowered his voice. The Mimen sect is one of the 4 great sects of antiquity. Many of their treasures have fallen into the hands of our martial god Hall, but we've searched everywhere and still haven't found the token. Only the Sun Gong Pagoda hasn't been searched yet, so the token is most likely hidden there. He paused, his tone becoming more serious. The secret sect token is incredibly important. Within our martial god Hall, each clan is vying for it openly and secretly. Whoever wins it in the end will depend on their own abilities. The purple-robed man nodded in agreement, obviously agreeing with what he said. The gray-robed man put down his teacup and waved his hand. It's almost time, stop drinking tea, let's watch a good show together. As soon as he finished speaking, a picture suddenly appeared in the void. It's Fengling City. The beasts rushed in like crazy, killing people everywhere. The people were so scared that they fled in all directions, their cries and screams shaking the sky. The two of them watched with great interest, teacups in their hands, with sneers on their lips. These ant-like mortals are so ridiculous and pitiful. They looked at the tragic scene of corpses scattered all over the ground and the helpless looks in people's eyes. Instead of sympathy, they found it even more interesting and were fascinated by it, as if they were watching a circus. At this moment, Wu Ming appeared in the picture. Especially when they saw him kill millions of ferocious beasts with just one thought, the smiles on their faces froze instantly, and surprise flashed in their eyes. The purple-robed man turned and asked the gray-robed man, Mo Yun, I heard you've been in contact with Wu Ming. Why didn't you convince him? This guy looks quite capable. The gray-robed man, Mo Yun, rolled his eyes in annoyance. Don't even mention it. This brat is even more stubborn than his master. He won't budge, like a stone in a toilet. There's no point in trying to reason with him. The purple-robed man touched his chin and pondered, this kid has some talent. If we can win him over, we should bring him into the martial god hall. When he grows up, he might become a pillar of the organization, much better than those good-for-nothings. Mo Yun nodded, I left him a chance. If he can survive this disaster, I will go meet him again to see if he has come to his senses. The purple-robed man's eyes turned cold. If he still refuses to change his ways, there's no point in keeping him around. Someone we can't use is a nuisance. It's easier to just kill him. His master, Wu Changlong, is a living example. Mo Yun's eyes also became sharp. Wu Changlong, that fellow, is so ignorant of his own limitations that he dares to represent the Longhan Kingdom to suppress the martial god temple. He has no idea how much he weighs. The purple-robed man sighed, a bit apprehensive. But Wu Changlong is also a rare genius. We, the martial god hall, almost fell into his hands back then. Furthermore, we've always been above the rules, playing both sides between the demon race and the Longhan Kingdom. Sooner or later, the Longhan Kingdom will come after us. As he was speaking, a loud noise was heard on the screen. The Demon King destroyed the main teleportation array of Fengling City and was guarding there personally, clearly cutting off the human reinforcements. Mo Yun and the robed man smiled as soon as they saw it, as if they had found a treasure. This is a brilliant move. They can directly block the reinforcements from Longhan Kingdom outside the door and leave them staring blankly. Shao Konghai is still in Yuanan City. Want to come to the rescue? No way. But before I could laugh enough, the scene turned around. The Special Forces team regained control of the teleportation array. Wu Ming showed up and repaired the teleportation array in no time. A beam of light shot up into the sky, and reinforcements quickly joined the battle through the teleportation array, and the situation was reversed in an instant. The two exchanged glances, each filled with shock and fear, nearly crushing the teacups in their hands. Wu Ming, this kid, is actually a formation master? He has so many secrets. The purple-robed man took a deep breath and said solemnly, I still say the same thing. Try to win him over. If you can't win him over, you must eliminate him. Otherwise, when he grows up, he will definitely be a serious threat to us. By then, it will be too late to regret. The ensuing battle was brutal, but the two men kept their eyes fixed on Wu Ming, afraid of missing his every move. They saw Wu Ming using teleportation to save people, saw him fighting a fierce battle with the demon priests outside the city, saw him killing the demons and making them cry for their parents. You know, Wu Ming is only at the first level of Xianling realm now. To achieve such a record at this level is simply amazing and unbelievable. It is no exaggeration to say that he is a genius. In the end, the two were completely dumbfounded. The demon tribe had been secretly preparing for more than half a year, and they thought the plan was foolproof, but it turned out to be a failure. Moreover, they saw clearly that although Wu Ming was not the strongest among the human race, he played a decisive role at several key points, messing up the plans of the demon race. If Wu Ming hadn't discovered the trick, the demon race wouldn't have been forced to take action in advance. If he hadn't repaired the teleportation array, reinforcements wouldn't have been able to get in. If he hadn't killed the beast, the casualties in the city would have been even greater. If he hadn't discovered the sacrifice, that evil thing would have come out to cause trouble. There are too many ifs, and each one is inseparable from Wu Ming. Mo Yun and the purple-robed man had complicated expressions, and their hearts were filled with mixed feelings. It's outrageous that a mere first-grade Xianling realm cultivator can actually influence the entire course of a battle. Let us go back to Wu Ming. He and Gu Xuemi sat on the city wall until dark, watching the sunset and the stars come out, and talked a lot. Fengling City is now in a state of disrepair, and the Wuzhenqian Monastery has been badly damaged. If you want to resume classes, you will probably have to wait for further notice. Wu Ming didn't delay any further and sent Gu Xuemi home directly. Fortunately, Lao Gu is still alive. This is thanks to Wu Ming. Lao Gu was one of the first million people sent to the independent Ninth Corps and saved his life. The internet is buzzing with activity now. Everyone knows that it was Wu Ming who saved them, and they are extremely grateful to him. When old Gu saw Wu Ming, he was so excited that his hands were shaking, and he held his hand for a long time without letting go. When he saw his granddaughter came back safely, his eyes were red, and when he saw the two of them holding hands, old Gu's excitement doubled, and he smiled so hard that he couldn't close his mouth, and insisted on keeping Wu Ming for dinner. Wu Ming couldn't refuse the invitation and had to stay. Gu Xuemi made dinner. Although they were all home-cooked dishes, they were fragrant. Chapter 126: The Ape King's Roar. Lao Gu and Wu Ming sat on the sofa and chatted. They used to be co-workers and had many common topics. As Lao Li talked about De Biao and then other workers, Lao Gu became more and more worried inside. I escaped a disaster, but I don't know how they are doing. I don't know if they can come back safely. Wu Ming quickly comforted him. Don't worry, Grandpa Gu, they are all alive and well. Once the reconstruction is on track, we will be reunited. When old Gu heard this, he immediately burst into laughter and finally felt relieved. The dinner was simple but warm. Old Gu had quit drinking a long time ago, but he was in a good mood today and insisted on pulling Wu Ming to have a couple of drinks. But he was old after all, and he started coughing violently after just 2 sips. Gu Xuemi was so scared that she quickly put down her chopsticks and patted his back to help him breathe, muttering, "Grandpa, drink slowly, don't choke." Looking at the appearance of the grandparents and grandchildren, Wu Ming felt warm in his heart. After going through so many hardships, it was great to have such a heartwarming moment. Grandpa, if you can't drink it, don't force yourself. Gu Xuemi frowned and advised worriedly. No. I'm happy today, Grandpa must drink. Old Gu stuck out his neck, as stubborn as an old ox. Only old Gu himself knows how much joy is hidden in this stubbornness. His little granddaughter has finally found a reliable home. Even if he closes his eyes now, he will have no regrets. Grandpa Gu, how about we change the wine? Wu Ming suddenly spoke. Change the wine? Old Gu was stunned, not understanding what was going on. Gu Xuemi was so anxious that she kept winking at Wu Ming, fearing that he would follow the old man's temper again, but Wu Ming only gave her a look that said don't worry. In just a few seconds, with a whoosh, an empty basin in the kitchen suddenly appeared on the table out of thin air. The next second, the basin was instantly filled with crystal clear liquid, and rich energy fluctuations overflowed like they were free. This is... Gu Xuemi covered her mouth in shock. She recognized this Qiangye wine. Wu Ming had given it to her before. It was a treasure that could nourish the body. At the same time, thousands of miles away, deep in the mountains and rivers, the Duobao Demon Ape King roared angrily, "Fuck! Fuck! It's only been a month. And here they come again? I finally managed to build up some stock, and now it's gone again?" Wu Ming heard the Ape King's madness clearly, and I laughed unkindly, because this wine is so effective. Mimi, you should drink some too to replenish your body. Wu Ming said with a smile. Good. Gu Xuemi responded sweetly, her eyes full of joy. The three of them sat together, drinking and chatting. The atmosphere was lively and warm. As soon as old Gu took a sip, his eyes lit up instantly, and his whole body felt refreshed, as if he had unloaded dozens of pounds of burden. The discomfort caused by his old ailments gradually disappeared. Ming Ming. Your wine, this wine is simply a fairy wine. Old Gu slammed the table excitedly. As long as you like it, I'll save the rest for you to drink slowly. Wu Ming laughed. Gu Shuemi looked at Wu Ming with sweet and warm eyes. This guy always gives people surprises. After dinner, Wu Ming was about to leave, and Gu Shuemi saw him to the door. Before parting, she mustered up the courage to stand on tiptoe, gave Wu Ming a quick kiss on the cheek, then turned around with a blushing face and ran back home. Wu Ming stood there in a daze, touching the place where he was kissed, muttering in his heart, "Can you not just kiss my face next time?" With a flash, Wu Ming returned to the 9th Independent Corps of the Longhan Second Army. Thanks to the severe damage done to the Mandrel Cave in advance, the 9th Independent Corps suffered almost no casualties in this national war, which was a rare period of peace. As soon as he came back, he went straight to Ma Bo's tent. As soon as he entered the door, he found that all the company commanders were holding a meeting there. When they saw Wu Ming coming in, Ma Jinjiu and a group of company commanders immediately stood up and applauded, and the applause was ear-shaking. "Captain Wu Ming, you did a great job this time. You've been awarded special merit and are commended by the entire army. The official document will be issued later." Ma Jinjiu walked over and patted Wu Ming's shoulder heavily. Obviously, Wu Ming's military rank has been promoted from lieutenant to captain. "Brother Wu, you have made such a great contribution that we all have to admire you." The other company commanders also joined in the joke, their eyes full of admiration. Wu Ming thanked him quickly, but he didn't care too much about making a contribution. What he did was what he should do. "Uncle Ma, what are the casualty statistics for the major battlefields?" This is what Wu Ming cares about most. "Why?" Ma Jinjiu sighed, his face darkening. "All the major cities, frontline armies, and legions have suffered heavy casualties. But there's good news, the demon tribe's casualties this time are even greater than ours. This is the first time in history that we've won a battle of this scale, even if it's a Pyrrhic victory. It wasn't easy." He paused, his tone more serious. "More importantly, we have ruined the demon clan's conspiracy. If they succeed, the consequences will be unimaginable." Wu Ming and the company commanders were silent. A narrow victory is a blessing in disguise. Wu Ming also participated in the following meeting, which lasted about an hour. After the other company commanders left, Ma Jinjiu accompanied Wu Ming for a walk in the camp. "Did you see your Uncle Zhang take action today?" Ma Jinjiu suddenly asked. "Uncle Zhang?" Wu Ming was stunned. "No, I didn't see him." Ma Jinjiu couldn't help but laugh. "Those last 4 palm prints that smashed the Black Cloud Skull were the work of your Uncle Zhang." "Ah?" Wu Ming was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out of his head. He knew that Uncle Zhang was powerful, but he never expected that the uncle who usually smiled and looked amiable could be so powerful. "Surprised?" Ma Jinjiu patted his head. "Your Uncle Zhang is second only to your grandfather among us. He's now the captain of the Special Forces, a true pillar of Longhan. This time, when Fengling City was in such chaos, only his own troops were sent at first. Later, when it became involved in the demon tribe's sacrifice, he rushed over. He stayed for less than 2 minutes, and the outcome was decided. Uncle Zhang is so strong, yet he is still inferior to my grandfather? How powerful is my grandfather?" Wu Ming opened his mouth for a long time. "What do you think?" Ma Jinjiu smiled and raised his eyebrows. "How powerful your grandfather was back then is not something that can be fully described in a few words." Wu Ming was shocked. He actually had such a legendary grandfather? After hesitating for a long time, he couldn't help but ask, "Uncle Ma, I haven't seen Grandpa since I was born. Is he still alive now?" His tone was full of nervousness and anticipation. Ma Jinjiu shook his head, his eyes darkening. "I don't know. Your grandfather went to a very dangerous place back then, and we haven't heard from him since. We've been looking for him." He suddenly remembered something and quickly warned, "By the way, don't tell your mother what I'm telling you. Your Uncle Ma got a good beating from your mother because he mentioned your grandfather's story." Wu Ming couldn't help laughing. It turned out that these uncles were like mice seeing a cat when they mentioned their mother. "By the way, Uncle Ma, my mother left. She said she was going to finish something she hadn't finished before." "Do you know where she went?" Wu Ming asked again. This time it was Ma Jinjiu's turn to be surprised. He sighed, "Your mother is gone after all." "Ming, this is a long story. Uncle can't tell you too much now. It will be bad for you if I tell you. Just remember one thing, become stronger. Only when you are strong enough can you help your mother. Ma Jinjiu said earnestly. It's powerful enough. Wu Ming repeated in a low voice, secretly clenching his fists in his heart. Chapter 127 Gu Xuemi visits the military camp. After Wu Ming and Ma Bo separated, they returned to their own tents. He is now in the first level of Xianling realm. According to common sense, the limit of the power of the first level of Xianling realm is about 800 million distribution points. But before on the battlefield, he had exhausted his physical strength time and time again, and had to add points to his mental power to replenish it time and time again. Now his mental power capacity has soared to 3 billion. On the attribute panel, I have never clicked on the stamina item, and it is still in the activation state, so it takes time to recover the stamina. Insufficient physical strength will affect the advancement of mental power. A pool with a capacity of 800 million cannot hold 3 billion water at all. It should have been broken through long ago, but now we can only try our best to delay the recovery of physical strength to compress the capacity. The main reason is that Wu Ming has a concern. Luo Pang and Zhou Luo's wedding will be in a dozen days. The last time he broke through from the 9th level of True Spirit to the 1st level of Mysterious Spirit, he secluded himself for more than 20 days. This time, it will take longer to rush from the 1st grade Xinling to the 2nd grade, or even to a higher level, and he cannot miss his good brother's wedding no matter what. So I can't break through now, but the automatic recovery of my physical strength makes my willpower still rising. What should I do? Wu Ming thought of a way to frantically consume his physical strength in exchange for time, and to keep his mental power below the capacity limit. In the following days, Wu Ming was completely busy. He did anything that could consume physical energy. Not only did he go out to kill demons, he also set his sights on the Mandrill Cave. Before, he surrounded the Mandrill Cave and almost cleared out the monsters inside. He directly dispatched 1 million ferocious monsters to the Mandrill Cave from the nearby Cliff Valley. The 1 million ferocious beasts and monsters were living well in the Cliff Valley, but suddenly, everything blurred their view when they arrived at the Mandrill Cave, and they panicked on the spot. Before they could react, Wu Ming felt something was wrong and sent them back with a thought. But just 2 seconds after I went back, he sent it back again. Sending it back is such a hassle. Wouldn't it be easier to just kill it directly? It would also consume more energy. As soon as the thought came to his mind, a shock wave went down and 1 million ferocious beasts were directly blown into a bloody mist. Wu Ming consumed a lot of physical strength, but on the attribute panel, the distribution points increased by several hundred million. Done, this wave of consumption is enough to last for 2 days. Wu Ming breathed a sigh of relief. He had tried his best to attend the wedding. 3 days later, his physical strength had almost recovered to its limit, and Wu Ming used the same trick again, passing the ball back and forth, and then bombarding again. I can rest for 2 more days. It's so hard for me not to advance. As soon as he emerged from the tent, Chui Longkai came running over, breathless and excited. Company commander. The military has sent a commendation. The regimental commander wants you to come over right away. Good. Wu Ming responded and followed him to Ma Bo's tent. As soon as he entered, Ma Jinjiu handed over a document with a smile. In the defense of Fengling City, Wu Mingrong won special merit. In addition to being awarded a special medal, he was also rewarded with 10 million contribution points. Because it was a special period, there was no grand ceremony. After a simple awarding of honors, a group photo was taken. In the photo, Ma Jinjiu smiled even happier than Wu Ming. How could he not be proud of his nephew who was so outstanding? At the same time, more details of the Fengling City defense war were revealed, and the whole nation was shocked. Everyone then realized that the situation at that time was 100 times more dangerous than they had imagined. Fengling City was just the beginning, and the Demon Clan's target was the entire Longhan Kingdom. People all over the country were scared and broke out in cold sweats, sighing, "Thank goodness Wu Ming is here. Otherwise, it would be over." The internet was even more lively, with everyone praising Wu Ming. Congratulations to Wu Ming for winning the special merit. Young hero, truly deserving of the title. I've discovered that everyone named Wu Ming is a cheater. One is a top assassin, and the other is a rising star who will definitely be even more powerful in the future. I agree. Why don't I have a name like that? Otherwise, maybe I could be this amazing. Is there anyone else named Wu Ming? Come out and show us what a magic name is. It seems there really isn't one. There are over 1 billion of us, but why are there so few people named Wu Ming? Is it because of the assassination list? Don't dare to shout? At this time, a comment suddenly popped up. Young people, actually my name used to be Wu Ming, but later I changed it to Wu Yuming. The audience immediately exploded. Grandpa, you missed the takeoff. Why did you change the name? That happened over 70 years ago. The old man replied, I was only 7 or 8 years old at the time. The demons sneaked into human cities and specifically killed anyone named Wu Ming. They killed anyone they saw, regardless of gender or age. At that time, those named Wu Ming were so scared that they had to change their names. More than 70 years ago? Didn't the boss of the assassination list only dominate the list for 30 or 40 years, someone wondered. Silly. We only intercepted the assassination list more than 30 years ago. Maybe Boss Wu Ming would have already topped the list. But why did the demon tribe kill everyone named Wu Ming? Isn't it enough to just focus on the boss? I guess they can't find the boss, so they take it out on the one with the same name. The online argument was in full swing, and the person involved, Wu Ming, was holding the special contribution badge, thinking about how to quickly use up his almost exhausted energy so that he could attend Luo Peng's wedding. Time flies. The demon tribe was stunned after this battle and probably had to hide and lick their wounds. All fronts of the Longhan Kingdom instantly entered a brief period of peace. But this peace is different from the empty superficial calm before the war. It is real stability. Wu Ming is not busy at the moment. He just consumes some energy every day. Nothing else to do. If I really have to say I'm busy, it's because I'm busy giving myself a short vacation. After all, I have a girlfriend, and who wants to stay in the barracks as a bachelor every day? That day, Gu Shuemi went directly to the Independent Ninth Corps in the west of the city to visit. She had previously broken through to the first-rank True Spirit realm in Fengling City. Once she reached this realm, she accumulated contribution points like a cheat. In less than 2 months, she had accumulated 2 million and obtained the qualification to take the military examination. It took less than a year from awakening to the military examination. With such a speed, it would be an understatement to call him a genius. This time I came to Chujiang City to take the military exam, and by the way, I came to the military camp to check on and see my boyfriend. The two of them were walking hand in hand in the camp. The soldiers saw them and immediately went crazy. Damn it! The company commander is openly showing off his affection, trying to make us die of sweetness. To be fair, my sister-in-law's beauty is second to none in the entire army. This man is talented and the woman is beautiful. I fully support this marriage. I'll drink this wave of dog food first as a token of my respect. Brother, count me in and let's swallow it together. Gu Shuemi's arrival immediately made the independent 9th Legion excited, because she was Wu Ming's woman. Meanwhile, Kai Guoqiang rushed into the group leader's office like a man with his blood pumped up. Leader! Leader! Something terrible has happened. Ma Jinjiu laughed and scolded, look at you, you've never seen the world before. If you have anything to fart, fart now. It's good news. Very good news. Brother Wu's girlfriend is here. Kai Guoqiang rubbed his hands excitedly. What? Ma Jinjiu was stunned at first, then ecstatic. This kid actually has a girlfriend? Why didn't he tell me? They're already at the camp, and as their uncle, I have to treat them well. As he was about to rush out, he suddenly stopped. Is it appropriate to go out empty-handed? If a girl calls you uncle, you have to give her a gift. Wu Ming's parents are not around, and Ma Jinjiu has long treated him as his own nephew. After searching through all the drawers and cabinets for a long time, he finally went out with a wooden box in his pocket. He had just taken 2 steps when he ran into Wu Ming and Gu Shuemi. Wu Ming originally planned to take his girlfriend to meet his family. This is my Uncle Ma. Wu Ming introduced. Gu Shuemi called out obediently, hello, uncle. Okay. Okay. Come in and sit down. Ma Jinjiu quickly handed over the wooden box and said, this is our first meeting, and I didn't have time to prepare anything nice. Please accept this small gift as a token of my uncle's appreciation. The wooden box looked very valuable. Wu Ming sensed it and found that it contained a thunderbolt pill, which was an excellent tonic for those who had awakened the thunder element. Gu Shuemi hesitated a little and turned to look at Wu Ming. Wu Ming laughed and joked, Mimi, this is like meeting the parents. It would be disrespectful of the elders if you don't accept the gift. Gu Shuemi's face turned red. She took the wooden box and thanked him repeatedly. She felt as sweet as if she had a piece of candy in her heart. Chapter 128 Brother's Wedding. After having dinner in the military camp, Wu Ming took Gu Shuemi back to Chujiang City. He didn't have to worry about asking for leave at all. If there was an emergency, he could return to the team with just a thought. Next, his task is to accompany the exam. As an outstanding graduate of the military academy, Wu Ming returned to his alma mater after only a few months. As soon as he entered the door, he ran into the tall and thin instructor, the fat instructor, the old dean and several directors, a lot of familiar faces. The next day was the military exam, and Wu Ming watched Gu Shuemi walk into the Shuangong Tower. 2 days later, the candidates came out one after another, and only a few people's names were still hanging on the tower, and Gu Shuemi was one of them. She has reached the 6th level, and after passing this level she will become an officer. Wu Ming has full confidence in her. 2 days later, Gu Shuemi broke out. She passed the 6th level, jumped directly from the 7th level potential test to the 9th level, and finally stopped at the 10th level. This achievement has been rare in recent years. Dong Fangzhu was ranked first in his class at the time, but he only reached the 8th level. As soon as Gu Shuemi came out, she threw herself into Wu Ming's arms, jumping and shouting, "I passed. I'm on the 10th floor." She knew clearly that this achievement was all thanks to Wu Ming's Changyao wine, which not only improved her quickly but also helped her to be reborn. Now, you have to call him boyfriend. In a flash, it was September 19th, more than 10 days after the war. The Longhan Kingdom mobilized the entire country to rebuild Fengling City, and all walks of life had long since recovered. On this day, the Fulinman Hotel was particularly lively because Lu Erpang was getting married to Zhou Lu. At his brother's wedding, Wu Ming must be there to make the occasion count. Although they didn't care about the amount of the contribution, they still had to give some respect. Wu Ming and Gu Shuemi jointly gave 1 million contribution points. Everyone present was stunned. This was not 1 million in cash, but contribution points that were much more valuable than money. Even if it's 1 million in cash, it's scary enough. Not only that, Wu Ming was also the best man and Gu Shuemi was the bridesmaid. Wu Ming looked so handsome in a suit that people were dizzy, and Gu Shuemi looked like a fairy in a white dress. They looked at each other and couldn't help laughing. Lu Erpang's real name is Lu Yulo. Their wedding photo is hung outside the hotel, and Lu's father is standing at the door to welcome guests. At this time, a group of people came over. They were the leaders of Lu's father's company. Lu's father is a grassroots manager in the company, and he usually has to bow and nod when he sees his superiors. "Old Lu, congratulations." The boss had something urgent to do, so he asked us to come over to congratulate him. The group of people were polite on the surface, but there was arrogance in their eyes. They had already figured out Lao Lu's family background and knew that he was just an ordinary family. His fat son is also ordinary. This time he brought 10,000 contribution points on behalf of the company, which is enough to make the Lu family happy for a long time. The leader walked over to the gift money and raised his voice deliberately. "Precision Forging Company, 10,000 contribution points, remember." Just when he was feeling proud, he accidentally glanced at the gift money list and was suddenly struck by lightning. His eyes almost popped out of his head. 1 million contribution points? Who gave this gift money? Others also came over to look and were all confused. When did the Lu family have such a big shot backing them up? He looked at the name again. Wu Ming? "Old Lu, come here quickly. Is this the Wu Ming?" The leader's voice trembled. "Leader, you're asking about Wu Ming, right?" Father Lu asked knowingly. "This is the pride of Fengling City, the Wu Ming who broke the fastest military exam record, cleared the Shuangong Tower, and is now the company commander of the 9th Independent Corps of Chujiang City?" "Really, is it really him?" a group of people asked frantically. "Yeah, that's him." Father Lu said casually. "Mingming and my Yulo are childhood friends. I watched him grow up." The group was completely dumbfounded. Their previous arrogance was completely gone, and they immediately changed their expressions. "Old Lu, I can't believe it. Your family and Captain Wu are so close. That was a gift from the company just now, and now I'm personally giving you another 10,000. 10,000 is not enough. Lao Lu, I'll give you 20,000. Let's get together more often. I'll give you 30,000. Write it down." A group of people rushed to add money, and Lu's father was a little flattered. The wedding went smoothly and the wedding banquet began. Wu Ming and Gu Shuemi were important guests, and Lu's father's leaders were also arranged at the same table. However, this group of leaders who were usually eloquent were now like primary school students, so stiff that they could not speak clearly. The company's big boss, who had previously said he couldn't leave due to something, also rushed over in a panic, and no one knew why he was able to leave again. After the wedding, Wu Ming and Gu Xuemi said goodbye to Luer Pang and Zhou Lu, and walked out of the hotel hand in hand. Gu Xuemi was going back to the military academy, and Wu Ming was going back to the barracks, but before going back, he had something important to do. That is retreat and upgrade. He had been suppressing his realm before, but now he is finally about to break through. Wu Ming asked for leave from Ma Jinzhou and did not return to the military camp for retreat, but returned to his home in Fengling City. Although the tube-shaped building was somewhat damaged during the war and no one lived in it, it was still suitable for temporary accommodation. He knew in his heart that the demon clan's conspiracy had been ruined by him, and they must hate him to the core. They might do something shady, so it was better for him to stay in seclusion in the rear for safety. As soon as he got home, Wu Ming went into seclusion. Time flies, and 4 months passed in the blink of an eye. In these 4 months, Wu Ming was promoted 3 levels in a row like a rocket, and used up all the 3 billion allocation points he had saved in advance, and directly rushed into the 4th grade Xianling realm. After 4 transformations, his strength skyrocketed. When going from the 1st level to the 2nd level, the coverage range of the power of intention did not increase, but a small circle of 100 meters was added within the range of 30,000 kilometers. Just this area of 100 meters became Wu Ming's exclusive territory. Within a range of 100 meters, Wu Ming's control has undergone a qualitative change. Everything has become data in a multi-dimensional space, and he can change it at will. It was as if this 100-meter world was his and he was the master, or perhaps this was the legendary technique of controlling 4-dimensional space. The most explosive thing about a 2nd grade Xianling rushing to the 3rd grade is the transformation, with a certain chance of foreseeing the future. Previously, this ability was like opening a blind box. Either Wu Ming had to activate it, or it would randomly pop up. Directed viewing of the future was even more dependent on luck. But now Wu Ming doesn't need to deliberately activate his foresight. Future scenes pop up in his mind from time to time, just like a short movie. It is so smooth and mysterious. The probability of foresight has increased 3-fold. Although Wu Ming didn't fully understand the theory behind the advancement from the 3rd grade to the 4th grade, he couldn't resist the powerful effect. First, the surge in his willpower led to a transformation of his body, and then the refined token on his body actually resonated with his soul. In the end, the token simply disappeared on the spot. To put it bluntly, it completely merged with him. Wu Ming tore open his combat uniform and saw a tattoo of a refined token on his chest, a 1-to-1 replica that felt mysterious to the touch. He just hadn't noticed any changes in his body yet, nor did he understand what the tattoo was for. But soon, he unlocked a new ability. His mental power could cover an area of 30,000 kilometers, and within this large range, there was also a 100-meter control circle. He stared at his home, and just as an idea came to his mind, the house changed instantly. The old sofa was instantly transformed into a shiny leather model, the old home appliances were instantly turned into the latest top-of-the-line ones, and even the modeled floor was replaced with solid wood that could reflect people's reflections. In just a few breaths, the whole house looked like it had been renovated and was brand new. That's not all. The 100-meter control circle also covered the outside of the tube building. The cracks in the walls seemed to have been restored to their original state in the blink of an eye, as if time had gone back. Not even a trace could be found. It was outrageous and satisfying. Just when Wu Ming was feeling great, his stomach growled. He hadn't eaten for 4 months. Although he had spiritual power to support him, his stomach had already protested. As soon as he thought about it, a small pearwood table appeared in front of him, with braised spare ribs, steamed fish, and braised prawns. The delicious dishes came up like magic, filling the room with fragrance. When he wanted another bowl of rice, the white rice was immediately served. Don't think it's an illusion, these dishes and meals are all real, as if he created them by simply changing the big data of time and space. After wolfing down the food, Wu Ming burped in satisfaction, raised his hand and waved it, and the food on the table disappeared instantly. The control of 4-dimensional space is so unreasonable. Chapter 129 Absolute Domain. The retreat was over, and it was time for Wu Ming to return to the barracks. As soon as he thought of it, he was already standing in the camp of the Longhan 2nd Army and the independent 9th Corps. The demon tribe suffered a defeat last time, and now they are very well behaved, and everything in the camp is as usual. Report! Wu Ming shouted outside the tent. Ming Ming? Ma Jinzhou's voice was as if someone's tail had been stepped on. Before Wu Ming could lift the curtain, he rushed out and grabbed his arm. You little bastard! Your seclusion is like going through a tribulation, and it's been 4 months. How are you? What realm are you at now? Wu Ming smiled and replied, 4th grade Shanling. As soon as these words left his mouth, Ma Jinzhou's eyelids began to twitch like crazy, and his voice rose 8 octaves, 4 months. From the 1st rank directly to the 4th rank? You're upgrading on a rocket. If you keep going like this, within 2 years, even an old bone like me at the 5th rank of the heroic spirit realm will be surpassed by you. Wu Ming patted his hands and said, Uncle Ma, you have always protected me. When I surpass you, it will be my turn to protect you. How wonderful. Good. Very good. Ma Jinzhou smiled so much that his eyes narrowed, and pulled him into the tent. When talking about realm, Wu Ming suddenly wanted to try out his new ability. Could he help Uncle Ma improve his cultivation? While chatting with Ma Jinzhou, he quietly urged his control. Before he could finish his sentence, Ma Jinzhou suddenly jumped up as if struck by lightning. Fuck. My cultivation has improved a bit. You have to know that he is at the 5th level of the heroic spirit realm. This little bit of cultivation requires at least 10 days of hard practice. Lao Ma was so excited that his face turned red. Wu Ming was puzzled. It was only a slight increase? I thought I could directly push him to a higher level, but it seems that the range of 100 meters also has a limit. Maybe it will have a better effect on awakeners at a lower level. After this little episode, Ma Jinzhou's face darkened and he got down to business. During the last Fengling City defense battle, Longhan State discovered that the Martial God Temple was behind it. Martial God Temple? Wu Ming's brows knitted into knots. We're all human beings, and not only did they watch me die without helping, they even dared to get involved? More than just meddling. Ma Jinzhou slammed the table and cursed. The demon tribe has been able to remain peaceful for so long because they paid a huge price for the support from the Martial God Temple. These bastards have been digging into Longhan's corners every day, even accepting assassination missions from the demons and killing our pillars. We haven't even settled the score yet, and now they're involved in such a huge conspiracy, almost dragging Longhan into an irretrievable pit. Wu Ming clenched his fists in anger. How could they do such a wicked thing? As long as there are benefits, they won't dare to do anything. Ma Jinzhou sighed. They're caught between the human and demon races, playing both sides, enjoying the benefits of Longhan country's stability while also blaming the human race. They're completely out of control. No one is taking care of them? Of course you haven't tried. Your grandfather led the special forces to attack the Martial God Temple back then. That was the best chance we had, but unfortunately, we failed in the end. Ma Jinzhou changed the subject, his tone even graver. In the 4 months you were away, the Martial God Hall poached 9 more geniuses. They were our carefully selected elites, and to leave without a word is like being a traitor. Wu Ming angrily said, the country poured resources into raising them, and now they're turning their backs on us? Not only do they not fight for the country, but they're also helping the Martial God Temple? Such ungrateful people should be dragged out and shot. With the protection of the Temple of the God of War, they are very brave and not afraid at all. Ma Jinzhou shook his head helplessly. After coming out from Ma Jinzhou, Wu Ming was in a terrible mood. What was the difference between the behavior of the Martial God Temple and the evil cult organization Zunyao? One assassinates the human elite, the other poaches the country's geniuses, and they openly cooperate with the demon tribe. They are more disgusting than the hidden cults. Longhan is facing internal and external troubles, which is really difficult. It wasn't until he returned to the recruit company and saw the soldiers surrounding him that he calmed down. Captain! You're finally back. The group of people looked like they had met their own brother, their eyes shining brightly. Wu Ming smiled and asked, how's your training been lately? Have you been slacking off? How can that be possible? Without the company commander, we have to fight even harder. A soldier immediately replied, thanks to the captain's enlightenment last time, I'm almost breaking through in my fiery sun fist technique. I'm going to reach the 3rd level of true spirit right now. Captain. Me. I'll speak first. Cui Longkai was so anxious that he jumped up and down, raising his hands higher than anyone else. I'm already a 4th grade true spirit. Good job, Cui Longkai, you've made rapid progress. Wu Ming praised with a smile. As soon as these words came out, Cui Longkai's tail went straight up to the sky, and his nostrils were almost pointing upwards. Damn! Lao Cui is already at the 4th level? I don't accept it. I'm going to practice. I'm going to. I have to surpass him. Goodbye, brothers, roll him up and kill him. The crowd dispersed with a clamor, but Cui Longkai turned around and said, "Want to surpass me? No way. Company commander, I'm going to consolidate my realm too." With that, he disappeared. Wu Ming looked at this lively scene and suddenly his mind became clear. So what if the genius was poached by the temple of martial god? A genius who has forgotten his mission is no better than a group of soldiers who dare to fight and fight. These soldiers who never retreat on the battlefield are the hope of Longhan Kingdom. He thought, his absolute domain, the 100-meter small world, can improve Uncle Tsuma's 5th grade heroic spirit realm a little bit. Most of these soldiers are 2nd grade true spirits, and the highest is only 4th grade, so they must be easier to control. Although the range of 100 meters was small, he approached the tents one by one. After a while, the soldiers seemed to be given a cheat and entered the breakthrough state on the spot. A few days passed, and the soldiers woke up one after another. The camp immediately exploded with excitement. "I've achieved a breakthrough. A 3rd grade true spirit. I've reached the 4th rank. I just sat down and had no luck, but I broke through straight away. This is too outrageous. The entire company has broken through. It must have been the company commander. Who else has this ability?" A group of people rushed to Wu Ming's tent, asking in a flurry, "Captain, were you the one who helped us break through?" Wu Ming smiled faintly and nodded, "This is not important, practice well and don't let this opportunity go to waste." The soldiers were so excited that they almost jumped up, thinking, the company commander is awesome. It's hard not to become strong if you follow him. After the soldiers went to consolidate their realm, Wu Ming also planned to go into seclusion. After the last war, he still had 3 billion available distribution points in his hands. It would only cost 2 billion to break through to the 5th level of Xinling, and the remaining 1 billion was just enough to be kept in reserve. It was a sure profit. But before he could prepare himself, a picture suddenly popped up in his sea of consciousness. On a mountain peak in Wanli River and Mountain, the grey-robed man from the Temple of Martial God was standing face to face with him. Although the picture was short, the time was set a few minutes later. Wu Ming sneered, "You still dare to come? You're really haunting me." He didn't wait for the other party to pull him over, and he appeared directly on the top of the mountain in a flash. With another wave of his hand, the tea table, purple clay teapot, and celadone cups were all neatly arranged. Then he slowly poured a cup of tea and waited for the other party to come and cause trouble. A few minutes later, a figure in a grey robe broke through the air and arrived. It was Mo Yun from the Temple of Martial God. Chapter 130, When the enemy comes, we will stop him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth. After Mo Yun appeared, he was stunned in mid-air. He had originally planned to bring Wu Ming over for questioning after landing, but as soon as he showed up, he saw Wu Ming sitting leisurely at the tea table with the tea already prepared, as if he had expected him to come. Impossible. Mo Yun's heart was pounding. How could Wu Ming have such foresight? It must be a coincidence. He sat down anxiously, poured himself a cup of tea, and said with a condescending tone, "The fact that the human race could survive this disaster is beyond my expectation. So, how about it? You didn't agree last time, but now that you know more about it, you're willing to join the Martial God Temple, right?" Wu Ming took a sip of tea and glanced at him calmly. "I said last time that I would never join you. Now that I know your background, it's even more impossible." "Oh? What did you find out?" Mo Yun raised his eyebrows. "Last time the demons attacked Fengling City, you guys were the ones stabbing them in the back, right?" Wu Ming's tone became a little colder. Mo Yun, on the other hand, was quite confident. "We can't refuse the benefits offered by the demon tribe. If a person doesn't work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. Is there anything wrong with that?" Wu Ming laughed out loud. He never expected that such words could be uttered by a human being. Mo Yun's face darkened. "Why are you so stubborn? All living things are ants. The lives of billions of ants are none of your business. Don't take this trivial matter between humans and demons as the whole thing. You have a very narrow mindset." He paused, then pretended to be a master. "In the endless universe, there are countless races in the starry sky. The human race and the demon race are not even dust. Only by cultivating immortality can you stand high and go far. When you jump out of the cage, you have to thank me." Suddenly changing the subject, Mo Yun let out a threatening smile. "Besides, you've ruined the demon clan's plans. Now you're at the top of the demon clan's wanted list. Expect to be hunted down to death. Only if you join the Martial God Temple can I save your life. When the enemy comes, we will stop him. When the water comes, we will block it with earth." Wu Ming didn't buy it at all. Thanks for your kindness, but what I do is much more meaningful than what you do. Foolish. Mo Yun was completely annoyed. If you don't accept my toast, you'll have to drink the wine. Do you think you'll get anything good if you reject me? Before he finished speaking, he slapped Wu Ming with his palm. The gap in strength is too big. Wu Ming didn't even have the chance to react before he was hit hard on the chest and was sent flying 50 meters away. Mo Yun rose into the air, looking down from above, his eyes glaring disdainfully. I don't want to waste time talking to you. This is my petrifying palm. The area in my palm will slowly turn to stone, and eventually spread throughout my body, turning me into a stone sculpture. If you want to survive, come find me at Miyun Ridge within 3 days, otherwise even the gods can't save you. Just as he was about to fly away, he turned back and taunted, by the way, the people of Longhan can curse the martial god temple all they want, but you're not qualified. Don't you have any idea of your own status? What is my identity? Wu Ming covered his chest with his hands, his mind full of questions. Mo Yun didn't explain any further. He snorted coldly, turned around, and flew away. Wu Ming didn't care about his identity. His chest was burning with pain. He tore off his combat uniform and saw a palm print sunken into his chest. It had begun to petrify, and spider web-like stone patterns were spreading around it. It was obvious that it was going to spread. This method is really cruel. Wu Ming's heart tightened, and he immediately activated the control of the 100-meter small world, trying to get rid of the palm print. But this petrified palm print is like a maggot attached to the bone, and it cannot be removed no matter what. It's not that his little world is not good, it's that Mo Yun's methods are too cruel. Wu Ming panicked. He could only try to slow down the petrification process, but there was no difference between turning into a stone statue in 3 days and turning into a stone statue in 6 days. At this moment, the token on his chest suddenly glowed. The next second, an incredible scene appeared. The token directly swallowed the petrified palm print. The palm print that was extremely difficult to deal with just now was like a small snack in front of the token, and disappeared in an instant. After swallowing the palm print, the token returned to silence, looking like someone who was ready to leave after completing his mission, hiding his achievements and fame. The foaming arrow next to it suddenly wavered, as if shouting, "Damn! This broken token has been installed again." Wu Ming checked his body repeatedly, and only after confirming that he was fine did he breathe a sigh of relief. He gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, Mo Yun. If you don't avenge this, you are not a gentleman. I will remember this. He flashed back to the camp and was planning to go into seclusion as planned, but suddenly his ability to foresee the future was triggered. Pictures flooded into his sea of consciousness. When he was in seclusion, he would be targeted by waves of assassinations, and even his transformation was interrupted. The effect was extremely poor. Transformation is the key, we must not let this happen. Just as Wu Ming clenched his fists, he heard shouts outside the tent. Wu Ming! Wu Ming! Wu Ming hurried out and saw that it was the company commander, Kai Guoqiang, who said urgently, "Wu Ming, the regiment commander wants to see you urgently." "Oh, I'll go right away." Wu Ming immediately followed Kai Guoqiang to Ma Jinzhou's tent. As soon as he entered the room, Ma Jinzhou hurried over to greet him with a serious expression, "Ming Ming. The military just received intelligence that the demons have put you at the top of the wanted list. They will definitely stop at nothing to assassinate you. Be careful." "I understand, Uncle Ma." Wu Ming was relatively calm. "It's not the first time they've tried to assassinate me." "You do not know." Ma Jinzhou was anxious. "Once you're at the top of the monster clan's wanted list, you'll be hunted to the death. No one has ever survived, at most they can hold on a little longer." Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat. "So cruel?" "You do not say." Kai Guoqiang also chimed in, "The demon race's cultivation system is strange, and many of them are skilled in assassination. This is no joke, and must be taken seriously." Wu Minggang nodded, and Ma Jinzhou continued, "The special forces have already heard the news, and they will send a member to protect you today." "No, Uncle Ma." Wu Ming quickly waved his hands. "It must have been arranged by Uncle Zhang. This is our own business, don't take up national resources." "You're wrong." Ma Jinzhou interrupted him, "The demons killed our human race's genius, so the country must protect them. This is a protective measure for key geniuses. It's not a personal matter, and there's no room for negotiation. I'm just letting you know." "Okay." Wu Ming couldn't refute. They didn't expect the special forces to be so efficient. As soon as they finished talking, a special forces member wearing a sword armband arrived. He is actually a 9th grade heroic spirit master, even more powerful than Ma Jinzhou. The other party saluted and said with a smile, "Wu Ming, we meet again." Wu Ming was stunned. Isn't this the special forces member who protected him when Fengling City was repairing the teleportation array? Hello? Wu Ming stretched out his hand. My name is Ming Yuxiang, and I will be responsible for your safety from now on. Ming Yuxiang held his hand. Afterwards, Ming Yuxiang followed Wu Ming back to the recruit company and asked to live in the tent next door to facilitate response to emergencies. At the same time, the demon stronghold was in an uproar. Top mission: kill Wu Ming. This reward is too generous, let's fight. Friendly reminder, those below the level of demon shouldn't join in the fun, it's a complete waste of time. Latest news. The human special forces have sent a 9th grade heroic spirit to protect Wu Ming. Tisk, even if we send someone from the heavenly spirit realm, it's useless. They don't understand our methods at all. Brothers, I'm going to test the water first. Fuck. That demon brother who just said he was testing the waters, his soul lamp went out? Alright, the 2nd level demons can retreat, the 3rd level ones are coming.